I blinked awake in a daze, my head pounding as if struck by lightning. The world before me made no sense. I was lying on a wooden ox cart, and ahead, steering the cart, was a white-haired youth. He glanced back at me, and the familiar mask on his face left me dumbfounded. Before I could stop myself, I blurted out, You're Kakashi?" I hadn't even managed to ask more when the pain surged again, overwhelming me like a rising tide. Darkness swallowed me, and consciousness slipped from my grasp. "Hey, why'd you faint again?" Kakashi exclaimed, pulling the cart to a sudden stop. He hurried to my side. Just then, a strange voice echoed in my mind. Ding host's latent wisdom detected. Entry extraction system successfully activated. Welcome. I was completely lost. What? A system? Latent wisdom? Wait, did I just transmigrate? A torrent of information barreled into my mind, and clarity dawned. My name now was Yuma Uchiha. In my past life, I'd been an ordinary office worker, never once imagining that after a mudslide accident, I'd awaken here in the world of Naruto as a member of the Uchiha clan with an entry extraction system in tow. I was 12 years old, a true orphan. Before my latent wisdom awakened, I'd been unremarkable among the Uchihas, average, like my previous life. Most Uchiha children were cultivated by the clan itself, but only those deemed without promise were sent to the ninja academy. Just my luck. Like a Bijuu, before my Sharingan awakened, I was simply another nameless Uchiha. After graduation, I'd been assigned to an ordinary squad, but fate was cruel. All my teammates were dead, leaving me grievously injured, just barely clinging to life. The only one left beside me was the prodigy, Kakashi. Transmigrating into Naruto, does that count as luck or misfortune? I muttered inwardly. Still, this was year 45 of the Konoha calendar, 2 years before the Third Ninja War. That meant there was still time I could work to grow stronger. With my team gone, I'd probably get a chance to recover. For now, survival was enough. Meanwhile, it was time to learn how the entry extraction system worked. As long as I made contact with others, I could extract entries, and by absorbing their battle power, I could level these entries up. I glanced at the system panel. Host, Yuma Uchiha gender, male age, 12 strength, genin entries. Uchiha, white, fire style, white, wind style, white, Uchiha style, white, in release, white. Heavens, what a shabby panel. Nothing but white entries. I'm like the Grand Master of mediocrity. I gave a wry chuckle. According to the system, entry ranks went from white, green, blue, purple, gold, to red, white the lowest, red the highest. It seems that, before awakening the memories of my past life, making it to the age of 12 was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. The system says that as long as I make contact with someone, I can extract one entry from them. Each person can only be used once, but even so, this ability is incredible. As for combat power, that's not something I can afford to consider just yet, so I'll put it aside for now. Weighing these thoughts in my mind, I decided it was time to take action and give it a try. All these notions spun around in my head for what felt like an eternity, but in reality, only a brief moment had passed. Returning to my senses, I acted weak and held my head as if dizzy, sitting up slowly to avoid drawing attention. "Kakashi, give me some water," I requested. Kakashi immediately picked up on my cue, crouched down, and pulled out a water bottle from his ninja tool pouch, handing it to me. The instant my hand touched his, my vision exploded with dazzling colors. Golden, purple, blue, green, and white entries flashed before my eyes. As expected of Kakashi, he didn't have the supreme red entry, but nearly every other high-level entry shown from him. My instinct was to copy them all, but the system only allowed one entry to be extracted per person. After considering my options, I realized the priceless golden entry was not to be missed. System extract. I thought silently. In the next second, the golden glow surrounding Kakashi was absorbed by the system. Outwardly, I pretended to focus on drinking water, but in reality, I was sneakily checking the panel only I could see. There was shining in my entries. Genius gold. Genius gold. Dramatically increases comprehension, creativity, and adaptability. It took all my self-control not to break into laughter in that moment. Enhanced comprehension means I can learn even faster, and creativity is Kakashi's greatest asset. Adaptability is what allows him to go toe-to-toe with the strongest of the strong. With all this, for someone in my current situation, this is nothing short of divine intervention. Kakashi truly is a monster of a ninja. No wonder he became someone who could rival Kaguya herself. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. System install the entry, I commanded. A surge of clarity flooded my mind, nearly taking my breath away. So this is what it feels like to be a genius. I could clearly sense my mastery over Chakra had taken a great leap forward. All the Uchiha clan techniques my parents once taught me, shuriken jutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, throwing techniques, clone techniques, and even the art of manipulating steel wires. Each one suddenly became crystal clear, as if a veil had been lifted. Every bottleneck that had frustrated me before was now effortlessly solved. Even elemental ninjutsu, which I'd always found daunting, became accessible. My mind, body coordination, and reflexes all improved dramatically. It felt as if I'd broken free from old restraints, with my thoughts sharper than ever. Not long ago, I was just an unremarkable figure in the clan. But now, I am a genius. I'm used secretly. In that case, should I take advantage of this period of reorganization to secure some ninjutsu resources from the clan? I must prepare for the third great ninja war that will break out 2 years from now. It's time to take action. Everything I do is for the sake of growing stronger. As for relying on the village of Konoha's public resources, that's just not realistic for me. I'm not like a Bijuu. Even if I didn't retain the memories of my previous life, I've never really bought into that whole will of fire talk. The village leaders have never truly valued me, nor have they ever invested any real resources in my growth. My only option is to seek out opportunities from within the Uchiha clan itself. As I ponder my path forward, Kakashi seemed to decide that I'd recovered enough. He set out early and went to fetch the ox cart for us. When he spotted the towering walls of Konoha village rising in the distance, he turned with his usual weary-eyed look and said to me, "Yeah, we're almost back in the village. Once we finish this round of rest, have you thought about continuing to team up with me?" he asked. At Kakashi's words, Yuya looked up, gaze falling on the huge Konoha gates ahead. "Of course, I wouldn't even think twice. I'll be counting on you from here on out, Kakashi." His voice was firm and straightforward. After all, his own unique ability allowed him to extract special attributes from others just by interacting with them. No matter what, he couldn't afford to lose this connection with Kakashi. The friends around Kakashi were all extraordinary in their own right, their bonds anything but ordinary. In a massive place like Konoha, it really was more like a city than a village. The famous supporting characters of the original story weren't so easy to bump into. It was just like his previous life. Even when family members lived in the same county, actually meeting them happened only rarely. Here, meeting people was even less likely. So even if Kakashi made the occasional mistake at this stage, Yuya had to hold on tight to this connection. "Let's work well together from now on," Kakashi replied, his voice calm. Though he still kept much of his heart closed, he was willing to respond to teammates who could help him complete his missions. But for Kakashi, teammates would always come after the mission in terms of importance. A short while later, they agreed on a meeting place for the next day at the village entrance and went their separate ways. The detail for the next mission would be handled by Captain Kakashi. Yuya just needed to go home and wait for word. Dragging his tired body back to his own apartment, he collapsed onto the bed and fell fast asleep. The next morning, Yuya rose early and headed out along the road to the police force headquarters. He'd spent much of the night thinking, but finally, he had found a breakthrough. The Uchiha clan was one that placed utmost importance on bloodline and strength. It was only with power and the Sharingan that one could gain the approval of other clan members, even those within your own family. With this realization, his goal was now clear. "I hope Chief Fugaku is at the police department today. His attributes should be well worth the attempt." Yuya calculated in his mind. In order to extract the special attributes of the Uchiha clan's mightiest, he would have to take the initiative to approach Fugaku. Only by awakening the Sharingan and joining the clan leader's faction could he hope to gain access to more jutsu resources. As the head of the Uchiha clan during this turbulent era, Fugaku Uchiha bore tremendous pressure. The cold rejection from the village leadership, combined with the complex factions within the clan, left him constantly overwhelmed. Yet, after finishing his shift and stepping out of the police force headquarters, the thought of soon seeing his gentle wife brought a trace of a smile to his lips. At that moment, a young voice called out from behind, "Clan leader Fugaku, I'd like to speak with you for a moment." Hearing this, Fugaku stopped and turned around. "Ah, it's you, Yuma. Just finished your mission? Is there something you need my help with?" He recognized this clansman before him. Although Yuma was just an ordinary member of the Uchiha, as clan leader, Fugaku made it his responsibility to know the situation of every Uchiha who undertook missions. It couldn't be helped, except for a handful of young people permitted to take on assignments. Most Uchiha members were confined to the police force, hardly ever allowed to leave the village. Those approved for outside missions were actually quite remarkable in their own way, even if their talents weren't particularly outstanding. It was essential for Fugaku to remember them. "It's nothing urgent. I just hope for a few words with you, clan leader Fugaku. Would you care to walk with me? I won't take much of your time. 2 or 3 minutes would suffice." Yuma smiled slightly and held out his hand in a courteous gesture of invitation. Having only recently become clan leader, Fugaku naturally wouldn't refuse a clansman's request. This was how a leader ought to conduct himself. Of course, Yuma. Lead the way, Fugaku replied, shaking Yuma's hand politely as they set off together. As everything unfolded, just as he had hoped, Yuma quietly calmed the excitement rising within. Immersed in Fugaku's aura, he caught sight of shining descriptions that nearly dazzled his eyes. Despite lacking the gold or crimson marks of the highest honors, the radiant purple surrounding Fugaku was impossible to miss. Seizing his chance, Yuma whispered in his heart, "System, extract the description." As he guided the clan head forward, Yuma glanced at the system's reply, Uchiha, purple, and his heart raced with excitement. The meaning of Uchiha, purple, was plain, pure Uchiha lineage, with the purple symbolizing blood that surpassed that of ordinary people. No wonder Fugaku was the father of both Itachi and Sasuke. He possessed top-tier bloodline abilities right from the start. Compared to his own previous Uchiha, white description, this was an entirely different league. Barely taking a moment to consider, Yuma immediately directed the system to replace his Uchiha, white, with Uchiha, purple, eager for the conversation that would follow. A curious sensation surged through him as the power of the purple bloodline awakened. His innate descriptor, genius, gold, began to shift as well. Walking down the street, Yuma suddenly found his vision sharper than ever before. The world seemed to slow, every detail revealed with startling clarity. Amazing, this is definitely the Sharingan. Sensing the dramatic change within himself, Yuma was filled with excitement. He led Fugaku to a pavilion within the clan grounds, then turned his head. Inside his eyes, the tomo of his Sharingan swirled slowly. Clan leader, Yuma spoke with resolute determination. All of my teammates sacrificed their lives during this mission. Afterward, I awakened these eyes. He continued firmly. I believe that of everyone, you are the first person I should report this to. Seeing the tiny tomo spinning in Yuma's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku's expression instantly grew both serious and gratified. He understood very well why the young man wanted to make such a declaration. It was because Yuma, upon awakening the Sharingan, chose without hesitation to stand by his side. Since that was the case, Fugaku decided he shouldn't be overly reserved in return. Lowering his voice, he said, I understand your intentions, Yuma. Come visit me at my house tomorrow. To celebrate the awakening of your Sharingan, I'll prepare a special gift for you. Hearing this, Yuma responded with a solemn nod. Yes, clan leader. After their conversation, Yuma made his way alone to the training grounds, calming himself to sense the changes within. Calling up his status panel, he examined his current state. Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 12. Rank, Chunin. Attributes, Genius, Gold. Uchiha, Purple. Fire Release, White. Wind Release, White. Uchiha Style, White. In Release, Green. Sharingan, Green. As he expected, due to the Uchiha, Purple attribute, he had awakened the Sharingan, and his In Release attribute had shifted from white to green. The trait related to the Sharingan now appeared on his panel. Its initial state was green, suggesting that a single Tomo Sharingan begins at white level. In the original work, it had been stated that the Sharingan was, in essence, an evolved form of In Release, with the Mangekyo, and even the eternal Mangekyo being its ultimate expression. According to system judgment, these two were closely linked. Moreover, as his bloodline evolved further, he could feel the chakra within his body grow significantly. While the Uchiha's chakra reserves still couldn't compare to the Senju or Uzumaki clans, they were nonetheless quite abundant compared to ordinary shinobi. As he was quietly attuning himself to these changes, Kakashi appeared at the training grounds. Catch! Here's your payment for this mission, Kakashi said, tossing a pouch of coins toward him. Yuma caught the pouch and looked earnestly at Kakashi. Kakashi, now it's just the two of us left in the squad. Have you thought about what we should do next? At that, Kakashi glanced up lazily, his tone indifferent. I haven't really thought about it. You know, you're the first one who was willing to keep taking missions with me, even after being assigned as my teammate. Upon hearing these words, Yuma finally realized that the Kakashi before him had struggled to get along with others ever since his father's suicide. Before joining Minato's team, he changed teammates frequently, unable to settle down. Thinking of Minato's team, a series of names surfaced in Yuma's mind. Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. Both of them were undoubtedly prodigies of the highest order. Minato, in particular, hardly needed mentioning. At this stage, he was already at the peak of his abilities. As for Obito Uchiha, his potential was astonishing. When he awakened to Sharingan, he immediately manifested dual Tomo in both eyes, displaying even greater promise than Sasuke, who was the reincarnation of Indra. At that moment, another thought struck Yuma. Kakashi had actually graduated early from the academy. His entrance into Minato's team only happened because after Obito and Rin graduated, their squad had a vacancy. It wasn't until Kakashi filled that spot that Minato's team became whole again. Yuma recalled something that Fugaku Uchiha had once mentioned. He wanted to give him a special gift. Mulling over this, Yuma quietly schemed to bring up his own request at the right time and see if Fugaku would be willing to help him. With this in mind, Yuma turned to Kakashi and bid him farewell. All right then, Kakashi. If there's a mission, remember to let me know. I have some clan matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now. Understood. Kakashi nodded calmly, his expression unchanging. There was a flicker, and Yuma vanished from sight, using the body flicker technique to depart. What Yuma did not know was that, as he and Kakashi crossed paths here, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was observing the scene for the telescope technique. In his prime, Hiruzen fell into deep thought for a moment before swiftly pinning 2 scrolls at his desk. He gestured to a waiting Umbu beside him and handed over the scrolls. Deliver one to Jonin Minato, and the other to the Jonin team. As you command. The Umbu knelt on one knee, solemnly accepted the scrolls, and with a blur, darted from the Hokage's office. After watching the Umbu depart, Hiruzen picked up his pipe and walked to the window. He let out a long, weary sigh and murmured to himself, "At last, we finally have someone who might make a suitable teammate for Kakashi." Hiruzen had always cared deeply about Kakashi. Having shattered countless records as a genius, Kakashi was someone Hiruzen couldn't bear to watch sink into further isolation and gloom. Now that Minato had just become a squad leader, his new team was down to 2. One unremarkable Uchiha boy and a gentle, natured medical ninja. The 3, Mancel was short one member. Hiruzen had thought that, after this mission, Kakashi would again be forced to change teammates, so he considered simply transferring him into Minato's squad at once. Yet to his surprise, Kakashi had shown an unusual interest in that very same Uchiha boy. In that case, let the 2 of them join Minato's team together. After all, there was already a member of the Uchiha on the team, so having one more didn't make much difference. Besides, at this moment, the Hidden Leaf Village was in great need of Minato's strength, and his leadership role wouldn't last long anyway. Now that Kakashi was 10 years old, and had already been promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, he had more than enough skill and experience to act as the team's substitute leader in Minato's absence. As for accepting 2 young Uchihas as his students' protégés, he didn't mind at all. With years of insight, Hiruzen Sarutobi could see that these 2 Uchiha boys had been quite unremarkable at the Ninja Academy and wouldn't pose any threat to the village. The next day at noon, Yujin Uchiha made his way to Fugaku Uchiha's residence, his heart buoyant with anticipation. He couldn't help but look forward to the gift he was about to receive. If his guess was right, it would probably be one of the Uchiha clan's secret techniques, skills that could only be learned after proving one's worth. For someone so often alone, such an arrangement suited him perfectly. From his memories before awakening, he recalled that both his parents had specialized in ninja taijutsu. The Uchiha family's taijutsu style was unique, unlike the forceful, chakra-driven techniques of the Cloud Village, nor a method that honed a single ability to perfection. Their approach combined taijutsu, illusionary techniques, throwing arts, and fire-style ninjutsu into one seamless whole. Even at just 3 years old, Shursui was already displaying remarkable talent in this eclectic and formidable discipline. Yet as things stood, he still lacked any fire-style jutsu above rank B, and that limitation made it difficult for him to truly advance. As for his future assignment to Minato's squad, he could only hope Fugaku might lend a hand. If that proved futile, he would need to find a way to get closer to Kakashi and try to forge that so-called bond with him. Lost in thought, Yujin found himself at the entrance of Fugaku's home, but what he saw caught him off guard. 7 or 8 members of the Uchiha clan had already gathered at the gate, both elders and young people among them. Fugaku was there, and beside him stood a boy wearing protective goggles. The boy in goggles looked familiar. Could it be Obito? What was going on here? As he pondered, Fugaku noticed his arrival. Putting aside his usual stern demeanor, Fugaku greeted Yujin with a rare, warm smile. "Yujin, you're here." Then, with the same gentle expression, Fugaku beckoned the goggle, wearing youth closer. "This is Uchiha Obito. I hope you two will get along from now on." A bit perplexed, Yujin asked, "Clan leader Fugaku, what's happening?" Fugaku's sudden warmth and the emphasis on his relationship with Obito left Yujin at a loss. Instead of answering at the door, Fugaku took one of Yujin's hands and one of Obito's, and with both boys in tow, led them into the residence. At that moment, among the other clan members gathered at the entrance, an elder with hair sharp as thorns and a stern expression lowered his eyes and spoke to Fugaku in a heavy voice. "Fugaku, are you truly determined to do this?" He gestured toward Yuma and Obito. whose face was a picture of confusion. We all know very well what they are capable of. Can we really place our hopes for the clan on them? Upon hearing this, the smile on Fugaku's face faded somewhat, and his expression grew serious. He turned to the elder and replied resolutely, "This is the village's arrangement. It's not something we can interfere with." After a brief pause, he added, "And besides, I do not believe there is anything lacking in Yuma." At this point, Yuma could not hold back his questions any longer. He asked Fugaku, "Lord Fugaku, what exactly is going on here?" The situation before him made it impossible not to press further. He had a distinct sense that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Seeing Yuma's unease, Fugaku let out a small sigh and carefully explained the entire situation. "What? The village wants to assign me as Obito's teammate." This news caught Yuma entirely off guard. He hadn't even told Fugaku about this matter yet, and, out of nowhere, he was being made Minato's student? Now, how do you understand? Kid, you ought to step down from this spot yourself. The village agreeing to allow 2 Uchiha as disciples of the Hokage is already an enormous concession. Do you realize what kind of opportunity this is? For your sort, the lower ranking Uchiha, this should not even be part of your knowledge. All that's required of you is to obey. Uchiha Setsuna, after listening to Fugaku's explanation, immediately voiced his scorn without the slightest courtesy as he cast a sharp glance at Yuma and Obito. Who are you looking down on exactly? Obito might not always react the fastest, but he knew very well whose side he was on. Seeing Setsuna's hostile attitude, he rolled up his sleeves and took an angry step forward. "Impudent," snapped a chestnut, hair boy standing beside Setsuna. In a flash, his body lunged forward. Before Obito could even react, the boy's hand swung toward Obito's face. There was a sharp slap as palm and fist collided. In that very instant, Yuma's scarlet Sharingan snapped open, steady and unwavering as it intercepted the attacker's blow. Yuma drew a slow, deep breath and spoke in an icy tone. "This is Lord Fugaku's doorstep. Don't you think your behavior is far too disrespectful?" With that, he reached out and shielded Obito behind him. During this exchange, only Yuma was aware of the red gleam that flashed over Obito's body. A red attribute. Yuma's heart leapt with surprise. "So, you want to stand up for him, huh?" The chestnut-haired boy sneered, his eyes too lighting up with the twin tomo of the Sharingan. "But you really picked the wrong opponent this time. I am the true genius of the clan, Uchiha Inoka." For pairs of Sharingan eyes clashed, and the tension on the scene was as taut as a drawn blade. At that moment, Yuma had no time to focus on the extraordinary attribute he'd glimpsed on Obito. The two figures flickered, vanishing instantly from where they stood. In an instant, they collided fiercely across the small courtyard a dozen times over, fists and feet exchanging blows in a seamless dance of attack and defense. How was this possible? Uchiha Duka was shaken to his core. Wasn't this guy just a washed-out kid sent off to ninja school? How can his use of the Sharingan and Taijutsu surpass mine? Sensing that Yuma was gaining the upper hand, Duka immediately tried to put some distance between them to cast a jutsu. But Yuma, having already anticipated this move, refused to give him even the sliver of a chance. Yuma knew well where his weaknesses lay. His system had awakened late, and his basic skills were far from solid. The only reason he could now stand toe-to-toe with his clan's prodigies was the genius gold trait, which bestowed him with extraordinary adaptability. As for the Uchiha style, white attribute, its color didn't matter. Neither did the other white tags. All that truly mattered was how razor-sharp his mind felt in this moment, adapting with all his might, facing his formidable opponent head-on. With the golden mark and his own tactics, Yuma was convinced that victory over his rival was within reach. His left hand dipped into his ninja tools pouch, retrieving a smoke bomb, which he hurled swiftly to the center of the field. With a muffled pop, clouds of smoke instantly billowed out, swallowing the field in a dense haze. The ferocious clash between Yuma and Duka lasted scarcely 10 seconds. By the time the onlookers processed what had happened, Uchiha Fugaku's expression had already darkened. He raised his right hand, ready to intervene with a stern command. "Enough. You too." But Uchiha Setsuna reached out, stopping him in a low voice. "Wait. Now's the perfect time to gauge their true abilities." Everything was unfolding exactly as planned, with the two young men now fully engaged. The youth called Yuma was performing so brilliantly that even Setsuna found himself surprised. He'd expected only mediocrity, never imagining such hidden potential or that the Sharingan would awaken. Still, Setsuna could see from their exchanges that Duka's foundation was undeniably stronger. Perhaps letting Duka defeat Yuma and forcing the boy to accept defeat would be best for everyone. As Setsuna considered this, Fugaku grew visibly more displeased, preparing to speak up. when all at once the situation on the field shifted dramatically. All eyes widened in disbelief. Behind Dukkha, a second Yuma suddenly emerged, steel wire wrapped deftly around his own hand, looping the other end tight around Dukkha's throat. At the very same moment, Yuma's hands formed the final sign for fire release, the tiger seal. Senior Dukkha, it seems this round goes to me. Yuma smiled with quiet confidence, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. Humiliated by the taunt, Dukkha's face turned ashen. A transformation jutsu, and a shadow clone. You dare to scheme against me using tricks like that. If you have the guts, let's compete again. I only lost because I underestimated you and let you catch me off guard. Yujin responded indifferently. Senior, we're ninjas. Using any means or tactics at our disposal is as natural as breathing, isn't it? After speaking, he turned to Daohua, his voice steady and proud. And one more thing, stop boasting. All it does is make you look like you're hiding your own weakness. Amazing, Yujin. Obito cheered excitedly from the side. He had watched every moment of the match with keen attention. When smoke filled the air, Yujin's kunai had actually just served as a distraction. As Daohua dodged it, Yujin's shadow clone silently appeared behind him, using steel wire to immobilize him. The whole maneuver was executed cleanly and flawlessly, a true showcase of the Uchiha clan's exquisite ninja arts. Looks like Elder Setsuna has nothing left to say now, does he? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku finally broke into a smile, his earlier stern expression softening. Useless fools. We're leaving. Uchiha Setsuna's face was ashen. After a cold, curt command, he turned sharply on his heel, taking his men with him. As he passed by Yujin, he shot him a glacial glare, thoughts swirling. It seems this child has chosen to stand on Fugaku's side, and Konoha's not mine. Now that he's awakened to Sharingan, his talent has soared. If one day he becomes my enemy, Setsuna didn't finish the thought aloud. Meanwhile, Fugaku reached down to help up Daohua, who had just been released by Yujin but still hung his head in defeat, and led him slowly out of the compound. Yujin, after awakening to Sharingan, you've truly become a prodigy. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but marvel aloud, unable to contain the surge of excitement within him. Just a single mission, and Yujin had unlocked the double Tomo Sharingan, his abilities growing by leaps and bounds. Now this talent belonged wholly to the clan. Fugaku firmly believed this young man would one day become a key pillar, utterly loyal to the line of the Hokage. The thought filled his heart with exhilaration and pride. Yujin-kun, when you awaken to Sharingan, do you really become that much stronger? Obito looked up at Yujin, his eyes bright with longing. From the elder's earlier sneers, it was clear. Until before, both Yujin and Obito had yet to awaken their Sharingan. Compared to the wider ninja world, they might not have been lacking. But among the Uchiha, they had been at the bottom. Yet the moment the Sharingan awakened, their power skyrocketed, a fact Obito could not ignore. Yes, Obito, one day, you'll definitely surpass me. Yujin replied without hesitation, his words ringing with sincerity. He wasn't simply trying to comfort Obito. At that very moment, Yujin noticed a special red inscription, an omen, floating above Obito's head. Sure enough, this boy was destined to become the future wielder of Kimui. Not only was there no external cheat, but from the moment of his awakening, he was gifted with the rare talent of the double Tomo Sharingan. Obito's uniqueness was rivaled only by the reincarnation of Indra. As for the specifics of his ability, Eyes of the Divine Realm, Red. This marks the connection between the Uchiha and the Divine Tree's essence, enabling one to transcend causality and dimensions. When a member of the Uchiha clan awakens this divine power, they are granted incredibly powerful divine techniques. Yuma was left deeply shaken. So this was the so-called divine tree essence, the mystical divine power, and the divine techniques that came after awakening. No wonder the Mangekyo Sharingan wielded by Obito far surpassed even the secret techniques of the ordinary Rinnegan. It turned out that he had tapped into a new realm much earlier than others, beginning to harness the divine arts of the Otsutsuki clan. This was the reason Kimui was so overwhelmingly powerful. The system information left no room for doubt. This ability would only be truly triggered when Obito obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Eyes of the Divine Realm, Red, would then endow him with ocular powers in the domain of divine techniques. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the two lively young men chatting before him, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Come inside with me. Both of you serve under Jonin Minato, so I prepared some useful gifts for you. They're all inside. Naturally, Yuma and Obito fell in step behind Fugaku as he led them into his residence. In the parlor, a gentle, graceful woman with raven, black hair appeared, carrying a tray of tea, her face adorned with a warm, welcoming smile. Her arrival softened Fugaku's typically stern demeanor. He introduced her to everyone, giving particular attention to Yuma and Obito. I almost forgot to introduce you. This is my wife, Uchiha Mikoto. Upon hearing his words, Mikoto greeted them with a polite bow. Yuma, Obito, thank you for always supporting Fugaku. With that, she quietly slid open the door and left the room. Watching Mikoto's departing figure, Yuma couldn't help but feel a sincere admiration. Surely, this was what people meant by the ideal wife. Someone who quietly stands behind your achievements, offering unwavering support. Fugaku quickly returned to the matter at hand, his manner growing more businesslike. All right, let's set everything else aside. Now, I have a gift to present to you both. He gestured toward the low table at the center of the audience hall. Yuma and Obito followed his gaze and saw a thick scroll neatly placed upon the table. To Yuma, it was only slightly smaller than the scroll of seals that Naruto had once stolen. Clearly, this was a part of the Uchiha clan's secret legacy, still hidden from the world. Remembering how his own Senju clan had once hoarded countless jutsu scrolls, Yuma couldn't help but reflect, with the Uchiha as their rivals for centuries, their collection, especially with the Sharingan, must be second to none. At that moment, Obito was the first to speak up. Clan leader, what is this? Fugaku gave a faint smile and explained. Within this is a selection of ninjutsu our Uchiha clan has collected over 1,000 years. You each may choose 2 techniques to study as you wish. He emphasized, the reason you're only allowed to pick 2 isn't because we're being stingy. Rather, it's to encourage you to make greater contributions in the future. So there'll be more rewards awaiting you. That's fantastic, Lord Patriarch, Obito exclaimed, his excitement barely contained as he grabbed Yuma's hand. Yuma, Kun, let's look through them together. Yuma nodded in response, forgoing any formal pleasantries, and instead began to carefully examine the contents of the scroll. Unlike the commonly taught fire release techniques passed down in the Uchiha, Great Fireball, Phoenix Flower, or Fire Dragon, this scroll held a dazzling variety of ninjutsu. With just a glance, Yuma knew what he would choose. He understood that as far as fire release went, mastery over the clan's traditional arts would more than suffice. Now, let's see, he shifted his focus toward the section marked Wind Release, intent on selecting techniques suited to himself. After all, it had already been revealed that his chakra affinity was wind. Lord Fugaku, I'd like to learn this one, and this technique as well. Yuma pointed to 2 jutsu on the scroll, his tone full of anticipation. It was at a training ground near the Forest of Death. As Hiruzen stepped into the center of the field, he caught sight of a silver-haired boy. The boy raised his hand in greeting, a faint smile on his lips. Hey, Kakashi, you really do get here early, as always. Kakashi, still wearing that familiar, almost impassive expression, nodded in response. Punctuality is a basic principle for a ninja. It must be upheld. Hiruzen gave a helpless shake of his head, laughing softly. You've never changed. Glancing around the area, he noticed that only the 2 of them were present. Is it just the 2 of us? Kakashi let out a quiet sigh. Seems that way for now. If the others don't show up soon, perhaps it's time we switch teams. Back in those days, Kakashi had little patience or fondness for people who were either late or disregarded the ninja code. But just as the appointed time was drawing near, a lively girl came running up, her pace quickening as soon as she saw someone waiting in the training ground. She dashed to the center, and before she even made out who was there, she bowed deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle. I'm Sore. Sorry to keep you waiting. Rin, Kakashi exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the familiar face. Hearing the voice she knew so well, Rin lifted her head, her own surprise evident. Kakashi? So you're one of the new members joining our team. As she spoke, a cheerful smile blossomed on her face, as if some precious memory had just come back to her. Cradling her slightly flushed cheeks, she giggled. That's wonderful. I get to be teammates with Kakashi. Watching the joyful reunion of these old classmates, Uchiha Hiruzen chimed in with a playful tone. You 2 should celebrate seeing each other again, but don't leave me out. He reached out his hand. I guess I should introduce myself too. My name's Uchiha Hiruzen, and I'm about to join your team as a fellow ninja. Only then did Rin snap out of her excitement, her gentle face coloring even deeper. She'd been so delighted to see Kakashi that she'd completely overlooked the person beside him. Embarrassed, she replied with a soft voice, I'm sorry, my name's Noera Rin. Nice to meet you. Just then, a flash of golden light swept across the field. A handsome, blond young man appeared in their midst. He looked at everyone with a gentle smile. Excellent. Everyone's getting acquainted, he said warmly as he glanced around. But I don't see Obito. At this, Rin stepped in to explain on Obito's behalf, sounding slightly exasperated. Sensei, we've already run into Obito twice today. He's probably helping an elderly lady on the road. That's why he's late. Thinking of that warm-hearted member of the Uchiha clan, Minato Namikaze didn't seem the least bit bothered by Obito's tardiness. That's true. Obito's always been a kind soul. Let's wait for him a little longer. Once everyone's here, we'll do proper introductions. By this point, though, Kakashi paid little mind to what their Jonin leader had to say. Obito was late again, and it wasn't the first time. Facing his old classmate, he felt even more impatient than usual. Just as the teacher finished speaking and he was about to open his mouth, Uchiha Obito appeared at the edge of the training field. Wearing his signature goggles, Obito ran up to the group, panting, and pressed his palms together in apology. Sorry. I was helping an old lady get home, so I ended up running late. Kakashi, who had been ready to give him a piece of his mind, merely gave a cold snort. Let's hope you're on time next time. Huh, Kakashi? It's actually you. Only then did Obito notice Kakashi standing there. He jumped in surprise. Back in school, he'd never been fond of Kakashi, mainly because Rin always seemed to pay attention to Kakashi, which never sat well with him. Now, seeing that Kakashi was going to be his teammate, Obito's nerves and sense of rivalry flared stronger than ever. Is there a problem, Obito? Kakashi responded, his face a mask of indifference. Obito, don't always be at odds with Kakashi. You should really try to get along from now on, Rin said with a gentle smile, trying to ease the tension. Hearing her words, Obito felt as though an invisible arrow had pierced his heart. Oh no, it's that feeling all over again, like being singled out by the teacher at school. Suddenly, a crisp clap, Minato Namikaze brought his hands together, drawing everyone's attention. Once all eyes were on him, he spoke in a calm, steady voice. Next, let's all introduce ourselves to each other. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, you three were in the same class, so you already know each other well. He turned toward Uchiha Hiruzen and said kindly, So, Hiruzen, why don't you start by introducing yourself? Uchiha Hiruzen nodded with quiet determination and faced the group. My name is Uchiha Hiruzen. I'm a genin from the Hidden Leaf Village. My favorite food is meat, and there's nothing I really dislike. My dream is to live in a peaceful world and grow up free. Upon hearing this, Minato nodded with a warm smile. That's a simple and beautiful wish. Let me introduce myself as well. My name is Minato Namikaze, and I'm currently a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf. My own dream is to become Hokage and to protect the people who matter most to me. Hiruzen, I'll be counting on you from now on. Hearing this, Hiruzen eagerly grasped Minato's outstretched hand. Please take care of me, Sensei Minato. At the very moment their hands met, a dazzling rainbow of light seemed to spill from Minato, but only Hiruzen could see the brightest streak of gold. An idea flashed in his mind. System, extract that brightest golden entry. In a burst of shimmering light, the golden entry was drawn out from Minato by the system. Son of time and space gold. This signifies that you possess the freedom to traverse time and space, making you the one and only inheritor of the time, space domain. Your spatial awareness and reaction speed are greatly enhanced. It was only at this moment that Hiruzen finally understood why the Flying Thunder God technique could only teleport the user himself. Under Minato, the technique became far more versatile and powerful, nearly rivaling the formidable jutsu of the Otsutsuki clan. It turned out that all of this stemmed from Minato Namikaze's extraordinary talent for manipulating space and time. However, now was not the time to get lost in the system notifications. Hiruzen quickly released Minato's hand and hurried over to stand beside Obito, Rin, and Kakashi. At this moment, Minato Namikaze smiled and drew 3 small bells from his utility pouch at his waist. He announced, Next, I'll be using these bells to test you. Only those who pass will become true shinobi. Seeing this familiar scene, Uchiha Hiruzen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This truly was a traditional test among the Hokage's lineage. Already well acquainted with this routine, he stepped forward with a resolute gaze and spoke directly to Minato. Sensei, why don't you lay out the rules for us clearly? That way, we can come up with a better strategy. He said this quite deliberately. The core purpose of this exam was to test the team's ability to work together. If Minato agreed to explain the rules beforehand, they could assign roles and collaborate accordingly. Demonstrating such unity would in itself mean they had already passed the test of teamwork. If Minato refused, then as a seasoned ninja, Kakashi would surely see the intention behind the setup. When the time came, he would cooperate, and together with Obito and Rin, they would face the challenge as a team. Regardless of the outcome, as long as they showcased their spirit of camaraderie, they were bound to pass this assessment smoothly. Minato Namikaze was exceedingly perceptive. When he heard Hiruzen's words and saw the anticipation in his eyes, he immediately realized that his intention for the test had already been discovered. Admiring Hiruzen's keen insight, Minato also acknowledged that among these students, especially Hiruzen and Kakashi, they already had considerable mission experience. Recognizing this, he decided to go with the flow and explained all the rules of the bell test in detail. After Minato finished his explanation, Uchiha Hiruzen led his teammates to the corner of the training ground and spoke in a hushed voice. "You all understand, right? We have to work together and seize those 3 bells," Hiruzen began. As for what Sensei said about one of us being eliminated after the test, he glanced at his teammates, then continued, "You must realize that's just a pretext, a way to test our resolve and unity." Upon hearing this, both Kakashi and Rin remained perfectly composed. Yuma was quite pleased with their reaction. There was no need to comment on Kakashi, his steadiness went without saying. But Rin's calm, unwavering gaze, even after seeing through the true nature of the test, proved she was truly deserving of her title as a prodigy medical ninja. Only one person seemed out of step. Wait, so Minato-sensei, threatening to eliminate one of us, wasn't real? Obito asked, his face full of confusion. Seeing this, Yuma could only sigh inwardly and patiently explain to Obito. "That's right, Obito. Let's simply follow our plan from here." Obito pouted and muttered, "The way you talk makes it sound like you're always underestimating me." "That's not it at all," Yuma replied sincerely. "Your strength matters, Obito. None of us could do this without you." "Then when you say stuff like that, at least don't look away on purpose," Obito grumbled. After a few exchanges of light-hearted teasing, the group quickly turned to discussing their strategy and formulating countermeasures. Once the tactical meeting concluded, Yuma was the first to step into the center of the field. He flashed a confident smile at Minato Namikaze and declared, "Minato, Sensei, we're ready. Please, show us what you've got." At that moment, Yuma brimmed with confidence, certain that his teammates were just as prepared as he was. During the earlier discussion with Kakashi and the others, Yuma had already activated the Child of Spacetime, Gold, ability within his system. At the same time, on his personal panel, Kakashi's Prodigy Gold trait shimmered subtly. Although Yuma hadn't yet mastered any space-time ninjutsu, and any enhancements to his spatial awareness weren't immediately obvious, he could already feel the effect of the Prodigy trait. His reflexes had improved astonishingly. In that instant, he experienced an incredible surge in reaction speed, far surpassing even the powers of the Sharingan. No wonder, Yuma thought, Minato Namikaze could handle dozens of elite jonin in the blink of an eye. With such heightened reflexes paired with the Flying Thunder God technique, it was an unmatched combat skill. Even without having fully learned space-time ninjutsu, just this enhancement alone filled him with remarkable confidence. Buoyed by this self-assurance, Yuma addressed Minato Namikaze. Minato looked back at him and nodded gently. "Very well, let's begin. According to your plan, you'll be making the first move, correct?" "Yes," Yuma answered decisively, focusing his chakra into his eyes. His Sharingan spun within their sockets, revealing the double Tomo pattern. Forming hand seals in a blur, he unleashed the fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball, roaring with heat and intensity, surged from his mouth and rushed straight toward Minato, carrying with it a wave of scorching air. Those watching from the sidelines saw Yuma launch his attack and instantly sprang into battle-ready stances. In a heartbeat, the training ground was thrown into chaos. The clash of ninjutsu, shuriken, and taijutsu split the field apart, sending fragments flying in every direction. All of this left Obito utterly speechless. The difference between this and his sparring matches with Inaho was like night and day. Right now, Yuma was displaying a level of speed and adaptability that seemed utterly unattainable. To be able to fiercely contend with a real Konoha Jonin to such an extent, was this truly the power of the Sharingan alone? Frustration tightening his jaw, Obito bit his lip. His desire for the Sharingan at this moment soared to its peak. "Obito, don't just stand there. Yuma is working hard to keep Sensei occupied." Rin called from the side, drawing a shuriken from her ninja pouch. The moment she noticed Obito's dazed expression, she didn't hesitate to admonish him. "Got it, Rin." Snapping back to attention, Obito immediately refocused, his hands moving swiftly to form seals. Observing this, Noera Rin let out a relieved breath quietly. As someone often watched by Obito, she knew exactly what could distract him. Senior Yuma's strength was truly extraordinary. Though Rin's prowess as a combat medic, Nin was nothing special. Even she could tell, a ninja who could switch so fluidly between taijutsu and ninjutsu was unmistakably seasoned. Besides, the Jonin facing them was a living legend among Konoha's many civilians like herself. That man, known as the Yellow Flash, was widely regarded as one of the brightest new stars in the village. It was a world apart from what Obito and Rin had ever experienced. As swift as a blur, Kakashi joined the fray, not just an observer this time, but a rival awed to his core by what he saw. He remembered clearly the days when Yuma had been his squad mate. Back then, Yuma's skills barely brushed the threshold of a chunin. He was, at best, a promising genin. But what was he witnessing now, when the world had happened to make Yuma this powerful? And across from them stood the blonde jonin. Judging by his response and ease in the fight, Kakashi couldn't honestly say that. If he stood in Yuma's place right now, he'd fare any better at all. His gaze flickered subconsciously toward Yuma's eyes. That brilliant scarlet hue was an unmistakable sign. Was this, truly, the power of the Sharingan? Could a ninja who was nothing but an ordinary genin just a short while ago become so strong simply by awakening the Sharingan? Questions churned furiously in his mind, but his actions didn't falter for even a heartbeat. His hands wove seals at blinding speed, awakening the lightning chakra within him. A crackle of energy danced across his body as he unleashed lightning-style body activation. In an instant, Kakashi's speed surged, and he leapt into the battlefield, joining Yuma in a pincer attack against Minato Namikaze. Minato dodged Kakashi's assault with effortless grace, his expression unchanged, serenely unconcerned, as if their coordinated assault posed no threat at all. Yet within, he was equally astounded by Uchiha Yuma's miraculous performance. Just now, apart from withholding his Flying Thunder God technique, he had been fighting at his full strength with every move. Yuma's reaction time, even compared to his own, was nearly on par. If it weren't so, this young ninja would have fallen to him already. Minato pondered silently. With reflexes like these, if he also possesses a natural talent for space-time ninjutsu, perhaps my improved Flying Thunder God technique might truly find a worthy heir. Just then, Obito, having finished weaving his hand signs, gathered the fire chakra within him and unleashed it in a torrent aimed straight at Minato. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball, fueled by Obito's abundant chakra, instantly swelled into a scorching sphere that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path, surging toward Minato. As Minato was preparing to dodge, dozens of shuriken came whistling from both sides, thrown by Rin Noera, her hands expertly launching the deadly tools. At that very moment, the only direction left to evade the fireball was already blocked. Yuma and Kakashi stood there, blades drawn, poised to strike at any instant. It seemed as though Minato had been cornered by all four students, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Yet Minato just chuckled softly. Your teamwork is impressive, though a little unpolished. That's only because you aren't fully acquainted with each other yet. However, by the standards of this test, you've already passed. Before his words had faded, a streak of golden light flashed through everyone's vision, and Minato's silhouette vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Yuma, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. A series of sharp thuds sounded as each of them hit the ground before they could even react. What just happened? Sensei Minato moved in the blink of an eye, and so that's the Flying Thunder God technique? Incredible. Damn, did we just lose like that? How strange. My chakra suddenly won't flow at all, and I'm supposed to be the squad's medical ninja. All four collapsed to the ground, black markings swirling across their bodies. These runes disrupted their chakra so thoroughly that they lay helpless, unable to move a muscle. You've all passed the test, and I'm very pleased. Minato smiled, gazing at his fallen pupils. They had quickly grasped the heart of the trial and attempted their very first act of teamwork. Whether they'd managed to snatch the bells or not, the unity they displayed had already met Minato's expectations. Yuma, lying on the ground, propped himself up and offered Minato a knowing grin. As I thought, your goal, Sensei Minato, was to see if we could achieve basic teamwork, wasn't it? Minato did not deny it. Instead, he explained gently, Yuma's right. That was exactly my intention. You and Kakashi are in a particularly special situation, so I wanted to use this test to see whether or not you could truly cooperate. Especially with Kakashi being a chunin with mission experience already, I was worried he might hold some bias toward Obito and Rin, who just graduated. Hearing Minato's patient explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. It all made sense. Only Kakashi seemed troubled, as if Minato had seen right into his heart, and he turned his head away, awkward and silent. Minato Namikaze watched each of his students' reactions with a gentle smile, secretly amused by what he saw. After a short pause, he spoke up. Well then, to celebrate the official formation of Team Minato, let's all go out for some barbecue. Really, Sensei? Someone exclaimed in delight. Of course it's true, Minato replied warmly. Long live Minato Sensei, another voice cheered. Obito, try to calm down a little. Look at Kakashi and Yuma. They're much more composed than you. Rin chided gently. Ah, Rin, don't put it like that. Obito complained with mock indignation. Amidst this joyful banter, the group set off together toward the village's barbecue restaurant. Time flew by quickly. It had now been a full month since Team Minato's inception. At dawn, Yuma Uchiha fastened his ninja gear, stepped out into the morning sunlight, and made his way to the Uchiha clan grounds. His strides were confident as he headed for the training field. Before long, he arrived and settled cross-legged beneath the shade of a tree. In recent days, Yuma and Kakashi, together with Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara, had completed several basic D rank missions. The main purpose was to allow the two new graduates to quickly become familiar with the mission process, gain practical experience, and undergo the necessary training. When it came to training, Yuma was quite satisfied with his progress. Whether it was his genius, gold, or Uchiha, purple, talents, over time both had begun to reveal their advantages. Lately, his Sharingan had advanced to the level of 3 Tomo. The change displayed on his mental panel, his Sharingan blue, was proof enough. Blue signifies the 3 Tomo Sharingan, while purple means the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for gold, that almost certainly stands for the Eternal Mangekyo. And at the very top, the most supreme form is the Rinnegan, represented by red. Whether the Rinnegan can evolve even further depends on the system's judgment down the line. These thoughts remained unspoken. Remembering the training he needed to complete today, Yuma steadied his mind and cut off distracting reflections. Rising to his feet, his gaze sharpened, and the strikingly crimson, eerie Sharingan emerged. 3 Tomo spun slowly within his pupils. With a crisp metallic ring, he drew his gleaming ninja blade. Focusing his will, searing flames danced and coiled along the blade's edge. Yuma gave the hilt a light spin, then, in a swift motion, swept the sword forward. Uchiha style, flaming sword leap. A searing crescent arc of flame roared out, slicing through the air in a straight line. With a sound like the air itself being torn apart, the fire attack surged forward across dozens of meters before finally dissipating into nothingness. Springing from the ground, Yuma's form blurred and split into afterimages as he dashed at high speed across the training ground. Within a 50-meter radius, his fleeting shadows flickered back and forth. At last, he came to a stop, calming his rapidly churning chakra. As I thought, the Uchiha-style combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu suits my current form perfectly. The Uchiha-style taijutsu, often used by Shursui in the original work, is a comprehensive close combat art that fuses swordsmanship, fire release, illusion techniques, and the art of instant movement. Even before awakening his clan's special abilities, his parents had already taught him some of the family's secret techniques. With the clan leader Fugaku's support, Yuma had the opportunity to study all of the Uchiha Ryu's techniques in depth. Benefiting from his reputation as both a genius and a child of time and space, he recently came to realize that this unique taijutsu style played perfectly to his own strengths. Rather than using ninjutsu as a mere bombardment, the extraordinary reaction speed granted to him as the child of time and space allowed him to make the most of close-quarters combat and instantaneous movement. After finishing his daily training, Yuma drew a scroll from inside his robe, slowly unrolling it. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. It was none other than the scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique. Not long ago, Minato Namikaze had noticed his exceptional neural reflexes and had specially entrusted him with the Flying Thunder God scroll, urging him to study it well. He truly deserves the title Little Sunday, Yuma marveled inwardly. When the time is right, Minato will share his ultimate techniques without hesitation, even if the student hails from the Uchiha clan. Yuma felt an undeniable respect. Minato's boldness, his charisma, and above all, his genuine goodwill towards the Uchiha made it impossible not to be moved. With this thought, the lingering unease that had haunted him since awakening his past, life memories quietly faded away. In his heart, Yuma made a firm resolve. He would use his own strength to alter the tragic fate that might await his clan. To accomplish this, he saw only one path: to become stronger. It happened that he'd already delved deeply into the Flying Thunder God technique during this period. This jutsu required neither a bloodline limit nor affinity to any element. His personal interface was straightforward. As soon as he fully grasped the technique, it would appear as an entry on his skill list. He summoned the panel instinctively, and sure enough, the Flying Thunder God technique was now listed. Flying Thunder God technique, white as space, time ninjutsu capable of ordinary coordinate teleportation. If memory served him right, the true form of the Flying Thunder God was far beyond simple coordinate shifting. Clearly, he still had a long way to go. Yesterday, once he fully comprehended the contents of the scroll, This entry had appeared in his system. Excited, he'd experimented with it that very night. However, while the white tier of the Flying Thunder God could be activated, there was an obvious sense of resistance, and the process felt far from smooth. Now, he decided to try and upgrade the technique, curious to see what would change if he raised it to green level. With a thought, he expended 80 combat points stored in the system. The entry for the technique instantly updated. Flying Thunder God Technique, green as space. Time ninjutsu capable of precise, coordinate teleportation. This enhancement in the Flying Thunder God technique had dramatically increased his chances of survival. It filled him with a profound sense of security. Next, he needed to consider how to increase his total chakra reserves, while also compensating for his weaknesses in Genjutsu. It wasn't long before Kakashi, Obito, and Rin arrived one after another at the training ground. "Hey, Yuma, you're working hard as always," Kakashi remarked, glancing at the marks scattered across the field. Standing to the side, Uchiha Obito took a moment to react, then raised his hand in surprise. "Yuma, you're up training so early? Starting tomorrow, I'm going to work just as hard as you." At this stage, Obito was indeed feeling a little anxious. After all, in the past before Yuma awakened his Sharingan, the elders had always ranked Yuma in the same bottom tier as himself. But now, not only had Yuma awakened his Sharingan, he'd become exceptionally diligent and motivated. "With my dream of becoming Hokage, I can't afford to slack off anymore," Obito declared with a look full of determination. Seeing Obito's fighting spirit, Noera Rin gently encouraged him from the side. "Keep it up, Obito. Becoming Hokage has always been your dream. Now our squad has two geniuses, Kakashi and Yuma, so you need to push yourself even more." "Don't worry, Rin. I'll give it everything I've got," Obito responded resolutely. Just then, Minato Namikaze quietly approached the edge of the training ground. As a top-tier ninja, his skills in gathering intelligence and observing his surroundings were outstanding. As he scanned the field, his gaze suddenly fixed on a particular patch of earth, his pupils narrowing at once. "That's the marking for the Flying Thunder God technique, isn't it? Yuma really is an Uchiha. He's actually learned the Flying Thunder God, and he's able to use it proficiently in just a month." Minato was utterly shaken. Only someone like him, who had started learning from scratch, could truly grasp the staggering difficulty of this technique. If that weren't the case, there wouldn't only be one person in the decades since the second Hokage's death who had managed to master this immensely practical jutsu. Back when he himself learned it, it took 2 full months before he dared to use it in real combat. Granted, Yuma was his own student, using his unique learning methods and progressing faster than most, which wasn't surprising in itself. Yet the fact that Yuma had mastered in 1 month what had taken him 2 months, the advanced workings of the Flying Thunder God technique, was striking. Did this mean Uchiha Yuma's talent for space, time ninjutsu, might even rival his own? He understood better than anyone just how intricate and powerful the Flying Thunder God technique was. As the one who had refined and elevated the technique, he knew its depths intimately. Perhaps, in his future interactions with Yuma, he'd need to pay even closer attention to this student's innermost ambitions. He hoped that, as a member of the Uchiha clan, the boy would not stray from the will of fire. Yet when he realized that this prodigy was his own student, a strange joy welled up in his heart. The meaning of having a student lay in the time spent together. Surely he could shape his future. With that thought, he stood up lightly and, in a blink, appeared at the center of the training ground. "My dear students, good morning." Minato Namikaze greeted them with a warm smile. "Starting today, we're moving on to C-rank missions." Minato's sudden appearance hadn't given everyone time to react, but his next words filled them with delight. Obito Uchiha was the first to leap up. "That's awesome, Sensei. I've been dying to be done with D-rank missions." Now, Obito, don't get too worked up," Rin said gently on the surface, but the smile tugging at her lips was impossible to hide. However, Yuma Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake reacted differently. Having just returned from a major mission last month, these past weeks of D-rank missions felt like a chance for them to recharge and reflect. When they heard the news, they simply exchanged a glance and shared a small smile, showing their agreement through action rather than words. Seeing Obito's excitement, Minato clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Once all eyes were on him, he produced a scroll and announced, "Our mission this time is to escort a merchant caravan to the land of tea. The merchant has rivals in that region. That means we need to stay on high alert, as their opponents might very well hire shinobi from a hostile village to sabotage us." The news didn't faze the group. Their confidence was plain to see. "Don't worry, with a mighty Obito on the team, there's no way we'll fail," Obito promised eagerly. "That's right. With Sensei Minato, and with Kakashi and Yuma too, we'll definitely be fine," Rin chimed in firmly. Obito and Rin's confidence was unmistakable, while Yuma and Kakashi let their eyes speak for them. The content of the description had shifted. What was once a simple movement between coordinates was now termed precise coordinate movement. Yet this left him puzzled. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was always about instantaneously traveling between rune-marked locations. Regardless of how it was described, movement was only possible between those marks. So where did this notion of precision come from? Though he couldn't quite figure it out at first, Uchiha Hiruzen didn't linger on the thought for long. He immediately crouched down and pressed his palm to the earth. In the yellow soil, a unique Flying Thunder God mark of his own quickly appeared, a pattern shaped like the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Stepping back, he leapt onto the treetop of a towering tree some 50 meters away. Lowering his gaze, he summoned his chakra with practiced ease, causing his traditional black Uchiha robes to flutter gently from the energy swirling around him. With a flash of dark light, Hiruzen reappeared at the very spot where he'd left his mark on the ground below. Rising to his feet, he closed his eyes and focused inward, sensing carefully for a few moments. So that's what it means. The precision doesn't refer to the positional error, Hiruzen murmured to himself. It's about the practitioner gaining a more refined perception of space itself during the moment of teleportation. With this advancement, there'll be no more sluggishness when using the Flying Thunder God technique. From this moment on, the jutsu is finally ready for practical use. Realizing just how much more effective the Flying Thunder God had become, a sense of clarity and joy washed over Uchiha Hiruzen. Still, in its current green tier form, this version of the technique hadn't yet reached the level used by the second Hokage or Minato Namikaze. He reasoned that the second Hokage's basic transportation only version likely matched the blue tier entry, while Minato's expanded variant, capable of casting a wide area barrier, might correspond to a purple or even gold tier entry. Even if it was not quite ready for actual combat, he was still truly delighted just to be able to use it. Having this skill in his arsenal meant that, should he ever encounter an unbeatable foe, he now possessed a reliable means of escape. Glancing up at the sky, Hiruzen estimated that his companions would be arriving soon. He brushed the dust from his clothes, sheathed his blade and ninja tools, and settled beneath a tall tree to rest his eyes for a moment. Reflecting on his growth these past weeks, a deep satisfaction filled his heart. His personal fighting style had begun to take real shape, his foundations had grown stronger. As a result, the flow of battle for him had become far smoother. He was confident that his current abilities could now be fully unleashed. Meanwhile, on a high cliff in the distance, a legendary white-haired ninja pointed at the young ones below, pride radiating as he spoke to those beside him. "Look over there, Tsunade, Orochimaru. That's my student, Minato. He really makes me proud." Orochimaru's eyes swept across Minato's team with the cold precision of a serpent. He barely spared a look for Kakashi, for, as the son of White Fang, Orochimaru already knew all there was to know about him, despite his youth. But what was the story behind that Uchiha boy? As everyone knew, Chakra was forged from a balance of spiritual and physical energy. After modifying his body, Orochimaru's senses had become exceptionally keen. At this moment, he could clearly perceive that the spiritual energy within that Uchiha boy was overwhelmingly powerful and vibrant, far surpassing that of his peers, and even at odds with his own physical energy. He had seen Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan before, and had even encountered geniuses able to awaken their Sharingan on the spot. But he had never witnessed a situation quite like this. Orochimaru licked his lips, his voice low with interest. "That Uchiha child is truly intriguing. It's pretty rare for anyone to catch your attention." Jiraiya raised his eyebrows in surprise, glancing over. "Which Uchiha are you talking about?" Tsunade's voice chimed in from the side, her tone lightly teasing as she arched an eyebrow. "Must be the better-looking one, right, Orochimaru?" As a descendant of the Senju clan, Tsunade's sensory abilities couldn't quite match the second Hokage's, but she could still sense the unusual surge of Yin chakra within that boy. With playful curiosity, she added, "Let's go take a look for ourselves." As shinobi, even the lowest ranked genin must not neglect the basic discipline of the profession. Obito and Rin, energized as they were moments before, quickly regained their composure. They focused on checking the ninja tools and supplies they'd brought along. "Is everyone ready?" Minato Namikaze asked with a gentle smile. "All set. No problems here. Ready to go, sensei." Their eager responses made Minato's heart tighten with worry for a brief instant, but then ease with relief. After all, this was his first time taking his students out on a mission as their team leader. "Well then, everyone, let's move out." "Yeah." Just as they followed Minato's footsteps and were about to leave the training grounds, 3 figures suddenly flashed into view before them. "Hey there, Minato. Since it's your first time leading a team, we stopped by to see you off." Hope you don't mind our sudden appearance. Jiraiya greeted them with a big grin. Catching sight of Jiraiya, Minato's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. Not at all, Jiraiya, sensei. We're deeply honored to receive your blessing, especially since it's coming from the legendary sage. At those words, Jiraiya's mouth curled into a triumphant smile. Ah, that's right. The sage's blessing is no ordinary gift. He wore an expression of exaggerated pride, one that straddled the line between amusing and ridiculous. Turning to the elegant Tsunade, Jiraiya continued. See, even such a handsome disciple of mine needs my blessings, Tsunade. Would you like one too? On the surface, it sounded harmless enough. Anyone could receive a blessing. But seeing the playful gleam in Jiraiya's eye, it was obvious his blessing wouldn't be so simple. A vein popped on Tsunade's forehead in instant irritation. She clenched her fists, her gaze shadowed with a hint of threat as she warned, Are you really sure you want to give me your blessings, Jiraiya? Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Jiraiya quickly laughed it off, waving his hands dismissively. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as memories of being knocked around by Tsunade came rushing back. Laughing awkwardly, he turned to the young ninjas of Minato's team and said, So, you're Minato's students, right? Not bad, not bad. You all look full of spirit. Yuma and his teammates didn't dare let their guard down for even a second. Standing before them were three legendary figures, names known not only in Konoha village but throughout the entire ninja world. The group respectfully greeted together. Greetings, Lord Jiraiya, then added, and to Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru as well. Orochimaru answered with only a calm nod, while Tsunade appeared less interested, offering a slight tilt of her head. No need to be so formal. Jiraiya hurried to say, I was Minato's teacher, and you are his students. That makes us family, doesn't it? With his reassuring words, the tense atmosphere immediately softened. Jiraiya continued, As Minato's students, this is your first team mission outside the village. I, Jiraiya, wish you all the best. May you accomplish your task and return safely. Hearing his blessing, the young ninja bowed seriously in unison. Thank you for your blessing, Lord Jiraiya. At that moment, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Yuma and asked, What is your name? Caught off guard, Yuma pointed at himself in surprise. Realizing Orochimaru's eyes remained on him, he understood the question was indeed meant for him. My name is Uchiha Yuma, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru studied Yuma with great interest, then spoke slowly, Very good. If you ever rise to the rank of Chunin or Jonin, you should consider joining my division. Hey, Orochimaru. Jiraiya immediately interjected. He's Minato's student. He'll find his own path in the future. Besides, your department isn't exactly a friendly place. Orochimaru merely chuckled quietly, taking a step back, and said nothing more. Jiraiya stepped forward and gave Yuma's shoulder a hearty pat, his voice warm and sincere. Don't worry too much about what he said, kid. If you ever run into trouble, remember you're Minato's student, and that makes you my junior as well. You can always come to me for help. Through it all, Uchiha Yuma's expression remained calm, revealing little reaction. As Jiraiya walked up to him, giving his shoulder another encouraging pat, something unexpected happened. In that instant, a list of entries appeared before his eyes, glowing with faint blue and purple light. Although there were no top-tier entries in gold or red, there was an abundance of blue and purple traits. In fact, the sheer number of these outstripped even the purple entries Minato Namikaze had revealed earlier. I had already suspected as much. After all, Jiraiya was universally acknowledged as a genius. There could be no doubt about that. Yet, even among geniuses, gaps in ability exist. In the original story, Jiraiya often considered himself somewhat lacking in talent. But that was likely because he had Orochimaru as a companion. Orochimaru, with merely a mortal's body, was able to develop forbidden techniques like the cursed seal and rebirth of the immortal, a level of skill that could almost rival a god. The cursed seal he created was, in essence, a simplified version of the Kama mark. To be able to uncover the secrets of the divine while remaining human, such intellect was simply astonishing. It was precisely by measuring himself against Orochimaru that Jiraiya came to feel deficient. Yet, looking at it now, even in the absence of red or gold supreme qualities, Jiraiya's impressive array of purple traits spoke volumes of his standing as the Toad Sage. His strength was not to be underestimated. As this thought crossed my mind, a sudden idea sparked within me. Silently, I invoked the system in my heart. System, help me extract the entry that best compensates for my weaknesses. Almost at once, a flash of light appeared, visible only to me, and a line of information surfaced before my eyes. Nature Energy Affinity, blue, symbolizes a bond with the forces of nature. With this trait, You gain the ability to absorb natural energy. Effect: slight increase in total chakra volume. Modest enhancement of your affinity with nature energy. A hint of surprise flickered through me. Why had the system granted me a blue entry, rather than a more powerful purple one? Then I remembered. I had asked the system to select the entry that would best compensate for my weaknesses. Perhaps, from the system's perspective, this was precisely the ability I lacked most. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made. Throughout the long history of the Uchiha clan, there were almost no records of anyone successfully mastering Sage Mode. Even someone as gifted as Sasuke had never acquired this kind of power. Did this mean that the Uchiha bloodline itself was unsuited for sensing natural energy? Had the system specifically chosen this trait to help me overcome that shortcoming? I suppose that must be the case. Just then, Minato strode over. After exchanging brief, polite greetings with the three elders nearby, he turned to us, his voice brimming with energy. Let's get going. Our task is to escort our employers safely to the land of tea. Without hesitation, I replied, Yes, Sensei Minato. On the road to the land of tea, the members of Minato's team had already spent 3 days escorting the caravan. At first, the caravan boss seemed displeased to see so few guards assigned to the job. But the moment the name Minato Namikaze was revealed, his attitude changed in an instant, almost as if he'd donned a new mask. Uchiha Obito couldn't help being envious of all this. He was patrolling on the opposite end of the formation with Yuma, both keeping a watchful guard. With a sigh full of longing, Obito confided in Yuma, Sensei Minato's name is really starting to make waves across the ninja world. When will the name Uchiha Obito also resound throughout the land of shinobi? He wondered aloud, his voice tinged with hope. If I ever get famous, as he spoke, Obito's eyes flickered to the front, landing briefly on Rin, who was keeping formation with Kakashi. Seeing Obito's current expression, Yuma was torn between amusement and exasperation. Truly, Obito lived up to his reputation as the ninja world's #1 hopeless romantic. No matter the situation, his life's ambitions always seemed inseparable from Rin Noara. Shaking his head, Yuma spoke with mock irritation. Don't overthink it. Just focus on the mission at hand. Yeah, Obito replied weakly, clearly not encouraged. Ignoring him, Yuma continued to survey the area for any changes. In truth, he was actually hoping for an enemy attack. With Minato Namikaze leading their team, he felt unbeatable, as if they were being carried by a truly unstoppable force. For him, this mission was less about danger and more about proving something. He wanted to see, in a real battlefield, how far he had come and what he was truly capable of. The perk he'd recently acquired from Jiraiya, Natural Energy Affinity, Blue, was slowly starting to reveal its effects. Although he hadn't yet practiced Sage Mode and so couldn't sense any obvious change, he did notice his chakra reserve had grown a bit stronger. That alone was a pleasant surprise. Chakra was unlike any other energy system. Not like inner force, spiritual power, or magic, which could be amassed simply with daily practice. Chakra was rooted in physical constitution and bloodline. You couldn't just increase your total chakra by continually extracting more each day. That was just borrowing against your limits. You could only draw as much as your body allowed. Bloodline and physique were what truly mattered. He, Uchiha Yuma, was a member of the Uchiha clan. Now, with these new talents altering his destiny, the deep legacy of Uchiha bloodline was beginning to shine through. People always said the Uchiha didn't have as much chakra. But compared to whom? Sure, they couldn't quite match the Senju or Uzumaki, but among the rest of the ninja world, the Uchiha were direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Did anyone really think their chakra reserves could be considered small? Over these recent days, his chakra had been increasing at an incredible rate. It was now on par with, if not greater than, what Kakashi had been able to muster not long ago. Right now, what they called a slight chakra boost actually caused his chakra reserves to surge dramatically. At the very least, he had 1.5 times as much chakra as Kakashi now, if not more. As his chakra grew, his physical strength increased along with it. With this influx of chakra, Uchiha Yujin could feel it in his bones. He truly needed a real fight to test himself, to find out just where he stood among the Jonin. In the years since the end of the Second Great Ninja War, tensions between the ninja villages had not eased. Pressured by economic circumstances, the major villages competed for every client's mission, fighting openly and scheming in the shadows, stooping to every trick in the book. Because the land of water was separated from the land of fire only by the sea, Konoha and Kirigakure often found themselves clashing along the coastal missions. Just as Minato's team was guarding a caravan, preparing to enter the land of tea, a group gathered on a beach. They were led by Bibash Tenzo, a renowned jonin from Kirigakure. one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, tasked with ambushing the convoy. He'd managed to gather some valuable intel. The opposing team is led by Namikaze Minato, the newly rising star of the ninja world. Lately, he's even earned the nickname Yellow Flash. Lord Tenzo, shouldn't we proceed with a bit more caution? There were about 10 in their party, not too few, not too many. This suggestion came from a striking young woman with chestnut hair. Bibash Tenzo responded vaguely to his subordinate's advice. He's only just begun making a name for himself. Judging by that so-called Flash title, he must be the speedy type. And that's just as well. Speed-based fighters depend heavily on eyesight, and our hidden mist jutsu is the perfect counter. No need to worry too much. Madarumi thought it over and agreed. Their own side, though outnumbered, also had a renowned jonin, Lord Tenzo. Their opponents boasted a famed ninja, but so did they. The mist technique, by its nature, should trouble someone who relies on speed. More people against fewer, renowned ninja on both sides, plus a technique that specifically counters the enemy. Victory seemed almost certain. Beside her, Ao, a ninja known for his intellect and sensory skills, overheard their exchange and couldn't find any flaws in their plan. Still, a hint of doubt crept in, and he asked, "But according to our intel, that squad appears to have 2 Uchihas. We don't have further specifics on that," he admitted hesitantly. "But we can't let our guard down against the Sharingan." After hearing Ao's warning, Bibash Tenzo stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a moment's concentration, he spoke with gravity. "You're right. The hidden mist jutsu can obscure the Sharingan's vision. Still, they're no fools. If an unnatural mist suddenly appears, anyone would know something's amiss. In that case, the essence of the hidden mist is lost." He pondered a moment more, lowering his gaze. "It seems our new priority must be to find a way to deal with those 2 Uchihas first. If anyone has the confidence to step forward, now's the time. I won't force anyone. After all, this mission does carry real risks." Among everyone present, only Madarumi parted her lips lightly and spoke. "Let me handle this. I promise he'll die with a smile on his face, in the embrace of my scorching kiss." Minato Namikaze walked to the front of the group when he noticed a thick mist creeping through the jungle ahead. The corridor they were moving through, the ground on either side was soaked with an excessive amount of water. With his keen instincts, honed by experience, a sense of unease pricked at him immediately. Still, just as he was about to signal his warning to his students, a thought held him back. He wanted to see, if true danger erupted, would his disciples stand united? This was no exam, it was a real battle. Moments like these revealed a person's true colors. And above all, he wanted to witness Yuma Uchiha's response, his choices and his actions. He didn't care for grand ideals like the will of fire. All he sought was whether Yuma would protect his comrades. With that, Minato hesitated, holding back his warning. But Minato's plan was doomed from the start. For Yuma, since his awakening, this was his first time facing such a peril. His predecessor's memories felt little more than scenes from a movie. Anxiety filled him as he glanced at the puddles lining the road and peered into the fog ahead. A sidelong look at Kakashi triggered another memory, the Land of Waves mission from Kakashi's own squad. Uneasy, Yuma focused Chakra into his eyes, his Sharingan world, 3 Tomo blossoming into sharp scarlet. And then, he caught the flicker of powerful Chakra reactions hidden in the grass, where those water stains pooled. And more, this fog ahead was so dense, even his Sharingan couldn't see through it. It had to be the hidden mist technique. Yuma called out, his warning crisp. "Everyone be on guard. There are ambushes at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock ahead. And my Sharingan can't pierce through that thick fog in the forest. That's definitely the hidden mist technique. It's an attack." A sudden burst, 6 hidden mist shinobi leaped out from both sides. A lithe, chestnut-haired girl shot a glance toward her subordinates and ordered, "You two go help Ao deal with those 3 brats. And as for this Uchiha, who saw through our moves, allow me to show him a little affection myself." Yuma instantly recognized her, the glossy brown hair, the striking, elegant face, the graceful figure. He'd run into a familiar face, Madarumi herself. But what gnawed at him was, and who could explain this? How had these enemies slipped past Minato so effortlessly? Was this all part of the test? It had to be. Yuma felt almost too exasperated to complain. This was such a classic setup. Sasuke and Naruto's own test with Kakashi. They must have learned their tricks from Minato himself. "Hey, are you daydreaming in the middle of a fight?" Madarumi leapt into the air, catching Yuma distracted in a brief daze. She smirked and rapidly formed hand signs. Dog, boar, tiger, ox, rat, rooster. "Let me wake you up with my scorching kiss." As she chanted, her lips pursed, Chakra gathering at her mouth. Secret art. Melting monster technique. A torrent of thick, corrosive liquid spilled from her mouth, its viscosity almost tangible in the air. Like a terrifying flood, the substance surged straight toward Hiruzen. This Kekii Genkai, born from the fusion of water and earth release chakra, had the power to dissolve anything in its path. Even the legendary Susanoo, wielded by Madara and Sasuke, had once been melted by it. Hiruzen Uchiha dared not underestimate the threat. Tiny sparks kindled across his body, blossoming into ethereal flames that surrounded him. With a sound like fabric tearing, Hiruzen evaded the caustic torrent at an astonishing speed. Steel sang as his ninja blade slipped free from its sheath, radiating an intense heat. Uchiha style, fourfold slash. His blade shimmered with blazing fire, darting forward like an arrow loosed from a string. What? Maitarumi's eyes widened in disbelief. The fiery thrust was almost upon her face. She could hardly fathom its speed. But as one of the mist's foremost prodigies, she was far from helpless. Even without footholds midair, May twisted her waist and slipped past the deadly strike. Her hands blurred through a series of seals. There was no time to hesitate. If she wasn't faster, victory would be out of the question. Her very survival hung in the balance. Boil release, skillful mist technique. She exhaled a cloud of fiercely acidic vapor, capable of dissolving all it touched. The corrosive mist expanded rapidly, curling around Hiruzen as though to swallow him whole. TCH, what a troublesome woman. Hiruzen clicked his tongue in annoyance, immediately abandoning the follow-up slashes of his fourfold slash technique. That boil release was a formidable bloodline power as well. Its corrosive gas could even melt Susanoo itself. Gaseous, formless, and impossible to guard against entirely. But he would make sure she paid the price as well. The Uchiha-style ninja taijutsu was a dazzling technique that combined shunshin, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, clone techniques, and swordsmanship into a single fluid art. He had used everything but the clone technique so far, which meant the clone must already be in play. At that moment, beneath Meitarumi, the answer revealed itself with a burst of motion and a sharp whoosh, the sound of rapid footsteps. One of Hiruzen's clones darted at her with relentless speed. If the boil release is untouchable, then the clone's role is obvious. Hiruzen's shadow clone raised its blade, slashing at Meitarumi. Yet as soon as the fiery blade touched the boiling mist, it dissolved instantly. The clone frowned, but pressed on, throwing itself at her with reckless abandon. Damn, he can even fight like this. Mei gritted her teeth, covering her vital points as the clone crashed into her forcefully. With a heavy, resonant impact, she was sent flying across the battlefield. Something unexpected happened at the very moment Hiruzen's shadow clone struck Meitarumi. A shimmering glow appeared, brilliant streaks of violet and blue radiating in tandem. Without hesitation, Hiruzen commanded the system in his mind. Extract the deepest violet entry. Melting release, violet. A ninjutsu formed from earth and water chakra natures, allowing its user to manipulate corrosive, highly viscous liquids at will. Melting release, huh? That's not half bad. Highly controllable, yet extraordinarily destructive. That sheer destructive force was displayed to perfection during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original story. However, I don't possess the nature transformations of earth and water. Hopefully, the entries installed by the system will allow me to use them directly. My train of thought ended in an instant. Watching Terumi may lose within just a few exchanges, the reaction from the Kirigakure side was one of disbelief. AO was clearly still locked in a contest with a white-haired boy before him. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of this scene and was instantly appalled. This can't be. Mei possesses 2 Kekii Genkai. She's a true prodigy. To think she was sent flying by Uchiha in just a few moves, that Uchiha is no ordinary opponent. Standing nearby, Obito's pupils narrowed. Others might not realize, but he certainly did. That was the Uchiha clan's signature taijutsu, a technique only the elite of the elite could wield with such mastery. Why does it feel like the gap between me and Hiruzen keeps growing? Obito bit his lip, staring stubbornly at his foe. Damn it, if I can't even surpass you, when will my dream of becoming Hokage ever come true? In that moment, with sudden resolve, Obito surged his chakra output. The clash between him and his opponent grew even more intense. Meanwhile, during that assessment day, Kakashi had all but judged Hiruzen's true strength. After awakening his Sharingan, Hiruzen's abilities had reached parity with his own. So, Hiruzen's victory came as no surprise to him. Calmly, Kakashi looked at AO and gave a mocking smile. I really don't know where you found the guts to let a single person face off against someone wielding the 3-Tomo Sharingan. That's right. AO's expression grew grim. 1-on-1 you run, 2-on-1 you fight. Only 3-on-1 is truly safe. His face darkened further. Damn it, we completely forgot that ironclad rule. Understanding dawned on him, and he issued an order to his subordinates. Hold off those 3 brats. I'm going to retrieve Mei. Yes, Lord A.O., his men replied, immediately stepping forward to take Kakashi on. Seizing his chance, A.O. darted toward Terumi Mei, whose graceful figure was still visible up ahead. Lying in wait further along were the likes of Juzo Biwa and his allies. None of them ever underestimated Mei. Not someone who, at such a young age, was already a jonin and the bearer of 2 Kekkei Genkai. Especially here in Kirigakure, the village of the Bloody Mist, where every graduating ninja had clawed their way out of piles of corpses and oceans of blood. Even more so one as famous as Mei. Juzo Biwa spoke, his voice cold and serious. Begin. A thick mist rolled across the land as he unleashed the water-style, hidden mist jutsu. Shrouded in the fog, his cruel voice rang out. Whether it's the yellow flash or that little Uchiha brat, today, as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, I will wipe you all out. The voice carried through the mist, brimming with unshakable confidence, as if the outcome had already been sealed before the fight had even begun. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze's brows furrowed ever so slightly. His original plan had been to test his disciples. Who would have thought that the ambush set by the disguised Mist Nin hiding by the roadside puddles would prove so useless? They were defeated within just a few exchanges. Because of this, his team had to split up to rescue the Kunoichi. This immediately allowed Kakashi to handle things with greater ease. After all, Obito and Rin are not to be underestimated either. This was turning into a headache. Should I hold back a bit more and let them test that Yuma kid? As soon as this thought crossed Minato's mind, Uchiha Yuma's scornful voice echoed out through the mist. All this pointless talk, such a bother. Why not just get straight to fighting? Let's see what you can really do. With a loud shout, Yuma's hands blurred as he formed hand seals at lightning speed. Chakra erupted around him like a rising blaze. As soon as the signs were complete, Uchiha Yuma unleashed his jutsu. Wind style, gale destruction. With a mighty roar, a massive, solid, and intensely dense tornado storm burst forth from Yuma's mouth. The overwhelming force of the wind, swirling with unstoppable momentum, swept away the mist shrouding the forest in an instant, dissipating it completely. Juzo Biwa immediately recognized the technique. He hurriedly shouted warnings to his subordinates. Damn it, that's gale destruction. Everyone scatter now. Without another word, he spun around and dashed out of the jutsu's range himself. As he considered this Uchiha boy, a sense of unease flickered through him. That attire, those eyes, that age. Is he one of the Uchiha prodigies? After escaping the devastating wind-style jutsu, which not only cleared the battlefield, but could easily be deadly in other situations too, Juzo quickly gathered his composure. He lowered his gaze, eyes cold as steel, fixing Uchiha Yuma with a frosty stare. In a chill tone, he muttered that one must not be allowed to walk away alive. Half closing his eyes, he issued orders to his companions. You're all seasoned jonin. You should be able to keep the so-called yellow flash occupied, shouldn't you? The 3 ordinary jonin exchanged glances. Minato Namikaze's reputation was only just starting to spread. After all, as distinguished jonin of Kirigakure, 3 against 1, victory over this newly famed Leaf Jonin seemed all but assured. Don't worry, Lord Juzo. We won't let you down. Hearing their confident promises, Juzo nodded. Good. Then I'll go take care of that Uchiha brat myself. Yet, the power of Uchiha Yuma's wind-style jutsu didn't just trouble the hidden mist. Even Minato's team was left in awe, especially Obito. He remembered clearly, back at clan leader Fugaku's, that Yuma had chosen to specialize in this technique. But never, not for a moment, did he expect that Uchiha Yuma, after mastering the Uchiha clan's own fighting style, and even learning Sensei Minato's Flying Thunder God formula, he could still excel at wind style as well. This is insane. Can awakening the Sharingan alone really make this possible? You couldn't blame Obito for being suspicious. After all, cases like Yuma Uchiha were exceedingly rare in the long history of the Uchiha clan. It was well known, confirmed by 1,000 years of clan experience, that awakening the Sharingan would certainly boost a shinobi's potential. But to see someone like Yuma Uchiha, in just a little over a month, manage to train in the clan's secret techniques, space-time ninjutsu, and wind release, all at once, and even achieve impressive proficiency, was nearly unheard of. Don't space out, you idiot. Kakashi, wielding the white fang blade at his side, drove his opponent back, his eyes catching a glimpse of Obito lost in thought. Obito's adversary had no intention of wasting the moment. He raised his kunai, ready to stab Obito. Kakashi rushed forward the instant he realized, shouting a hurried warning. In a flash, clang! He raised the white fang blade, intercepting the fatal strike and shielding Obito just in time. Kakashi, seeing what had happened, Obito gritted his teeth, forming hand seals with blistering speed. Chakra gathered in his mouth. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. With explosive force, the massive fireball engulfed the enemy that Kakashi had pinned, reducing him to ashes in an instant. The tide of battle shifted for the better. Phew! Kakashi exhaled a slow, heavy breath. He suspected he knew why Obito had been distracted. Yuma Uchiha. What a remarkable shinobi. In only a little over a month since awakening his Sharingan, he had climbed from the level of a genin to nearly matching Kakashi's own strength. To be honest, Kakashi had always had confidence in his own abilities. He believed he could take down most average jonin without much trouble. But it didn't end there. Judging from Yuma's wind-style techniques, his fundamentals had become truly rock-solid. Does everyone from the Uchiha get this strong after awakening their Sharingan? Kakashi, shaking his head as if caught in a dream, blurted the question at Obito. Hearing this, Obito glanced at Kakashi and thought of Rin. A stubborn sense of competitiveness flared within him, making him reply without a second thought. That's right. Once I awaken my Sharingan, I'll get strong just as fast as Yuma did. Then I'll look forward to it. For now, let's go help Rin. Yes, let's hurry and help Rin. Minato Namikaze also found Yuma Uchiha's growth extraordinary, so much so that when Juzo Biwa bypassed him and went straight for Yuma, Minato didn't intervene, choosing instead to tangle with the other Jonin. At this point, there was no longer any point in testing Yuma Uchiha's composure. Kakashi and Obito were no longer in danger. All that was left was to see what kind of growth curve Yuma Uchiha would reveal. After all, Minato was intimately familiar with his disciples' records. He knew exactly where Yuma Uchiha had stood before. To believe he'd changed so dramatically just from awakening the Sharingan. If that were truly the case, the Uchiha clan would have united the shinobi world long ago. So there could only be one truth. Uchiha Yuma is a true prodigy, a super genius, but he's the kind who blossoms late, which is why, in his early years, his talent remained hidden. Now that Minato Namikaze had figured this out, he knew exactly what he must do next. He would ease up a bit, letting Juzo Biwa, one of the hidden miss legendary E7 ninja swordsmen, test him out. Would anything go wrong? Not likely. His flying thunder god kunai, specially marked, were already scattered across the field. Minato felt sure that no matter what might happen, he could swoop in and save the day. Let me see, Yuma. Just how far can you really go? Juzo Biwa was secretly pleased. Minato had reacted just as he'd predicted, getting tangled up by his own subordinates. With a powerful leap from above, he bore down on the boy below. Kid, it's time for you to die. Juzo sneered, his brutal, giant blade gleaming in his grasp, a wave of murderous intent filling the air like a shadowy fog. Uchiha Yuma could feel that killing intent and malice. They were terrifying. Staring straight into that aura made his skin prickle with fear. In his eyes, Juzo was nothing short of an evil demon, an Asura born for slaughter. And yet somehow, it was his first time facing one of the elite shinobi of the ninja world. His first real taste of bloodlust and danger. By all rights, he should have been shaking his boots. But instead, strangely enough, Uchiha Yuma felt his excitement burning hotter than ever. So, this is what it feels like to face one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he laughed, exhilarated. Magnificent! A surge of chakra, like ignited fire, flared around Yuma's body. Sparks scattered in the air, flames rippling along his blade. With nimble footwork, a bend of the knee, a subtle twist to the hilt, he brought the fiery edge level with his brow. The scarlet glow of the Sharingan trembled faintly in his eyes. Uchiha Ryu, flaming sword leap, modified, diffuse. The original sword leap flame was a fire-natured taijutsu, an attack that shrouded the blade in flames, with a hint of wind nature. But Yuma had taken it further. He amplified the wind chakra, transforming the move into a piercing strike of blinding speed. The crash of blazing thrust colliding with a bloodstained broadsword echoed around them. Their eyes locked, murderous intent thickening the very air between them. I'll kill you. The words burst forth from both of them at once, edged with murderous intent. Steel shrieked as sword met blade, both forced apart. Each took a step back, then as one, lunged forward again. A rapid exchange of blows, one after another, 10 or more in the blink of an eye. A wicked smile played on Uchiha Yuma's lips, the curve as chilling as the bloom of a poisonous flower. Fool, you fell for it. In a sudden burst, Yuma launched his Uchiha-style taijutsu at full force. Instantly, his afterimages filled the entire battlefield, phantom forms flitting everywhere. Even as these illusions flickered, his hands flashed through a rapid series of seals. Then his cheeks puffed out. Something was coming. Powerful. Unstoppable. This was Juzo Biwa's sixth sense, screaming at him in frenzy. A scalding, roiling tide of deadly acid poured forth from the mouths of several of Yujin Uchiha's shadow clones. Yes, it was that very Kekii Genkai, lava release. Back when Juzo Biwa first charged in, Yujin had already extracted the lava release violet entry from Madarumi and promptly installed it into himself. The system did not disappoint Yujin's expectations. Even though he hadn't personally trained to change his chakra nature to earth or water, as long as the entry appeared on his system panel, that bloodline limit was his to wield. The hand signs and chakra output patterns, too. Yujin had already copied them with his Sharingan during the battle with Madarumi. Then, he deliberately lured Juzo Biwa, wielder of the Executioner's Blade, into a contest of swordsmanship. To his surprise, the bait was taken almost effortlessly. After all, the blade's only unique power was to mend itself by absorbing blood. As its master, Juzo surely relished a sword fight. "We're ninja, not samurai, you idiot." Yujin Uchiha's taunt slithered out like a viper's hiss. It slithered straight into Juzo's mind as he glanced around at the tide of acid, closing off all escape routes. He was about to abandon the duel and switch to a ninjutsu defense. But Yujin gave him no chance, darting in and hacking away with blinding force. "You brat, are you really planning on dying with me?" Juzo's eyes were bloodshot with rage. "Haha, who gave you the impression that I was the real one? Impossible. You've been in front of me this whole time." At that, the shadow clone's lips curled into a cold sneer. When you're one-on-one with a Sharingan, especially one with the 3 Tomo, believing your own senses is the first mistake. With those words, a wave of inescapable, searing acid came crashing down, filling the air with the sinister sizzle of dissolution. Watching from the corner of his eye, Minato Namikaze caught sight of Yujin Uchiha's victory. Suppressing the shock roiling within him, Minato lowered his gaze and steeled his resolve. He had to finish his own fight quickly. He needed answers. How could this young Yujin have managed to copy a Kekii Genkai? With determination locked in his heart, he moved in a blur of golden light. Thud, thud, thud. Several enemies collapsed at his feet in rapid succession, leaving Minato standing alone amid the fallen. Meanwhile, Ao helped the wounded Madarumi to her feet, and together they surveyed the battlefield from a safe distance. Ao's hands trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering with disbelief. Looking into Mei's shadowed eyes, he managed to utter hoarsely, "That Uchiha, he actually managed to kill Lord Juzo, and that yellow flash, the strength he showed, we never saw it coming. We should retreat, Mei." Madarumi's gaze never left Yujin Uchiha. Her eyes reflected only disbelief. Her Kekii Genkai, the lava release, had actually been copied. Wasn't it said that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could only copy conventional ninjutsu? What on earth just happened? And did he really manage to kill Lord Juzo Biwa? It's simply unbelievable. Yet, considering the situation now, Madarumi had no choice but to face reality. She, too, lowered her once proud head and responded to Ao. "Ao, please take care of this." Hearing this, Ao immediately carried the injured Madarumi on his back. Taking advantage of the fact that Minato's team was still dealing with their mist-hidden comrades, he made a swift escape from the battlefield. By the time the last mist ninja fell to Minato Namikaze's hand, Obito and Rin, who had hurried over, were already there, both staring at Yuma Uchiha in utter disbelief. Obito Uchiha was truly shaken. The glory and recognition he had always wished for had just been so easily attained by Yuma Uchiha. "Amazing, Yuma. You actually killed the iconic Mist Nin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Juzo Biwa. After today, at the very least, your name will begin to echo in both the Hidden Mist and Hidden Leaf." Rin Noera exclaimed in awe as well, turning to Yuma. "Yuma-senpai, were you really never holding back before? You're still just a Genin, yet you actually took down a Mist Elite Jonin. It's unbelievable." Kakashi, who was never one for many words at this stage, didn't comment further, but his gaze remained fixed intently on Yuma. With his sharper instincts, he understood perfectly well that Juzo Biwa hadn't died due to a lack of strength, but because he had suffered from incomplete intelligence. That is the way of the ninja. If your information is lacking, even if you're the shadow of a whole village, you might still be taken down by a mere genin with the right counter-ninjutsu. Still, for Yuma to actually bring down a warrior whose name was renowned across the ninja world demonstrated a truly astonishing combat talent. Kakashi strode straight over to Yuma, lowered his gaze, and spoke in a deep voice. "Once we return to the leaf, You and I should have a serious spar. I want to feel for myself whether it really is the Sharingan that has remade you so completely in such a short time. At this moment, Yuma glanced helplessly at his friends. With a sigh, he said, I only managed to kill Juzo Biwa because of the surprise attack with lava release. I lured him into a sword fight, set a trap with my clones, and let careful planning overcome his unpreparedness. You can't consider that to be the full measure of my true strength. Outsmarting the unprepared? That's well put. Minato Namikaze approached with a gentle smile. Don't sell yourself short, Yuma. To defeat, and even kill, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, that's no small feat. You're already a mature ninja. After all, clever strategy is an essential part of a shinobi's strength. Truly, there were many factors at play that led to his disciple's victory over Juzo Biwa. If he couldn't copy the lava release, there was basically no way he could have defeated Juzo Biwa. After all, who could have imagined that you Uchiha would be able to copy a Kekkai Genkai? This completely shattered the understanding people had held about the Uchiha clan for 1,000 years. Even Minato Namikaze couldn't contain himself at the thought of such a mind-bending event. He pondered for a moment, then still couldn't help but ask, You, how did you manage to copy a Kekkai Genkai? Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't press you. He knew he was overstepping, for a ninja's secrets were the most closely guarded of all. Even a teacher shouldn't probe so deeply into a student's abilities. But the thought of someone being able to copy a Kekkai Genkai, it was simply too astonishing. He couldn't restrain his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Yu Uchiha lifted his head. He looked earnestly at everyone present. Through these past days spent together, he'd come to understand something about Minato's team. They were exactly as the comics described. Trustworthy, reliable people who would guard your back without hesitation. Even Obito. Thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. In that heartbeat, you made his decision. Of course, the existence of the system he absolutely couldn't reveal, but perhaps there was another way to explain it. I'm not sure myself, he replied, but when my Sharingan witnessed that girl's jutsu, I simply had a feeling as if I could use her bloodline limit too. And then, fighting Juzo Biwa, I just went with that instinct and used it. It turned out to be the key to victory. At this, Yu raised his gaze, meeting the eyes of Minato's team with a solemn look. He spoke in a low, steady voice. It seems I really can copy Kekkai Genkai. It wasn't a lie. After all, for a ninja with a Kekkai Genkai, their greatest asset was always that very bloodline power. And you could basically extract and use it. In that sense, he truly could copy Kekkai Genkai. After listening, Minato thoughtfully stroked his chin. He could tell you hadn't shared everything, but the fact that he'd admitted this much already was reassuring. You was someone worth trusting and nurturing. At that, Minato broke into a wide smile. All right, everyone, let's not pepper you with questions for now. We'll have plenty of time together. Ask what you want later. For now, let's focus on completing our mission. Yes, Sensei Minato. The 4 of them answered in unison. With the caravan, their journey into the land of tea went smoothly and without trouble. Yu Uchiha knew that this mission was coming to an end. He sat atop the roof of a carriage, taking out a sword hilt engraved with runes. It was the handle of the executioner's blade. When cleaning up the battlefield, Yu had discovered it. Remarkably, it hadn't been fully melted by the lava release. He knew exactly what this weapon was, a special shinobi sword known for its indestructible quality. This immortal quality belongs to this blade. Even if it's damaged, as long as it wounds someone, it can absorb the iron elements in their blood to restore itself. Back then, when he noticed the hilt was still intact, he figured the executioner's blade could probably recover. So he picked it up. Sure enough, things turned out just as he expected. The true core of this blade lies in its hilt, where runes are etched deep within. As long as it can touch blood, it can regenerate. But this was only part of the story. When Yuma Uchiha gripped the hilt, something entirely unexpected occurred. He actually drew an entry, something akin to a special attribute, from this unique weapon. Vampiric Immortality, Blue, restores a metal weapon by absorbing iron ions from blood. A remarkable trait. This was a special entry, much like the Divine Domain's Eye, Red, granted by Obito. Both had strict conditions. Both could only be used once. Divine Domain's Eye, Red, could only be activated if one Sharingan had reached the Mangekyo stage. Once used, it would vanish. As for the Executioner's blades, Vampiric Immortality, Blue, trait, it had to be attached to a metal weapon. In that moment, Yuma Uchiha's mind settled on a single thought. Once he returned to the village, even if he had to pawn everything he owned, he was determined to obtain a katana forged from chakra metal. Then, he could embed this immortal characteristic into his new blade, turning it into his future signature weapon. By upgrading entries through the system, he could transform his weapon into a true legendary artifact. And with it, he himself would become all the stronger. At this moment, Yuma Uchiha's heart brimmed with anticipation for his return to the village. With that in mind, he called out to Minato, who was leading the way. "Minato-sensei, I've made a discovery." His logic was simple. Now that he held the blade's special trait, the executioner's blade, capable of being summoned away by the mist ninja, was useless to him. Useless to him, yes, but not to the village. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist needed 7 unique blades to be complete. Why did the 5 great shinobi villages favor assembling such famous teams? It all came down to reputation. The greater the reputation, the more nobles would trust in the strength of your village. The more faith clients had, the more missions you'd receive. And the more missions, the greater the wealth. With more wealth came more resources, and greater resources would ensure the village's development and strength. So, once the Mist Village realizes they've lost this blade, they'll definitely approach Konoha for answers. That means the village can use the blade as a bargaining chip to negotiate terms favorable to Konoha. By this time, Yuma Uchiha had caught up with Minato Namikaze, walking at his side and sharing his insights. Everything he said came from genuine concern for the village. Though, he did have a selfish reason of his own. In the end, he was clueless about sealing techniques. Odds were, he couldn't hold on to the blade anyway. With the right summon, it would fly right out his hands. It might be better to simply hand it over to the village, using this as a way to gain some goodwill from Minato. In the village's eyes, it's just another tool, after all. But, shaped as he was by the impressions left by the manga and anime, he feared Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, Sarutobi was no longer the heroic shinobi no kami, but the late-stage appeasing Hokage. That's why he spoke a bit more to Minato. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze shook his head with a gentle, amused smile, taking the handle of the executioner's blade from Yujin's hands. "Yujin, do you really think that all the higher-ups in the village are kindly gentlemen?" After attaching a sealing technique to the blade's handle, Minato let out a rueful sigh and rubbed his forehead, as if troubled, addressing Uchiha Yujin. He couldn't help but wonder where his student got his information. From Yujin's words, he could sense a deep worry that the village might unconditionally return the executioner's blade to Kirigakure. To Minato, this seemed a bit far-fetched. Not to mention that even the third Hokage, known in his prime as the Shinobi no Kami, would never allow that. And Danzo, the Shadow of the Leaf, was an uncompromising hawk. He would never let it happen, either. Catching sight of Minato's slightly exasperated expression, Yujin could only stare in surprise. So, not all the village elders are nice people? That's true. After all, with Danzo involved, how could that be? Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen, who always practiced appeasement, and his team, weren't they portrayed that way in the manga? Wait, Yujin suddenly remembered something. He recalled that early on, Sarutobi Hiruzen did have the title Shinobi no Kami. With that realization, he said, "I see how it is now, sensei. That puts my mind at ease," giving Minato a relieved nod. "That settled it. If you said so, then I'll take your word for it. After all, I've handed in the special ninja tool, and with your character, Minato-sensei, my merits won't be overlooked. No need for me to worry here." With the handover of the blade complete, they finally arrived at the capital of the Land of Tea. The mission was drawing to its true close. The mission in the Land of Tea went remarkably smoothly, and after politely declining the trade caravan leader's invitation and signing off the papers for mission completion, Minato's team began the journey home. The Hidden Leaf Village sits in the very heart of the Land of Fire. For a ninja squad, the return from the Land of Tea was a quick trek. Before long, no more than 2 days, the team arrived back at Konoha. It was high noon, the sun blazing overhead, when Minato Namikaze stopped just outside Konoha's grand gates. He looked at his team, his smile as warm as spring sunlight. "Great work, everyone. You can all disband here and get some rest. As your squad, it might be better to hand it over to the village, using this opportunity to earn some goodwill from Minato. As for the village, it's just another tool to use for building connections." Of course, his impression of the village's leadership had been shaped by the stereotypes he picked up from manga and anime. He was wary of Hiruzen Sarutobi, no longer seeing him as the legendary Hokage of earlier years, but rather as the appeasing, indecisive figure from later on. That's why he said a bit more to Minato this time. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze shook his head with a light-hearted chuckle as he took the handle of the executioner's blade from Yuya's hands. "Yuya, do you really believe the village elders are all kind-hearted gentlemen?" he asked, applying a sealing technique to the sword's hilt. Then, rubbing his temple in mild exasperation, he looked at Uchiha Yuya with a mix of amusement and resignation. It seemed to Minato that his student must have gotten some strange ideas from somewhere. From Yuya's words, he could clearly sense the boy's deep-seated fear that the village might just return the executioner's blade to Kirigakure without any conditions. To Minato, this was pure fantasy. Setting aside the fact that the third Hokage, once known as the Legend of the Shinobi, would never do such a thing, there was also Danzo, the darkness of the shinobi. As a staunch hawk, Danzo would never allow something like that to happen. Seeing Minato's helpless smile, Yuya was taken aback. Were the village elders not all upstanding gentlemen after all? With Danzo around, it was true. There was no way all of them could be so kind. But Hiruzen Sarutobi, who always followed the path of appeasement, and his team, wasn't that how they were portrayed in the manga? Wait, no. Suddenly, Yuya remembered something. In the early days, Hiruzen was known as the legendary Hokage, a paragon of ninja virtues. Realizing this, he nodded in understanding. So, that's how it is, Minato-sensei. That puts my mind at ease. Yuya quickly responded to Minato, the pieces falling into place. If Minato said so, then he would trust him. After all, he had already handed over the special ninja tool. With Minato's character, he wouldn't be denied due credit, so there was no need to worry about that. With the handover complete, it was finally time. They arrived at the capital of the Land of Tea, marking the true end of their mission. The mission in the Land of Tea was completed without a hitch. After politely declining the leader of the trade caravan and signing off on the completion document, Team Minato began their journey home. Hidden Leaf Village stood at the heart of the Land of Fire. The trek back from the Land of Tea was swift for a group of trained shinobi. In less than 2 days, Team Minato reached their familiar village. It was midday, the bright sun beating down as they arrived at the village gates. Minato turned to his team with a warm, gentle smile. "Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. You're all dismissed for now," he announced. "As your squad leader, I'll handle the mission report and collect your reward money for you. Let's meet at the Akimichi barbecue place this evening to celebrate the successful completion of our first mission." "Yes, Minato-sensei." Minato Namikaze waved goodbye to his students with a cheerful smile, but as soon as he turned around, his expression became intensely serious. At this moment, Minato was racking his brain over how to submit this report. This was no ordinary paperwork. It was a troublesome one. As someone exceptionally clever, Minato could sense, among the village leadership, that aside from the third Hokage, the rest harbored various levels of wariness, dislike, and even jealousy toward the Uchiha. Yu Uchiha's performance during this mission was simply too outstanding. The enemy ninja, Juzo Biwa, was one of Kirigakure's most formidable icons, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ninjas of that caliber stood at the very pinnacle among the major 5 shinobi villages, literally one in tens of thousands. Yet, he was taken down by Yu Uchiha, a teenager who'd only recently started his career as a ninja. And here lay the crux of the problem. Yu Uchiha had awakened his Sharingan not long ago, and in just a short time had advanced from the initial stage straight to 3 Tomo, an extraordinary feat for the Sharingan, with no flaws save for the late awakening. It was enough to leave people speechless. His learning ability was even more astonishing, mastering Flying Thunder God, Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, and displaying remarkable adaptability in battle. Not to mention that unheard-of ability to copy Kekkei Genkai itself. Taken all together, even Minato was startled by the sum of these talents. Is this really just a genius? This is practically a monster. Realizing that such a prodigy had become his own student, Minato thought to himself, "As a sensei, I absolutely cannot let darkness taint you. I must guide him well, so that Yu Uchiha truly becomes a ninja bearing the will of fire in his heart." The only piece of good news at the moment was that, among the village's top brass, the one who held no deep prejudice against the Uchiha just so happened to be the Hokage himself. Clearly, I need a thorough discussion with the third Hokage. With this thought, Minato straightened out his plans and strode toward the Hokage Tower. Unlike the headache Minato faced over his report, Yu Uchiha had a different agenda after returning home. He began a meticulous review. He brought up his system interface. Host, Yu Uchiha. Gender, male. Age, 12. Rank, Jonin. Attributes, Eyes of the Divine Realm, red. Child of Time and Space, gold. Genius, gold. Uchiha, purple. Lava release, purple. Sharingan, blue. Fire release, blue. Wind release, blue. In release, blue. Uchiha style, blue. Affinity with natural energy, blue. Undying vampirism, blue. Flying Thunder God technique, green. Combat value, 170. My combat power has really improved. Seeing me increase, Yu's heart leaped with excitement. After all, Juzo Biwa, who was once eliminated in an instant by the 4th Mizukage, possessed the strength of an elite Jonin. and the reward for defeating a Jonin tier opponent was a full 100 points of combat value. Even though he had just earned 100 battle points after fighting for what felt like ages, Yuma didn't mind the small reward. It was simple. This amount alone was enough to turn his world upside down. There was no need to hesitate. With a single thought, Uchiha Yuma urged the battle points on his panel to shift. The entry, Flying Thunder God Seal, green, transformed into Flying Thunder God Practitioner, blue. Even the description changed. Flying Thunder God Practitioner, blue allows the user to bring others along for lightning-fast coordinate jumps. Before, when the entry was still green, the explanation only mentioned precise teleportation. Now, it promised the ability to move with others at godlike speed. Seeing this, Yuma could hardly contain his excitement and rushed to have the system install the new power. This feeling, Yuma lifted his arm astonished. He could sense the instant the ability melded with his body. His grasp of space grew deeper and richer in that very moment. But that wasn't all. Content on the scroll that had previously made no sense now stirred within him, awakening clarity out of confusion. This new understanding directly enabled him to do as the second Hokage once did, wielding Flying Thunder God in actual combat. Now, he could even teleport people connected to his chakra through the Flying Thunder God link. Yuma suddenly understood. The answer was clear. No wonder, even by the events of Naruto, this technique had never fallen out of use. If anything, it shone brighter than ever. Once learned, it was an art that let you pursue your enemies while becoming nearly untouchable yourself. As long as you didn't act recklessly like Tobirama Senju, who sacrificed himself to cover others, and instead played things cautiously, you were nearly impossible to kill. With such a broken technique, it was no surprise even someone like Naruto, practically a prodigy, loved using it as often as he could. Perfect timing, Yuma mused. After a mission outside the village, every ninja gets a period of leave. This free time is just enough for me to blend the Flying Thunder God into my combat routine. I'm sure, by then, I'll be a match for any elite Jonin. With that thought, Yuma sighed in satisfaction and went to wash up and get some rest. After all, he had a gathering to attend that evening. As someone who cared about appearance, he wanted to show up in his best condition. Hiruzen Tsurutobi set down his pipe with a heavy expression, his gaze fixed sharply on Minato Namikaze. After a moment's pause, he pressed, enunciating each word. Minato, are you certain that everything you just said is true? Not a single lie among them. Lord Hokage, I swear, not a single word was false. Minato answered firmly, the model student in Hiruzen's eyes. Hiruzen stood and paced to the window, his eyes drifting toward the Uchiha clan grounds at Konoha's heart. A rush of emotion flooded his mind. Ever since awakening his Sharingan in his teens, Yuma's talents had surged, and his power had grown at an astonishing pace. This sense of déjà vu inevitably made him think of one person, Madara Uchiha. The Tsurutobi clan, loyal followers of the Senju of the forest for hundreds of years since the Warring States era, had kept meticulous records of every eminence from the Uchiha, particularly during their many clashes. Madara Uchiha, son of Taijima, stood as one of the mightiest figures of the previous generation. Remarkably, he awakened to Sharingan at the age of 15. Once his eyes awakened, there was no containing his power, a meteoric rise, unstoppable and awe-inspiring. Such was his strength. For someone like him, who had borne witness to the epic battle between Madara and Lord Hashirama, those memories remained incredibly vivid. Now, turning his eyes to Uchiha Yujin, who had awakened to Sharingan at a mere 12 years of age, he saw a similar pattern. In the 2 short months since then, Yujin's strength had transformed at a bewildering pace, utterly unstoppable, just like the legendary Madara. The curve of his growth, the trajectory of his power, all were uncannily alike to what the clan records described of Madara Uchiha. If this boy continued growing at such a pace, he would undoubtedly become the next Madara Uchiha. Thank goodness, as if struck by a sudden thought, Hiruzen Tsurutobi murmured under his breath. Despite the low volume, Minato Namikaze, with his extraordinary senses, caught the words. Lord Third, what is it you're relieved about? Hiruzen turned to him, his face grave. Thank goodness, Uchiha Yujin is your disciple, he explained solemnly. Minato, ever perceptive, gleaned the deeper meaning from the third Hokage's expression. Indeed, Yujin is my student, he echoed softly, a hint of emotion coloring his voice. And it was true. From the moment Uchiha Yujin became his disciple, the identity that enveloped him most strongly was not that of an Uchiha ninja, but as a true and loyal successor to the lineage of the Hokage. This was something that even the entire Uchiha clan had no choice but to acknowledge. All of Konoha knew. The Uchiha's deepest aspiration had always been to become Hokage, to claim that title. Within the stable order that had reigned for over 20 years since the time of the Third, an unspoken rule had long been established. Only those who belonged to the direct teaching line of the Hokage, master and disciple, could gain the true recognition of both the upper echelons and the populace. Only then could one become a genuine Hokage. The Uchiha, for all their frustrations, understood this very clearly. Now, with two Uchiha having joined the Hokage's lineage, the majority of the clan, save for the hardliners, could not be happier. The radiance of Uchiha Hiruzen, this so-called monster, would surely dazzle the shinobi world as his career unfolded. And so, things had grown much simpler. The more prominent Hiruzen became as an upright successor of the Hokage's heritage, the more secure the Uchiha's place in the village. The logic was clear. Greater fame meant a brighter hope of claiming the title of Hokage. Of course, given Hiruzen's youth, it would likely be another 20 years before that possibility could become reality. Yet, for the Uchiha, the difference between having hope and having none at all was immeasurable. The dream of becoming Hokage, having even a glimmer of hope, made all the difference in the world. In a few days, when the merit awards are handed out, have that boy come see me alone, Hiruzen Sarutobi declared, as if he had made a significant decision. Also, regarding his education, try to nurture him in a way that broadens his horizons from now on. At that moment, Shimura Danzo's strength of character was on full display. He was a man unafraid even of death, a man who loved every corner of his village. The prospect of having an exceptional Uchiha among his own ranks filled him with excitement. To become Hokage, power alone isn't nearly enough. In a few days, let this old man see for himself, Uchiha Yuma. Let's see what you're truly made of. The hour of twilight arrived, and the sinking sun painted the sky in a blood-red hue. Uchiha Yuma walked toward the best yakiniku restaurant favored by the Minato squad, his mood light and carefree. He already knew what he'd do once he received his reward. Go to clan leader Fugaku and borrow some money, taking on debt to ask the craftsman of the ninja village to forge a chakra metal katana for him. Thoughts of money inevitably led his mind back to the payment he'd soon have in hand. He quickened his pace, and before long, he had arrived at the restaurant. He lifted the door curtain and stepped inside. "Over here, Yuma." "This way," someone called out. He followed the voice, and his eyes fell upon a lively scene at the table, prompting him to arch an eyebrow in mild surprise. The one calling him over was Obito. Across from Obito sat Minato-sensei, Kakashi, and Rin. Yet, none of this was what truly surprised Yuma. What truly caught him off guard were the two people sitting beside Obito. The one next to Obito, directly across from Kakashi, was unmistakable. His bowl-shaped haircut and tight-fitting green suit gave him away instantly. It could only be Guy. The other guest was even more intriguing. A young child, perhaps 3 or 4 years old, with a distinctive dumpling nose and the same clan emblem on his clothes as Yuma wore himself. Uchiha Shursui, perhaps. Recognizing these two who weren't part of the Minato squad, Yuma made his way to the table. He greeted everyone politely, then turned to Obito with a gentle smile. "And who might these two be?" he asked. Hearing Yuma's question, Obito boomed with laughter. "Ha ha ha, this little guy here is my relative, also an Uchiha. His name's Shursui. His parents were sent out on a mission today, so with no one home, I brought him along to join our barbecue." As he spoke, he gave Shursui an affectionate pat on the shoulder. "This is the big brother Yuma I told you about." Shursui's eyes focused intently on Yuma. He'd been hearing his cousin Obito talk about this Yuma and I non-stop for days. How? After awakening his Sharingan, Yuma's progress had been astonishing, earning him a reputation as a prodigy, a genius, even a monster. In short, Shursui could sense just how much his cousin Obito seemed to admire this person. Influenced by Obito, Shursui's curiosity about Yuma had only grown stronger. However, since they had just met, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to bombard the other with questions. This much Shursui, sensitive by nature, understood well. He greeted Yuma with perfect politeness, giving a small bow. "Nice to meet you, Yuma. I look forward to learning from you in the future." Uchiha Yuma smiled, stepping closer to Shursui and giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. Once you start at the Ninja Academy, if there's anything you don't understand, just come straight to me." "All right, Yuma," Shursui replied, settling back into his seat. Seeing that Shursui was seated again, Yuma suppressed the excitement welling up inside him and prepared to greet Guy as well. The feeling was simply irresistible. The instant he touched Shursui, a golden glow of words burst before his eyes like a brilliant flash. There was no hesitation. He immediately commanded the system to extract it. "Phantom Fate Gold. Your very destiny shapes you to become the greatest illusionist in this world." Effect: Genjutsu effects are amplified beyond the limits. The moment he saw this new attribute, Yuma couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. When it comes down to a ninja's abilities, forget all those odd assessments on the identity cards. In essence, their strengths boil down to three things: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. As for ninjutsu and taijutsu, Yuma was already plenty capable at his current level. But genjutsu had always been something that troubled him. Enhanced by the Sharingan, his illusions seemed decent at first glance, but on closer inspection, they were barely passable. His illusion techniques, combined with the Uchiha style of ninja and physical arts, were effective enough. Yet if he tried to rely on them alone against opponents of equal skill, even with the boost from his Sharingan, he often found himself struggling. It was similar to Uchiha Sasuke. When up against opponents on his own level, genjutsu was rarely an option for him. Now, with this new attribute amplifying his genjutsu beyond its limits, Yuma's abilities in this area would improve tremendously. All these thoughts and realizations took only an instant in his mind. In the real world, after Shursui and Yuma had finished their introductions, Obito turned and drew the reserve guy over to them, explaining to Yuma, "This is my classmate, Kakashi's and Rin's too. Might Guy." Within the academy, there are few people Obito really noticed. Rin and Kakashi, of course, needed no introduction. Among their peers, Might Guy and Obito had both been labeled as underachievers, yet both were on good terms with Kakashi. The bonds among them were strong. This time, he and Kakashi had come across Guy wandering alone in the street and hadn't hesitated to invite him along. After all, in Minato's class, everyone was already familiar with each other. Faced with the somewhat nervous Guy, Yuma immediately extended a welcoming hand, his voice warm and sincere. "It's great to meet you, Guy." Seeing Yuma's kindness, Might Guy finally relaxed. The tension in his brow eased, and he quickly grasped Yuma's hand, replying a bit awkwardly, "I'm glad to meet you too." Guy didn't have any particular thoughts about this unfamiliar Uchiha at the moment. Right now, he was still being mocked by others for only being able to use taijutsu. His personality was somewhat introverted too. Aside from Kakashi and Kakashi's circle of friends, Guy didn't really care much about anyone else. As for Guy's mindset, Hiruzen didn't pay it any mind. All he cared about was acquiring new ability traits. The moment their hands met, a faint purple-blue light of a trait shimmered. This left Uchiha Hiruzen a bit disappointed. Might Guy, the formidable fighter who later almost kicked Madara to death, only had a purple trait? But Yuzen's mind quickly moved on. Sure, Guy was strong, but his strength couldn't be separated from his relentless physical training and the uniqueness of the Eight Gates technique. With that thought, Hiruzen willed the system to extract the purple trait right away. Steel-forged body, purple, the belief in hard work turns flesh into steel. Effect: persistent training will enhance physical constitution. This was a very special trait. It was not an instantly effective one, but instead gave long-term benefits. From the description, it seemed straightforward. Train every day, and your body gets stronger. An excellent trait. In a world where offense is high and defense is comparatively low, pushing the body to its extremes, even if it didn't reach the unrealistic standards of certain fantasy worlds and settled merely at Pirate King level constitution, would still be a tremendous boost for Hiruzen. As the handshake between Hiruzen and Guy ended and they each found a seat, the entire atmosphere was starting to feel more and more like a proper banquet. The group ate and drank heartily, and finally, with Minato distributing the mission rewards, the gathering came to a close. Outside the barbecue restaurant, as everyone went their separate ways, Minato called out to Hiruzen, "Hiruzen, tomorrow morning, accompany me to see the Hokage." At that, Uchiha Hiruzen turned back, a bit surprised. "I'm going to meet the Hokage." "That's right. Thanks to the Executioner's blade you offered up and your outstanding performance in this mission, the Hokage has decided to officially reward you." Understanding dawned on Hiruzen. Of course, he had presented the village with one of the signature swords of the mist, and during the mission, he'd gone so far as to defeat Juzo Biwa. No matter what, the village wouldn't mistreat him. After all, if they genuinely did, everyone in Konoha would see it, and the entire team's morale would plummet. "All right, Minato-sensei. I'll go with you to meet the Hokage tomorrow morning." The next day at dawn, with the first rays of sunlight breaking through, Uchiha Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze met at the appointed spot and made their way together to the Hokage's building. With Minato confidently leading the way, they soon reached the Hokage's office. "So, you're Uchiha Hiruzen?" "Not bad. Quite a handsome young man," Hiruzen Sarutobi said to Yuma with a warm expression. Hearing this, Yuma Uchiha didn't put on any airs. He bowed slightly and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Hokage." His impression of Hiruzen Sarutobi was actually rather positive. After all, when the leader of a powerful group greets you so kindly, it leaves a mark. How could the impression not be good? No need for such formality. I've called you here today. Hiruzen's tone shifted as he prepared to discuss official business, setting down his pipe, mainly to give you a commendation. As he spoke, he picked up an appointment letter from the desk. In light of your outstanding performance during this mission, you are hereby specially promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin. In addition, you will have the opportunity to study a forbidden jutsu at the Forbidden Techniques Repository. This reward was one he'd already discussed with Minato. The title Tokubetsu Jonin was a rather subtle rank, situated above Chunin, yet below Jonin. It was reserved for those who had reached, or even surpassed, Jonin-level expertise in a particular area. Holders of this title could enjoy most of the privileges of Jonin, with the exception of the right to recommend others for promotion. That's right. In Konoha, Jonin had the authority to recommend and advise on promotions. Officially, Jonin stood among the village's leadership. For Yuma Uchiha at this moment, however, this promotion represented an enormous leap forward. In one move, he was advancing from Jinin all the way to Tokubetsu Jonin. To be honest, it was astounding. Consider Shikamaru Nara from the original story. Even after rescuing the Chunin exams and leading the mission to bring Sasuke back, Shikamaru was promoted to Chunin, but not Tokubetsu Jonin, let alone Jonin itself. And on top of that, Yuma was now allowed to study a forbidden jutsu from the Forbidden Techniques Repository. What an incredibly fortunate development. In Konoha, there were mainly two official ways to study forbidden jutsu. One was the Scroll of Seals, a document whose symbolic importance outweighed its practical value. Why? Simply because all the forbidden jutsu from the Scroll of Seals could already be found in the repository. At this moment, another thought flashed through Yuma's mind. Orochimaru. He remembered that iconic scene from the anime, when the true genius secretly learned forbidden techniques in the repository. Yuma had already made up his mind. He knew exactly which forbidden jutsu he wanted to study. Steeling himself, he set aside his excitement and addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi with utmost gravity. Thank you so much for the village's trust. From this day forward, I will give everything I have for Konoha up to my very last breath. Within the Forbidden Techniques Repository, Yuma Uchiha sat cross-legged on the floor and slowly unrolled the scroll. As the scroll unfurled, the image of an 8-headed serpent emerged. The 8-branch technique, so powerful. This was no exaggeration. The 8-branch technique, whose creator remained unknown, was said to touch upon the very core secrets of the Otsutsuki clan. And, once mastered, the true essence of this jutsu could be revealed. You can merge your thoughts, your very soul, and turn them into a single force, a stream of chakra imbued with your deepest obsessions. But when it comes to battle, this aspect actually isn't all that important. This technique, as long as you pair it with a jutsu that allows for transferring the body. Doesn't it all sound familiar? Orochimaru's cursed seal of immortality, the Otsutsuki clan's transmigration through the karma. At their core, aren't they built on the same principle? This is exactly what Uchiha Yuma values most. Once you master the 8-fold serpent technique, you can fully digitize yourself. Only then can you truly delve into the core of chakra itself. This energy system isn't some mysterious force like spiritual power, mana, or chi. Chakra, it's a concrete testament to the Otsutsuki clan's technological prowess. In Boruto, this idea is brought out even more. That legion of cloned demigods wield tremendous power. Yet as for things like enlightenment or spiritual cultivation, Yuma finds them pointless. All he sees is, when the tech is right and the chakra is strong, power naturally follows. But the trouble is, even Orochimaru's side that mastering this technique takes a whole month. I wonder how long it'll take me to learn? Looks like I'll have to rely on the system. With that thought, he stowed away the scroll, paced out of the forbidden jutsu pavilion, and made his way back to the Hokage's office. You're sure you want to choose this jutsu? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, holding the scroll of the 8-fold serpent technique in his hand, unable to hide his surprise. As the so-called professor of ninjutsu, he was well-versed in this technique. How to put it? In battle, it's said to be enough to contend with tailed beasts, but he'd already discovered the truth. If you actually used it, you'd end up sluggish beyond belief, nowhere near as agile as a tailed beast. As for its ability to reinforce one's obsessions, he didn't see why Uchiha blessed with a Sharingan would need such a thing. Facing Sarutobi's questioning gaze, Uchiha Yuma nodded earnestly. That's right, Lord Hokage. I wish to learn this technique. To be honest, he'd much rather try to get his hands on Edo Tensei. But anyone could guess how impossible that would be. Hiruzen, for all his quirks, was quite principled. For such a taboo technique, even his favorite pupil, Orochimaru, had only learned it by stealing. If Yuma brought it up, it'd be flat-out impossible. Well then, you can take this scroll home. Just remember to return it when you've mastered it. Shaking his head with a resigned sigh, Sarutobi tossed the scroll over to Yuma. Yuma accepted the scroll and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Hokage. This was where being part of the Hokage's clan truly made a difference. For ordinary people, if you want to learn a jutsu like this, you'd have to memorize the entire scroll right there, not to mention figuring out the rest by yourself back at home. But as the student of Sarutobi's line, Yuma could simply take it back and consult it at leisure. Standing beside them, Minato Namikaze, who had been silent all this while, reached out and gave Uchiha Yuma a gentle pat on the head. All right, now that you've been promoted and acquired the jutsu you wanted, hurry home and start studying. I need to discuss a few more things with Lord Hokage. That, of course, was a lie. The real reason he lingered so long in silence was to quietly observe his own student, Yugen Uchiha, from the sidelines. He wanted to see how Yugen would behave in the face of the temptation of forbidden techniques, how he would respond every step of the way. And, in the end, he was quite pleased. Confronted with forbidden jutsu, his student remained largely unmoved by greed. In terms of learning, Yugen only wanted to master jutsu that truly interested him. Indeed, he had glanced at the 8 branches technique just earlier as well. To put it plainly, that was simply a jutsu of personal curiosity for Yugen. What's odd, though, is that, much like himself, Yugen's specialty was in speed, and that particular jutsu was immense and cumbersome. He couldn't quite fathom why Yugen would choose to pursue it. But it made no difference. Today, he felt utterly satisfied. What was left was a private discussion with the third Lord Hokage regarding his own teaching philosophy. That was certainly not something Yugen should overhear. So, he conjured up a convenient excuse to send him away. At these words, Yugen Uchiha strode out with unrestrained delight, practically skipping as he made his way back toward the clan grounds. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha had also received the relevant information. Since Minato Namikaze hadn't hidden any of Yugen's achievements, word was bound to reach the Uchiha chief when one of his own was promoted to special jounin. The village authorities would naturally want to share the news. The moment Fugaku learned from his subordinates that Yugen had returned to the clan compound, he promptly sent someone to call the young man for a meeting. Yugen's reaction to all of this was, talk about a pillow falling into your lap just as you're ready to sleep. What luck! He had been racking his brain, trying to figure out how to broach the subject of borrowing funds from Fugaku to upgrade his gear. Now, to see Fugaku so eager, well, it seemed his expenses might not be so steep after all. To this, Yugen could only sigh in relief. Joining the Hokage's inner circle had truly been the right move. In a secluded courtyard of the police force, set aside specifically for receiving guests, the gentle sound of water trickling into a bamboo basin filled the air. Fugaku Uchiha put down his teacup, looked at the young boy seated before him, and spoke with a sigh. I must admit, I never expected that, after awakening your Sharingan, you would grow so quickly, Yugen. This left Fugaku deeply moved. It felt as if only yesterday this boy had first sought him out, the day his Sharingan awakened. That was less than 2 months ago. In this impossibly short time, he had risen from an ordinary genin to a special jonin. But that wasn't the most surprising thing. What mattered even more was that, sitting across from him now, Yugen Uchiha exuded an air that made Fugaku feel faintly threatened. And then, there was that unmistakable aura of killing intent. No wonder. The reports had said this was the prodigy who defeated one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Juzo Biwa. Indeed, at this moment, Fugaku could only see Yugen as a genius. Throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, there have been rare, well-documented individuals who awakened their Sharingan only in their teens, only to then blossom, their talents erupting with unstoppable force. Such prodigies seem to appear once every few decades. In the past century, the most prominent of these was Madara Uchiha. Now, standing before Fugaku, Yuma Uchiha was in his eyes the next prodigy, one who quietly accumulated strength, then soared with breathtaking brilliance. He saw in Yuma the promise of another era-defining figure, someone who would rise all at once, impossible to rein in. Fugaku's praise was met with a bashful response. Yuma scratched his head as if embarrassed. No, not at all. Everything I can do right now is thanks to being an Uchiha, he replied. I will never forget the support the clan has given me. Fugaku nodded with deep satisfaction. He couldn't have been more pleased. In truth, he had summoned Yuma so urgently out of concern. After such early elevation to the rank of special jonin, would this young genius start to see his clan as less important? After all, this boy was already favored by the Hokage's circle, and if things continued as they were, the village would surely treat him well. Historically, the Uchiha had sometimes turned a cold shoulder to those clansmen whose talents were less apparent, letting them drift on their own. But now, Fugaku had decided that Yuma, loyal to the clan, rising fast in the village, deserved extra support. He would direct more resources to Yuma to win his loyalty, ensuring that the clan's standing never slipped in Yuma's heart. At that moment, Yuma, looking a little uneasy, turned to Fugaku and said, "Lord Fugaku, I actually have a small favor to ask of you this time. Whatever it is, just speak openly." Fugaku replied, straightening in his seat. He had been wondering how to draw Yuma closer, and here was a perfect opportunity. Yuma's voice was sincere. "On my last mission, I realized I need a proper weapon. My fighting style relies on the Uchiha school of taijutsu, so my weapon needs to be able to conduct chakra. So, I'd like to ask to borrow some funds from you in..." But before he could finish, Fugaku cut him off. "No need for that, Yuma. You don't have to pay a single coin. The clan will supply everything you need." Yuma looked up, surprised, as Fugaku gave him a warm, reassuring smile. "You prefer katana, don't you? We'll commission the best craftsman from the Thorn Ninja Village to craft it. Just give us a little time, and it will be delivered directly to your home by the ninja cats." Wah! Yuma's jaw dropped. Was it really that simple? A chakra-conducting blade wasn't cheap. Chakra metal was famously expensive. Overwhelmed by this generous gift, Yuma felt as if he'd been struck dizzy by a shower of money. In a daze, he finished his conversation with Fugaku, hardly able to process what had just happened. He returned home in a daze, his thoughts clouded and uncertain. Time drifted by slowly, and 5 days after the gathering, Uchiha Hiruzen sat cross-legged beneath a towering tree in a training ground near the Forest of Death. At this moment, he was deep in contemplation, considering the path his training should take from here on out. He had mastered a wide array of techniques: the Uchiha clan's fire style, their distinctive taijutsu, and expert shuriken jutsu. Alongside these, he wielded a versatile wind-style jutsu, pressure harm, and perhaps most importantly, a space-time technique, the Flying Thunder God. His fighting style was already taking shape. At this stage, he was not the type of ninja who stayed back and unleashed attacks from afar. Instead, his combat centered on the high-speed movement and close-quarters techniques of the Uchiha school, creating a style that revolved around lightning-fast mobility. In this tactic where speed was everything, the Flying Thunder God, currently at a blue-grade level in his repertoire, could no longer remain a mere standalone technique. It needed to become an integral part of his style. That's right. If my approach is similar to Minato Namake's, and to what Sure Sway will one day develop, both based on high-speed maneuvering, then before my next mission, I must fully integrate the Flying Thunder God. A gut feeling told him that only by thoroughly comprehending and mastering the Flying Thunder God would he truly step into the realm of elite jonin. Only then would he have a sliver of hope to survive the brutal third great ninja war that loomed on the horizon. War was a terrifying thing, especially a war fought by those with supernatural power. He remembered how, in his previous life, peering at these tumultuous scenes from behind screen, everything seemed so dazzling and cool. Only after being reborn into this world did he truly realize how terrifying and deadly these strange and powerful jutsu could be. Here, no matter how strong you were, if you let your guard down for even a moment, a single kunai could put an abrupt end to everything. That's why time-space techniques like the Flying Thunder God are so invaluable, he thought. Striking your enemy without giving them a chance to strike back. What could be more unfair? Obito demonstrated this to perfection. And the Flying Thunder God's agility, even if it can't fully match the might of King, it still lets you vanish across great distances in an instant if the fight turns dire. That's no small thing. At this realization, Hiruzen could no longer contain the urge to push forward. He set his mind to intense, focused training. Throughout the following days, he experimented endlessly, seeking to merge the Uchiha Taijutsu with the Flying Thunder God. A few days later, in the same training ground deep in the Forest of Death, a black-clad figure flashed around the field, trailing flickering sparks in his wake. The crimson and black light shimmered with dangerous intent, and every wooden post in the arena was reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Hiruzen, sword in hand and chakra coursing down the blade, summoned a surge of fire-style energy. With a swift angle of his weapon, he cried out, "Moonlit Slash!" A massive arc of flame shot forward, a flying cut brimming with murderous ferocity, scorching everything in its path. A thunderous explosion resounded, echoing through the silent woods. A flash of blazing fire darted by in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the trees dozens of meters ahead were all cut in half at the waist. But that wasn't all. The flames, as if possessing a strange stickiness, suddenly clung to the trunks, now suspended in midair. A rush of burning filled the air as the fire roared, devouring the trees until nothing remained but charred husks. Hiruzen Uchiha let out a slow, deep breath and calmly slid his ninja blade back into its sheath. He felt truly satisfied with his recent experiments, merging the Flying Thunder God technique with the Uchiha clan's unique taijutsu methods over the past few days. Everything had gone surprisingly smoothly. The Uchiha-style taijutsu specialized in high-speed combat, and so did the Flying Thunder God. Integrating the two merely required a bit of adaptation, just a change in approach to movement. Before, he'd relied on the clan's exclusive body flicker technique for swift maneuvering. Now, space itself bent at his command, letting him traverse distances in the blink of an eye with the Flying Thunder God. At the outset, Hiruzen had assumed this fusion would be difficult, but when he actually attempted it, he found it far simpler than expected, almost effortless. Perhaps this was thanks to the child of space and time, gold, trait, which granted him extraordinary neural reflexes. That, combined with the clan's signature shuriken throwing techniques, unlocked something truly remarkable. When Hiruzen hurled a kunai marked with the formula of the Flying Thunder God using the Uchiha's throwing technique, his heightened reflexes triggered a subtle, almost magical synergy. In this way, the union of taijutsu and the Flying Thunder God reached a remarkably mature and powerful state, far sooner than he had ever hoped. As Hiruzen pondered this breakthrough, applause suddenly broke out from the edge of the training ground, sharp, enthusiastic clapping that drew him from his thoughts. "Hiruzen, you really outdid yourself with that last use of the Flying Thunder God," came the warm, heartfelt praise. The speaker was Minato Namikaze himself. Without Hiruzen noticing, Minato and his 3 students, the entire Minato squad, had arrived to watch the training. Minato could barely contain his admiration. Every one of those glimmering, lightning-fast movements was just a touch slower than his own, but the sheer mastery of high-speed space-time movement was undeniable. As the heir to the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato understood better than anyone. This was already enough for Hiruzen to make a name for himself in the ninja world. He felt a surge of emotion. Not long ago, Hiruzen was simply the extra hand in the squad after Kakashi's arrival. Yet now, having revealed his monstrous talent, he became the clear focus of their training. His progress even drawing the attention of the 3rd Hokage. The change had come so swiftly, it was hard to believe. But how could it be otherwise? When your disciple was this astonishing, nothing about his meteoric rise seemed impossible. As Minato contemplated everything, his students stood rooted in shock. We weren't seeing things, right? That really was Minato-sensei's Flying Thunder God, wasn't it? Rin Noera, still a medical nin in training with limited combat skills, found herself overwhelmed. She could barely distinguish whether Hiruzen's dazzling movements were due to the body flicker technique or the Flying Thunder God's space-time teleportation. All she could think was, so strong, so fast, so incredible. But that flash sparking with embers gave her an uncanny sense of déjà vu. She couldn't help but ask the question out loud, her voice trembling with shock. "There's no mistake, Rin. That's Master Minato's Flying Thunder God technique." Obito Uchiha responded to Rin in that moment, his face unusually grave. He couldn't help but be serious. As an Uchiha himself, he had trained in the Uchiha's unique fighting style. Though his talent was limited and he wasn't able to master the ninja taijutsu, he was still quite proficient in their throwing techniques. Even though he didn't have the Sharingan right now, his habitual vigilance had given him eyes sharper than most. He'd already noticed that every time Uchiha Hiruzen appeared somewhere in a flash, there was always a specially crafted kunai at that spot. The way these kunai were arranged matched the habits of the Uchiha signature throwing techniques almost exactly. Thinking about how Hiruzen had only been away for a few days, and in that short time, he had already managed to blend Master Minato's Flying Thunder God technique into the Uchiha's battle style. It made Obito both proud of Hiruzen and deeply conflicted inside. In short, Obito's feelings were in a hopeless knot right now, twisting every which way. Unlike his 2 stunned companions, when Obito saw Uchiha Hiruzen, the very teammate who joined Minato's squad alongside him, he was consumed by a surge of rivalry, seeing how far Hiruzen had come. He could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, closing the gap until he stood in front of Hiruzen, who was just about to greet them, and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Hiruzen, that match we talked about before, let's have it, right here, right now." He didn't want to wait any longer. He needed to find out, was the Uchiha Hiruzen, who just a few months ago was a total rookie, really this strong all because of his resolve awakened by the Sharingan? Part of him just couldn't believe it. He'd always been a genius, graduated at 5, became a chunin at 6, and recently accumulated enough missions to qualify for Jonin. He wasn't new to seeing elite Uchihas with the fully developed 3-tomo Sharingan, after all. But compared to the kind of growth he'd witnessed in others, those so-called elites were nothing next to the transformation before him. He needed to confirm it for himself. Just how strong was Uchiha Hiruzen now? Hearing Obito's words broke Hiruzen out of his thoughts. He'd been about to greet his companions, but paused mid-wave at the look of solemn determination on Kakashi's face. knowing Kakashi for quite some time as his teammate. Yujin recalled memories from before, a time when he had not yet awakened his current wisdom. He could sense that something in Kakashi was completely different now. Ever since the tragedy of White Fang's suicide, Kakashi had poured his heart only into missions. When it came to teammates, well, guided by basic kindness, he would show some care, but it was never much. Yet seeing the expression Kakashi wore now, so unlike the cold, distant gaze of old, Yujin knew, in that moment, that he had truly become a friend Kakashi acknowledged and respected. And for a friend, Yujin would always respond directly. He formed the opposing seal with his hands and said, "No problem, Kakashi." Kakashi also formed the opposing seal, causing waves of chakra to ripple from his body. Standing to the side, Minato Namikaze quickly reached out to hold back Obito and Rin as he saw what was about to unfold. Obito and Rin, understanding the situation, obediently stepped away from the arena. After all, this was Kakashi's first time displaying such a serious expression since joining Minato's team. As his closest friends, they knew moments like this were rare ever since the passing of the White Fang of the Leaf. These glimpses of emotion were precious. So, even someone as spirited as Obito fell quiet in this moment. A tense, almost lethal atmosphere swirled above the training ground, as if the very air had thickened. It seemed the sky itself sensed this change, sending a gentle breeze toward them. The wind coaxed leaves from the tall trees nearby, letting them flutter softly to the ground. When a leaf finally touched down, both Yuma Uchiha and Kakashi sprang into action at once. There was a thunderous clash, ninjutsu and taijutsu colliding in rapid succession. Fire met lightning, elemental techniques twisting together, dozens of fierce exchanges exploding in mere moments. At this point, Yuma could feel it clearly. His fundamentals had finally caught up. He fought without relying on the Flying Thunder God's techniques, using only what he'd learned before. And still, he matched Kakashi blow for blow. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Yet as pleased as Yuma was, Kakashi was not. Dodging a fire style, Phoenix Flame Bullet with a flicker of movement, Kakashi shot Yuma a frosty glare and said coldly, "Yuma, are you underestimating me? Use your Flying Thunder God technique." Kakashi was angry. He felt looked down upon. He hadn't missed that scene from Yuma's earlier training. Fuming, he began forming hand seals at top speed. Ox hair, monkey, raising his right hand, about to channel his chakra. But in that instant, a cold, sharp ninja blade pressed against his neck. "Kakashi, stop your jutsu right there. For now, I'll be taking this victory." Kakashi's pupils widened in shock. He could feel the chilling blade, unmistakable proof that he had lost. If this had been a real enemy, a single cut would have ended it. Thinking this, Kakashi let the jutsu go and turned around, unwilling to accept the result. He asked reluctantly, "What happened just now?" "Look at your arm," Yuma said, sheathing his blade and pointing at Kakashi's right forearm. "What's this?" Kakashi looked down. There, a three-tomo pattern had appeared. He had no idea when it had been placed. "That's the mark of the Flying Thunder God, Kakashi," Yuma replied. Just then, Minato approached, smiling broadly. "Once that mark is set upon you, you become a beacon for the Flying Thunder God technique," he explained to Kakashi. From the moment Kakashi had dared engage Yuma in close-quarters combat, Minato knew. The outcome of this match was already decided. After he finished speaking, he saw a thoughtful look appear on Kakashi's face and nodded in approval. He knew that as a genius, Kakashi would surely understand. Then, he reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out a scroll. Facing Yuma, his expression grew serious. "The reason we came to see you this time is important. I've accepted a mission for all of us. Our next destination is the Land of Wind. A mission in the Land of Wind." Yuma Uchiha, having just finished sparring with Kakashi, was visibly energized by the news. He was in desperate need of money. There was no helping it. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu was powerful, but it had one fatal flaw. It was expensive. Special Kunai didn't come cheap. Over the past several days, he'd spent every last Ryo of his previous reward just on training. Now, short on funds, Yuma was elated to hear this. Missions outside the village usually meant a generous payment. "That's right, exactly. We took on this mission together with Minato-sensei. And now, Obito-sama will explain everything to you." It was as if Obito Uchiha, finding it hard to endure the moments of silence earlier, could hold back no longer. He jumped up and began eagerly explaining the details to Yuma. The rest of Minato's team watched Obito's search for attention with a smile. After all, Obito's antics always livened up the mood. After Obito's lively explanation, Yuma gained a general understanding of the mission. The shinobi world was anything but peaceful these days. The Second Great Ninja War, which had only ended a few years prior, had left behind numerous unresolved economic problems for every nation. Now, the consequences were surfacing. In the end, all of humanity's disputes revolve around one thing: interests. For Sunagakure, the need for economic gain was especially urgent. The Land of Wind looked vast on a map, but 99% of its territory was desert. Barren lands meant a weak nation. A weak nation, in turn, meant limited support for the hidden village. For Sunagakure, which was enjoying its most powerful era, this was simply intolerable. The daimyo understood, as did Sunagakure itself. Constrained by the country's lack of resources, even the land's own ruler had no surplus to give much financial support. What could they do in this situation? The answer was simple: invade abroad. When both the daimyo and the Kazekage had this idea, the neighboring land of rivers became an appealing target. Unlike the Land of Wind, the Land of Rivers bordered the Land of Rain, but its geography spared it from constant downpours. Instead, it enjoyed abundant rainfall and fertile land. Being next to the Land of Fire, it also had distinct commercial advantages. Though smaller in size than the Land of Wind, the Land of Rivers was in no way inferior in national strength. So, Sunagakure launched its plan. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers, along with his son, had been personally abducted by the third Kazekage. Now, the call for aid from the Land of Rivers reached Konoha. Without delay, Konoha assembled all available combat-ready ninja. At the center of this rescue mission stood Minato Namikaze. He was to lead a team of elite jonin, including members from the Inoshikaicho trio, the Inuzuka, and the Aburame clans. Together, they would carry out the rescue operation. After receiving this mission, Minato discussed the details with the third Hokage. He felt confident in his own team, which counted both Kakashi and Yuya, two jonin-level fighters, as members. And then there was Obito. Though he was often dubbed the Dead Last, that nickname belonged to the elite class. Even the lowest among the elite was hardly weak. Obito had the qualities of a solid chunin. After all, he was a clan shinobi. His starting point was already far ahead of that of ordinary ninja born to civilian families. Then there was Rin Noara, naturally suited to the role of medical ninja, and essential for any mission. Once he and the third Hokage settled the arrangements, Minato's team officially joined the operation. After Obito finished his explanation, Yuya Uchiha raised his gaze, asking, "So, we're heading out this afternoon?" "That's right. Speed is everything in a rescue mission," came the reply. Hearing this, Yuya quietly let out a sigh of relief. He ran his fingers over the ninja blade that had recently rested on Kakashi's shoulder. This blade was crafted from Chakra metal, a gift from Fugaku, only a few days ago. Yuya was more than satisfied with his new weapon. It exceeded all his expectations, razor-sharp, yet retaining excellent chakra conductivity. When Yuya applied the Bloodthirst Immortal Blue bonus to it, he tested its abilities. Much like the famed Executioner's blade, even if it suffered damage, absorbing blood could mend the blade. And the blood didn't have to be human. As long as it came from any carbon-based creature with iron in its veins, the blade would be restored. Now, with his weapon already upgraded, Yuya's strength had also undergone a profound transformation after a few days of integrating the Flying Thunder God technique. Yes, there was no question now. He was at the level of an elite jonin. His stats had changed accordingly. Host: Yuya Uchiha. Gender: male. Age: 13. Rank: elite jonin. Bonuses: Eyes of the Divine Realm, red; Child of Time and Space, gold; Genius, gold; Elusive Fate, gold; Uchiha, purple; Lava Release, purple; Tempered Steel, purple; Sharingan, blue; Fire Release, blue; Wind Release, blue; In Release, blue; Uchiha Style, blue; Natural Energy Affinity, blue; Flying Thunder God Technique, blue. Combat Power, 170. By mastering the Flying Thunder God, the system evaluated him as an elite jonin. What's more, his potential as an elite jonin was extremely high. He could easily put down ordinary jonin, just as he demonstrated moments ago with Kakashi. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he could stand undefeated, waltzing through shadowy skirmishes with the Kage himself. At this stage, or rather, before this mission, my strength seems to have reached its current peak. Kakashi's challenge just now had earned him another 100 combat points. Unfortunately, all the slots on his current ability panel were blue or higher, not quite enough to upgrade any further for now. Still, Yuji Uchiha understood well. His present power was more than enough to face down just about any challenge that came his way. The confidence bestowed by the Flying Thunder God seal was just that, overwhelming. He had also planned out his next step, the fusion of the Flying Thunder God technique with the Uchiha style, a true embodiment of shinobi tactics. Once he'd perfected this aspect, it was time to set his sights on the domains of Jinjutsu and Taijutsu. He believed that, especially after the coming mission and with further study, he could extract even stronger abilities from Shursui and Guy. Surely, his skills would rise to new heights, achieving flawless mastery across all three ninja disciplines: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Yuji, are you listening? What's on your mind? The questioning tone from Minato Namikaze pulled Yuji abruptly from his thoughts. Snapping back to the present, Yuji noticed the uncertainty on Minato's face and responded a little sheepishly. Sorry, I was just wondering. Since even the third Kazekage is on the move, is there any additional intel we should know about? After all, when a Kage leads a squad, it's never just a group of nameless extras, right? At that, Minato's expression grew serious. You're absolutely right, Yuji. According to our latest intel, it's not just the third Kazekage. He's also bringing along the Sand's elite puppet force. Among them is Sasori of the Red Sand, the Sand's puppet prodigy. As the head of the puppet corps, he's not to be underestimated. Yuji's pupils contracted with a jolt. Sasori? Of course. The third great ninja war hadn't yet begun. After all, the disappearance of the third Kazekage, that spark, hadn't happened. That meant Sasori was still loyal to the Sand Village. Realizing that this mission might pit him against not only one but two Kage-level shinobi, Yuji felt exhilaration, not fear. Mastering the Flying Thunder God fused with Uchiha techniques, attaining elite Jonin skills, and now, with further weapon enhancements, he felt certain. Even if this mission led him to face the so-called strongest Kazekage and the Sand's finest puppet master, Sasori, he would not falter. Buoyed by this confidence, after practice he took a midday rest. Yuji gathered himself and set off toward Konoha's main gate, the designated rallying point for this mission. By the time he arrived, nearly 20 shinobi had already assembled, ready and waiting. More than half the ninjas present were clad in Jonin vests. He was unfamiliar with most of them. Only two among them had appeared in the original story, and he recognized them immediately. One was a burly red-haired man, the leader of the Ino Shikacho formation this time, Choza Akimichi. As the future father of Choji Akimichi, one of Konoha's 12 little giants, he was easy to spot. The other was even easier to identify. The faint mustache, the dark sunglasses, the enormous container strapped to his back, and his almost invisible presence. Shirkue Aburame, the father of Shino Aburame, another member of the 12 little giants. Seeing this, he felt that the mission was in safe hands. The skills of these two were certainly those of elite Jonin, exceptionally strong, including Minato Namikaze, a top-tier ninja who battled the famed A and B duo of the Hidden Cloud Village to a standstill right after his debut. And himself, two users of the Flying Thunder God technique. Rescuing their target would hardly be an issue. As they drew near the main group, Yuma Uchiha gathered his wandering thoughts. He politely greeted all the ninjas present and then made his way over to Minato's squad. After all, among all these people, he only felt familiar with his own teammates. He approached Kakashi and the others, and turned to Obito, the only one who seemed visibly nervous, offering reassurance. Obito, I saw you were tense from the moment I arrived. There's really no need for that. This time, with our teacher leading, as a students, we must meet the occasion with confidence. And besides, when has a Uchiha ever feared a challenge? Hearing this, Obito was instantly cheered up. That's right. Yuma made perfect sense, especially with that last line. An Uchiha must never fear a challenge. With his morale buoyed, Obito seemed like a new person, his demeanor utterly transformed. At this moment, Obito truly admired Yuma. For someone who was not only stronger than you, trained harder, and had a better mindset, but could also encourage others along the way, it was impossible not to feel respect. Not to mention, even for Obito, who was a gentle and somewhat unusual Uchiha, the pride the clan wore on its sleeve rang true in his own heart. Uplifted, he quietly decided he would not allow himself to bring shame to the group throughout the mission. In the distance, Minato Namikaze also witnessed this little scene. He wasn't the only one. As deputy leader on this mission, Choza Akimichi had watched too. Raising his brows, he remarked to Minato with admiration. Minato, your students are outstanding. He couldn't help but be impressed. To have two Uchiha join the Hokage's line as disciples, while not completely unprecedented, after all, Uchiha Kagami had once been second Hokage's student, this was still something remarkable among Konoha's many clans. After 20 years, were the Uchiha stepping back into the village's inner circle? At that moment, the words of comfort from the Uchiha boy, whose chakra was powerful and whose presence was nothing short of extraordinary, were overheard by the others. They all felt that this young man was destined for greatness. After all, simply being strong on your own doesn't mean much to the Konoha shinobi, who hold steer the will of fire. But if you possess both strength and the ability to inspire your comrades, then most people in Konoha will truly acknowledge you as a formidable force. Choza Akimichi thought the same way. Even Shibi Aburame, the quiet and reserved trump card of this operation against the puppet platoon, nodded in agreement. The members of the Aburame clan rarely speak much, but when they recognize a ninja as worthy, they accept him as a true comrade. As for Uchiha Hiruzen, there was no doubt about it. When a person can instill courage and determination in those around him, he wins their approval. Namake's Minato felt it even more deeply. After all, privately praising your own student is one thing, but when others openly praise him, the satisfaction is on an entirely different level. What was even more important was that Hiruzen's ability to comfort his teammates meant there was less risk of his character becoming twisted or extreme in the future. A powerful, upright, and widely admired student. At this moment, Minato couldn't help but feel sheer joy. All right, enough with the compliments. Time is of the essence for this rescue mission. Now that everyone's here, let's head out, Minato declared. And with that, he led the assembled group, moving swiftly in the direction of the Land of Wind. After several days of forced marching, the Konoha rescue team arrived stealthily just a few dozen kilometers from the oasis capital of the Land of Wind. They had managed this thanks to the personal belongings of the daimyo and his son, items that the Inuzuka clan's ninja, guided by the keen noses of their ninja dogs, used to track their targets. As the leader of the entire unit, Minato gathered his deputies, Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame, for a brief consultation. Then he raised his hand and spoke in a low, steady voice. Everyone, up ahead lies the capital of the Land of Wind. Our next step is infiltration. We'll split into teams now. Hiruzen, Kakashi, you're coming with me. Obito and Rin, you'll stay here. Wait with a group of ninja under Lord Choza's command until we return. With that, Minato began assigning specific tasks to each ninja present. His strategy was crystal clear. This was a rescue operation, not an extermination mission. Everything from here on would be planned with rescue as the sole focus. This meant that he and Hiruzen, both highly mobile, had to take the lead, joined by a top-ranking Inuzuka and Shibi Aburame. Two masters of the Flying Thunder God technique were about to break through enemy lines and bring people to safety. Minato truly believed there was nothing they couldn't handle. Hiruzen nodded in understanding, signaling that he was ready. Once he heard the assignments, he immediately understood Minato's intentions. The Inuzuka and Aburame would scout ahead, while the two Flying Thunder God users would charge in to save the hostages. A simple and direct approach, yet highly effective. As the squad completed their preparations, Hiruzen followed Minato's lead, slipping silently into the capital of the Land of Wind. As one of Konoha's famed clans, neither the Inuzuka nor Aburame were to be underestimated. In the arts of reconnaissance and tracking, they considered themselves second only to the Hyuga. There was no one else they would yield to. Before long, in an elegant courtyard, they found their target. Aburame Shibi raised his hand, letting a scouting insect settle upon him. He received it, pausing to sense its findings. Then he spoke to the group. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers and his son are being held under house arrest. On either side of them, there are enormous chakras that make the insects tremble. One of them is likely the Kazekage. The other, the view from the insect wasn't clear, but I believe it's the so-called scorpion of the red sand. At these words, Minato Namake's pondered for a brief moment. We go straight in, rescue them directly, he declared. I'll face the Kazekage. As for the scorpion of the red sand, Hiruzen, you'll keep him at bay. Hearing Minato's instructions, Uchiha Hiruzen nodded calmly. Understood. Hiruzen knew exactly why this arrangement had been made. Puppet masters were formidable adversaries. As shinobi who could only fight using puppets, their physical bodies were often weak. This meant that the puppet masters of Sunagakure specialized in elaborate setups, battlefield control, and intricate calculations. As the puppet unit leader of the Hidden Sand, the famed pinnacle of the shinobi world, the scorpion of the Red Sand's abilities were second to none. It was well known that puppet masters could control multiple puppets at once. As a renowned puppet master himself, information about the scorpion of the Red Sand had spread across the ninja villages. Among the rumors was that this man could command hundreds of puppets at once. This presented a problem. Their mission was a rescue, not an annihilation. Rescue demanded speed and efficiency. But a foe like Scorpion, a puppet master able to command so many puppets and match the might of Kaguya, would prove enormously troublesome. During the operation, with just a sweep of his hand, he could wipe away their numerical advantage. How could they possibly complete their rescue then? Add to that the presence of the third Kazekage and other Sand Shinobi, retreating safely, let alone saving others, would be near impossible. Therefore, someone had to lock down the Scorpion right at the outset. Of all those present, Minato would confront the third Kazekage. Uchiha Yujin realized, perhaps a bit helplessly, that aside from himself, gifted with the Flying Thunder God technique, no one else could possibly hold off the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Minato glanced at his disciple, noticing that Yujin had accepted his task without hesitation or question. Through his expression, it was clear Yujin had immediately grasped his intentions. This insight gave Minato an even deeper appreciation for his disciple. If his previous feats, swiftly mastering ninjutsu and miraculously copying Kekkei Genkai, had already left him with a sense of awe and speculation about Yujin's prowess in battle, then now, in terms of intellect, he was beginning to grasp the true extent of Yujin's terrifying abilities. His comprehension was staggeringly quick. No, it would be more accurate to say that his way of perceiving things was simply different from everyone else's. That was why, whenever he gave an order, Yujin immediately understood what was needed. This level of discernment was exceedingly rare. Most ordinary shinobi, indeed 99% of Leaf shinobi, struggled in this regard. Even the Jonin were not exceptions. Minato Namikaze knew exactly why this was the case. As a civilian by birth, for him to enter Konoha's inner circle at such a young age, his talent was by no means limited to the Flying Thunder God technique. What was truly crucial was his remarkable intellect. Because of this, he couldn't help but be amazed by Yujin, who could instantly grasp the essentials of any mission. Yet, Minato quickly cast aside these musings. What mattered now was the task at hand. The rescue squad began to split into teams. Naturally, Yujin, who had been entrusted with a serious responsibility this time, was assigned directly to the strike team. As for Obito and Rin, whose mobility was less suited for direct assault but who had other valuable skills, they remained here under Choza Akimichi's leadership, acting as support and backup. Once the teams were set, the strike squad swiftly and silently made their way to a position not far from the target residence. A low humming noise suddenly filled the air. Shibi Aburame reached out and caught a few tiny insects. Using his chakra link, he swiftly gleaned information about the layout inside the enemy compound. "I've scouted out the general situation inside using my Kikeichu," he reported calmly. "There are two significant chakra signatures, one to the left, one to the right of the courtyard, and a large contingent of sand shinobi arrayed around the central room." Hearing this, Yujin's eyes narrowed, and his gaze quivered for a moment. In the next instant, the crimson gleam of the Sharingan lit up in his eyes. The Sharingan's insight was formidable. While perhaps not as absolute as the Byakugan, it was far from insignificant. As he activated the Sharingan, his field of vision shifted, now attuned to the telltale blue glow of chakra. With a few careful glances toward the courtyard, Yujin could see, even through the walls, intermittent traces of blue chakra, just as Shibi's insects had reported. Two intensely bright chakra sources rose on opposite sides of the courtyard, impossible to conceal even with rooms between them. In front of the main hall, masses of chakra signatures were clustered together. Yujin contemplated for a moment, then turned to Minato Namikaze with measured advice. "Sensei Minato, the objective of our mission is most likely in that central hall, currently surrounded by enemy forces. If we attempt a direct assault on the room, even if we succeed, the casualties on our side will be severe. I have a suggestion." At these words, Minato Namikaze's eyes glimmered with interest. "A suggestion? Let's hear it." Since Sasori of the Red Sand and the third Kazekage are standing guard on either side, with their underlings in the middle, Yojin pointed toward the distant compound, speaking with assurance, "Why don't we just split them apart? We all know just how powerful the fire release technique can be. I'll separate them with a wall of blazing fire. Minato-sensei, you'll engage the Kazekage, while I take on Sasori." With an unshakable confidence, Uchiha Yojin finished by clenching his fist. "The rest of our team can then charge straight in and extract the target." As his plan settled over the crowd, silence fell. Kakashi widened his eyes, staring at Yojin as if seeing him for the first time. He'd been partners with Yojin for quite some time now. That clumsy, hapless boy from before, the one without the Sharingan, felt like a distant memory. Since awakening his Sharingan, not only had Yojin's strength soared past his own in a flash, but even his intellect seemed transformed. He had changed from a taciturn, unspectacular companion to someone cool and composed, brimming with confidence. It was more than Kakashi could fathom. Kakashi wasn't the only one surprised. Shibi Aburame, standing nearby, snapped out of his own astonishment and clapped in agreement. "Brilliant! Once they're divided, with the main threats held at bay, the rescue operation will be a breeze." It was then Shibi realized with a newfound respect that he was looking at a born leader, someone with clarity, insight, and commanding presence. No wonder a Uchiha had made it into the inner circle of the Hokage's chosen. In comparison, Shibi felt destined to quietly follow orders, his own abilities paling beside such talent. As for Minato Namikaze, addressed directly by the plan, he too felt a certainty settle within him. Uchiha Yojin truly did possess a mind that could approach problems from entirely new angles. He had once marveled at Yojin's powers of understanding. Now he recognized his strength of leadership as well. Uchiha Yojin, strength, insight, and leadership all blended seamlessly in one perfect shinobi. After this mission, Minato knew he would need to rethink how he mentored this exceptional student. It was urgent to instill within Yojin the will of fire, that guiding spirit, because a strong and clever ninja without that inner conviction could be unsettling. But now is not the time for such considerations. Wholeheartedly endorsing Yojin's proposal, Minato nodded. "We'll do it your way." At the signal, Yojin wasted no words. His hands began weaving through the signs without hesitation. Fire release, a signature skill of the Uchiha. This ninjutsu's power lay not only in its deadly might, but also in the blazing waves of heat it unleashed. That inferno could even force the very air into a surging wave, filling friend and foe alike with dread. It's this very sense of overwhelming force that explains why fire release techniques have remained powerfully relevant through the ages. In a flash, Yuma formed the necessary hand seals. He sprang into the air, gathering chakra in his throat, while faint sparks began to flicker at the corners of his mouth. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. Under his control, a blazing arrow-shaped fireball, resembling a falling meteor, shot toward the part of the courtyard where the crowd was densest. Just as that fireball, like a divine arrow of retribution, was about to strike the ground, there was a tremendous explosion. Yuma's control caused the fireball to blossom instantly into a roaring sea of flames. The suffocating heat began to distort and churn the surrounding air, warping the very atmosphere with its intensity. A colossal blast wave surged outward, overwhelming everything below. "What is that? That fire release is terrifying." "You fool, it's an enemy attack. While the flames haven't landed yet, hurry and defend yourselves." The blazing arrow descended. Unsurpassed waves of scorching fire, brimming with destructive force, swept across the courtyard. Those sand ninja caught off guard had no time to react. The scorching flames consumed them instantly. Others who managed to defend themselves with various ninjutsu were nevertheless slammed aside by the blast's relentless force. At that moment, all the sand ninja in the courtyard stood bewildered by the sudden attack. Scorpion, startled by the commotion, appeared in a flash. He alone understood why his fellow sand ninja were slow to react. To be honest, even he felt dazed by what was happening. Who would ever have thought that, here in the land of wind, in the very heart of their stronghold, the capital of the sand, someone would dare mount such a brazen assault? But when he glimpsed that tide of flame, he gave a helpless smile. Such a formidable fire release, it had to be the Uchiha, which meant that the leaf had finally made their move. As expected, only the hidden leaf would dare challenge us like this. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he drew a scroll from his robes. He was just about to release his puppets and extinguish the blaze when wave upon wave of black iron sand came rushing over, swiftly snuffing out every last flame in the courtyard. At this, Scorpion instantly understood. Their Kazekage had joined the fight. Since that's settled, I'll head to protect the daimyo of the Land of Rivers and his son. At this moment, Scorpion fully understood the leaf's target. With his own Kazekage defending against the attackers, it fell to him, as the second in command among the sand, to protect their charge. With that resolve, he turned to make his way toward the daimyo and his son. Life is rarely smooth, however. A shadow dropped from the sky before him. I know exactly where you're headed, but I can't let you get there." Yuma Uchiha Sharingan had already locked onto Scorpion. That tremendous chakra signature was impossible to conceal. And besides, that concentrated chakra was clearly connected to the iron sand. Surely, it could only be the third Kazekage. That was one battle Yuma wouldn't have to intervene in himself. It'll be enough to leave Minato Namikaze to handle things. All I need to do is deal with the red-haired youth standing before me. Oh, those eyes and that clan crest. Scorpion's brow knitted as his gaze sharpened. You must be that Uchiha, the one behind that terrifying fire style technique, aren't you? The sheer power of the fire style he'd just witnessed demanded his full attention. Yet the Uchiha before him was so strikingly young. It was something Scorpion hadn't expected at all. Yujin had no intention of responding to Scorpion's probing. He remembered well from the original story, whether it was Scorpion or Kankuro, both embodied the essence of the puppet master to a T. Even their words could be laced with hidden traps. After all, as far as Yujin could see, Scorpion was the only one present. There were no visible puppets or mechanical contraptions nearby. Who could say if this line of questioning was just a ploy to stall for time and summon Puppet? The thought sent a subtle tremor through Yujin's body. His scarlet, three-tomo Sharingan spun into motion, and flecks of fire seemed to ignite around him. Unleashing the full potential of Uchiha-style taijutsu, he prepared to attack. With a thunderous crash, the floor beneath his feet shattered in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yujin vanished from sight. He had decided to make a probing move. After all, when facing someone whose power rivaled that of a village Kage, one couldn't be too careful. Suddenly, Yujin materialized at Scorpion's side. At some point, his ninja blade had been drawn, a cold gleam slicing through the air, a flash of lethal intent. Just as the blade was about to strike Scorpion, an unexpected turn occurred. With a resounding thud, the ground under Scorpion's feet burst apart. A towering, broad-shouldered puppet emerged, raising its unyielding iron shield to block the path of Yujin's blade. There was a clang as steel met steel, and the sharp ring of metal on metal echoed. "You're a naive one, kid. Did you really think a puppet master would just stand there, defenseless?" Scorpion sneered, his fingers dancing along the chakra threads that linked him to his puppet. With a mechanical whir, gears inside the bulky puppet engaged. A harsh click rang out. The puppet's metallic arm, locked with Yujin's blade, began to transform. From its side, several slender, segmented arms unfolded, each ending in a kunai, stained with a sinister purple dye. A nauseating stench emanated from the purple markings on the kunai. Instantly, Yujin recognized Scorpion's signature, a blend of deadly mechanisms and potent poison. Seeing this, Yujin coolly leaped back and evaded the puppet's grasp. Running away? How disappointing. "Maybe I overestimated you just now, brat," Scorpion taunted, his eyes flashing with contempt. He gave the chakra threads an almost playful flick. Snap! Snap! The puppet responded to Scorpion's control, the inner gears whirring. In an instant, a volley of poison-tipped kunai shot forth. Yujin's Sharingan spun rapidly, his senses razor-sharp. With his left hand, he deftly pulled out several flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja pouch, readying himself for the next phase. Chakra infused, a flick of the wrist. Ushi-style shuriken technique, 5-fold throw. The kunai left his grip in an instant, following a subtle, twisting trajectory straight toward the venomous blades soaring through the air. With a rapid clatter, the toxic kunai were all knocked aside. But it didn't end there. The kunai Uchiha Yujin had hurled with that secret Uchiha technique continued on their specially guided path, curving around the puppet and heading straight for Sasori's true body. What is this? Sasori's eyes went wide. Never before had he witnessed a throwing technique so exquisitely precise. Not only had it knocked away his poison-tipped blades, but the rebound force from their collisions now sent a new threat careening toward him. It completely shattered everything he thought he knew about ranged techniques. TCH. Seeing several deadly kunai about to strike him, Sasori let out a forceful shout, and with a flick of his idle left hand, summoned a scroll. A loud bang, smoke billowed forth, and a new mechanical puppet emerged. This one was circular, bristling with potential danger. At once, chakra threads unfurled from Sasori's fingertips, linking him to his new puppet. A sharp click. With a whoosh, the round puppet unfolded dozens of mechanical arms, each one poised to intercept danger. "I have to admit," Sasori said coolly, "you're the most formidable thrower I've ever faced." But his expression remained icy. Throwing techniques alone can't kill. He recognized their value, yes, but only for lower-level shinobi. He couldn't believe such simple skills could threaten someone of his caliber. The puppet's many arms swept forward, poised to knock away any threat. But in the final instant, the kunai once again collided. A sharp series of impacts, and their paths shifted unpredictably. One kunai slipped through the barrage of puppet limbs and appeared directly in front of Sasori. A crimson-black light flared. Uchiha Yujin materialized next to the kunai in a blur. His ninjato flashed, edged with tongues of fire. "Sorry, but my shuriken techniques are a little different," Yujin said, raising his blade. He held it upright, the polished edge glinting evenly between his brows, illuminating the blood-red Sharingan in his eyes. The tomo began to spin. With a shrill slash, the flaming blade lunged forward, a living bolt of death, searing a path toward its target. Sasori's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Dread swept over him like a cold tide, pressing on him from every direction, deadly and inescapable. A sensation like being wrapped in the coils of a giant serpent. What was going on? How had this intruder slipped past his wall of puppets and appeared before him in a single instant? It defied explanation, it shattered logic. This isn't possible. No, it must be an illusion. Genjutsu? In a heartbeat, ideas raced through Sasori's mind. How could someone simply blink and stand right before him? As if leaping from one space to another in a split second. Wait, with a snap, realization struck him. Spatial movement? So that's it. Stepping out of his flash of confusion, Sasori breathed an awed admission. A technique that borders on the miraculous. However, a cruel smirk curled at the corners of Scorpion's lips. His voice rose sharply as he continued. Did you really think so little of me? With a harsh, grinding clatter, a cacophony of gears and mechanisms thundered from deep within his body. Suddenly, with a wet rip, mechanical arms burst through the fabric of his cloak, unfolding in a dazzling display. The palms of each arm opened, revealing tubular devices nestled inside. A deep, electric hum filled the air as those tubes erupted, releasing a fierce maelstrom of wind-released chakra. Under Scorpion's precise control, that chakra whipped into a raging hurricane, its cutting edge and unstoppable force surging with destructive power. Like a tidal wave crashing down, it surged straight toward the charging Yuji Uchiha. I knew it. It was never going to be that easy. Yuji's Sharingan narrowed, the crimson glow in his eyes flashing with astonishment at Scorpion's transformation. Just a moment ago, he had thought his surprise attack had landed. A chance to claim an elite victory, striking down a Kaga-level foe with the Flying Thunder God technique before the enemy even had a chance to reveal their true strength. But as the storm hurtled toward him, Yuji snapped out of his thoughts. With a flicker, his figure vanished from sight, slipping past the torrent of wind before it could tear into him. He had narrowly evaded Scorpion's assault, just in time. Now, with his puppet body fully revealed, Scorpion stood in the center of the battlefield, ready to unleash his full might. Marvel at this, Uchiha boy, he proclaimed, his tone fevered, almost triumphant. Since I completed this masterpiece, you are the very first to witness me in this form. He stood tall, his expression almost haggard, yet there was a twisted pride in his eyes. This was his forbidden technique, human puppet transformation, in pursuit of immortality and perfect art. When his research had finally come to fruition, he had not hesitated to make himself the first experiment. Yuji, upon seeing Scorpion's current form, instantly realized his opponent was now prepared to fight him in earnest. In this state, Scorpion could control not just a handful, but 100 puppets at his command. Exhaling heavily, Yuji clenched the Flying Thunder God kunai tightly in his left hand. Is that so? The first to witness your masterpiece. What an honor, he replied with mock solemnity, letting his gaze drop. His Sharingan shimmered crimson, the tomo spinning faster and faster in his pupils. Fire chakra surged along his blade, flickering with deadly heat. He knew full well, Scorpion, now transformed into a human puppet, would be immune to his genjutsu. You can't expect illusions to fool a mind encased in steel, after all. If genjutsu was useless, Yuji reasoned, then he'd simply pour more chakra into his next attack, amplifying the deadly force of the Uchiha-style taijutsu. That, he thought, would make his blows devastatingly swift. Chakra reserves weren't a concern for him. In this recent period, with both Uchiha, purple, and natural energy affinity, blue, constantly tempering his body, his growth had accelerated considerably. His chakra replenishment had soared to new heights. After all, among the Uchiha, except for the Senju and Uzumaki clans, there were few in the ninja world who could rival their chakra reserves. With the added boost from natural energy affinity, I can't say for certain, but having the chakra of 20 Kakashis, that much at least I do possess. Well then, now is the time to pit myself against Sasori, someone whose strength rivals that of a Kage, and see what I've gained through these months of training. I'll find out just how pure my power really is. Looking at the determined expression on the youth's face, Sasori could tell that his opponent was ready to risk it all. Entering his human puppet mode, Sasori locked eyes with Yuma's scarlet gaze. With a calm smile, he spoke. Sharingan, quite the worthy trophy. I made up my mind. I'll turn you into the first weapon in my collection, one beyond myself. The process of making human puppet can even preserve Kekkei Genkai. For his very first weapon puppet, Sasori mused, choosing a famed Uchiha known throughout the shinobi world was not a bad place to start. With that, Sasori spread his hands wide, and the scrolls in his grasp slowly unfurled. Simultaneously, a surge of intense chakra ignited at his heart. The blue chakra writhed and split apart, weaving itself into countless threads. As the scrolls finished opening, there was a sudden boom. Hundreds of puppets appeared out of thin air. Instantly, the swarm of chakra threads streaming from Sasori's core latched onto each one. This was Sasori's ultimate move, Red Secret Technique, Performance of 100 Puppets. Facing a tide of puppets that blotted out the sky, Yuma Uchiha responded coolly. If you think you can, then come and get me. With a deft turn, he gripped his blade, the point aimed directly at Sasori's heart. If there was one thing he was certain of, it was the location of Sasori's regeneration core. His memories of the early Shippuden storyline from his previous life were still fresh. There might be a staggering number of puppets here, but against someone wielding the Flying Thunder God technique, they might not amount to much after all. When your attacks can't hit, even a legion of puppets is useless. It looked like dragging things out in a head-to-head contest wouldn't be difficult after all. With the trash talk over, the two locked gazes, murderous intent crackling in their eyes. In a blink, Yuma's form vanished without a sound. And so, the fierce clash began. As Yuma Uchiha squared off against Sasori, Kakashi and Shino Aburame had already broken through to the main hall without trouble, quickly locating the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers and his son. It's all thanks to Yuma's fire-released jutsu, scattering those sand ninja. Otherwise we'd never have had it this easy, Kakashi said as he stepped out of the chamber, glancing back toward the fierce battle. He couldn't help but admire the scene. After all, almost everyone in the shinobi world knew the name of Sasori of the Red Sand. Not only was he the prodigy behind so many of Sunagakir's prized puppet arts, but he also led the village's puppet corps. The name Red Sand Sasori had long since echoed across the ninja world. Once a shinobi's fame reached a certain level, people would naturally start comparing them to the Kage of a village. In that sense, even Konoha's legendary Sannin were no exception. These days, when Kakashi looked on, it was nothing like sparring with himself. Uchiha Hiruzen was truly locked in combat, with a Kage-level powerhouse. It was impossible for Kakashi not to be shaken. Hiruzen was growing at an astonishing rate, far beyond what reason would allow. Deep down, Kakashi still wished his own strength could catch up with Hiruzen's. But judging by how quickly Hiruzen had progressed in recent days, could that ever really happen? However, when Kakashi noticed the sand shinobi around them, recovering from Hiruzen's onslaught of fire and beginning to regroup and close in, he cut off these distracting thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. The mission objective had been secured. It was time to retreat. With that, Kakashi turned to Aburame Shibi and said, "Set off the signal flare for retreat. I'll check if Hiruzen needs backup." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched himself toward where Hiruzen was locked in fierce battle with Sasori. Uchiha Hiruzen had been entangled with Sasori for some time now, and he could feel the immense pressure. Sasori fought with nothing but puppets and deadly poisons, which was standard fare for puppet masters. Even Sasori's own grandmother, Chiyo, fought much the same way. But only now, when Hiruzen faced the greatest puppet master in history, did he truly understand how terrifying Sasori was, commanding hundreds of puppets with his secret technique. Under Sasori's masterful control, the puppets moved with uncanny agility. A blanket of puppets filled the air, their countless hidden blades glinting dangerously. All of Hiruzen's senses were strung taut. He forced himself to focus as hard as he could, making full use of the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport around the battlefield, dodging the endless waves of attacks encroaching from every direction. Unlike Hiruzen, who felt the crushing pressure, Sasori was left utterly astonished. With his Crimson Secret technique unleashed, he was confident he could wipe out an entire nation with ease, let alone just one elite jonin. That's all the Uchiha boy's skills seemed to amount to: a competent elite jonin, nothing more. Against someone of Sasori's own caliber, someone who had reached the domain of the Kage, this was worlds apart. But, despite his lack of raw power, this troublesome brat, through sheer cunning and that infuriating jutsu, had driven Sasori half mad. His Crimson Secret technique was in full swing, nearly 300 puppets under his control. Fire, wind, earth, blades, no matter how he assaulted Hiruzen, the boy flung a kunai and vanished, every single one of Sasori's meticulous attacks rendered meaningless. Take this time, for instance. When Sasori finally thought he had the kid, painstakingly maneuvering his puppets into a flawless trap, suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, the Uchiha boy who seemed hopelessly ensnared slipped free without breaking a sweat. Sasori almost lost his composure entirely. Damn it, how can there be such an unreasonable space-time jutsu in this world? He muttered in frustration. Truly, it was too unfair. Scorpion had long since noticed that his opponent relied on kunai for that instantaneous teleportation. He had wanted to find a way to limit this technique. Yet, Uchiha's throwing technique had taught him a whole new lesson. There was simply no way to restrict it. This method of throwing, which completely defied his understanding, allowed the kunai to weave effortlessly through his puppets. The Uchiha-style throwing, combined with that teleportation jutsu, gave the Uchiha across from him the power to strike at will, while leaving others powerless to counterattack. As this thought crossed Scorpion's mind, he couldn't help but feel that this technique was unbearably shameless. Meanwhile, Hiruzen flickered through the air with bursts of dazzling speed, dodging a barrage of puppet assaults. Catching his breath, he overheard Scorpion's grumbling. He shot the puppeteer a triumphant grin. "What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Just impotent rage now?" He had every reason to be smug. After all the time spent dueling with Scorpion, Hiruzen was well aware where his strength truly ranked. The elite Jonin rank displayed on his status panel wasn't exaggerated in the slightest. With Flying Thunder God at his command, so long as he didn't make the same self-sacrificing choices as second Hokage Tobirama, he could easily hold his own against even Kage and Super Kage-level opponents. After all, Flying Thunder God was simply that formidable. Even in the Naruto era, where gods roamed the battlefield, space-time ninjutsu remained on the cutting edge of combat. And besides, could you maybe not be so rude? Calling someone's ninjutsu shameless only betrays your own weakness. Hiruzen taunted, letting trash talk flow from his lips, aiming to throw Scorpion off his rhythm. Besides, how could his integration of Flying Thunder God into the Uchiha style ever be called shameless? The real definition of a broken space-time technique was Obito's Kimui. Now that was peak insidiousness in Hiruzen's book. Of course, Scorpion hadn't the faintest clue what Hiruzen was thinking, but the taunts he heard were enough to make his lungs nearly burst with fury. "He's calling me rude? Saying these words makes me look weak? You're the rude one, you insolent brat." Scorpion's face turned icy as he spit the words out. "You're nothing but a fleeing, pitiful rat, and yet here you are, putting on a front." Malice radiated from Scorpion in palpable waves. He was just about to attack again when a muffled boom came from high above. A signal flare, unfamiliar to Scorpion, illuminated the sky. But to Hiruzen, it was a sign he knew all too well. The mission objective had been secured. Retreat was now possible. Knowing he only needed to hold Scorpion off for a few more moments before retreating, Hiruzen's spirit soared. "Looks like it's coming to an end." Scorpion caught the quiet words and could only sigh in resignation. "To think you Konoha rats actually pulled this off right in the heart of the Wind Country, in the capital no less. That third Kazekage, what a disgrace. He's really lost face this time." But seeing the third Kazekage take a fall, that, at least, was something Scorpion was more than happy to witness. He had always believed it was the third Kazekage's carelessness that allowed the Leaf Village to invade the Land of Wind during the last Great Ninja War, which ultimately led to the death of his parents. Now, in this very moment, when he heard Sasori venting his scorn toward the third Kazekage, Hiruzen swiftly dodged away to a safe distance. Just as he was about to raise his ninja blade, ready to ignite it with flames and strike, Kakashi came dashing over from afar. "Hiruzen, it's time to retreat," Kakashi called out. He had caught sight of the hundreds of puppets sweeping across the battlefield, as well as Hiruzen, standing at the edge, fatigue written on his face. In that instant, Kakashi's mindset shifted completely. Originally, he had hoped he might be able to lend a hand, but faced with such an overwhelming tide of puppets, he coolly concluded that withdrawal was their best option. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hiruzen nodded toward Kakashi in the distance, signaling that he understood. He hesitated only a moment before making his decision. If Kakashi was here, it meant the mission objectives had been secured and the situation was no longer critical. In that case, it was indeed time for him to retreat. With that thought, he flashed forward with lightning speed, darting in Kakashi's direction. As soon as Sasori caught sight of Kakashi, it was as if a hammer struck his mind. White Fang of the Leaf, the son of his sworn enemy. He knew every detail of this adversary's background. The instant he recognized Kakashi, he saw at once that this was the enemy's child. There's an old saying, the son must pay for the father's debt. So, when Sasori saw Hiruzen and Kakashi converging, the realization hit him. They were about to escape. Seeing the situation slip from his grasp, he could no longer restrain his fury. "You think you can run? Accept your deaths," Sasori roared. With a sweeping command, he unleashed his puppets, driving them toward Kakashi and Hiruzen. No way, he thought. That accursed time-space jutsu can't possibly teleport more than one person at once. A thundering storm of attacks followed. Blade slashing, wind techniques slicing, deadly toxins swirling, fire roaring. In a heartbeat, all these assaults converged upon that spot. Yet when the smoke cleared, Sasori's face darkened. They escaped together? Impossible, he spat. The clearing was empty. There was no trace of Uchiha and Kakashi. By now, Sasori understood just how formidable that time-space jutsu really was. It could, indeed, carry someone away. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he cursed. The enemy's child had slipped through his grasp. A child he'd waited years to confront. Years spent suppressing the flames of vengeance deep in his chest. Now, those long-buried embers flared violently to life. Glancing toward the site where his battle with the third Kazekage raged on, where iron sand spun wildly through the air, Sasori let out a heavy sigh in his heart. It was your negligence that caused my parents' deaths. And now, your carelessness has left us in this chaos, he thought bitterly. With that, it seemed he had made up his mind. His gaze hardened, and he solemnly retracted his puppets. Then, he started making his way toward the place where the Wind Shadow was locked in battle with the enemy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuma and Kakashi managed to escape safely from the capital of the Land of Wind. Being a cautious person, Yuma had, even before this mission, already carved a flying thunder god seal outside the city. The location was exquisite, right where the other squad was stationed. The moment he was faced with Sasori's attack, he brought Kakashi and used flying thunder god to jump straight back here. Sasori of the Red Sand must be feeling utterly at a loss now, Yuma thought, a surge of satisfaction running through him. But he immediately set aside his stray thoughts. Having returned to camp, both he and Kakashi knew that the mission came first. They quickly found a Kimichi Dingza to report in. Senior Dingza, what's the situation now? Has Senior Shirwei and the others brought the daimyo and his son back? Everything went smoothly. With the exception of Minato, everyone has returned, Dingza replied. Yuma frowned in confusion. The mission's objectives were already in hand, and with Minato's skills, he should have had no trouble escaping the Wind Shadow's pursuit. Now, with everyone seemingly safe at camp, it struck Yuma as odd that only Minato, the man known as the Yellow Flash, was yet to return. Could something unexpected have happened? Thinking of this, Yuma addressed the group around him. I have Flying Thunder God, everyone knows that. Let me go check on Minato-sensei and see what's happening on his end. Hearing Yuma's proposal, Dingza's usually round, benign face turned solemn. All right, Yuma, go and check things out immediately. Find out what's going on over there. There was no better option available. To the assembled Konoha shinobi, this made the most sense. They were all well aware of the Flying Thunder God's incredible mobility. Moments ago, they'd seen Yuma and Kakashi materialize right in the middle of the encampment. With an ability like that, unless one was deliberately staying behind as a rear guard, it was nearly impossible for anything to go wrong. Receiving the approval, Yuma didn't waste a word. In a blur, he vanished from the camp. Yuma reappeared inside the city. Slipping through the shadows, he swiftly made his way to the site where Minato Namikaze had fought the third Kazekage. No sooner had he entered the area than the scene before him left him stunned. Minato was locked in combat with Sasori of the Red Sand. That wasn't what caught Yuma off guard, though. What shocked him was the figure of the third Kazekage, draped in a black cloak, lying not far away. His entire skin tinged a deep, unnatural purple. At a glance, Yuma knew the Kazekage had been brought low by poison. In that instant, he pieced together the situation. Of the three who had been present, only one was truly a master of venom. There was no question, Sasori, the puppet master, was the only one capable of such a deadly feat. So then, the fall of the third Kazekage, there's no need to think too hard about it. It must be Sasori's doing. This, to Hiruzen, comes as no surprise. In the original story, it was around this time that this man assassinated the Kazekage. For him to make his move now is perfectly in character. At this moment, the two who were locked in battle noticed Hiruzen's arrival. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze raised his eyebrows, and a look of relief spread across his face. He called out to Hiruzen, Hiruzen, go and check on the third Kazekage. Indeed, Minato was deeply worried about the Kazekage's condition. He truly hadn't expected that their mission would intersect with an internal conflict in the Sand Village. Sasori had struck at precisely the moment when Minato was engaged with the Kazekage, launching a poisoned attack from behind. This outcome was something Minato simply could not accept. If the Kazekage were to die during this mission, even without any investigation, regardless of whether the Sand managed to uncover the truth, the blame would be pinned squarely on Konoha. Knowing the current balance of power in the shinobi world, Minato was all too aware that such an incident would inevitably spark a great war. That's exactly why he'd been fighting Sasori so tenaciously, to see if there might be a chance to set things right. Now, with Hiruzen's sudden appearance, that chance had finally come. Wasting no time, Minato shouted for Hiruzen to check on the Kazekage's condition. Hiruzen did not hesitate. Without another word, he darted across the battlefield toward the third Kazekage. Fortunately, all of Sasori's attacks had been deflected by Minato, so Hiruzen reached the Kazekage's side without difficulty. He knelt beside the unconscious leader and immediately began an examination. This isn't good, he muttered softly after finishing his check. Lifting his head, he quickly called out, Sensei Minato, the Kazekage is in grave danger. If we don't start treating him now, he won't last 10 minutes. In that case, Hiruzen, take Lord Kazekage back to our camp and have the medical ninjas do everything they can to save him. Yes, sir. Without delay, Hiruzen slung the third Kazekage over his shoulder, ready to leave the battlefield. But Sasori, witnessing this unfolding, could no longer hold himself back. After all, it had taken him great effort to find an opportunity and strike down the Kazekage. Not to mention his deep-seated resentment. Ever since completing his research on human puppetry, Sasori had long coveted the title of strongest Kazekage. "You're not taking the Kazekage anywhere," he roared, throwing himself into an all-out assault. With a flick of his puppet arm, he produced a scroll. A tremendous crash rang out as an army of puppets materialized from thin air. His ultimate technique, Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets, was unleashed in full force. Unlike his earlier fight with Hiruzen, when he'd held back and revealed only 100 puppets, this time, his desperation drove him to unleash everything he had. Over 300 puppets brandished their bladed arms, surging forward like a deadly tide, hurtling straight for Hiruzen and the third Kazekage. In the distance, Minato Namikaze could only sigh in frustration. All his ultimate techniques relied on high mobility, but when faced with hundreds of puppets unleashed by Sasori, he found himself helpless without any large-scale, clearing jutsu. Anxious, he could only dart between the puppets, desperately using his Rinnegan, powerful against single opponents, to destroy as many as he could. On the other side, Yujin Uchiha was directly facing the full onslaught of Sasori's traps and attacks. As he considered making a quick escape with the Flying Thunder God technique, a deadly realization struck him. The Flying Thunder God allowed spatial movement through designated markings, not quite the same as the Cloud Village's heavenly transport technique, which placed severe demands on the toughness of one's body. But even so, it was not free of physical risks. In fact, precision and condition during landing were absolutely crucial. In the original tale, even the guards who had mastered the jutsu could only use it with limited finesse. They were accurate but terribly awkward. All these points underscored one truth. The Flying Thunder God technique was stable, but not so gentle as to leave the user's body unaffected. That alone was bad enough. But Yujin soon discovered another troubling fact. The third Kazekage was afflicted with a neurotoxin. And here he was, unconscious from a blow to the delicate kidney region, now riddled with a powerful nerve poison seeping through every vein. To transport someone in such fragile condition, subjected to violent jolts from spatial movement, Yujin's medical instincts screamed at him. Such a move would certainly kill the Kazekage on the spot. Even in the hands of a skilled doctor, handling someone in this state required the utmost delicacy. Damn, what a pain. Yujin clicked his tongue in exasperation, realizing he had no other option but to unleash the Uchiha-style body flicker technique, weaving through the mayhem to evade Sasori's furious barrage. Just then, something unexpected happened. On the edge of the chaos, several sand ninja appeared. To their eyes, it looked as if the Leaf Ninja had captured their revered Kazekage, while Lord Sasori was heroically trying to rescue him. With a collective roar, they shouted, "Damn you, Leaf Ninja! Release the Kazekage at once." "What's the point of shouting? Use your jutsu to stop him," urged another. Reacting instantly, the Sand Ninja unleashed a volley of wind release techniques. With a thunderous roar, slicing winds and concussive blasts surged straight for Yujin, threatening to cut off any path forward. Trapped between a rampaging enemy ahead, relentless puppets behind, and burdened by a helpless, poisoned Kazekage, Yujin felt an almost crushing weight descend upon him, a pressure like never before. Suddenly, one of the puppets, chasing him, shifted form, its wooden body elongated with a sinister creak, stretching to catch up in an instant. With a flick of its hand, a gleaming blade shot out, piercing straight through the third Kazekage draped over Yujin's shoulder. "Damn it, I let my guard down." Yujin's face twisted in ferocious anger. It was clear, the Kazekage now had no hope of survival. If that was the case, then Yujin would show no mercy. Now, at last, he saw the reality of the situation. There was no saving the Kazekage in this situation. So follow your heart. Yuma hoisted the third Kazekage onto his shoulder, quietly gathering a stream of wind-release chakra. As everyone knows, the very essence of wind-release chakra, even without being shaped into a jutsu, is razor-sharp by nature. That keen wind chakra, under Uchiha Yuma's precise control, slashed straight through the third Kazekage's heart. But it wasn't over yet. The chakra that entered the Kazekage's body pushed onward, surging toward his head. In no time, it ripped the third Kazekage's brain to shreds. Yes, that's right. Uchiha Yuma had silently delivered the finishing blow to the third Kazekage. If there was no hope of saving him, why let the opportunity go to waste? Besides, the third Kazekage was already poisoned, his body pierced by one of Sasori's puppets. There was simply no way they could get him help in time. At that moment, Minato Namikaze came into view. The reality was clear as day. The Kazekage was doomed. No matter how they tried to save him, his fate was sealed. At least Yuma could earn himself a good reward for the effort. With Yuma's subtle move, the third Kazekage departed for the afterlife. And on his own system panel, Yuma's combat points rose by 1,000. Seeing the numbers flicker before his eyes, Yuma felt a rush of sheer joy. 1,000 points, a huge sum. It was the largest reward he'd received since awakening his latent memories months ago. But as his Sharingan caught the oncoming blast of wind released from ahead and the threat of puppets closing in from behind, Yuma knew now wasn't the time to celebrate. Forcing himself to focus, he ruthlessly abandoned the third Kazekage's corpse and hurled a flying thunder god kunai toward Minato's position. With a whoosh, he vanished instantly, reappearing right at Minato's side. Lowering his gaze in shame, Yuma addressed Minato. Just now, the third Kazekage was hit by a neurotoxin. I couldn't use the flying thunder god to bring him along for the jump. I'm truly sorry, Master Minato. Lord Kazekage couldn't be saved. Upon hearing this, Minato nodded in resignation. It's all right, Yuma. If nothing could be done, we have no choice but to withdraw. He understood. Given what had happened, Yuma really couldn't have done anything more. If he tried to bring a poisoned, dying burden through a battlefield pincered on both sides, with the Kazekage already fatally struck by Sasori, survival was next to impossible. It was no use dwelling on it now. Minato's expression hardened, and he lowered his eyes as he spoke in a commanding tone. In that case, Yuma, let's pull back. Now, the most important thing was to return to the village at once, inform the Hokage, and prepare the village for what was to come. Yuzhibo Yuma found that, just as he expected, Minato Namikaze had no doubts about him. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Just then, he heard the order to retreat and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a whoosh, he vanished from the scene. Seeing this, Minato fixed his gaze meaningfully on Sasori and followed suit, disappearing as well. As Yuzhibo Yuma and Minato returned to camp, the Konoha camp was filled with a surge of morale. However, at that moment, all eyes were locked onto the young man, standing shoulder to shoulder with Minato, Yuzhibo Yuma. After this mission, it seemed as though everyone needed to re-evaluate just who he was. Not long ago, this young member of the Uchiha clan had already set the village abuzz. On a previous mission, he had defeated one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Juzo Biwa, and seized one of Kirigakure's legendary blades, the Executioner's Blade. More importantly, his accomplishments and the fame they brought only made his identity, as a Uchiha, closely tied to the Hokage's line, even more conspicuous. By now, both the clan shinobi and the civilian ninjas of Konoha had formed a clear impression of Uchiha Yuma. A rising genius from the Uchiha clan was steadily emerging in the village. But at this very moment, with everyone present, apart from Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, who had known about Yuma's mastery of the Flying Thunder God even before the mission, everyone else was awestruck by his formidable abilities, especially those who often operated alongside Minato, Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame. The two now stood together, watching from a distance as Yuma and Minato were surrounded by a crowd. I truly didn't expect that Minato's disciple, this Uchiha lad, Shibi Aburame, furrowed his brow and gave a sigh. He actually managed to hold his own against Sasori of the Red Sand. Although he had known, from the way Minato assigned the mission, that Yuzhibo Yuma was surely up to the task, it was only when the reality unfolded before his eyes that he realized. This young man had truly withstood the might of Sasori, a ninja on par with the Kage. Faced with such an almost surreal scene, Shibi felt for the first time the true extent of the gap between individuals. This boy, at 12 years old, could engage an adversary of Kage-level strength, while he himself, at that age, what had he been doing? Hearing his longtime friend voice such heartfelt emotion, Choza Akimichi nodded in complete agreement. His gaze was sharp and focused on Yuma. It's true. After so many years, the Uchiha clan finally has someone who can shake the very world. I imagine, after this mission, every family in Konoha will be reassessing the Uchiha. Unlike the Aburame, who often operated on the margins of village affairs, the so-called Inoshikicho trio, with their close ties to the Sarutobi clan, stood in a different position. In the heart of Konoha, for those who have cultivated here over the years, there is a deeper understanding. They know all too well what kind of waves a brilliant Uchiha can stir. The Uchiha clan has fallen into decline for many years. In recent times, only Uchiha Fugaku has shown some promise. Everyone else, merely mediocre and unremarkable. Now, a young man capable of contending with Kage-level fighters has appeared, and his status is as authentic as could be, a direct disciple of the Hokage's own lineage. This thought moved Choza Akimichi to sigh and remark, "Change is coming to Konoha." What happened next was a rapid evacuation by the rescue squad. With the mission's objective secured and not a single casualty among their ranks, the outcome spoke for itself. This mission was an overwhelming success. For a ninja, efficiency is everything. They made their departure from the Land of Wind without delay. After escorting the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers and his son safely back to their estate, the rescue team sped back toward Konoha with all possible haste. Yujin had his suspicions. Minato's earlier attempt to save the third Kazekage showed that he too had sensed it. The atmosphere of the ninja world had grown exceedingly tense. The Kazekage's death could easily be pinned on Konoha, especially if Sasori was shrewd enough to silence the sand ninja who'd witnessed the event, then heap the blame squarely on Konoha's shoulders. In that case, Konoha would be rendered speechless, unable to defend itself no matter how hard it tried. Minato Namikaze, it seemed, was eager to return and inform the higher-ups as quickly as possible to prepare them for the coming storm. Just as Yujin Uchiha had anticipated, upon their return to Konoha, Minato barely paused. After issuing a curt command to disperse, he raced straight for the Hokage's office. Moments later, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Tsurutobi's eyes widened in shock as he gripped Minato with an urgent question. "Minato, what you just said, you're not lying to me, are you?" He could hardly believe his ears. The Kazekage, during their very own rescue mission, had been slain by one of his own, by Sasori of the Red Sand. Sarutobi didn't need to think twice. He knew this was a political disaster just waiting to fall onto Konoha's shoulders. "It's true, Lord Third," Minato replied, his tone uncompromising and resolute. At these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi anxiously lit a cigarette, wrestling with mounting frustration. At that moment, the office was filled with the somber presence of an elder whose whole being exuded a shadowy chill. He finally spoke. "Hiruzen, that Kazekage fellow, dead is dead, and truth be told, the sand has never been too trustworthy anyway. But just what is the story with this Uchiha Yujin? Can you tell Danzo in detail? How did he come to be Minato's apprentice?" Shimura Danzo was nearly incredulous. During the months he'd spent leading Root, stirring up trouble among the 4 great shinobi villages and fueling chaos in Amigakure, so much had clearly changed in Konoha. Look at this. He'd barely sat down in Hiruzen's office upon his return, and the news he was hearing was nothing short of earth-shattering. Minato Namikaze had successfully rescued the daimyo and his son from the Land of Rivers, but then there was the death of the Kazekage, and Uchiha Yujin had managed to tangle with the infamous Sasori of the Red Sand. As for the rescue mission itself, there was really nothing more to add. It had been executed flawlessly. But the Kazekage's death? As a hardliner, he felt little about it. Still, what was going on with that Uchiha Yujin? Not only had he become Minato's disciple, entering that prestigious lineage, but this Uchiha brat turned out to be astonishingly strong. Look at this kid. Just what kind of prodigy had emerged from the Uchiha clan? At 12 years old, he'd already awakened the Sharingan's third tomo, and after only a short time learning the Flying Thunder God technique, he was already putting it to use in a fight against Sasori. Wait, but that wasn't even the point. The real question was, why had he never heard of such a remarkable Uchiha genius until now? That thought sent a visible shock through his face. He burst out, barely able to contain himself. And another thing, why have I never heard of this genius before? Could it be that the Uchiha have planted this boy as some sort of trap to get close to Minato as his disciple? Is this their attempt to seize the Hokage's seat for themselves? Yes, that must be it. Only this explanation fit. The sudden appearance of such a prodigy, as if he'd jumped out from behind a rock, had to be timed for just this moment, when he himself was busy outside the village. The Uchiha must have decided to send this boy out precisely now. After all, in all of Konoha, across every clan, every jonin, everyone knew that he was the one most suspicious of the Uchiha. While he was around, they would never dare attempt such underhanded tactics. Yet, while Danzo Shimura was busy spinning theories, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bound to him by years of comradeship, just shook his head and chuckled, dismissing Danzo's suspicions. "You're overthinking things, Danzo. The Uchiha, they're not nearly that cunning. As for this boy, Yujin," Hiruzen pulled open a drawer and took out a shinobi dossier. "Why don't you have a look at the file first?" In a flash, Danzo snatched the folder from his hands, unable to contain his urgency. Hiruzen took no offense to this rudeness. Truthfully, the boy's recent exploits had left even him deeply shaken. He'd watched this kid's transformation with his own eyes. Just a few months prior, Yujin had still been an utterly inexperienced genin. Not long ago, Hiruzen had already been astounded by how quickly the boy picked up various jutsu, how he'd slain Juzo Biwa, and how he'd awakened a Sharingan and jumped directly to 3 Tomo. This boy, he thought, was reminiscent of Madara Uchiha himself, a late bloomer, but once awakened, soaring instantly to greatness. At the time, Hiruzen supposed that instantly would, at the very least, mean over the course of years. Yet in reality, not even a month had passed since Yujin defeated Biwa Juzo. Already Uchiha Yujin was putting on an extraordinary show, standing toe-to-toe with a Kaga-level opponent. This young man is truly quite frightening. Fortunately, he is someone from our own lineage. As for Shimura Danzo's rude behavior, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but feel a flicker of dissatisfaction in his heart. This elder Danzo, he had barely interacted with the man beyond hearing his name and perhaps catching sight of him. A stranger, really. He had heard that Danzo disliked the Uchiha, but to harbor such deep-seated contempt was genuinely surprising. And then, his own disciple, Uchiha Yuya, the trajectory of that boy's growth was nothing short of astonishing. His current level of strength was just as remarkable. But is now really the time to discuss his own disciple? The death of the Kazekage, that's what should be vexing right now. This is a matter of national concern, isn't it? Elder Danzo's worldview, isn't it just a bit too narrow? Does he even hold the will of fire in his heart at all? At this moment, Minato Namikaze felt distinctly repelled by the elder. Wanting to steer the conversation back on track, he glanced up at the 3rd Hokage. Hokage-sama, shouldn't we be focusing on how the situation in the ninja world might evolve following the Kazekage's death? At these words, Hiruzen Tsurutobi gave himself a little smack on the forehead. It was Danzo's fault for leading his thoughts astray. As Hokage, there was something far more important right now. You're absolutely right. What matters most at this moment is precisely that. Hold on a moment. Let me summon Koharu and Hamura to join us. Let's not speak for the higher-ups of Konoha, discussing among themselves how the fall of the Kazekage might reshape the ninja world's balance. By now, among the better-informed clans, the news had already spread. The one who played a crucial part in the recent rescue mission was none other than Yuya. In the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, the Hyuga clan's main estate. Is this information true? Hayashi Hyuga, face tinged with disbelief, questioned his younger brother Hisashi. He could scarcely accept it. The same Uchiha Yuya who'd already entered the Hokage's inner circle. Could he really be this formidable? He remembered, he'd already felt uneasy when 2 Uchihas joined the Hokage's side. And now, to be told that this Uchiha, now a recognized disciple, had already grown into such a powerful ninja? Wasn't this the very candidate for the next Hokage? With 20 years to gain experience, and with strength of this magnitude, a rising contender for Hokage was bound to draw his attention. After Hayashi became clan head, he noticed the Senju clan had fallen quiet, and the Uchiha seemed past their prime. He himself had started planning for the Hyuga to vie for the title of Konoha's strongest clan. Yet before those plans even took root, suddenly, there was Uchiha Yuya. When he heard the shock and doubt in his brother's voice, Hisashi, fully understanding his elder brother's thoughts, could only offer a bitter explanation. This was information brought to me by a trusted ninja from the rescue team, someone who is on good terms with us. So that's how it is. Looks like the information was accurate after all. Hisashi furrowed his brow, letting out a long sigh. To have such a person emerge, the Uchiha really are blessed with good fortune. He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. It seemed he'd have to shelve, for now, his secret ambitions to compete with the Uchiha for the title of Konoha's preeminent clan. Exhausted, Yuma Uchiha dragged his weary body back home and finally enjoyed a good night's sleep. When morning came, he woke up full of energy. After finishing a hearty breakfast, he pushed open his door, intending to head to a quiet training ground and take stock of what he'd gained from his recent mission. However, before he could even leave the clan compound, he encountered something utterly baffling. Each time he passed a patrol squad from the police force, the members would look at him as if he were some rare and exotic creature. After yet another patrol watched him with those strange, curious eyes, Yuma could no longer contain his bewilderment. He stopped them and, after greeting them politely, asked with a smile, respected seniors, could you tell me what's going on? Many clansmen have been looking at me quite oddly today. One of the patrol members, a young Uchiha with brown hair, stepped forward and studied Yuma with great interest. You really don't know? Is there something I should know? Yuma Uchiha, your name has become famous. Yuma's mind stalled for a moment, completely at a loss. Just what on earth had happened while he was asleep? Senior, may I ask your name? And if you don't mind, could you explain what you mean by me becoming famous? Yuma asked courteously, wanting to get to the bottom of things. The brown-haired youth burst into hearty laughter. You're a polite one, aren't you? He pointed at himself. My name is Uchiha Yashiro. Yashiro clearly appreciated Yuma's respectful demeanor. As the deputy chief of the police force, Yashiro was quite well known among the Uchiha. As for this Yuma Uchiha, to be honest, there was no more fitting way to describe him than as a rising star. Awakening the Sharingan, aligning himself with clan leader Fugaku, putting Elder Setsuna to shame, slaying Juzo Biwa of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Yashiro had witnessed or heard of each of these accomplishments. Yet, pride ran deep among the Uchiha. Many didn't quite buy into Yuma's feats at the time. They thought embarrassing Elder Setsuna was no big deal, and even slaying one of the 7 swordsmen paled in comparison. If our police force's elites weren't restricted by the village, if we could take missions outside freely, we'd achieve all that and more, they would think. What truly set Yuma apart, what made him worthy of admiration even among the proud Uchiha, was that he had become the heir to the Hokage's part of a revered line of mentorship. This offered the Uchiha hope of one day producing a Hokage, and symbolized a rare gesture of goodwill from the village. Previously, Yashiro himself had thought just the same. Who could have imagined? During this mission, the Hidden Sand Village gave this kid a title right away. In the world of shinobi, having a title and not having one, those are two entirely different things. Once you have one, you're recognized as a true powerhouse. And that wasn't all. In their official announcement, the Sand Village even revealed to the entire ninja world that he'd mastered a space-time ninjutsu that allows instantaneous movement. That must be the Flying Thunder God technique. Others might not realize just how terrifying this jutsu is, but those Uchiha who've been on the receiving end know it all too well. This is a technique that can go head-to-head with even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Standing right here, Yuma Uchiha, within such a short time, had seized both power and fame for himself. If this isn't a meteoric rise, what is? With these thoughts swirling in his head, Hakadai Uchiha turned to Yuma and gave him a warm smile. As for the big name you've earned, I'll tell you all about it in a moment. In the moments that followed, as Hakadai explained everything, Yuma gradually pieced the situation together. While their rescue team was making its way back to the Leaf Village, Sasori of the Red Sand hadn't been idle either. Back in the Sand Village, he wasted no time in pinning the blame for the Kazekage's death squarely on Minato Namikaze. Now, the title of Yellow Flash was echoing throughout the entire ninja world. After all, there are only so few who have ever killed a Kage single-handed. The shinobi world couldn't help but be shocked. And as for Yuma, who had played a key role in stopping Sasori of the Red Sand during this mission, his own legend had begun. The Sand Village, recognizing he too could use the Flying Thunder God, immediately bestowed upon him the title of Yuma the Instantaneous. What? Yuma the Instantaneous? After Hakadai had finished explaining, Yuma pointed awkwardly at himself. They're really calling me that? Heaven help him. By all rights, shouldn't this title have belonged to Shursui? Was he really just going to take it for himself? Seeing the awkward embarrassment on Yuma's face, Hakadai Uchiha was puzzled. What's wrong, Yuma? Don't you like the title? I think it sounds awesome. At that, Yuma rolled his eyes inwardly. Anyway, let's change the subject, Hakadai-senpai. Thanks for explaining everything. I've got things to take care of, so I'll be on my way. With that, he bid quick farewells to his elders and set off toward the training grounds. Yuma couldn't believe it. The course of events, the very plot, had already begun to shift. There was one particular detail in Hakadai's explanation that gave him a headache. Sasori, that guy, was able to successfully pin the Kazekage's death on the leaf without even having to defect from the sand, unlike in the original story. Given his charisma and the 20 years he'd spent as a spy, not to mention his doting Granny Chiyo, there was a real possibility Sasori could become the 4th Kazekage. Still, with the current Kazekage already gone, it was clear that the outbreak of the 3rd Great Ninja War was just around the corner. What truly mattered to him now was survival. Having sorted out his thoughts, Yuma quickly made his way to the training grounds. In the tranquil forest, he sat cross-legged on the grass. With a focused thought, his consciousness drifted to the panel that only he could see. Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 13. Strength, Kage level. Attributes, Divine Realm Eyes, red. Child of Time and Space, gold. Genius, gold. Fated Phantom, gold. Uchiha Bloodline, purple. Lava Release, purple. Steel Tempering, purple. Sharingan, blue. Sharingan, blue. Fire Release, blue. Wind Release, blue. In Release, blue. Uchiha Style, blue. Natural Energy Affinity, blue. Undying Vampire, blue. Flying Thunder God Technique, blue. Combat Power, 1170. The appearance of the status panel completely seized Yuma's attention, especially the combat power points he'd just amassed. Out of the 1170 points, a hefty 1,000 had been contributed by the Kazekage moments earlier. Another 100 points came from a sparring match against Kakashi before the mission, which he'd won. The remaining 70 were left over from before. Yuma already had a clear plan for how he'd use these points. After all, he was an Uchiha. And what was the true strength of the Uchiha? Was it fire release? No. Was it the elegant Uchiha-style combat arts? Not quite. It was the Sharingan, especially the Mangekyo Sharingan. Whenever an Uchiha unleashed this divine power, dormant deep within their eyes, their strength underwent a transformation as profound as day turning to night. In Yuma's mind, there was no question about what needed to be done. Upgrading his Sharingan was imperative. Without hesitation, he willed his thoughts into action. Trait extraction system. Upgrade my Sharingan to the level of a purple attribute. He was confident that the purple tier Sharingan had to mean the Mangekyo Sharingan. As soon as he gave the mental command, the combat power points on his panel flickered, plummeting from 1170 to 170 in an instant. At the same time, the Sharingan, blue, attribute shifted and transformed. Mangekyo Sharingan, purple. This is the blessing of the divine tree. Your eyes will be unique, and a special power will awaken within them. Effect. All abilities of the Sharingan are dramatically enhanced. A unique power is brewing within your soul. Yuma felt it, a sweeping, earth-shaking transformation in his eyes. The difference in ocular power before and after was as stark as heaven and earth. However, it seems the panel shows that this special power is still brewing deep in my mind. That must be my personal ocular ability, he thought. His gaze drifted to the panel's only crimson attribute, Divine Realm Eyes Red. His Mangekyo had been awakened and forcibly elevated by the system. At this moment, his mind was calm, unshaken by any major stimulus. Unlocking ocular powers was, at its core, always a gamble. If fortune smiled, you could soar to greatness like Uchiha Bijuu. If not, you'd end up with a useless, feeble technique, much like Uchiha Shin. Fortunately, he possessed a Bijuu's unique attribute. That singular red trait would serve as his greatest guarantee. With these thoughts, Yuma's mind settled into place. The trait, Eyes of the Divine Realm, red, shattered within his mental interface, sounding with a sharp, crystalline crack. Shards of crimson began to flow across his mental display, gathering toward the trait, Mangekyo Sharingan, purple. As those red fragments touched the Sharingan trait, Yuma felt it, a sudden, precise understanding of his ocular power. His ocular techniques were brutally straightforward. His left eye, Ikemo Kirin. His right eye, Animerecap. The left eye's Ikemo Kirin had a slightly more intricate effect. With this power, he could take an infinite number of possible futures and narrow them down to one predetermined outcome. In other words, should he choose to sever his enemy's arm, every move he made would become the single most logical and inevitable strike, ensuring the arm would be cut. As for his right eye's power, Animerecap, it was sheer, overwhelming force. Upon activation, a wave of sword light would surge from his gaze. Anything his eyes could see, be it time, space, or more abstract forces like karma and fate, would be cleaved straight through. No barrier was too abstract, no concept too esoteric. With a stark realization of his own ocular abilities, an overwhelming sense of invincibility welled up within Uchiha Yuma. If Ikemo Kirin bound the enemy to their worst possible fate, then Animerecap would annihilate anything in its path. With such eyes, he truly stood poised to become the greatest ice slayer in the shinobi world. He gazed at his reflection in a tranquil pool. Where once 3 tomo spun in his scarlet eyes, now intricate patterns radiated with brilliance, blooming like vivid blossoms. Straight tomo patterns, huh? Fitting enough. My powers are all about direct force, he mused softly. Not a single genjutsu in sight. Clearly, the curves weren't meant for me. He was deeply satisfied, both with his Mangekyo-esque form and its devastating power. Yet his transformation was not limited to new powers alone. At this very moment, as his Mangekyo awakened, Yuma felt as though shackles within his body had fallen away. He sensed it, a vast well of potential surging up from his core. Clenching his fists, Yuma murmured to himself, without a doubt, every Uchiha who opens the Mangekyo becomes strong enough to rival a Kage. It's not just the ocular power, it's something more. And there are also changes to my body. He could feel it. His chakra would surge dramatically in the days to come. And I can sense it now. My guardian spirit is about to take shape. Susanoo, the guardian deity of the Uchiha clan. Every wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan possessed this power. Though mighty, it was a force that needed to be carefully mastered, skill upon skill. So, his next goal, he decided, was to solidify the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan during this period of rest with Minato's squad, before the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. He would use this precious respite to truly hone his abilities and become a force worthy of the Kage. one who stood at the summit of power. With his thoughts clearer than ever, Yuma Uchiha quietly began his formal training here and now. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. Inside the Mizukige's office, the aged third Mizukige picked up a report from a table. Oh, the brat who killed Juzo Biwa. He's causing this much trouble already. He's even involved with the mission surrounding the Kazekage's death. At that moment, sitting nearby as the Mizukige's advisor, Elder Jinshi let out a somber sigh. This Uchiha Yuma, if I'm not mistaken, he's the one who killed Juzo Biwa, isn't he? Shock flickered across Ginshi's face. It hadn't been long since this Uchiha Yuma had taken out one of their strongest swordsmen, yet now, his name appeared again, implicated in the turmoil following the Kazekage's murder. The intelligence from Sunagakure was crystal clear. Uchiha Yuma, like his team leader, possessed instantaneous movement, an ability as rare as it was formidable. A relic of older times, Jinshi recognized it at once. The Flying Thunder God Technique, signature of the Senju of the forest. It was a power that could rival the Mangekyo Sharingan itself. And if Ginshi's memory served him right, the intel said Uchiha Yuma was only about 13 years old. Such overwhelming strength at so young an age, paired with the Flying Thunder God, no less. If this boy were ever to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, would the shinobi world soon see the rise of a new Shura of the ninja world? Or perhaps the birth of a second god of shinobi? The thought left Jinshi restless and uneasy. He turned urgently to his old comrade, the third Mizukige. Mizukige-sama, from this point forward, all of our intelligence efforts regarding Konoha should focus on this Uchiha Yuma. We need to gather every piece of information on him, every detail, every habit, every preference. If, one day, Uchiha Yuma truly ascends to such heights, we must be prepared. Only by understanding him fully can we ensure the safety of the Hidden Mist. But why go to such lengths? The Mizukige asked, bemused. Jinshi replied at once, voicing the thoughts that had just flashed through his mind. When he finished, a sharp gleam, tinged with red, flickered in the third Mizukige's eyes. And there are changes to my body as well. He could feel it. Over the next stretch of time, his chakra would surge to a whole new level. And I could sense it now. My guardian spirit is about to take shape. Susanoo, the guardian deity of the Uchiha. Every person who awakened the Mangekyo would possess this power. It was a formidable ability, yet required time and practice to truly master. So, his next goal was clear. Before the third great ninja war broke out, during this period while Minato's team was resting and recuperating, he must consolidate the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only then could he truly become a Kaga-level powerhouse. With his thoughts cleared, Yuji Uchiha began his formal training here. Land of Water, Kirigakure. Inside the Mizukige's office, the aged third Mizukige picked up a report from his desk. Well now, the brat who killed Juzo Biwa has gone and pulled off something even bigger. He was involved in the mission that led to the Kazekage's death. At that moment, Jinshi, the Mizukige's trusted advisor, sighed softly. That Uchiha Yuji, if I recall correctly, he's the one who killed Juzo Biwa, isn't he? Jinshi was utterly shocked. This Uchiha Yuji had only just dealt a heavy blow to their own ranks, and now he'd gotten mixed up in the death of the Kazekage as well. The intelligence gathered from Sunagakure was clear as day. Uchiha Yuji, along with his sensei, both possessed the ability of instantaneous movement. As an old veteran, Jinshi knew exactly what that meant. Tobarama's Flying Thunder God. That jutsu, it stood on even footing with the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. It was a technique that could rival even their greatest powers. And if he wasn't mistaken, the intelligence stated that Uchiha Yuji was only about 13 years old. At that age, to have achieved such strength, and with the Flying Thunder God to boot. If, in the future, this kid awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, would the shinobi world see the rise of a new Ashura, or perhaps another god of shinobi? At that thought, Jinshi could sit still no longer. With a sense of urgency, he turned to his old partner, the third Mizukige. Mizukige-sama, from now on, our intelligence focus regarding Konoha should center on Uchiha Yuji. We need to collect every scrap of information we can about him. Having grown wise from age, Jinshi's reasoning was straightforward. By gathering every detail about this individual and learning his preferences, should Uchiha Yuji ever rise to such heights, they could cater to him as needed, and thus safeguard Kirigakure's future. Jinshi, why go to such lengths? Here's what I'm thinking. Hearing the Mizukige's doubts, Jinshi explained the thoughts that had just crossed his mind. After listening, a red glint flickered in the third Mizukige's eyes. That's right, I, too, am a shinobi who came from that era. We really do need to consider, if the Uchiha clan produces another ninja as powerful as this, How should we respond? From now on, let this boy become the focus of our intelligence gathering. Upon hearing this, Master Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Yet, what he failed to notice was something happening elsewhere. At the very center of the third Mizuki's pupils, a speck of deep crimson began to writhe and shift. Meanwhile, in a gloomy mountain cave on the other side, an old man with a terrifying presence and shock-white hair let out a quiet, thoughtful hum. Noticing his curious sound, a bizarre figure beside him, half white, half black, turned to the old man and asked, "Lord Madara, is something the matter? How interesting. How very interesting." Uchiha Madara chuckled darkly, shooting a sidelong glance at his strange companion. Zetsu. Within the Uchiha clan, a fascinating youngster has emerged. Indeed, for decades now, he had been using Jinjutsu to control the third Mizuki. To put it simply, anything the Mizuki knew, so did Madara. The intelligence the Mizuki had just received, Madara saw as well, through the visual link of his ocular power. Uchiha Yuma, 12 years old, 3 Tomo Sharingan. And, astonishingly, he had also mastered Tobirama's troublesome Flying Thunder God technique. His record on the battlefield was impeccable. He had slain Juzo Biwa and fiercely battled Sasori of the Red Sand. A prodigy, undeniably, an Uchiha prodigy. Madara admitted to himself that, at that same age, his own strength paled in comparison to Yuma's. The difference was clear. At 15, forced by the pressure of his father, he only awakened his Sharingan when facing Hashirama's blade. But this boy, he had already awakened the full 3 Tomo Sharingan by the age of 12, and had mastered the troublesome Flying Thunder God technique. Madara knew all too well how problematic that jutsu was. Even Izuna, his Mangekyo-wielding younger brother, was killed by the cunning Tobirama Senju using that very technique. This child's talent was truly daunting. No matter what, he had to observe him closely, to judge his character, see if he might interfere with Madara's own plans. Or perhaps to decide if this boy could become the heir to his grand ambition. Lord Madara, are you starting to select a successor already? Zetsu's expression showed some surprise as he listened to Madara's instructions. He knew well of this plan, to observe the Uchiha and choose Madara's successor for after his death, being Madara's very other half. That's right. The time has come to set this plan in motion. Zetsu, just so happens, I managed to obtain some very intriguing intelligence from Kirigakure. Zetsu's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Is it about Uchiha Yuma?" Exactly. With that, Uchiha Madara began to answer Zetsu's questions, recounting all the intelligence gathered in Kirigakure about Uchiha Yuma, detail by detail. So that's how it is, I understand now. I'll have White Zetsu start tailing Uchiha Yuma right away, Zetsu declared with unwavering determination in his voice. There was simply no other way. In his eyes, this Uchiha Yuma was just too outrageous. 12 years old, yet already so powerful. How could he possibly be just an ordinary Uchiha? What's more, Indra's Chakra hadn't even reincarnated yet. Where on earth did this Uchiha Yuma come from? Very well. Since you're already tailing this Uchiha, keep an eye out for any other promising talents along the way, Madara instructed. At your command, Lord Madara, Zetsu replied. With that, he melted silently into the earth. Madara watched Zetsu disappear, then turned his gaze to the demonic statue of the outer path behind him. He spoke with solemn conviction to himself. All of this is for the sake of peace. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye. Before Yuma knew it, he'd already been back in Konoha for over a week. Even someone as obsessed with training as him couldn't remain oblivious to the world forever. News of a major event eventually reached him. The village hidden in the sand had officially declared war on Konoha, and the pretext was ready at hand. Minato Namikaze had killed the third Kazekage. Konoha protested vehemently, but it was no use. The outbreak of war had long been in the cards. Ever since the last great ninja war, none of the nation's problems had been resolved. The economy remained perpetually sluggish. When the economy falters, life becomes hard for the nobles. When the nobles are struggling, they cut back on hiring ninja villages. For a shinobi village that relied on mission income for 70% of its revenue, this was nothing short of a disaster. When times were tough across all the great villages, a single glance at the map told the whole story. There was Konoha, comfortably enjoying every conceivable advantage. No, this wouldn't do. They had to do something, take advantage of Konoha's position, stir up some trouble. Especially for the poorest among them, Sunagakure. The perfect excuse had fallen right into their lap. Besides, except for Sasori, most of the Sand Ninja genuinely believed Konoha was responsible for the Kazekage's death. And so, war broke out between Konoha and Sunagakure. Meanwhile, Yuma continued his training in his favorite spot, the quiet training fields of the Forest of Death. As always, he found solace and focus amidst the hush of ancient trees. Another week passed slowly, and Yuma's strength underwent a profound transformation. Though he didn't possess the eternal Mangekyo nor Hashirama's cells, and could only simulate new techniques in his mind, his chakra had steadily stabilized and grown in ways he'd never experienced before. By now, he estimated his chakra reserves were about 100 units, comparable to Naruto's at age 12. Even better, unlike Naruto, he didn't have to squander most of his chakra suppressing the Nine Tails. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, even when he wasn't actively using its powers, his vision, Jinjutsu amplification, and dynamic perception were all vastly enhanced, far beyond the abilities of a 3-tomo Sharingan. The difference was like night and day. Plus, I've developed a special way to use Susanoo on my own. Yujin whispered to himself with a proud gleam in his eyes. He really couldn't help feeling proud. Just a few days ago, when he first sensed the power of Susanoo, his tags, Genius, Gold, Uchiha, Purple, and In-Release Blue, all began to resonate with one another. That golden level Genius tag and the purple level Bloodline tag worked together and awakened the guardian deity engraved deep in his very blood. Susanoo. As for the blue In-Release tag, it seemed to align with some hidden conditions, too. His Susanoo started showing unique traits, unlike any ordinary Uchihas. He didn't need to manifest the Mangekyo patterns. Instead, just with the 3-tomo, Yujin could do what Madara Uchiha to call forth Susanoo directly. This meant that, in upcoming battles, he, Uchiha Yujin, could wield Susanoo as effortlessly as someone with eternal Mangekyo, summoning it whenever he pleased without suffering from blindness. A windfall, an immense windfall. There's a night and day difference between being an Uchiha who can unleash Susanoo freely and one who can only use it with strict limits. What's more, he had mastered Flying Thunder God as well. The thought of a Susanoo capable of instant movement, the kind of despair that must bring to any foe standing against him. In that moment, his strength soared straight into the domain of Kage-level power, one of the upper echelons at that. With a single thought, his stats unfolded before his eyes. Host, Uchiha Yujin. Gender, male. Age, 12. Strength, Kage-level. A 12-year-old Kage-level ninja. Even if he wasn't on the same playing field as the demigods of Boruto's era, it was certainly impressive. Right now, with the war looming ever closer, all trace of fear vanished from Yujin's heart. Instead, a thrill ran through him. He was itching for battle. With Flying Thunder God, death was no threat. With Susanoo, he became a reaper on the battlefield. And every life harvested meant more battle points. Those points led to upgraded tags, and those upgrades meant more power. How could not be eager? Ever since he awakened his previous life wisdom, especially after unlocking the Mangekyo, Yujin realized something. No amount of bitter training could match the exhilarating rush of leveling up his tags. This, truly, was his unique advantage. So from now on, I'll never again fear the coming of war. With that thought, he wrapped up today's training session. Meanwhile, deep in the root base of Konoha, Shimura Danzo was poring over a detailed dossier on Uchiha Yujin. He reread every word, his expression turning grim. The content sent a chill straight to Danzo's bones. This Yujin, back in ninja school and during the first days after graduation, had been almost invisible, just an utterly unremarkable, average ninja. But then came the truly unsettling part. In less than half a year, after awakening the Sharingan, he skyrocketed out of obscurity and became completely unstoppable. Not only did he advance to the 3-tomo Sharingan in such a short time, but his ability to learn ninjutsu had also undergone a tremendous transformation. Reflecting on this, only one thought echoed in Danzo's mind. Something is wrong, deeply wrong, undoubtedly abnormal. As a disciple of Lord Tobirama himself, how could he not know the psychological effects of Sharingan? From awakening to advancing, this brat's progress was simply too fast. There's no doubt something profound had changed in this boy's mind. Yet, the report stated that this boy's personality was perfectly normal. However, in Danzo's eyes, that was the greatest abnormality of all. You insidious little Uchiha brat. I'll catch you slipping sooner or later, Danzo muttered, rising to his feet and pacing about the room, deep in thought about the current state of the ninja world. After Sunagakure declared war on Konoha, Kirigakure, for reasons unknown, had also begun to stir restlessly. The mention of Kirigakure brought to mind water, and for the Uchiha, who embodied fire, water was anything but friendly. At that moment, a cunning idea flashed across Danzo's mind. That's it. With war on the horizon, all I need to do is arrange for that brat to be stationed somewhere near Kirigakure. Then, I'll have my own men assassinate him and pin the blame on Kirigakure. That way, this hidden threat will be erased once and for all. With his plan taking shape, he could hardly sit still. Right away, Danzo set off for the Hokage's building. In Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk. Suddenly, bam, the door burst open, and Danzo Shimura swept into the room, brimming with urgency. The Ambu guard stationed nearby pretended not to notice. After all, as longtime protectors of this place, they were well aware of the complex relationship between Elder Danzo and the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, calm as ever, looked up at the commotion. He knew all too well. Only Danzo would barge into his office without so much as a knock or announcement. "Danzo, what's so important that you're in such a rush?" Hiruzen asked, genuinely puzzled by the rare anxiety on Danzo's face. If anyone knew Danzo, it was Hiruzen. If it weren't urgent, Danzo would never look like this. Upon hearing Hiruzen's question, Danzo made a show of taking a deep breath. "Hiruzen, I'm sure you've noticed Kirigakure's recent movements." Hiruzen's confusion deepened. "We've already discussed this before. What else is troubling you?" "This is serious, Hiruzen." Danzo's demeanor grew solemn, his gaze sharp and intense as it locked onto Hiruzen's eyes. "We don't have enough commanders. We need to send powerful forces to hold our coastline against Kirigakure." Without another word, Danzo took the map hanging on the wall and spread it out across Hiruzen's desk. He pointed at the narrow, winding coastline of the Land of Fire. Because of the coastline, this power, while formidable, must also have enough mobility. "So what do you suggest?" Faced with this, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt troubled as well. Recently, Sunagakure had declared war. In response, Iwagakure had immediately deployed troops to the border, showing every sign of being ready to strike at any moment. Kirigakure, for reasons unknown, also appeared to be stirring up trouble. When it came to capable commanders in the village, besides himself, only 3 remained. Indeed, they were his own disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Here's where the trouble began. Tsunade, due to her hemophobia, could only command the medical corps from the rear. Orochimaru needed to confront Sunagakure. Jiraiya, needless to say, would have to lead troops to the border to defend against Iwagakure. As for Kirigakure, Hiruzen genuinely didn't know what to do. He already had a contingency plan in mind. If the war situation became dire, he intended to send the Uchiha clan directly into battle. As for the long-standing policy set by Lord Tobarama to keep the Uchiha secluded in the police force, war would have to take precedence over policy. Deploy the Uchiha. After all these years of conserving their strength, it's time for them to make themselves useful. Given the length of the coastline, and considering Minato's student, Uchiha, possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, he must be sent there. At this moment, Danzo finally let his true intentions show. He had already made up his mind on the way over. If he directly proposed sending Uchiha Yuya to defend against Kirigakure, Hiruzen would most likely refuse. So instead, he suggested involving all the Uchiha, and because of his prodigy's special abilities, included him in the mission as well. Hiruzen would have nothing to object to. Moreover, as Konoha's second-in-command, Danzo was well aware of Konoha's current predicament. The Uchiha had been biding their time for years. Now was the perfect moment to test and wear down their strength. Hearing Danzo's suggestion, Hiruzen felt immensely gratified. Danzo truly lived up to being his closest comrade, the shadowy root supporting him from behind. In that moment, Hiruzen resolved that, as long as Danzo didn't go too far, he would never let him down, barring outright betrayal. Even if it meant Danzo tried to assassinate him, Hiruzen would be willing to forgive it. Excellent. Let's proceed as planned. In high spirits, Hiruzen promptly accepted Danzo's counsel. During this period, Uchiha Yuya's life was one of ease and contentment. His training was smooth, and his abilities were progressing at a visible rate, filling him with boundless optimism. One day, in this upbeat mood, he made his way to the training field where he had arranged to meet Minato's team. According to Namikaze Minato's plan, they would be spending the coming days working and training together. Leaving the Uchiha compound, he walked the path outside, quietly reflecting on his own shortcomings. Without a doubt, he was a ninjutsu-oriented Uchiha, much like Sasuke. Both of them relied on their Sharingan for Jinjutsu, and, as for Taijutsu, being competent was enough. However, unlike others, he had tags, abilities that he was not content to leave undeveloped. He aspired to master all 3 aspects: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. For ninjutsu, he was already well equipped at this stage. Regarding jinjutsu and taijutsu, he had drawn up plans. He decided to focus first on improving his physical strength. In this pursuit, the purple tag of iron training he acquired from my guy became incredibly important. After all, the effect of this tag was both simple and straightforward, consistent, unwavering training would improve one's physique. This was a prospect he eagerly anticipated. He had prepared for this long before, putting in an order for weighted gear several days ago. He exhaled deeply. Phew, this is tougher than I expected, Yuma thought to himself as he sprinted toward the training field. Well, it makes sense. Lee spent years working up to carrying 500 pounds, but I jumped straight to 1,000. No wonder it's a challenge. During his entire run, he didn't tap into any chakra at all. He relied solely on his physical strength. But his situation was also different from Lee's. Yuma had an abundant reserve of chakra. Such immense chakra meant that physically he would never be weak. In fact, he belonged to the ranks of those with extraordinary power. That's exactly why he dared to start with 1,000 pounds of weight. Arriving at the training field, Uchiha Yuma shook off his wandering thoughts. He greeted the two figures before him. Sorry, Kakashi Rin, looks like I'm a bit late. It's fine. We're already used to you Uchihas running late, Kakashi replied, fixing Yuma with his trademark deadpan stare, sounding just a little annoyed. Rin, meanwhile, smiled comfortingly. Don't say that, Kakashi. Yuma's here right on time. The only one who's ever really late is Obito. And as if on cue, just as I mentioned his name, Obito came rushing over, his goggles slightly askew, breathless from hurrying. Obito bent over, hands on his knees, taking huge gulps of air. Once he had caught his breath, he looked up apologetically at the three and explained, Sorry, I was helping an old lady get home. It took a little longer than I thought. Hearing this, the three exchanged looks. Anyone else might make up such a story, but if Obito said it, you could be sure he really did it. They let it slide without another word. As classmates, there was no need for small talk or formalities. They dove right into training. But not long after they started, Kakashi stopped and walked over to Yuma, who seemed to be warming up, a look of suspicion on his face. Hey, are you wearing weights? Kakashi asked in a low, serious tone. Yuma exhaled a steady breath before answering. That's right. I'm adding weights. I want to work on my taijutsu. Weighted training for taijutsu. Kakashi turned to Yujin, offering a word of caution. You shouldn't add weights recklessly. If you're interested in this, I suggest you consult Guy. Yujin nodded in understanding at Kakashi's advice. Kakashi, after all, wasn't aware of his unique situation. With his special trait, Yujin had discovered something unusual when he engaged in physical training. The effect described as persistent training will improve your physique was, surprisingly, immediate. Even a single second of exercise brought him results. In just a short period, he could already sense that he'd begun to adapt to carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. At the very least, it wasn't nearly as exhausting as it had been that morning when he first put them on. Nevertheless, Kakashi's guidance made Yujin think. If his talent was so extraordinary, shouldn't he study some professional knowledge about the body in order to maximize his gains? An idea instantly flashed through Yujin's mind. Medical ninjutsu. As the old saying goes, medicine and martial arts are two sides of the same coin. If he wanted to understand the human body and craft a more efficient training regime tailored to himself, making full use of his abilities, he needed a deeper understanding of anatomy. That's solid advice, Kakashi. But right now, there's something I'd like to ask Rin. With that, Yujin made his way off the training field toward Noera Rin, who was practicing medical ninjutsu nearby. As Yujin approached, Rin looked at him in surprise. Yujin, is there something you need? Suddenly, Yujin took hold of Rin's hand, gripping it earnestly. In a solemn tone, he made his request. Rin, I have a favor to ask. Yujin, please go ahead. Rin, surprised to see the usually calm and collected Uchiha Yujin behave this way toward her, felt her heart race. She couldn't help but feel nervous, wondering what could have brought him here. After all, she was only a medical ninja. In battle, her support was limited. Yet, seeing the serious look on Yujin's face, the matter seemed weighty. Just what was he going to ask her? Was it possible that? But the person she liked was... Rin's cheeks flushed bright red as her mind ran wild. Rin, please, teach me medical ninjutsu. Releasing her hand, Yujin bowed deeply before her, hiding the upward curve of his lips. As he bent down, his face was concealed, but his excitement was unmistakable. Just as he suspected, Rin was special too. In the original story, she had only recently graduated, and yet, in dire circumstances, she'd been able to withstand tremendous pressure and perform an eye transplant on Kakashi and Obito. When the surgery was complete, Kakashi had wielded his new powers seamlessly, experiencing no ill effects whatsoever. Rin truly was a genius. The inscription on the panel was clear. Medical Genius, Blue. As a medical ninja, you will possess talents beyond the reach of ordinary people. Effect significantly increases the efficiency of learning medical ninjutsu. Don't let the blue grade fool you. This was no ordinary trait. The reason was simple. The suffix on the trait was genius. When it came to traits, the value of genius had already been made abundantly clear by the golden genius trait previously obtained from Kakashi. Moved by Yujin's earnest request and his sincere bow, Rin Nohara's cheeks flushed pink as she hurriedly reached out to help him up. "And no problem, Yujin. I'll teach you seriously, I promise." So, Yujin actually wanted to study medical ninjutsu with her. What had she been thinking? At that instant, Rin was so embarrassed she wished she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. So, this is what it means to be a genius. Rin could hardly believe her eyes. Medical ninjutsu was notoriously difficult. Every recorded jutsu was at least B rank or higher. In other words, the challenge of learning medical techniques was extraordinary, starting from B rank and up. Such ninjutsu demanded exceptional chakra control. But what she saw unfolding before her was truly hard to accept, converting normal blue chakra into the green, life-giving energy of yang release. This was foundational, something every medical ninja had to master. But the mystical palm technique, the jutsu Rin herself had spent years to perfect. Yujin had actually grasped it in a single morning. She stared in awe at the fish that Uchiha Yujin had just pulled back from the brink of death with the mystical palm. Words failed her. Beside her, Obito and Kakashi, who had gathered the moment they heard Yujin wanted to learn medical ninjutsu, were left wide-eyed. "Kakashi, if I remember right, didn't our textbooks say medical ninjutsu is famously difficult to master? Your memory's just fine." Obito, the challenge of learning medical ninjutsu is exactly why there are so few medical ninjas today. Then what's going on? How did Yujin manage to learn something as difficult as the mystical palm in a single morning? Even I know how hard that is. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? With this, both of them gained a whole new understanding of Yujin's innate genius. Obito didn't know what others might think, but he did recall Yujin mentioning that after awakening the Sharingan, his own talent had leapt to new heights. Could that really be true? Yujin had claimed that with his Sharingan awakening, his power skyrocketed to rival even Obito's own, reaching unprecedented growth. Was that possible? Obito found himself starting to doubt. If the Sharingan really brought about such dramatic improvement, then why hadn't he seen more Uchiha making a mark after awakening theirs? Why did it seem so rare? Unlike Obito, who was beginning to doubt himself, Kakashi's situation was slightly different. The grief and emptiness that had settled in his heart after his father's death had begun to ease during this period, and, for the first time in a long while, he could feel his heart beating with new life. Growing up, Kakashi had always been showered with praise for his talent. When a ninja who was once behind him managed to surpass him thanks to the advantage of a bloodline limit, he could accept it, however reluctantly. After all, blood was something he lacked. He could at least console himself with that, and keep coasting along. But standing here now, watching Yuma, a ninja who had become so powerful, still pushing himself to master taijutsu and medical ninjutsu with relentless effort, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a pang of shame. He could clearly see why Yuma was intent on learning medical ninjutsu. It was to better understand his own body, and in doing so, improve his efficiency in battle. Whenever Kakashi offered a hint, Yuma would instantly grasp it and creatively devise new ways to respond. Faced with such diligence, Kakashi felt it was time for him to move past the shadow of his father's death. He couldn't go on in this state of despair forever. With that thought, his eyes shone with newfound determination as he stared at Yuma. "From now on," he declared, "I'm going to catch up to you." At that moment, Yuma, having finished using the mystical palm technique and tidied up the fish, looked at Kakashi with some confusion, unsure of what had suddenly ignited him. Still, when it came to the praise he'd just received, Yuma knew perfectly well where it came from. He wasn't some kind of medical ninjutsu prodigy. The credit belonged to the effect of his skill, medical genius, which had made his learning of the mystical palm technique unusually smooth. As for the theoretical knowledge involved, he possessed embarrassingly little. "Please, don't put me on a pedestal," Yuma said with a self-effacing smile. "I still have to keep learning from Rinchan about all the theory behind the techniques. Just because I picked up the skill quickly doesn't mean I'm a genius. I'll learn other ninjutsu just as fast. But if we're talking about truly healing and saving lives, I'm still a long way off." No sooner had Yuma finished than a clear, strong female voice chimed in. "That's right, kid. At least you have the sense not to get proud and start looking down on everyone else." The four people present turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. What met their eyes was Minato Namikaze, calmly approaching with a legendary Sannin at his side. That voice, no doubt, belonged to none other than Tsunade, the princess of the Sannin. "Sensei Minato, what brings you here?" someone asked. Minato smiled reassuringly. "I happened to run into Jiraiya-sensei and the others on my way over. When they heard I'd be overseeing your training, they decided to tag along." At that moment, enough with the chit-chat, Tsunade said impatiently, taking a step forward. Kid, show me that mystical palm technique you just used right now. Tsunade was truly astonished. The Uchiha kid, after just a single morning's practice, had already pulled off the mystical palm technique so skillfully. She hadn't seen it clearly from a distance just now, but now she wanted to watch him up close. She needed to see for herself what was going on with this boy. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Yuma Uchiha didn't rush to act. Instead, he looked eagerly at Minato Namikaze, waiting for a cue. Minato glanced at him, a little exasperated, and rubbed his forehead. Yuma, just listen to Lady Tsunade. Show us the mystical palm technique, won't you? He even chuckled and added, besides, I'm pretty curious to see you perform medical ninjutsu myself. And he truly was curious. From the earlier conversation between Obito and Kakashi, it sounded like Yuma had only just started learning medical ninjutsu from Rin not long ago. Granted, Minato had mentally prepared himself for Yuma's monstrous talent. But if Yuma really had mastered an A-rank medical technique in just one morning, that would shatter just about every expectation he'd ever had. He wanted to see for himself if it was really true. Hearing his teacher's order, Yuma slowly raised his hands. The moment he finished weaving the hand signs, an emerald glow of healing chakra appeared between his palms. No doubt about it, that's definitely the mystical palm technique. This time, Orochimaru truly appraised Yuma Uchiha in a different light. He hadn't thought much of this boy before. No matter how strong he was, no matter how well he used the Flying Thunder God, to Orochimaru he was just another Minato. But this astonishing ability to master ninjutsu so quickly, this was a true marvel. Pursuing the mastery of all jutsu in the world was Orochimaru's lifelong goal, and it was for this very purpose that he began seeking immortality. After all, a finite life simply isn't enough to learn an infinite number of techniques. The short span of a human lifespan really is all too limiting. No need to state the obvious. We can see that for ourselves. With a wry look, Tsunade shot Orochimaru a glare and then turned to Yuma, her expression suddenly all seriousness. As the legendary healer, though she may now be too afraid of blood to perform surgery, her sharpness and experience were second to none. The emerald light of the mystical palm technique, the steady rhythm of Yuma's chakra, she could see it clearly. Such stable chakra control meant that, as long as he adjusted the output according to the severity of illness or injury, this kid would be able to heal most maladies with ease. And yet, it was all so unbelievable that she needed to see up close herself. She paced over to face Yuma directly. Is something the matter, Lady Tsunade? Yuma found himself a little confused as the stunning Kunoichi stopped right before him, and despite himself, couldn't help but have his gaze wander for half a second. Tsunade extended her hand and spoke solemnly. Channel your mystical palm chakra into me. I want to see its quality for myself. Tsunade, you don't have any wounds, Jiraiya interjected, utterly baffled by the request after watching for so long. Idiot, just pay attention to what she does. Orochimaru gave Jiraiya a firm pat on the shoulder, silencing any further questions. To avoid getting beaten up by Tsunade again, Yujin obediently took Tsunade's delicate hand and immediately began channeling the chakra for healing palm technique into her body. A steady, vibrating hum filled the air. After about 10 seconds, Tsunade frowned deeply. All right, that's enough. You can stop the healing palm now. Yujin, ever the good listener, stopped right away and nimbly stepped aside, standing at attention. Tsunade's brow remained tightly knit as she fixed Yujin with a silent, unyielding gaze. Jiraiya didn't dare speak to Tsunade in this mood, and Orochimaru had no interest in inviting awkwardness upon himself. The rest of the younger group were all on their best behavior, putting on their most innocent faces. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Minato gathered his courage and asked Tsunade, So, what do you think, Lady Tsunade? There's nothing wrong at all with his healing palm. He's an undeniable prodigy, Tsunade replied without hesitation. Apart from his shaky grasp of theory, his technique is flawless. Having answered Minato, she then turned to the well-behaved Yujin, rolling her eyes in mock exasperation. So, kid, you want to learn medical ninjutsu, do you? Then come with me. If you wait any longer, you won't even have enough time to learn, even if you want to. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Yujin responded loudly, bowing at a sharp angle. Lifting his head, he couldn't help but wonder about Tsunade's last sentence. He asked, puzzled, if I learn any later, I won't have time. At that moment, Jiraiya seemed to remember something. He gave himself a slap on the forehead and, looking a bit sheepish, turned to the younger members of Minato's squad to explain. Almost slipped my mind. Today, the old man has already arranged everyone's deployment to deal with the outbreak of war. As he spoke, Jiraiya pointed to Orochimaru at his side and the still bewildered Uchiha Yujin. Orotoru, Yujin here, and I are all heading out to different borders 2 days from now. We came today to say goodbye to Minato, and since we ran into you all training, we figured we'd stop by and check in. Why? All 4 members of Minato's team cried out in surprise. Now you know, brat. Tsunade turned and strode away without looking back. Hurry up and follow me. Yes, Teacher Tsunade. Yujin, quick to seize the opportunity, shouted after her, calling her teacher for good measure, and jogged to catch up. The direction Tsunade and Yujin took was toward the Konoha Hospital, which happened to be in an excellent location. Not only was it stationed in the village's central district, but it also was easily accessible, convenient for both patients and visitors alike. This convenience extended to Tsunade and Yujin as well. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Their footsteps echoed softly through the hospital corridors. With Tsunade leading the way like she owned the place, they soon found themselves in a quiet, spacious room. Bookshelves filled the large space, lining the walls from end to end. What is this place? Following Tsunade into the room, Yuma cast a curious glance at the surrounding shelves stuffed with books. Tsunade didn't respond right away. Instead, she strode over to one of the shelves, pulled out a book, checked its cover to make sure she'd grabbed the right one, then tossed it toward Yuma. With a swift whoosh and a solid smack, Yuma caught the book she'd thrown at him. Before he could react, Tsunade's voice rang out. When it comes to technique, you're indeed flawless. But understanding medicine isn't just about mastering techniques. As she spoke, Tsunade gestured proudly at the bookshelves that filled the room. If you can absorb all this knowledge, then, and only then, can you call yourself accomplished in medical ninjutsu. These next 2 days will be tight, so for now just focus on this book and finish it. In 2 days, when you leave for your mission, I'll evaluate your progress and reward you accordingly. Having said all this, she didn't wait for Yuma's response. She simply turned and walked out, leaving him standing there. Tsunade's intentions were straightforward. She wanted to see if this Uchiha kid was a true genius when it came to medical ninjutsu, or just gifted in technique alone. If he was truly exceptional, he would devour that book in less than 2 days. If he couldn't, it would simply mean he was only a prodigy in technique, not worth her continued investment. Still a bit dazed, Yuma watched as Tsunade took her leave. Regaining his senses, he flipped open the book and began to read. So this is a test. The book's contents were not difficult. They were all introductory material. He quickly understood Tsunade's intentions. This was an assessment of his true abilities. He didn't care much about that. What really mattered to him was the new capability he'd gained from contacting Tsunade, a new entry in his system. The very moment he had touched Tsunade earlier, Yuma had given the order to the system. Extract the 1,000 Hands of the Forest bloodline attribute. The system didn't let him down. The power of the Senju bloodline was now his. 1,000 Hands of the Forest Blue. Wielding the powerful bloodline of the Forest Senju, this is proof of possessing the chakra of the divine tree. Effect: greatly boosts chakra and vitality. A blue-level attribute? That's plenty, Yuma muttered to himself as he gazed at the blue entry on his panel. He quickly came to terms with it. Tsunade's 1,000 Hands of the Forest bloodline being blue tier made perfect sense. After all, in the original story, her genetic limit only gave her increased chakra reserves. She had no aptitude for wood release, and for self-healing, she still relied on medical ninjutsu. But Yuma was different. With his system, as long as his combat power reached the threshold, he could upgrade this bloodline. And he knew all too well just how important the Senju bloodline could be for the Uchiha Sharingan. He resolved himself and gave the mental command. System, install the attribute. As the entry was installed, a gentle warmth rose up from deep within Yujin's body. What's this? Yujin murmured in astonishment. He could feel a vibrant current of life, energy, slowly welling up from inside him. The panel confirmed this transformation. A new entry appeared, one he hadn't extracted from anyone else. It had manifested out of thin air on the system's interface. Yang release, green chakra attribute, the very proof of life force. Effect: by means of specialized techniques, it can heal oneself or other living beings. Yang release? This must have appeared after I acquired the bloodline entry of the secret Uchiha technique, Yujin thought. However, as he gazed at the ever-growing list of chakra attributes crowding his panel, a headache began to form. If only the system could merge these attribute entries together, he mused. After all, no matter how chakra properties shift and change, in the end, it's all just chakra. Besides, the Otsutsuki clan never bothered with any division of attributes. Almost as if it sensed Yujin's desires, the entry extraction system within his mindscape trembled ever so slightly. A stream of information surged into Yujin's consciousness. So entries can actually be synthesized, but it requires combat points. And the closer the entries match, the fewer combat points are needed. If they're less compatible, the cost goes up. A surge of excitement ran through Yujin then and there. There was no need to hesitate. He had wanted to condense these chakra attribute entries all along. After all forms of the supernatural in this world, everything revolved around chakra. Even the Otsutsuki, their entire arsenal, immortality, the ability to simulate the laws of all creation, mastery over time and space, forging worlds, creating the underworld, bending life and death, conjuring objects from nothing, traversing across the sea of stars. It all came from chakra. System, how many combat points are required to combine the chakra release attributes? At his question, the system issued a stream of data answering Yujin's query. Since all chakra releases stem from the same origin, their compatibility is high. Only 100 combat points are required. As luck would have it, he currently had 170 combat points. With a single thought, his chakra surged turbulently within. After the span of a cup of tea, Yujin's chakra settled back into calm. But his focus had already shifted to the panel before him. Host, Uchiha Yujin. Gender, male. Age, 13. Strength, Kage. Entries, Child of Time and Space, gold. Genius, gold. Phantom Destiny, gold. Uchiha, purple. Tempered by steel, purple. Mangekyo Sharingan, purple. Senju of the Forest, blue. Uchiha style, blue. Natural Energy Affinity, blue. Flying Thunder God Formula, blue. Immortal Vampire, blue. Medical Genius, blue. Seed of Chakra, green. Combat Power, 70. Yujin noticed that the Ninjutsu Chakra entry had disappeared. In its place, a new green entry appeared. Seed of Chakra, green. This is the very source of your own chakra. Effect, simulates yin-yang and the 5 elements, and allows for fusion and transformation. Current transformation, lava release. Simulates yin-yang and the 5 elements, fusion and transformation. As if struck by a sudden thought, Yujin raised his left hand, focusing his chakra. A low, resonant hum filled the air as blue chakra began to swirl into his palm. Good thing I often watch Kakashi's lightning release chakra activation. Its path operates like this. With the memories of how Kakashi used his Sharingan to channel lightning release, Yujin felt the chakra within his own body begin to stir and flow as well. Crackling with energy, thin threads of lightning danced between his fingers. He laughed aloud, a sense of excitement bubbling up inside him. Ah, I knew it. Those 100 points were well spent. Lava release is still in my command, and now I can tap into the entire lightning chakra system too. Earth and water weren't an issue. After all, the lava release he extracted was a fusion of those 2 elements. On top of that, he'd installed the Senju clan's bloodline limit entry on himself. The Senju's baseline chakra attributes, after all, were earth and water. Yujin could also sense a surging vitality, streams of life force converging at his eyes. A refreshing coolness wrapped around his eye sockets, as if a hidden shackle on his vision had been loosened. However, he knew from the Uchiha, purple, entry about bloodline traits. These things took time to manifest. They couldn't be verified immediately. The fact that he felt anything at all now was definitely a good sign. But there were more urgent matters. He needed to start learning medical ninjutsu. Yujin forced himself to refocus his thoughts and began to seriously study the massive tome Tsunade had given him. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of Yujin's first mission had arrived. That morning, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, Yujin got out of bed and washed up, heading out while it was still early towards Konoha Hospital. His mission was scheduled for the afternoon, but he and Tsunade had already arranged to meet. She wanted to check on his progress first thing in the morning. He soon arrived, familiar with the route, and found Tsunade already waiting for him in the room, seated at a desk. She looked up when she saw Yujin arrive ahead of time, not a minute late. With a satisfied nod, she said, "Good, Yujin, your punctuality is impressive. Come here, I'm going to test how far you've come in your studies." "Yes, Lady Tsunade," Yujin replied. The testing went smoothly, and Tsunade was visibly pleased. "Not bad. Your theoretical knowledge is flawless. Now let's see how you do in practice." With that, Tsunade rose to her feet. "Follow me, kid." At her words, Yujin obediently trailed behind. They made their way to a room that resembled a laboratory. Tsunade moved over to a counter, preparing for the next part of his assessment. She reached to the water by her side and pulled out a fish. With a swift motion, Tsunade used her scalpel to make a cut on the fish. "Come here, kid. Use the healing palm technique and mend this fish," she instructed. Tsunade wanted to see if Yuma had made any progress in his mastery of the technique after his recent studies. Obedient as ever, Yuma didn't hesitate. He stepped up to the injured fish, formed the necessary hand seals, and green healing chakra began to glow from his palms. Tsunade raised her brows in puzzlement. As Yuma performed the healing palm technique, the necklace around Tsunade's neck gave a faint tremble. She dismissed it as a trick of the mind at first. But the moment Yuma's hand touched the fish and his chakra output increased, she noticed something else. It wasn't just the necklace reacting. Her own chakra seemed to resonate as well. A startling possibility crossed Tsunade's mind. Suddenly, she clapped a hand down on Yuma's arm. Lady Tsunade, Yuma Uchiha, surprised by her sudden grip, glanced up. The scene before him made him go silent. Tsunade's eyes were wide, her pupils trembling. Her lips quivered as she demanded, "What's going on with your chakra? If I recall correctly, you're from the Uchiha clan, aren't you?" Tsunade felt as if her very understanding of the world had been shattered. Within this Uchiha child, she sensed a familiar aura, a chakra signature unique to the Senju of the forest. She absolutely could not mistake it. The reaction of her grandfather's heirloom necklace confirmed it further. And yet, that was precisely what made this discovery so unbelievable. Hearing Tsunade's suspicion, Yuma suddenly realized what was happening. It must be the special bloodline trait he carried. But an explanation wouldn't be easy. Yuma steadied his gaze. "Lady Tsunade, my chakra is perfectly normal. I've never noticed anything unusual." At his calm response, Tsunade snapped back to herself and pressed on, her voice urgent. "Are both of your parents Uchihas?" It was a well-known fact among the Uchiha. They didn't strictly adhere to pure bloodlines. If an Uchiha married an outsider and their child awakened Sharingan, that child would bear the Uchiha name. If not, the custom was clear. The child took the father's surname, especially in this land where wives joined their husband's family. She needed to know about Yuma's parents. Could there be Senju blood lurking in his lineage? Yuma was clearly confused by her line of questioning. "My parents died when I was little, so I don't really remember much about that." As he finished speaking and noticed the change in Tsunade's expression, Yuma played along and, "Lady Tsunade, why are you asking me this?" Upon hearing his question, Tsunade felt a headache coming on. Of course, she had already looked into this child's past over the past few days. Orphaned at a young age, he endured hardship to get into the academy, then graduated into an ordinary team. When the rest of his teammates died, he followed Kakashi and joined Minato's squad. From there, his strength soared at a stunning pace. His mastery of techniques developed in a way all his own. His combat talent, too, was nothing short of terrifying. He was even able to go toe-to-toe with Sasori of the Red Sand, the grandson of that troublesome old woman from the Sand Village. Yet none of this could hide the plain fact. Just half a year ago, he was still a bottom-rung ninja. For a member of the Uchiha clan, even after awakening the Sharingan, such a meteoric rise would be unheard of. And then there's his immense chakra. That's not something an Uchiha should possess. That sort of volume is a trait of the Senju or Uzumaki bloodlines. Still, it's not the kind of question one can ask outright. These matters would have to wait until he was deployed to the battlefield. Investigation would happen gradually in due time. Having sorted out her thoughts, Tsunade let out a long, calming breath. "Phew, it's nothing. Just remembered something. Don't mind me. Let's get back to treating the fish." At her words, Yuji replied with a steady tone, "Yes, Lady Tsunade." He, too, had no wish to stir up trouble at this moment. Bowing his head, he continued the medical procedure on the fish. But now, Tsunade had lost all interest in the results of this test. She hastily told Yuji that he'd passed, shoved a pile of books into a storage scroll, handed it to him, and then urged him to carry out his next assignment. With that, she left Konoha Hospital in a hurry. Watching her retreating figure, Yuji could tell that she'd gotten the wrong impression. Amused, he gave a silent shake of his head. "Checking on my parents? She must be investigating whether I've got any Senju lineage in my blood. But all this is the work of the system's divine power. She'd have better luck chasing ghosts than finding anything out." With a soft sigh, Yuji wasted no time, tidied away the scrolls and books, and made his way toward the ninja tool shop to prepare supplies for his mission. Ration pills, kunai, shuriken, specialty wire, explosive tags. Perfect. Everything's in order. After double-checking his gear in his room, Yuji stood up and strode purposefully outside. The door closed behind him with a distinct thud. He set off in the direction of the police department. He'd already received word of his assignment 2 days earlier at Konoha Hospital. This time, he was to join a large team of Uchiha and head for the Fire Country's coastline, acting as a bulwark against the looming threat from Kirikiri. But Yuji immediately sensed something odd. In Konoha, or rather, throughout the shinobi world, politics revolves around group identity. In Konoha, his political standing was clear: First, disciple of Minato Namikaze. Second, member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha themselves had always acknowledged this. After all, there was already the precedent of Uchiha Kagami. More importantly, this is the era of the ninja villages, not the warring states period anymore. Ninjas now have a true lord, the Kage. That is the master of all ninja. The master is always above the clan. This is a universal truth. Court nobles follow this, samurai follow this, and these lowly ninja should obey it even more. And yet, here is what's strange. As someone born and raised from the purest line of the Hokage, why is it that on this mission, he broke away from Minato's team and directly joined the Uchiha's group operation? You must understand, when a Jonin-led squad wants to disband, it usually only happens if they're defeated and scattered, or if every member of the team has been promoted to Chunin. So who could be behind this? He was certain someone was up to something. On this point, however, Yujin was rather indifferent. With the power of the Mangekyo at his side and the invincibility of his ocular jutsu, no matter what schemes or plots lay ahead, he felt confident he could deal with them all as they came. Be it swords or storms, he would face them head-on. Lost in these thoughts, Yujin arrived at the police force headquarters. In the plaza, most of the Uchiha had already gathered. Yujin-kun, over here. From the high platform, Fugaku spotted Yujin and called him up. Yes, Lord Fugaku. Yujin responded cheerfully, readily accepting the summons. Within the Uchiha, there was no room for modesty. Coming to Fugaku's side, he stood neatly at attention. Those Uchiha below, who weren't part of Fugaku's faction, didn't cause any trouble either. For 1,000 years, theirs had been one of the most renowned, noble clans in the ninja world. The Uchiha might not be the most politically savvy, but when it came to war, they lacked nothing. Whatever internal differences might have existed, everything now had to give way to the demands of battle. As for Uchiha Yujin standing before them, none felt any animosity toward him. The Uchiha have been obsessed with the seat of Hokage for generations, and whenever an Uchiha shows promise of achieving that dream, who among them would resent him? After Fugaku delivered what Yujin thought was a particularly tedious speech, the Uchiha forces set out, heading straight for the coast of the Land of Fire. In a shadowy, chilly cave, Zetsu slowly surfaced from the ground. That boy should be on his way by now, shouldn't he? Uchiha Madara asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. By my calculations, he should be, replied Zetsu. Good. When the time comes, arrange for Kirigakure to kill him, Madara commanded, a cold smile playing on his lips. When it came to Uchiha Yujin, his intent to kill was unwavering. Lord Madara, if I'm being honest, I feel Yujin is even more talented than Obito. Why do you insist on killing him? It's simple, Madara replied. As long as we have someone of Obito's talent, there's no reason for Yujin to exist. After all, fools are always easier to control than clever ones. Wouldn't you agree, Zetsu? Such was Madara's decision. He himself hadn't expected that this generation's Uchiha would produce not one, but two extraordinary talents. One had already begun to shine, while the other still waited in the shadows. That spirited one. He doesn't look like a fool. The silent one, though, you can tell at a glance he's an idiot. From a position of control, the choice of whom to pick is already as plain as day. So, Lord Madara, when do you plan to make your move? At these words, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a cruel smile. Isn't Danzo just itching for trouble? Let's wait and act together with him. I can hardly wait. When he's betrayed by the village elders, maybe anew I will appear then. Time flew by quickly. It had been over half a year since they reached the coastline of the Land of Fire. In these 6 months, Kirigakure had harassed the borders here and there, but never launched a full-scale invasion. It seemed as if they were waiting for the right moment. Uchiha Yujin paid them no mind. He spent his days in a valley near the sea, following a strict daily regimen of taijutsu training. Boom, boom, boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the valley. 3 small silhouettes watched from a distant cliff, eyes fixed on the source of the sound. This is insane. Yujin II is really doing taijutsu. A boy wearing overalls, a sun visor, and dark sunglasses gaped at the commotion Yujin was causing. Even though he witnessed this every day, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. How could one person become this powerful? That's right. Guy, is it really possible to do that with just taijutsu? A handsome youth with long brown hair and a blue cap nodded quickly in agreement. But Mike Guy seemed not to hear his friends at all, his eyes locked intently on the lower part of the valley. There, a shirtless young man stood with his fist raised, slamming it again and again into the rocky wall ahead. Each strike shook loose massive chunks of stone, filling the valley with deafening sound, and even causing tremors that were felt all the way up on the cliff. Unbelievable. Mike Guy truly couldn't believe his eyes. That figure. He was none other than their team's current Jonin captain, Uchiha Yujin. Guy had interacted with him often of late, and had heard Kakashi's assessment as well, a genius among geniuses. And yet, such a genius devoted himself so arduously to physical training. It was simply beyond comprehension. Guy, Guy, Guy. The sudden sharpness in his friends' voices snapped Guy back to reality. What is it, Ebisu? Genma, TCH. Genma Shiranui clicked his tongue in annoyance and repeated his earlier question. Guy responded with difficulty, his voice raspy. I don't know. I don't know if my taijutsu will ever reach that level. But you've all seen Yujin and II's taijutsu. He doesn't use chakra and still accomplishes things like that. Yeah, we've all seen it for ourselves. Shiranui Genma sighed with emotion, feeling that he had just asked a pointless question. At that moment, Ebisu's voice drifted over. Big brother Yuma, we're done with training. Shall we head down now? All right, Yuma replied twice. In the gorge, Uchiha Yuma let his fists fall and exhaled a long, frosty breath. It surged from his lips like a blade, slicing forward into the air. Then he began to stretch, moving fluidly as he reflected to himself. Yuma considered himself to be exceptionally fortunate. Whoever it was that had manipulated his fate sent him, upon arriving at the Land of Fire's coastline, a transfer order summoning him to serve as the temporary squad leader. Ostensibly a special jonin, but jonin all the same, with the expectation that he would shoulder more responsibility. The real purpose was easy for him to guess, to spread out most of the Uchiha clan members. But what that unknown schemer hadn't expected was that Kirigikure didn't rush to the offensive either. Instead, as if waiting for the right moment, their army had remained dormant for 6 straight months. And then fortune truly smiled on him. The shinobi assigned to his squad were faces he knew so well. Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu. Just as he was planning to delve into his taijutsu training and master the steel body training technique, everything fell into place. As team leader, he went straight to Might Guy and asked about training in the Iron Fist style. Guy, ever forthright, withheld nothing. After all, anyone who valued taijutsu was someone who honored both Guy himself and his father. Without reservation, Guy poured out everything he knew, imparting all the knowledge Yuma craved. He even taught Yuma the 8 gates technique, hiding nothing. Looking back, Yuma couldn't help but feel as if fate was on his side. Half a year of undisturbed training brought his taijutsu to a new, almost terrifying level of mastery. After all, steel body training really is on a different level. As long as I keep at it, my gains are inevitable. I never imagined it would work like this. What he hadn't expected at all was that the technique would continue strengthening his body, right up to his very limits. He was truly unique. With both Uchiha and Senju bloodline powers in his veins, his physique had begun to change in subtle, remarkable ways. The expansion of his limits, the surge in his chakra, went without saying. But even his ability to recover had become staggering. By now, Yuma dared to compare the strength of his chakra to Naruto during the Shippuden era. He was certain it surpassed the 100-unit threshold. He didn't know the exact amount, but it hardly mattered. Just like Naruto, he would never again need to worry about running out of chakra. Even if he couldn't quite match Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha in battle for days on end, he was confident he could easily withstand a high-intensity fight for a full 24 hours. Speaking of resilience, he had to admit that the greatest surprise of this taijutsu training was the sheer speed of his recovery. No matter how grueling the training regimen, all it took was a hearty meal and a good night's rest, and by dawn, he was as good as new. After half a year of this relentless training, Yuma could now open the 6 gates of the 8 gates technique, something he could state with complete confidence. Half a year of progress could rival several years of training for Little Lee. This entry extraction system truly made him feel incredibly powerful. At that moment, as he was lost in his thoughts, he noticed his 3 companions running down towards him. He immediately stopped stretching. Waving cheerfully, he greeted them. Kai, Sho, Gama. Are you here to work on your taijutsu too? Brother Yuma, that's not it. Gunma Shiranui shook his head, his voice low and serious. There's intelligence from a camp. Apparently, a squad of enemy ninja has slipped into our area. They want us to investigate. Hearing this, a sharp gleam appeared in Uchiha Yuma's eyes. In the world of Naruto, whenever the 8 gates were mentioned, you couldn't help but think of Might Guy and his father. And whenever Guy's father, Might Dewey, an eternal genin, came to mind, so did the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and their legend, as they evolved into a trio known as the Lucky Three. He looked at his own 3 young companions and thought to himself, wait a minute, could be this time? The possibility that it might really be the 7 swordsmen made Yuma's body tense with urgency. He understood it well. If it were just himself, going up against all 7 wouldn't necessarily be a problem. The real trouble lay in these 3 with him. They were simply too inexperienced. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't both protect his teammates and fight off all 7 at once. With his thoughts now clear, Yuma wasted no words. To the 3, he said, "We're to go on patrol for the camp? No problem. Let me get something before we head out." He reached into his ninja tool pouch at his waist, pulled out a scroll, and tossed it with a flick of his wrist. With a sharp crack, a stack of talismans appeared in their midst. "Brother Yuma, are those explosive tags?" Gamal looked puzzled. Was he preparing something special? Explosivitax? Before Yuma could answer, Ebisu, always the academic, pushed his glasses up and shook his head. "No, those aren't explosive tags. The markings are different." "All right, enough guessing. They're my flying thunder god seals. Each of you, take one," Yuma said, rolling his eyes at the 2 of them. He handed each of the 3 a seal. By now, Yuma had come to know these 3 quite well. Gunma, with his easygoing looks, had always sought presence and approval since he was a child. Ebisu, much like his future self, was the type to show off his knowledge whenever the chance arose, no matter the topic. But my guy was somewhat different. At this stage, he was cheerful, yes, but far from the shining beacon of optimism he would one day become. The reason was simple. He still felt insecure about his father's reputation as the eternal genin. Still, all 3 had good hearts, and after spending some time together, Yuma found himself unwilling to let anything happen to them. So, he handed them the flying thunder god seals that he had crafted himself. The flying thunder god seal. What does this do? My guy took the seal, looking a bit puzzled. He could use ninjutsu, but under the guidance of his father, and because of limited resources, for now he mainly focused on taijutsu. You should know the effects of flying thunder god by now. After following me for half a year, right? Yeah. The 3 of them answered in unison. This seal was inspired by the explosive tags, and I developed it myself. When you wear it, no matter how dangerous the situation gets, as soon as I sense something wrong, I can instantly bring you all to safety. Uchiha Yujin said this to the 3 of them, his expression grave. The flying thunder god formula. He had also been researching it during this period. The sort of ninja love was the kind of thing that could teleport Minato Namikaze instantly to its location as long as chakra was channeled into it. He had managed to work out a similar mechanism. But, limited by his budget, he didn't want to go through all that trouble for every situation. He had drawn inspiration from the design of explosive tags. These were powerful ninja tools that, with just a bit of chakra as a trigger, could be thrown and would explode on their own. That brought about a question. Since explosive tags required so little chakra to activate, where did the power for such a large explosion come from? The answer: when crafting the tags, the creator stored chakra in the seal itself using special runes. The moment Uchiha Yujin grasped this, a light bulb went off in his mind. He didn't need to understand the exact workings of the explosive runes. As long as he figured out how the chakra storage part worked, that was enough. Once he understood that, he could use the flying thunder god formula as the core to create his own seals. And when he hit upon that idea, the genius gold trait he'd taken from Kakashi once again proved its worth. A genius is a genius. After all, just as Kakashi had effortlessly created the Chidori series, so too did this seal come together smoothly under his hands. Its function was straightforward, just like the sword of ninja love. As long as the bearer channeled chakra into the seal to signal him, he could instantly sense it and teleport right to their side. There was also another, even more important function. As long as the bearer of the seal was within his line of sight, should they fall in mortal danger, the stored portion of his own chakra seal within would automatically activate, enveloping the bearer and allowing him to teleport both himself and the person touched by his chakra to safety in an instant. At this moment, after hearing Uchiha Yujin's instructions, all 3 of his teammates solemnly put away their seals. They already knew from experience what the Flying Thunder God could do, with Yujin assuring them that as long as they carried these seals, he could rescue them from any peril. They put their trust in him. So he handed them the Flying Thunder God talisman that he had crafted himself. The Flying Thunder God talisman. What does it do exactly? My guy took the talisman, a little confused. Although he could use ninjutsu, guided by his own father and limited by resources, he currently focused mainly on taijutsu. You've followed me for half a year now, so you should all know the effect of the Flying Thunder God technique, right? Yes, the 3 answered in unison. This talisman was inspired by the explosive tag. I drew on that concept to create it. Once you're wearing it, no matter what peril you find yourselves in, at the slightest sign of danger, I can instantly get you all out of there. Uchiha Yujin's expression was solemn as he spoke to the 3 of them. The Flying Thunder God technique. He had been researching it for some time now. The sword of loving ninja worked in a way that, as long as chakra was supplied, Minato Namikaze could instantly sense it and teleport to the spot. After much study, Yujin had managed to recreate this effect. But, limited by funding, he didn't intend to replicate that exact method. Instead, he found inspiration in the explosive tag, a powerful ninja tool. With only a small infusion of chakra as a catalyst and a toss, it would detonate. But that raised a crucial question. If the explosive tag required only a little chakra to activate, where did the explosive power actually come from? Hiruzen discovered that it was the creator of the ninja tool who stored chakra into the talisman using specific runes during its creation. When he realized this, a spark of inspiration went off in his mind. He didn't need to understand how the explosion runes worked. He only had to know how the chakra storage runes functioned. With this knowledge, he could create his own Flying Thunder God talisman, built on the core principle of the Flying Thunder God technique. And as soon as he had this idea, the genius gold trait he'd obtained from Kakashi proved its worth yet again. A genius is a genius. Just as Kakashi had so smoothly developed the Chidori series, the development of this talisman also proceeded without a hitch. The effect was simple. Like the sword of loving ninja, as long as the bearer sent out a small pulse of chakra, he could sense it and instantly teleport to their side. There was also an even more important function. So long as the talisman bearer was within his field of vision, if they were ever in mortal danger, he could activate the talisman using the chakra he'd stored within it. This burst of energy would envelop the bearer, and he could immediately perform the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting together with anyone touched by his chakra. At this moment, hearing Uchiha Hiruzen's instructions, the three of them stowed the talismans away with great care. They all knew what the Flying Thunder God technique was capable of. After all, they'd experienced its power many times over the past months. With his talisman, Big Brother Hiruzen had said he could get them out of any danger, no matter how dire. That's absolutely true. When he saw the three of them accept the talismans, Yu Uchiha didn't say another word. He gestured swiftly, and together they headed straight toward the location where, according to the intel, enemy ninjas had infiltrated. The sun blazed high in the sky as Uchiha Yu and his three companions moved quickly through a tranquil forest. Something's off. Genma Shinui narrowed his eyes, whispering a warning to their leader. You're right, this forest is far too quiet. Yu's response was serious. Forming a quick seal, he gathered a subtle flow of chakra in his hands. Then, Yu closed his eyes, as if reaching out with his senses for something unseen. Indeed, ever since awakening the Senju bloodline, Yu had developed corresponding sensory abilities. The extent of this talent was nothing short of extraordinary. The genius gold trait was like magic. As long as it was present, whenever you sought to learn something new or develop a new skill, inspiration seemed to manifest instantly, just like Kakashi's own creative spark. This ability never failed to amaze you. Even Kakashi himself couldn't maintain that genius spark indefinitely. But with the trait extraction system, so long as the trait was active, its effect was constant. That was how you managed to break through the sensory limitations that came with bloodline powers. With his eyes still closed, you suddenly sensed a presence. Snapping to attention, he flashed another hand sign. The instant his team saw the signal, all three of them stopped in their tracks. Did you notice something? My guy's face broke out into cold sweat. Everyone knew their leader possessed an impressive sensory technique. If you gave a signal to halt, something must have come up. The truth, though, was even grimmer than expected. You turned around with a grave expression, his scarlet eyes fixed on his companions. You three, head back to camp. Leave the enemy to me. I'll hold them off as long as I can. With that, he quickly formed another seal. In a swirl of smoke, another Yu Uchiha appeared. My shadow clone will stay with you as a safeguard, Yu explained. Hearing Yu's words, all three companions became deadly serious. Is it a powerful enemy? Genma asked, his voice tense. Yes, a very powerful enemy, Yu replied solemnly, confirming their fears. The threat was beyond anything he'd anticipated. His sensory range stretched for kilometers, and up ahead he picked up the presence of at least a dozen signatures, each pulsing with chakra. Of those, 7 signatures were tinged with the cool, flowing aura of water-style ninjutsu. Among these 7, one presence radiated with overwhelming power. That chakra was in a league of its own. Almost another species when compared to a human, possessing such a vast reserve of chakra, tinged with a misty aura. It must be the wielder of the Samahata blade, Kisame Hashigaki of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. However, what truly puzzled him was this. According to the original story, the ambush on Might Guy, Ebisu, and Genma Shinui should have been carried out by the 7 swordsmen alone. Why then did he sense so many other unfamiliar chakras? Faced with a situation so at odds with the original plot, Yuma Uchiha dared not let his guard down. On the spot, he ordered a retreat. As for himself, to be honest, as long as he wasn't burdened by others, he was confident he could annihilate all the enemies with his eyes at full power. But as for the three, Might Guy and his companions, their chances of survival were slim to none. Given the decent camaraderie they had developed during their time together, Yuma Uchiha issued the retreat command without hesitation. Hearing Yuma's uncharacteristically grave order and realizing that he himself considered the enemy a real threat, the three immediately turned on their heels. Trained as proper shinobi, they knew better than to waste time with sentiment in such dire moments. If their superior said retreat, they would retreat. Might Guy, as he turned, snuck a last glance at Yuma from the corner of his eye, his voice low and resolute. Yuma, you must make it back alive. Yuma flashed a crooked smile, calling back. Relax. I'm not planning to die. With a flurry of movement, as the shadow clones and the trio departed, even Yuma's gaze trembled slightly. A subtle hum filled the air. In an instant, the scarlet and beguiling Sharingan appeared in Yuma's eyes. Without averting his stare from what lay ahead, he slowly drew his indestructible blade. Given how this situation diverges from the original, it can only mean that whatever anomaly has appeared, it was meant for me, he deduced, bracing himself for what was to come. All changes must have a reason, and the only thing he could imagine warranting this much deviation from the source material was his own presence. After all, in the original, even though Guy and the others were still rookies, it still took all 7 swordsmen to assault them. No mysterious hidden forces in sight. So then, let's see. Who could be so interested in me? He muttered darkly, a wicked grin curling on his lips as an aura of inky, murderous intent surged around him. With a deafening crash, the ground beneath his feet shattered. Yuma Uchiha shot forward like an arrow released from string. As the leader of this mission, White Zetsu forcefully suppressed his usual mischievous streak. He was no ordinary clone, but a special one, different from those mass-produced versions. The fact that Lord Madara entrusted this task to him, rather than that shadowy companion, was a sign of rare confidence. This time, no matter what, he'd execute the job flawlessly, outperforming that dark counterpart once and for all. Before this mission is over, I must hold back. I absolutely must not ask them what it feels like to need the restroom. Yes, that's it. Lord Zetsu, what's it? Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Zetsu, a bit confused by his muttering to himself. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking, I never would have thought Konoha would betray their own. That Danzo guy is really that sort of person. Haha. Realizing he'd nearly let something slip, Zetsu quickly brushed it off with a forced laugh. Hearing this from his squad leader, Kisame only shrugged without comment. Everyone in the ninja world knew what Root was like. That, this time, they had even betrayed one of their own ninja and colluded with the Mizukage to stage an ambush against Uchiha Yuya. To be honest, for Kirigikure, the village of the Bloody Mist, such things didn't seem like much. Betraying comrades was nothing new to them. The only thing Kisame couldn't figure out was this. Why did Lord Mizukage, despite already sending in the 7 ninja swordsmen, still assign this so-called Lord Zetsu to come along as well? This guy didn't seem all that sharp, to be honest. Still, even if he was privately skeptical, Kisame knew he should respond when a leader speaks, even just out of courtesy. Lord Zetsu, in the ninja world, no one ever gets a nickname by mistake. If Shimura Danzo is called the darkness of the shinobi, then that means... And that means what? Zetsu quickly seized on Kisame's words, hoping to use the topic to cover up his previous slip. It means that here in the ninja world, if you ever come across an intrigue you can't make sense of, just blame him. That way you can't go wrong. Zetsu's eyes widened in astonishment at Kisame's words. So that's how it is, he exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Zetsu genuinely hadn't considered such a possibility. So Danzo could be that useful. He made a mental note to suggest this to Lord Madara. Next time any scheme unfolded, they could just pin it all on the extremely handy Shimura Danzo. All right, Lord Zetsu, we're almost at the designated ambush spot. Let's drop this subject. If Danzo's men over here, we might get into trouble. Understood, Zetsu replied, but then his brow furrowed. As a bioweapon with some ability to sense chakra, he just picked up on change up ahead. He immediately raised his voice and called out to the assembled ninja. Everyone, be alert. There's a massive surge of chakra heading right toward us. At Zetsu's warning, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist immediately broke into a heated discussion. Is that our target? Who cares who it is? If they've got the guts to charge at us, then no matter how strong they are, Black Hole Raiga will cut them down. Who cares who it is? As long as he's a leaf ninja and dares step into this territory, I'll cut him down. Even if it's the full moon itself, I'll wash away the shame suffered by our esteemed Yakido Jozen. Their voices rose in a babble of heated debate. Despite the racket, their conduct still showed a ninja's discipline. Since their enemy was charging directly at their position, they had no reason to hold back. This was the perfect chance to lay traps and await the moment to strike. They didn't have to wait long. With a thunderous roar, an immense wall of fire erupted, sweeping across the land like a tidal wave, bearing down on them. What's this? No, damn it. That's the Great Fire Annihilation. Everyone, get ready to defend. White Zetsu recognized the technique immediately and urgently warned everyone present. He was all too familiar with this signature ninjutsu. After all, Lord Madara himself favored it, often practicing to keep his skills sharp. After all, even for a ninja, skills wither if not honed. Just as with any mortal craft, you use it or lose it. The scale of this fire release was near indistinguishable from Madara's own. Truly something to be feared. Hey, are you kidding? How are we supposed to defend against a fire technique like that? You'd need at least dozens of water-style users to put up a wall strong enough. Are you stupid? We're all elites here. A dozen or so is plenty. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, White Zetsu, and the few silent subordinates from Danzo's group, none of them were fools. The water formation wall may be a common jutsu, but everyone here could perform it. Instantly, they began weaving signs together to unleash a combined technique. Water-style, water formation wall. A dozen walls of water fused into one, rising into a surging flood that crashed headlong into the burning sea of fire in a furious clash. A deafening boom resounded. The collision of water and flames shook the heavens and earth. As steam billowed and filled the forest, a lone figure surged out from the mist. He landed atop a towering tree, blade in hand, eyes sharp with disdain as he stared down at those below. Oh, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and a pack of small fry with them. Uchiha Yuma's Sharingan narrowed slightly. Wait, there's more. What he saw made Yuma pause in surprise. He was prepared for the 7 swordsmen. They were part of his calculations. But those masked, umbu-dressed ninja, he couldn't sense even a trace of water in their chakra. He had his suspicions. It wasn't just that this force had appeared with such accuracy in his defense zone. Ever since he was forced to split from Minato's squad, things had fell off. Then he'd become team leader for Guy, splitting away from the main Uchiha force as well. It must be you, Danzo. He could accept these complications. But the one who truly shocked him was the green-haired figure with the swirling mask. That was White Zetsu. There could be no mistake. Yuma's heart sank. The 7 ninja swordsmen, White Zetsu, the root members. With all these forces gathered, how could he not realize the truth? Uchiha Madara had already set his sights on him. Damn it, White Zetsu must have been spying on him all along. After returning from this mission, I must learn Sage Mode. Only by combining Sage Mode with sensory abilities can I truly root out those White Zetsu. While Yuma's mind was churning with thoughts, Mangetsu Hozuki raised his massive executioner's blade, baring his serrated teeth in a mocking sneer, his tone oozing with sarcasm. TSK, no wonder you're the famed ninja known as Shunshin Yuma. To think you dare let your mind wander in front of the full lineup of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Mangetsu felt irritated by Uchiha Yuma's attitude. From where he stood, the might of his squad could easily wipe a small nation off the map. Yet this arrogant Uchiha still dared to daydream during their confrontation. That was simply intolerable. With that thought, Mangetsu spun the hilt of his blade, his ankle shifting beneath him. In a flash, Mangetsu appeared right beside Uchiha Yuma. With a guttural shout, he brought the executioner's blade down, his voice echoing through the air. Water arm slash. As his cry rang out, Mangetsu's raised arm instantly swelled, becoming massive. And with a piercing whoosh, his enlarged arm, clutching the great blade, came crashing down toward Yuma with terrifying, murderous intent. A slash empowered by the water arm technique. Is it? Yuma recognized the jutsu immediately. Added to this was the young man before him, whose hairstyle was strikingly similar to Suigetsu from the manga. He instantly realized who the new master of the executioner's blade was. Mangetsu Hozuki. Yet Yuma couldn't help but scoff at this attack, which relied on the hydrification technique to swell the arm's muscle and amplify the blow. This kind of attack isn't even worth dodging. The Tomo in his Sharingan spun, his ocular power flaring as a trigger. Yuma summoned his protector, Susanoo. In an instant, a ribcage of blazing crimson appeared around him, tangible and formidable. Clang! A deafening impact rang out, making Mangetsu's eyes go wide with disbelief. What is this? It actually blocked my water arm slash. But that wasn't what truly shocked him. He knew Uchiha Yuma wouldn't be that easy to bring down. What unsettled him was this chakra construct, despite being such a vibrant scarlet, radiated an icy and overwhelming aura in his senses. The chilling presence was so intense that it sent pangs of pain across his skin. This thing was no mere jutsu. Before he could ponder further, Yuma answered the question lingering in his mind. This is the divine power of the Uchiha. That's all. and there's no need to explain anything to the living dead. With that, Yuma's eyes trembled. The tomo spun as power began to boil within his gaze. A resonant hum. Complex patterns bloomed within Yuma's eyes. For this battle, he had no intention of dragging things out. The emergence of that unusual white zetsu left him with a vague but persistent sense of unease. Being noticed by Madara Uchiha, that old monster, was anything but a pleasant turn of events. Even with just a little common sense, it was clear he was no senju. Madara clearly saw him as someone he couldn't control easily, which was why he'd sent not just the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also special white zetsu to deal with him. Then, teaming up with Danzo, the plan was set. The intention behind all this was obvious. They were coming for his life. Since they were hell-bent on killing him, what did he have to lose? Of course, the best move was to take advantage of their lack of intel about him and strike with a powerful eye technique, catching them off guard on their first encounter. With his thoughts aligned, a ripple ran through the pattern of Yuma Uchiha's left eye. The secret technique began to surge forth. A mysterious power began to envelop everything within his sight, casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield. Suddenly, a chilling sense of impending death settled deep in the hearts of everyone present. Kuratsuchi Raiga gripped his thunder sword tightly, his voice uneasy. It feels like something's coming. It's nothing. There's so many of us here. Victory is ours. The ever-calm Kushimaru wasn't fazed. A little dread was nothing. So many elites on their side, he saw no way to lose. Hey, don't get too careless. I'm telling you, something about this feels really bad. Suka, the famously slippery Suka Hozuki, immediately felt something was off. A ninja who'd survived countless brutal battles usually had instincts he could trust. At the reminders from their 3 companions, the remaining, more silent swordsmen grew visibly tense. Partners in arms, they had profound trust in each other's instincts. This is bad. That's a power from the Sharingan, isn't it? Beneath the mask, White Zetsu's expression grew heavy. As someone who had followed Madara for years, a special White Zetsu, he was no stranger to the overwhelming power of the Sharingan. Yet, the force now emanating from Yuma's eye reminded him not just of the Sharingan, but of the legendary Mangekyo. As the thought flashed through his mind, he stared at Yuma with horror, as if confronted by a monster. Is that even still a Sharingan? Unlike his comrades, Hozuki Mangetsu was close enough to see those extraordinary eyes up close. The frigid aura from that gaze made cold sweat bead instantly on his brow. Simply looking into those eyes, he felt his soul shudder. Suddenly, an illusion crashed into his mind, a vision of his own decapitation, head and body torn asunder. Before he could even process the terror, a burst of energy erupted. With a whiplash of motion, sparks from Yuma Uchiha's chakra technique flared like fireflies around his body. He gazed at Mangetsu with the cold, indifferent stare of one who looked upon the dead. This is still the Sharingan, and it's an eye that can see the very moment of your death. With a deafening crash, Mangetsu was blasted backwards, sent flying by the impact. Simultaneously, Yuma leaped into the air. Suspended above them all, he flashed a gruesome smile down on everyone below. Vermin, your gruesome fate has already been revealed to me. Now prepare to die. With the final syllable of Yuma's command, the mysterious power sparked by his changing eyes began to flow, quietly swelling with a force that defied logic. Impossible. That was the only thought in White Zetsu's mind. Though built to be nothing more than a biological weapon, his nature had always skewed optimistic. But today, that optimism was utterly shattered. He could barely process what had just happened before his eyes. That boy, Uchiha Yuma, only 12, and already awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Even that, in itself, would have been almost believable. A genius can bend the rules of fate, after all. But the power of those eyes, utterly beyond comprehension. What transpired just now felt more dream than reality. The more he dwelled on it, the more his composure crumbled. And as Yuma stalked forward, cutting down enemy after enemy in a relentless march of death, White Zetsu could finally contain himself no longer. He bellowed at his adversary. What exactly is your eye technique? Why are we being defeated in such utter confusion? Yes, even though he was still physically unscathed, White Zetsu knew their defeat was already sealed. There were no words to describe the chaos that had consumed them in these brief moments. He recognized it all, Uchiha-style taijutsu, the legendary flying thunder god technique. None of it was strange to him. But when Yuma chained these skills together, within less than 5 minutes, the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and even those elite root ninja, it was as if their minds simply blanked out, and their very bodies threw themselves onto Yuma's blade, helpless to resist, destined to die, without understanding how. It made no sense. And yet the answer was terrifyingly simple. They'd been forced into this state, he suspected, by some ocular power. The Uchiha had always been famed for their endless, bizarre eye techniques, but never had White Zetsu encountered anything so unfathomable as this boy's. Yuma, for his part, ignored White Zetsu's desperate cries. He pressed forward, blade flashing without mercy. With a sickening slice, the sword stabbed through flesh. Rivers of red spilled as Hoshigaki Mangetsu drew his final, ragged breath. Yuma gave a flick of his wrist, sending a spray of blood to spatter across the earth. He exhaled deeply, calm and composed. Now, you're the last one left. And with those words, Yuma deactivated his eye technique, Ikemokuren. Such power. This first real trial of his Manjikyu ability had gone perfectly. The jutsu coiled within his left eye, a power that grants whatever the wielder truly desires, worked just as promised. Whatever he wished, reality bent to deliver. When he envisioned the slaughter of the 7 swordsmen in an instant, Ikemokuren latched onto that future, anchored it, and made it so. All the techniques he mastered would, in the end, become the most logical means of attack, delivering precisely the results he desired. He was truly invincible. This eye technique could anchor the future he wanted, as if shaping destiny itself. A power worthy of consuming the divine domain's eyes, red entry. Uchiha Hiruzen now understood. This red entry, claimed to be a one-time use, was no such thing. Once it transformed into an ocular jutsu, and he wielded it, he discovered the red entry didn't vanish at all, nor was it a mere expendable resource. It had become one with his eye technique. This ocular power was as overwhelming and rule-breaking as Kamui itself. But just how unfair was it? Let's put it this way. Even if he could trade it for Otsutsuki Shimo's divine art, he would refuse without hesitation. One-Eyed Rin, also known as the Sky-Eye God, a grandmaster among the gods, Uchiha Hiruzen turned, fixing his gaze on White Zetsu. No wonder this ocular technique shares its name with the god tree. Its power is so formidable, it even leaves me in awe. However, his vision in his left eye was now blurring. This technique had only one flaw. It devoured vast reserves of ocular energy. After just a single use, his sight was already getting cloudy. If he continued at today's pace, he reckoned that at most, after 7 more uses, his eye would be completely blind. Yet, Uchiha Hiruzen felt no concern at all about this condition. His 1,000 Hands of the Forest entry was already kicking in. He could feel a cool current gathering in his left eye. This must be the yang release that could restore ocular power, albeit extremely slowly. Exactly how slow, he couldn't yet tell with the battle still raging, but it didn't matter. He had another backup at hand. White Zetsu. With that thought, he strode toward White Zetsu. By this time, White Zetsu had recovered from his shock and began to sink into the earth. Hey, White One, just where do you think you're going? Hiruzen called out. Hearing this, White Zetsu looked up and met his gaze. Do I have to report to you where I escaped to? Don't be so naive, kid from the Uchiha. Oh, is that so? I don't think you're getting away at all. Anyone can talk, big kid. White Zetsu hadn't finished his retort before his vision filled with the dazzling brilliance of Uchiha Hiruzen's Mangekyo Sharingan. A deep, ringing pressure swept over him. For a brief moment, Zetsu's mind went blank. Damn it, it's Jinjutsu, he cursed inwardly. He let his guard down. You should never meet an Uchiha's gaze one-on-one. Curse it, this cunning brat. Once he broke free, he'd make sure Lord Madara crushed Hiruzen before he could ever become a threat. That boy was simply too dangerous. Knowing he'd fallen into a trap, White Zetsu hastily gathered his chakra. With a ripping sound, he tore apart part of his own body structure, shattering the illusion and forcing himself out of the Jinjutsu's grasp. You're quite capable, aren't you? But it's already too late. Uchiha Yuma let out a cold, scornful laugh. In a swift, slicing motion, a kunai wrapped with flying thunder god seals shot outward. Before White Zetsu could even fully react, the weapon struck him right in the skull. But for this unique White Zetsu, such a wound was far from fatal. As a bioweapon specially designed by Kagaya, and especially in the case of this rarest one among them, getting his head punctured was no death sentence, not like the mass-produced versions. You pesky brat, do you actually think you can win this way? Seizing the embedded kunai, White Zetsu yanked it clean out of his own head. Seeing this, a mocking curl appeared at the corner of Uchiha Yuma's lips. Finally, you took the bait. Bait? What do you mean, bait? It's obvious, isn't it? I just branded you with my mark. You fool. The words had barely left his mouth when the seals entwined around the kunai in White Zetsu's hand suddenly flared and began to change. A sizzling, crackling sound filled the air as lines of glowing script slithered up and over Zetsu's arm, racing rapidly toward his chest, where they converged around his heart, forming a magatama-shaped symbol. What is this? White Zetsu was stricken with terror, now bound by these strange markings. In this moment, his perception of Yuma's cunning reached a whole new level. He swore to himself that if he managed to escape alive, he would go straight to Lord Madara and beg him. This boy must be eliminated at once. Left unchecked, who could say how monstrously strong he might become? That's my flying thunder god mark, Yuma replied, his gaze bright and triumphant as he watched White Zetsu, utterly confident in his victory. You have nowhere left to run. Hearing this, panic tightened in White Zetsu's chest. He recognized this jutsu. Once branded with it, Yuma could teleport to him in an instant. There was truly no escape. Taking a deep, determined breath, White Zetsu seemed to steel his resolve. If that's how it is, if running is impossible, then I'll just have to fight with everything I've got. Clapping his hands together sharply, a surge of chakra exploded around him. With a menacing roar, White Zetsu bellowed, "With style, with human technique." As soon as the words left his lips, a colossal Buddhist idol with countless thick arms rose up in the heart of the forest, towering over the trees. With human technique? But does it seem a bit short to you? Yuma stared up, a little bewildered to find that the wooden giant stood only about 30 meters tall. Now he recognized this particular White Zetsu. It was Toby. Still, since Obito hadn't yet begun working with them, at this time he simply went unnamed. In an instant, realization dawned on Yuma. So that's why the wood human is stunted. This is the wrong time period. He remembered now. For Toby's wood human to match Hashirama's legendary heights, and for it to wield all 5 nature transformations, he'd first need Yamato on the team. Just as Yuma Uchiha was lost in thought, Toby manipulated the towering wooden giant to raise its fist, bringing it crashing down toward Yuma. "Die, you wretched brat," Toby shouted. Yuma sighed in the face of this straightforward assault. Why is it, he mused aloud, that people always place their hopes in things clearly out of reach? Dropping his gaze, Yuma gave his sword hilt a subtle twist. In a blink, he appeared behind Toby. With a wet, piercing sound, his ninja blade plunged into Toby's body. "Did you forget?" Yuma chuckled from behind his adversary, taunting him with a bright, almost playful smile. "I have access to the flying Raijin technique, you know." Toby turned his head, grinning wickedly at Yuma. "You fool, did you really think I'd overlook that?" Even as his words echoed, Toby's body began to writhe and contort. Yuma's Sharingan caught sight of something amiss, and his face changed instantly. Not good. He quickly slashed with his ninja blade. With a tearing sound, Toby's body split cleanly in two. As Toby's bisected form dropped, so too did the massive wooden effigy he'd conjured. The jutsu unraveled amidst a low, thunderous rumble. Well, well, well. As expected of the most extraordinary White Zetsu, capable of survival at any cost, even by cutting yourself in half, Yuma muttered, gazing at the remains on the ground with a complex expression, neither triumphant nor defeated. He couldn't help but marvel. That wooden construct had been one big diversion. By the time it was fully unfurled, Toby had already slipped his thinking core underground, using the statue as cover to make his escape. Most of his body was sacrificed, nullifying the flying Raijin's mark, while the vital part, with his consciousness, managed to slip away unnoticed. Yuma was genuinely impressed. No wonder, in the original story, he could stir up so much chaos with Obito and survive all the way to the Fourth Great Ninja War. Quite the formidable antagonist. Still, I didn't exactly walk away empty-handed. In fact, I got my hands on the greatest prize. With renewed vigor, Yuma focused on the mangled white remains before him. White Zetsu cells, and not just any, but Toby's variant. This particular strain was infamous for its power. In the original storyline, Uchiha Obito's reckless use of Kamui made that abundantly clear. Excitement surged within Yuma at the possibilities. Yes, with his possession of the Senjujin and the ability to upgrade it in the future, he was no longer afraid of going blind from overusing his Sharingan. But what about the other Uchiha? They still dreaded that terrible side effect. After surviving this dangerous, orchestrated mission, Yuma felt truly awakened. Never again would he let himself be so easily manipulated. He needed to build his own network of power. To be manipulated by others, and even sold out on a whim after being used, he never wanted to experience that again. If it hadn't been for the power of his special abilities, allowing him to wield ocular jutsu, far stronger than anyone could have anticipated, he might not have survived this time. Facing a lineup of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a unique White Zetsu, and root ninjas, death could have been a real possibility if he hadn't had that advantage. That feeling, his life hanging by the whim of others, filled him with utter loathing. So this time, he decided to start by building influence from within the Uchiha clan. The reason was straightforward. The Uchiha were relatively easier to sway, as long as you could defeat them in combat and possessed eyes more powerful than theirs, and if you had sharp enough words to match, you could win them over. That's just the kind of people the Uchiha were. If they were to follow you, you had to prove your strength first. Madara was like this. Obito too, and Sasuke was perhaps the best example. Each of these three Uchiha started out with their own ideas, but after being defeated, they turned around completely, adopting new positions without a second thought. Besides, he himself came from an unblemished line of Hokage. If he wanted to convince the Uchiha, who had long dreamed of the seat of Hokage, it should be even easier. Since he'd chosen to anchor his power with the Uchiha, this unique white Zetsu body, one that could keep the Mangekyo Sharingan from going blind, would become an invaluable resource. With that in mind, he walked over to what remained of white Zetsu. Carefully, he packed up the severed body and sealed it within a spatial scroll. He then turned, just about to go collect other spoils, namely, the special swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Just then, there was a disturbance in the forest. An ambush. Uchiha Yujin was momentarily puzzled. Could there be another hidden hand in this village, even with Madara in control? He was about to draw his ninja blade, but then with his Sharingan, he caught a flash of green light. Within that green glow, he sensed a familiar pattern of chakra flow. Immediately his guard came down. So it's that guy. Recognizing the newcomer, Yujin closed his Sharingan and let out a deep, steadying breath. His nerves, tense up until now, finally relaxed. With a thunderous boom, so loud it seemed to split the air, a figure surged out of the sky and landed not far from Yujin. Clad in green, the newcomer quickly spotted Uchiha Yujin. Yujin Jonin, are you all right? The Uchiha uniform made him easy to recognize, and the green figure immediately called out. Other than one who got away, I've taken care of the rest. You can drop the 8 gates formation now, Uncle Dai, Yujin replied. On hearing this, the green figure glanced around. Seeing that Yujin was the only one left standing while everyone else lay defeated, he relaxed and released the 8 gates formation. Phew, looks like the enemies weren't that strong after all. Was our intelligence off? He wondered aloud. By the way, Yujin Jonin, how did you recognize me? Having released the 8 gates, Might Dewey was a bit puzzled. By all accounts, prodigies like Yujin weren't supposed to notice him at all. How did he manage to recognize him? As Might Dewey wrestled with his confusion, Yuma Uchiha could only sigh helplessly. I've been Kai's team leader for a while now. I naturally recognize his father, he replied. That was of course a lie. The truth was Might Dewey's bushy eyebrows and skin-tight suit made him unmistakable. Plus, in this particular incident, Dewey was supposed to arrive around this exact moment, just in time to save Might Guy, Genma and Ebisu. Yuma Uchiha, having answered Dewey, strode toward the 7 ninja swordsmen. One by one, he picked up their signature swords. At the same time, he calmly decapitated the heads of those who had attacked him. Not just the swordsmen, but everyone, and sealed them away in a scroll. Standing nearby, Might Dewey finally had a clear look at the faces of the fallen ninjas and their unusual blades. And when the reality of what he was seeing set in, his mouth fell open in shock. Not long ago, Might Dewey had received a tip-off. His own son, Might Guy, would be ambushed by the 7 ninja swordsmen. He'd rushed over, anxious and on edge. But when he found Kai and his young companions unharmed along the way, a wave of relief washed over him. Later, upon hearing Yuma Uchiha, their team's leading Jonin, say that the attackers were formidable foes, Dewey was moved by the man's determination to cover their retreat. That spurred him to hurry over to offer support. But when he arrived and saw only Yuma Uchiha standing, alone amidst a field of bodies, he doubted the accuracy of the intel. Surely, these couldn't be the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen. Weren't they just ordinary shinobi? Yet now, as he finally took in the faces of the dead and recognized the unique blades Yuma was methodically packing away, a staggering realization struck him. These men really were the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. The swordsmen were the pride of the Hidden Mist, famous across the shinobi world. Everyone knew what they looked like. How could they not? Every village spent considerable effort promoting their star warriors to attract missions and boost their prestige. And now, this group, renowned not just for their fame, but their terrifying strength as well, had actually been struck down, all by the hands of one man, Yuma Uchiha. The shock hit Dewey like a tidal wave. Yuma Uchiha, the special Jonin of the Leaf, known as Flash Yuma, a rising star gaining fame throughout the land, receiving a title reserved only for the truly powerful. Dewey had long heard the rumors, but hearing about power and witnessing it were worlds apart. Faced with this reality, there was no longer any doubt. Yuma Uchiha's abilities had already stepped into the realm of the Kage. As he gazed at Yuma, whose handsome and youthful face hardly seemed old enough for such feats, Due was left utterly astonished. To reach the level of a Kage, while still in his teens, truly unimaginable. At this moment, Uchiha Hiruzen had already packed away all the spoils of battle. He approached Might Dewey's side, and upon seeing the astonishment etched on Dewey's face, he couldn't help but feel a hint of resignation. He could already foresee that, now that he had slain the 7 ninja swordsmen, his own fame was about to soar. He was certain that in just a few days his name would no longer be that of a rising star. Rather, it would resound throughout the entire shinobi world. "Come on, Uncle Due. Guy and the others should be waiting for us." With a sigh, Hiruzen gently reminded Due. Then, with swift, silent steps, he vanished from the battlefield. After Uchiha Hiruzen and Might Due rejoined Guy, Ebisu, and Genma Shiranui, they journeyed through the night and finally arrived at Konoha's main encampment by morning. Upon entering the camp, Hiruzen, as team leader, walked at an easy pace toward the command tent. The reason for his relaxed stride was simple. The commander of this stretch of coastline was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. As the head of the police force and one of the Leaf's most prominent figures, Fugaku held the highest authority on this front. No one else could serve as commander here. The tent was not far away. Within less than 2 minutes, Hiruzen arrived. Pulling aside the entrance flap, he stepped inside. Inside the tent, Uchiha Fugaku had already been waiting. On seeing Hiruzen enter, alive and well, satisfaction flickered across Fugaku's face as he nodded approvingly. "You've worked hard, Hiruzen, to escape the 7 ninja swordsmen with those 3 genin in tow. Truly no small feat." Fugaku's praise was genuine. Knowing that Hiruzen had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Fugaku had not particularly worried for his safety. Still, the fact that Hiruzen managed to bring all 3 of his deadweight companions out alive struck him as nothing short of remarkable. Upon hearing these words, Hiruzen's expression grew resolute as he stepped forward and offered Fugaku 2 scrolls. "What are these?" Fugaku took the scrolls, glancing at Hiruzen in confusion. "Lord Fugaku, I suggest you summon the intelligence team at once, and also gather all the jonin currently in the camp," Hiruzen replied. "One scroll contains the heads of our assailants, the other their weapons." At that, Fugaku's brows rose in intrigue. To summon the intelligence team to examine the enemy heads, that was within reason. But requiring every jonin in camp to assemble as well, what could be the meaning of this? Puzzled, Fugaku turned to Hiruzen. Having the intelligence team come makes sense, but is there really a need to call every jonin in camp? "There is. Lord Fugaku, once you unseal the scroll with the heads inside, you'll understand everything." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku didn't waste any more words. He immediately unfurled the scroll. With a bang, the sound of the summoning echoed out, smoke rolled away, and more than a dozen severed heads appeared before Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. In an instant, he shot to his feet, staring at the heads in horror. "Hiruzen-kun. That fat, jagged head, that's Suikazan Fuguki, isn't it?" "That's right," Hiruzen replied solemnly. "And besides him, the rest are heads of the other 7 ninja swordsmen." His expression grave, Hiruzen pointed to the heads of several root ninja and cautioned Fugaku in a heavy tone. "Yet these aren't the most important. Pay attention to these few." As he listened to Hiruzen's explanation, Fugaku's face changed drastically. The heads of the 7 swordsmen mattered less than these few unknown ninja. What in the world is this? "Lord Fugaku, summon the intelligence division here," Hiruzen urged. "When they arrive, you'll understand everything." Hearing his repeated insistence, Fugaku's expression hardened as he nodded solemnly. Without hesitation, he gave orders as Hiruzen had instructed, sending for the intelligence division's ninja along with every jonin in camp. 10 minutes later, the tent was packed with dozens of ninja. Each of the jonin wore serious looks. After all, one had to be no fool to reach jonin rank. On the way, they'd even run into the intelligence division, a clear sign things were not ordinary. The gathering of both intelligence and every jonin in camp could only mean one thing. Everyone was already speculating. Had Lord Fugaku stumbled onto some vital piece of intelligence? Seated at the head, Fugaku waited until all who should be present had arrived. At last, he gestured toward the table and addressed everyone. "These heads are the reason I called you here." With that, every eye in the tent turned anxiously toward the grisly display. "Wait, aren't those the heads of the 7 ninja swordsmen?" someone exclaimed. "No doubt, those bastards have been harassing us all these months. It's certainly them. But hold on, how do they end up dead?" Suddenly, realization dawned across the room. Shocked faces turned as one toward Fugaku, demanding, "Lord Fugaku, what happened here? How'd they die?" Seeing their agitation, Fugaku raised his hand for silence. At his gesture, the room grew instantly quiet. The 7 ninja swordsmen are truly dead. That much is beyond doubt. So saying, Fugaku produced another scroll. He jerked it to the ground. Another summoning burst, and with a rush, 7 bizarrely shaped swords appeared on the floor. Their swords are here as well, and the one who made all this possible. Fugaku turned his gaze toward Hiruzen, who stood quietly in the corner, and announced with great solemnity, "Was Hiruzen-kun?" At those words, the room was left in stunned silence. Every jonin present turned to look at Uchiha. As high-ranking members of the ninja village, jonin hold a certain degree of authority within the jonin corps, and they are typically quite well-informed. Uchiha, this up-and-coming prodigy of the Uchiha clan who had risen to fame only within the past year, was no stranger to them. They were all familiar with his exploits, slaying Juzo Biwa, locking horns with Sasori of the Red Sand, and being one of only 2 users of the Flying Thunder God technique within the village. Each of these achievements was well known to everyone. Familiarity was one thing, but witnessing the power to annihilate the entire 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, this was beyond anything they could have imagined. Yukuin is actually this strong? He wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen. That kind of strength surely rivals that of Kage. No doubt about it. This is the power of Kage. He's just a boy, isn't he? To be precise, he's 13. The Uchiha really are fortunate having someone like this emerge during these times. Who could disagree? The murmurs and astonished discussion among the crowd brought secret delight to another group of jonin. These were none other than the Uchiha clan's own jonin, present among them. Truth be told, Yu Uchiha was already tremendously popular within his clan. Regardless of their different internal factions, everyone believed he had a brilliant future ahead. There was no other reason for this. He, more than any other Uchiha, was closest to the Hokage seat. For those of the Uchiha for whom the Hokage title had long become a collective dream, Yu Uchiha was undoubtedly the clan's brightest rising star. Now, his accomplishments spoke for themselves, and his power was worthy of that coveted position. With these thoughts, the Uchiha Jonin gazed at Yu Uchiha with eyes burning with hope and pride. At the seat of honor sat Fugaku Uchiha, quietly observing everything that transpired. He especially noted those fervent looks in the eyes of the Uchiha Jonin. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Earlier, Yu Uchiha had easily seized the initiative, compelling him to gather everyone first before he could truly process what was happening. Now, finally, realization was dawning on him. Yu Uchiha had done something utterly astounding. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, those other heads at the intelligence division, was still investigating. Altogether, more than a dozen elite jonin, forming a squad that could fight a small war or topple a minor nation. For Yu Uchiha to wipe them out alone had left Fugaku so stunned he was almost numb. But how could he not be? He had watched this boy grow from awakening his 2-tomo Sharingan to soaring to such heights. Now he asked himself honestly, could he, Fugaku, defeat Yu Uchiha in battle? No, absolutely not. As the signature strike force of the Hidden Mist, the 7 ninja swordsmen were composed of elite jonin, a symbol of terror on the battlefield. As the commander along this coastline, Fugaku had faced off against them himself. He knew well that even just 3 of the 7 could take him down. But Uchiha Yuma had simply killed them all outright. There was no longer any doubt about who was stronger. He had witnessed Yuma's growth, from awakening the 2-tomo Sharingan to now attaining a power exceeding even his own. The astonishment he felt toward this young man was greater than that of anyone else. What kind of person was this boy, a prodigy? A monster? He couldn't quite say. But in the end, it didn't matter. All he needed to know was that Yuma stood on their side. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku forced his mind back to the present, turning his eyes to the noisy crowd around him. He cleared his throat quietly to command attention. Ahem, everyone, let's calm down for a moment, he said. Yuma has pointed out that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are not our greatest concern right now. What matters most is the information hidden in the heads before us. As he finished, Uchiha Yuma stepped forward, addressing those gathered with a calm clarity. I am deeply grateful for your praise, he said, and I will carry it in my heart, using it as motivation to further contribute to the strength of the Leaf Village. His expression grew serious as he gestured toward the severed head of the Root Ninja and continued. However, I discovered something strange about these particular shinobi during the battle. These anomalies unsettle me so much that I asked Lord Fugaku to gather you all here. So, to our intelligence team, no matter what you find, please share it with everyone here. The moment his words ended, a heavy silence fell across the entire gathering. Every jonin present now wore a grave and focused look. Their thoughts were plain. Did these captives possess some kind of fatal secret from the Hidden Mist? Otherwise, why was this youth making everything sound so serious? Yuma could read these thoughts just by glancing at the faces of the Jonin. That only made him more eager to see what kind of upheaval would erupt once the intelligence team began sifting through the memories of the root ninja and revealed their findings to all. As for Shimura Danzo, who had assigned him to this battlefield in the first place, Yuma's disgust was beyond measure. He had never been the type to just accept being taken advantage of. If Danzo had plotted against him by not only sending him here, but also colluding with outside forces to assassinate him, then Danzo had no one to blame but himself if things spiraled out of control. After all, the village hidden in the leaves always preached the will of fire, promoting ideals of friendship, bonds, and self-sacrifice. In the hearts of the higher-ups, it's true that sacrifice usually weighed most heavily, but publicly, the other two were the pillars of their propaganda. What Danzo had done, sending inconvenient shinobi to specific locations, then conspiring with outside forces to murder his own allies, was something Uchiha Yuma was determined to expose. Once every Jonin here learned the truth. Although, thanks to Danzo's close relationship with Hiruzen Sarutobi, these assassinations might be overlooked or even forgiven, Danzo would not escape unscathed. He might not be toppled outright, but with news spreading among the Jonin, Danzo's reputation would rot utterly within the elite ranks, no matter how much Sarutobi tried to shield him. And with this alone, Danzo's dream of becoming Hokage would be dead in the water. From this moment on, he would never have anything to do with him again. At that thought, Yuji Uchiha let out a cold, silent laugh. So Danzo, you've always craved the seat of Hokage most, haven't you? Well, if you cross me, I'll see to it that your dreams and obsessions are reduced to nothing. For someone like him, surely, that would be a fate worse than death. Right then, 3 ninja from the intelligence unit stepped forward into the center of the arena. They offered a slight bow to Fugaku Uchiha and all the assembled ninja, then moved over to the row of severed heads. Wasting no words, they immediately began their jutsu to infiltrate the minds and extract information. As their technique progressed, their expressions grew increasingly tense, until beads of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. At the sight, everyone present, except Yuji Uchiha, found themselves at a loss. What could possibly have made those ninja turn so pale? Someone wondered. Yeah, they're from the intelligence unit. They should be trained to face any kind of intel without losing their composure. Curiosity rippled through the crowd, catching everyone's attention, including that of Fugaku Uchiha. Yuji had been very insistent about the importance of this information, and now, noticing the visible distress of the intelligence unit, Fugaku's own curiosity was piqued. When he saw them wipe off their sweat and finish their jutsu, he couldn't resist the urge to ask, "Gentlemen, can you share with us what you've discovered?" At his question, the 3 intelligence ninja exchanged uneasy glances. Each looked to the other, clearly unsure of how to answer. Well, Fugaku pressed. To speak plainly, there are so many Jonin present. No matter what it is, we can handle it. Yuji watched the trio's hesitation and immediately understood the reason. Danzo was a man of real power, a high-ranking elder, and a Jonin everyone in the village knew well. The 3 intelligence operatives were slowing down because they feared offending someone like him. That's right, Fugaku added, speak up. With dozens of Jonin here, whatever happens is on all of us. We'll share the responsibility. He was no fool. No one could become head of the Uchiha clan by being naive. From Yuji's words and the trio's wary expressions, Fugaku guessed this intelligence must be tied to their own village. His mind raced. Surely, such intel would be in favor of Yuji Uchiha, for otherwise, the boy wouldn't insist on disclosing it so publicly. And as one of the clan's rare, strong warriors, and a beacon of hope for a Uchiha Hokage, what was good for Yuji was good for the Uchiha. Having realized this, Fugaku gave the 3 ninja his word right there in public. When the 3 saw their commander's solemn promise, relief washed over their faces. With so many Jonin present, their revelation would become common knowledge in a flash. Danzo, now facing such public scrutiny, wouldn't have the energy to come after the intelligence team later. Moreover, they had acted strictly according to the law, leaving no room for criticism. With this thought, their confidence immediately steadied. Thus resolved, the 3 of them began to recount, one by one, the information they had extracted from the minds of those root ninjas. Elder Danzo had schemed relentlessly to send you Uchiha to this battlefield. He then colluded with the Mizukage of the hidden mist village, sending the 7 ninja swordsmen to assassinate you Uchiha. When these pieces of intelligence were revealed, the entire tent fell into a sudden, stifling silence. You could have heard a pin drop. After the 3 members of the intelligence team returned to their seats, a sudden uproar erupted throughout the tent. No way! Is Jonin you really that powerful? The 7 ninja swordsmen together with Root's elite. Such force could easily determine the outcome of a battle. That's right. As expected of you, the Flash, he managed to take down such formidable enemies in such a short time. Hold on. What we should pay more attention to is what the report said about another detail. Yu Jonin's eyes changing mysteriously during the fight. While ordinary Jonin were marveling at Yu Uchiha's strength, some caught onto the intelligence that mentioned a change in Yu's Sharingan. Naturally, all the Uchiha present, including Fugaku, picked up on this as well. Sure enough, someone immediately questioned the intelligence unit, barely able to contain their curiosity. You said that during the battle, Lord Yu's Sharingan changed. An Uchiha Jonin shot up, his voice urgent. Yes, that's right. That's what the intelligence in my mind says, replied the intelligence officer. A rustle of movement swept through the Uchiha clan members. They all stood, eyes wide with astonishment as they stared at you. Lord Yu, could you tell us what this change in your Sharingan means? Someone asked, their voice trembling with anticipation. Yu Uchiha's expression remained calm as he replied, yes, it's just as you suspect. The specifics. I'll explain everything to Fugaku, our clan leader, in detail later. As for the rest of you who are curious, I'll wait until we return to the village and share it at the next clan meeting. There was no need to hide the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the shinobi world, and his identity was that of a true Uchiha, a wielder of the clan's bloodline. The higher the degree of mastery over your bloodline, the more it would bring you fame and benefits. Upon hearing Yu Uchiha's admission, Fugaku stepped forward and gave you a firm, heartfelt pat on the shoulder. His heart surged with emotion. The divine power of the Uchiha, after so many years, had finally returned to their lineage. This thought made him burn with resentment toward Danzo. As the most fervent anti-Uchiha voice in the village, Fugaku was well aware of Danzo's character. If Danzo would go so far as to ally with outsiders and strike down his fellow villagers, then he couldn't complain if the favor were returned. With that, Fugaku slapped the table with a heavy thud. Everyone quiet, please. Let's save any discussion about Yu's strength until after this meeting. Disband for now. What I want to make clear now is this. Danzo has colluded with the hidden mist, betrayed his own comrades, and has not a shred of the will of fire in his heart. As the commander of the coastline, I hereby call for his impeachment. The moment Fugaku's words fell, the Jonin gathered in the hall finally snapped out of their shock. That's right, Shimura Danzo. What he did this time was truly outrageous. This is a good proposal. Let's all sign a joint petition to bring down Danzo. He's gone too far. Exactly. Elder Danzo is truly despicable. To target his own comrades and resort to such deliberate assassination. Right. Everyone's heard of his reputation for darkness. We all assumed his methods were reserved for enemies outside the village. But who would have thought? Who would have thought he'd treat his own allies in the village the same way? Does he even possess the will of fire in his heart? If he does, why would he commit such acts? With the crowd of Jonin roused and indignant upon learning of Danzo's deeds, they immediately voiced their support for Fugaku's proposal to impeach him. There was simply no way around it. This man had long since abused his power. Today it's Uchiha Hiruzen in the crosshairs. Who knows who might be next? On the sidelines, Uchiha Hiruzen watched the turn of events unfold with undeniable satisfaction. Things were going even better than he had expected. As for Shimura Danzo, once the Jonin united to submit a formal joint accusation, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Still dreaming of becoming Hokage? Keep dreaming. You'll only find your power in your dreams. With that, Hiruzen couldn't suppress the satisfied curve that lifted his lips. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, a peculiar white Zetsu, who had yet to be named Toby, had finally managed to flee back to Uchiha Madara's hideout. After recovering his wounds by absorbing ordinary white Zetsu, he proceeded to recount every detail of the recent mission, his words deliberate and precise. What? Are you telling me the truth? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice sharp with surprise. That kid awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and even used his ocular powers to defeat you? Yes, Lord Madara, it's all true. Madara exhaled sharply, taking a moment to compose himself. A Mangekyo at just over 10 years old? What was I doing at his age? Oh, that's right. I was still skipping stones and bickering with Hashirama. It wasn't until my father forced me and I broke off with Hashirama that I awakened my single Tomo Sharingan. This boy, he absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Madara's gaze grew increasingly frosty. His talent is monstrous. He's an anomaly. He will surely become an obstacle to our plans in the future. Madara sifted through everything he knew about Uchiha Hiruzen. The boy had experienced nothing particularly traumatic lately. And yet, without some life-altering event, he still managed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. There could be only one explanation. His talent is overwhelming. So overwhelming, in fact, that he can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan without having to experience heart-wrenching trauma. On top of that, he's mastered a mysterious ocular technique that White Zetsu mentioned. This kid is just too dangerous. Zetsu, from now on, we need to station a dozen White Zetsu clones around him at all times. Keep a constant watch on every move he makes. Then, based on his actions, we'll analyze and come up with targeted countermeasures. And if worse comes to worst, I'll handle it myself. Black Zetsu let out a sly chuckle. Heh heh. Understood, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu also thought this boy's abilities defied the natural order. Clearly, it would be safer to get rid of him. After a moment's consideration, he offered a suggestion to Madara. If that's our plan, we'll need the power of the hidden mist as well. Inform the Mizukage, and then we can devise a thorough strategy. Madara stroked his chin thoughtfully for a few seconds before replying. Very well. To ensure they take this seriously, I'll send the intel to the Mizukage first. When the Hidden Mist village learned that the entire 7 ninja swordsmen had been wiped out, the whole village erupted into chaos. What's going on? The 7 ninja swordsmen are our pride and symbol. Every single one was handpicked from the very elite. How could they all be so easily slaughtered by a single Uchiha brat? Lord Mizukage, could there be something wrong with your information? Genshin found the third Mizukage's report almost impossible to accept. Or perhaps, he simply refused to believe it. The 7 ninja swordsmen weren't just the hidden mist claim to fame. They were the village's ultimate fighting force. For all of them to fall to a single enemy, that would be unbearable for any village. The third Mizukage, manipulated as he was, could barely muster a convincing response to Genshin's disbelief. His mind, clouded under a Genjutsu, drifted in a constant haze. At that moment, he could only follow Uchiha Madara's instruction and said to Genshin, "Believe it or not, the annihilation of the 7 swordsmen is fact. In our current predicament, it's imperative to gather the village's most important jonin." As a puppet controlled by illusion, he was determined to carry out Madara's orders, especially to direct the village's hatred for the loss of the 7 swordsmen squarely onto Uchiha Yudo. It didn't take long before, aside from the fallen swordsmen, the rest of the key jonin in the Hidden Mist had assembled under Yagura's leadership in the Mizukage's office. Upon entering, Yagura gave a courteous nod to the third Mizukage and Genshin. "Lord Mizukage, Lord Genshin, you summoned us so suddenly. Is there something urgent that requires our attention?" Upon hearing this, the third Mizukage gestured to Genshin to explain. "Genshin, would you brief everyone?" With a heavy sigh, Genshin announced, "The reason I gathered you here is because the 7 ninja swordsmen have all been annihilated. As pillars of Kirigakure, both Lord Mizukage and I decided that you all should be informed of this matter first. We can discuss. What should we do next?" As soon as Master Yuan had finished speaking, Yagura Karatachi asked in an anxious voice, "Master Yuan, what exactly happened? How could the 7 ninja swordsmen just disappear so suddenly?" His anxiety was understandable. As the perfect Jinchuriki, and now that the third Mizukage had grown old, Yagura himself was the village's strongest force. With his impressive leadership and personal charm, Yuan had already earmarked him as the next Mizukage. Now, as the Mizukage-to-be, hearing that their village's emblematic team had been completely wiped out, it was impossible not to panic. It was Uchiha Yuma, the same kid who killed Juzo Biwa. He's the one who wiped out the entire 7 ninja swordsmen. Yuan replied to Yagura, then began explaining the intel provided by the third Mizukage in detail. All the newly arrived jonin present went pale with shock at this revelation. How can this Uchiha Yuma be so powerful? Exactly. The 7 ninja swordsmen aren't just some random rabble. Only the absolute elite of our village can join their ranks. How could a mere kid? Enough! Yagura shouted with a deep frown, quelling the commotion in the room. We have to accept the facts. This Uchiha Yuma must have awakened the Uchiha's ultimate power, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Without it, it would have been impossible to obliterate the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mangekyo Sharingan? Yuan's voice was suddenly urgent as he called out. "Yagura, what makes you so sure?" As one of the elders who had lived through the early days of the Hidden Village, Yuan was intimately familiar with what the Mangekyo Sharingan signified. It was a power he understood all too well. "There's no doubt about it. Isabu told me himself," Yagura answered gravely. "Only with those extraordinary eyes could an Uchiha accomplish such a feat." Everyone present knew the significance of a perfect Jinchuriki. Only by building absolute trust with their tailed beast partner could they reach such a state. And the tailed beasts? Ancient beings who had lived from ages long past. Surely, their words could not be mistaken. Besides, there was no reason for them to deceive humans. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The manipulated third Mizukage feigned a sigh of lament. Such power must be wiped out. From now on, our entire village must focus its strength on dealing with that one individual. Lord Mizukage, that's impossible. Yuan protested immediately. A Uchiha with a Mangekyo Sharingan is not someone we can confront head-on. We should avoid clashing with him openly, not seek a direct confrontation. What you said does make sense, but I am the Mizukage. This is the order of the Mizukage. With that, Master Jin and the Mizukage began quarreling fiercely over this argument, nearly coming to blows. Meanwhile, the news of Uchiha Hiruzen wiping out the 7 ninja swordsmen started to spread throughout the Hidden Mist Village, thanks to this stormy meeting. His name now echoed across the entire Blood Mist Village. Elsewhere, things weren't looking much better in the Hidden Leaf Village. The report of Uchiha Hiruzen's annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with the entire coastline camp's impeachment of Danzo, all landed on Hiruzen Sarutobi's desk at the same time. He let out a slow, heavy sigh as he exhaled the last puff of smoke and set down his pipe. Raising his eyes, he fixed Danzo with a sharp, steely gaze. "Do you have anything to say in your defense?" Nothing." Danzo snorted, his voice harsh with irritation. "Everything I've done has been for the sake of the leaf." But this was a lie. He knew it, deep down. It was prejudice that had driven him to act like this. Smack. "Danzo, is this really the excuse you give us?" Hiruzen, losing his patience, slammed his hand on the desk. "Conspiring with outsiders to betray your own comrades. What you've done is an act of treachery against the village. What I did was the right thing. Just look at the report. That brat has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Doesn't that prove his evil is now bone deep? And all evil Uchiha must be brought to justice." Danzo bared his teeth, trying to justify himself before Hiruzen. At these words, Hiruzen neither agreed nor disagreed. The Mangekyo Sharingan. This power, no ninja of his era could ever forget it. And he'd read his own master Tobirama Senju's research. It wasn't unfamiliar to him. Early on, when Uchiha Hiruzen revealed his unparalleled talent, Hiruzen had already mentally prepared himself. This boy might well grow to match even Uchiha Madara. But awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan in one's teens, that was unheard of, completely unprecedented. All Hiruzen could do upon receiving this report was sigh with amazement. Hiruzen truly was terrifying. Fortunately, he was part of the village, part of their own lineage. That meant there was no need for extra precautions. Whenever Hiruzen achieved something brilliant, as the current head of his line, Hiruzen could share in the glory. When there's no downside, why care about the nonsense Danzo was spouting about good and evil? He had been Hokage for decades. Was there anything he hadn't seen through? His own sensei, Tobirama Senju. Hadn't he, too, uttered harsh words about the Uchiha, driven by centuries-long blood feuds and the deaths of his own brothers at their hands? I've heard enough of your excuses. For now, step down from your post as Roots leader. A joint impeachment signed by dozens of jonin. I can't keep this news suppressed any longer. You to stay home and reflect on your actions for a while. Understood? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's utter indifference to his words, Danzo's anger flared up. He turned sharply, muttering, "That boy is truly dangerous. If you ignore my warning, you'll regret it one day." Hiruzen. At that, Hiruzen's lashes lowered, a wave of weariness washing over him at Danzo's obstinate defiance. "Enough, Danzo. I'll judge the situation for myself. There's no need for your constant interference. Remember, I am the Hokage." With those words ringing out, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Shimura Danzo had been formally impeached by a group of jonin from the front lines, and this news sent shockwaves rippling through the village of Konoha. Such a revelation could no longer be concealed. Spies lurking in every corner of Konoha were quick to carry the information beyond the village walls. Soon, news of the event reached the desks of every major hidden village. Uchiha, a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder barely in his teens, took down an entire team of jonin led by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Inoki sifted through the intel, an uneasy feeling gnawing at him. He still recalled, vividly, how the legendary might of Uchiha Madara had once crushed both himself and his old master. Over the years, the Uchihas had grown dormant, and hardly any of them had stirred up chaos in the ninja world since. He nearly let those memories slip from his mind, until this sudden piece of intelligence brought it all rushing back, wounding his pride. For what the report said, this young Uchiha, Hiruzen, had come into his own, his wings fully spread, his power mature. He was the very embodiment of fulfilled potential. As the thought crossed his mind, Inoki kept scrolling through the report. Flying Thunder God, Mangekyo about 13 years old. Bang! A fusion of Senju's jutsu and the Uchiha's bloodline? What in blazes is this monster? Inoki genuinely felt at a loss. He'd hoped that even if the boy was powerful, his age would mean a lack of experience, something that could be exploited, a weakness they could use to eliminate the threat. But who would have guessed the kid could use the Flying Thunder God technique as well? Outrageous. Simply outrageous. If this boy grows for a few more years and reaches Madar's level, what chance do the rest of us have at survival? Furious, Inoki sprang up from his chair, intent on pounding the table to vent his anger. Crack. Ouch. Someone come help me. My back. I've thrown it out. Setting aside Inoki's chronic complaints, in the Hidden Cloud Village, the renowned AB combo also received the intelligence report. Bro, this Uchiha Yujin is seriously impressive. Killer Bee couldn't help but marvel at the young Uchiha's accomplishments. Ever the optimist, Bee never hid his admiration for worthy adversaries. If he liked your record, he'd praise it without reserve. Don't get carried away, Bee, snapped. This guy is Namake's Minato's disciple. As the eldest brother, AI snorted coldly. This Uchiha brat has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If you ever encounter him again on the battlefield, just take him out without hesitation. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a force like this. While the other hidden villages might be in the dark, Kumogakure knows full well what it means. The reason is simple. Kumogakure and the Uchiha have always been direct rivals for power in the Land of Lightning. The lucrative job of guarding the Ketsuechi clan has been firmly under the Uchiha's control for ages. When Kumogakure was first founded, they had their eyes on that fat slice of the pie, only to be utterly defeated and sent packing by the Uchiha, who were in their prime at the time. So, every record of the Mangekyo in Kumogakure has been meticulously preserved. This Uchiha, Yuma, at such a young age, possessing such strength, must not be allowed to grow any further. Now, with the looming threat of another great ninja, war being judged inevitable by the village, their resolve is set. Should he cross their path again, they will absolutely have to end him. Time flashed by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the complete annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. At this moment, deep within a tranquil forest in the land of fire, Uchiha Yuma sat cross-legged, resting for a moment on his solitary journey back to Konoha. He was quite content with his current situation. Everything had gone precisely as he expected. Once Danzo was impeached, the third Hokage immediately stripped him of his authority over the Root Division. After that, the village set about appeasing Yuma. There wasn't much to say about it. He was promoted to Jonin, with appropriate monetary compensation swiftly following. Then came the offer of a reward, a choice between a rare jutsu or a unique ninja tool. He had already made up his mind about this. As for jutsu, the one he truly wanted to learn was Edo Tensei, but the village would never teach him that. The rest of the jutsu didn't hold much appeal, and the Uchiha clan wasn't exactly short on their own jutsu resources anyway. So he planned to go back and claim the second Hokage's unique weapon, the Sword of Raijin, and see if he could obtain a special attribute from it. That's right. What really interested him was the hidden properties, the entries, that ninja tools could possess. His gains this time were beyond his expectations. I never imagined weapons that can't be used directly on people would yield such things. Yuma marveled to himself. Not long ago, when he sealed away the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen into storage scrolls, each item he touched revealed a corresponding special attribute. Some of these traits were genuinely useful. For example, Chakra Absorption and Infusion, Blue. Equip a weapon with this attribute, and it will naturally crave chakra. Effect. By absorbing chakra, the weapon replenishes the wielder. It even has a chance of awakening a spirit within the weapon. Lightning Enchantment, Blue. After this attribute is equipped, lightning energy will coil around your weapon. Effect. Lightning Affinity. Summoning lightning. By channeling chakra, you can summon or generate lightning. Chakra Mimicry, Blue. Once this ability is equipped, the weapon gains transformative power. Effect. When chakra is channeled, the weapon increases in size. With chakra infusion, a concentrated mass of chakra forms, giving the weapon devastating destructive power. These 3, respectively, are the attributes of Samahata, the Thunder Sword, Kiba, and Hiramakiri. Each is incredibly useful, and he planned to install them onto his own ninja blade soon. As for the other 3, the abilities from Shibuki, Nuabari, and Kabudawari were basically useless to him. According to their descriptions, special devices were required for installation. For someone like him, who only wanted to use a katana, there was no practical value. At the time, he was left speechless. What was he supposed to do with these weapon abilities he had no intention of using? He couldn't install them on himself, and had no interest in turning his weapon into a mechanical toy. Sensing his frustration, the system promptly responded with a notification. It explained that from now on, any weapon or tool abilities he couldn't use could be converted into equivalent combat points. Without a second thought, he instantly exchanged those 3 unwanted abilities for combat points. There was little more to say. Blue abilities netted him 100 combat points each. On the spot, he claimed a total of 300 points. Currently, his total combat value, including the defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the 5 root operatives, and 12 Jonin class enemies, each worth 100 points, stood at 1,200 points. Then there was the biggest prize of all, the special emissary, White Zetsu, Toby. Though he hadn't been augmented by Yamato as in the original storyline's 4th Great Ninja War, he was still no pushover. Even at this stage, he could be considered at the lowest level of Kage tier strength. Defeating a Kage-class enemy awarded a staggering 1,000 points. So after that battle, he'd gained a grand total of 2,500 combat points. Now, let's see what abilities I should strengthen next. With this thought, Yu Uchiha turned his attention to the system panel. Host, Yu Uchiha. Gender, male. Age, 13. Power, Kage. Abilities, Child of Time and Space Gold, Prodigy Gold, Phantasmal Fate Gold, Uchiha, purple, Forged in Steel, purple, Mangekyo Sharingan, purple, Senju of the Forest, blue, Uchiha Style, blue, Natural Energy Affinity, blue, Flying Thunder God Formula, blue, Medical Prodigy, blue, Seed of Chakra, green. Special abilities, Lightning Infusion, blue, Chakra Mimicry, blue, Chakra Absorption and Integration, blue. Combat points, 2,570. The system really is intelligent. It's actually separated weapon and tool abilities into their own category, listing them under special abilities. But that's not the important part. Yuma's thoughts whirled in his mind. Over 2,500 battle points. He already knew exactly where he wanted to spend them. Now that Uchiha Madara had noticed him, there was no choice. He needed to prevent White Zetsu's surveillance. So, the Natural Energy Affinity, blue, entry absolutely had to be strengthened to a purple tier entry. He believed that once it reached that level, the entry would definitely allow him to sense natural energy much more easily, paving the way to develop his very own Sage Mode. Sage Mode combined with heightened perception, just as shown in the original story, would allow him to detect White Zetsu. With this thought, Yuma's heart stirred. His battle points flickered for a moment. After consuming 1,000 points, the tally dropped from 2,570 to 1,570. Correspondingly, the upgraded entry had changed as well. Natural Energy Affinity, purple. You are one with the natural world. Effect. Natural energy can be gathered into your body with ease. A tremendous increase in chakra. You will no longer suffer backlash from nature itself. As I thought, this entry system is truly extraordinary. Yuma felt a surge of exhilaration. If the entry worked exactly as the system described, developing his own Sage Mode would be only a matter of time. To be able to gather natural energy effortlessly and not fear any backlash. When he returned, he would throw himself into testing the balance between natural energy and chakra. Mastering Sage Mode would be just within his grasp. Now, then, with excitement still bubbling within him, Yuma immediately turned his gaze to his entry panel. The natural energy entry already brought such a pleasant surprise, and with plenty of battle points left, he was eager to keep the momentum going. Because the next entry he planned to upgrade would truly mark a turning point. With a single thought, he spent more points. The Senju lineage's Kekkei Genkai entry shifted from blue to purple. Hands of the Forest, purple. The Senju bloodline's secret power will flourish in your hands. Effect. Enormously boosts vitality and yang release. The Seed of Wood will bloom under your touch. The battle points continued to be consumed. 1,570 dropped down to 570. But by now, Yuma no longer cared about the dwindling numbers. The mere thought of those upgraded entries being installed into his body made his anticipation skyrocket. Unable to wait any longer, he gave the order to the system. Install the entries. A deep, resonant hum filled his mind in an instant. As the system installed the upgraded entries at his command, the very moment they merged with his body, Yuma felt everything change. A tidal wave of life force burst forth from deep inside, overflowing on its own. The chakra of the yang escape became even more tangible as it surged out from the life wheel at his lower abdomen. After merging with his life force, this torrent of chakra rushed straight toward his eye sockets. Before Yu Uchiha could react, the energy had already reached his eyes. A cool, refreshing sensation brewed within his eye sockets. This feeling, has the sight in my left eye been restored? He wondered aloud. His left vision had sharply declined after using the Ikemo Kirin ocular technique during that fierce battle. Although the blue-tier Senju bloodline had allowed him some recovery, Too much time had passed for it to heal fully. Until now. With this recent upgrade to a purple tier skill, his eyesight was completely restored. It seems my Senju bloodline has finally reached the same level as the white Zetsu cells in Obito. Both allow for the unrestrained use of Mangekyo powers. You marveled, deeply moved. The Mangekyo's abilities were indeed formidable, but for most of the Uchiha, every use risked their sight slipping away. Now, that price would trouble him no more. Just like Obito in the original story, he could wield his ocular powers as freely as he wished, never needing to fear the threat of blindness. But that wasn't all. You sensed other changes within himself. Raising his hand, he murmured, "It feels like I can even do this." No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground before him abruptly burst open. A tree branch thrust up toward the sky. In moments, the saplings swelled into a towering giant. Wood style. This is the legendary Kekkei Genkai that has matched the Sharingan for thousands of years. Though he didn't know the seals for the full spectrum of wood style techniques, coaxing a tree from the earth like this was still within his grasp. After all, if even Yamato could achieve this much, there was no reason a purple-tier Senju bloodline couldn't surpass it. He could feel a tinge of pride, though he knew his current prowess with wood style was on par with Yamato's. Good enough for landscaping, perhaps, but not quite up to the challenge of fighting tailed beasts head-on. He didn't mind that, though, and was already eager to examine the effects of another upgrade. The changes brought by the natural energy skill. I'll have to return to the village and focus in training to really sense what's different. After leveling up his natural energy skill, he didn't feel a dramatic transformation. His chakra reserves had definitely increased, but the true surge had come from the enhancement of his Senju blood, boosting his life force, and, in turn, his chakra, explosively. That was the real difference. He was confident that his chakra would continue to grow by leaps and bounds in the days ahead. As for attuning to nature and absorbing natural energy, that would require quiet meditation. Something for later, once he'd made it home. Now, there's only one last skill left to upgrade, Yu thought to himself. There wasn't much else to say. The seed of chakra, green, has transformed into seed of chakra, blue, your unique wellspring of chakra, which no one can ever take from you. Effect. It simulates yin-yang and the 5 elements, allowing you to merge and transform them. Changes, lava release, would release. As soon as this entry was fully installed, Uchiha Hiruzen could feel it deep within himself. His ninjutsu was about to receive a significant boost. A blue-level entry meant that its power was already suitable for combat. He had already figured out the truth about the so-called seed of chakra. What they call the source of my chakra refers to chakra that now truly belongs to me. It's no longer Kagaya's power. Uchiha Hiruzen pondered deeply, the upgraded entry granting him newfound insight. Having his own chakra source meant that from now on, every jutsu he performed would be at least 20% stronger. The reason is simple. The chakra he had been using before, no matter how you looked at it, ultimately came from Otsutsuki Kagaya. There was no denying that. Although, in theory, chakra was something every ninja refined for themselves, the truth became clear by the end of Shippuden. All chakra originally came from Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths, who split it from the 10 tails and distributed it to everyone. Hiruzen let out a slow breath. His fighting power had dropped from 2,570 to 470, yet the cost was worth it. He believed that once he returned to Konoha and spent some time training to fully digest this upgrade, even if he didn't experience a world-shaking transformation, his strength would still be vastly improved. Every aspect of his skills and powers would grow stronger. Clang! Uchiha Hiruzen drew his ninja blade. And now it's time for my weapon to evolve. This blade had served him exceedingly well. Forged from chakra metal, it had been an immense help to him during this period. Its indestructible quality allowed him to wield it without fear. No matter how violently he channeled chakra through it, the blade absorbed and contained the power in silence. Even if it were damaged, a drop of blood could restore it again. He was determined to make the weapon even mightier. The stronger the blade, the stronger its wielder would become. Clearing his mind, his thoughts focused. 3 entries: lightning infusion, blue; chakra mimicry, blue; and chakra absorption and integration, blue. All trembled slightly. 3 streams of blue light slid from the panel, slowly flowing into the ninja blade in his hand. The blade trembled, emitting a deep, eerie blue light. When the light faded, the blade's basic shape remained unchanged. But across its surface, streaks like lightning were now engraved. Hiruzen lifted the blade, drawing chakra to it. Let's see what kind of transformation you've undergone. Crack, crack. With 2 sharp sounds, a surge of chakra concentrated onto the blade. Is this the power of Samahata? Yuma waved his ninja blade at the thought. Boom! With a single sweep, the earth before him erupted, leaving a massive crater in its wake. I've really inherited Samahata's power of Chakra manifestation. Then, for the next transformation, the blade, as if attuned to Uchiha Yuma's every thought, began to morph. With a tearing sound, it rapidly grew, lengthening and thickening as if it were cast in a technique of hypermagnification. With a continuous stream of chakra input, the ninja blade stretched into a giant sword 5 meters long. Yuma could feel it. If he pushed further, it could become even larger. But even now, with such a size, it was already straining his grasp. I've tried out Samahata's ability. Next up, with a flick of his wrist, the blade moved freely in his hand. The sharp crackle and snap of lightning coursed along its edge, a wild, electric hum that filled the air. As Yuma watched bolts of lightning dance across the blade, he knew at once. His ninja sword had fully inherited the abilities of the Thunderblade, Kiba. As for Sharkskin's chakra absorption, I don't have a test subject right now. That'll have to wait. After reckoning his harvest, Uchiha Yuma stood up at once. The changing attributes, the transformations of the ninja blade, all of it made him eager to return to Konoha to study and digest these new powers in detail. Without hesitation, he set out on his journey. At a brisker pace, 2 days later, he arrived at Konoha's grand gates. With a polite greeting to the patrol unit guarding the entrance, Yuma made his way toward the Hokage's mansion. As he walked, he couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that today, the keys to the village gate were in Uchiha hands? The Uchiha police force. What an extraordinary institution. When he watched the original anime, he only saw the Uchiha as one of the founding clans of the hidden village, yet somehow always in decline. But only after becoming an Uchiha himself did he truly realize what kind of monstrous department the police force had become. Naruto is a manga with distinctively Japanese influences, so of course some notions from that world carried over. By analogy, the Konoha police force was essentially the equivalent of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. And everyone knew, all too well, just how much power that system wielded. It was at that moment Yuma understood why the Uchiha were so widely resented and ostracized in Konoha. Konoha only had so many resources to go around. The Uchiha, wielding such power and sharing none of it, would naturally find themselves excluded by the upper echelons and other clans. They occupied the heart of Konoha, did business solely within their own family, forming a village within a village. How could outsiders see that as anything but suspicious? But now, Yuma himself possessed strength enough. And after the lesson he'd just received from Danzo Shimura, he realized sometimes you must wield a bit of power yourself. Without it, even the strongest abilities are worthless if you're not ready to overturn the table when needed. As a bona fide, faithful descendant of the Hokage's line, however, overturning the table was never his style. There was no choice. He was a legitimate successor, and it wouldn't do to upend everything in a fit of recklessness. That said, the authority of the security division had caught his eye. And if you wanted power in the security division, first and foremost, you had to be an Uchiha. As luck would have it, he was just that. Being an Uchiha alone wasn't enough. You also had to possess formidable strength. Even more conveniently, his Mangekyo Sharingan served as an undeniable proof of power among the Uchiha. And, as if the stars aligned for him, he was perfectly placed to absorb the faction within the clan loyal to Uchiha Setsuna. There was simply nothing to be done. After all, he happened to have a good relationship with Fugaku. Meanwhile, that old fox Uchiha Setsuna, apart from being on poor terms with him, was also a hardliner, not on friendly terms with the Hokage circle either. Taking him down would surely be something Hiruzen Sarutobi would be happy to see. It was simple, really. Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't a Hokage renowned for his strength, but rather for his political acumen. Although in Uchiha Yuma's eyes, those so-called accomplishments were nothing to brag about, by the standards of a young ninja village system barely a few decades old, they weren't so bad. You couldn't expect much from people who, until recently, operated as family-based mercenaries. Their vision was bound to be limited. Yet to Sarutobi, a man who prided himself on political accomplishments, letting his own disciples and their successors take control of part of the security division's authority could only be cause for celebration. After all, the security division had always been the Uchiha's private ground, with the village never managing to get any real say in it. But now, if one of his own students' disciples, someone like him, were to claim a piece of that power, it would only tighten Hokage's hold over Konoha. And given Sarutobi's craving for control, there was no reason for him to stand in the way. Having sorted his thoughts, Uchiha Yuma walked into the Hokage building. He had already made up his mind. During his report, once he claimed his reward, he'd bring up this matter. Guided by a staff member, he soon found himself standing before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hokage-sama. Yuma bowed deeply before Sarutobi. Raise your head, Yuma, Sarutobi said with a warm smile, setting aside his long-stemmed pipe. You're Jiraiya's apprentice's apprentice. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Yuma replied, rising as bidden, then produced a scroll from his robe. This is a more detailed report on the Kirigakure incursion. This report was his reason for returning. The earlier impeachment document had touched on the matter, but its main focus had been denouncing Danzo. What he held now was a far more thorough analysis of the battle, drawn from both his own perspective and intelligence gathered from the enemy's minds by the information unit. Very good. I'll review this scroll carefully, Sarutobi said, accepting it. He gestured to the chairs beside his desk, turning to Yuma. For now, why don't you have a seat and wait a moment? Yes, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen then began to examine the report carefully. The more he read, the more perplexed he became. Even the earlier summary report had already seemed unbelievable to him. Now this scroll, recorded from the perspectives of Uchiha Yuma and the 7 ninja swordsmen, left him even more astonished. Young man, tell me, according to what's written here, was that utterly inexplicable luck on your part actually the power of your Mangekyo Sharingan? At these words, Uchiha Yuma answered in a low, steady voice. That is my eye technique, a form of Jinjutsu. It casts an inescapable illusion upon them. And since I myself remain lucid, I can effortlessly strike them down. So to an outsider, it simply appears to be extraordinary luck. This, however, was a lie. There was no chance he would ever reveal the true nature of his ocular powers. The Jinjutsu explanation was more than enough. After all, the way those foes had failed, almost as though they had lost their senses, could indeed be attributed to a powerful illusion. Upon hearing Yuma's explanation, Jinjutsu, that's quite the impressive dojitsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. As for your reward for this mission, what would you like? Yuma's eyes immediately lit up. If it pleases you, Lord Hokage, I'd like to request the second Hokage's ninja tool, the Thunder God Sword. He voiced the plan he'd been mulling over all along, just as he had decided during his return to the village. When he lacked neither resources nor jutsu, the most valuable reward the village could offer was always a chance at gaining a new trait. During this period since he'd awakened the memories of his previous life, Yuma had come to a clear realization. The foundation that allowed him to stand tall in this world. It was neither the power of the Sharingan, nor constant, diligent training. It was the trait extraction system. Traits were the true reason for his rapid growth. Even if, in this life, he hadn't started out as an Uchiha, so long as he possessed this system, he could still obtain the Sharingan. After all it took was contact, and he could instantly extract the corresponding trait. It was a world-defying advantage. And as a unique ninja tool, the Thunder God Sword was certain to have relevant traits to extract. Weapon traits, potent abilities to be embedded into his weapon, would further bolster his strength. Even the less impressive traits could be converted into battle value. Therefore, there was simply no other choice. Obtaining traits would always be his top priority. The Thunder God Sword, is it? Hiruzen raised a brow. Yuma, aren't you more interested in receiving a new jutsu as a reward? He couldn't help feeling a touch of surprise. Most ninjas, when given a reward from the village, asked for new jutsu above anything else. But as his puzzled gaze fell upon the Uchiha clan crest, the flaming fan emblazoned on Yuma's attire, he suddenly smacked his own forehead. There was a crisp slap. How foolish of me. Of course you're an Uchiha, and not just any Uchiha, but a rising star in the clan. Naturally, jutsu must be the last thing you're lacking. At that, Yuma gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Exactly so, Lord Hokage. Well, since you put it that way, I'll entrust Lord Tobarama's weapon to you. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned an Umbu member and whispered a few words to him. Moments later, the Umbu received his orders and departed. Young Yuma, I've already sent someone to retrieve the Sword of the Thunder God for you, so just wait patiently for a moment. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Yuma thanked Hiruzen Sarutobi, but an expression suggesting he wanted to say more appeared on his face. However, besides that, there's another matter I'd like to discuss with you, Lord Hokage. If there's something on your mind, speak freely. After leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Yuma strolled down the road toward home, feeling at ease. Everything had gone smoothly. Hiruzen Sarutobi truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned politician. While the Umbu went to fetch the Sword of the Thunder God, Yuma subtly hinted at his intention to use Uchiha Shana as a point of entry to get involved with the police force. Hiruzen understood his meaning instantly, reading between the lines, and voiced his support without hesitation. With the Hokage's approval, Yuma could finally set real plans into motion concerning the affairs of the Uchiha. In terms of strength and reputation, there was hardly any problem. Within the clan, he more than had the means to stir things up. And as for whether Fugaku would feel estranged from him after returning and discovering all that Yuma had done, there was nothing to worry about. That man would soon lose his closest friend and awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan. When that happened, the white Zetsu cells Yuma had acquired would surely serve as the key to calming him down. But more importantly, during his time with Fugaku, Yuma had realized that his personality was very much as depicted in the original story, skilled at planning but indecisive, terribly hesitant. A man like this would be easy to persuade afterward. As for this mission's reward, the Sword of the Thunder God was now in his hands. Simply put, he gained a new ability. Chakra Lightning Release Transformation, Blue. Able to use special mechanisms to transform ordinary chakra into concentrated lightning nature chakra. Effect: Chakra Lightning Release Transformation. Bundle and focus chakra into streams. As for this ability, he himself had little use for it. When installed on a weapon, it was actually somewhat inferior to the attribute provided by the lightning blade, Fong. There wasn't much to say. Without hesitation, he converted it into 100 combat points. As for the Sword of the Thunder God itself, it was really more of a collector's item now. Or rather, its symbolic value far outweighed its practical use. These thoughts had barely taken shape when a nearby commotion pulled Yuma from his reverie. HM? Sounds like an argument over there. Feeling a bit curious, Uchiha Yuma realized he had now stepped into the Uchiha clan's territory. As the head of the police force, the Uchiha clan demanded even stricter law and order within their own territory. There was simply no other way. Such was the damned pride of the Uchiha. They could never accept the notion that, having taken charge of law enforcement, their own clan might be the cause of trouble or the subject of idle gossip. Generally, when disputes arose, everyone knew the unspoken rule. Whenever possible, issues should be settled at the clan meeting. If it could be solved there, it would be. Driven by curiosity, Uchiha Yuma quietly made his way to the location. With the level of skill he possessed now, he could easily avoid being noticed by those present. However, the scene that greeted him upon arrival left him rather stunned. Uchiha Inaho, don't you have any shame at all? You didn't even go to the front lines to die a glorious death. What do you mean I didn't go? I applied, but Lord Satsuna stopped me. After offending Lord Yuma and being cast aside by Lord Satsuna, you still have the nerve to talk back to me? Damn it, what the hell is it you people want from me? Uchiha Inaho bellowed at the two who had him surrounded. Over the past 6 months, things had taken a sharp turn for the worse for Uchiha Inaho within the clan. Ever since the news spread throughout the village that Uchiha Yuma had killed Juzo Biwa, everything began to change. At that time, old man Uchiha Satsuna had not yet given up on him. His attitude could even be called benign. But after Uchiha Yuma proved himself a formidable warrior, able to battle the Red Sand Scorpion on even ground, Inaho was abandoned. He could understand why. Uchiha Yuma was Minato Namikaze's student, a model of loyalty and promise in the Hokage's circle, with terrifying talent to match. The news had electrified the entire Uchiha clan. The reason was simple. Uchiha Yuma stood a real chance of becoming Hokage. More importantly, the clan saw this as a rare gesture of goodwill from the village leadership. After all, along with Obito Uchiha, there would now be 2 Uchiha in the Hokage's camp. For a clan suppressed under Konoha for decades, this was monumental news. Don't think the Uchiha were truly stubborn or desired constant opposition to the village. In the end, they just wanted to live their lives in peace. If that wasn't true, they would have left with Madara Uchiha back in the day. This news was cause for celebration, at least for the clan. But for him, Uchiha Inaho, it spelled disaster. Not long ago, he had acted as Satsuna's lackey, making trouble for Yuma and then suffering defeat. The entire clan knew how he had been beaten, especially since it happened right at the patriarch's doorstep. There was little left to say after that. Cast aside by Satsuna, Inaho had become little more than an outcast within the Uchiha clan. He, who used to have some renown, had naturally become the target of bullying. And now, isn't he, once again, being made miserable by these 2 former losers whom he'd previously defeated? How hateful. If it weren't for concerns about Uchiha Sakana, I would have. At that thought, he bit his lip, his face full of unwilling frustration. Meanwhile, the 2 thugs enjoying their bullying glanced at his expression and sneered coldly. Unwilling? What's left for you to be unwilling about? One of them jeered. With that, he raised his hand, clearly intending to strike Uchiha Dawa. Suddenly, a sharp crack. A figure appeared out of nowhere in the midst of the group, catching the hand mid-air. Well, I just get back and this is what I see. Uchiha Yuma sighed, exasperated at the sight. Scenes like this, bullying, are simply inescapable in the world of Naruto, where the culture is so insular and tradition-bound. Still, Uchiha Yuma had never expected that even Uchiha Dawa, a talented young man known within the clan, would fall victim to bullying. But as he considered the situation, it dawned on him that Daohua being bullied might be a perfect point of entry. The reason was simple. As a gifted member of the Sakana faction, there could only be one explanation for his being bullied. He had been abandoned by that wily old man, Sakana. And the likely reason for this abandonment was Yuma's own meteoric rise, forcing the old fox to sacrifice a pawn to save the king. To this, Yuma couldn't help but laugh derisively in his heart. That old man's all-rebellious spirit and no real skill. The original manga even mentioned it. When Uchiha Madara declared he'd lead the clan away from Konoha, Sakana immediately defected to Konoha's side. Later, unsatisfied with the Uchiha's development, he started opposing Tobirama Senju, and that opposition landed him right in jail. After getting out, he tried to rely on his seniority, but couldn't do a thing against the rising star, Uchiha Fugaku. Clearly, the man's an empty-headed fool, all ambition, no ability. With Yuma's own power on the rise, it made perfect sense for Sakana to back down and abandon his followers. TSK, what a cunning old villain. But for precisely this reason, Uchiha Daohua, the one being bullied, is an ideal breakthrough point. As someone who was formerly the favored protege of the Sakana faction, winning him over wouldn't just boost Yuma's reputation in the clan. There's even a chance Daohua might reveal some of Sakana's faction's weaknesses. Thinking of these advantages, Uchiha Yuma stepped naturally into the scene, stopping those two from bullying Daohua any further. "Who are you? How dare you ruin my fun?" one of the bullies snarled. The young Uchiha, who had just been stopped, wore an ugly expression. As he gathered himself, he was about to lash out in anger, shouting, "Why you?" However, his companion was different. The moment Uchiha Yujin appeared, he immediately recognized him. Yujin was a rising superstar within the clan. Yet because he was always busy with village matters, few people had actually met him in person. Because of this, all factions within the Uchiha clan had circulated portraits of Yujin among their ninja, so the younger generation wouldn't fail to recognize the clan's most outstanding ninja. His memory was good. He had memorized Uchiha Yujin's face. Swiftly, he stopped his companion and said, "Wait, stop. That's Lord Yujin." "What? He's Uchiha Yujin." The young Uchiha, who had nearly caused trouble, went pale with shock. He quickly withdrew his hand, bowed deeply toward Yujin and apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. Please forgive me for my rudeness." "It's fine." Uchiha Yujin waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested. "You may go." "Yes, sir," chimed the two in unison. As the pair hurried off, a voice tinged with complicated emotion drifted over from Uchiha Inaho. "Why did you help me?" Yujin turned his head and gave a small, wry laugh. "Why so many questions?" "Inaho, would you care to talk for a while?" Uchiha Inaho looked lost. If his memory served him right, he had once offended Yujin. Not only did Yujin now come to his aid, but he was also inviting him for a conversation. Bewildered, he could only reply blankly. Can I?" "There's no need to ask. Let's go." Yujin and Inaho walked to the side of a crystal-clear lake. Shoulder to shoulder, they gazed at the water's mirror-like surface, and, for a long moment, neither spoke. Eventually, Uchiha Inaho broke the silence, his voice thick with emotion. "Yujin, what exactly do you want to talk about?" "Nothing much. I just have a question." Yujin turned to face Inaho, his expression growing serious. "Now that old man Satsuna has abandoned you, how about joining me?" "Huh?" Uchiha Inaho's eyes went wide in shock, an exclamation escaping him. "Join you?" "That's right. You've heard about my reputation in the clan, I'm sure. If you're with me, things won't be as difficult for you as they are now." Yujin knew very well how to deal with the Uchiha, especially the younger ones. There was no need for complicated maneuvers. Speaking directly was enough. Besides, this was the same Uchiha he'd already defeated before. It should be an easy matter. As he expected, Inaho readily accepted the olive branch Yujin extended. With a look of determination, he replied, "Then from now on, I'll be in your care, Lord Yujin." Daohua really had no other choice. As a ninja cultivated by his family, he had been stuck in the security division, going in endless circles. Once abandoned, if he truly wanted a good life, he had to find someone powerful to rely on. In this situation, pledging allegiance to Uchiha Yujin right before him was undoubtedly the best option. Hearing this, a pleased smile curved across Yujin's lips. "Rest assured, Daohua, I am nothing like Uchiha Setsuna, who only knows how to play power games. I am someone who truly wields power." As Yujin spoke, the Sharingan in his eyes bloomed open. "Follow me, and you will never regret it." As his words fell, intricate patterns and a surging force erupted within his eyes, pouring forth in an overwhelming display. "What is this?" Uchiha Daohua was utterly shaken. The transformation in Yujin's eyes happened right before his own. The pattern, the chilling force that seized at his heart. The Mangekyo Sharingan? The divine power of our clan? Daohua asked with a dry, trembling voice. Yujin smiled gently at Daohua's confusion. Reality does not deceive, Daohua. As someone who possesses the Sharingan yourself, you should know, the vast and irresistible power in my eyes is no illusion. Even with this explanation, Daohua could hardly believe it. Eyes that had supposedly been lost to the clan for decades were once again awakened in Uchiha Yujin. Yet, when he recalled Yujin's phenomenal rate of growth, he found himself at ease. In less than a year, Yujin's name had thundered throughout the shinobi world. If not someone like him, who else could awaken the Mangekyo? And this was the true reason, this power, for choosing him as his lord. Henceforth, if you have any command, I will obey without question. This time, it was not the reluctant submission born of circumstance, but a genuine acknowledgement. Daohua, in that moment, truly accepted Uchiha Yujin as his lord. That's perfect, Yujin replied with satisfaction, because there are some matters I need to understand from you. Lord Yujin, please ask whatever you wish. I will answer everything I know. Daohua's tone brimmed with loyalty. Nodding approvingly, Yujin said, then tell me, in every aspect, what are Uchiha Setsuna's weaknesses? In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since Yujin returned to the Hidden Leaf. During this period, aside from recruiting Daohua, he did not slacken his own training in the slightest. With the Senju clan's bloodline trait having upgraded his ocular abilities to the violet level, he now exercised his Mangekyo Sharingan without restraint. He had devoted himself to rigorous training. The technique of Ikemo Kirin, the eye that could anchor his desired future, making whatever he wished come true, needed no further explanation. As for the right eye's technique, Imnomurakumo, the blade of light that could be unleashed from his gaze to sever all things, he had already begun to master some unique ways of wielding it. At this very moment, in the training grounds on the outskirts of the Forest of Death, Uchiha Yujin let out a deep breath, lifting the shinobi blade in his hand. His gaze trembled ever so slightly, and in an instant, the three-tomo pattern in his right eye blossomed into a complex and intricate design. With a faint twist, those patterns began to turn, setting his ocular power ablaze. Ocular art. Amenomurakuma. From Yujin's right eye, a surge of platinum sword light spilled forth. Under his precise control, the sword light wound itself slowly around the blade. He twisted the hilt lightly and swept the sword with a gentle motion. Rip! The platinum arc flashed through the air. Wherever it passed, earth and forest alike were severed in an instant. But that was only the beginning. In the very space where the sword light had carved its path, ripples began to appear, each one unfurling into existence. Along these rippling veins, thin black lines manifested, hanging in the void. Suddenly, a terrifying force of suction erupted from those dark fissures. Boom! 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 That uncanny suction swallowed up everything in its grasp, the very world itself drawing inward. A moment later, the forces of nature slowly mended those mysterious black fissures, restoring tranquility as if nothing had ever happened. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Yujin couldn't help but burst out laughing, staring at the platinum light lingering on his blade and surveying the utter devastation before him. The Amenomurakuma, this ocular art, wielded the power to sever anything that could be caught within its sight. Time, space, karma, fate, abstract concepts made tangible and helpless before its edge. Time, karma, fate, those notions are too abstract. He couldn't intuit or perceive them, let alone capture them. So for now, he put those aside. But space was visible to the naked eye. As long as you used the contours of the world as a reference, the length, width, and height embracing all things, that was space itself. Once he grasped this concept, the technique of rending space, or perhaps it should be called a dimensional slash, naturally took form in his hands. Unlike simply casting Amenomurakuma directly from his eye, he had now developed a new method. Channeling ocular power around the shinobi blade was, in truth, his most effective means of using this art at the present stage. After all, everyone knew ocular techniques depended on the transformation of ocular power, chakra of a very special nature. And as chakra, things became much simpler. The ability called chakra seed blue, the so-called wellspring of one's own chakra. This advantage now revealed its worth. When ocular power was woven around his blade, all he needed to do was supply regular chakra, and the technique would remain active on the blade indefinitely. It was as if, without even passing through his Sharingan's transformation, his chakra could directly replenish and maintain that power upon his sword. This ability vastly expanded Yujin's combat strategies. Admittedly, The Mangekyo Sharingan afforded him incredible freedom in wielding these powers. Yet, for all its fearlessness, it was still an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. In terms of output, it's certainly not on par with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But now, this Tengen Sonai technique can be channeled directly into a ninja blade, using regular chakra to convert into ocular power. That means the more chakra I pour in, the greater the power this eye technique unleashes. To harness this kind of strength, even before reaching the realm of the eternal eye, truly brings Yuma immense satisfaction. But his improvements haven't been limited to his dojutsu alone during this time. He hasn't neglected his physical training, either. The steel tempering, purple, trait, which embodies the tireless pursuit of strength, pushes him to carry heavy weights at every moment, except when he sleeps. He can't claim yet to have surpassed the physical limits of humans in the ninja world. Still, at this point, he can open every gate except the gate of death. And to think he's only been training his body for half a year. In just 6 months, he surpassed the years of grueling training Little endured. That efficiency is nothing short of terrifying. Reflecting on his progress these past months, Uchiha Yuma feels immensely satisfied. Among those at the Kage level, the strength gap is immense. On one end, you have someone as weak as the 4th Kazekage. On the other, a powerhouse like the 3rd Raikage, who once fought 30,000 foes alone. Judging by his current abilities, Yuma believes he, too, could take on tens of thousands by himself. He's reached the domain of a truly powerful Kage. Unlike the 3rd Raikage, who is a pure numbers monster, Yuma balances solid stats with a host of powerful abilities. He even dares challenge someone like Nagato, a Super Kage class opponent. After all, as long as he possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, death is never a real threat. Just then, a figure darts from the edge of the training field. It's Uchiha Inaho. Approaching Yuma, Inaho bows slightly and says, "Lord Yuma, the clan meeting is about to begin." Upon hearing this, Yuma, who had already sensed someone approaching, quickly deactivates his Sharingan and dispels his blade's eye technique. He lets out a soft sigh. The clan meeting? That Uchiha Setsuna, what a headache. Back when he won over Inaho, he wanted to ask this former protege of Setsuna's if he knew any of Setsuna's weaknesses. But, as it turns out, there's nothing. Uchiha Setsuna may lack an ability, but age has made him cunning. Ever since his release from prison, he survived in the clan by relying on extreme caution. Meticulous in all areas, he's left no cracks to exploit. Because of this, Yuma has found it exasperating trying to deal with Setsuna. Even with the Hokage's tacit approval, the target he wants to eliminate is as flawless as a seamless eggshell. He can't just charge in and kill him outright. After all, everyone still needs to function within the system of Konoha. Let's go, Inaho. This will be my first time attending a clan meeting. We can't afford to be late. Cutting through the tangle of thoughts that clouded his mind, Uchiha Yuma turned to Inaho and spoke a few words before leading the way towards the Nanka River Shrine. He didn't hurry. Since he couldn't find Uchiha Setsuna's weakness, he would simply create one himself. He was determined. During this clan meeting, he would look for any opportunity to make his move. On the way to the shrine, Uchiha Setsuna was awash with frustration. It was impossible for him to stay calm. In terms of talent, he knew he wasn't exceptional, but he had weathered the storms of the Warring States era and witnessed the founding of the ninja village. And these experiences had refined his instincts for danger, sharpened them to a keen edge. Had he lacked that sensitivity, his fate years ago, when he stood against Tobarama Senju, would have been far harsher than simple imprisonment. But now, this boy, Uchiha Yuma, left him deeply unsettled. The moment he heard that Inaho had joined Yuma, an oppressive sense of crisis wrapped around him, refusing to let go. Setsuna's philosophy for dealing with danger was clear and simple. Strike first. When the Torii gate of Nanka River Shrine finally appeared before him, he drew in a long, steadying breath. Then, with an icy resolve dripping from his words, he muttered, "Don't blame me for this. There was a time when you could have become Hokage. I even thought about making peace with you then. But now, it's better for you to die." As he stepped into the shrine, his eyes glimmered with an unwavering intent to kill. With the Fugaka faction and other doves deployed to the Land of Fire's coastline, Setsuna's own family now dominated the Uchiha presence within Konoha. He was determined. At this meeting, he would eliminate the threat that was Uchiha Yuma. Every detail had been arranged. His men had already set traps within the shrine, just waiting for that boy to step into their snare. The heavy doors of the shrine slid open with a resounding clang as Uchiha Yuma led Inaho inside. Yuma's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Thanks to his rare attunement with natural energy and Thousand Hands of the Forest abilities, both at a formidable purple tier, he had recently begun to experiment with Sage Mode. Although his time was limited and, Even with his unique talents allowing him to safely harness natural energy without fear, the complex technique of Sage Mode remained elusive. Still, his powers of perception had seen a dramatic boost. The moment he crossed the threshold, Yuma sensed the shifting chakra within each of the Uchiha elites present. The flickers of killing intent, the taut sense of anticipation. Every subtle change was laid bare before his heightened senses. Well, now this is interesting. Quiet laughter echoed in his thoughts, but outwardly he gave no sign that he'd sensed anything out of place. He entered the shrine as though nothing were amiss, casually glancing over the faces of the assembled clan members. As he suspected, nearly 80% of those present were loyalists of Uchiha Setsuna. But that was only to be expected. Uchiha Fugaku, leading his own faction along with most of the pacifist elites, had all marched to the front lines. Now, the one with the greatest number of followers left in the clan was, of course, Uchiha Setsuna, who remained in Konoha. Realizing this, Yuma didn't mind at all. In fact, he was rather curious to see what sort of spectacle Setsuna was planning to put on. Once Yuma and Inoka took their seats, Uchiha Setsuna, seated at the head of the table, opened his eyes. His face expressionless, Setsuna slowly swept his gaze around the room before speaking in an even tone. Right now, clan leader Fugaku is fighting on the front lines. I, left here to watch over the clan, have the humble task of presiding over this clan assembly. With that, he turned to Yuma, his smile cold and insincere, and introduced him in a deliberate manner. We have a new elite among us this time. Uchiha Yuma, the very one many of you have long admired. As Setsuna's words fell, there was a burst of applause. When the clapping echoed, Uchiha Yuma's face showed no emotion as he silently surveyed the onlookers. At Yuma's side, Inoka, a sense of pride in his voice, remarked warmly, "Lord Yuma, you really are so popular." "Popular? Am I?" "Ha! Inoka, just keep an eye on my actions in a bit," Yuma replied ambiguously. Hearing this, Uchiha Inoka, known as a genius among the clan, instantly grew alert. His ninja instincts kicking in, he composed himself and his heart began to race. He wasn't foolish. Yuma's warning gave him a pretty good idea of what to expect. But just as he was piecing things together, Setsuna at the head of the table spoke up. "Yuma, permit me to be frank. Most of those gathered here today are my followers, as you can surely see. I have a proposal. Would you like to hear it?" "I'm all ears," Yuma replied to Setsuna. "Join me. Together, let's seize control of the Uchiha clan." Setsuna's voice grew fervent, his eyes burning with ambition. "And when the clan's power is in our hands, we'll take the next step, conquering all of Konoha." As his declaration hung in the air, silence descended on the hall. Nearly every Uchiha present turned to watch. A few who were not part of Setsuna's faction sensed danger, but seeing they were outnumbered, chose to wait it out and watch how things unfolded. "As for your proposal," Yuma's lips curled into a frosty smile, "my answer is no. Uchiha Yuma, do you even understand what you're saying? What a pity. Seems we walk very different paths, Lord Setsuna. To turn down Lord Setsuna like this, does he think a bit of strength gives him the right to disregard all of us?" Around the hall, the Uchiha loyal to Setsuna all activated their crimson Sharingan eyes. Under the gaze of a dozen pairs of crimson eyes, the atmosphere within the shrine instantly turned cold and oppressive. "Oh, it seems I have no choice but to slay you, even if it pains me," Uchiha Setsuna said from the seat of honor, his tone insincere. Immediately after, his own eyes blossomed into Sharingan, glowing with power. "I know, you think your mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique makes you invincible, that we can't lay a finger on you. But, as sworn rivals of the Senju, do you really believe the Uchiha would have no countermeasures against this jutsu?" As he spoke, Setsuna's lips curved into a cruel smile. His words, chilling and snake-like, slithered through the air. "Begin, everyone, showing the barrier our clan has forged over decades to counter the Flying Thunder God." "Yes, Lord Setsuna," responded voices from outside the shrine. A sudden resonant hum filled the shrine and its surroundings, a low, powerful vibration. In an instant, a purple-red barrier shimmered into existence inside the room. "What is this?" Uchiha Setsuna stood, a spark of interest lighting his eyes as he questioned. "This," came the reply, "is the Uchiha Fire Formation, a barrier combining the clan's secret seals and contract arts, designed especially to target space jutsu like the summoning technique and Flying Thunder God." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuma realized he could no longer sense his Flying Thunder God markers outside the shrine. "So that's it. Contract seals can indeed nullify the effects of my markers and runes, coupled with the strength of this fire formation. It truly can seal my Flying Thunder God, while also blocking any chance of escape." Yuma couldn't help but admire their ingenuity. As the Senju's long-standing foes, the Uchiha, having suffered at the hands of the Flying Thunder God before, would surely have devised methods to deal with it. After all, Tobirama Senju's technique only enabled instant movement. Since spatial transfer via Flying Thunder God required sensing markers, much like the summoning technique, it followed that one could hinder its use by disrupting marker perception. With contract sealing and an unbreakable barrier, this weakness was expertly exploited. When an area is shrouded in the power of such contract seal barriers, no one within can sense or connect with outside markers or contracts. The Flying Thunder God's movement is thus rendered useless. But perhaps you've underestimated me, Uchiha Yuma said, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he faced this orchestrated purge. His Sharingan already awakened, Yuma's chakra pulsed, the intricate patterns in his eyes unfurled like blooming flowers. Or maybe, he said softly, you simply haven't heard. I possess the Mangekyo. The Mangekyo? A formidable power, to be sure, but Setsuna sneered, his gaze glacial as he locked eyes with Yuma. As someone who has survived that era, let me tell you, such power is worthless when faced with an onslaught from over a dozen elite shinobi. In his memory, Uchiha Izuna also possessed the Mangekyo, but his strength was, well, considerable, but nothing beyond comprehension. He was powerful, indeed, but only to the degree that he might rival the leader of a village. As for Uchiha Madara, he was an anomaly. He could not bring himself to believe that this boy before him was also someone so extraordinary. With a weary sigh, Uchiha Yujin's eyes spun, the patterns within twisting as his ocular power surged without warning. A frog in a well, he said, voice tinged with disappointment. That's someone just like you. Ocular art, Ikimo Kirin. Ocular art, Tatsuka Cloud. Activated. From his left eye, Yujin unleashed a surge of ocular power that enveloped the entire shrine. The right eye manifested a platinum radiance, like the gleam of a divine blade, slowly swirling around, the ninja blade that had, at some unnoticed moment, appeared in Yujin's hand. The sword, now infused and transformed by Tatsuka Cloud into gleaming platinum, sliced through the air with a gentle stroke. Whoosh! The platinum slash arced through the barrier. Crack! Shatter! The once impenetrable barrier splintered, turning to fragments like shattered glass. In that instant, tangibly real shards of chakra fluttered and danced in the air. Impossible! Uchiha Setsuna's pupils shrank, his face overtaken by utter disbelief. That's the Fire Prison Formation. It's a clan's secret. The Uchiha Fire Prison Formation was a secret defense of their clan, sturdy, almost unbreakable, and equipped with a counterstrike mechanism. The counterstrike was beside the point. Having seen Uchiha Madara wield the power of the Nine Tails, Setsuna knew well that not even the Nine Tails was guaranteed to break this barrier. What's more, this version of the barrier had been specially altered, sacrificing its counterattack capability to become even more impervious, specifically tailored to halt Flying Thunder God techniques. The idea that the barrier could be broken never once crossed his mind. Yet now, what was happening? That platinum sword light. He saw it, erupting from within Yujin's young eyes. Ocular art, understanding dawned on Setsuna, and his face twisted in grim realization. Every single Uchiha in the clan is under my command. Don't think that just because you've smashed the barrier, you can escape. But Yujin laughed aloud, unable to disguise his amusement at Setsuna's furious cry. Ha. His laughter, wild and unrestrained, stirred his chilling and fearsome ocular power. Inside the shrine, every Uchiha present was shaken and silenced by this eerie, oppressive force. Their Sharingan eyes sprang wide open. Their limbs trembled as if yearning for action. But the cold sweat pouring down their faces and their hesitating expressions made it clear. They felt utterly overpowered by this crushing presence. Seeing this, escape? Who? Where are you going to run? Uchiha Yujin's smile vanished, his eyes glaring with savage fury as he looked at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? With an ominous hum, intense chakra surged from Uchiha Yujin in all directions. The air crackled as scarlet chakra began to take shape. Witnessing the crimson giant take form, Uchiha Setsuna's face grew more and more horrified. That's Susanoo. Setsuna, a veteran who had seen Mangekyo awaken in others, knew exactly what this meant. To awaken the Mangekyo and summoned the guardian deity of the Uchiha. Susanoo. That was an invincible offense and defense technique, revered within the Uchiha clan as divine power. What's that? Look at the change in Uchiha Yujin's eyes. Could it be the lost Mangekyo Sharingan reappearing in our clan? It seems the rumors spreading through the village were true. This kid? No, Lord Yuzhen really did awaken the divine power of our clan during the battle with Kirigakure. The assembled Uchiha finally began to grasp what was happening. Yuzhen's eyes, as well as the colossal 30-meter-tall guardian spirit he had summoned, left no doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, long vanished from the Uchiha, had returned. Yuzhen, encased in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, exhaled a heavy breath and swept his gaze imperiously over the crowd. The game is over. His words cracked through the air. Instantly, Susanoo began to transform. Solidified chakra stretched into a dozen massive arms, each under Yuzhen's control, lashing toward every Uchiha present. Seeing the onslaught, the elite Uchiha in attendance reacted on instinct, trying to leap away. Why will my feet move? One middle-aged Uchiha, just about to spring into action, realized in shock that his feet were suddenly tripping over each other. It made no sense. As an elite ninja, how could he make a mistake even a rookie would make? When he managed to steady himself and looked around, he saw the same chaos among everyone targeted by Yuzhen. What's going on here? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just stopped listening to me. Damn it, we're out of time. In the chaos, with none able to dodge properly, a monstrous hand ripped through the air, clutching them tightly one by one. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Even escape techniques aren't working. What do you think you're going to run? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes flashing with cruelty as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why do you want to run? A deep hum filled the air as fierce chakra surged and erupted around Uchiha Yuma's body. With a sharp crack, crimson chakra began to take on form. Witnessing the materialization of this towering red colossus, Uchiha Setsuna's expression twisted in growing horror. Impossible. Is that Susanoo? As a seasoned veteran who had been present at the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan users, Setsuna knew all too well, awakening the Mangekyo and summoning the guardian deity of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo, what that truly signified. It was the ultimate technique, unrivaled in both offense and defense, a power hailed within the Uchiha as divine might. What's going on? There's something happening with Yuma's eyes. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one thought lost from our clan? So, it's true. Then, the rumors circulating in the village were real. Yuma, that kid, no, Lord Yuma, actually awakened the divine power of our clan in the battle against Kirigakure. The Uchiha present struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. Yuma's eyes gleamed with that legendary light, and the 30-meter-tall spectral giant stood like an ancient god at his command. There was no doubt the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha clan once more. Yuma, shielded in the first skeletal form of Susanoo, let out a heavy breath and then cast a domineering glance over the crowd. The game is over. No sooner had the words left his lips than Susanoo began to change. Its chakra solidified at Yuma's will, sprouting over a dozen massive arms. Under Yuma's control, these arms whipped out, striking at every Uchiha in the area. Seeing Yuma launch his assault, the elite Uchiha present tried to leap into action to dodge. Why do my feet trip? A middle-aged Uchiha, about to spring into a dodge, found his legs suddenly tangled with each other. He couldn't understand it. As an elite ninja, how could he make a mistake unthinkable even for the greenest genin? As he struggled to steady himself and looked around, he saw that all those marked by Yuma's assault were facing trouble. What's happening? Why did you run into me? How should I know? My body's just not responding. Damn it, it's too late. In that moment of chaos, every Uchiha present, hindered by unexpected mishaps, was too slow to react. With a ripping sound, the massive spectral hands closed in, plucking them out of the chaos and pinning them in an unbreakable grip. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, even the escape arts don't work. What do you think you're going to run? Uchiha Yuzhen's smile faded as he stared at the terrified Setsuna, eyes burning with a violent fury. Why do you feel the need to run? A low hum filled the air. A torrent of chakra surged violently around Uchiha Yuzhen. Crackling sounds erupted as fiery red chakra began to condense, taking on a solid form. As the massive crimson figure began to materialize, Uchiha Setsuna's expression grew more and more horrified. Could it be Susanoo? Setsuna, with his years of experience, was no stranger to the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew only too well what it meant for someone to awaken this guardian god of the Uchiha, Susanoo. It was an invincible technique unrivaled in both offense and defense, known among the Uchiha clan as a power blessed by the gods themselves. What is that? Someone exclaimed. There's a change in Yuzhen's eyes. Is that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? Looks like the rumors that have been circulating in the village were true. Yuzhen. No. Lord Yuzhen, really did awaken the divine power of our clan during the battles against the hidden mist. The gathered Uchiha, struggling to recover from their shock, finally began to grasp the truth. Yujin's eyes and the towering giant, nearly 30 meters tall, that had taken shape before them left no room for doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan that had vanished from the clan had now reappeared. With a deep exhale, Yujin, now in Susanu's skeletal first form, released a breath of tense air. His gaze swept disdainfully across those around him. The game is over. No sooner had the words left his lips than Susanu began to change. The solidified chakra erupted into more than a dozen titanic arms, which, under Yujin's command, swung violently at all the Uchiha present. The Uchiha elites saw Yujin's attack coming. Instinctively, they tried to dodge. Why did my feet suddenly trip up? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to feel his feet inexplicably tangling beneath him. He was bewildered. As a seasoned shinobi, how could he make a mistake even a novice wouldn't? As he struggled to steady himself and looked around, he realized that all those targeted by Yujin's assault were caught in similar predicaments. What's going on? How do we end up bumping into each other? How should I know? My body just stopped responding. Damn it, there's no time. Amidst the chaos, with everyone thrown off by unexpected mishaps, they couldn't react in time. A massive hand swept through the air and seized them all in a crushing grip. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, even the escape techniques aren't working. What do you think you're running? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes brimming with violence as he stared at the utterly terrified Susanoo. Why are you trying to run? A fierce surge of chakra burst forth, spiraling around Yuma's form. A deep, resonant crackle echoed as the fiery red chakra began to take solid shape. And as that colossal crimson figure materialized, Uchiha Susanoo's face grew even more horrified. It can't be. Susanoo, as a veteran, one who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo understood all too well, awakening the Mangekyo and summoning this Uchiha guardian spirit. Susanoo spelled nothing short of disaster. It was an invincible technique, equally adept at offense and defense, renowned within the Uchiha for its godlike power. What is that? Yuma's eyes. That can only be the Mangekyo Sharingan, lost to our clan for so long. So, then, the rumors drifting around the village must have been true all along. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's legendary power in battle against the mist. At that moment, the gathered Uchiha, still struggling to recover from the shock, finally began to process what was happening. Yuma's eyes, the towering 30-meter manifestation behind him, left no doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, long vanished from the clan, had returned. With a deep, heavy exhalation, Yuma, standing inside the skeletal first form of Susanoo, swept his gaze over the people around him with sovereign disdain. The game is over. The words had barely left his lips when Susanoo shifted again. The tangible chakra of Susanoo suddenly shot out, spawning more than a dozen massive arms that lunged under Yuma's precise control toward every Uchiha in sight. As the attack swept out from Yuma, the elite Uchiha in the crowd instinctively tried to dodge. Why are my feet tripping over each other? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to realize his legs had tangled for no apparent reason. He was baffled. How could an elite shinobi make a blunder even a novice wouldn't commit? Struggling to steady himself, he glanced around, only to see that everyone targeted by Yuma was having trouble as well. What's happening? Why are you bumping into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen to me. Damn it, there's no time. Throughout the crowd, as one misfortune after another struck, they found themselves all too late. With a terrible, rending sound, giant hands swept through the air, closing mercilessly around them. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Even escape techniques won't help us now. Where do you think you're going to run? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his gaze turning cruel as he stared at the stunned Setsuna. Why run? A violent surge of chakra erupted around Uchiha Yuma. The air trembled with power. Fiery red chakra began to take shape, solidifying before their eyes. As the colossal crimson figure materialized, Uchiha Setsuna's face twisted with disbelief. Is this Susanoo? Setsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo before, immediately understood the significance. To awaken the Mangekyo and summon this guardian deity of the Uchiha, Susanoo, was no small matter. It was the ultimate technique, a power famed among the Uchiha as the power of a god, unrivaled in both offense and defense. What's going on? Look at Yuma's eyes. Have a Mangekyo Sharingan, lost for generations in our clan, truly returned? It seems the rumors within the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, awakened our clan's divine power during the battle with the hidden mist. The assembled Uchiha were now scrambling to catch up to events, their minds racing. Yuma's eyes, that 30-meter-tall giant. Everything pointed to one conclusion. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha once more. With the skeletal first form of Susanoo towering behind him, Yuma let out a slow, heavy breath, then swept his gaze across the crowd with cold arrogance. The game is over. The moment he finished, Susanoo sprang to life. The solid chakra form suddenly sprouted a dozen towering arms, each one stretched and flexed under Yuma's precise control, lashing out at every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma's assault, the elite Uchiha on the scene hurried to move, trying to dodge. Why do my feet get tangled? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap clear, only to find his feet inexplicably caught. It made no sense. As an elite shinobi, such a rookie mistake was unthinkable. Struggling for footing, he looked around and realized that all those targeted by Yuma were experiencing similar problems. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How would I know? My body just won't listen. Damn it, there's no time. While they were all thrown into chaos by unexpected accidents, there was a tearing sound. Before any could react, they were snatched up by the giant hands sweeping through the air. It's over. We've been caught. Damn, even our escape arts are useless. Where do you think you can run? Uchiha Yujin's smile faded, his eyes flashing with brutality as he locked his fierce gaze on the terrified Setsuna. Why run? A low, thunderous energy hummed in the air as violent chakra surged and flared around Uchiha Yujin. The aura crackled and snapped. Scarlet chakra began to take tangible form. As that red colossus took shape before his eyes, Uchiha Setsuna's expression grew ever more horrified. It can't be Susanoo. Setsuna, a figure with long-standing experience who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan, understood all too well what this meant. To awaken Mangekyo, to summon the Uchiha clan's guardian deity, Susanoo, was to grasp a force revered as divine, an unrivaled power for both attack and defense. What is that? Yujin's eyes have changed. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan, long vanished from our clan? So the rumors spreading in the village were true. Yujin, no, Lord Yujin, really did awaken the divine power of our bloodline during that battle with the hidden mist. Now, even the seasoned Uchiha present were stirring in shock, their minds racing to process what was unfolding before them. Yujin's transformed eyes and the giant 30-meter guardian made manifest left no room for doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, missing for generations, had returned to the Uchiha. Yujin, enshrouded within the skeletal first stage of Susanoo, exhaled a heavy, smoky breath. His gaze swept over the crowd, imperious. The game is over. No sooner had he spoken than Susanoo began to transform. The materialized chakra surged, causing Susanoo to sprout a dozen massive arms. Under Yujin's control, those limbs lashed out, striking at every Uchiha present. As the attack swept toward them, the elite Uchiha instinctively tried to dodge. Why did my feet stumble? A middle-aged Uchiha, about to leap away, suddenly found his legs twisted clumsily together, rendering him immobile. It made no sense. As an elite shinobi, how could he possibly make a mistake unworthy even of a rookie? Looking around in desperate confusion, he realized he was not alone. All targets of Yujin's assault were experiencing similar mishaps. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen. Damn it, we're out of time. While disarray spread among the Uchihas, the colossal hands swept down with a tearing rush. Before anyone could react, they were all caught in the giant's grasp. It's over, we've been captured. Damn it, our escape techniques are useless. What do you think you're running? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished as he fixed his violent gaze on Setsuna, who was staring back in terror. Why run? A furious surge of chakra erupted around Yuma, buzzing with intensity. With a cracking sound, crimson chakra began to take physical shape around him. As the scarlet giant materialized, Setsuna's expression grew increasingly horrified. Is that Susanoo? As an experienced Uchiha, Setsuna had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew all too well what it meant to awaken the clan's guardian deity, Susanoo. This was the ultimate power, unmatched in both attack and defense, revered within the Uchiha as a divine force. What is that? The transformation of Yuma's eyes. Is it the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumor that has spread through the village was true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with the hidden mist. The Uchiha present finally managed to react, struggling to comprehend what was unfolding. Yuma's enchanted eyes and the colossal figure towering nearly 30 meters above them were undeniable proof. The Mangekyo Sharingan, lost to the clan for years, had returned at last. Yuma, embodying the skeletal first form of Susanoo, exhaled a ragged breath, then swept a cold, disdainful glance across those around him. The game is over. As his words rang out, Susanoo began to change. The corporeal chakra sprouted more than a dozen massive arms in an instant. Under Yuma's control, those long arms swept out mercilessly toward every Uchiha present. The elite Uchiha on the scene began to move, attempting to dodge Yuma's onslaught, only to find themselves inexplicably obstructed. Why are my feet stumbling over each other? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to discover that his legs suddenly tangled themselves together. He could not understand how this could happen. As a veteran ninja, such a novice mistake was unthinkable. When he finally regained his footing and glanced around, he saw that everyone targeted by Yuma's attack was likewise incapacitated. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How would I know? My body just stopped responding. Damn it, there's no time. As confusion spread and misfortune befell the crowd, before they could react. With a savage rip, the giant hands sliced through the air and seized them in their grasp. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Not even our escape techniques are working. Where do you think you can run? Yuji Uchiha's smile faded, replaced by a look of brutality in his eyes as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you trying to run? A powerful surge of chakra erupted around Yuji Uchiha, pulsating in the air. Cracks split the silence as fiery red chakra began to materialize before their eyes. Gazing at the massive crimson figure taking shape, Setsuna's shock only deepened. That's Susanoo. As an experienced veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Setsuna understood all too well what it meant to awaken this legendary protector of the Uchiha. The Susanoo. It is a technique renowned among the Uchiha as the ultimate art, a godlike force that embodies both perfect offense and unwavering defense. What is that? What's happening to Yuji Uchiha's eyes? Are those the Mangekyo Sharingan, the ones that have vanished from our clan for so long? It seems the rumors spreading through the village were true after all. Yuji, no, Lord Yuji, really did awaken the power of our clan's deity in the battle against the hidden mist. The assembled Uchiha slowly began to realize the truth. His blazing eyes and the towering, 30-meter-tall giant that materialized left no doubt. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had appeared once more among the Uchiha. Exhaling a deep breath, Yuji, armored in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, cast a cold, arrogant glance at those around him. The game is over. The moment the words left him, Susanoo shifted and changed. Chakra solidified even further, and from Susanoo's body erupted a dozen massive arms. Under Yuji's control, those arms whipped forth, striking toward every Uchiha present like thunderbolts. As Yuji unleashed his attack, the elite Uchiha gathered instinctively try to dodge. Why did my feet trip up? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to find his feet suddenly tangled, making no sense. How could a ninja of his caliber make such a rookie mistake, one not even a novice would commit? Struggling to regain his balance, he glanced around, only to discover everyone Yuji targeted was similarly ensnared. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body's just not listening all of a sudden. Damn it, there's no time. All around, chaos erupted as missteps and blunders struck down every Uchiha within range. And then, rending the air, the Susanoo's colossal hands swooped down, catching them all before they could react. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it. Even escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Hiruzen's smile vanished. With cruelty in his eyes, he stared at the stunned and terrified Setsuna. Why run? A violent surge of chakra exploded around Uchiha Hiruzen. A harsh, resonant hum filled the air. Brilliant, red chakra began to solidify before their eyes. As the gigantic, scarlet avatar took shape, Uchiha Setsuna's terror deepened. It can't be Susanoo. Setsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, understood all too well the significance of an Uchiha awakening this guardian deity. Susanoo. It was the ultimate technique, both impenetrable shield and unstoppable spear, lauded within the clan as the power of a god. What is that? Look at the change in Hiruzen's eyes. Is that the clan's long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan? So the rumors swirling around the village were true after all. Hiruzen, no, Lord Hiruzen, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with the mist. The surrounding Uchiha, struggling to gather their wits, finally snapped to attention. Hiruzen's transformed eyes, and the towering, 30-meter titan standing guard over him. left no doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, lost for generations, had returned to the Uchiha. Yujin, now clad in Susanu's skeletal first form, exhaled a heavy, rattling breath, then swept a disdainful gaze across the assembled crowd. The game is over. His words fell like a guillotine. Susanu began to change. The crystallized chakra erupted, sprouting a dozen enormous, spectral arms. With Yujin's command, those arms lashed out at every Uchiha present. The elite Uchiha saw the attack coming and tried to leap to safety. Huh? Why are my feet tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to dodge, but found his legs inexplicably tripping over themselves. It made no sense. As an elite shinobi, how could he possibly make a mistake even a rookie would avoid? Struggling to regain his balance, he glanced around, only to see the others targeted by Yujin, all in similar distress. What happened? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen. Damn it, there's no time. Before anyone could react, they were all ensnared, giant hands cutting through the air, grasping them all at once. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, escape jutsu isn't working. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yujin's smile vanished, his eyes now brimming with brutality as he stared at the stricken, wide-eyed Shauna. Why run? A massive surge of chakra erupted around Uchiha Yujin, vibrating the very air with its intensity. Crack, crack. Fiery red chakra began to take on a physical form. As the colossal red figure started to manifest, the horror on Uchiha Shauna's face deepened. It can't be. Susanoo, a veteran in his own right, Shauna had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew all too well what it meant when someone awakened the Mangekyo and unleashed the Uchiha clan's guardian deity. Susanoo. This was a jutsu unparalleled in both offense and defense, a force revered within the Uchiha as the power of the gods. What is that? Look at Uchiha Yujin's eyes. Is that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors spreading through the village were true after all. Yujin, no, Lord Yujin, really did awaken the divine power of our bloodline during the battle against the Hidden Mist. The gathered Uchiha, though shaken, gradually regained their composure. All eyes were fixed on Yujin's transformed eyes and the towering 30-meter titan standing behind him. A clear declaration that the Mangekyo Sharingan, thought to be lost to their clan, had returned at last. Yujin's Susanoo, in its initial skeletal form, exhaled a heavy breath. Looking down at the crowd with absolute dominance, he declared, "The game is over." No sooner had his words fallen than Susanoo began to change. The physicalized chakra surged, spawning more than a dozen massive arms. Under Yujin's control, those long arms lashed out, sweeping toward all the gathered Uchiha. Seeing the attack coming, the Uchiha elites instinctively attempted to dodge. Huh, why will my feet move? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to find his legs suddenly stumbling over each other. The bewilderment was palpable. How could an elite ninja, someone far above a genin, trip so clumsily? Trying to steady himself, he glanced around, only to realize all of Yujin's targets were experiencing similar confusion. What's going on? Why did you suddenly bump into me? I don't know. My body won't obey me. Damn it, it's too late. Before any of them could recover from their surprise, ripping through the air, Susanoo's gigantic hands closed in and seized them all. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, there's no getting out of this. Where do you think you're going to run? Uchiha Yujin's smile vanished, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why run? A violent surge of chakra erupted all around Uchiha Yujin. A sharp crackling filled the air as fiery red chakra began to take solid form. When Setsuna saw the colossal red giant beginning to materialize, the horror in his eyes only deepened. This is Susanoo. As a seasoned veteran who had witnessed the awakening of the Mangekyo, Setsuna understood all too well what the appearance of Susanoo, the guardian deity of the Uchiha, signified. It was the ultimate technique, unparalleled in offense and defense, renowned within the Uchiha as the power of the gods. What is that? Look at the change in Yujin's eyes. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan years ago? It seems the rumors circulating in the village are true after all. Yujin, no, Lord Yujin, really did awaken the divine power of our clan in the battle with the mist. All the Uchiha present finally managed to come to their senses, albeit with difficulty. Yujin's transformed eyes and the 30-meter-tall giant now towering behind him made it unmistakably clear. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha. With a heavy breath, Yujin's skeletal first form, Susanoo, took shape. He exhaled a murky sigh, then swept a domineering glance over the gathering. The game is over. No sooner had his words fallen than Susanoo began to transform. Its condensed chakra arms shot forth, over a dozen in an instant, sweeping toward all the present Uchiha under Yujin's command. The Uchiha elites, seeing Yujin's attack, instinctively tried to leap to safety. Huh, why do my feet get tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha, attempting to jump clear, suddenly found his legs inexplicably caught up. He couldn't believe it. As a jonin, how could he make a blunder that even the most inexperienced genin would never make? Struggling to steady himself, he glanced around and saw that everyone targeted by Yujin was experiencing some kind of trouble. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just stopped cooperating. Damn it, it's too late. As confusion rippled through the crowd, all the Uchiha present, slowed by inexplicable mishaps, could not react in time. The giant chakra hand swept down and seized them one by one. It's over, we've been captured. Damn, even escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you're going? Yu Uchiha withdrew his smile, his eyes brimming with cruelty as he fixed his gaze on the shocked Setsuna. Why bother running? A deep, resonant hum filled the air as a surge of violent chakra erupted around Yu Uchiha. Crimson chakra began to shimmer and take on physical form with a crackling, grinding sound. As the gigantic, red apparition materialized, Setsuna's expression grew ever more horrified. It can't be. Susanoo, as a seasoned veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Setsuna understood all too well what it meant when Susanoo, the guardian deity of the Uchiha, was unleashed. Anyone who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and summoned this power. Susanoo, an invincible technique unparalleled in both offense and defense, was revered within the clan as possessing the might of gods. What on earth is that? Yu Uchiha's eyes. Are those the Mangekyo Sharingan that had vanished from the clan? So, the rumors floating around the village were true. No. Lord Yu has truly awakened our clan's divine power in the battle with Kirigakure. At that moment, the other Uchiha present finally managed to snap out of their shock. Everyone stared at Yu Uchiha's transformed eyes and the 30-meter-tall, crimson colossus looming above, unable to deny it now. The Mangekyo Sharingan, which had vanished from the Uchiha for so long, had reappeared. Yu Uchiha took a long, steadying breath as the skeletal first form of Susanoo stood manifested. He glanced down at the crowd with a look of utter disdain. The game is over. The moment his words fell, Susanoo began to transform. Solidified chakra split and stretched as Susanoo suddenly sprouted over a dozen massive arms. Under Yu's command, those giant arms swept out, lashing toward every Uchiha present. Seeing the attack coming, the elite Uchiha shinobi in the crowd tried to dodge, pushing their bodies to leap aside. Huh, why are my feet all tangled up? A middle-aged Uchiha made to leap away, but found his feet inexplicably tripping over each other. He couldn't make sense of it. As an elite shinobi, how could he possibly make a mistake so basic that even a rookie wouldn't? As he struggled to steady himself and looked around, he saw the others, all those targeted by you, were having trouble as well. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't move the way I want it to. Damn it, there's no time. Chaos erupted among the Uchiha as one mishap after another left them all off balance. In that instant, with a tearing sound, the giant hands swept through the air and snatched up everyone before they had a chance to react. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. The escape jutsu isn't working at all. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes brimming with cruelty as he fixed Matatabi with an intimidating glare. Why are you trying to escape? A violent surge of chakra burst forth, radiating from Yuma's body. The air was thick with power as crackling and grinding sounds filled the space, and fiery red chakra began to take on physical form. As the immense red titan gradually manifested, Matatabi's look of shock deepened with every passing second. That's Susanoo. Being a veteran of the Uchiha, Matatabi had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew very well what it meant when a legendary Uchiha guardian, the Susanoo, was unleashed by someone who possessed the Mangekyo. It was an invincible art, famed within the clan as the power of the gods, excelling in both attack and defense. What is that thing? Yuma's eyes changed. Could that be the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan? So it's true. The rumors in the village must be real. This kid, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken the divine power of our clan during the battle with Kirigakure. The surrounding Uchiha finally snapped out of their daze and reacted. Yuma's eyes, those unmistakable Mangekyo, combined with the 30-meter-tall spectral giant, left no doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, lost to the clan for so long, had returned. Yuma took a deep breath, exhaling a heavy sigh as he fully manifested the first skeletal form of Susanoo. He looked down at the gathering, his gaze utterly dismissive. The game is over. As soon as the words fell, Susanoo began to transform. The crystallized chakra surged, dozens of elongated arms erupting from the Titan's form under Yuma's precise command. With a single motion, the arms lashed out toward every Uchiha present. The elite Uchiha, realizing Yuma's attack, instinctively tried to leap to safety. Huh, why are my feet stuck? One of the middle-aged Uchiha tried to spring away, only to stumble as his feet tangled up for no apparent reason. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. As a seasoned ninja, how could he make such a blunder? A mistake even a fresh recruit wouldn't commit? Straining to regain his footing, he looked around and realized the others marked as Yuma's targets were having similar mishaps. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body suddenly won't listen. Damn it, there's no time. As chaos and confusion spread among the Uchiha, unable to react in time, a tearing sound split the air. The Titan's massive hand swept down, grabbing them in its grasp. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, even our escape jutsu is useless. Where do you think you're running? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, and he looked at Satsuna with a ruthless gleam in his eyes. Why are you running? A furious surge of chakra erupted around Uchiha Yuma, humming with intensity. Crack, crack! The fiery red chakra began to take shape, solidifying before everyone's eyes. As the scarlet giant started to materialize, Satsuna's gaze grew ever more horrified. No, it can't be. Susanoo. As a seasoned veteran, one who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan, Satsuna understood all too well what awakening that guardian deity of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, truly meant. It was the ultimate technique, unrivaled in both offense and defense. Among the Uchiha, it was revered as a force worthy of a god. What is that? Look at Yuma's eyes. Could it be the lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors in the village were true all along. Yuma, that kid, no, Lord Yuma, actually awakened the divine power of our clan during the battle with the mist. The Uchiha gathered, they finally struggled to process what was unfolding. Yuma's transformed eyes, and the 30-meter-tall giant looming over them. The reappearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan, lost to the Uchiha for so long, was now undeniable. Exhaling a heavy breath, Yuma, encased in the spectral skeletal form of Susanoo, swept his gaze over the crowd, radiating absolute dominance. The game is over. The command was barely uttered before Susanoo began to shift. Chakra made manifest. Susanoo suddenly sprouted a dozen or more monstrous arms. Under Yuma's control, these arms lashed toward every Uchiha present. Seeing the attack coming, the elite Uchiha instinctively tried to dodge. Huh, why am I stumbling? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap aside, only to find his feet inexplicably tangled. It made no sense. How could he, a seasoned ninja, make the kind of mistake even a novice wouldn't? As he struggled to regain his footing, he looked around and realized he was not alone. Everyone targeted by Yuma's assault was running into problems of their own. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just wouldn't listen. Damn it, there's no time. Chaos reigned as each Uchiha suffered his own mishap. Ryup, before anyone could react, the massive spectral hands snatched them up with a crushing grip. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, escape techniques are useless against this. Where do you think you're going? Yuji Uchiha's smile vanished, his eyes now filled with menace as he glared at the aghast Susanoo. Why are you running? The air thrummed violently as surges of chakra erupted around Yuji Uchiha. With the sound of bones creaking, flames of blood-red chakra began to take shape around him. Staring at the emerging colossus wreathed in crimson, Susanoo Uchiha's expression turned from caution to utter shock. It can't be. Susanoo, as an old hand who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo, Susanoo knew all too well what the emergence of this guardian meant. Yuji Uchiha had awakened the Mangekyo and conjured the ultimate protector of their clan, Susanoo. To wield Susanoo was to command an invincible force, both shield and sword, a power revered as divine among the Uchiha. What's happening? Yuji Uchiha's eyes. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one said to have vanished from our clan? It seems the rumors circulating in the village were true. Yuji, no, Lord Yuji, did in fact awaken the divine power of our lineage during the battle with Kirigakure. The assembled Uchiha, struggling to process what they saw, finally came to their senses. Yuji's eyes and the 30-meter-tall spectral giant that emanated from him left no doubt that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared within their ranks. Exhaling a heavy breath, Yuji stood encased within the skeletal first form of Susanoo, his gaze sweeping over those around him with cold authority. The game is over. As his words hung in the air, Susanoo began to shift and grow. The embodied chakra flared, spawning a dozen or more elongated arms at Yuji's command, each stretching outward in an instant, striking at everyone gathered. The elite Uchiha present, realizing the attack was upon them, instinctively tried to move and evade. Huh? Why are my feet tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha, about to leap away, suddenly found his feet inexplicably tripping over each other. It made no sense. After all, as a shinobi elite, how could he make such a mistake? One even the youngest genin would not? Struggling to steady himself, he glanced around, only to see that everyone targeted by Yuji's attack was experiencing trouble. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? I don't know, my body just won't listen to me. Damn it, we're out of time. Before the Uchiha could recover from these bizarre mishaps, a tearing sound filled the air. The giant hands swept down, grasping them one by one before they could react. It's over, we've been caught. Damn, even the escape jutsu is useless. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yujin's smile vanished, his gaze turning savage as he stared at the terrified Shinai. Why are you running? A violent fluctuation of chakra erupted around Yujin in a dizzying rush. The air quaked and crackled as scarlet chakra began to take solid form. As the towering Red Guardian's spirit manifested, Uchiha Shinai's shock only deepened. Impossible. Is that Susanoo? Shinai, being a veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan and others, understood immediately. Any Uchiha who awakened this clan guardian, the Susanoo, through the Mangekyo Sharingan, had truly touched a near-divine power. That was the invincible technique, peerless in both attack and defense, revered among the Uchiha as the power of gods. What is that? Yujin's eyes. Did he really activate the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan all those years ago? So the rumors circulating in the village were true. Yujin, the boy, no, Lord Yujin, really awakened our clan's divine power during his battle against the mist. The Uchiha present struggled to process what was unfolding before them. Yujin's eyes, and the 30-meter-tall giant he had summoned, left no doubt. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had truly returned to the Uchiha. Yujin exhaled deeply. Clad in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, he swept his gaze confidently over the gathered crowd. The game is over. His voice fell, and at that very moment, Susanoo began to change. The solidified chakra surged, and under Yujin's control, more than a dozen enormous chakra arms suddenly burst forth. With a sudden motion, the giant arms lashed out at all the Uchiha in the area. As Yujin launched his assault, the Uchiha elites instinctively tried to dodge. Huh? What's wrong with my legs? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away but found his legs tangled together, unable to move as he intended. It made no sense. It was a mistake not even a rookie ninja should make. As he struggled to steady himself and looked around, he realized he was not alone. Everyone targeted by Yujin was experiencing strange difficulties. What's happening? Why did you crash into me? I don't know. My body just won't listen to me. Damn it. It's too late. As chaos broke out among them, no one could react in time. The incoming giant hands swept through with a tearing roar and seized them in a crushing grip. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Escape techniques aren't working. What do you think you're going to run? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded. His eyes filled with savagery as he glared at the petrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A sudden, violent surge of chakra erupted around Uchiha Yuma. The air seemed to tremble. The fiery red chakra began to take shape, solidifying before everyone's eyes. As the gigantic Crimson Guardian began to manifest, a look of mounting terror spread across Uchiha Setsuna's face. That's Susanoo. Setsuna, someone with deep experience who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan before, understood all too well what awakening the guardian deity of the Uchiha sent. It was the ultimate jutsu, unrivaled in both offense and defense, the legendary divine power celebrated among the Uchiha. What is that thing? Yuma's eyes are changing. Is that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? So the rumors in the village were true after all. This kid, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with Kirigakure. The Uchiha at the scene finally managed to react despite their shock. Those eyes and the 30-meter-tall titan that now towered over them. Without a doubt, the vanished Mangekyo Sharingan has returned to the Uchiha once again. Exhaling a heavy, ragged breath, Yuma, now in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, looked down on the crowd with a sharp, domineering gaze. The game is over. The moment he finished speaking, Susanoo began to change. The materialized chakra suddenly sprouted more than a dozen massive, whip-like arms. Under Yuma's command, those giant arms swept out at the gathered Uchiha like a storm. Seeing Yuma's attack coming, the Uchiha elite instinctively tried to leap away. Huh, why do my feet feel tangled up? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to jump clear, only to find his feet inexplicably stumbling and tripping over each other. He was baffled. How could an elite ninja like him make such a clumsy mistake? One even a rookie would never commit? Regaining his balance, he glanced around, only to realize that everyone Yuma had targeted was experiencing similar mishaps. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? I don't know. My body just stopped listening to me all of a sudden. Damn it, we're out of time. While the Uchiha frantically struggled with their bodies, unable to understand what was happening, the colossal hands tore through the air and snapped them up before they could react. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, even escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you're running? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes filled with ruthless violence as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you trying to run away? A violent surge of chakra swept out from around Yuma. A deep hum rose in the air. Fiery red chakra began to materialize, taking on a tangible form. As the giant red apparition started taking shape, Setsuna's expression grew increasingly horrified. That's Susanoo. Setsuna, an experienced veteran who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo in the past, knew all too well what it meant for an Uchiha to awaken the guardian deity, Susanoo. It was the ultimate technique, peerless in both offense and defense, renowned within the clan as the godly power of the Uchiha. What is that? The change in Uchiha Yuma's eyes. Could it be the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors that circulated in the village were true. That youngster, no, Lord Yuma, did indeed awaken our clan's divine power during his battle against the hidden mist. As the realization dawned, every Uchiha present struggled to process what was happening. Yuma's eyes, those eyes, and that 30-meter-tall red guardian looming above him made one thing clear. The vanished Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha clan. With a heavy exhale, Yuma stood cloaked in the first skeletal form of Susanoo. He swept his gaze over the crowd with sovereign contempt. The game is over, he declared. His words had barely faded when Susanoo began to change. With a surge of tangible chakra, Susanoo sprouted a dozen massive arms, each long and terrible. Moving at Yuma's will, those colossal limbs struck down upon the gathered Uchiha. Seeing Yuma's attack, the Uchiha elite tried to move, to dodge. Huh, why are my legs tangled? A middle-aged Uchiha, just about to leap away, suddenly found his feet hopelessly snagged, as if they tripped over each other. It made no sense. As an elite ninja, how could he possibly blunder in a way that wouldn't even trip up a rookie? As he struggled to steady himself and glanced around, he realized that everyone targeted by Yuma was having similar problems. What's going on? Why did you crash into me? How should I know? My body just stopped obeying me. Damn it, there's no time. Amidst that chaotic confusion, none of the Uchiha could react in time. With a ripping sound, those giant hands swept through the air and seized them all in an unyielding grip. It's over. We've been captured. Damn it. The escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you can run? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes burning with a cruel light as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A violent surge of chakra exploded around Uchiha Yuma, humming with intensity. Cracks and snaps echoed through the air as his fiery red chakra began to take on solid form. As the colossal, crimson apparition started to take shape before their eyes, Uchiha Setsuna's expression grew more and more horrified. Impossible. Is that Susanoo? Setsuna, an old hand who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo in the past, understood only too well what it meant to awaken this Uchiha guardian deity, Susanoo. It was the Uchiha's ultimate technique, legendary for being invincible in both offense and defense, a power revered within the clan as divine. What is that? Look at the change in Uchiha Yuma's eyes. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan that disappeared from the clan long ago? It seems the rumors running through the village were true after all. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, truly awakened the divine power of our clan in the battle against the mist. The gathered Uchiha, struggling to regain their composure, began to piece together what was unfolding before them. Yuma's eyes ablaze, and that towering crimson giant, nearly 30 meters tall, both unmistakable signs that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared in the Uchiha. With the first skeletal form of Susanoo fully manifested, Yuma exhaled a ragged breath. Casting a cold, commanding glance at the crowd, he declared, "The game is over." No sooner had he spoken than Susanoo started to transform. The solidified chakra surged forth, and in an instant, Susanoo sprouted over a dozen massive chakra arms. Under Yuma's control, those limbs swept relentlessly at the gathered Uchiha. Seeing Yuma unleash his attack, the elite Uchiha at the scene instinctively tried to leap away to safety. Huh, why did my feet get tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha thought, just as he was about to spring. He found his legs suddenly stumbling over each other, as if out of nowhere. He couldn't understand it. As an elite ninja, how could he possibly make a mistake that even a novice wouldn't? Struggling to steady himself, he glanced around and realized everyone targeted by Yuma was experiencing some unexpected setback. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just isn't listening to me. Damn it, we're out of time. While the Uchiha struggled with mishaps and confusion, a tearing sound ripped through the air. Before they could react, massive hands swooped down and snatched them up one by one. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, escape techniques aren't working at all. What do you think you're running to? Uchiha Hiruzen's smile vanished. His eyes now filled with ferocity as he stared at the terrified Uchiha Suzuna. Why are you trying to flee? A powerful surge of chakra erupted around Hiruzen, buzzing violently in the air. The crimson chakra began to take on physical form, crackling and condensing into shape. As that fiery red giant started to materialize, Suzuna's expression grew increasingly horrified. That's Susanoo, he gasped. Suzuna was a veteran who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew full well what it meant when someone awakened the Mangekyo and summoned the Uchiha's legendary guardian spirit. Susanoo. This technique was famed in the clan as a godlike power, peerless in both offense and defense. What is that? Look at Uchiha Hiruzen's eyes. Is that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems all those rumors swirling around the village were true. Hiruzen, no, Lord Hiruzen, really did awaken our clan's divine power in that battle with a hidden mist. The other Uchiha present struggled to gather their composure as realization dawned. They saw with their own eyes the Mangekyo Sharingan in Hiruzen's gaze, and a colossal, 30-meter-tall guardian that had taken shape. There could be no mistaking it. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had resurfaced in the Uchiha. With a deep exhale, Hiruzen stood encased in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, his breath forming a thin mist before him. Looking down at the crowd with icy disdain, he declared, "The game is over." No sooner had he spoken than Susanoo began to transform. The chakra gave rise to more than a dozen massive arms, snaking outward under Hiruzen's control and swinging down upon the assembled Uchiha. The clan elites barely had time to react to Hiruzen's assault. As one of them tried to leap aside, he suddenly found his feet tangled together. Huh, how do my legs get caught up like this? He wondered in disbelief. As an elite ninja, such a clumsy mistake was unheard of, even for a novice. He struggled to regain his balance, glancing around to see chaos erupting among all those targeted by Hiruzen, their bodies betraying them, unable to move as they wished. What's going on? Why did you run into me? Don't ask me. My body just stopped listening. Damn it, we're out of time. As misfortune struck everyone simultaneously, the gigantic hands tore through the air, catching them up before they could react. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, our escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes now glinting with cruelty as he stared at the wide-eyed, terrified Satsuna. Why are you running? A fierce surge of chakra erupted around Yuma, thrumming through the air. Crack, crack. Fiery red chakra began to take solid form. Seeing the gigantic red figure starting to materialize, Uchiha Satsuna's look of shock deepened with horror. That's Susanoo. As an elder who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo, Satsuna knew all too well what it meant for the Uchiha's guardian god to be awakened. Susanoo, the invincible technique famed among the Uchiha for wielding the power of a god, its strength unmatched in both offense and defense. What is that? What's happening to Uchiha Yuma's eyes? Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan that had vanished from our clan? Looks like the rumors that were circulating in the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, truly awakened our clan's divine power during the battle with the mist. Yet injured, the gathered Uchiha now came to their senses. Yuma's transformed eyes and the 30-meter-tall astral giant standing before them left no doubt. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared among the Uchiha. Exhaling a heavy breath, now wreathed in Susanoo's skeletal first form, Yuma swept a cold gaze across those around him. The game is over. The moment he spoke, Susanoo began to change. Solidifying further, it suddenly grew more than a dozen massive arms of pure chakra. With Yuma's will guiding them, those arms shot forward, lashing out at every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma's attack coming, the elite Uchiha instinctively tried to dodge. Huh, why are my feet tangled up? A middle-aged Uchiha, just about to leap aside, found his legs inexplicably snarled. He couldn't make sense of it. As an elite shinobi, how could he make a blunder not even a novice would make? Struggling to steady himself and looking around, he discovered the others, all of Yuma's targets, were in similar disarray. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't do what I tell it. Damn it, it's too late. The Uchiha, now caught off guard by these freak mishaps, barely had time to react before the massive chakra arms swept through, snatching them up in an unbreakable grip. It's over. We've been captured. Damn it. Escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you're running off to? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished, his eyes glinting with brutality as he gazed at the stunned and terrified Sasuna. Why do you want to run? A violent surge of chakra pulsed out from Yuma, humming and crackling through the air around him. Fiery crimson chakra began to take shape, snapping and popping with an otherworldly energy. As the red colossus began to materialize before their eyes, Uchiha Susuna's expression twisted even further in fear and disbelief. It can't be. Sasuna, an old hand who had seen the birth of the Mangekyo, knew all too well what this meant. To awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and wield the revered guardian of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, was to claim a power both unrivaled in attack and defense, a power spoken of as divine among the Uchiha. What is that? Yuma's eyes are changing. Is it the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors we've heard in the village are true. This boy, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's godlike power in the battle with the mist. The assembled Uchiha, struggling to overcome their shock, finally came to their senses. All eyes were drawn to Yuma's newly transformed gaze and the 30-meter-tall, red giant looming above them. Proof that the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, absent for so long from the Uchiha, had returned once more. Yuma, clad in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, let out a heavy breath, his voice cold as he surveyed the crowd with a sense of absolute supremacy. The game is over. Even as his words hung in the air, Susanoo shifted its form. The manifested chakra exploded outward, sprouting more than a dozen massive arms under Yuma's command, each reaching and striking toward the gathered Uchiha. Seeing Yuma launch his assault, the elite Uchiha present instinctively tried to dodge. But, why did my feet suddenly trip? One middle-aged Uchiha had tried to leap away, only to realize his feet had inexplicably tangled together. He was a loss. For a ninja of his caliber, such a blunder was unthinkable. This was a mistake even a genin wouldn't make. As he struggled to steady himself and glanced around, he saw that everyone targeted by Yuma was suddenly experiencing similar problems. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't obey me all of a sudden. Damn it, there's no time. While the gathered Uchiha floundered in confusion and chaos, unable to react in time. With a terrible, tearing sound, the colossal hand swept in and seized them all in their crushing grip. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Escape jutsu isn't working at all. What do you think you're running off to? Yuji Uchiha's smile faded, and he looked at the stunned and terrified Setsuna with a gaze full of violence. Why should you run? A sudden, intense surge of chakra erupted, swirling around Yuji Uchiha's body. A series of cracking sounds cut through the air as the crimson chakra began to take a tangible form. Watching as the towering red figure started to materialize, Setsuna Uchiha's face twisted further with horror. It can't be. Susanoo. Setsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo, knew better than anyone what it meant when someone awakened the ultimate guardian of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. The technique signaled nothing less than both impenetrable defense and overwhelming attack. An invincible jutsu whispered about as the power of a god within the clan. What's happening? Look at the change in Yuji Uchiha's eyes. Is that the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan? It seems the rumors that circulated through the village were true. Yuji, no, Lord Yuji, really did awaken our clan's god's power during the battle with the hidden mist. The Uchiha gathered their struggle to process what was unfolding before their eyes. Yuji's eyes, along with the 30-meter-tall titan he conjured, made one thing unmistakably clear. After being lost to history, the Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha, once more blazing with power. With a heavy, weary sigh, Yuji, shrouded in Susanoo's skeletal first form, exhaled a cloud of breath, then swept his gaze arrogantly across those around him. The game is over. His words fell like a guillotine. Susanoo began to transform before everyone's eyes. Solidifying chakra burst forth, spawning over a dozen enormous arms that writhed and reached outward. Guided by Yuji's will, the massive limbs shot toward every Uchiha present. The elite Uchiha, realizing the attack had begun, sprang into motion, ready to dodge, only to find themselves inexplicably hindered. Huh, why are my legs tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha muttered in shock, having leapt forward only to stumble. The mistake was unthinkable for a seasoned shinobi. As he steadied himself to look around, he saw that everyone Yuji had targeted was facing similar problems. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't do what I tell it to. Damn, it's too late. With chaos erupting among the Uchiha as one mishap after another struck them, there was a sickening rip as they found themselves suddenly snatched up by the colossal hands sweeping through the air. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, even my escape jutsu won't work. Where do you think you're running to? Uchiha Yujin's smile vanished, and he fixed his gaze, filled with cruelty, on the terrified Shana. Why are you trying to escape? A fierce surge of chakra erupted all around Yujin, its intensity audible in the air. An ominous crackling resounded as crimson chakra began to take solid form. Staring at the crimson, growing colossus, Uchiha Shana's horror only deepened. That's Susanoo. Shana, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan, understood all too well what it meant for someone to awaken the Mangekyo and summon the Uchiha's guardian deity, Susanoo. It was an invincible technique, equally potent for offense and defense, revered among the Uchiha as a power akin to that of God. What is that? Look at Yujin's eyes. Have a Mangekyo Sharingan, thought lost to our clan, reappeared. So the rumors swirling through the village were true. Yujin, no, Lord Yujin, awakened our clan's divine power in battle with the mist. The Uchiha present struggled to compose themselves from their shock. As they gazed at Yujin's evolving eyes and the colossal crimson warrior, towering nearly 30 meters high, it became clear the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha. Exhaling heavily, Yujin stood enveloped in the manifest skeletal Susanoo and looked down imperiously at those around him. The game is over. Even as the final word left his lips, Susanoo shifted. The physicalized chakra burst forth, and Susanoo sprouted over a dozen massive, spectral arms. Under Yujin's control, those arms lashed out, surging toward all the Uchiha present. As Yujin unleashed his assault, the Uchiha elites tried to spring away. Huh, why will my legs move? One middle-aged Uchiha, ready to leap away, found his feet tangled beneath him, inexplicably tripping over himself. He couldn't comprehend it. For an elite ninja, how could he possibly make such a clumsy blunder? Something no lowly genin would ever do? Struggling to regain his footing, he glanced around and saw that everyone Yujin had targeted was suffering the same strange misfortune. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just stopped obeying me. Damn it, there's no time. With the room thrown into chaos by these sudden mishaps, the giant spectral hand swept through, catching them in an unyielding grip before anyone could react. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his gaze turning savage as he looked at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A deep, resonant surge of chakra erupted around Yuma. With a crackling sound, fiery red chakra began to take form and materialize. Staring at the colossal red figure that was gradually manifesting, Uchiha Setsuna's face twisted in growing horror. It can't be. Susanoo. Setsuna, a seasoned veteran who had witnessed the birth of many Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly understood what this meant. To awaken the Mangekyo and call forth the Uchiha's guardian deity, Susanoo, was to possess a power both feared and revered. It was the ultimate technique unparalleled in both offense and defense, known within the Uchiha as the very might of the gods. What is that? Yuma's eyes are changing. Isn't that the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan that has vanished from our clan? So the rumors in the village were true. Yuma, not just a kid, but Lord Yuma now, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with Kirigakure. All the Uchiha present struggled to steady themselves as the realization hit. The look in Yuma's eyes, the titanic figure towering over 30 meters tall, everything confirmed it. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared in the Uchiha clan at last. With a heavy exhale, Yuma, surrounded by the skeletal first form of Susanoo, looked down at everyone with a sweeping, imperious gaze. The game is over. As his words fell, Susanoo itself began to shift. The dense chakra condensed swiftly, and Susanoo suddenly sprouted over a dozen long, muscular arms. With a sweep of Yuma's will, those massive arms lunged toward every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma's attack, the elite Uchiha on the field instinctively tried to dodge. Huh, why will my feet move? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to find his legs suddenly tangled. It made no sense. As an elite shinobi, how could he make such a rookie mistake? Fighting to regain his balance, he glanced around, only to notice that everyone targeted by Uchiha Yuma's onslaught was struggling under some strange affliction. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body's just not responding. Damn it, there's no time. As the Uchiha all fumbled and faltered, incapacitated by various mishaps, there was a rending sound, too late for anyone to react. Giant hands swept down from above, capturing them in an unbreakable grip. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Escape jutsu isn't working at all. Where do you think you're running to? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished, replaced by a cruel gaze as he looked down at Susanna, whose eyes were wide with terror. Why bother running? A low, ominous hum filled the air as a violent surge of chakra erupted and swirled around Uchiha Yuma's body. A crackling sound split the silence. Vivid, crimson chakra began to take on a tangible form. Staring at the red giant that began to materialize before him, Uchiha Susanna's face became increasingly stricken with horror. Is it really? Susanoo. As a seasoned veteran, Susanna had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew all too well the significance of awakening the Mangekyo and wielding its ultimate guardian, Susanoo. This was the invincible technique, unmatched in both attack and defense, a power renowned as divine within the Uchiha clan. What is that? Uchiha Yuma's eyes. Are those the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? So the rumors that have been circulating in the village are true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, truly awakened the divine power of our clan during that fierce battle with the hidden mist. The Uchiha clansmen present, struggling to regain composure, finally began to react. All eyes were glued to Yuma's transformed eyes and the colossal giant, now standing over 30 meters tall. There could be no doubt, the Mangekyo Sharingan, lost for generations, had finally returned to the Uchiha. With a long exhale, Yuma, encased in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, let out a breath of tension. Then, with a commanding gaze sweeping the crowd, he declared, "The game is over." His words had barely echoed through the air when Susanoo shifted again. Its solidified chakra sprouted more than a dozen massive arms, each bristling with formidable power. With a single, forceful motion, and under Yuma's control, those long arms swept toward every Uchiha in the clearing. Seeing Yuma's sudden assault, the Uchiha elites instinctively tried to dodge. Why are my legs tripping over themselves? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap clear, but, to his bewilderment, his feet tangled together as if caught by some unseen force. He couldn't comprehend it. As an elite among ninja, how could he possibly make a mistake even a novice wouldn't make? Desperately regaining his balance, he glanced around, only to see the same thing happening to everyone Yuma had targeted. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just stopped listening to me. Damn, there's no time. Before anyone could react, caught by mishap and confusion, they were seized in an instant, giant hands slicing through the air and snatching them up. It's over, we've been captured. Damn it, even escape jutsu isn't working. Where do you think you're going to run? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes filled with violence as he stared at the terrified Satsuna. Why are you running? A deep, resonant hum erupted as an intense surge of chakra spread around Yuma. Crackles filled the air as the fiery red chakra began to take physical form. As the crimson giant started materializing before him, Uchiha Satsuna's expression grew more and more horrified. Is that Susanoo? Satsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the awakening of the Mangekyo, understood all too well what it meant to see the Uchiha's guardian deity, Susanoo. To summon it was to wield an invincible power, both shield and weapon, a force revered among their clan as the very power of a god. What's happening? Look at Yuma's eyes. Could that be the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one we thought lost to our clan? It seems the rumors that have been swirling through the village were true. Yuma, or rather, Lord Yuma, really awakened our clan's divine power during the battle with the hidden mist. The Uchiha present, though still reeling, finally processed what was unfolding before them. There were Yuma's transformed eyes, and before them, towering over 30 meters, stood the manifest giant. It was undeniable. The Mangekyo Sharingan, missing from the Uchiha for generations, had returned at last. Yuma, now encased in Susanoo's first skeletal form, exhaled a heavy, murky breath. Looking down with imperious scorn at the crowd, he declared, "The game is over." At that very moment, Susanoo underwent further transformation. The chakra solidified, sprouting more than a dozen elongated arms, each swirling with energy. Under Yuma's command, the arms lashed out toward every Uchiha present. Shocked by Yuma's sudden assault, the Uchiha elite moved to dodge, only to find their bodies betraying them. What? Why have my feet tangled all of a sudden? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to stumble inexplicably. He was baffled. How could a shinobi of his caliber make such a rookie mistake, the sort even the youngest genin would never make? Struggling to regain his footing, he glanced at his companions, only to realize they were all experiencing the same strange disruption. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? I don't know. Suddenly my limbs just wouldn't respond. Damn it, there's no time. As confusion and mishaps spread among the Uchiha, paralysis gripped them all. With a terrible, tearing noise, the gigantic Chakra arms swept through their ranks and, before any could react, seized them in a crushing grip. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, even escape jutsu won't work. What do you think you're running? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes brimming with violence as he glared at the terrified Setsuna. Why run? A loud, pulsing surge of chakra erupted around Uchiha Yuma. The sound of power crackled in the air as fiery red chakra began to take tangible form. As the colossal red deity materialized, Uchiha Setsuna's expression grew even more horrified. That's Susanoo. Setsuna was an old hand in the clan, someone who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew all too well what it meant when one awakened the Mangekyo and summoned the guardian deity of the Uchiha, Susanoo. It was an unrivaled technique, both offensive and defensive, a power revered as divine within the Uchiha clan. What's happening? Yuma's eyes. Are those the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan? So, the rumors from the village were true. This kid Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, actually awakened our clan's divine power during the battle with Kirigakure. The Uchiha gathered their struggle to process what was unfolding. Yuma's transformed eyes and the 30-meter-tall giant deity standing beside him left no room for doubt. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared within the clan. With a heavy exhale, Yuma, now encased in the skeletal first stage of Susanoo, swept his gaze across the crowd with dominating arrogance. The game is over. As his voice fell, Susanoo began to change. The materialized chakra suddenly sprouted more than a dozen massive, ghostly arms. Under Yuma's control, those arms lashed out at every Uchiha present, sweeping through the crowd with overwhelming force. Seeing Yuma's assault, the Uchiha elite instinctively tried to leap out of the way. What? Why are my feet getting tangled? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to jump clear, only to find his legs inexplicably tripping over each other. He couldn't believe it. How could an elite ninja like him make such a rookie mistake? As he struggled to regain balance, he realized he wasn't alone. All those targeted by Yuma were experiencing some kind of mishap. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just stopped listening to me. Damn it, there's no time. While confusion and chaos reigned among the Uchiha, the enormous hands slashed through the air and seized them before they could react. It's over, he's got us. Damn it, even escape jutsu isn't working. Where do you think you're running to? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded away, his eyes flashing with violence as he stared down the utterly terrified Susanoo. Why are you trying to run? A deep hum filled the air as intense waves of chakra erupted around Uchiha Yuma. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, a fiery red chakra began to take on physical form. As the colossal red titan began to materialize before their eyes, Susanoo's face grew more and more horrified. Is that Susanoo? Susanoo was a seasoned veteran. He'd seen the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew exactly what it meant when someone awakened the Mangekyo and summoned the guardian deity of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo. It was a skill unrivaled in both offense and defense, a force with a reputation for godlike power within the Uchiha. What is this? The change in Uchiha Yuma's eyes. Could it be the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors that floated through the village were true after all. That child, no, Lord Yuma, actually awakened our sacred power during the battle with the hidden mist. The surrounding Uchiha, struggling to collect themselves, finally came to their senses. Yuma's eyes, and that 30-meter-tall spectral deity looming over them. All signs pointed to the impossible. The once-vanished Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha clan. Yuma, now shrouded in the scully first form of Susanoo, exhaled a heavy breath, and then swept his gaze imperiously over the gathered crowd. The game is over. As soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo began to change. Chakra solidified, and in an instant, Susanoo sprouted over a dozen massive arms of seething chakra. Under Yuma's control, these arms lashed out fiercely toward every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma's sudden offensive, the Uchiha elite instinctively tried to move, attempting to dodge. Why do my feet get tangled? One of the middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, but found his feet tripping over each other. It made no sense. To a ninja of his caliber, this wasn't even a mistake a rookie genin would make. As he steadied himself and looked around, he noticed every person Yuma had targeted was suddenly having problems. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen to me. Damn it, there's no time. While the Uchiha present were all thrown into chaos, caught off guard by these strange mishaps. With a tearing sound, the massive spectral arms swept through the air and gripped them tightly in their giant hands before they could react. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Our escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you're running to? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his gaze turning cruel as he looked at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you trying to escape? A sudden, violent surge of chakra erupted around Yuma. Waves of fiery red chakra began to coalesce, growing denser and taking on a tangible form. Cracking noises echoed as the crimson chakra materialized, taking the shape of a giant, godlike figure. Watching this fearsome manifestation, Uchiha Setsuna's fear grew into horror. That's Susanoo. Setsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan before, understood all too well what it meant when someone awakened this guardian deity of the Uchiha. The Susanoo, a power celebrated within the clan as a divine force, both offensive and defensive, said to render its wielder unstoppable. What is that? How did Yuma's eyes transform like that? Is it the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan? It seems the rumors that spread around the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power in the battle against the mist. The assembled Uchiha, struggling to recover from their shock, realized the truth as they stared at Yuma's transformed eyes and the 30-meter-tall giant deity. The Mangekyo Sharingan, thought lost to their clan, had reappeared, with the Susanoo's skeletal first form towering around him. Yuma let out a heavy breath and swept his gaze over everyone, eyes full of disdain. The game is over. As his words fell, Susanoo began to shift. Solidified with chakra, the giant suddenly sprouted more than 10 massive arms. Under Yuma's control, these arms lunged at the assembled Uchiha with terrifying speed. As Yuma unleashed his assault, the elite Uchiha had only just begun to react, trying to dodge out of the way. Huh? Why do my legs tangle up? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap, only to find his feet awkwardly caught together. He couldn't comprehend it. How could a ninja of his caliber make such a rookie mistake? As he struggled to steady himself and glanced around, he realized the others targeted by Yuma were all experiencing strange mishaps. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? I don't know. My body just suddenly won't obey me. Damn it, there's no time. While the crowd fumbled, thrown into chaos by inexplicable accidents, the giant hands tore through the air and seized them before they could react. We're finished. We've been caught. Damn it, escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you're going to escape to? Uchiha Yuji's smile vanished, and his eyes glinted with savagery as he fixed his gaze on the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A deep, trembling surge of chakra erupted, radiating from around Yuji's body. Crack, crack! The crimson chakra began to take physical form. As the towering Red Guardian started to manifest, Uchiha Setsuna's expression twisted in growing horror. It can't be. Susanoo, as a seasoned veteran who had witnessed the awakening of Mangekyo, Setsuna understood all too well what it meant to unleash this guardian spirit of the Uchiha. Susanoo. It was the ultimate technique, famed within the clan as a divine force, unrivaled in strength and defense. What is that? Yuji's eyes. Have those vanished Mangekyo Sharingan finally returned to our clan? It seems the rumors that have been circulating in the village were true. That little, no, Lord Yuji truly awakened the divine power of our clan during the battle with the hidden mist. The Uchiha's present struggled to process what they were witnessing. Yuji's eyes, and that 30-meter-tall avatar taking shape before them, left no doubt. The legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, lost for generations, had reappeared. Yuji, enveloped in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, let out a low, heavy breath. Then he cast a sweeping, imperious glance at everyone around him. The game is over. With those words, Susanoo began to change. Physical chakra surged and burst forth, and suddenly Susanoo sprouted a dozen massive arms. At Yuji's command, those arms lashed out toward all the Uchihas present. Just as Uchiha Yuji launched his attack, the gathered Uchiha elites reflexively tried to move out of the way. Why did my feet just trip over themselves? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap aside, only for his feet to suddenly entangle, sending him stumbling. He couldn't understand it. As an elite shinobi, how could he make a mistake? Even a novice wouldn't trip like that. When he steadied himself and looked around, he realized he wasn't alone. Everyone targeted by Yuji suffered the same strange accident. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just stopped responding. Damn it, there's no time to react. While chaos spread among the Uchihas, each one hampered by some inexplicable misfortune, the massive arms of Susanoo swept through. With a vicious ripping sound, before any of them could react, the huge hands snatched them up one by one. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, escape techniques don't seem to work at all. Where do you think you're going? Yuji Uchiha's smile faded, his eyes now filled with brutality as he locked gazes with the terrified Susanoo. Why do you even try to run? A heavy hum vibrated through the air. The violent surging of chakra erupted around Yuji Uchiha. Crack, crack! Scarlet chakra began to take physical shape. As the red giant started to solidify before his eyes, Susanoo Uchiha's face became increasingly horrified. That's Susanoo. As someone seasoned, who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo knew all too well what it meant for someone to awaken this Uchiha guardian spirit. Susanoo. It was a technique said to be invincible in both attack and defense, revered among the Uchiha as the power of a god. What is that? Look at Uchiha Yuji's eyes. They've changed. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one our clan lost ages ago? It seems the rumors that have been circulating in the village are true. This kid, no, Lord Yuji, he really did awaken our clan's divine power in the battle with the mist. The Uchiha present finally forced themselves to respond, shaken to the core. Yuji Uchiha's eyes, and that 30-meter-tall, manifesting giant. There could be no doubt. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared among the Uchiha. With a deep exhale, Yuji, now shrouded by the skeletal first form of Susanoo, looked out over the crowd with a gaze of absolute dominance. The game is over. In that instant, Susanoo began to change. Its solidified chakra quickly sprouted over a dozen massive arms, each one under Yuji's absolute control, lashing out at all the Uchiha present. Faced with Yuji Uchiha's sudden attack, the elite among the Uchiha only just began to move, desperate to dodge. Why did my foot trip all of a sudden? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap aside, but was shocked to find his feet tangled beneath him, inexplicably tripping. For a ninja of his caliber, how could he make such a basic mistake, one even a novice would rarely make? As he struggled to steady himself and glanced around, he saw chaos among the others targeted by Yuji's attack. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How am I supposed to know? My body suddenly stopped obeying me. Damn it, there's no time. Chaos spread, missteps, collisions, and bodies frozen by confusion. In that moment, tearing through the air, the giant chakra arms seized them in their grasp. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, even the escape jutsu is useless. Where do you think you're running? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes now glinting with a savage cruelty as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you trying to run? A violent surge of chakra erupted around Yuma, humming with energy. In an instant, crimson chakra began to take tangible form, crackling and surging. The fiery red chakra solidified before their very eyes. Staring at the enormous red deity beginning to manifest, Uchiha Setsuna's expression twisted from shock to utter horror. That's Susanoo. Setsuna was a veteran. He had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew all too well, once awakened, and once this guardian deity of the Uchiha was summoned. Susanoo. It meant only one thing. It was the ultimate technique, invincible in both offense and defense, and renowned within the clan as the power of a god. What is that? Yuma's eyes. Have they awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan? So the rumors circulating in the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken the divine power of our clan during the battle against Kirigakure. The Uchiha around the battlefield, battered but now alert, began to react. Yuma's transformed eyes and the towering figure of the giant 30-meter deity he had conjured. There could be no doubt. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha once more. Yuma, wrapped in the spectral armor of the first skeletal form of Susanoo, exhaled a heavy, lingering sigh, then swept his gaze with disdain across the gathered crowd. The game is over. No sooner had these words left his lips than Susanoo began to shift. Chakra took on solid mass as a dozen crimson arms erupted outward from the mighty guardian. With a single thought, Yuma hurled these arms toward every Uchiha present. As Yuma unleashed his assault, the elite of the Uchiha prepared to move to dodge the oncoming attack. Why will my feet move? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap out of harm's way, only to stumble, both feet entangling beneath him. For a moment, he was completely bewildered. How could an elite ninja like him make a mistake even a fresh recruit wouldn't? As he fought to regain his balance and scanned his surroundings, he discovered the same confusion echoed on the faces of everyone targeted by Yuma's attack. What's going on? Why did you run into me? How should I know? My body just won't respond. Damn it, there's no time. Chaos erupted amidst the Uchiha, each tripped up by inexplicable mishaps at the critical moment. Tear. Before anyone could react, giant spectral hands, swift and unstoppable, swept the helpless Uchiha up and trapped them in a crushing grip. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Escape jutsu isn't working at all. What do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes dark with savagery as he stared at the terrified Sasuna. Why are you running? A violent surge of chakra erupted around Uchiha Yuma. A crackle, a rumble. The crimson chakra began to take physical form. As that towering red deity started to appear, Sasuna's expression grew more and more horror-stricken. That's Susanoo. Sasuna was a veteran, a man who had witnessed the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew exactly what it meant to summon the Uchiha guardian deity. Susanoo. It was an invincible technique, both shield and spear, a power revered among the Uchiha as the force of a god. What is that? Look at the transformation in Yuma's eyes. Is it the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors spreading through the village were all true. This kid, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power in battle against the mist. The Uchiha gathered, there also struggled to process the sight. Yuma's transformed eyes and the manifested giant, easily 30 meters tall, left no doubt. After so many years, the vanished Mangekyo Sharingan had appeared again within the Uchiha. Yuma exhaled, summoning Susanoo in its skeletal first form. His breath was thick with tension, and then he gazed down arrogantly at those around him. The game is over. The moment his words fell, Susanoo began to change. Chakra, now manifest and solid, exploded outward as Susanoo suddenly grew more than a dozen towering arms. Under Yuma's control, those arms lashed out for every Uchiha in sight. Alarmed by Yuma's attack, the elite Uchiha present instinctively tried to dodge. Why are my feet getting tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha exclaimed as he attempted to leap out of danger, only to find his feet inexplicably tripping over each other. It made no sense. As a top-tier ninja, this was a rookie mistake, something no true shinobi would ever do. Desperately trying to steady himself, he looked around, only to see that everyone marked by Yuma seemed similarly afflicted. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? I can't seem to move my own body. Damn it, it's too late. As each member of the Uchiha, thrown into chaos by these strange occurrences, struggled to react. A thunderous, tearing sound erupted, and before any could defend themselves, the giant hands swept in, plucking them easily from the ground. We're finished. He's caught us. Damn it. Even our escape jutsu are useless. What do you think you're going? Yuji Uchiha's smile faded, his eyes turning cruel as he stared at the terrified Minato. Why are you running? A powerful surge of chakra flared around Yuji, humming with energy. The air crackled as scarlet chakra began to take form. Before their eyes, a gigantic red avatar started to materialize, and Minato's expression contorted with horror. That's Susanoo. Minato was an old veteran, one who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo. He knew better than anyone what it meant to awaken the Mangekyo and summon the guardian deity of the Uchiha. Susanoo. It was an invincible technique, both offense and defense embodied in one, a power revered as godlike within the Uchiha clan. What is that thing? Yuji Uchiha's eyes are changing. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one that was lost to our clan? So the rumors were true. Yuji, no, Lord Yuji, really did awaken our clan's divine power in the battle against Kirigakure. The gathered Uchiha, finally recovering from their shock, struggled to take in what was happening. Yuji's eyes shone with terrifying intensity, and behind him loomed the 30-meter colossus, irrefutable proof. The Mangekyo Sharingan, long gone from the clan, had returned. Yuji exhaled, the Susanoo enveloping him in its skeletal first form. His cold gaze swept over the crowd. The game is over. As his words echoed, a transformation seized Susanoo. Solid chakra rippled, and dozens of giant arms erupted from its body. Under Yuji's control, these colossal limbs lashed out toward every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuji's attack, the Uchiha elites barely had time to react. One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to feel his feet tangle inexplicably. What? Why did my feet get caught? He couldn't comprehend it. As an elite shinobi, How could he trip over his own feet? A mistake no genin would make? As he fought to regain balance and looked around, he saw this same confusion on the faces of everyone Yuji targeted. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? Don't ask me. My body just won't listen. Damn it. It's too late. As chaos spread and the Uchiha found themselves tripping, colliding, or seizing up, they had no time to evade. The enormous spectral hand swept in and seized them all in a vice-like grip. We're finished. He's trapped us. Damn it. Even the escape jutsu isn't working. Where do you think you're going to run? Yuji Uchiha's smile faded, his eyes turning vicious as he stared at the terrified glance of his opponent. Why are you trying to run? A surge of violent chakra suddenly erupted around Yuji. The air hummed with intensity. Crack, crack. Brilliant red chakra began to materialize and take solid form. As he saw the colossal red figure beginning to take shape, Madara Uchiha's face grew more and more aghast. It can't be. Susanoo. Madara was a seasoned veteran. He'd witnessed the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan himself. He knew better than anyone what it meant for someone to summon the clan's legendary protector. Susanoo. It was a technique unrivaled in both offense and defense, a power revered within the Uchiha clan as godlike in its might. What is that thing? Yuji Uchiha's eyes. Have they undergone the changes of the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan, the one that vanished from our history? It seems the rumors circulating in the village were true. This boy, no, Lord Yuji, really did awaken the divine power of our clan in the battle with Kirigakure. The gathered members of the Uchiha clan, though shaken, started to grasp what was happening. The eyes of Yuji Uchiha and the 30-meter-tall giant looming over them said it all. The Mangekyo Sharingan, long lost to their clan, had appeared once more. Yuji, clad in Susanoo's first skeletal form, exhaled a heavy breath, then swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd in lofty disdain. The game is over. The moment his voice dropped, Susanoo began to shift. The materialized chakra sprang into a dozen massive arms, each one lashing out under Yuji's control, swinging toward every Uchiha present. Seeing the attack unleashed, the elite Uchiha instinctively tried to dodge. Huh, why are my feet tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha attempted to leap aside, only to find his feet inexplicably tripping over each other. He couldn't understand it. As one of the clan's most skilled ninja, how could he make a mistake that even a novice would never commit? As he struggled to steady himself and glanced around, he realized everyone Yuji had targeted was in the same predicament. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen to me. Damn it, there's no time. As chaos broke out among the Uchiha, with accidents and confusion spreading, the giant spectral hands sliced through the air, snatching them up in an instant. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Escape jutsu is useless. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yujin's smile vanished, his gaze turning cruel as he stared at a terrified Uchiha Setsuna. Why are you running? A violent surge of chakra radiated from around Yujin. The air itself seemed to vibrate as blazing crimson chakra began to take shape. And as that towering red giant started to manifest, Setsuna's expression turned from shock to utter horror. Is that Susanoo? Setsuna had seen much in his day. He'd witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew well what it meant when someone awakened and unleashed the Uchiha clan's ultimate guardian, Susanoo. It was the peerless technique, famed within the clan as a force carrying the might of the gods, invincible in both offense and defense. What is that? There's something strange about the look in Yujin's eyes. Has he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan so long ago? So the rumors going around the village were true. That boy, no, Lord Yujin, actually awakened the divine power of our clan during battle with a hidden mist. The gathered Uchiha, struggling to recover from their shock, finally realized what they were witnessing. Those eyes and the 30-meter-tall spectral giant that had taken form could mean only one thing. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared in the Uchiha clan. Yujin, standing within the skeletal first form of Susanoo, let out a heavy breath before casting an imperious gaze at the crowd. The game is over. The words had barely left his lips when Susanoo began to change. The materialized chakra suddenly grew more than a dozen long arms, each one lashing out at the Uchiha assembled before him. The elite members of the clan started to react. Just as they tried to leap away, something strange happened. Huh, why do my feet feel tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha, about to leap, found his legs inexplicably tripping over each other. It made no sense. He was a top-tier ninja. How could he make a mistake no better than a rookie's blunder? Trying to steady himself, he glanced around. only to realize that everyone targeted by Hiruzen was similarly affected. What's going on? How did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just isn't listening to me. Damn it, there's no time. As confusion and panic spread amongst the Uchiha, none able to move as they wished, there was a tearing rush of movement. Before any could react, the giant hands snatched them up, holding them tight. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, even escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you can run? Uchiha Hiruzen's smile faded, his eyes brimming with violence as he stared coldly at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you trying to escape? A powerful surge of chakra pulsed violently, spilling out around Uchiha Hiruzen. Crack, crack! The fiery red chakra began to take form, growing tangible in the charged air. As the colossal crimson deity began to materialize, Uchiha Setsuna's face twisted into utter shock. Impossible, that's Susanoo. Setsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, understood all too well what its awakening and the emergence of the Uchiha's guardian deity, Susanoo, signified. It was the ultimate technique, peerless in both offense and defense, long celebrated within the Uchiha clan as the very might of the gods. What is that? Hiruzen's eyes, look at how they've changed. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan, thought to have vanished from our clan? It seems the rumors that have been circulating in the village were true. This boy, no, Lord Hiruzen, really did awaken the divine power of our clan during his battle with the hidden mist. The gathered Uchiha, shaken but swift to react, struggled to comprehend what they were witnessing. Hiruzen's changed eyes, the towering deity over 30 meters tall materializing behind him. These were unmistakable signs. Within the Uchiha clan, the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned. Exhaling a heavy breath, Hiruzen in the skeletal first stage of Susanoo swept a cold, commanding gaze over the crowd. The game is over. The words had barely settled when a sudden transformation rippled through Susanoo. The embodied chakra exploded outward, as more than a dozen gigantic arms shot out from Susanoo. Under Hiruzen's command, these vast arms lunged at all the assembled Uchiha. The Uchiha elites, recognizing the attack, instinctively prepared to dodge. Why did my feet get tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha, ready to leap away, found his legs suddenly locking together, throwing him off balance. Complete confusion overtook him. How could an elite ninja like himself make such a basic mistake, one even a novice would avoid? Steadying himself, he glanced around and realized everyone targeted by Hiruzen was struggling too. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? I don't know. My body suddenly won't obey me. Damn it, we're out of time. As mishaps and confusion spread among the Uchiha, they froze, unable to avoid the oncoming giant hands. With a savage tearing sound, the massive hands swept in and seized them all one by one. It's over. We've been captured. Damn it. Our escape jutsu isn't working at all. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes now filled with brutality as he stared at the wide-eyed, horrified Susanoo. Why bother running? A low, deep vibration of chakra suddenly surged around Uchiha Yuma, pulsing with ferocious power. Crack, crack! The fiery crimson chakra began to condense and take shape. As Susanoo gazed upon the towering red giant materializing before him, his expression grew increasingly stricken with terror. No way! That's Susanoo. Susanoo, seasoned and long-standing within the clan, someone who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, understood exactly what this meant. The awakening of the Mangekyo, the summoning of the Uchiha's ultimate guardian deity, Susanoo. He knew this was the invincible technique, peerless in both offense and defense. The legendary power lauded as divine strength within the Uchiha clan. What is that? The change in Yuma's eyes. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Dojutsu, thought to have vanished within our clan? It seems the rumors circulating in the village were true. This brat, no, Lord Yuma, truly awakened the Uchiha's divine power during his battle against the mist. The assembled Uchiha, struggling to recover from their shock, began to react. Yuma's eyes, that colossal red avatar, standing 30 meters tall. There could be no doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, long believed gone from the Uchiha, had returned once more. Exhaling deeply, Yuma, clad in his skeletal first form of Susanoo, expelled a heavy, turbid breath. He swept his gaze arrogantly over the crowd. The game is over. As soon as the words left his lips, the Susanoo transformed again. The solidified chakra abruptly sprouted over a dozen massive arms. Under Yuma's command, those arms lashed out at every Uchiha in attendance. Seeing the attack, the elite Uchiha present instinctively went to dodge. Why did my feet suddenly trip over each other? A middle-aged Uchiha, just about to leap away, found his legs entangled without explanation. He was baffled. As one of the clan's elite, how could he make a mistake even a rookie would never make? Struggling to steady himself, he glanced around and saw the same confusion gripping everyone marked as Yuma's targets. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen to me. Damn, it's too late. All around, the Uchiha attempted to recover from these unexpected mishaps, but before they could react, rip, they were snatched up midair by the gigantic hands slashing through the air. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, escape jutsu is useless. What do you think you're running to? Yuji Uchiha smile faded. His eyes glinted with cruelty as he stared down at the horrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A violent surge of chakra erupted around Yuji's body, humming and crackling through the air. With a crunching, grinding sound, fiery red chakra began to take on a physical form. As the massive red figure materialized, Setsuna's face twisted with even greater shock. That's Susanoo. Setsuna, an elder who had witnessed the birth of many Mangekyo, understood all too well what it meant when someone awakened that spiritual guardian of the Uchiha. The Susanoo. It was the ultimate technique, both offensive and defensive, hailed as the very power of a deity among the Uchiha. What's that? Look at the change in Yuji's eyes. Is it the supposedly vanished Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? So it's true then, all those rumors in the village. Jufi. No. Lord Yuji truly awakened our clan's divine power during the battle with the hidden mist. The Uchiha present could only struggle to process the sight. Yuji's transformed, glowing eyes, and the 30-meter-tall spectral titan taking shape before them. There was no denying it. Within the Uchiha, the Mangekyo Sharingan, lost to the clan for so long, had returned. Exhaling deeply, Yuji stood within Susanoo's skeletal first form, then swept his gaze arrogantly across those before him. The game is over. The words dropped like a hammer. In an instant, Susanoo began to morph. The chakra solidified into a dozen or more long, whip-like arms erupting from the avatar's immense frame. Controlled by Yuji, those arms lashed out at every Uchiha present, striking with impossible speed. Stunned by the ferocity of the attack, the Uchiha elites barely had time to react. Huh? Why are my feet tangled up? Called out a middle-aged Uchiha as he prepared to leap away, only to find his very feet locked together. He couldn't understand it. As an elite ninja, how could he make a blunder that even a rookie genin wouldn't commit? As he struggled to steady himself and glanced around, he saw that the others Yuji targeted were also suddenly flailing, unable to move as they wished. What's happening? How did you bump into me? How would I know? My body just won't respond. Damn it, it's too late. Every Uchiha on the field was beset by unexpected misfortune, caught unprepared in that crucial instant. With an explosive rip, Susanoo's giant hands swooped down and snatched them up before they could even think to dodge. It's over. We've been caught. Damn, even our escape techniques won't get us out of this. Where do you think you're going to run? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes brimming with cruelty as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A violent surge of chakra erupted around Yuma. The air trembled with the force, and crimson chakra began to take form. As the blazing red aura condensed into a tangible shape, Setsuna watched in mounting horror. It can't be. Susanoo. Setsuna, a seasoned veteran who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan before, knew all too well what this meant. The awakening of Mangekyo, the emergence of this guardian deity of the Uchiha. Susanoo. This was the unbeatable technique, both offensive and defensive, the power hailed as divine within the Uchiha clan. What is that? Yuma's eyes. Are those the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors in the village were true. Yuma. No. Lord Yuma truly awakened our clan's godly power during his battle with the hidden mist. The Uchiha onlookers, shaken but regaining their composure, could not tear their eyes away from Yuma's transformed gaze or the colossal, 30-meter-tall avatar manifesting beside him. Everything pointed to one truth. The Mangekyo Sharingan, lost for generations, had reawakened among the Uchiha. Yuma, now cloaked in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, let out a heavy breath, his voice echoing with newfound dominance as he swept his gaze over everyone present. The game is over. At his words, Susanoo began to shift. The chakra grew denser, sprouting over a dozen massive arms all at once. Under Yuma's control, these limbs lashed out in every direction, striking at all the Uchiha present. The Uchiha elite tried to react. As the attacks closed in, they instinctively moved to dodge. What? Why will my feet move? Muttered a middle-aged Uchiha, realizing just as he leaped that his legs tangled inexplicably beneath him. Shocked, he couldn't fathom it. As an elite shinobi, how could he make a mistake even a novice wouldn't? As he struggled to regain his balance, he glanced around. To his astonishment, the same thing was happening to everyone targeted by Yuma's attack. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? I don't know. My body just isn't listening. Damn it. It's too late. Caught up in confusion and mishaps, their reactions came a split second too slow. The air whipped, and in a tearing rush, Susanu's gigantic hands closed in, trapping them all in its grasp. It's over, we're caught. Damn, even our escape jutsu is useless. Where are you going to run to? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished, his eyes now filled with cruelty as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A low, menacing hum filled the air as violent fluctuations of chakra surged around Uchiha Yuma. With a sharp, crackling sound, crimson chakra began to take physical form. As the enormous red guardian spirit started to materialize before them, Setsuna's expression grew increasingly horrified. That's Susanu. Setsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan, knew all too well what it meant when someone awakened this guardian god of the Uchiha, Susanu. It was a technique both offensive and defensive, famed within the Uchiha clan as a power worthy of gods. What is that? Yuma's eyes. Are those the Mangekyo Sharingan, the ones rumored to have vanished from our clan? It seems the rumors circulating in the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken the divine power of our clan during the battle with Kirigakure. At that moment, the assembled Uchiha, struggling to comprehend the spectacle, finally began to realize the truth. Yuma's eyes, and the towering giant, a manifestation over 30 meters tall, made it clear. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reawakened among the Uchiha. Yuma, now fully enveloped in the first skeletal form of Susanu, let out a heavy exhale, then gazed down at everyone with disdain. The game is over. The final word had barely left his lips when Susanu transformed. The chakra entity suddenly sprouted over a dozen elongated arms, each controlled effortlessly by Yuma, and launching forth towards the gathered Uchiha. At the sight of Yuma's oncoming attack, the elite Uchiha present instinctively tried to dodge. What's going on? Why can't I move my foot? One middle-aged Uchiha, trying to leap away, found his feet inexplicably tangled beneath him. He couldn't fathom how this had happened. An elite shinobi like himself, tripped up by mistake that even a rookie wouldn't make. Struggling to steady himself, he looked around and realized that everyone targeted by Yuma was experiencing similar problems. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just stopped listening to me. Damn it, there's no time. One after another, as mishaps struck the defending Uchiha, they found themselves caught completely off guard. With a tearing whoosh, the massive hand swept through, and before they could react, they were trapped within Susanu's giant grasp. It's over, we've been captured. Damn it, even our escape techniques are useless. Where do you think you can run? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, replaced by a cruel glint as he fixed his gaze, filled with violence, on the terrified eyes of Uchiha Setsuna. Why are you running? A deep, vibrating surge of chakra erupted around Yuma, radiating outward with intense force. Crack, crack. The fiery red chakra began to take on a tangible form. As that towering red deity started to materialize, the horror on Uchiha Setsuna's face only grew deeper. It can't be. Susanu. Setsuna, a seasoned veteran who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan before, knew all too well what the appearance of this Uchiha guardian deity signified. This was the ultimate technique of offense and defense, revered within the Uchiha clan as the power of a god. What is that? Yuma's eyes. Are those the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan years ago? So, it's true. The rumors that were spreading through the village weren't baseless. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during that battle with the mist. The gathered Uchiha, after initial shock, finally began to shake off their stupor. Those eyes of Yuma's, and the enormous manifestation towering 30 meters into the sky, left no room for doubt. Within the Uchiha clan, the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared at last. With Susanu now materialized around him in its skeletal first form, Yuma let out a heavy breath, casting a scornful, all-encompassing look upon everyone around him. The game is over. Even before his words finished echoing, Susanu began to change. The manifested chakra suddenly erupted, sprouting over a dozen lengthy, powerful arms. Under Yuma's control, those arms lashed out at every Uchiha present. Seeing the incoming attack, the elite Uchiha scrambled to dodge. But, Why do my feet get tangled up? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap aside, only to find his feet inexplicably stumbling over each other. It made no sense to him, a top-tier shinobi. How could he have made a mistake like that? Something even a novice would avoid? Struggling to regain his balance, he glanced around and saw that everyone Yuma had targeted was suddenly experiencing similar complications. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't respond. Damn it, it's too late. As chaos broke out and confusion reigned, none of the Uchiha could react in time. With a terrible wrenching sound, those titanic hands swept in and snatched them up in their grasp. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Even escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you're running to? Yu Uchiha's smile faded, his eyes turning savage as he stared down the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running away? A violent surge of chakra suddenly exploded from Yu Uchiha, enveloping his entire body. Crack! Crack! Blazing red chakra began to take shape, its intensity filling the air. As the gigantic red deity started to manifest before them, shock and terror twisted across Setsuna Uchiha's face. It can't be. Susanoo. Setsuna was an old hand, one who had witnessed the birth of many Mangekyo Sharingan users. He knew all too well what it meant for someone to awaken this guardian deity of the Uchiha clan. The Susanoo. It was an invincible power, both in defense and attack, known within the Uchiha for its godlike might. What's happening? Yu Uchiha's eyes. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one that was thought lost of the clan? So all those rumors floating around the village were true. No, Lord, you really did awaken the divine power of our clan in battle with the hidden mist. The gathered Uchiha, struggling to comprehend what was unfolding, finally snapped to awareness. Yu Uchiha's transformed eyes and the colossal deity, 30 meters tall, towering above them, left no doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, lost for so many years, had reappeared within the Uchiha. Yu exhaled heavily, the spectral ribs of Susanoo's first skeletal form surrounding him. He looked around at the others, a cold dominance in his gaze. The game is over. No sooner had his words fallen than Susanoo began to change. The condensed chakra suddenly sprouted more than a dozen whip-like arms. Under Yu's control, these monstrous limbs lashed out toward every Uchiha present. As Yu Uchiha's attack surged forward, the elite Uchiha onlookers instinctively tried to dodge. Why are my feet stuck? One middle-aged Uchiha made to leap away, only to feel his legs suddenly tangle unexpectedly. He couldn't make sense of it. How could someone of his skill, an elite among ninja, make such a rookie mistake? As he struggled to regain his balance and glanced around, he saw that all those targeted by you were suffering the same inexplicable hindrances. What's going on? How did you bump into me? How should I know? My body suddenly won't respond. Damn it, it's too late. With every Uchiha present tripped up by confusion or fluke, the gigantic spectral hand struck before anyone could react, wringing them tight in an unyielding grip. It's over, we've been caught. No, even our escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you're going? Yuji Uchiha's smile faded as he glared at Setsuna, eyes brimming with savagery. Why run away? A heavy, humming rumble of chakra burst out, swirling fiercely around Yuji's body. Crack, crack! A fiery red chakra began to take shape, thickening in the air. As the colossal crimson figure materialized before him, Setsuna's expression twisted into pure shock. That's Susanoo. Setsuna was an old hand, one who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He understood only too well what it meant to awaken that power, and to summon forth the ultimate guardian of the Uchiha, Susanoo. It was an overwhelming jutsu, unrivaled in both offense and defense, known within the Uchiha clan as the power of the gods. What is that? Yuji Uchiha's eyes. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan that's been lost to our clan for so long? So the rumors floating around the village must be true. This kid, no, Lord Yuji, really did awaken the power of our clan's deity during the battle with the hidden mist. The Uchiha onlookers, struggling to regain their composure, finally managed to react. Yuji's transformed eyes and the towering red giant, some 30 meters high, made it clear. The Mangekyo Sharingan, lost for generations, had returned to the Uchiha once more. Yuji, encased in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, let out a slow, steady breath. Then, with imperious contempt, he swept his gaze across those around him. The game is over. No sooner had the words left his lips than transformation swept through Susanoo. The solidified chakra erupted, sprouting a dozen or more massive arms, gleaming with raw energy. At Yuji's command, those arms lashed out, crashing down upon the assembled Uchiha like the fists of a vengeful giant. Seeing Yuji's assault, the Uchiha elite tried to leap aside. Huh, why won't my feet move? One middle-aged Uchiha bent his knees, ready to dash, but to his confusion, his feet tangled together. He couldn't believe it. As a shinobi of his caliber, such a clumsy mistake, something not even a novice would make, was unthinkable. Struggling to regain balance, he glanced around and saw the others. Everyone targeted by Yuji's attack was experiencing similar problems. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't do what I tell it. Damn, there's not enough time. As chaos and accidents swept through their ranks, the thunderous hands of Susanoo came crashing down. In the blink of an eye, those unable to react in time were snatched up in the gigantic grasp of the entity. We're finished. We've been captured. Damn it. Escape techniques aren't working at all. What do you think you're running? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded as he stared viciously, eyes burning with brutality, at the terrified Shana. Why are you running? A powerful surge of chakra exploded around Yuma. A deep, resonant vibration filled the air as crimson chakra began to take on a tangible form. Crack, crack. Fire-red energy condensed, swirling as it took on a visible shape. As the mighty red figure began to materialize before their eyes, Uchiha Shana's expression shifted from shock to terror. That's Susanoo. As a veteran of many battles, and someone who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shana understood all too well what it meant for someone to awaken this guardian deity of the Uchiha. Susanoo. It was an invincible technique unrivaled in both offense and defense, renowned even among the Uchiha as a power worthy of the gods. What is that? Yuma's eyes have changed. Could it be that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan has returned to our clan? So the rumors from the village were true all along? Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with the hidden mist. The assembled Uchiha, slowly overcoming their shock, began to comprehend what was happening. Yuma's transformed eyes, and that colossal avatar towering nearly 30 meters high, left no doubt. The vanished Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha. Yuma, his Susanoo in its first skeletal stage, let out a heavy breath as he surveyed the crowd with a commanding glare. The game is over. With those final, resolute words, Susanoo began to shift. The tangible chakra surged, and at Yuma's command, Susanoo suddenly sprouted over a dozen massive arms, each one crackling with raw power, lashing out toward the assembled Uchiha. As the attack began, the elite Uchiha present instinctively tried to dodge. Huh, why do my feet get tangled? A middle-aged Uchiha, about to leap clear, was shocked to find his feet inexplicably stumbling over themselves. He couldn't understand it. As an elite among shinobi, how could he possibly make such a rookie mistake? A mistake even a genin would never make? Desperately struggling to regain his balance, he glanced around and saw that everyone targeted by Yuma was having some kind of mishap. What's going on? How do we bump into each other? I don't know. My body just won't obey me all of a sudden. Damn it, there's no time. While chaos and confusion reigned among the Uchiha, unable to react in time. Rip! The giant hands swept down, snatching them away with terrifying force. It's over, we've been captured. Damn it, even the escape jutsu isn't working. Where do you think you're going to run? Uchiha Yujin's smile faded, replaced by a savage glint in his eyes as he stared at the terrified eyes of Setsuna. Why are you trying to run? A fierce surge of chakra erupted around Yujin, humming violently in the air. Crack, crack. The fiery red chakra began to take on tangible form. As he watched the crimson giant materialize, a look of absolute horror spread across Uchiha Setsuna's face. That's Susanoo. As a seasoned veteran, Setsuna had seen the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew all too well, once awakened, and when one could summon this Uchiha guardian spirit, Susanoo, it meant only one thing. This was the ultimate undefeatable technique, revered within the clan as the power of a god, unmatched in attack and defense. What is that? Yujin's eyes are changing. Could it be the Mangekyo Sharingan that had vanished from our clan? So it's true then? The rumors that were circulating in the village. Yujin, no, Lord Yujin, really did awaken the divine power of our clan during the battle with Kirigikure. The assembled Uchiha, shaking off their shock, finally began to grasp the situation. Yujin's eyes, along with that 30-meter-tall materialized giant, made it unmistakably clear. The long-vanished Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha. With a deep exhale, Yujin, in the first skeletal form of Susanoo, dispelled the stagnant air, then cast a contemptuous gaze at everyone around him. The game is over. At his words, Susanoo began to change. The solidified chakra caused over a dozen enormous arms to sprout from Susanu's body. Under Yujin's control, those arms shot out toward every Uchiha present. Seeing Yujin launch his assault, the elite Uchiha reflexively tried to dodge. Why do my feet get tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to find his feet inexplicably tripped up. Perplexed, he wondered how such an amateur mistake, something even a rookie wouldn't make, could have happened to an elite shinobi like himself. As he struggled to steady himself and looked around, he saw that everyone targeted by Yujin was experiencing some mishap. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just isn't listening to me. Damn it, there's no time. As the assembled Uchiha found themselves thrown into chaos by inexplicable blunders, a tearing sound ripped through the air. Before they could even react, a massive hand swept down and seized them effortlessly. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you can run to? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished, replaced by a look of savagery as he gazed at the terror-stricken Setsuna. Why would you even try to run? A fierce surge of chakra exploded around Yuma, humming in the air with an otherworldly force. Then, like the crack of breaking glass, red chakra began to take on physical form. As the giant red figure started to materialize, Setsuna's expression turned ever more ghast. That's Susanoo. Setsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan before, knew all too well what it meant for someone to awaken it, especially when they brought forth this ultimate Uchiha guardian. Susanoo. It was a power famed within the clan as the might of the gods, an invincible jutsu for both offense and defense. What is that? The change in Uchiha Yuma's eyes. Could it be the Mangekyo Sharingan, a power lost to our clan for generations? It looks like the rumors from the village were true. Yuma, that kid, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with the mist. The Uchiha present finally struggled to take it all in. Yuma's eyes, the 30-meter-tall giant incarnate, proof undeniable that the Mangekyo Sharingan, long vanished from the Uchiha, had returned. Yuma, in the first skeletal form of Susanoo, exhaled a deep, murky breath, his eyes scanning the crowd with cold arrogance. The game is over. The moment those words dropped, Susanoo began to change. Solidifying chakra formed more than a dozen massive arms, each one driving forth under Yuma's control, lashing out toward every Uchiha in the clearing. Seeing the attack, the elite Uchiha barely began to move, desperate to dodge. Why will my feet cooperate? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to realize suddenly his feet were tangled together. He couldn't fathom it. As an elite shinobi, how could he stumble on a mistake even a genin would never make? As he struggled to steady himself and glanced around, he saw the others, all targeted by Yuma, experiencing the same thing. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't move the way I want. Damn it, there's no time. Amid the chaos, before they could recover, ripping through the air, the titanic hands snatched them up one by one. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. My escape jutsu is useless. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his gaze turning violent as he bore down upon the terrified Setsuna. Why do you run? A fierce surge of chakra pulsed out from around Yuma, the air seeming to tremble. Suddenly, a crisp, splintering sound echoed as crimson chakra began to take form, solidifying before everyone's eyes. Setsuna stared at the manifestation, a colossal, fiery figure, his shock only deepening. Is that Susanoo? As an elder of the clan who'd witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan before, Setsuna knew better than anyone. Once awakened, the bearer could summon the ultimate guardian of the Uchiha. Susanoo. To wield, it was to command a force legendary for both attack and defense, a power revered within the clan as divine. What is that? Yuma's eyes, have a Mangekyo Sharingan, long thought lost to our clan, reappeared. It seems the rumors spreading through the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, truly awakened the divine power of our clan in battle against the hidden mist. The other Uchiha present, though shaken, finally began to comprehend what they were seeing. Yuma's eyes, and that enormous 30-meter-tall figure towering before them, could only mean one thing. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha. With a deep exhale, Yuma, now clad in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, let out a low breath, then cast a chilling, commanding gaze across the crowd. The game is over. As his declaration rang out, Susanoo began to transform. The manifested chakra sprouted a dozen massive arms in an instant. Under Yuma's control, the gigantic arms lashed out violently toward every Uchiha present. Realizing what was happening, the Uchiha elite tried to dodge, to leap out of reach. Huh, why will my feet move? One middle-aged Uchiha attempted a swift leap, only to find his feet tangled for no discernible reason. It made no sense. He was an elite shinobi, not a novice prone to such clumsy mistakes. Struggling for balance, he caught sight of others around him. Everyone Yuma had targeted seemed equally afflicted. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just isn't responding. Damn it, there's no time. As confusion and mishaps spread among the clan, they had no time to react. In a tearing rush, the immense Chakra hand swooped down, seizing them all in its grasp. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, escape techniques are useless. Where do you think you're running? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes turning vicious as he stared coldly at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A fierce surge of chakra erupted around Yuma. A deep, thunderous vibration swept through the air as fiery red chakra began to take on physical form. Crack, crack! The blazing chakra solidified, and before their eyes, a colossal scarlet figure materialized. The sight of that towering red guardian made Setsuna's expression twist with mounting horror. It can't be. Susanoo. Setsuna was an elder. He had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew full well. Awakening the Mangekyo and summoning the guardian deity of the Uchiha, Susanoo, meant only one thing. It was the ultimate jutsu, unmatched in both offense and defense, a power revered as godlike in the Uchiha clan. What is that? The change in Yuma's eyes. Is that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? So the rumors we've heard in the village were true after all? No, Lord Yuma really did awaken our clan's divine power during his battle against Kirigakure. The gathered Uchiha finally snapped out of their stupor, struggling to process what was happening. Yuma's transformed eyes and the 30-meter-tall giant he had conjured left no room for doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, a power lost to the clan for years, had returned. Yuma exhaled heavily, manifesting Susanoo's initial skeletal form. Then, his gaze turned disdainful as he swept his eyes across those around him. The game is over. No sooner had he spoken than Susanoo began to change. The solidified chakra exploded outward, and more than a dozen massive arms shot forth from the giant, writhing and stretching under Yuma's control. In an instant, the chakra arms lashed out at all the Uchiha in the vicinity. At the sight of Yuma's attack, the Uchiha elites instinctively tried to leap aside, to evade. Why did my feet get tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha exclaimed, just as he tried to spring away, only to find his feet suddenly locked and tripping over each other. It didn't make sense. As an elite shinobi, how could he make a mistake even a rookie wouldn't make? Trying to regain his balance, he looked around, realizing that all those Yuma had targeted were experiencing similar disruptions. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? Don't ask me. My body just stopped listening. Damn it, there's no time. As chaos erupted among the Uchiha, due to these unexpected mishaps, a tremendous ripping noise tore through the air. Before anyone could react, the giant hands closed in, snatching them up with crushing force. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, escape jutsu won't work. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes glinting with a savage cruelty as he stared at the terrified Shauna. Why are you running? A deep, vibrating surge of chakra erupted from Yuma, swirling violently around him. With a sharp crackle, the scarlet chakra began to take on a tangible form. Staring at the emerging crimson giant, Uchiha Shauna's horror only deepened. It can't be. Susanoo. Shauna, a veteran among the Uchihas and a witness to the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, understood perfectly well the meaning behind this, the awakening of the clan's fabled guardian. Susanoo, an invincible technique known for both its overwhelming offense and peerless defense, once celebrated within the clan as the power of a god. What is that? Yuma's eyes, they've taken on a new form. Could it really be the vanished Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? So, the rumors spreading through the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, truly awakened the divine power of our bloodline during the battle against the mist. Those present, elite Uchihas themselves, were only now struggling to absorb the reality before them. Yuma's newly transformed eyes and the 30-meter-tall crimson giant that towered with impossible presence declared a single truth. After many years lost to history, the Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared within the Uchiha. With a heavy exhale, Yuma, embodying the skeletal first stage of Susanoo, let a thick breath escape his lips. His eyes swept disdainfully across the crowd. The game is over. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Susanoo shifted, The embodied chakra sprouted more than a dozen elongated arms, which, under Yuma's command, whipped out toward every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma's assault coming, the Uchiha elites instinctively tried to move, to evade. Why will my feet move? A middle-aged Uchiha, just about to leap away, found his legs entangled, stumbling over themselves without warning. He couldn't comprehend it. How could an elite shinobi, someone who'd risen above all but a handful, make a mistake even an inexperienced genin would avoid? As he fought to steady himself and glanced around, he saw everyone Yuma had singled out was facing the same predicament. What's happening? How did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't respond. Damn it, there's no time. Amidst the confusion, every Uchiha present, tripped up by all manner of sudden mishaps, found themselves caught off guard. With a tearing crash, the enormous hands swept down, snatching them up before they could react. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, even our escape jutsu isn't working. What do you think you're running to? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes glinting with a savage cruelty as he fixed his gaze on the horrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A violent surge of chakra exploded around Yuma, buzzing louder and louder. The crimson chakra began to concentrate, gradually taking on a tangible form. Crack, crack! The blazing red energy solidified, and before Setsuna's widening eyes, a gigantic red figure started to materialize. His shock only deepened. It can't be Susanoo. Setsuna, as a veteran and one who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, understood immediately. Once someone awakened the Mangekyo and called forth the guardian deity of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, it meant only one thing. This was an invincible technique, impenetrable on both offense and defense, renowned among the clan as the very power of gods. What is happening? Yuma's eyes. Are those the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan? Looks like the rumors circulating around the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, truly did awaken our clan's divine power in that battle with a hidden mist. The Uchiha gathered at the scene struggled to process the overwhelming reality. Those eyes, and the enormous 30-meter-tall guardian that had manifested, announced it to all. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha. Yuma exhaled a heavy breath as his skeletal stage, Susanoo, took shape, then looked down at those around him with regal dominance. The game is over. No sooner had the words left his lips than Susanoo began to shift and grow. Chakra arms erupted from its sides, 10, 12, writhing and lashing out under Yuma's command toward every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma's sudden onslaught, the elite of the Uchiha clan hurried to react, each determined to dodge. What? Why do my feet get tangled up? A middle-aged Uchiha, poised to leap away, found his legs suddenly buckling and tripping over each other. It made no sense. How could an elite shinobi stumble in such a way, like a rookie on his first day? As he fought to regain his balance, glancing around in confusion, the others, every targeted Uchiha, were all struggling as well. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen. Damn it, we're out of time. Before they could recover from their confusion, the Uchiha caught in Yuma's sights found themselves seized, giant chakra hands closing around them with a tearing rush. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Even escape techniques are useless. Where do you think you're going? The smile vanished from Uchiha Yujin's face. His eyes burned with cruelty as he stared at the wide-eyed, terrified Setsuna. Why do you run? A violent surge of chakra roared to life, swirling fiercely around Yujin. The air shuddered. Crimson chakra began to take shape, solidifying before everyone's eyes. As the red giant materialized, Satana's horror deepened with every heartbeat. That's Susanoo. Satana was an old hand, a witness to the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew all too well what it meant for someone to awaken the Mangekyo and summon the Uchiha's ultimate guardian, Susanoo. That technique was invincible, unrivaled in both offense and defense. A power so formidable within the Uchiha clan, it was spoken of as divine. What is that? Look at Yujin's eyes. Is it the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? So those rumors in the village were true. Yujin, that kid, no, Lord Yujin, truly awakened our clan's godlike power during the battle with a hidden mist. The gathered Uchiha were finally snapping out of their daze. Yujin's eyes and the towering, 30-meter-tall spirit he conjured left no doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, lost for years, had returned to their clan. Exhaling deeply, Yujin maintained his Susanoo's skeletal first form. He swept a disdainful gaze over the crowd, then declared, "The game is over." Before his words had finished echoing, Susanoo underwent another transformation. The solid chakra erupted, and a dozen titanic arms burst from Susanu's body. Seized by Yujin's will, those massive arms lashed out toward every Uchiha present. As Yujin's attack swept forth, the Uchiha elites tried to react, instinctively moving to dodge. Huh? Why will my feet move? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap aside, only to stumble. His feet suddenly tangled together. Bewilderment flashed across his features. How could an elite ninja make such a rookie mistake? As he struggled to regain his balance, he glanced around and discovered that everyone targeted by Yujin seemed to be suffering the same fate. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen. Damn it, it's too late. Every Uchiha present was gripped by unexpected mishaps, throwing them into chaos. A thunderous, tearing sound split the air. Before they could react, the colossal hands closed around them. It's over, we've been captured. Damn it, escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yujin's smile disappeared, his eyes turning savage as he stared violently at the terrified Setsuna. Why run? A violent surge of chakra erupted around Yujin, vibrating through the air. In a flash, crimson chakra began to take on solid form. As the towering red avatar rose up and grew distinct before everyone's eyes, Uchiha Setsuna's expression twisted in horror. Impossible. Is that Susanoo? Setsuna, an elder who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo in the past, knew immediately what this meant. To awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and summon the Uchiha clan's legendary guardian, Susanoo, was to possess the ultimate power, a godlike force renowned for its unmatched offense and defense within the clan. What is that thing? Look at the change in Yujin's eyes. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan so long ago? It seems the rumors circulating in the village were true, that Yujin, no, Lord Yujin, truly awakened our clan's divine power in battle against the hidden mist. The assembled Uchiha finally snapped out of their shock, wrestling with disbelief as they took in the sight. Yujin's newly awakened eyes and the 30-meter-tall, mystical giant looming above them. All of it signified one undeniable fact. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared in the Uchiha clan. With a drawn-out sigh, Yujin, clad in the first skeletal form of Susanoo, exhaled a clouded breath. Then, regarding the crowd with cold, commanding arrogance, he declared, "The game is over." Instantly upon his words, Susanoo began to morph. Solidified chakra sprouted into over a dozen massive arms, which whipped through the air, each one controlled by Yujin and hurtling straight for the gathered Uchiha. As Yujin's attack swept forth, the Uchiha elites barely had time to react. Huh? Why do my feet get tangled up? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap aside, but suddenly found his legs inexplicably tangled. He was baffled. In all his years as a top-tier ninja, never had he made such a rookie mistake. Steadying himself with difficulty, he glanced around to find that all those targeted by Yujin were similarly ensnared. What happened? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just stopped listening to me. Damn it, there's no time. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, the sweeping hands of Susanoo descended on them, gripping them tightly in its colossal grasp. We're finished. We've been caught. Damn it. Even the escape jutsu is useless. Where do you think you're running to? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes now filled with violence as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running away? A deep hum shuddered through the air as a surge of chakra violently rippled around Uchiha Yuma. With a snapping sound, crimson chakra began to materialize, taking on solid form. As he watched the red giant start to manifest before his eyes, Uchiha Setsuna's expression grew ever more horrified. It can't be. Is that Susanoo? Setsuna, a seasoned veteran who had personally witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, knew exactly what this meant. To awaken the Mangekyo and summon the Uchiha clan's guardian deity, Susanoo, was to wield power with both absolute offense and defense. Within the Uchiha, this was a force lauded as divine. What is that thing? Look at the change in Yuma's eyes. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan, thought to have vanished from our clan? So the rumors that have been circulating in the village are true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with the hidden mist. The assembled Uchiha, still reeling from the shock, struggled to process what they were witnessing. There was Yuma, his eyes ablaze with power, and the towering 30-meter red giant standing beside him. Undeniable proof that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha clan. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Yuma stood within the skeletal first form of his Susanoo. With the air of a supreme challenger, he gazed down upon the others. The game is over. No sooner had he spoken than Susanoo shifted terrifyingly. The embodied chakra sprouted more than a dozen massive arms, and under Yuma's control, they lashed out towards every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma unleash this attack, the elite warriors of the Uchiha tried to leap away to safety. Why did my foot suddenly get tangled up? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to jump back, only to discover his own feet inexplicably tripping over each other. He couldn't understand it. As a top-tier shinobi, how could he make such a rookie mistake? As he struggled to steady himself and glanced around, he noticed that everyone targeted by Yuma was experiencing something similar. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen to me. Damn it, there's no time. Before anyone could properly react, the massive spectral hands tore through the air and closed around them, capturing them all in an iron grip. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, even my escape technique is no use. What do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes burning with cruelty as he fixed his gaze on the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A deep, resonant hum pulsed through the air as Uchiha Yuma's chakra burst forth in a wave of furious energy. With a crackling sound, the fiery red chakra began to take physical shape. Watching as the crimson colossus started to materialize, Uchiha Setsuna's expression twisted from shock to disbelief. It can't be. Susanoo. As a veteran, Setsuna had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan and knew better than anyone what it meant. To awaken the Mangekyo and summon the Uchiha's legendary guardian deity, Susanoo, was to wield a power both impenetrable and unstoppable, a force hailed as divine among the Uchiha clan. What is that? Yuma's eyes. That transformation? Could it be the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors from the village were true after all. This boy, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power in the battle against Kirigakure. All around, the assembled Uchiha struggled to process what they were witnessing. Yuma's eyes, blazing with newfound ability, and the gigantic, 30-meter-tall embodiment of the guardian spirit before them left no room for doubt. The vanished Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared in the Uchiha clan. Yuma exhaled slowly, his newly formed Susanoo looming in its skeletal first form. He cast a scornful glance at those around him. Game over. With that final declaration, Susanoo began to transform. Manifested chakra surged, birthing a dozen massive arms from the giant spirit. Under Yuma's command, the long arms struck out at every Uchiha in the crowd. The elite Uchiha, realizing the attack, moved instinctively to dodge. Why did my feet trip up? A middle-aged Uchiha wondered aloud as he tried to leap clear. To his astonishment, his feet suddenly tangled, an inexplicable clumsiness shackling him. How could an elite ninja make such a rookie mistake? Struggling to steady himself, he glanced around, only to find that everyone targeted by Yuma's attack was encountering similar mishaps. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen to me. Damn it, there's no time. One after another, the Uchiha found themselves caught off guard as disaster struck. In an instant, tearing through the air, the giant chakra hands closed around them, snaring them fast. It's over. We're caught. Damn it, even the escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you're running off to? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded away, and he stared at Setsuna with eyes full of brutality and contempt. Why do you want to run? A fierce surge of chakra erupted around Yuma. An ominous hum vibrated in the air. Fiery red chakra began to take physical shape all around him. As Setsuna watched that colossal form start to manifest, his expression only grew more horrified. Is that Susanoo? Setsuna was a veteran. He had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew better than anyone what it meant to awaken the Mangekyo and summon this guardian deity of the Uchiha. Susanoo. It was an art both impenetrable and unstoppable, a divine power within the Uchiha clan revered as a gift from the gods. What is that? Yuma's eyes? That change. Could it be the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors circulating in the village were true. After all, this Yuma kid, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with Kirigakure. The Uchiha's present struggled to collect themselves as the truth dawned on them. Yuma's transformed eyes and that immense red giant, towering more than 30 meters high, left no room for doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, thought lost to their clan, had returned. With a slow exhale, Yuma, now clad in the skeletal form of Susanoo, let out a heavy breath. Then, casting an imperious gaze over those around him, he declared, "The game is over." As his words fell, Susanoo began to transform. Physicalized chakra exploded outward, and in an instant, more than a dozen enormous chakra arms sprouted from Susanoo's body. Under Yuma's command, Those arms surged forward and lashed toward every Uchiha present. As they saw his attack coming, the elite members of the Uchiha clan tried to leap away, just as their instincts demanded. Huh, why are my feet tangled up? One middle-aged Uchiha muttered, just as he tried to spring into action. Suddenly, his legs felt like they'd been bound together, and he stumbled. He couldn't understand it. As one of the clan's top ninja, how could he blunder so badly? Like a mistake no genin would ever make. When he steadied himself enough to look around, he realized he wasn't alone. Everyone targeted by Yuma was struggling with some inexplicable problem. What's going on? Why did you crash into me? How would I know? My body just stopped listening to me. Damn it. There's no time. It's too late. As confusion and chaos gripped the Uchiha, with each of them hindered by something unforeseen, the fate they feared arrived with a thunderous rip. The immense chakra arms swept through, capturing anyone who couldn't dodge in their gigantic grasp. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Even escape jutsu won't help. Where do you think you're running to? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes now burning with brutality as he glared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you trying to escape? A fierce surge of chakra erupted from Yuma, vibrating through the air around him. With a crackling sound, flames of red chakra began to coalesce and take shape. As the colossal red entity took form, Setsuna's look of horror deepened. It's Susanoo. Setsuna was a veteran. He had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan before. He understood all too well what awakening the Uchiha's guardian deity, Susanoo, meant. It was an invincible art, peerless in both offense and defense, and within the Uchiha, it was famed as the power of a god. What's happening? Yuma's eyes, are those the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan? So, the rumors spreading through the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with Kirigakure. The Uchiha present struggled to make sense of what they saw. Yuma's eyes, glimmering with newfound power, and the enormous deity, towering more than 30 meters, manifested the truth before their eyes. The once-vanished Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha clan. Yuma exhaled, the first form of his Susanoo manifesting as a skeletal titan around him. He swept his gaze over the crowd with cold arrogance. The game is over. As his words fell, Susanoo began to change. The chakra solidified, and suddenly over a dozen massive arms shot out from the giant's form. Guided by Yuma's will, those arms lunged towards every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma launch his attack, the assembled Uchiha elites instinctively tried to dodge. What? Why did my feet suddenly tangle up? A middle-aged Uchiha prepared to leap away, only to find his legs inexplicably tangled together. He was stunned. An elite ninja himself, he couldn't fathom making a mistake that even a novice would avoid. As he fought to steady himself, he glanced around and realized he wasn't alone. All those that Yuma targeted were struggling as well. What's going on? Why did you crash into me? How should I know? My body just won't move right. Damn it, there's no time. While confusion reigned and mishap struck among the Uchiha, the sound of tearing air was followed by massive hands seizing them before they could react. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished as he fixed a merciless gaze upon the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A deep, resonant hum filled the air as wild chakra surged in waves around Yuma. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. His chakra blazed into brilliant, fiery red and began to take on a tangible form. As the colossal, crimson guardian began to materialize before them, Setsuna's expression grew ever more horrified. It can't be. Susanoo. Setsuna was a veteran, someone who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan users before. He knew all too well what it meant when one awakened the clan's indomitable protector, Susanoo. It was a jutsu famed as the ultimate offense and defense, a power the Uchiha revered as divine. What's happening? Yuma's eyes, they're changing. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one lost to our clan for so long? It seems the rumors that had circulated through the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma really did awaken the divine power of our clan during that battle against Kirigakure. All the Uchiha present snapped to their senses, their shock unmistakable. Yuma's newly awakened eyes and the titanic red guardian looming over 30 meters tall left no room for doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, vanished from the clan for generations, had returned with Yuma. Yuma, now cloaked in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, exhaled heavily, his voice cold and commanding as he surveyed those around him. The game is over. No sooner had he spoken than Susanoo began to change. The embodiment of chakra sprouted a dozen massive arms, each under Yuma's control. Without warning, the arms swept out toward every Uchiha present, their speed impossible to track. Instinctively, the Uchiha elite tried to move, to escape the coming onslaught. Why do my feet feel stuck? One middle-aged Uchiha, preparing to leap away, suddenly found his legs tangled together. Confusion swept over him. How could he, a seasoned ninja, make a mistake no genin would ever make? As he fought to regain his footing and glanced around, he realized everyone in Yuma's sights was struggling. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just isn't responding. Damn it, it's too late. Chaos erupted as, one by one, the Uchiha fell victim to unexpected mishaps. Before any of them could react, the giant hands slashed through the air, grabbing hold of their stunned targets. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, even our escape jutsu is useless. What do you think you can run? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished, his eyes burning with brutality as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A violent surge of chakra exploded around Uchiha Yuma. The air vibrated with raw energy. Crack, crack! Scarlet chakra began to take on a physical form. As he stared at the crimson giant materializing before him, Uchiha Setsuna's face twisted further in shock and horror. That's Susanoo. As a veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo, Setsuna understood better than anyone what awakening this ultimate guardian of the Uchiha meant. Susanoo, a force celebrated as the very power of a god within their clan. Both offense and defense unmatched, it was truly invincible. What is that? Someone muttered. The change in Uchiha Yuma's eyes is that the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one our clan lost long ago. So, the rumors circulating in the village were true. Yuma, not just a kid, but Lord Yuma, really awakened the divine power of our clan during that battle with the mist. The Uchiha present finally snapped back to their senses, struggling to process what they were witnessing. Yuma's eyes, the 30-meter giant standing incarnate among them, it all pointed to one thing. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared within their clan. With a slow, measured exhale, encased in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, Yuma looked down at everyone with disdain. The game is over. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Susanoo began to transform. The physicalized chakra caused Susanoo to sprout more than a dozen massive arms at once. Under Yuma's control, those arms lashed out, striking at every Uchiha in the clearing. When they saw Yuma's attack coming, the Uchiha elites instinctively tried to move, to dodge. Why can't I move my feet? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to find his ankles tangled together. He couldn't understand. How could he, an elite shinobi, make a mistake that even a rookie wouldn't commit? As he fought to steady himself and looked around, he saw that everyone targeted by Yuma was experiencing similar problems. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen to me. Damn it, it's too late. With chaos breaking out and every Uchiha tripping over unexpected obstacles, they couldn't react in time. Ryup, the giant chakra hands swept through the air, grabbing them all in their iron grasp. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, escape jutsu isn't working at all. Where do you think you're running? Uchiha's smile vanished. His eyes blazed with savagery as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why run away? A violent surge of chakra erupted, swirling around Yu's entire body. A crackling sound echoed in the air as crimson chakra began to condense and take physical form. Staring at the enormous red warrior that was now manifesting before him, Uchiha Setsuna's face grew increasingly horrified. That's Susanoo. Setsuna, a seasoned veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, knew all too well what it meant for someone to awaken this Uchiha guardian deity. Susanoo, that was a technique unrivaled in both offense and defense, a force praised as the power of the gods within the Uchiha clan. What is that? The change in Yu's eyes, could it be the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors spreading around the village were true. This boy, no, Lord Yu, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with the mist. The gathered Uchihas struggled to process the spectacle before them. Yu's eyes, now transformed, and the massive 30-meter avatar rising beside him left no doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, lost to the clan for generations, had returned. Yu exhaled slowly as his skeleton-shaped Susanoo took shape, then swept a contemptuous gaze across the crowd. The game is over. Before his words had even faded, Susanoo began to transform again. The chakra-made warrior suddenly sprouted over a dozen long, glowing arms. Guided by Yu, those arms shot out, lunging toward every Uchiha present. Seeing Yu's devastating attack, the Uchiha elite instinctively tried to leap aside. Why will my feet move? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to vault away, only to be tripped up as his legs tangled unexpectedly. He simply couldn't understand it. As a skilled shinobi, how could he possibly make such a clumsy mistake, one beneath even the greenest of rookies? As he fought to steady himself and glanced around, he realized everyone marked by you as a target was suffering the same fate. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen. Damn it, there's no time. While every Uchiha present was caught off guard by these strange mishaps, it was already too late. With a tremendous tearing sound, the giant hands swooped down and seized those unable to react in time. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes dark and violent as he stared at the panic-stricken Setsuna. Why are you trying to run? A deep and fierce fluctuation of chakra erupted around Uchiha Yuma. Suddenly, searing, crimson chakra began to take form, crackling with power, coalescing into a tangible shape. As he watched the colossal, red giant materializing, Uchiha Setsuna's expression became more and more horrified. No way is that. Susanoo. Setsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan before, knew all too well what this meant. Once someone awakened the Mangekyo and summoned the Uchiha's guardian deity, Susanoo. It was a power that signified nothing less than the arrival of a god on the battlefield. This was the ultimate technique, peerless in both offense and defense. A power worshipped even among the Uchiha as divine. What is that? Yuma's eyes. Have they become the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one that vanished from our clan long ago? It seems the rumors in the village were true after all. Yuma, that kid. No, Lord Yuma truly did awaken the power of our clan's gods during that battle with the mist. All at once, the Uchiha present struggled to process what was unfolding before them. Yuma's eyes burned with power, and the 30-meter-tall giant taking shape left no doubt. After all these years, the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha. Exhaling with a long, burdensome sigh, Yuma, now veiled in Susanoo's skeletal first form, looked around with a cold, contemptuous gaze. The game is over. With those words, Susanoo began to transform. The solidified chakra sprouted more than a dozen massive arms, each one extending at Yuma's command to strike at everyone present. Seeing Yuma launch his attack, the Uchiha elite instinctively tried to dodge. Why will my feet move? A middle-aged Uchiha attempted to leap away, only to discover his feet tangled beneath him for no reason. It didn't make sense. The actions that even inexperienced ninja would never fumble, yet here he was unable to move. As he fought to steady himself, looking around in confusion, he saw that everyone targeted by Yuma was floundering as well. What's going on? Why did you crash into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen to me. Damn it, it's too late. Amid the chaos, each Uchiha found themselves grappling with inexplicable mishaps, just as the enormous, clawed hands tore through the air and grasped them effortlessly. It's over, we're caught. Damn it, escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yujin's smile faded, his eyes now filled with a brutal intensity as he stared at the wide-eyed, terrified Shauna. Why do you want to run? A deep, ominous hum filled the air as violent waves of chakra surged and unfurled around Uchiha Yujin. Crack! Crack! The crimson chakra began to take solid form. As the immense red spirit took shape before their very eyes, Shauna's horror grew with every heartbeat. It can't be. Susanoo. Shauna, an elder of the clan and witness to the birth of Mangekyo users before, understood all too well what this meant. Once the Mangekyo is awakened, when this Uchiha guardian deity, the legendary Susanoo, manifests, it's nothing short of catastrophic. It is an invincible jutsu, a force both offensive and defensive, renowned among the Uchiha as the power of the gods. What is that? Yujin's eyes. Have they become the Mangekyo Sharingan that disappeared from our clan long ago? So the rumors circulating in the village were true after all. This kid? No. Lord Yujin actually awakened our clan's divine power in the battle against the hidden mist. The Uchiha present struggled to regain their wits, their eyes locked on Yujin's transformed gaze and the colossal spirit standing 30 meters tall. There was no doubt, within the Uchiha, the lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared at last. With a heavy exhale, Yujin, enshrouded in the first skeletal form of Susanoo, released a suppressed breath and looked down at those around him with chilling superiority. The game is over. The moment his words fell, Susanoo began to shift. Its solidified chakra suddenly sprouted over a dozen massive, sinewy arms at Yujin's command. In an instant, those arms lashed out toward every Uchiha present. Seeing Hiruzen launch his assault, the Uchiha elites instinctively tried to dodge. Huh, why can't I move my feet? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, but his legs inexplicably tangled up, tripping him. It made no sense. As an elite ninja, how could he make such a rookie mistake? Something even a novice wouldn't do. Struggling to regain his balance, he looked around, only to realize that everyone targeted by Hiruzen's attack was suddenly in chaos. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen to me. Damn it, we're out of time. As discord swept through the Uchiha from one strange mishap to another, the colossal hands tore through the air. Before anyone could react, they were seized in the giant's grip. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, escape jutsu isn't working at all. Where do you think you're going to run? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished. His gaze, now brimming with violence, fixed on a frightened Setsuna. Why are you running? A low, vibrating hum filled the air as an intense surge of chakra exploded around Yuma. With a series of sharp, cracking sounds, flames of crimson chakra began to take physical form. Seeing the towering crimson giant materializing by Yuma's side, Uchiha Setsuna's face twisted with growing horror. That's Susanoo. As a veteran, Setsuna had once witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew all too well. To awaken this ultimate ocular power and to summon the Uchiha's guardian deity, Susanoo, meant something profound. It was the legendary technique, peerless in both offense and defense. And in the eyes of the Uchiha, it bore the prestige of a god's power. What is that? Yuma's eyes, that transformation. Could it be the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors circulating in the village were true. That kid, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power in battle with the mist. The Uchiha present struggled to process what they were witnessing. Those eyes of Yuma's and the colossal 30-meter guardian conjured from thin air all proved that within the Uchiha clan, the vanished power of the Mangekyo Sharingan had returned. Yuma exhaled heavily within the skeletal first form of Susanoo, his breath thick with anticipation. He swept his condescending gaze over the crowd around him. The game is over. As he uttered those final words, Susanoo began to transform. The corporeal chakra surged, sprouting more than a dozen elongated, chakra-forged arms from Susanoo, each one controlled precisely by Yuma, lashing out at every Uchiha present. Watching Yuma launch his assault, the Uchiha elite tried desperately to move, to dodge away. Huh? Why are my feet tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha attempted to leap aside, only to find, to his bewilderment, that his feet had suddenly become entangled. He couldn't comprehend it. An elite among shinobi. How could he make a mistake that even a rookie wouldn't? As he struggled to regain his balance and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the same thing was happening to everyone Yuma targeted. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just isn't responding. Damn it, there's no time. All across the field, the Uchiha found themselves beset by inexplicable mishaps. Caught off guard, they didn't even have time to react before the enormous hands swept through the air, snatching them up one by one. It's over. We've been captured. Damn it, even our escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you can run? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished, his eyes turning cruel as he glared at the terrified Sasana. Why would you even try to run? A fierce surge of chakra exploded around Uchiha Yuma. A thunderous vibration echoed, and the fiery red chakra began to take on a tangible form. With a sound like shattering bones, the crimson chakra solidified. As the colossal red guardian began to manifest, Uchiha Sasana's expression grew ever more horrified. That's Susanoo. As a veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasana knew all too well what it signified. To awaken the Mangekyo and summon the Uchiha's legendary guardian, Susanoo, was an awe-inspiring feat. This was the invincible technique, famed within the Uchiha as the power of the gods. What is that? The change in Yuma's eyes. Could it be the Mangekyo Sharingan that disappeared from the clan? It seems the rumors spreading in the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with the hidden mist. The Uchiha present began to piece everything together, their reaction slow but certain. Those eyes of Uchiha Yuma, and the towering 30-meter-tall guardian looming behind him, left no doubt. The lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared within the Uchiha clan. Yuma released a heavy, foggy breath as the skeletal first form of Susanoo fully emerged. Looking down imperiously at the others, he declared, "The game is over." Even before his last word faded, Susanoo began to shift and change. Chakra crystallized into over a dozen massive arms, which, under Yuma's control, lunged at every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma's ferocious assault, The Uchiha elite prepared to dodge. But, why are my feet tangled up? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to find his feet inexplicably snagged together. He could not understand it. As an elite shinobi, how could he make such a blunder, one that not even a rookie would make? Struggling to recover his balance, he glanced around and saw that everyone Yuma targeted was experiencing something similar. What's going on? How did you run into me? I don't know. My body just stopped listening to me. Damn it, there's no time. With chaos breaking out among the Uchiha, none reacted in time. A tearing sound split the air as the massive hands swept in, seizing them all in an iron grip. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, even escape jutsu isn't working. What do you think you're running off to? Uchiha Yuma's smile disappeared, his eyes brimming with savagery as he locked gazes with the terrified Setsuna. Why are you trying to escape? A fierce surge of chakra pulsed through the air, radiating outward from Yuma. Suddenly, the energy began to take on a tangible form. Fiery red chakra solidifying and crackling. As the gigantic red figure started to manifest in front of them, Uchiha Setsuna's expression contorted ever more with fright. That's Susanoo. Setsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan before, understood all too well what it meant for someone to awaken this Uchiha guardian deity. Susanoo. The very name was synonymous with an invincible power, hailed within the Uchiha as a force of the gods, an art unrivaled in offense and defense. What is that? The change in Uchiha Yuma's eyes. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one thought lost in our clan? It seems those rumors around the village were true. This child, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken the divine power of our clan during the battle with the hidden mist. The assembled Uchiha, struggling to process the unfolding scene, now began to realize what stood before them. Yuma's altered eyes and the enormous 30-meter-tall titan were undeniable signs of the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha once more. With a heavy exhale, Yuma, still in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, swept his gaze arrogantly across the crowd. The game is over. As his words echoed through the air, Susanoo itself began to shift and change. The crystallized chakra formed into a dozen long arms, which, under Yuma's command, shot out toward every Uchiha present. Seeing the attack coming, the elite Uchiha at the scene tried to leap away and evade. Why did my feet suddenly stumble together? A middle-aged Uchiha gasped. Just as he attempted to take off, he found his legs inexplicably entangled, unable to move. It made no sense. As one of the clan's elite, how could he make a rookie's mistake? A blunder even a genin wouldn't commit? Struggling to regain his footing, he looked around and realized something astonishing. Everyone that Yuma targeted was finding themselves in trouble. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't respond. Damn it, there's no time. Amidst the confusion, before any of them could react, the giant hands swept through the air and snatched them up one by one. It's over. We've been caught. Damn, even our escape techniques are useless. Where do you think you're going? Yuma Uchiha's smile faded, replaced by a look of violent intensity as he stared at the wide-eyed and terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A deep, resounding vibration pulsed through the air as chakra began to surge violently, swirling around Yuma's body. With a crackle and a snap, fiery red chakra started to take shape, turning tangible. Watching the Crimson Titan begin to materialize, Setsuna's horror only grew. Is that Susanoo? Setsuna, a veteran who had seen the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, knew exactly what this meant. The awakening of the Mangekyo and the summoning of the Uchiha's ultimate guardian. Susanoo. He understood all too well what this signified. The Susanoo, an invincible technique unmatched in both attack and defense, hailed within the Uchiha clan as the power of God. What is that? Yuma Uchiha's eyes. Could those be the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one that had vanished from the clan? So, the rumors circulating in the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle against the mist. The gathered Uchiha struggled to process the shock. Yuma's transformed eyes, and that towering, 30-meter-tall Crimson Guardian, left no doubt. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared in the Uchiha clan. Yuma, standing within the skeletal first state of Susanoo, exhaled deeply, venting a cloud of turbid air. He swept a commanding gaze across everyone present. The game is over. The moment the words left his lips, Susanoo began to change. The embodied chakra expanded, and in an instant, Susanoo grew more than a dozen massive arms. Controlled by Yuma's will, those arms lunged at every Uchiha in attendance. Seeing Yuma launch his attack, the Uchiha elites on the scene instinctively tried to dodge. Why did my feet get tangled? A middle-aged Uchiha, about to leap away, suddenly felt his feet tripping over one another. It made no sense. As an elite among shinobi, how could he make a mistake even a genin wouldn't make? As he fought to steady himself and glanced around, he realized everyone targeted by Yuma was experiencing the same thing. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't respond. Damn it, there's no time. As chaos erupted and every Uchiha present was plagued by inexplicable mishaps, it happened. There was a tearing sound. The massive, sweeping hands closed in before anyone could react, seizing them in an iron grip. It's over. We've been captured. Damn it. Even the escape technique is useless. What do you think you're running? Yuji Uchiha's smile faded. His eyes, now filled with brutal menace, locked onto the terrified Sharingan of Setsuna. Why do you run? A violent surge of chakra erupted all around Yuji. A deep hum resonated through the air as the force built. Suddenly, flames of crimson chakra began to take shape, gradually becoming tangible. Crack, crack. The air itself seemed to tremble as the chakra solidified. And as the colossal, crimson avatar began to form and tower over them, Setsuna's face twisted in stunned horror. That's Susanoo. Setsuna, a seasoned elder of the clan, had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo before. He knew better than anyone when a Mangekyo is awakened and that mighty Uchiha guardian is unleashed. Susanoo. It means only one thing. This is the ultimate technique, peerless both in attack and defense. A power revered within the Uchiha as divine. What is that? Yuji Uchiha's eyes have changed. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one the clan thought long lost? So, the rumors that have been swirling through the village were real after all. Yuji, no, Lord Yuji, did truly awaken the divine power of our bloodline in his battle against the hidden mist. All of the Uchiha present, battered but still struggling to comprehend, finally felt the truth sink in. Yuji's eyes, blazing with power, the massive, 30-meter-tall, spectral figure looming over them. It could only mean one thing. The Mangekyo Sharingan, lost for so long, had reappeared in their clan at last. Exhaling heavily, Yuji stabilized his skeletal Susanoo in its first form, the ethereal frame glimmering with menacing energy. He swept a contemptuous gaze over the crowd, declaration sharp as thunder. The game is over. No sooner had Yuji's words fallen than his Susanoo began to shift. The spectral chakra arms multiplied, 10, 15, swelling outward in a living storm. At Yuji's command, the arms whipped forward, reaching to snatch up every Uchiha in their path. Seeing Yuji's onslaught, the Uchiha elite instinctively tried to leap aside. Huh? Why did my feet get tangled? A middle-aged Uchiha, just about to spring to safety, found his own legs inexplicably tangled. He staggered, disbelief flooding his face. He was an elite among ninja. How could he stumble, make the kind of mistake that even a rookie would never make? As he fought to steady himself, glancing desperately around, he realized all Yuji's targets were in sudden disarray. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? I don't know. It's like my own body won't listen to me. Damn it, there's no time. One after another, trouble struck every Uchiha as they fumbled for an escape. Tearing through the air, the enormous spectral hands closed around them. They barely had time to react as they were seized in an iron grip. We're done for. He's caught us all. Damn it. All our escape techniques are useless. Where do you think you're running to? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes filled with violent intent as he glared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A low, ominous hum filled the air as intense waves of chakra erupted around Uchiha Yuma. With a crackle and a snap, scarlet chakra began to take on tangible form. As the gigantic red figure materialized before their eyes, Uchiha Setsuna's fear deepened. It can't be. Susanoo. Setsuna, a veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo, understood all too well the significance of awakening this guardian deity of the Uchiha. Susanoo, both a shield and a spear, it was the invincible power hailed as the might of a god among the Uchiha. What is that? Look at Yuma's eyes. Is that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? It seems the rumors swirling in the village were true all along. This kid, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken the divine power of our clan in his battle against the hidden mist. At that moment, the assembled Uchiha, struggling to react, finally understood. The eyes of Uchiha Yuma and that towering 30-meter crimson titan, these were proof undeniable. The Mangekyo Sharingan, missing for generations among the Uchiha, had returned. He drew a deep breath, manifesting the first skeletal form of Susanoo. Yuma exhaled, his gaze now cold and imperious as it swept over the crowd. The game is over. His voice had barely dropped when Susanoo began to change. The tangible chakra surged, and in an instant, Susanoo sprouted a dozen massive arms of energy. Under Yuma's control, those arms lunged at every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma's onslaught, the elite Uchiha in the hall rushed to dodge. Why did my foot stumble? A middle-aged Uchiha, preparing to leap away, suddenly found his feet tangling together. He couldn't comprehend it. As an elite ninja, how could he make a mistake no genin would make? Struggling to steady himself, he glanced around, only to find that everyone targeted by Uchiha Yuma was similarly hindered. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't obey me. Damn it, there's no time. In that moment of chaos, before any of the Uchihas could react, the massive hands swept down and seized them. It's over, we've been captured. Damn it, our escape jutsu isn't working at all. Where do you think you're running to? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes burning with cruelty as he stared at the horrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A deep, menacing hum began to reverberate through the air. Fierce waves of chakra surged and flared around Uchiha Yuma's body. With sharp cracks, brilliant crimson chakra started to take form and solidify. As that massive red figure continued to materialize before their eyes, Uchiha Setsuna's face twisted in growing terror. It can't be. Susanoo. Setsuna, a battle-hardened veteran who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan users before, understood all too well what it meant when someone awakened this guardian deity of the Uchiha. The Susanoo. It was an invincible power known for overwhelming offense and impenetrable defense, a force revered within the Uchiha as the very strength of the gods. What is that thing? Look at Yuma's eyes. They've changed. Is that the lost Mangekyo Sharingan, the one that vanished from our clan? So the rumors spreading through the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during that battle with the hidden mist. The assembled Uchiha, gathered at the scene, scrambled to process what was unfolding before them. They saw Yuma's transformed eyes, and looming above him, a colossal godlike figure perhaps 30 meters tall. There was no mistaking it. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha clan. Breathing out a heavy, clouded sigh, Yuma, encased within the first skeletal form of Susanoo, cast a cold, disdainful gaze over those around him. The game is over. As his final word crashed through the air, Susanoo began to shift and morph. The crimson chakra body suddenly sprang forth with a dozen mighty arms, each one thick with power. Under Yuma's control, those arms shot out, striking at every Uchiha present. Witnessing Yuma's sudden onslaught, the Uchiha elites instinctively tried to leap to safety. Why are my feet caught together? One middle-aged Uchiha muttered in disbelief. He had meant to vault away, but for some inexplicable reason, his legs tangled beneath him. As an elite shinobi, how could he possibly blunder like this, making an error not even a novice would make? Struggling to regain his footing, he quickly darted a glance around and realized he wasn't alone. Everyone targeted by Yuma's attack was experiencing the same bewildering problem. What's going on? How did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just isn't listening to me. Damn it, there's no time. As confusion overtook the Uchiha, strange accidents and stumbles spread through their ranks. Before they could even react, they were seized by the sweeping, colossal hands tearing through the air. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Even escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you're running? Uchiha Yuma's smile disappeared, his eyes burning with cruelty as he stared at the terrified look in Setsuna's eyes. Why run? A violent surge of chakra erupted and enveloped Uchiha Yuma. With a crackling sound, crimson chakra began to solidify around him. As Setsuna gazed at the gigantic red apparition taking form, his face twisted in growing horror. That's Susanoo. Being a seasoned veteran and someone who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Setsuna knew exactly what it meant to awaken the Mangekyo and to summon their clan's ultimate guardian. Susanoo. Such power signified a technique invincible in both offense and defense, a force so mighty within the Uchiha clan it bore the reputation of godlike might. What is that? Yuma's eyes. Could it be the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan? It seems the rumors circulating in the village were true. That child, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power in battle with the hidden mist. The other Uchiha present finally struggled to their senses. Yuma's transformed eyes and the towering, 30-meter-tall Crimson Guardian left no doubt. Within the Uchiha, the lost Mangekyo Sharingan had resurfaced. Yuma, wrapped in Susanoo's skeletal form, allowed a deep breath and swept his gaze disdainfully around the crowd. The game is over. As soon as his words fell, Susanoo began to change. Solidified chakra surged, and suddenly, over a dozen gigantic arms shot out from Susanoo's form. With Yuma's command, those arms lunged toward every Uchiha present. Seeing the assault unleashed by Yuma, the elite Uchiha in the crowd instinctively tried to dodge. Huh? Why are my legs tangled up? One middle-aged Uchiha thought as he prepared to leap away, only to find his feet inexplicably tripping over each other. He simply couldn't comprehend it. As an elite shinobi, how could he ever make such a blunder? One even the youngest genin wouldn't commit? As he fought to steady himself and looked around, he saw that everyone targeted by Yuma's attack was facing similar trouble. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen to me. Damn it, it's too late. As chaos and mishaps confounded the Uchiha on all sides, it happened. With a shredding sound, the enormous hands swept down and caught them before they could react. It's over. We've been captured. Damn, it seems even our escape techniques are useless. Where do you think you're running? Yuma Uchiha's smile faded as he looked at Setsuna, whose eyes were wide with terror, his own gaze cruel and unyielding. Why are you running? A thrumming vibration filled the air as powerful chakra surged around Yuma's body. Crack, crack! Flames of crimson chakra began to take form. As the red colossus gradually materialized, awe and horror contorted Setsuna's face. Is that Susanoo? Setsuna, an old hand who had witnessed the birth of many a Mangekyo, knew exactly what it meant when one awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and summoned the guardian deity of the Uchiha. The legendary Susanoo. It was a technique peerless in both offense and defense, a force revered by the Uchiha as possessing the power of God. What is that? Yuma Uchiha's eyes. Have they transformed into those fabled Mangekyo Sharingan, our clan thought lost? It seems the rumors that spread throughout the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken the deity of our clan during battle with the mist. The surrounding Uchihas, still stunned, finally began to process what was unfolding before their eyes. Yuma's transformed gaze, and the 30-meter-tall specter looming behind him, declared one thing for all to see. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha. Yuma, his Susanoo in its skeletal first form, exhaled a deep, smoky breath and surveyed the others with supreme indifference. The game is over. As soon as his words fell, Susanoo started to change. The tangible chakra blazed. Under Yuma's control, Susanoo abruptly sprouted more than a dozen immense arms of living energy, each one whipping toward the assembled Uchihas. Seeing Yuma's attack, the Uchiha elites instinctively tried to dodge. Huh? Why will my feet move? A middle-aged Uchiha readied himself to leap away, only to find his legs tangled and locked. He couldn't comprehend it. How could an elite shinobi like him trip over something so basic, a mistake even novice ninjas would never make? As he struggled to regain his balance, he looked around and realized every one of Yuma's intended targets was having trouble. What's going on? Why do we bump into each other? How should I know? My body just won't respond. Damn it, it's too late. Chaos erupted among the Uchiha as accidents and unexpected blunders swept through their ranks. Rip! Before they could react, Susanoo's colossal hands seized them in an instant. It's over, we've been captured. Damn it, even escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, and a look of cruelty shone in his eyes as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running away? A surge of intense chakra roared to life around Uchiha Yuma, crackling through the air. The air snapped with energy as red chakra began to take on physical form. As that enormous red warrior gradually materialized, Uchiha Setsuna's expression twisted further in terror. That's Susanoo. Setsuna, a veteran among the Uchiha who had once witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo, knew exactly what this meant. To awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and summon the guardian deity of the Uchiha, the legendary Susanoo, was no small feat. It was a technique renowned as both sword and shield, an invincible power within the clan, hailed with the strength of a god. What is that? Yuma's eyes. Have his Sharingan awakened into the Mangekyo that was thought lost within the clan? It seems the rumors circulating through the village were true. This kid, no, Lord Yuma, he truly awakened the divine power of our clan during the battle with Kirigakure. All the assembled Uchiha, struggling to regain their composure, came to the same realization. Yuma's eyes, and the towering 30-meter-tall avatar that had taken form, all signaled the same thing. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared among the Uchiha. With a heavy exhale, Yuma, now wreathed in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, let out a deep, rumbling breath and swept a commanding gaze over those gathered. The game is over. As soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo began to change. The solidified chakra gave rise to more than a dozen monstrous arms, each one extending outward under Yuma's control and lashing towards every Uchiha present. When the attack began, the elite Uchiha barely had time to react, instinctively trying to move and dodge. Why can't I move my feet? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to find his feet tangled together suddenly, as if someone had tripped him. He was completely baffled. No ninja of his caliber should ever make such a rookie mistake. Desperately regaining his balance, he glanced around and realized everyone targeted by Yuma was experiencing the same bizarre setbacks. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How would I know? My body just stopped listening all of a sudden. Damn it, there's no time. As chaos and confusion overtook them, the massive hands sliced through the air, snatching up helpless Uchiha before anyone could react. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, even escape jutsu isn't working. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his gaze turning savage as he stared at the terrified Shauna. Why are you running? A violent surge of chakra erupted around Yuma. A crackling sound filled the air as fiery red chakra began to take on physical form. As Shauna watched the crimson giant start to materialize, his expression turned from shock to terror. It can't be. That's Susanoo. Shauna was an old hand, one who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew all too well what awakening the Mangekyo and invoking this power, Uchiha's guardian deity, Susanoo, truly meant. That was the ultimate jutsu, peerless in both attack and defense, a technique revered as the very strength of the gods among the Uchihas. What's going on? The change in Yuma's eyes. Has he really awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the power that vanished from our clan? So the rumors circulating in the village were true. This kid, no, Lord Yuma, did in fact awaken our clan's divine power in the battle with Kirigikure. The Uchihas present were now dragging themselves back to their senses. Those eyes of Yuma's and the towering 30-meter giant beside him made one thing clear. For the first time in years, the lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha clan. Yuma, now encased in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, let out a heavy breath and swept his commanding gaze across the crowd. The game is over. As the words fell, Susanoo began to change. Suddenly, 10 or more long arms of chakra sprouted from Susanoo, lashing out at the assembled Uchihas under Yuma's control. Seeing Yuma unleash his assault, the elite Uchihas in attendance hurried to move, but, what's wrong with my feet? One middle-aged Uchiha exclaimed as he tried to leap away, only to stumble and nearly trip over himself. He couldn't understand it. As a top-tier ninja, how could he make such a rookie mistake? One even a fresh genin would avoid? As he tried to steady himself and glanced around, he saw that everyone Yuma had targeted was experiencing similar problems. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? Don't ask me. My body just isn't responding. Damn it, we're out of time. While the Uchihas in the hall struggled with unexpected mishaps, they couldn't react fast enough. A tearing sound split the air as the massive chakra arms swept down and caught them up in their grasp. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Our escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you're running to? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his gaze turning savage as he fixed his violently intense eyes on the frightened Setsuna. Why run? A violent wave of chakra exploded around Yuma. The air rippled sharply, and then, with a crackle and flare, fiery red chakra began to take on form. Staring at the rapidly materializing red colossus, Uchiha Setsuna's expression grew more and more horrified. Is that Susanoo? Setsuna, as a veteran who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo, knew all too well what it meant when one awakened this ominous guardian of the Uchiha. Susanoo, it was the ultimate technique, both shield and spear, revered among the Uchiha as the very power of the gods. What is that? What's happening to Uchiha Yuma's eyes? Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one that vanished from our clan generations ago? It seems those rumors in the village were true. Yuma, this brat, no, Lord Yuma, really awakened our clan's divine power during the battle with Kirigikure. The Uchiha present struggled to comprehend what was unfolding before them. Yuma's changed eyes, and the 30-meter-tall giant that took form. All of it confirmed that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had re-emerged among the Uchiha. Yuma exhaled heavily, the skeletal first form of Susanoo towering behind him. He looked down upon everyone, his voice cold and domineering. The game is over. Even as his words fell, Susanoo began to change. The embodied chakra surged outward, and Susanoo suddenly sprouted over a dozen long, whip-like arms. Under Yuma's command, those arms lashed out at every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma initiate his assault, the Uchiha elites instinctively tried to move out of the way. What? Why did my feet just get caught up? One middle-aged Uchiha, just about to leap aside, found his ankles tangled without warning. It made no sense. For a shinobi of his caliber, such a blunder, something even a rookie wouldn't make, was unbelievable. Struggling to steady himself, he glanced around and saw that everyone targeted by Yuma was facing the same inexplicable predicament. What's happening? Why did you run into me? How should I know? My body just refuses to respond. Damn it, there's no time. With all the Uchiha thrown off balance by these sudden mishaps, there was a terrible tearing sound. Before anyone could react, the giant hand swept down and grabbed them all tightly. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, jutsu to escape doesn't seem to work at all. What do you think you're running? Uzuma Uchiha's smile faded, his eyes glinting with cruelty as he stared at the terrified eyes of Sakina. Why do you want to run? A deep, humming surge pulsed through the air as intense chakra erupted around Uzuma. Crack! Crack! Fiery red chakra began to take physical form. Watching the emerging colossal red figure, Sakina Uchiha's expression twisted in growing horror. It can't be. Susanoo. Sakina, being a veteran, had witnessed the rise of the Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew all too well what it meant to awaken this guardian deity of the Uchiha. Susanoo. It was an invincible technique that balanced offense and defense, revered within the Uchiha clan as the power of the gods. What is that? Uzuma Uchiha's eyes, that transformation. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan the clan believed lost forever? So it's true, then, what they've been whispering in the village. Youngyu. No, Lord Uzuma truly awakened our clan's divine power in that battle against the Hidden Mist. The Uchiha gathered there began to snap out of their daze, struggling to process what they were witnessing. Those eyes of Uzuma's, and the Crimson Giant, towering over 30 meters tall, left no doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, unseen for so long, had returned to the Uchiha once more. Exhaling sharply, Uzuma stood within the skeletal first form of Susanoo, his breath heavy. Then, with a sweeping, domineering gaze, he looked around at the crowd. The game is over. The moment he finished speaking, Susanoo began to shift. The corporeal chakra burst outward, sprouting a dozen or so elongated arms. Under Uzuma's control, the arms lashed out, sweeping toward all the Uchiha present. Realizing Uzuma's attack, the elite Uchiha instinctively tried to dodge. Huh, why do my feet get tangled? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to find his legs inexplicably crossing themselves. It made no sense. For an elite ninja, such a clumsy mistake was unthinkable, a mistake even novice ninja wouldn't make. As he struggled to regain his footing and glanced around, he saw that everyone targeted by Uzuma was encountering strange mishaps. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body suddenly won't respond. Damn it, there's no time. As confusion and panic rippled through the Uchiha, unable to recover in time, rip, the enormous chakra hands whooshed downward, grasping the hapless Uchiha in their grip. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, escape techniques aren't working. Where do you think you can run? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, and a vicious glint filled his eyes as he stared at the terrified Setsuna. Why are you trying to escape? A deep, resonant hum filled the air as a violent surge of chakra erupted around Uchiha Yuma. The sound of cracking filled the scene as crimson chakra began to take shape. Gazing at the colossal red figure materializing before him, Uchiha Setsuna's shock grew with every passing moment. Is that Susanoo? Setsuna, a seasoned veteran who had witnessed the awakening of the Mangekyo, understood all too well what it meant for someone to manifest this protector of the Uchiha. Susanoo, the ultimate defense and offense, revered as the power of the gods within the Uchiha clan. What is that thing? There's something different about Yuma's eyes. Could it be the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan years ago? It seems those rumors in the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, did indeed awaken the power of our clan's gods during the battle with the mist. The gathered Uchiha, struggling to recover from their shock, finally began to react. Yuma's transformed eyes and the towering 30-meter figure beside him signaled one undeniable truth. The Mangekyo Sharingan, long lost to their clan, had returned once more. Taking a deep breath, Yuma exhaled heavily, standing within the skeletal first form of his Susanoo. With absolute authority, he looked down upon those around him. The game is over. As the words rang out, Susanoo began to shift and transform. The solid chakra form suddenly sprouted more than 10 enormous, whip-like arms. Under Yuma's command, those arms lashed out, striking toward every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma's attack, the elite Uchiha instinctively tried to dodge. Huh? Why am I stumbling? One middle-aged Uchiha, about to leap away, found his own feet tangling together. It made no sense to him. As an elite shinobi, how could he make such a blunder, one that even a rookie would never make? As he struggled to steady himself and glanced around, he realized everyone else Yuma had targeted was also in disarray. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? I don't know. My body just won't listen all of a sudden. Damn it. There's no time. Their confusion turned to horror as, one by one, they were caught by Susanu's massive hands, unable to react in time, ripped from the ground and held fast. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. I can't even escape with a substitution jutsu. Where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his gaze turning violent as he locked eyes with the horrified Susanoo. Why are you running? A buzzing resonance filled the air as a surge of fierce chakra erupted around Yuma. Crack, crack, the sound of energy condensing. Fiery red chakra began to take on a tangible form. Susanoo's eyes widened in terror as he witnessed the red colossus gradually materializing. That's Susanoo. As an experienced member of the clan, Susanoo knew well. He had seen the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He understood exactly what it meant for someone to awaken the clan's guardian deity, Susanoo. It was the ultimate technique, peerless in both offense and defense. A force the Uchiha themselves revered as the very power of the gods. What is that? How are Uchiha Yuma's eyes changing? Is that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan? So it seems the rumors were true. That youngster, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power during the battle with Kirigakure. The Uchiha present, regaining some composure amidst their shock, now stared at Yuma's eyes and the 30-meter-tall spectral giant he had summoned. There could be no doubt the Mangekyo Sharingan, vanished from their clan for so long, had returned at last. Yuma took a deep, steadying breath as his Susanoo formed into its skeletal first stage. He swept his gaze over the crowd with haughty disdain. The game is over. As his words fell, Susanoo began to morph and shift. The embodied chakra sprouted over a dozen long, sinuous arms, which, under Yuma's command, lashed out at every Uchiha in the clearing. Realizing the impending assault, the clan's elite made to dodge. Huh, why are my feet tangled? A middle-aged Uchiha exclaimed, preparing to leap but suddenly stumbling, as if his own feet had tripped him up. It baffled him. How could an elite ninja make a mistake even a novice would avoid? He regained his footing and looked around, only to see the same confusion among the others targeted by Yuma. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just isn't listening to me. Damn it, there's no time. Amidst the chaos, with everyone entangled in unexpected mishaps, the giant spectral hand rent through the air, swift, unrelenting, and grasped them in its enormous fist before they could react. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, escape techniques aren't working at all. Where do you think you're going to run? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his eyes burning with brutality as he stared at the stunned and terrified Setsuna. Why would you run? A powerful surge of chakra burst forth, rippling violently around Yuma. The air crackled as fiery red chakra began to take shape, slowly solidifying before everyone's eyes. As the towering crimson titan started to materialize, Uchiha Setsuna's face twisted further in shock. It can't be. Susanoo. Setsuna was a veteran, someone who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew full well what it meant when someone awakened those eyes and unleashed this Uchiha guardian spirit. Susanoo. It was a power revered within the clan as the strength of the gods. An invincible art, peerless in attack and defense. What is that? One spectator murmured. Yuma's eyes. Is that the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan within the clan? So all those rumors floating around the village were true. That brat. No. Lord Yuma. He really did awaken the divine power of our clan during the battle with Kirigakure. The gathered Uchiha, shaken from their disbelief, now struggled to regain their composure. Yuma's transformed eyes and the 30-meter-tall colossal warrior beside him left no doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, vanished for generations, had returned to the Uchiha. With a heavy exhale, Yuma, shrouded in the skeletal first form of Susanoo, stared down at the crowd, his gaze cold and commanding. The game is over. The words had barely fallen when Susanoo began to change once more. The tangible chakra sprouted a dozen mighty arms, and beneath Yuma's control, those arms lunged, crashing down upon all the Uchiha present with thunderous speed. Seeing Yuma's attack, the Uchiha elites tried to spring into action, but, why are my feet tangled? A middle-aged Uchiha prepared to leap aside, only to stumble as his legs suddenly refused to obey. It made no sense. He was counted among the clan's finest. Not even a rookie would make such a clumsy mistake. Fighting to steady himself, he quickly looked around, only to see chaos breaking out among all those Yuma had targeted. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? I don't know, my body just won't respond. Damn it, it's too late. Unexpected obstacles hindered every Uchiha present, with nowhere left to run. Rip! Before they could react, the giant chakra hand swooped down and seized them all in its grasp. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, escape technique isn't working. Where do you think you're running? Uchiha Yuma's smile faded, his gaze turning brutally cold as he fixed his eyes on the panic-stricken Setsuna. Why are you running? A violent surge of chakra swept out from Uchiha Yuma, the pressure almost tangible in the air. An ominous crackling resounded. Fiery red chakra began to take on a solid form. As the towering red giant started to materialize, Uchiha Setsuna's face grew ever more horrified. Is that Susanoo? Having witnessed the birth of mini Mangekyo Sharingan, Setsuna was an old hand. He knew all too well. For a Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo, manifesting the clan's divine guardian, Susanoo, was no small feat. It was a skill that dominated offense and defense alike, a legendary power among the Uchiha, often praised as the might of the gods. What is that? Yuma's eyes. Are those the Mangekyo Sharingan that vanished from our clan long ago? So the rumors we heard in the village were true. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma, truly awakened the divine power of our clan during the battle with Kirigakure. The Uchiha present at the scene struggled to process what they saw, but finally began to grasp the enormity of the moment. Those eyes of Yuma, and the colossal red giant, towering nearly 30 meters, made it unmistakably clear. The lost Mangekyo Sharingan had reappeared within the Uchiha. With a heavy exhale, Yuma, now in the skeletal first stage of Susanoo, let out a breath that carried with it the weight of looming doom. He looked around, disdainful and supreme. The game is over. As his declaration echoed through the air, Susanoo began to transform. The solid chakra erupted, and Susanoo sprouted a dozen elongated, spectral arms. Guided by Yuma's will, the long arms shot out toward every Uchiha present, striking like an inescapable storm. Caught off guard by Yuma's overwhelming assault, the Uchiha elite tried to leap aside, to no avail. Huh, why do my feet get tangled up? A middle-aged Uchiha attempted to jump, only to find his legs inexplicably stumbling over each other. It defied reason, an elite among ninjas, committing a blunder even the least experienced genin wouldn't make. As he desperately tried to steady himself and glanced around, he saw that everyone in Yuma's sights was being thrown into chaos. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just won't listen. Damn it, there's no time. While confusion and mishaps paralyzed every Uchiha present, a tearing sound split the air. Those who hadn't managed to react in time were caught in the massive, spectral hands darting toward them. It's over. We've been captured. Damn it, my escape techniques aren't working at all. Where are you running to? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of brutality as he fixed his gaze, cold and merciless, on the shocked and terrified instant. Why try to escape? A surge of violent chakra erupted around Yuma. A buzzing, humming force filled the air. The fiery red chakra began to take shape, growing more and more tangible with each passing second. As the crimson giant materialized before their very eyes, Instant's expression contorted with even greater fear and disbelief. It can't be. Susanoo. Instant was an old hand, someone who had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan before. He knew all too well what it meant for someone to awaken this ultimate guardian of the Uchiha. Susanoo. This was a technique unrivaled in both offense and defense, a power reputed among the Uchiha as nothing short of divine. What is that? Yuma's eyes, they're changing. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one that vanished from our clan? So, those rumors we heard in the village were true all along. Yuma, no, Lord Yuma actually awakened our clan's divine power during the battle against Kirigakure. The gathered Uchiha struggled to process the revelation. The look in Yuma's eyes and the 30-meter-tall incarnate giant looming over them left no room for doubt. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the long-lost power of the Uchiha, had returned. Yuma, encased in Susanoo's skeletal first form, exhaled heavily, his breath thick with tension and authority. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, his voice resonated with finality. The game is over. No sooner had his words fallen than Susanoo began to transform. The corporeal chakra suddenly sprouted over a dozen massive arms, which, at Yuma's command, lunged out toward the assembled Uchiha. Caught off guard by Yuma's assault, the elite Uchiha moved to dodge. Huh, why will my feet move? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap to safety, only to find his legs inexplicably tangled together. Bewildered, his training as a superior shinobi failed him. How could he stumble over a mistake no ordinary ninja would ever make? As he strained to regain his footing and glanced about, he noticed chaos was spreading. All those targeted by Yuma were encountering similar, inexplicable problems. What's going on? Why did you run into me? How should I know? My body isn't responding at all. Damn it, there's no time. With the whole squad of Uchiha thrown into confusion by these unforeseen mishaps, they had no chance to react. With a piercing rush of air, the gigantic hands swept through the crowd, grabbing them one by one in a vice-like grip. It's over. He's caught us. Damn it. Our escape techniques are useless. Where do you think you can run to? Uchiha Yuma's smile vanished as he fixed his ruthless gaze on the terrified Setsuna. Why are you running? A tremendous surge of chakra erupted all around Yuma. With a crack and a sizzle, flames of crimson chakra began to take form. Watching as the blinding red titan began to materialize, Uchiha Setsuna's face grew even more horrified. That's Susanoo. As a senior clan member who had witnessed the birth of Mangekyo, Setsuna understood all too well when someone awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and summoned the Uchiha's ultimate guardian. Susanoo, what that truly meant. It was an invincible art, both offensive and defensive, revered within the Uchiha as the power of the gods. What is that? Yuma's eyes? Are those the Mangekyo Sharingan, the ones lost to the clan for years? So, the rumors in the village before were true. This child, no, Lord Yuma, really did awaken our clan's divine power while fighting the mist. The present Uchiha struggled to make sense of the scene. Yuma's eyes, the towering avatar standing nearly 30 meters tall, all made one thing crystal clear. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the Uchiha. With a deep breath, Yuma exhaled, encased in the skeletal first form of Susanoo. He cast a sweeping, domineering glance around him. The game is over. As the words boomed through the air, Susanoo began to change. The solidified chakra suddenly sprouted a dozen massive arms. Under Yuma's command, those gigantic arms lunged toward every Uchiha present. Seeing Yuma launch his attack, the elite Uchiha at the scene instinctively moved to dodge. Huh, why are my feet tangled? A middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to find his legs inexplicably caught together. It made no sense. He was an elite shinobi. Such a careless mistake was unheard of, even among novices. As he scrambled to steady himself and looked around, he realized that everyone Yuma targeted was running into similar trouble. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body suddenly won't listen. Damn it, there's no time. While chaos and confusion reigned among the Uchiha, unable to react in time. Rip! The great spectral arms swooped down, seizing them in their grasp. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it. Our escape jutsu isn't working. Where do you think you're running off to? Uchiha's smile faded, his eyes burning with a violent intensity as he stared at the terrified eyes of Setsuna. Why run away? A fierce chakra surge erupted all around Yuya's body. A crackling, grating energy began to take shape, the scarlet chakra solidifying right before everyone's eyes. As the towering red avatar started to materialize, Setsuna's expression grew more and more horrified. That's Susanoo. No way. Setsuna, a veteran among veterans, had witnessed the birth of the Mangekyo before. He knew all too well what it meant for someone who had awakened it to summon the Uchiha's ultimate guardian, Susanoo. That technique, the perfect union of attack and defense, a power revered as divine among the Uchiha. What is that thing? Someone gasped. Yuya Uchiha's eyes. Have they become the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan that was thought lost to our clan? It looks like the rumors circulating in the village were true. Yuya. No, Lord Yuya has really awakened the divine power of our clan during his battle with the hidden mist. At that moment, the assembled Uchiha finally snapped out of their shock. Those eyes of Yuya's, and that colossal, 30-meter-high giant he conjured, left no doubt. Within the clan, the long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned. With the first skeletal form of Susanoo fully manifested, Yuya let out a heavy breath, then swept his gaze imperiously over the crowd. The game is over. As soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo began to transform. The corporeal chakra erupted outward, splitting into over a dozen massive arms. Under Yuya's command, the giant limbs lashed out at every Uchiha present, just as the elite of the clan tried to dodge the incoming attack. Huh, why will my feet work? One middle-aged Uchiha tried to leap away, only to find his legs suddenly tangled, making escape impossible. He couldn't believe it. As an elite shinobi, this was a mistake that even the greenest genin wouldn't make. As he struggled to steady himself and glanced around, he saw the truth. Everyone Yuya had targeted was experiencing the same bizarre problems. What's happening? Why did you bump into me? How should I know? My body just stopped listening to me. Damn it, it's too late. As chaos spread through the ranks, the giant spectral hand swept through the air. Before anyone could react, they were seized, trapped in its iron grasp. It's over. We've been caught. Damn it, even our escape techniques can't get us out of this. Uchiha Fugaku, along with his own faction and most of the major doves, had all gone off to the battlefield. Now, the one with the greatest numbers left in the clan was, naturally, Uchiha Setsuna, who remained behind in Konoha. Once Yujin realized this, he simply didn't care anymore. He was rather curious to see just what sort of drama Setsuna was planning to put on. After Yujin and Inoka took their seats, Uchiha Setsuna, occupying the highest seat, slowly opened his eyes. Expressionless, he swept a cold gaze around the room, then began to speak at a measured pace. Right now, clan leader Fugaku fights bravely on the front lines. Left behind in the clan, it falls to me, though lacking in skill, to serve as the host for this gathering. As he spoke, he fixed his eyes on Uchiha Yujin. With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, he pointed toward Yujin, introducing him to the crowd. This time, we welcome a new elite to our clan meeting, the long-admired Uchiha Yujin. As Setsuna's words faded, a round of applause broke out. While the room was still echoing with clapping hands, Uchiha Yujin's face remained impassive as he swept his gaze over those gathered. Beside him, Inoka, clearly proud, murmured to Yujin with admiration. Lord Yujin, your popularity is truly impressive. Popularity, Ichem. Inoka, just follow my lead when the time comes, Yujin replied, non-committally. Hearing this, Uchiha Inoka, a prodigy in his own right, grew suddenly solemn. His ninja instincts kicking in, he immediately collected himself. He felt a knot of tension forming in his chest. He wasn't foolish. He had already caught the gist of the warning. Still, before he could think it through, Setsuna, seated at the head, addressed them again. Yujin, forgive my bluntness. Most of the clan here are my people, as you've no doubt noticed. I have a proposal. Would you care to hear it? I'm all ears, Yujin replied coolly. Join me. Let's join forces and take control of the Uchiha together. Setsuna's eyes blazed with fervor. And once we hold that power in our hands, we move on to rule Konoha. As his words thundered to a close, silence fell over the room. Nearly all the Uchiha present turned to watch. A few who didn't belong to Setsuna's camp sensed danger, but counting their own numbers, prudently suppressed their anxiety, ready to wait and see. My answer to your proposal is, Uchiha Yujin's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. No, Uchiha Yujin, do you realize what you're saying? What a pity. Looks like Lord Setsuna and you were never meant to walk the same path. He actually turned Lord Setsuna down. Does he really think, just because he has a bit of strength, he can look down on all of us? Across the room, all of Setsuna's loyal Uchiha stood in tense anticipation. All the Sharingan eyes flared open, burning a crimson hue. Under the piercing gaze of more than a dozen pairs of scarlet eyes, the atmosphere within the shrine immediately grew ice-cold and oppressive. Oh, it seems I have no choice but to shed bitter tears as I strike you down. Sitting in the center seat, Uchiha Setsuna declared insincerely, feigning sorrow. As he spoke, the Sharingan flared to life within his own eyes as well. I know what you're thinking. You're convinced that, armed with the Flying Thunder God, we could never best you. But as Uchiha, who have contended with the Senju for generations, do you truly believe we haven't found ways to counter that jutsu? A cruel smile curved across Setsuna's face. His words hissed into the air, cold and threatening as a serpent's breath. Begin, everyone. Let him see the barrier our clan has spent decades researching as an answer to the Flying Thunder God. Yes, Lord Setsuna. The response echoed from just outside the shrine. Then, an abrupt, resonating hum. A strange, deep vibration sounded throughout the shrine and beyond. A shimmering, purplish-red barrier appeared in the air, manifesting within the room itself. What's this? Uchiha Setsuna stood, feigning curiosity as he addressed his namesake. This is the Uchiha Flame Array, fused with the power of contract seals, an enchantment designed specifically to counter both summoning and spatial jutsu, like the Flying Thunder God. Hearing this, Uchiha Yujin immediately sensed it. Sure enough, he could no longer feel any link to his Flying Thunder God marks outside this room. I see now. Contract seals can indeed nullify the effects of marks and runes, and combined with the resilience of the flame array, they can not only seal off my flying thunder god, but also cut off any chance of my escape. Uchiha Hiruzen uttered his admiration. As the Senju's sworn rivals for a millennium, the Uchiha had suffered their share against the flying thunder god. It was inevitable that they'd find a way to counter it. After all, Tobirama Senju's flying thunder god offered but one advantage: teleportation. Since the jutsu required a mark as its anchor, it was clear that, like summoning, the flying thunder god depended on sensing a spatial coordinate to function. Hence, combining contract sealing with an unbreakable barrier became the solution. If an area was enveloped by a barrier densely woven with contract seals, then, within that barrier, no one could sense or interact with any marks or contract from beyond its confines. Thus, the flying thunder god would be completely neutralized. But don't you think you're underestimating me? Uchiha Hiruzen faced the encroaching threat with a smile lingering on his lips. His Sharingan, already activated, pulsed as chakra surged through him. Complex patterns blossomed within his gaze. Or could it be you've yet to learn that I possess the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? A Mangekyo? It is indeed a formidable power, but Uchiha Setsuna glanced coolly at Yuma, a cold sneer playing on his lips. Having lived through that era, I know very well. This power alone is no match for the combined assault of over a dozen elite shinobi. In his memories, Uchiha Izuna also possessed the Mangekyo, but his strength was just that. Strong, yes, but not beyond comprehension. At that level, you could barely match the Kage of a single village. As for Uchiha Madara, that was an anomaly, and he was certain the boy standing before him was no such anomaly. Uchiha Yuma sighed, exasperated, the pattern in his eyes swirling as his ocular power surged in an instant. People like you really are the frogs at the bottom of the well, aren't you? Gyutsu Ikimoku Uein. Futsu Kusanahi no Tsuruhi. Activated. The power of his left eye radiated, cloaking the entire shrine in an uncanny aura. A platinum-white sword light flared from his right eye, slowly wrapping itself around. The ninja blade gripped in Yuma's hand, though no one could tell when he had drawn it. The blade, now infused and transformed to platinum by Kusunagi's might, was swept lightly by Yuma's hand. A silvery arc sliced through the barrier. Crack. Shatter. That supposedly impregnable barrier fractured like a mirror splintering to pieces. In that instant, shards of crystallized chakra danced wildly through the air. Impossible. Uchiha Setsuna's eyes widened in raw disbelief. That barrier was forged on the foundation of the fire array. The Uchiha Fire Barrier, a closely guarded clan secret. An overwhelmingly sturdy defense, with the added bite of retaliation. Retaliatory, strike aside. Having witnessed Madara command the Nine Tails, Setsuna knew just how unbreakable this barrier was. Even the Nine Tails itself wouldn't necessarily breach it. All the more so, this version had been reforged to counter Hiruzen markings, sacrificing retaliation for even greater defense. The thought that anyone could shatter it had never even crossed his mind. But now, what was happening? That platinum sword light. He saw it with his own eyes, bursting forth from Yuma's eyes, cutting through everything. A dojutsu, of that there was no doubt. Realizing the truth, Setsuna's face contorted with rage. The entire Uchiha clan serves me now. Don't think that just because you broke the barrier, you'll be able to escape. Yuma let out a roaring, irrepressible laugh in response to Setsuna's furious howl. His wild, haughty laughter rode on a wave of terrifying ocular power. All the Uchihas present in that shrine, now cloaked in this chilling, sinister energy, found themselves gripped by paralyzing fear. They opened their Sharingan wide, their hands and feet quivering as if they wanted to do something. But the cold sweat streaming down their faces, the look of wanting to speak but holding back, all of it betrayed just how unsteady their hearts were in the face of this overwhelming ocular pressure. Noticing this, run? Who? Where would you run? Uchiha Hiruzen's smile faded, his eyes turning savage as he looked at the horror-stricken Setsuna. Why run? A heavy hum filled the air. A surge of chakra raged out from around Hiruzen. Crack, crack. Fiery red chakra began to take physical form. As the crimson giant started to manifest, the look on Uchiha Setsuna's face became one of utter disbelief. Could it be Susanoo? Setsuna, a veteran who had seen the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan among their clan, knew very well what it meant to awaken the Mangekyo, to summon forth this guardian deity of the Uchiha. Susanoo. He knew all too clearly. This was a peerless power, unmatched in both offense and defense. hailed within the Uchiha as nothing less than divine might. What's that? Yujin's eyes. Could those be the Mangekyo Sharingan, lost to our clan for so many years? It seems those rumors in the village were true. Yujin, no, Lord Yujin, really did awaken the Uchiha's divine power in the battle against the hidden mist. At that moment, the attending Uchiha struggled to come to their senses. Yujin's pair of eyes and the colossal 30-meter-tall spectral giant that had materialized. There was no longer any doubt. The long-lost Mangekyo Sharingan had returned to the clan once more. With a deep exhale, Uchiha Yujin, now in the skeletal first-stage form of Susanoo, let out a heavy breath, then swept his gaze arrogantly over the crowd. The game is over. The words had barely left his lips. Susanoo began to change. Tangible chakra burst forth, and in a blink, Susanoo sprouted a dozen mighty arms. Under Yujin's control, the giant limbs lashed out at every Uchiha present. Upon seeing Uchiha Yujin's assault, the elite Uchiha on-site reacted, poised to dodge. Huh, why are my feet tangled? A middle-aged Uchiha, ready to leap away, was shocked to discover his legs suddenly caught against each other. He couldn't comprehend it. He was one of the village's elite ninja. How could he possibly make such a clumsy, rookie mistake? Struggling to steady himself, he glanced around, only to see that everyone inside Yujin's attack range was in trouble. What's going on? Why do we bump into each other? How should I know? My body's moving all on its own. Damn it, there's no time. Just as the Uchiha present began to falter, each tripped up by unexpected mishaps. With a tearing sound, before they could react, a giant hand sliced through the air and caught them in its grasp. It's over. We've been captured. Damn, even escape jutsu isn't working. Maybe we should surrender. Lord Setsuna might not be able to win this time. Are you out of your mind? Planning to betray us already? Shut your mouths, losers. Uchiha Yujin frowned, putting a stop to the commotion. For these Uchiha to fail was only natural. When he activated Ikemokurin, he had already willed in his heart that these fools should be beset by all sorts of accidents, making them easier to catch. After all, his aim was to replace Uchiha Setsuna, not to wipe out his entire force and slaughter every last one of them. Such was the power of a will that can shape reality. Ikemokurin wove mishaps into being, making each Uchiha stumble in their own way. Thus, with their vulnerabilities revealed, Yujin's Susanoo captured them all. Yujin himself was surprised that his Susanoo could manifest so many arms at once. He'd merely thought about how best to seize so many people at the same time, when, under the influence of Ikemokurin's eye technique, Susanoo sprouted more limbs without hesitation. Still, he wanted them quiet. It would allow him to address Uchiha Setsuna, the old fool, in peace. Clearing his thoughts, Yujin's eyes sharpened. He channeled Susanoo's chakra into the sword gripped in one massive hand. A deep humming resonance filled the air. As sword and Susanoo fused their power, the sword's embedded attribute, chakra absorption and infusion, blue, sprang to life. What's happening, my chakra? Is it Susanoo? That technique is draining our chakra. Damn it. At this moment, no matter how unwilling, how bitterly they struggled, the captured Uchiha could only watch helplessly as Yujin sapped away every last drop of their chakra. Once all of them had collapsed weakly to the ground, Uchiha Yujin finally turned his gaze toward Uchiha Setsuna, who had remained silent throughout. He saw the old man standing aside, shoulders slumped, not even daring to attack. Yujin let out a mocking laugh. What's wrong? Unable to face reality. Hearing this, Uchiha Setsuna slowly raised his eyes, his gaze dull as he stared at this fearless youth. His lips quivered for a long moment before he managed to say, Yujin, can we make peace? He was truly afraid this time. A Sharingan technique that could break the most impregnable barrier, the overwhelming power of Susanoo and that unfathomable jutsu. He could feel death drawing near. As an old man who had survived the Warring States period, his spirit had long since been ground away in prison. Now, all he wanted was to swallow his pride and cling to life. But Uchiha Yuma, hearing the words of this old fossil, simply shook his head and let out a cold chuckle. Are you seriously making a joke at a time like this? As he finished speaking, a cruel smile curved at the corners of Yuma's lips. Besides, you old coot, I've put up with you for long enough. From the very first moment I saw you, that insufferably superior attitude of yours made me utterly sick. With a savage grin, Yuma brandished his ninja blade, which pulsed with a platinum-hued sword aura. In a brilliant flash, the platinum energy of the legendary Kusanagi. With a merciless will, he brought the sword down hard at Setsuna's waist. The sharp sound of rending flesh filled the air. At that moment, Uchiha Setsuna's body was cleaved in two, Moments later, inside the Nanga River Shrine, Uchiha Yuma sat at the head of the hall, looking down at the Uchiha clan members beneath him, all bowing their heads in submission. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The Uchiha truly lived up to their reputation as the most pragmatic of clans. After killing Setsuna, all it took was a mention of his intention to take the lead. Those he had just defeated, once they'd regained some of their strength, all submitted without hesitation. After taking over the influence that Setsuna had held within the clan, Yuma wasted no time. Once he let the gathered Uchiha recuperate enough chakra, he immediately ordered them to inform the rest of the clan. From now on, Setsuna's faction would be under his command. Having just submitted to their new leader, none of the Uchiha dared to slack off. Household by household, the news spread. Soon, every Uchiha in the Hidden Leaf knew of the seismic shift that had just rocked the clan assembly. So, Setsuna has finally gone to the Pure Lands? I told him long ago, for the Uchiha, only power is absolute. Crafty schemes will never get you anywhere in the end. Uchiha Hoka, a retired clan elder, sighed deeply as he received the news. Having walked through the warring states side by side with Setsuna, having witnessed the founding of the Hidden Village, his feelings towards Setsuna were complicated. This guy, Setsuna, decent strength, but nowhere near his own ability to command. But when it came to manipulation, Setsuna had always been a step ahead. Now, seeing Setsuna so forcefully toppled by Yuma, Hoka felt a pang of emotion. But as for young Yuma, at the thought of this unpredictable youth, Hoka couldn't suppress a flicker of excitement. He really might surpass Lord Madara one day. Such strength and poise at just 13. It was enough to astonish even someone like Hoka, who, in his younger days, had been Madara's peer. He'd witnessed Madara's rise firsthand. At 13, Madara had already lost several younger brothers. Yet even then, his Sharingan had yet to awaken. He was still grimly relying on his fire-style jutsu, locked in combat with the Senju of the forest. As for influence within the clan, back then, Madara was still under Lord Taijuma's stern guidance, and couldn't even get a taste of authority. Yet Uchiha Hiruzen, at only 13, had already reached this point. When he compared the two in his mind, the conclusion was clear. Even now, Hiruzen had already surpassed Madara at the same age. There was no way his future would fall short. And with the Uchiha falling further into decline, for such a prodigy to emerge, it was enough to make him sigh and wonder. Truly, the heavens watch over the Uchiha. But let's set aside the clan's reaction for now. Having issued his orders, Hiruzen walked toward the Hokage building with a spring in his step. A little while later, inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to Uchiha Hiruzen's report, his heart brimming with conflicting emotions. He hadn't imagined that this boy would take care of Setsuna so quickly. Hiruzen knew the youngster before him possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. But Uchiha Setsuna's side had over a dozen elite Jonin. With so many Sharingan users, he had thought they stood a fair chance against the Mangekyo. Who would have expected an overwhelming defeat, so swift and absolute, that every last one of them bowed before Hiruzen? That's the whole situation, Lord Third. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Uchiha Hiruzen said. Having finished his report, he felt there was nothing more to add, and so addressed Hiruzen with his farewell. Hiruzen, his mood complicated, managed a slight smile. No problem. You've worked hard, Hiruzen. Hiruzen offered him a small bow, then departed. As Hiruzen left the office, Hiruzen picked up his pipe. He paced over to the window, and, after taking a few puffs, looked down at the youth walking out of the building. With a soft sigh, he murmured, I hope my decision wasn't a mistake. Given Hiruzen's remarkable growth, he thought the boy might one day reach the heights of Madara. That was why he'd planted him in Minato's squad. But how could he have foreseen Hiruzen's development would take such a strange, explosive curve? It hadn't even been a whole year, had it? He'd gone from a rookie ninja to someone on par with the Kage. Uncanny. Beyond any doubt, uncanny. And now, with this unfathomable anomaly eliminating Uchiha Setsuna and taking the reins of power, Hiruzen began to feel truly uneasy. He couldn't tell whether his earlier decision had been right, for the sake of the leaf. By the next day, news of upheaval within the Uchiha clan could not be kept from anyone in the village. Setsuna's fall and Hiruzen's meteoric rise. The entire leaf was shaken by the news. In the tranquil courtyard of the Hyuga clan estate, the startled deer seemed to add its own sound to the murmuring water as Hayashi and Hisashi Hyuga sat facing each other. In response to the news they'd just received, they stared at one another in silent surprise. This Uchiha Yuma, isn't he just a bit too? Hayashi Hyuga pondered for a moment, at a loss for words to describe this astonishing youth. Hisashi, sitting opposite, finished his brother's thought. You mean, Far too extraordinary, right? Hayashi nodded, his expression suddenly firm. Exactly extraordinary. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How could this not be seen as abnormal? Which ninja clan could claim to have a prodigy who rivaled the Kage at only 13? Who else took over clan leadership and eliminated dissenters by that age? The Hyuga clan, with its traditional values and time-honored customs, prided itself on its records of all the major ninja families through the centuries, especially the Senju and Uchiha, branches of the sage's teachings. Yet in all those chronicles, there had never been a phenomenon quite so astonishing. It seems that a truly fearsome ninja is about to emerge from the Uchiha. From now on, whenever we Hyuga encounter the Uchiha, let us refrain from provoking them just because we both wield dojutsu. From today forward, whenever we face the Uchiha, let our clan practice restraint. His overwhelming strength, the ruthlessness shown to his political enemies. Such willpower left Hayashi certain Uchiha Yuma would, in the years to come, become Hokage without a doubt. For the Hyuga, with their strict division between branch and main families, the clan's continuity was paramount. They'd already decided not to challenge the Uchiha again after the last incident. Now, more than ever, Hayashi resolved that the Hyuga would keep their distance. At that moment, it wasn't only the Hyuga who were stunned by Uchiha Yuma's deeds. The great ninja clans, one after another, found themselves shaken. Becoming one of the top shinobi at 13 might have been cause for awe, but to seize power at that age? No one had even imagined it. As these families connected the dots, considering Uchiha Yuma's ties to the Hokage's own circle, a sense of unease chilled their hearts. They each cautioned their kin, never again to speak ill of the Uchiha, even in secret. And while Konoha's elite reeled from the news, the protagonist himself, Uchiha Yuma, was headed for the village hospital at a leisurely pace. Right now, he was in exceptionally high spirits. Having accepted the responsibilities of the moment, he'd also gained more than a dozen Uchiha subordinates. A force to be reckoned with. Everyone knew that when facing a Mangekyo Uchiha, your best bet was to flee one-on-one, struggle fiercely two-on-one, and only with three-on-one could you guarantee a win. After tallying up last night, he had 17 loyal Uchiha, and with Inaho, that made 18 elite. To put into perspective, there were only a little over 10,000 registered ninja in all of Konoha. Even accounting for the clan's hidden reserves, the total came to just under 20,000. There are so many ninja, yet only a few hundred jonin among them. When you have 18 Uchiha with fully evolved Sharingan, even taking them two-on-one ensures a decisive victory. The power in my hands is truly formidable. But that's not all I've gained. After defeating 17 jonin, plus the seasoned Uchiha Satsuna, my combat power on the status panel rose from the previous 570 to a formidable 2370. Just last night, I set this surge of power in motion. For now, my main combat style still revolves around Flying Thunder God and the Uchiha school of techniques. There's not much else to say about it. With a 2,000-point investment in both the Flying Thunder God style and the Uchiha school entries, each has ascended from blue to purple. At this thought, my attention shifts to the newly upgraded technique entries on my panel. Flying Thunder God technique, purple, an exceptional spatial technique, ensuring nothing stands in your way. Effects: coordinate-based teleportation. Space barrier. As expected, the purple tier Flying Thunder God entry. It has reached the very realm of Minato Namikaze himself. There's no notable change in the space jumping ability. But now, a new space barrier feature has been added. The moment I equipped the entry, I understood it in full. It's that original spatial barrier which could deflect any attack, even those of the Ten Tails, so long as there's chakra to spare. As for the Uchiha style's upgraded purple entry, the main improvement is in the rhythm and ferocity of battle. After all, this entry encompasses elegant techniques, taijutsu, jinjutsu, ninjutsu, projectile jutsu, all in one dazzling fighting style. Upgrading these techniques means, in future combat, I'll be even sharper and more formidable. Thinking about how much my combat rhythm has improved after the upgrades, the sting of spending 2,000 combat power so quickly begins to fade. My steps toward the Konoha hospital become even lighter. As for why I'm going to the hospital, the reason is simple. I want to collaborate with Tsunade and work together to research a special kind of white Zetsu body. I've already given the matter plenty of thought. Thanks to my system of technique entries, I personally don't need much from white Zetsu cells. Still, now that I'm no longer a lone wolf, I must consider the needs of my fellow Uchiha. In my past life, I was a regular 9-to-5er, clueless about management. But I've always understood the concept of carrot and stick. The stick will be my future, running things with a firm hand. My word must be law. but to soothe my subordinates and maintain morale. The best carrot for the Uchiha, white Zetsu cells, becomes essential. And Tsunade is the best candidate for the job. As a medical genius, there's no way she wouldn't be versed in relevant human research. More importantly, Tsunade's bottom line is far higher than that of the other candidate, Orochimaru. Working with someone who holds themselves to a higher ethical standard. That's what truly puts his mind at ease. And as for worries about dissecting corpses, surely Tsunade, with her hemophobia, wouldn't be up for it, right? Well, white Zetsu's body is made entirely of white tissue. Not a trace of red blood can be found. With his thoughts clear and well-ordered, Yu Uchiha soon arrived at the gates of Konoha. He entered the hospital, navigating the corridors with practiced ease until he came to the door of Tsunade's office. Yu Uchiha knocked politely at the door. With the sound of his firm knocks echoing, a pleasant female voice soon called from inside, "Come in." The door creaked as he stepped inside. Yu Uchiha gave a respectful bow to the elegant figure hunched over paperwork, busy at her desk. "Lady Tsunade, it's been a while." "Oh, you. What brings you to see me today?" Tsunade lifted her head from her files, looking at the young man with visible interest. "You've accomplished some big things lately. By all rights, shouldn't you be extremely busy right now?" As one of the legendary Sannin, she was well aware of this young man's recent feats, taking down that troublesome Uchiha Sasana and taking the reins of that faction of the Uchiha clan. Stunned? Naturally, there had been some shock. But after losing both her brother and lover, Tsunade had grown detached from such worldly matters. Events like these hardly registered to her anymore. Still, that this boy took the time to come see her, even in times like these. She couldn't help but be curious about his reasons. Not keeping her waiting, Yu Uchiha straightened, his expression turning solemn. He spoke earnestly to Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, I found something very interesting on a battlefield." As he spoke, he drew a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Squatting down, he tossed the scroll onto the floor. With a puff of smoke, when the haze cleared, the two halves of a special white Zetsu's body lay before Tsunade. "Huh, is that a corpse? Interesting." The very instant she saw the body, Tsunade braced herself for a surge of hemophobia and was just about to scold Yu for his thoughtlessness. But then she realized, this body didn't contain a drop of blood. Looking at the cross-section where the corpse had been cleaved in two, she saw there weren't even any organs. Her curiosity was piqued. Standing up, Tsunade approached the bizarre remains. She reached out and touched the strange body. This texture. Tsunade frowned slightly, uncertain if she could trust her own senses. After a moment's thought, she channeled her chakra into the corpse lying at her feet. A rush of energy flowed forth. As Tsunade unleashed her pure, unmistakable chakra of the Senju of the forest. As soon as she touched white Zetsu's corpse, a sprout of vivid green burst forth from the spot her fingers brushed against. There was a sudden, sharp sound, and Tsunade shot to her feet. She turned, her eyes grave as she looked at Yuma. "Kid, where exactly did this corpse come from? You had better explain yourself." She had no choice but to take this seriously. When she touched that body, her chakra had resonated with it instantly. Utterly perplexed, she channeled her own chakra in. Astonishingly, that bizarre corpse began to grow a tree. That sprouting branch, Tsunade, as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and a true witness to Wood Release, recognized it at once. There was no doubt about it. This was indeed Wood Release. With that in mind, she needed to get a clear explanation from Uchiha Yuma. But Yuma had already anticipated Tsunade's questions. He immediately revealed the information, that during the siege against him, this corpse had been one of the attackers. And besides, Yuma continued, slyly steering the conversation, this strange creature functioned very much like a living weapon. It could attach itself to a ninja's body. "I'd like you to study it, Tsunade-sensei." He had no choice but to put it this way. If it didn't, Tsunade, who still had a sense of decency, would never agree to study white Zetsu's cells. Only by emphasizing the unique properties of this particular white Zetsu, and making her see it as some kind of biological weapon, would Tsunade even consider it. After all, if everyone else was studying it and she'd already come face to face with it, any more hesitation would be unbefitting of a true ninja. Tsunade listened to Yuma's explanation in silence, and finally nodded. "I see, so it's a mature weapon. This intrigues me as well. I'll conduct research on it myself. Honestly, I ought to scold you for coveting the power of Wood Release. But this thing belongs to you as your spoils of war, so I have no right to object. When I make any useful discoveries, I'll let you know." Having said all this in one breath, Tsunade raised her eyebrows and pointed at the door. "Now you can go." Tsunade was in no mood to be polite to someone coveting the secrets of Wood Release. If it weren't for the fact that this was already a mature biological weapon and was in everyone else's hands as well, she never would have promised anything of the sort. Sensing Tsunade's bad mood, Yuma tactfully made his exit. He completely understood how she felt at the moment. After all, anyone would be displeased to see outsiders eyeing their own bloodline limit. A month slipped by in a blink. During this period, as he busied himself consolidating the power within his clan, Yuma did not remain idle. Now, in a training field filled with trees, he sat cross-legged beneath the cool shade, his eyes closed in meditation. There, still and silent, Yuma seemed almost one with nature itself. Several birds even began to treat him as nothing more than another part of the natural landscape. Serene and content, the energy spiraled quietly around him. Indeed, at this moment, Yuma was immersed in exploring sage mode. Throughout the past month, he had experimented countless times, methodically testing every possibility. Now, in this very instant, he sensed that his own sage mode was about to reveal itself. Soon after, the space surrounding Yuma quivered slightly, delicate ripples unfurling outward. A resonant hum vibrated through the air. Faint streaks of crimson appeared beneath Yuma's eyes. Sensing the transformation within himself, Yuma opened his scarlet eyes wide. So this is sage mode? Uchiha Yuma raised his hands in astonishment. Right now, he felt as if nothing was beyond his reach. His spirit and will seem to act as one. He lifted a hand and gestured towards the empty ground before him. There was a sharp, splitting sound as a cluster of vibrant green branches burst forcefully from the earth. It took only a moment. Amid a deep, thunderous rumble, those branches quickly grew into a small, flourishing grove. Is this what release enhanced by sage art? Yuma's eyes sparkled with excitement. He understood well. With this level of wood release, once he mastered the necessary hand signs, he could wield its power with ease. Next, let's see just how much sage mode can enhance the other techniques. With that thought, Uchiha Yuma's hands flashed through a rapid sequence of seals. Chakra surged and gathered at his lips. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive sphere of searing flame erupted from his mouth in an instant. The fireball, tens of meters across, soared into the sky like a miniature sun. Carrying a deadly heat, it descended upon the grove that had just formed. A tremendous explosion shook the ground. In that instant, when the blazing orb collided and detonated, scorching winds, fused with the compressed air, swept outward with a deadly fury. Everything in the vicinity was laid to waste by that torrent of infernal power. Deafening detonations echoed again and again. The training grounds had been blasted into utter chaos. Moments later, Uchiha Yuma surveyed the point of impact. The woodland forged from wood release had vanished without a trace. In its place, a pit over 10 meters wide scarred the earth, molten gold and crimson magma trickling at its base. Gazing upon this scene, a vision of a molten hell's cape, Yuma nodded with satisfaction. With this sage mode, tailored perfectly to myself, every technique of mine receives at least 5-fold amplification. Under the influence of natural energy, even Great Fireball, normally just a tactical jutsu, becomes overwhelmingly powerful. Sage mode truly lives up to its name, a means by which mortals, unbound by lineage, can overtake the powerful by sheer will. Now that he had mastered a sage mode unique to himself, Yuma understood. When sage mode was active, his strength undoubtedly crossed into territory beyond that of any Kage. However, his status panel still listed his power as Kage. He realized that sage mode's extraordinary might functioned more like a temporary augmentation than a permanent upgrade, much like a buff in a game. This is not a true measure of real strength. This unique fairy energy I possess, I can maintain it for over an hour, at least. Clenching his fist, Yuma sensed the upper limit of his sage mode. He was already quite content with this. As expected, what suits oneself is always the best. The three great sanctuaries method, forcibly grafting the animal's way of channeling natural energy onto humans, was neither enduring nor powerful. Worse, it caused strange changes in the body. For Yuma, these were thoroughly unacceptable. After all, for a Uchiha, maintaining one's cool is extremely important. And in this very moment, Uchiha Yuma's heart brimmed with confidence. With his power now under his command, he believed, unless an enemy from beyond this world appeared. Otherwise, with Flying Thunder God marks and Sage Mode both in his arsenal, he could contend, even with Uchiha Madara in his prime, Rinnegan ablaze. This growth in strength filled Yuma with satisfaction as he dismissed his Sage Mode. Noting the sun climbing near noon and feeling a touch of hunger creeping in, he set off, heading back toward the village. He walked in silence, As he passed by a ramen stall, Yuma paused in his tracks. Ichiraka ramen, huh. Spotting the signboard, Yuma raised an eyebrow. Now that I think of it, since awakening my previous life memories, I haven't visited this famous spot yet. With that, he made his way toward the ramen shop. Pushing the curtain aside, the scene inside the shop caught his eye, making him exclaim with delight. Obito, Kakashi, Rin, you've all finished your mission and made it back to the village. Hearing Yuma's familiar voice, the trio, busy slurping noodles, turned his way. Ah, Yuma, it's been so long. Obito hastily swallowed his noodles, waving at Yuma with excitement. Kakashi spared Obito a sidelong, unimpressed glance, shifted on his stool to make space, and then looked over at Yuma. Hey, long time no see, Yuma. Seeing her companions greet him, Rin smiled gently. Yuma, are you here for ramen too? I am, Yuma replied, sliding onto a stool at the counter. He nodded to the young chef. Boss, I'll have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. Then, turning back to his three friends, he smiled warmly. It really has been a while, everyone. Yeah, Yuma, after this, you'll be joining us for missions, right? Obito's face lit up with anticipation as he turned to Yuma. I'm still assigned to Minato's squad for now, so of course I'll be joining you for the next missions, Yuma replied, eyes gleaming with a cheerful grin. Last time I had to go to the coast, but that was due to forces beyond my control. With those words, Yuma settled in, soon falling into easy conversation with his three friends. At that moment, the curtain of the ramen shop was lifted once more. Minato Namikaze, radiating warmth and cheerfulness, stepped inside, hand in hand with a beautiful woman in red by his side. Upon seeing that Yuma was also present, Minato's face immediately lit up with genuine delight. Yuma, my boy. Yuma turned his head at the sound and greeted them warmly. Sensei Minato, and this must be your wife, right? Haha, Yuma, it's your first time meeting Kushina, isn't it? Minato scratched his head with an embarrassed smile as he gently held the red-haired woman's hand. Let me introduce you. This is the woman I vowed to protect with all my heart. Uzumaki Kushina. Hearing this, Yuma stood up respectfully and bowed to Kushina. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Kushina. I am Uchiha Yuma. I hope you'll look after me in the future. Ha! No need to be so formal. The lively and open-hearted Kushina hurried over to help Yuma up, then gave his shoulder a friendly pat. I've heard Minato mention your name countless times. Truth be told, she had long wanted to meet this gifted boy. But due to her status as Jinchuriki, both Minato and the third Hokage had their concerns. They had always hesitated to let her meet this promising young man. Today, Minato's team had just returned from a mission, and they'd arranged to meet at Ichiraka Ramen. And as luck would have it, Uchiha Yuma was also here. Kushina truly felt happy about this coincidence. She'd been eager for a long time to finally meet in person. The supposed monster prodigy that Minato spoke so highly of. What kind of person was he, really? Now that she saw him for herself, she realized he was simply a polite and handsome young man, and found his demeanor instantly endearing. Yes, ma'am. Yuma responded to Kushina, suppressing the curiosity rising within him. He returned to his seat. Just moments before, when Kushina had greeted him, Yuma had silently commanded his phrase system to pick from among the many purple tags, the one with the deepest shade of violet, and extract it. Given her status as Jinchuriki, he was genuinely curious. What kind of unique trait or ability she possessed? With his thoughts focused, Yuma cast his mind's eye upon the system panel. Blood of Uzumaki, purple. This blood carries immense latent power. With such lineage, you will find nothing stands in your way. Effect. Greatly enhances vitality, perception, and healing. Seal of Chains. Just as Yuma had expected, the pure Uzumaki bloodline. This was undoubtedly Kushina's most powerful trait. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, her ability to effortlessly bind the mightiest of tailed beasts with her adamantine sealing chains said it all. That seal of chains listed on the trait, he didn't even need to guess. It had to be the adamantine sealing chains. This technique was hidden deep within the Uzumaki bloodline. Its strength was closely tied to the user's chakra reserves and spiritual might. Those who possess this technique will find that the stronger their chakra, the more powerful the chains of restraint become. On the entry, another explanation. The boost to vitality should be more or less the same as the 1,000 hands of the forest. However, when it comes to healing abilities, it should be different from the Senju clans. This is a power that can heal not only oneself, but others as well. Just like Karen Uzumaki in the original story, as long as someone bites her and drinks her blood, injury can be healed rapidly. However, given the current circumstances, Yuma Uchiha fully understood. This is not the time to be analyzing entries. With Kushina Uzumaki present at this gathering, he couldn't just install the entry right here. After all, the moment he installed it, the changes in his chakra would be unmistakable. Someone like Kushina, a true daughter of the Uzumaki clan, would never miss it. With that thought, Yuma Uchiha set aside his musings. He began exchanging a few pleasantries with Minato Namikaze and the others. Before long, their ramen was ready, freshly made by the young chef. Minato accepted his bowl and gave it a gentle stir. Yuma, I just got back to Konoha, and the first thing I heard was about your recent exploits. I have to say, well done. Regarding his students' actions in taking down Uchiha Setsuna and seizing some power in the security department, Minato gave his wholehearted approval. As one of the few who saw further than most, his gaze had long surpassed the typical perspective of a ninja. With that vision, Minato knew the Uchiha and Konoha were slowly drifting apart. Setsuna Uchiha himself was a favored candidate of the Hokage's camp. Minato knew his type well, a zealous Uchiha hawk to the core. The hawks in the clan only ever hindered the Uchiha from truly becoming part of Konoha. So, Setsuna's death honestly left him unfazed. Even if his own student had done something so drastic, eliminating a senior, seizing power, stepping outside moral bounds, he didn't care at all. Minato always regarded the people of Konoha as his comrades. But he was a ninja, not a rigid samurai. As long as something contributed to harmony in the village, he could accept it. Besides, his student, with that monstrous rate of growth. At this point, perhaps even Minato himself would find him difficult to handle. With such a formidable disciple, Minato knew better than to push him away. The powerful are always entitled to certain privileges. Is that so? So even you think so, sensei? Yuma raised his eyebrows, responding to Minato. Just then, Kushina, who had been sitting nearby, tapped the table with a little thump and arched her elegant brows. All right, look, you all haven't seen each other for so long. It's a Namikaze team reunion. Let's leave business aside for today. Seeing the smiling expression on his fiancée's face, Minato Namikaze swallowed hard. All right. After spending a brief moment with his team, Uchiha Yujin returned to his humble abode. He lit the incense burner and settled cross-legged in his living room. With a single thought, he commanded, System, install the Uzumaki bloodline trait. The trait extraction system carried out his order. A deep, resonant vibration surged through the air, like the distant tolling of ancient bells. The very instant the Uzumaki bloodline trait took hold in Yujin's body, ripples of white energy shimmered around him. He couldn't help but gasp quietly at the changes coursing through him. He could sense, right then and there, that his blood had begun to come alive, teeming with vigorous energy that surged from within. This unbounded vitality made his eyes involuntarily tremble. And so, the Sharingan awakened, its crimson glow unfurling in his gaze. With a metallic crackle, for golden chakra, chains unfurled from his back. As the adamantine sealing chains manifested in all their glory, Yujin felt an unmistakable transformation within himself. At that moment, the system delivered a message. Would you like to fuse the bloodline limit traits? Yujin was taken aback. If it's possible, I'd definitely fuse them. But how many battle points would it cost? Trait fusion in the system depended on compatibility. The higher the compatibility, the fewer the battle points required. On the surface, the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans were all kin. Their compatibility should be high. Still, glancing at his own stats after upgrading the traits, an almost pitiable total of 370 battle points, Yujin thought it wise to ask the system directly. The system replied, What? Direct fusion requires 3,000 points, but if I use the 8 branches technique as a foundation, only 300 points. Astonishing. This jutsu. He had seen Orochimaru show its power in the original story, revealing an almost Otsutsuki-like immortality. He'd thought by learning it himself, he might unravel some of the Otsutsuki clan's enigmas. Among his earlier rewards, he'd managed to secure this jutsu. He hadn't neglected its study. He had mastered it half a year ago. As for its effects, well, in terms of condensing and embodying chakra will, it worked exactly as Yujin had expected. But stop there. He realized, if he truly wished to unravel the secret behind the Otsutsuki clan's mysterious karma, he'd need a perfected version of Orochimaru's immortal curse seal. When this became clear, Yujin, greatly disappointed, abandoned further cultivation of the technique. After all, advanced mastery of this jutsu meant dangerous changes to the flesh, transforming a ninja into a serpent monstrosity the size of a mountain. He didn't actually need this ability. However, now, things were different. Yujin truly hadn't expected that after making the Kekkei Genkai trait his foundation, he could reduce so much of his energy consumption. He was genuinely curious about the reason behind this. With a thought, he spoke directly to the system. Then let's use the Yada technique as the foundation. Merge the trait. The system responded without hesitation, its loyalty unwavering. On the panel, Yujin's combat strength and the related traits all gave a subtle tremor. A sweep of mysterious, dark light rippled across the interface. And then, a new trait appeared on the panel. It's actually this? Yujin's eyes widened, surprise clear in his voice. As I thought, with the trait extraction system, there's really no need for me to struggle through endless research and training. His amazement was only natural. The trait now displayed before him was nothing short of extraordinary. Otsutsuki, Fragment Blue. Congratulations. You've taken a solid step on the path to becoming an informational life form. Effect. Chakra composition. Minor enhancement to ocular, physical, and blood-related abilities. Note, this is an incomplete trait. You need to gather corresponding traits to upgrade it. An informational life form, eyes, flesh, and blood, and this, chakra composition. Yujin's expression sharpened as he read the information, the cogs in his mind spinning. Immediately, he issued a command. System, install this trait. In that instant, something inexplicable happened. Blue-white ripples spread out from Yujin's body, softly undulating through the air. This strange ripple was oddly beautiful, and when it reached 5 meters from his body, it faded into emptiness. Before Yujin could even process the change, a blue flame of chakra suddenly ignited around him. Fiery brilliance danced, wild and untamed, ignoring the surging chakra roaring through his body. Yujin stared at his own hands with the Mangekyo Sharingan, eyes wide in disbelief. My hands! Is my skin getting paler? A frown creased his brow as a thought struck him. With a single breath, he calmed the blazing chakra fire enveloping him. Then, he strode to the washroom. He faced the mirror. There, he saw the changes in himself. His skin had grown a touch paler, though not to any abnormal degree. Through his bangs, a streak of white shone like a sudden highlight. And the transformation in his Mangekyo Sharingan was even more pronounced. Where once they were deathly crimson, now they flared with a vibrant, living flame. Is this the Otsutsuki transformation? Upon seeing the changes in his face, Yujin started to speculate. He closed his eyes and focused on sensing the changes within his body. After a moment, a deep, exhilarated laugh burst out of him, muffled by his own hands pressed to his face. Ah! Ah ha ha ha! Yuma Uchiha's laughter rang out with pure delight. What an unexpected harvest! His laughter echoed through the room for a while, before Yuma finally lowered his hands. A thrill curved across his lips. So that's it. My next goal just became quite simple. Within his body, the powers of the Uchiha, the Senju of the forest, and the Uzumaki clans still remained within him. There had been some degree of improvement, though nothing earth-shattering. After all, the Otsutsuki trait still carried the mark. Incomplete. Nevertheless, he now understood the true meaning behind the change of eye, flesh, and blood. Eye, the Uchiha. Flesh, representing the Senju. Blood, directly Uzumaki. So, does this mean that I only need to complete the bone trait and the foundational trait of the Byakugan? If I do, will the word incomplete finally vanish from my Otsutsuki lineage? And then there's this chakra editing. The thought of this ability sent a thrill through Yuma's heart. He raised his right hand and formed a gentle fist. A brilliant blue aura of chakra ignited in his palm. With a thought, Yuma acted. In a flash, his figure vanished from the room and reappeared in a training ground. Wielding the power of the flying thunder god technique, Yuma hurled the chakra in his hand forward. Boom! As soon as the chakra left his hand, it transformed into a massive sphere of flame. A moment later, that blazing fireball collided with the ground, erupting in a tremendous explosion. Ha ha ha! Just as I expected, seeing the results of the unleashed fireball, Yuma couldn't help but laugh joyfully. It's the grand fireball jutsu. At this moment, he grasped the essence of chakra editing. This was the Otsutsuki clan's dominion over chakra itself. So this is the true purpose of the Yatsukiji no Jutsu, turning into an informational life form. So that's it, Yuma finally understood the technique. From the way Mamashiki Otsutsuki manifested within Boruto's body, it was plain to see. The core of the Otsutsuki's power lay in informationalizing their own chakra. When they sought resurrection, it was much like extracting and decompressing a digital file inside their host. It would unpack itself and overwrite the host's being. And the Yatsukiji no Jutsu, a technique enabling one to transform into a chakra obsession, was nearly identical to the Otsutsuki's method of converting themselves into information. When the system fused these traits, it integrated this obsession with bloodlines, morphing it into information. Thus, the ability to edit chakra itself was born. This ability would allow him to unleash any technique he mastered without ever needing to form hand seals again. He wouldn't even need to clap his hands together, as some techniques demand. As long as he materialized chakra, with nothing but the power of his mind, the chakra would respond to his will and transform into the desired jutsu. With this ability, if I ambush my enemies in battle, I'll give them a massive shock and catch them completely off guard, he thought. A ninja's battle is a contest of techniques and information. Having this ability might not increase his raw power that much. After all, as for the quantity of chakra he possessed right now, it was probably only about on par with what Uchiha Madara had when he founded Konoha. He still hadn't reached that level that Hashirama did, a level where his chakra surpassed even that of the tailed beasts. As for the Sharingan, even though there'd been slight progress, its strength still hadn't reached the heights of the eternal Mangekyo. Yet this ability's boost to his soft power was absolutely tremendous. At that thought, Yujin Uchiha glanced toward the system panel. Host, Yujin Uchiha. Gender, male. Age, 13. Strength, Kage. Attributes, Child of Space-Time, Gold. Genius, Gold. Destined Phantom, Gold. Steel-Tempered, Purple. Mangekyo Sharingan, Purple. Uchiha-Style Techniques, Purple. Natural Energy Affinity, Purple. Flying Thunder God Technique, Purple. Otsutsuki Remnant, Blue. Medical Prodigy, Blue. Chakra Seed, Blue. Weapon Attributes, Lightning Infusion, Blue. Undying Vampirism, Blue. Chakra Mimicry, Blue. Chakra Absorption and Fusion, Blue. Combat Power, 70. At this moment, the system still evaluated his raw strength as Kage level. However, the addition of chakra editing and the Flying Thunder God technique meant he could now go toe-to-toe with even super Kage level opponents. In fact, when facing someone like Nagato, a relatively weaker super Kage, he might actually stand a chance at victory. And this didn't even account for the increase he'd get from entering Sage Mode. Looks like I'm the classic overpowered genius you see in fantasy novels. Yujin Uchiha teased himself, his mood greatly lifted. Immediately after, right there in the training grounds, he began to explore every change in his abilities. When you focus intently, time seems to slip away before you know it. In the blink of an eye, dusk had arrived. Yujin Uchiha lifted his head and saw the horizon dyed red by the setting sun. He quickly tidied himself up, making sure to leave the training grounds before nightfall. As he walked home, he was mulling over one thing. His fighting techniques might be due for a change. Before, when every attribute of his strength hadn't fully matured, and he wasn't yet a jack-of-all-trades type fighter, the combination of Uchiha-style combat and the Flying Thunder God technique was already more than enough. After all, Minato Namikaze fought at almost the same pace in battle. This pattern was also shown to be highly advantageous in the original work. One could even say that it's the kind of fighting style that lets someone with Kage-level strength take part in battles on the Six Paths level. The Flying Thunder God technique, its power is truly undeniable. Yet now, in his current self, techniques, Susun, Flying Thunder God, Uchiha style, various elemental jutsu, along with the Sage energy from Sage Mode, his skills have become far more diverse than before. All these abilities made Uchiha Yujin realize he shouldn't keep himself confined to using only the Flying Thunder God. It seems I finally have a new goal for my training in the days ahead. With his thoughts organized, Yujin, feeling a rumble of hunger in his stomach, strode down the streets of Konoha. Yujin's training plan was abruptly derailed by forces beyond his control, because the Third Great Ninja War had already been raging for some time. Now, every participating village had encircled prosperous Konoha together, and suddenly, Iwagakure poured a flood of troops onto the front lines. This left Konoha, already outnumbered 4-1, more stretched than ever. In such a situation, someone like Uchiha Yujin, the higher-ups would never let him sit idle. Take now, for instance. Faced with the crushing pressure from the hidden stone, the village took action immediately. At this very moment, inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, Minato's whole team was listening to orders from the third Hokage. Iwagakure has suddenly mobilized several thousand ninja for a surprise assault on the front lines. So, Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed a grave stare on Minato Namikaze. This time, I need the Minato team to operate as an elite squad, harass their rear, cut off their supply lines. With those words, Sarutobi handed a scroll to Minato Namikaze. This contained specific instructions about where to cut them off and all the mission details. Minato and Yujin, I trust in both your strength. Don't let me down. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. As the team leader, Minato accepted the scroll and answered in a steady voice. We'll get the job done. At his side, Uchiha Hiruzen watched the serious faces of the two men before him. He knew very well. The current phase of the war had reached its fever pitch. The sudden surge from Iwagakure was an enormous strain for Konoha, already enclosed by 4 villages. It was overwhelming, to say the least. The village was running out of options. The entire Uchiha clan had been sent to fight on the Mist Front for over a year now, which says it all. One had to remember that for more than 2 decades, Konoha's top brass had faithfully enforced their teacher Tobarama Senju's containment policy against the Uchiha. That is to say, under the pretense of the security division needing to protect the entire village, the Uchiha were strictly confined within its borders. They were forbidden from leaving the village to carry out missions, for fear that outside stimuli might provoke them, resulting in too many awakenings of the Sharingan. Now, with the current situation of Iwagakure making aggressive moves, if his memory served him right, this was the storyline surrounding the Canopy Bridge. As for this mission, Hiruzen's mood was exceptionally relaxed. At present, his strength could be described as, unless the Otsutsuki themselves descended, no one on Earth could pose a threat to him. Such power combined with his knowledge from a previous life of almost all relevant information about this so-called S-rank mission. It was almost unthinkable that anything could go wrong. Ironically, the only thing bothering him now was, if he got too involved himself, how would Obito awaken his Sharingan? After all, that kid's eyes were special. With just 2 tomo, he was able to wield the power of the Mangekyo. Otherwise, there would be no way to account for how, in the original timeline, half his body and one of his eyes survived such devastation. A special eye required a special method to awaken. Within the Uchiha clan, the common wisdom was, Sharingan were awakened through pain. This was a detail Hiruzen remembered vividly. In the manga, Itachi made it a point to explain this to Sasuke emphatically. He himself had awoken his own Mangekyo only through the heartbreak of Shirsue's death. But Obito was extraordinary even among the exceptional. In the original timeline, he awakened his Sharingan to protect a friend. It was the desire to save Rin and to defend a wounded Kakashi that led to the awakening of his eyes. 2 tomo from the first moment. Even the reincarnation of Indra could hardly compare. And the one-time passive skill Hiruzen had gained from Obito, Eyes of the Divine Realm, Red, attested to this as well. So, Obito's awakening remained something Hiruzen was curious and deeply invested in. He wondered, if he distorted Obito's fate, what kind of ocular power would emerge after Obito awakened his Mangekyo? Given that the only red skill he currently possessed had been obtained from Obito, he was convinced that, even if it wasn't Kamui, this guy would still unlock a terrifying ocular power, surpassing even most divine techniques. Not long after, Minato Namikaze finished debriefing with the 3rd Hokage and led his team out from the Hokage's office. Everyone for this task will act as a squad. As a small team, compared to the thousands of rock shinobi, our maneuverability is unmatched, so we have plenty of time. Go home and prepare your supplies. We'll regroup at training ground 1 the day after tomorrow. Yes, Sensei Minato, they replied in unison. 1 day later, in the pitch darkness of a mountain cave, beneath an enormous demonic statue, with a white tube lodged in his back, Madara Uchiha cast a glance at Black Zetsu, who was slowly rising from the ground. How are things going? Madara asked, his tone calm. Lord Madara, the white Zetsu hidden in Konoha has already uncovered some useful information and transmitted it to us through summoning. Any news on the people we're keeping a close eye on? Madara's gaze narrowed ever so slightly as he pressed for details. Black Zetsu let out an exasperated sigh at these words. Everyone else is manageable, except that brat Uchiha Hiruzen. Somehow, he's learned Sage Mode, which means White Zetsu can no longer surveil him. Sage Mode, huh? TCH, that kid actually mastered such a troublesome technique. Madara's tone grew irritable. Sage Mode was a power he knew all too well. His closest friend and rival, Hashirama Senju, was also a master of that very ability. So Madara was well aware that, under Sage Mode, any shinobi with decent sensory skills could easily detect White Zetsu, strange life form that he was. All right, enough with the bad news. Is there anything good to report? Madara's voice was laced with frustration as he questioned Black Zetsu again. There's definitely good news. Black Zetsu's sly chuckle echoed. The whole Minato team is preparing for a deep infiltration mission behind enemy lines. Oh, Madara's eyes lit up with sudden interest. That is good news. If that's the case, we can use this opportunity to bring Obito over to our side. Black Zetsu picked up, his voice eerie and chilling. Then we can move on to the real plan. Madara nodded in agreement, his eyes full of approval. Exactly. My time is almost up. I truly do need a successor. But, Lord Madara, Minato's team is always together. With Uchiha Hiruzen among them, persuading Obito might be very difficult. Black Zetsu's thoughts turned to Hiruzen's formidable power, and he hurried to remind Madara. At Black Zetsu's warning, Madara's brow furrowed deeply. He was right. That Uchiha Hiruzen was far too much trouble. With the Mangekyo Sharingan and Flying Thunder God at his disposal, Madara couldn't think of any way to get Obito alone. After a moment of contemplation, Madara's face took on a shadowy, menacing look. Looks like I'll have to move out myself. White Zetsu. With a bark command, the special White Zetsu known as Tobi jumped out at once. Lord Madara, what do you need? Wrap yourself around me. I'll need your ability. Alrighty, I wanted to do this for ages. It'll be a great chance to experience for myself what it feels like inside Lord Madara's biology. Tobi's quippy words rang out, light and mischievous. Immediately, the white, viscous substance flowed out, wrapping itself completely around Uchiha Madara. A moment later, Madara, now encased from head to toe in the white material, clenched his fist and felt his strength return. Recovered to half my full power. That's enough. After voicing his satisfaction, Madara turned to Black Zetsu and spoke with a chilling authority. Black Zetsu, let's set out together. To where, Lord Madara? The IWA Shinobi main camp. I have some advanced preparations to make. Under the gentle radiance of a spring day, all the members of Minato's team, except for Obito, had arrived early at Training Field 1. As for Obito's habitual tardiness, everyone except Kakashi had long since gotten used to it. Obito is always like this. He never follows ninja rules or even basic discipline. Kakashi muttered in frustration. Be patient, Kakashi calmly advised Uchiha Hiruzen, giving Kakashi's shoulder a reassuring pat. At that moment, Obito came running up, a bit out of breath. Sorry, everyone, he said, hands pressed together apologetically, his signature goggles perched askew. I was helping an old lady get home, so I'm late. Obito, once or twice is understandable, but every single time? That's just too much. While the others might have bought his story, Kakashi was unmoved. A ninja should know how to follow the rules. I'm not lying, Kakashi. Obito protested, obviously annoyed. And you? Aren't you tired of lecturing about rules every single day? Seeing the two about to start their usual squabble, Minato Namikaze strode over and mediated with a gentle smile. All right, you two. No more arguing. And Obito, I believe you. Thanks, Sensei. Obito's face lit up, genuinely touched by his teacher's trust. With Obito, now reassured, Minato's smile broadened as he produced a special kunai and tossed it to Kakashi. Today's a special day for you. Consider this a gift, Kakashi. Oh, thanks, Sensei. Kakashi caught the kunai and nodded to Minato with gratitude. Witnessing this, Uchiha Hiruzen also reached into his bag and pulled out a scroll. Here, 10,000 explosive tags. My gift to celebrate your promotion to Jonin. The news of Kakashi's promotion to Jonin had circulated since their visit to the Hokage's office. During the recent period of awakening new resolve, Hiruzen had come to regard Kakashi as a true friend. Gifts, of course, were only natural. Thanks, Hiruzen. This will really come in handy. Kakashi accepted the scroll with sincere appreciation. But 10,000 explosive tags. You've really outdone yourself. Cut the talk. No need for formalities between us. With a friendly grin, Hiruzen playfully punched Kakashi's shoulder. He truly felt a sense of gratitude toward Kakashi. That's exactly why he went to such great lengths to prepare this gift for Kakashi. Kakashi's genius trait and the other traits he had acquired through his network. During the period that he awakened his past life wisdom, these had helped him immensely. Logically speaking, with his trait extraction system, it would seem he didn't need to care about these renowned figures at all. He could simply extract a great number of traits from ordinary ninja and gain strength rapidly. But reality is harsh. To think that you can quickly become supremely powerful just by extracting a vast amount of common traits. Such naive thoughts simply don't work in this world. Ordinary ninja, without special bloodlines or unique talents. At best, what you could extract are chakra attribute traits. Most of these would likely be blue or green grade, nothing special. What use would extracting them serve? At most, you'd achieve all chakra affinity. And even if you succeed in that, look at Kakashi and Hiruzen Sarutobi. They're the pinnacle of what all chakra affinity can offer. The original story makes it clear. Only after Kakashi developed that violet lightning jutsu did he barely reach the threshold of Super Kage level. But once you get to that level, breaking through further is nearly impossible. The reason is simple. In this world, bloodline and talent always reign supreme. Without the blood of the Otsutsuki, without extraordinary natural gifts, you simply can't become one of those few who can take on thousands single-handedly. For ordinary people, there are limits. Leaving aside rare exceptions like they amount to something like the third Raikage, who could take on 10,000, only to be worn to death in the end. Yet in this period, thanks to Kakashi's connections, from the very beginning, he was able to meet all of Minato's team, people with rare talents. Obito goes without saying, a being even more unique than the reincarnation of Indra himself. Namikaze Minato, ninja world's #1 reflexes. Without such lightning-fast reflexes, even if you mastered Flying Thunder God, you'd only use it as a tool for fast travel. And, after meeting Namikaze Minato, he also easily got to know Minato's beloved, Uzumaki Kushina, as well as Jiraiya and the other legendary Sannin. Meeting meant interacting, and with every interaction, he could extract traits far beyond those of ordinary people. All the power he's amassed so far speaks for itself. It's precisely because Hiruzen gained far more than he'd ever expected that he didn't hesitate in spending nearly 80% of his money to buy so many explosive tags for Kakashi. At that moment, Rin Noara came over smiling and handed Kakashi a medical kit. Kakashi, this is my gift for you. If you get hurt in the future, you can use it right away. Something so practical. Thank you, Rin. Kakashi accepted the gift and glanced over at Obito, whose face was twisted in annoyance. With absolute calm, Kakashi extended his hand to Obito. What's this supposed to mean, Kakashi? Obito grumbled, clearly put out. He'd already been sulking when Rin had handed Kakashi his gift with such gentle warmth. And now, seeing Kakashi holding his hand out expectantly, Obito's mood soured even more. My gift, Kakashi replied, still perfectly composed. My Jonin promotion gift. Huh, what gift? Don't even think about it. Obito snapped, refusing to admit he'd completely forgotten to prepare anything. That sort of slip was especially fatal for someone as proud as he was. All the more so now with Rin right there. Well, I can't say I really expected anything from you. Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly and withdrew his hand. At that moment, Minato, who had been quietly smiling at his students' antics, walked over. All right, everyone, Minato began. It's time to talk about the mission. He placed the scroll given by the third Hokage on the ground and unfurled it in one smooth motion. With quick efficiency, he pointed directly at the scroll and explained, the front line faces tremendous pressure from thousands of IWNE. That's why we need elite squads to slip behind enemy lines and cut off their supply routes. All of you heard as much in the Hokage's office just now. But what I need to say is this. Minato's finger tapped a spot on the map. This is Kanabi Bridge, the most crucial supply route for IWA. If we blow up this bridge, we'll cut their supplies off from thousands of IWA soldiers. That could win us the war. We get all that, Sensei. Uchiha Yuma's eyes flashed as he interrupted. You've told us plenty already. I bet there's more on your mind. Sensei, just come out with it. Whatever you want us to do, I can take care of it. He knew full well that, in the original timeline, Minato and Namikaze had split them into separate teams. Minato himself would confront the IWA main force on the front. Kakashi would lead a team to destroy Kanabi Bridge. Now, after this much explanation, it was almost certain Minato still intended to split the group. And if he didn't make things clear, any mistake on a mission would spell real trouble for his own students. Still, all this talk sat poorly with Yuma, whose confidence had grown with his formidable new strength. Minato, whose line Yuma had just interrupted, didn't seem to mind at all. He caught the dismissive glint in Yuma's eyes and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. How amusing, he thought. His pupil, after all, now matched his Flying Thunder God technique in sheer speed. What's more, Minato had also heard that Yuma had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking about it, he wasn't even sure he could win in a real fight. Already, the gap in power could only be described as... No, it wasn't just a gap. This was someone who had actually surpassed him. After all, as a true-born member of the Hidden Leaf's illustrious line, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, how could he not know? That mysterious ocular power, combined with the descriptions in the records. The giant deity technique, known as Susanoo. His own student, Yuma Uchiha, had unquestionably become stronger than he was. With this realization, Minato couldn't help but give a wry, self-deprecating smile in his heart. With someone that powerful on their side, what was he even worried about? Clearing his mind, Minato showed the characteristic decisiveness of a ninja. At once, he lowered his gaze and spoke solemnly. Then I'll get straight to the point. We're about to split into teams. I'll be heading to the front line to face the bulk of the Iwagakure forces. As for you, you'll form another team and go destroy the Kanabi Bridge. Gravely, he lifted his hand and pointed to Yuma. And Yuma, You'll be the leader of this team from now on." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. They had no objections whatsoever to Minato Namikaze's decision. Rin Noara aside, she might not be the strongest, but as a medical ninja, she understood the situation well enough. In this squad, leaving aside Minato-sensei, Yuma Uchiha truly was the strongest among them. So big brother Yuma will lead the squad. Obito Uchiha felt a surge of emotion. For him, who was currently burning with jealousy, anything was fine, as long as Kakashi wasn't the captain. Besides, over the past 2 days since returning to the village, he'd learned what a major feat Yuma Uchiha had accomplished. The day after they got back, his grandmother told him that Yuma had already taken control of Uchiha Satsuna's forces. He'd been stunned at the news. So shocked, in fact, that he immediately went to confirm it with other clan members the very next day. The next revelation was even more astonishing. Yuma had wrested power by killing Uchiha Satsuna. When he heard that, Obito was left completely numb. As for Satsuna's death, he honestly didn't care. People often misjudged him, someone always helping old folks around the village, thinking he was just a soft-hearted do-gooder. But deep down, Obito knew himself well. He was the type to stand by family and friends, not moral arguments. Big brother Yuma was a vital comrade. Uchiha Satsuna had made life hard for both him and Yuma. He was the enemy, and when it came to enemies, Obito's heart was practically made of ice. Sometimes, even he was startled by his own lack of mercy. Still, this earth-shattering news had made Yuma Uchiha's image even more vivid and imposing in his mind. Strong, capable, cunning, and decisive. With all those qualities, Obito felt certain Big brother Yuma was born to lead. That's why, seeing Yuma placed in charge of such an ultra S-rank mission, both professionally and personally, Obito could only give his full support. Kakashi, standing nearby, glanced at Yuma. He fully respected Sensei Minato's decision. After all, he understood Yuma's growth better than anyone. He had witnessed Uchiha Yuma in his weakest days, so no one knew more clearly how powerful Yuma had become. Still, there was a faint sense of frustration stirring in Kakashi's heart. Yuma had been promoted to Jonin more than half a year before him, and in every aspect of being a ninja, it felt as if the gap between them was only widening. He thought of the rumors spreading through the village these past few days. Uchiha Yuma had single-handedly eliminated the clan's ancient enemy since the Warring States era. Uchiha Setsuna. That old man, Kakashi had heard of him from his own father. Setsuna was a senior Uchiha elder, renowned for his caution and cunning. For someone as sly as a fox to make a move on Yuma, and for Yuma to respond so decisively, killing Setsuna and wrestling away power. This event had convinced Kakashi of one thing. Yuma surpassed him not just in strength, but also in character. After all these years, Kakashi had still been wallowing in the grief of his father's death. Thinking this, he clenched his fists tightly. "I'll be team leader? Not a problem." Yuma calmly answered Minato. He was more than confident about this mission. With his own strength, and with a skilled Kakashi and even a reliable Obito, carrying out this task would be more than manageable. Seeing Uchiha Yuma's steady demeanor, Minato felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. But the thought of the thousands of IWNine still waiting on the front lines made his heart tense. The pressure on the front is immense. Now that the teams are set, I'll go ahead and reinforce the front line. Go, Sensei. With me here, you can rest easy. Hearing these words, Minato offered a nod to his 4 students. With a sharp flickering sound, he activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished from spot. After several days of trekking, Minato's squad, now led by Uchiha Yuma, crossed the border of the Land of Grass, commencing a deep mission behind enemy lines. That night, the team rested near a massive boulder. As team captain, it went without saying that Yuma volunteered for night watch. Seated cross-legged atop the rock, Yuma quietly activated his reinforced sensory abilities. After their recent upgrades and days of adaptation, his sensory range had grown dramatically. Now, as his senses settled, even Yuma was startled by the breadth of what he could perceive. His sensory radius had expanded to a full 100 kilometers. Don't be deceived by the seemingly modest range of his sensory abilities. It might not compare to the hundreds of kilometers that Tobirama Senju could reach. But when it comes to precision, his talent is unmatched. In his normal state, he can perceive the color and emotion of Chakra, just like Xiangling. And when he enters Sage mode, he can, like Naruto, sense the very nature of good and evil. This particular skill was something even Tobirama lacked. At this very moment, within his range of perception, the presence of powerful Chakra stood out. But among all that, only those in Minato's team radiated chakra, imbued with human emotion. Right then, he suddenly picked up on Obito's disturbance and the tangled swirl of feelings within the boy. With a gentle sigh, Yojin opened his eyes in resignation. Sure enough, Obito, just as he expected, had already leapt onto the huge boulder to sit beside him. If you have something to say, out with it, Yojin said sympathetically, noticing Obito's conflicted expression. Brother Yojin, what's really going on with Kakashi? Obito's face clouded with sorrow. While you were away, the three of us, we got along as teammates, I suppose, but Kakashi is a bit too fixated on the rules, isn't he? Yes, that's exactly it. That's what really frustrates me. Obito's tone brightened, as if relieved to be understood. Brother Yojin, you were Kakashi's first teammate in this squad. Can you tell me why he is this way? At his words, Yojin let out a deep sigh. To answer that, we have to start with Kakashi's father. If I'm being honest, the explanation might get a bit long. Then please, just give me the short version. Obito replied impatiently. Fine. Seeing Obito's urgency, Yojin decided not to keep him in suspense. He explained, in detail, why the white fang of the leaf had died, and how his death left its mark on Kakashi. So, he failed his mission because he chose to save his comrades, then was slandered by his peers to the point of suicide. Obito gazed up at the bright full moon, sorrow clouding his face. No wonder Kakashi cares so much about the rules. He'd known Kakashi's father had died, but he hadn't realized the true circumstances until now. Hearing how it happened, a heaviness settled in his heart. Such a fate ran counter to everything he believed in. All right, you know what you needed to know? Get some rest. We've got a mission tomorrow. Yojin advised him quietly. I understand, brother Yojin. Obito replied and clambered down from the boulder. Only when he saw Obito finally settling down to sleep did Yojin allow himself a silent, wry smile. He confided these things to Obito partly to ease the boy's confusion, and also, truth be told, out of curiosity. Now that Obito knew, would it affect the likelihood of awakening his Sharingan? Early the next morning, the Minato team pressed deeper behind enemy lines. As they passed through a grove of bamboo, they reached the edge of a dense, shadowy forest. Yuma raised his hand slightly, sending out a signal. Noticing this, Kakashi's expression sharpened. Is something going on? That's right, Kakashi. My sensory system picked up dozens of hostile chakra signatures ahead. Uchiha replied in a calm, steady voice. But all those chakras carry the same emotional wavelength. It's likely just one individual using shadow clones. Listening to Yuma's explanation, Kakashi's brows shot up. So it's just one person? In that case, Kakashi found himself surprised for a moment. When did Yuma gain such powerful sensory skills? Could he have mastered this during their time along the coastline? Thinking back over Yuma Uchiha's abilities, so strikingly on display now. His bloodline, ninjutsu, taijutsu, chakra control, every aspect practically flawless. And now, this formidable sensory ability joins the mix. Yuma-kun, you are truly the perfect ninja. But still, I haven't been idle myself during this time. I've made progress as well. Now, you're all about to witness it. The name of Kakashi the Prodigy. It's no hollow boast. With a simple thought, Kakashi's hands blurred through a rapid series of hand seals. Ox, rabbit, monkey. The instant the seals were finished, an explosion of lightning crackled in Kakashi's hand. With a burst of dazzling light, a chorus of piercing, bird-like cries echoed through the forest. What intense chakra output! Rin Noera gasped, covering her mouth as she stared in amazement at the lightning dancing in Kakashi's palm. What kind of jutsu is this? I've never seen chakra this powerful. Obito widened his eyes, equally shocked by the lightning sparking in Kakashi's grip. This special technique, even as a member of the Uchiha, with no shortage of jutsu, he'd never seen something like this. This is the Chidori, a lightning-style technique that channels a change in chakra's nature into a concentrated thrust. Yuma explained from the side, recognizing this iconic jutsu from his original timeline. He couldn't help but add a word of caution. But triggering such powerful lightning chakra accelerates your body. Without the ability to keep up visually Kakashi, it's hard to control. But Kakashi, determined to prove his own growth, ignored Yuma's warning. It's fine. Even if he's created a legion of clones, with Chidori in my hand, he assured the others with supreme confidence. I'll take down both him and every last one of his shadows. As his words hung in the air, lightning tore the silence apart. Kakashi, wielding the crackling Chidori, surged forward with lightning speed. At that moment, Majiki hid behind the trunk of a massive tree. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he anxiously watched the Konoha shinobi below. That's Shunshin Yuzen, isn't it? At the thought of what the Tsuchikage had warned him, Mijiki's face drained of all color. Uchiha Hiruzen. Aside from a yellow flash himself, he was the most outstanding figure of the current Hidden Leaf Village generation. His name, Shunshin Hiruzen, was legendary throughout the ninja world, a name every shinobi knew, spoken in awe or in fear. Yet, unlike the rest, that Sachikage seemed even more concerned about this Uchiha. He had endlessly drummed it into them. If you ever encounter Uchiha Hiruzen, abandon everything, give up the mission, and retreat immediately. The warning sounded almost identical to the one about the yellow flash. Still, what Mijiki could never forget was, though both men were on the flee-on sight list, whenever that Sachikage spoke of Uchiha Hiruzen, his face grew even grimmer. That never happened when he mentioned the yellow flash. As a seasoned jonin with a keen mind, Mijiki had learned to read those subtle shifts in their leader's expression. He understood at once. Uchiha Hiruzen was on another level. That was why, when it came to Uchiha Hiruzen's intelligence card, Mijiki remembered every detail, especially the photo. Even though Hiruzen had taken to highlighting a streak of white in his fringe, showing off a bit, there was no way Mijiki could mistake someone like that. Strictly speaking, right now, having just recognized Hiruzen, Mijiki ought to obey his Sachikage's orders. He should retreat immediately. But then he remembered the remarkable changes in his comrades, Kaguri, Sumishire, and Oishi, over the recent weeks. A surge of confidence welled up in his chest. These three, whatever secret technique they'd mastered recently, had grown astonishingly powerful in mere days. Their newfound strength soothed Mijiki's urge to flee. He wanted to see for himself. Could the four of them, working together, wipe out the Konoha squad below? After all, no matter how fearsome Shunshin Hiruzen's reputation, he looked, at least from where Mijiki was standing, like nothing more than a swaggering, wet-behind-the-ears brat. Logically, Mijiki reasoned, no matter how strong the kids below might be, they were bound to lack real experience. With that thought, his urge to run simply vanished. While he weighed these considerations, Kakashi, brandishing his original Chidori, streaked toward him, a trail of sparks and electricity. One down, Kakashi, still moving at blinding speed, pressed the Chidori against Mijiki before he could react. Bang! A billow of smoke burst forth, and Kakashi shot out of it, Chidori still blazing in his hand. Damn it! Is this a shadow clone? Kakashi felt his luck had taken a bad turn. He hadn't managed to encounter the real enemy. But with Chidori in my hand, no matter how many clones there are, I have nothing to fear. With his mind made up, he darted and leaped through the forest, never slowing down. Just as he claimed, the Chidori in his hand enabled him to swiftly destroy the majority of the Demon Leech's clones. Meanwhile, the real Demon Leech, hiding behind a tree, watched Kakashi's display with a twisted expression. Another genius, is it? But don't grow too cocky. He had made up his mind. He would take down this prodigy. After all, the fewer geniuses Konoha had, the less threat they posed to a Wagakure. With that thought, Demon Leech sprang into action. As an elite jonin from a Wagakure, he was certainly no pushover. He directed his two remaining clones to close in on Kakashi from both sides. At the same time, he himself drew a ninja blade and silently slipped underground with an earth release technique. When Kakashi saw the two clones rush out from the woods, he didn't pay them much mind. He was confident he had already figured out this IWN's abilities. Nothing special, just an average, by-the-book jonin. Such strength was not a threat to him. Almost as if the Chidori could sense Kakashi's confidence, its crackling intensified, sounding even fiercer. A flash of lightning. Two resounding blows. With blinding speed, Kakashi eliminated both of Demon Leech's remaining clones. Once he saw all the shadow clones were destroyed, Kakashi let his guard down just a touch. But at that very moment, Demon Leech erupted from the earth just ahead of Kakashi. You brat, got careless, didn't you? Demon Leech gave a ferocious grin and swung his ninja blade straight at Kakashi. Damn it! Caught off guard, Kakashi had no choice but to meet the attack, swinging his Chidori in retaliation. Yet, from a bird's eye view, Kakashi's reach was just a bit shorter than the blade Demon Leech wielded. Everyone knows that when it comes to close combat, even a single inch of extra reach gives a decisive edge. It looked as if Kakashi would be struck down first by Demon Leech's blade. And then, Yuji Uchiha's form flickered in between the two fighters. With one arm, he intercepted Kakashi around the waist, and, with the other, he pressed his hand against Demon Leech's chest. See, Kakashi, this is exactly why I said. Yuji Uchiha appeared out of nowhere, grinning warmly. This jutsu isn't ready yet. To Demon Leech's shock, not only did Yuji save that arrogant boy right before his eyes, he then ignored him altogether, starting to lecture Kakashi instead. Demon Leech's expression twisted with disbelief. So the rumors were true. Yuji Uchiha was famed for his instantaneous movement, appearing at a speed Demon Leech couldn't hope to match. That, he realized, was only to be expected. Yet, this blatant disregard for him, treating him as if he were nothing but air, wasn't that a bit too much? Besides, from the perspective of a seasoned jonin like him, no matter how strong a ninja was, even one as powerful as the Tsuchikage himself, if they let down their guard, even a genin could take them down with a well-placed kunai. And now, seeing how Yu Uchiha completely ignored him, leaving himself wide open, he, feeling utterly insulted, decided not to let such an opportunity slip by. Having made up his mind, Mahiro let out a cruel snarl. Swifty, you're far too arrogant. Then you can die for it. With that, he swung his ninja blade. A cold gleam flashed along the edge as he slashed at you. In response, Yu Uchiha simply let out a weary sigh. Sigh? Why do insects always make a fuss before they're crushed? As his words faded, a sudden, violent surge of chakra erupted from you. In an instant, everyone saw the hand with which you met Mahiro's attack ignite with a brilliant, fiery red glow. Crack! That crimson light swelled, transforming into a towering, giant arm. With a squeeze, a sickening squelch echoed through the field. Mahiro, the shinobi of Iwagakure, was reduced to nothing but a mangled heap. A rush of blood rained down in every direction, overflowing and painting the battlefield. Just as the blood was about to spatter onto the stunned Kakashi and Yu Uchiha swiftly dismissed Susanoo and, with a flicker of the flying thunder god, whisked Kakashi away, rejoining Obito and Rin. What was that giant arm? Rin Nohara's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at you in amazement. Normally, as a medic nin, no matter how shocking a battle technique was, she would never ask about it directly. After all, for shinobi, every battle is also a battle of intelligence. With enough information, even a genin could turn the tables against a jonin. That's why she understood she shouldn't ask you so bluntly about his jutsu. But that blazing, imposing red arm was simply too overwhelming. Its chakra, tangible and immense, far outclassed even the lightning Kakashi had summoned in his hand just moments before. The sheer, unadulterated power of it left her so shaken that, before she realized, she found herself asking you outright. Oh, that, you smiled, making no effort to hide it. That's the Uchiha's divine power, Susanoo. Divine power? Susanoo. Obito gasped in awe. As someone on the fringe of the Uchiha clan, he had never even heard of Susanoo before. But that overwhelming, flaming arm he'd just witnessed had left him utterly breathless. And at that moment, hearing Yujin's explanation, Obito hurriedly pressed on. Since this is the power of the Uchiha gods, does that mean any Uchiha can use it? This was something that mattered a lot to him. That power, as far as Obito could tell. If there's an arm, then surely there are limbs and a torso as well. Wouldn't that mean, if it fully manifested, it would be a giant towering over everything? The thought made his heart race with excitement. At 12 years old, just imagining such power made him feel it was the coolest, most formidable thing in the world. If possible, he wished he could have it too. Do you want Susanoo? At Obito's words, Yujin shook his head with a chuckle. Well, Obito, you'll have to work hard then. This power requires the Sharingan as its key. He wasn't lying about that. Susanoo. That power is embedded deep within the Uchiha bloodline. It is the embodiment of ultimate Yin chakra. And the Sharingan itself is the epitome of Yin style, standing in opposition to the Senju's force of life. By Yujin's own understanding, an Uchiha, as long as they've awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, and continue to study and master the transformations of Yin-style chakra, when they reach a certain level with Yin-style changes, it becomes possible to awaken Susanoo. This is something that Uchiha Madara from the original timeline proved. Even after going blind, he could still summon Susanoo. What's more, Yujin himself had managed, after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, to use Susanoo with just his three-tomo eyes. Mastery of Yin style was the key. Still, to the Uchiha, awakening the Mangekyo is the peak of Yin style transformation. Unlocking Susanoo becomes much easier once you have the Mangekyo Sharingan. When Obito heard this, and heard it from Yujin, someone he trusted deeply, his eyes lit up with excitement. The Sharingan, huh? I know I'll awaken it very soon. Once I do, I'm definitely going to learn this technique from you, Yujin. To him, Yujin was the strongest Uchiha he knew. If Susanoo truly had the reputation of a god's power, then surely it was the greatest ability of the Uchiha. So once he met the requirements to use it, who better to learn from than the very best? And when he finally mastered this dazzling technique, when he became both strong and impressive, he was certain he could outshine Kakashi. And that way, he would surely win Rin's heart. As Obito pictured his bright future, after awakening his Sharingan, Kakashi, too, managed to calm himself. He lifted his gaze and spoke gratefully to Yujin. "Thank you, Yujin. If it hadn't been for you, just now, I would have." At that, Kakashi bit his lip, unable to finish the thought. If it hadn't been for Yuji coming to the rescue, just now, Kakashi was certain he would have been cut clean in half by that guy. "It's all right, Kakashi. I trust that after this experience, you'll be more willing to listen to advice, won't you?" Yuji waved off Kakashi's unfinished words with a casual gesture, unconcerned. Kakashi, back in his younger days, really was quite stubborn. But, being a genius, he was also the quickest to adapt. Of this, Yuji held absolute confidence. He knew it well. After all, the genius label he'd acquired from Kakashi still continued to help him to this day. This trait was unbelievably effective in seizing the rhythm of battle. No wonder they called Kakashi even odds. For someone of his caliber to fight Kaguya alongside Kage-level shinobi, he truly was something extraordinary. Hearing these words, Kakashi nodded seriously. "Don't worry. In the missions to come, I promise there won't ever be a situation like this again." Now, in every way, Yuji had surpassed him, and Kakashi placed genuine trust in him. He took Yuji's advice to heart, willingly so. After all, as this incident showed, the moment he unleashed his Chidori, Yuji had already spotted its flaws, and, crucially, had swooped in to save him in time. Clearly, Yuji had grown beyond him not only in strength, decisiveness, and wisdom, but even the keen judgment it took to be a ninja. To think he had become a shinobi at just 5 years old. His years in the field outstripped Yuji's. Yet now, Yuji had completely eclipsed him in every aspect, and Kakashi couldn't help but sincerely admire him for it. Hearing Kakashi's commitment, Uchiha Yuji nodded approvingly. "Well then, let's keep moving toward Canopy Bridge." "Right," came 3 enthusiastic replies in unison. Meanwhile, as Yuji and his companions finished off the demon leech and continued on the road to Canopy Bridge, in a cave somewhere, Big Rock turned to glance at Blaze. Chapter 66. He addressed Blaze. "Lord Madara, that rock ninja called Demon Leech, his patrol route looks like it overlaps with Minato's team's path." On hearing this, Blaze, no, it would be more accurate to call him Uchiha Madara, turned his head. He shot a cold glance at the nearby special white Zetsu, who wore the same transformed camouflage, and spoke in a flat, expressionless tone. "Black Zetsu, don't waste your mind on small fry like him. He's already dead." "Lord Madara, what do you know?" Special white Zetsu asked, a trace of confusion in his voice. At that, Uchiha Madara lightly touched his chest, a wistful expression crossing his face, and he spoke in a voice full of nostalgia. "That's because with Hashirama's power, I can sense things happening hundreds of kilometers away." The power of Hashirama? The special white Zetsu patted his own head. Suddenly, his hand formed a fist and struck into the palm of his other hand as he exclaimed, "I remember now. My lord has already fused with Hashirama Senju's power and awakened the Rinnegan long ago." "Precisely," Madara Uchiha said, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Having merged completely with Hashirama, using the sensory art of the mind's eye of the Kagura is effortless for me." The mind's eye of Kagura. This was a sensory technique passed down from the Senju of the forest and the Uzumaki clan. Madara Uchiha, the archrival of Hashirama for over a decade before Konoha's founding, was more than familiar with it. For Madara, who had fused Hashirama's very heart into himself, the type of sensory techniques even someone like Tobirama, such a cunning fellow, could use were naturally at his disposal as well. For one perfectly merged with Hashirama, to possess these powers was only right. Just now, within the range of my senses, the chakra of that insignificant leech, Samabito, vanished completely. In contrast, Madara's gaze sharpened. That Uchiha Yujin fellow truly can't be underestimated. You could sense all that from so far away? That's incredible. The special white Zetsu clicked his tongue in admiration. "But why, Madara? Are you making such an assessment of Uchiha Yujin? That guy activated Susanoo, and I know that technique inside and out." Madara's expression grew grave. Still, as a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder, summoning Susanoo isn't too surprising. What is odd, though, is the amount of chakra he possesses. It's highly unusual. Unusual? Yes, absolutely. His chakra, it's reached the same level I had when I established Konoha. That defies all logic. Madara was visibly shaken. Why would a common Mangekyo wielder possess a chakra reserve nearly equivalent to his own when he had just awakened the eternal eyes. This was very much out of the ordinary. Pure anomaly, undeniable anomaly. And, unlike Obito, his chosen successor, who was rash and thoughtless, this anomaly was far too dangerous to ignore. He must be eliminated. But for now, the first priority was to find an heir. Obito remained his target. That was the purpose of this operation. Failure simply wasn't an option. In that moment, Madara made a decision. Once he secured his heir, at the final, destined moment, he would unleash his ultimate power, staking everything to destroy Uchiha Hiruzen. Black Zetsu is still keeping an eye on them. It's time for me to act. Madara gave a swift command, motioning for White Zetsu to follow. Come, White Zetsu. Obito is waiting for us. Yes, Lord Madara. White Zetsu responded eagerly. Meanwhile, Minato's team spent the next 2 days carefully skulking behind enemy lines, edging ever closer to Canopy Bridge, the critical supply route for the Hidden Stone. After circumnavigating one of the enemy's traps, the group found a safe spot and paused to rest. A short while later, Uchiha Yuma unfolded the map and pointed along the marked route. He turned to his 3 attentive companions and said, "There is still about 100 kilometers left before we reach our objective. At a ninja's speed, we'll be there by noon." With that, he looked up, his gaze growing solemn as he continued. "Since this mission could turn the tide of the war, we need to begin discussing our strategy." In recent days, his growing power had made Yuma a touch overconfident. Yet his reason never left him. Despite his new strength, a cautious spirit still guided his actions. He knew full well that while strategy allowed him some disregard for his enemies, when it came to tactics, even a sliver of carelessness was unacceptable. "You're really dependable, Yuma." Rin Noera smiled, her praise bright and sincere. "Thank you for your confidence, Rin. Now, then," Yuma began, about to launch into details of the battle plan, when suddenly 2 strong sources of chakra burst into the edge of his perception. One, Chakra's signature, though touched with age and weariness, still surged with overwhelming fighting spirit and killing intent, and its sheer volume was astonishing. Who could it be? Who in the world possesses chakra of such absurd magnitude? Could it possibly? A thought flashing in his mind, Yuma shot a glance at Obito. Could it be you? Uchiha Madara, in this world, among the living, whose chakra could eclipse even the tailed beasts. Surely, only yours could. At that very moment, with suspicion flickering in his eyes, Yuma made a quick hand signal. Seeing that gesture, his 3 teammates snapped to attention, expressions sharpening in an instant. That signal. Every ninja recognizes it well. It means an enemy is on the attack. What's happening? Have we been discovered? Kakashi asked, visibly puzzled. That's right. I sense powerful chakra closing in on us, fast and without doubt intent on us. Yuma answered calmly, resolving Kakashi's doubts. But Kakashi frowned, uneasy. That can't be. Even if we have been exposed, how could they know we'd be here? Logically, after all, their infiltration had been flawless. The Iwagakure ninja they encountered before, they dispatched swiftly and left no trace. After that, they'd pressed on without pause. There was no reason for the stone ninja to have reacted so rapidly, let alone set a trap for them already. And even if they were exposed, Yuma's sharp sensory ability would have caught any surveillance in the area. How then did the enemy pinpoint their location? I can't say for sure, Yuma replied with a quiet sigh. But the enemy is exceedingly fast. They must be approaching by air. We'd best prepare ourselves for battle. But that was a lie. For a long time, Uchiha had already suspected why their squad's location kept being exposed. It must be you. Black Zetsu. Yes, it could only be him. Only the 3rd son of Kagaya, the one able to conceal himself and lurk near the shinobi sect without being discovered by Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He alone could whisper poison into Indra's heart and slip undetected past Yu's sensory powers. You could only sigh in resignation at this. After all, through the original storyline, he knew the broad strokes of Indra's fate. As the sage of 6 paths' eldest son, Indra yearned to inherit the will and future of the shinobi sect. And while his birthright hung undecided, of course he lived together with his own father. If even someone as mighty as Hagoromo couldn't sense treacherous figures lurking so close to his son, how could you hope to uncover them? Damn it! How could things go so awry on this mission? No, wait. This isn't mere misfortune. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Yu's heart grew heavy. He remembered all the strange, unnatural events during the battle at Canopy Bridge in the original history. Why was Obito, at that very moment, saved by Madara? Why, when Obito was pinned beneath the rocks, did no one recover his body? Given the deep bonds between him and Kakashi, Kakashi and Rin would never abandon Obito's remains. Even more peculiar, how did Madara, upon seeing Obito for the first time, so decisively name him his successor? It doesn't add up. None of this makes sense. If you think it through logically, Madara must have set his sights on Obito long before. Every member of Minato's team became fodder, nurturing Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Each person was a pawn in Madara's intricate plan. That's why, by some miracle, only half of Obito's body was crushed. That's why no one claimed his corpse in the chaos. That's why Obito suffered everything that followed his loss. But now, his own presence was a massive anomaly in this world. It stood to reason that because of him, Madara was determined to step onto the stage personally. Was he trying to eliminate you, the biggest wild card his plans? If that was the case, then so be it. Come at me if you dare. A sinister grin spread across Yu's face as he gazed ahead. He was eager to see just how formidable Madara Uchiha truly was. And now was the time. He wanted taste for himself. Never for a moment did Yu consider fleeing from Madara's approach. With the power he now possessed, facing an old man, Uchiha, whose eyes weren't even his own, he was confident this would be effortless. Even dragging along these 3 deadweights, he could handle it. With that thought, Yu bent down and picked up a dead branch from the ground. Then, drawing his ninjato, a chill flashed in the air as he made a few swift cuts. The dead limb split neatly into 3 wooden plaques. Grabbing the plaques, a surge of chakra began to pulse fiercely in his hands. In the hum of vibrating energy, the 3 wooden charms suddenly. It was as if they transformed into vivid, translucent emeralds. These are protective amulets I've made. Each of you should take one, Yuma said, handing the 3 talismans to Kakashi and the others. These amulets were crafted by channeling his chakra manipulation ability into the wooden plaques, infusing them with a wood clone technique. The Uchiha, mortal enemies of the Senju of the forest for over 1,000 years. The power of wood release, appearing in the Senju clan every few decades or centuries, had been meticulously documented. The Uchiha with the Sharingan had long since, over all these centuries, copied all the relevant hand signs for themselves. But lacking the necessary bloodline trait, they were unable to actually use them. All those records, however, had now ended up benefiting Yuma. Now, with Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows as an extra precaution, Yuma simply decided to grant each of his companions their own guardian clone amulet. The 3 of them accepted the glowing green talismans, but while Rin and Obito wore looks of confusion, the more experienced, sharp-eyed Kakashi, upon taking the charm and sensing the immense chakra within, instantly grew alert. He tightened his grip on the amulet and asked seriously, "What is this?" "It's a safeguard. All of you should keep it close," Yuma replied solemnly. "After all, the enemy we're about to face leaves no room for carelessness." Is the enemy really that strong? Kakashi put away the amulet, his expression growing increasingly grave. As a prodigious jonin, Kakashi was the best qualified, aside from Yuma himself, to gauge the extent of Yuma's true strength. To put it bluntly, in his eyes, Yuma was already not weaker than Minato-sensei. Perhaps, in fact, he might surpass him in sheer power. After all, as the Uchiha's ultimate expression of power, the Mangekyo Sharingan, was considered absolutely formidable. Otherwise, why would the Uchiha remain one of the legendary great clans, locked in rivalry with the Senju for 1,000 years of ninja history? Yes, from what I sense, our adversary will be very troublesome. Can we win? Yuma grinned and burst out laughing, brimming with confidence. "Don't worry, Kakashi. Right now, I'm stronger than ever. In the battle ahead, we're going to win." They didn't have to wait much longer. A moment later, a streak of blue light flashed across the sky. Boom! With a thunderous roar and a blast of surging energy, the blue-white light exploded directly in front of Yuma and his companions. A series of deafening blasts crashed over them, a shock wave roaring toward the group like a tidal wave. "No way. Do ninjas of this caliber really exist in a Wagakure?" Rin whispered, her face beaded with sweat as she stared ahead in utter disbelief. "Lin-chan, no matter how strong the enemy is, I'll protect you." Obito straightened his goggles, gritting his teeth as he strode over to stand before Rin Noera. Kakashi, on the other hand, remained silent, his expression resolute as he formed a series of hand seals to unleash a defensive jutsu. Earth-style earth wall. With a booming rumble, a sturdy wall of earth and stone rose up before them. Carved into the wall, a handful of stone dogs stared out with calm expressions, facing down the oncoming gale. The earth wall held firm, a perfect shield against the terrifying shockwave. It was then that a reassuring voice rang out. Everyone stay calm. Leave this enemy to me. Stepping forward without hesitation, Hiruzen, the team captain and the strongest among them, took his place at the front. Hiruzen lowered his gaze, and in the next instant, a gleam of fiery red ignited in his eyes, casting the brilliant and dangerous patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment, having confirmed the identity of their adversary, Uchiha Hiruzen dared not hold anything back. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan immediately, fixing his gaze unflinchingly ahead. Before long, as the smoke cleared, two figures emerged into view. Well now, those eyes. You must be Uchiha Hiruzen. The flame-marked face of Uchiha Madara regarded Hiruzen's eyes in mild surprise. The color of his Sharingan. It seems a little different, doesn't it? In Madara's experience, every member of the Uchiha clan who awakened the Sharingan possessed crimson eyes. But this boy before him, his eyes shimmered with a vibrant, living red. As expected of an anomaly, even the color of his eyes was out of the ordinary. That's right, I am Uchiha Hiruzen. Responding steadily, Hiruzen's tone turned firm. I have given you my name. It's only fair you share yours as well. Who are you? Although Hiruzen already knew exactly who stood before him, he couldn't just say it outright. After all, it would be difficult to explain the source of his information. You want to know who I am? Madara grinned coldly. Then show me what you're capable of. Perhaps you'll amuse me. As his words fell, with a thunderous rush, Uchiha Madara suddenly lunged at him, seeing the enemy closing in at blinding speed. Hiruzen, his expression calm and unwavering, issued an instruction to his comrades. I'll take on this one. The rest of the enemies are yours. Hiruzen's plan was simple. He wanted to strike Madara with his powerful eye technique right from the first encounter. Then, as soon as possible, return to support his team. In Hiruzen's mind, Kakashi and the others could easily hold out for this short interval. No sooner had he finished speaking than an explosive crash sounded. Uchiha Hiruzen and his charging rival collided in the blink of an eye. A volley of thunderous impacts rang out. Both of them relied on taijutsu, fighting from the ground up into the sky, and then crashing back down to earth. The three left in the field, Kakashi and his companions, looked with grave faces at the seemingly simple-minded enemy before them. Obito, Rin. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly. Get ready to fight. Yes, sir, came two crisp replies. Deep in the forest, two blurred figures sped past, fists clashing in rapid succession. Suddenly, a shimmer of light flickered around one of them. 8 gates release formation. Gate of view. Open. Hiruzen roared, raising his fist, now charged with overwhelming power. He hurled it straight at his opponent, whose face showed a flash of surprise. A thunderous impact echoed as Uchiha Madara, caught off guard by Hiruzen's sudden unleashing of the 8 gates, barely had time to react. In a blink, he was sent flying far into the distance. With a grinding halt that scraped across the earth, Madara managed to steady himself, facing the fiercely defiant Uchiha Hiruzen. A sense of admiration welled up in his chest. Kid, I'll admit it, when it comes to taijutsu, you surpass even me. But remember, no ninja relies on only one skill. As his words faded, Madara swiftly formed the tiger seal. Fire style, majestic dragon fire technique. In an instant, Hiruzen beheld 6 blazing dragons of fire soaring heavenward. They came barreling down, scorching heat distorting the air, biting and clawing as they surged to devour him. This jutsu was no stranger to Hiruzen. It was a signature Uchiha art from their renowned Dragon Fire series. A technique that pours massive chakra within the body, compressing it into overwhelming torrents of flame shaped as dragons. He knew all too well the headache this jutsu could bring. Its sheer destructive force aside, the wielder could manipulate the dragon's every move, making it not only formidable in power, but also deadly accurate. Those 6 blazing dragons loomed above, jaws of flame wide open, preparing to consume him. Hiruzen lifted his right hand. A deep, ghostly blue chakra flickered to life around his palm. A contest of ninjutsu. Is it? You've picked the wrong opponent for that. Hiruzen sighed, almost amused. He had long since devised a strategy for this technique. With a thought, he clenched the chakra in his hand. Fire style, Crimson Earth Spider. A gigantic spider of flame, nearly 30 meters across, materialized instantly. Facing the fire dragons in the sky, the molten spider drew its abdomen tight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A blazing web swept across the heavens, closing in to ensnare the 6 fire dragons. Amidst the roar of the inferno, fire spider and dragon collided in a fierce and brutal confrontation. Moments later, both monstrous jutsu faded into silence, consumed by their mutual destruction. Not bad at all, kid. Madara couldn't help but praise Yuzen's mastery over fire technique. After all, Madara had dominated the ninja world for decades. He was a true Uchiha. For Yuzen to match him at such a young age, it was truly astonishing. However, what truly shook him to his core was that guy's fire release. In all honesty, if a Sharingan wasn't blind, he could probably shape that jutsu just by squeezing his hand. Amazed, Madara couldn't help but ask, "How did you pull that off?" Yu Uchiha shook his head and chuckled. "Sorry, explaining my abilities to others isn't really my thing. After all, in this world of shinobi, battle is a contest of information. No matter how devastating a technique is, as soon as critical information is revealed, ninjas can always find, out of the endless sea of jutsu, a way to counter it." Not to mention, he remembered, whether villain or hero, once they start explaining their abilities, 80% of the time, it ends in defeat. Shaking off these thoughts, Yu Uchiha composed himself, his demeanor turning sharp. He addressed his foe in a firm, deliberate tone, pretending not to know. "I'll say it one last time. State your name. Mysterious powerhouse." "Yeah, didn't I already tell you? If you want to know my name, you'll have to show me something that truly entertains me." Madara sneered. "And this level isn't quite enough yet." Hearing this, Yu Uchiha drew his ninja blade. A step forward, a lowered stance, blade raised level with his brow. A cool blue glint shimmered along the edge, illuminating the crimson glow of Yu's eyes. That intertwining of blue and fiery red lent Yu, now grave and dignified, an aura of awe-inspiring might. As for Madara, with all his posturing and guarded words, Yu had lost all patience. "That haughty attitude of yours is downright irritating." Yu's gaze trembled ever so slightly, his ocular power surging. "That insufferable arrogance. Let me put to rest once and for all." Barely had the words left Yu's lips before his blade flared with a platinum brilliance. Seeing this, Madara tensed, thinking that Yu Uchiha was about to risk everything in a desperate strike. As he instinctively moved to defend himself, he suddenly realized, was he floating in the air? Madara, feeling his body suspended, caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. His lower half was lying motionless on the ground. A wet, sickening sound broke through. Madara's upper body crashed to the earth as well. At that moment, Zetsu's camouflage simply unraveled. The borrowed face, masked in fire, shed away in an instant, leaving nothing but his own ancient, withered visage. But now, none of that troubled Madara. He held his mouth and nose, blood gushing between his fingers, and forced out a hoarse question. "Cough, cough. You truly are a devious one, kid. Just now, was that some kind of ocular jinjutsu?" At Madara's question, you let out a cold laugh. "I told you, you're not getting any intel out of me. We're shinobi, not samurai. And besides, it's that sorry, dog-in-the-dirt look you're wearing right now. That really suits you." Madara, Uchiha. How he managed all this, in truth. The reason was actually quite simple. He used Ikemo Kurin to dull Madara's vigilance. Still feeling it wasn't safe enough, he put on a show, raising his ninja blade and casting Animerecap onto it, creating a flash of blade light as a decoy. Then, the real attack, a sword of light that could cut through anything flashed straight from his eye. With all these layers of deception, even Madara Uchiha, a battle-hardened warrior, fell for it. He got caught in Yuzen's trap. As he heard Uchiha Yuzen's mocking laughter, Madara narrowed his eyes and said with a rasp, "Brat, you don't actually think. You've already won, do you?" Yuzen scoffed at the remark. "How could that be? The fight's just beginning. Did you really think you could fool me? Especially after using Izanagi." At those words, Madara, his body severed in two on the ground, knit his brows in frustration. Suddenly, a clattering sound, and in the next instant, the broken remains of Madara's body faded away like a fleeting mirage. "When did you see through it?" Madara's voice rang out as he strode forth from the opposite side. "When did you realize I had used Izanagi?" At that moment, Madara stood there as if untouched by the battle, completely restored. Except for one thing. His left eye had turned an ominous shade of gray. Now, facing Yuzen, Madara felt a deep sense of respect. It's true what they say, seeing is believing. This kid, Uchiha Yuzen, had existed only in Madara's intelligence reports until today. He'd always known the boy was strong. But just how strong was he really? That had been a mystery. Until now. Today had shown him the measure of this boy's power, clearer than ever. At this point, even if he could only use half his strength, even if he'd been careless against the boy's ocular jinjutsu, the outcome was unchanged. A loss was still a loss. Whoever had to use Izanagi first in a one-on-one fight, that was the loser. And this infuriating brat, he'd managed to keep his composure, not dropping his guard even when Madara lay split in two before his eyes. No elegance, no relaxation. Remarkable. Still, when Madara recalled the platinum flash of blade light, he sneered to himself. Boy, I've already deciphered your ocular technique. Next, you'd best prepare to die. In response to Madara's question, Yujin curled his lips into a mocking grin. When did I figure it out? Please, I saw through you before you were even born, back when you were still in your mother's belly. Madara's brow arched at the taunt. He grinned wickedly. Brat, let's see if you can still talk once this round begins. With that, Madara's hands blurred through a flurry of seals. Chakra surged violently around him, igniting into fierce, burning energy. Seeing this, Yujin's expression grew grave. He understood the probing was over. Now, it was time for both to unleash their true power. Madara locked his gaze, hands still weaving signs. In an instant, the fiery chakra surrounding him condensed, transforming into vivid, blue orbs of chakra, ready for the next onslaught. A huge mass. With a rushing sound, it instantly grew into a towering colossus. In the blink of an eye, a majestic blue giant stood firm upon the earth. Hey, what's up with this Susanoo that's over 100 meters tall? Uchiha Yujin's eyes widened in amazement. He was shaken by Madara Uchiha's power. She knew Madara's strength. Even blinded, he could still unleash a Susanoo that towered even higher than the tailed beasts. But how was it that this form, only about half as large as his peak, complete Susanoo, was still so overwhelming? Madara stood on the brow of the enormous azure god, looking down with an arrogant gaze at the stunned Yujin below. Seeing the shock on Yujin's face, Madara secretly felt a surge of satisfaction. At last, he could enjoy the astonished expression on this insufferable brat's face. What's the matter, little brat? Judging by your face, could it be you're scared? Yujin brushed off Madara's mockery. It was true, he was amazed. The sheer scale of this Susanoo was monstrous. But what truly surprised him was, this old man, by all rights half a step in the grave according to his age, could still summon a Susanoo of such unimaginable size. Just then, Yujin recalled something odd about their fight earlier. That strange, almost unnatural pallor to Madara's skin under the daylight. Wait, so that's it. A sudden inspiration flashed through Yujin's mind. Now he understood how the old man before him could pull all this off. Back when they exchanged blows hand to hand. Logically, after making contact, there should have been a trait he could extract. But at that moment, not a single glimmer of a trait appeared. If he was right, that strange white on Madara's skin was because of a special white zetsu. In the original timeline, that white zetsu could serve as Obito's vessel, acting as his would-release armor, even restoring Obito's destroyed half and granting him immense vitality, and imparting the Kekkei Genkai of would-release. Apparently, Madara was doing the same, his whole body encased in white zetsu, drawing on its formidable vitality to rise and fight once more. No wonder he hadn't gleaned a trait. After all, with Madara shielded by white zetsu during their hand-to-hand bout, it hardly counted as direct contact. Having figured out, Yujin quickly cast the thought aside. The battle before him was far more urgent. No choice if he didn't go all out now. Who knew how much longer Kakashi and the others could hold on? With that, Uchiha Yujin's gaze sharpened. Me scared? Don't be ridiculous. Madara, keep your eyes open and see for yourself just how far my power has reached. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes spun into motion. A massive surge of chakra instantly emerged. But that was not the end. Wave after wave of boundless natural energy was absorbed by Yojin. That natural energy flowed into his body, transforming into Sage Chakra. This unique chakra became intricate, mystical patterns that spread across the Susanoo's nearly formed body. Sensing there was still Sage Chakra to spare within himself, Yojin let out a wicked grin. To be honest, using that move should feel incredible. The moment his will stirred and his words fell silent, frightening Sage Chakra burst forth, flaring wildly around Yojin. Affected by this extraordinary chakra, mighty green trees erupted from the ground in an instant. Guided by Yojin's mind, these colossal trees seemed to merge with Susanoo, becoming its very flesh and bone. They completed and solidified the otherwise translucent, fiery red giant. With rumbling cracks and splitting sounds, it took only moments for a majestic giant, just 30 meters shorter than Madara Susanoo, to make its presence known upon this world. Would release? What's going on? Madara's expression sharpened the instant he saw Yojin wield would release. An Uchiha, able to use would release? Are you kidding me? Could this kid have, like myself, devour Hashirama's cells? No, that shouldn't be possible. Experiments with Hashirama cells have never gone smoothly at Konoha. So long as Yojin is thinking straight, he'd never dare lay a hand on that stuff. Still, these questions would be best left for Black Zetsu to investigate some other day. For now, he had to face a formidable opponent, Uchiha Yojin, no weaker than himself. He couldn't afford any carelessness. With that thought, Madara put aside his doubts and focused his gaze on his foe before him. When your own Susanoo can't match mine, you just make it armor for your wood golem? Madara said, a tinge of annoyance in his voice. And then you're stacking sage mode on top. Brilliant move. What ingenuity! At this moment, one idea filled Madara's mind. Why didn't I ever think Susanoo could combine with the wood golem or wooden Buddha? If only I'd fought side by side with Hashirama that way in the old days. Imagine the wonder of it. Still, this upstart had sparked a new inspiration. No longer did his eyes have to be fixed solely on the Nine Tails. Of course, in his current state, his body was rather old and frail. To invoke wood release with the power of yang release at its heart was now beyond his reach. It would cost him what little time he had left. But all of that could wait. Once he was reborn, he could explore these ideas then. For now, let him see what kind of strength this combination of wood golem, Susanoo, and sage mode could bring. Just how overwhelming would it be? At this very moment, the two men stood upon the brow of the colossal giant, gazes locked. In the deep red reflection of their Sharingan, an electric killing intent flared constantly between them. A ringing clash, a thunderous impact. The manifested blades were drawn by two titanic, opposing beings. The bloodlust from both sides collided in the air, swirling together like a clash of dragons and tigers, creating both confrontation and grudging harmony. Beneath the sky suffused with this murderous intent, Kakashi and his companions felt every hair on their bodies stand on end. So that's Yujin-kun's Sun. Is this its fully unleashed form? Rin Noera gazed into the distance in awe, her eyes wide as she beheld the two colossal giants, one bathed in blue, the other in crimson. Each of these towering figures soared, well, over 100 meters tall, though the enemy's blue-armored giant seemed to outpace Yujin-kun's in sheer height. There was something about Yujin-kun's Susanoo. It felt more tangible, more solid. Conflicted and anxious, Rin let out a helpless groan. Yujin-kun should be able to win, right? But why does the enemy know this jutsu too? Isn't it supposed to be a secret technique of the Uchiha clan? Could it be the other one's also an Uchiha? Rin, don't overthink it. We need to focus on the enemy in front of us. At this moment, the person who should have been most rattled, Obito, was actually calmer than Rin. It was impossible for Obito not to be shocked by Yujin's full transformation into Susanoo, the technique he always imagined as the epitome of coolness. Who could have guessed it could reach such heights? Just thinking about it made his heart race with excitement. As for the enemy's Susanoo, whether or not they were Uchiha, that didn't bother him much. After all, in his eyes, Yujin had grown up like a legend right before him. That almost unbelievable rate of growth. Even someone who wasn't the sharpest thinker, like him, could see Yujin-kun was a monster among monsters, and a monster like that could never lose. Obito's right. Let's stay focused on the enemy here. Kakashi echoed Obito's words. He didn't bother to explain Rin's astonishment. To Kakashi, with Uchiha Yujin wielding the Flying Thunder God technique, victory wasn't guaranteed, but defeat, that was simply out of the question. After all, if the fight truly went south, Uchiha Yujin could always sweep them all away with Flying Thunder God and pull off a strategic retreat into victory. Still, the enemy right in front of us doesn't look like someone easy to deal with. Kakashi eyed the mysterious white figure standing silently before them, and every nerve in his body buzzed with warning. While both sides sized each other up, tense and wary, a deafening boom split the air. In a single resounding crash, the blue and red giants had already clashed at close quarters. Uchiha Yujin stood high upon Susanoo's brow, his expression steely and grave. Madara's strength had surpassed his wildest expectations. Even though Yujin had long known that Madara's Susanoo, among all the reincarnations of Indra throughout history, was truly among the most formidable. But this level of power was simply beyond belief, especially since, at this very moment, Yujin had already merged Sage Chakra and would release. This triple-layered Susanoo armor stood just 30 meters shorter than its opponent. This minor difference in height for the two Susanoo now revealed was hardly enough to tip the balance. It simply didn't matter. By all logic, he should be the stronger one here. Yet, in this moment, he hadn't gained the slightest advantage, almost as if it confirmed the thoughts echoing in Uchiha Yujin's mind. With a thunderous crash, the fiery red and the deep blue armored titans collided several more times. Even under the blessing of sage art and would release, Uchiha Yujin's Susanoo could not overpower his rival. Such a pain. Yujin clicked his tongue in annoyance, then raised both hands. A low hum vibrated in the air as chakra ignited in his palms. In that glowing chakra, the tomo-shaped sigils flickered ceaselessly. Take this! With a loud shout, Yujin swept his arms forward. Chakra orbs entwined with runes shot out from his hands in swift succession. Under his control, the chakra lights streaked across the sky in a blink, weaving through the whole battlefield. You really think a few flashy tricks will help you? With arms folded across his chest, Uchiha Madara, poised between the brows of the azure giant, looked on in surprise. Haven't you understood by now? My Susanoo is simply superior in every way. As for the strength of his own Susanoo, Mura, its summoner, knew it better than anyone. It did not matter that these were not his original eyes. Once awakened to the Rinnegan, the power of all creation flowed within him, undiminished. This force, born of the union of yin, yang, and the elements, was even more potent than the pure yin chakra he once commanded. Though age had bowed his spine, loosened his teeth, and worn his face with the marks of years. Though one foot already dipped into the darkness of the grave. As long as the power of all creation remained, he stood as the strongest shinobi in the world. After all, the power he could now muster was still half of his full strength at his peak. And this half was the power of himself after he had awakened the Rinnegan. Not just half the strength of his former eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. There was an unbridgeable gap between the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So of course, the might of his Susanoo, amplified by this force of creation, even matched against an equally mighty Susanoo, could emerge victorious. And as for this brash upstart before him, who, even after countless power-ups, could only manage to stand against half his strength, that in itself was a marvel, strength nearly beyond belief. Still, given Madara's pride, he would never utter such words of awe. True to the typical Uchiha way, Madara valued his dignity above all else. He, ever mindful of saving face, could only respond with a mocking sneer. If I'm superior in terms of abilities, and you don't come up with something fast, your companions, well, my subordinates will wipe them all out, you know. When it came to Black Zetsu, and that special white Zetsu, Madara's trust ran deep. Black Zetsu, as the very extension of his own will, saw the battlefield with eyes nearly the same as his own. And that special white Zetsu, his own creation, a biological weapon fashioned after Hashirama's unique qualities, its abilities, not to mention its exceptional power in reconnaissance. It was also a formidable force in direct combat. On hearing Madara's words, Uchiha Yujin, sitting at the helm between the brows of his Susanoo, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He paid no mind to Madara's taunts. After all, trash talk in battle, an attempt to shake an opponent's composure, was nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, the things Madara went on to say, if he didn't resolve this quickly, Kakashi and the others truly wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. He could already sense that Kakashi's team was in grave danger, especially Obito. His chakra had become strangely cold, yet fiercely intense. In it, he sensed deep worry and iron resolve, the will to protect something at all costs. Could his Sharingan be awakening? At that thought, Yujin focused his senses more intently on Rin Nohara's condition. With a flicker of will, he instantly turned his attention to the sensory system at his command. And when Yujin picked up on Rin's faint, slumbering chakra signature, he understood at once. Kakashi's team must be in crisis. Just as Yujin sensed, the tide of battle at Kakashi's location had shifted dramatically. Both Kakashi and Obito, working in perfect sync, had been holding off White Zetsu's assault. The extraordinary bond between the two showed most clearly when faced with White Zetsu's would release. They met the strange jutsu with impressive calm, standing together, unwavering. The wood release technique did indeed surprise them, but their concern for their friends allowed them to suppress that shock, focusing all their energy on the enemy before them. In a flash, Obito leapt high into the air, seamlessly swapping places with Kakashi. The instant he landed, a faint line of flame curled from his slightly pursed lips. Obito, shrewd as ever in battle, had already formed the hand seals for fire release while airborne. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Obito unleashed the searing chakra he'd gathered in his mouth. The massive fireball roared forward, radiating intense heat and an overwhelming force, aimed straight at his enemy. Yet, as White Zetsu saw what technique was coming, he broke into a twisted smile. A fine jutsu indeed, Perfect as a tactical fire release, he remarked, slapping his hand against the ground. With a gurgling, squelching sound, the ground surged in an instant, and gigantic emerald trees erupted from the earth in the blink of an eye. Boom! Flames collided fiercely with the mighty wall of wood. The force of the blazing fireball shattered the wood, sending splinters flying everywhere, filling the air across the scene. At that very moment, while everyone's vision was clouded by the scattered wood chips, behind Rin Noera, the slender figure of a dashing ninja appeared undetected. Clap! Obito! Kakahan! Rin sensed a hand tapping her shoulder and was about to call for Obito and Kakashi. In a flash, a surge of powerful chakra seized her with overwhelming force. Haha! If you too want this girl to remain unharmed, the hidden black Zetsu, having succeeded in his sneak attack, declared smugly, you'd better surrender quietly. Rin! Obito's eyes widened with panic as he stared at Black Zetsu, who was clutching Rin. You bastard, let her go now. In the grip of powerful emotion, Obito felt something stir within him. It was as if his vision had grown sharper than ever before. Every movement, every twitch of the fiend holding Rin, seemed crystal clear in Obito's eyes. Huh, this kid just woke up and already has 2 Tomo. Black Zetsu stared in surprise and suspicion at the Sharingan swirling in Obito's eyes. In that instant, he couldn't help but think, Madara truly is worthy of leading the Uchiha clan. His assessment of Uchiha's Sharingan potential was spot on, but perhaps this wasn't a bad thing. For someone like Obito, lacking wits, perhaps, but whose Sharingan talent was undeniable, he'd make the perfect pawn. Seeing his friends caught in sudden peril, Yuma Uchiha finally made up his mind. The time spent with Kakashi and the others had forged real bonds of friendship. And now, even the clones he had sent to protect his companions didn't seem so reliable. More importantly, he wanted to change their tragic fate, the one set in stone by the world's cruel design. With that thought, he suddenly widened his eyes. A raging torrent of ocular power ignited deep within them. Twin trails of blood tears trickled slowly down his cheeks. Ikamo Kurin, Heaven's Cloud. Maximum power. Across the field, Madara Uchiha watched the cocky brat's transformation. Instantly, he understood. This wasn't going to end until the bitter end. His own 3-Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly within his eyes. As for that platinum flash of sword light, the one rumored to cut down anything in its path, Madara felt no fear. In fact, he had long since prided himself on unraveling the secrets of such ocular jutsu. Just like Amaterasu, deadly though it may be, as long as you aren't struck, you're safe. But what if that sword of light was faster than Amaterasu? The answer was simple. No matter how swift an ocular jutsu, it still relied on focused vision. And as a shinobi at the very pinnacle, Madara considered himself an expert at reading an enemy's eyes, beyond compare. As long as he noticed the right eye across from him focusing on him, all he had to do was evade. Now, Madara was channeling all his power into his remaining right eye. He was determined to capture the very last traces of dojutsu energy from the boy standing before him. He wanted to trace the full trajectory of this ocular technique. After all, to him, so-called eye power was nothing more than a unique form of chakra. And when it came to chakra, the Sharingan's insight would never miss anything. What's more, ever since he awakened the Rinnegan, the omnipotence that flowed within his body empowered even this borrowed Sharingan. Though it hadn't evolved to the Mangekyo, its perceptive depth and dynamic sensitivity had already surpassed the realm of an ordinary 3-Tomo Sharingan. Yet, right now, Madara sensed something amiss. Even with his eyes wide open, he could not see any special ocular force attacking him. And that, precisely, was the biggest anomaly. From the boy's left eye, blood tears trickled down, a sight impossible to fake. At that moment, a chill rose from the depths of Madara's heart, flooding his senses. Is some sort of danger approaching? Madara's expression turned frosty, a shard of ice in a winter storm. Let me see, then, just what is going on here. He didn't have to wait long. Before his very eyes, Uchiha Yujin's right eye unleashed a dazzling burst of platinum sword light. And under Yujin's control, those frigid platinum rays slowly fused into the weapon held by Susanoo. A low, resonant hum shivered through the blade in Susanoo's grasp. In that instant, Susanoo's long sword was transformed, its edge burning with divine, crimson gold light. The spectacle was far from over. Uchiha Yujin shouted with force, "Sage art! Winds of the netherworld!" The runes inscribed in Susanoo's armor, brimming with sage power, suddenly flared with brilliance. In a brilliant flash, the light exploded into a savage, azure divine wind, twisting in a formidable storm around Susanoo's towering form. This forbidden sage technique had been forged by imbuing wind release, pressure damage with sage art. With the divine crimson gold sword in hand and the azure godwind swirling about him, Uchiha Hiruzen unleashed a wave of brutal, violent intent straight towards Madara. It was so fierce that it stung Madara's skin. This is troublesome. I never imagined his ocular technique could be wielded like this, Madara muttered, watching Hiruzen's maneuver with a heavy expression. Who would have thought the platinum sword-light dojutsu could be blended into Susanoo itself? An unexpected possibility, even for him. But this brat, Madara took in the lines of blood traced across Hiruzen's face, then looked up at the 100-meter-tall Susanoo looming above. A cold sneer slipped across his lips. After today, you'll be no threat at all. Now let me see just how far your grand finale can go. In Madara's eyes, Hiruzen's reckless exertion of ocular power. After this battle, his vision would never recover completely. Even if that kid carried the power of wood release, Madara didn't have high hopes for him. After all, in Madara's eyes, short of possessing the special white zetsu created through the Geto statue using Hashirama's cells, a typical Mangekyo Sharingan user would inevitably go blind sooner or later the moment they continued to use its power. Just then, a thunderous roar. The Susanoo, wielding a brilliant crimson gold divine blade, crossed the battlefield in an instant. With the aid of divine wind, the red giant moved with astonishing lightness. It raised its blade and swung mercilessly at the blue giant. What's more, Madara knew the spiritual weapon in Hiruzen Susanoo was empowered by the eye technique that could cleave apart all things. There was no way Uchiha Madara would foolishly stand and trade blows with such power. With a ripping sound, wings suddenly unfurled from the back of the blue giant. With one powerful beat, the blue Susanoo soared high into the sky, thereby evading the crimson giant's devastating strike. Right at this moment, a sight that utterly shook Madara unfolded before his eyes. A piercing rush. In the very next instant, the crimson giant appeared beside the blue Susanoo, high in the clouds. What? Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you appear here in the blink of an eye? Hearing this, and feeling no need to answer his enemy, Hiruzen simply willed the next move. The crimson giant brandished its golden blade and flashed through the sky in a dazzling flurry, striking more than a dozen times. After a dozen blazing trails of gold had cut through the air, a crashing explodes. The blue giant shattered into fragments. The corporeal chakra that once made up Susanoo burst apart like shards of glass, scattering across the heavens. Uchiha Madara was in utter disbelief. He had witnessed something impossible. The enemy's towering Susanoo had just used Flying Thunder God? How could this be? At that moment, the all-creation force in Madara's body trembled ever so slightly. With a cracking sound, it was as if this power broke through its own bounds. And for the first time, Madara noticed the cluster of chakra that had been soaring through the sky all this time. As he gazed upon that swirling mass of chakra, he suddenly saw 3 Tomo emblems come into focus. And in that instant, everything made sense. So that was it. The chakra cluster he threw earlier was like Flying Thunder God's marker. Damn it. Was I caught in a jinjutsu all along? All this time, I acted as if I didn't care. Madara's expression soured. He suspected he had fallen prey to an illusion. But then, remembering the faint shatter in the all-creation force within, as if a seal had been broken, only now did he realize all the details he had ignored. At this revelation, Madara glanced at Hiruzen from the corner of his still-seeing eye, pondering in silence. Was this another ocular technique? Just as Madara had suspected, Uchiha Yuma activated the power of Ikemokirin, causing Madara to overlook the chakra orb he had thrown out in front of him earlier. Yuma had no other option. When he unleashed Ikemokirin, he once thought he might achieve instant victory. However, the feedback from his ocular power told him otherwise. He lacked the strength to topple Madara outright. That was why, at that moment, he used his eye technique to dull Madara's vigilance instead, forcing Madara to pay the price of using his Anaji. Just now, he had simply repeated the same trick. The rune hidden inside that chakra orb was his Flying Thunder God seal. Pulling off this maneuver was only possible thanks to a unique effect from his Otsutsuki trait, Chakra Compilation. When Madara was made to ignore the chakra orb marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, Yuma used the heavenly sword Aim no Murakumo, which could sever all things, to drive him into the air. Immediately after, Madara was struck by Yuma's Flying Thunder God, Susanoo Murakumo slash. Yuma gazed up at the stunned Uchiha Madara, suspended in the sky, a proud smile on his lips. Now comes the moment when I claimed the fruits of victory. As his words fell, the divine wind coiled around Susanoo's form gave a faint shudder. With a sharp crack, The giant scarlet golden sword shattered into fragments and fused into the swirling winds. At that very instant, natural energy began to stir. A surge of knowledge flowed from the world itself straight into Yuma's heart. Guided by this mysterious message, Yuma chanted aloud, Aim no Murakumo, unleash the tyrannical divine wind and lay waste to my foe. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. In an instant, the divine wind, infused with sage energy, was flooded with an incandescent orange-blue-gold hue by Aim no Murakumo. The wind, now glowing with intelligence and will, responded of its own accord to Yuma's command. It swept gently across the space where Uchiha Madara hovered. With a chorus of slicing winds, Madara had no time to react before he was shredded to dust. Moments later, Yuma dispelled Susanoo, reaching out to gather the remains carried by the divine wind. As he accepted those fragments, the glow of a new trait flashed before him. A brilliant red light, one that only Yuma could see, blazed into existence on the spot. Chapter 72. Indra read. This is a god's name. Whoever possesses this gains everything. Effect. Each time you break through a barrier before you, you gain a measure of fortune. When needed, this stored fortune can be instantly transformed to grant you overwhelming great luck for yourself. The Emperor of Heaven's luck is invalidated when facing Ashura. What is this trait? Uchiha Yuma stared in astonishment at the description before him. Among the crimson lights that had burst forth from Uchiha Madara's final trait, this was the brightest of them all. He had originally thought that, for someone who had awakened the Rinnegan, Madara's brightest red trait would surely have been the Rinnegan trait. At the time, he was still thinking that if he could acquire the Rinnegan entry, he would ascend to the top in a single leap. He would go straight from Mangekyo Sharingan to evolving into the Rinnegan. But who could have guessed that the brightest red entry on Madara Uchiha turned out to be this one? Still, getting this entry might actually be the optimal choice. As for the effect of this entry, how should one put it? It's absolute strength. Once Uchiha Hyugen realized what had happened, he fixed his gaze on the word fortune on his panel, combining it with the entry's description. This entry should mean that whenever he manages to overcome an obstacle, he receives a bit of luck, and this accumulated luck would remain in reserve, ready to be unleashed whenever he needs it, transforming into powerful fortune that empowers him. And as for what counts as an obstacle, it's highly subjective. As long as Uchiha Hyugen feels something is difficult, then it counts as a challenge. Whenever he manages to surmount these difficulties, it's considered conquering an obstacle. Even the smallest thing counts. For instance, with Hyugen's current strength, even doing a mere D-rank mission for a ninja would count as overcoming an obstacle once he finishes it. After all, this was a task issued by the client. If the client deems it hard and turns to ninjas for help, that's enough to make it a challenge. Of course, for such minor matters, the luck gained is only a tiny amount. But with greater challenges, the awarded luck increases immensely. However, if this luck can stack up, then even small increments will eventually amass into mighty fortune. So strong. This is really powerful. Uchiha Hyugen was stunned by the effects of this entry. What does overwhelming fortune mean? He couldn't be clearer about that. In all sorts of film and television works, only the protagonist possesses such powerful luck. This ability almost always makes the main character unstoppable, turning calamities into blessings. Thinking of this, Hyugen immediately put the pieces together. Uchiha Sasuke, the next reincarnation of Indra. Isn't he exactly the protagonist? He and Naruto, the reincarnation of Asura, are the undisputed leads of Naruto. And Madara Uchiha, as the previous incarnation of Indra, smoothly awakened the Rinnegan. A feat even Indra himself hadn't achieved. If this isn't protagonist privilege, what is? At the very least, before Sasuke inherited this power, everything Madara did seem to go exactly as he wished. With this revelation, Hyugen could no longer hold back and immediately instructed the system to install the entry. This entry didn't directly strengthen any of his abilities, nor did it cause any obvious commotion. Once the entry was quietly installed on him, a voice came from the side. What's so powerful? Hearing this, Uchiha glanced at his own palm. He saw that the dust brought by Kamikaze earlier had vanished completely, as if it had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. In a blink, he looked toward the source of the voice. There stood Madara Uchiha, now with only his right eye remaining, looking as if he hadn't suffered any harm at all, appearing a short distance away. TCH, I knew it. Things were never going to be that simple. Seeing the situation, you couldn't help but click his tongue and mutter, Hey, old man Madara, how long can you keep your Izanagi active? He was intimately familiar with the secrets behind Izanagi. If memory served correctly, The duration of this technique was strictly related to the user's own skill and spiritual resilience. For someone lacking in those qualities, like Danzo Shimura, it was pitiful, a single eye, a single use. But for those with great prowess, like Obito Uchiha, one eye could sustain it for several minutes. And as for Madara, whose ocular mastery surpassed even that of Indra, the limits of his Izanagi, you dare not even imagine just how long it could last. Upon hearing Yu's question, Madara let out a cold chuckle, long enough to fight you for days and nights. A flagrant lie. Madara's current condition was far from ideal. While the battle with this brat seemed short, the level of intensity was nothing less than ferocious. The white Zetsu attached to his body had already been killed by Yu. Without Zetsu's protection, his body was nothing but an aging, decaying husk. His current appearance, the facade so flawless it looked even more intact than white Zetsu, was in fact a transformation, a mimicry wrought by his use of the power of all creation. This camouflage worked well enough to deceive even a Mangekyo Sharingan's insight, at least to a certain extent. Sensing the danger closing in, Madara had resolved to use Izanagi to buy some time while searching for an opportunity to retreat. After all, he knew his true state. He could last only a few more exchanges at most. The disguise provided by the all-creation didn't let Uchiha Yu, who only wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan, see through the ruse. Just then, a shadow rose up from the ground. It was Black Zetsu, now fully restored to his ink-black form. Emerging, he shook his head discreetly at Madara. It's failed, Lord Madara. That guy, he actually disguised his own clone as a protective charm. I didn't predict that. When his clone appeared, he made off with Obito and the others. Hearing this, Madara understood that victory was now impossible. Besides, without White Zetsu, there was no way he could handle the boy on the other side. With that realization, he spoke to Black Zetsu in a low, resolute voice. In that case, we withdraw. Understood. Perhaps sensing Madara's true exhaustion, Black Zetsu answered immediately, then dissolved into a pool of black liquid, swiftly enveloping Madara and spiriting him away. With a sound of tearing fabric, Black Zetsu slipped into the earth, vanishing from Yuji Uchiha's sight. Yuji, only now reacting, finally understood. Madara Uchiha, that old fox, had put on a show and staged a victorious retreat. Tisk, Yuji clicked his tongue in annoyance, closing his eyes to sense around him. He wanted to give chase, especially since his Sage Mode had greatly enhanced his sensory abilities. But even so, he still couldn't sense Madara, who was now shielded by Black Zetsu. That cunning old man. No wonder he could fool even Hagoromo Otsutsuki's senses back in the days of the shinobi sect, quietly manipulating Indra behind the scenes. With the chance to pursue gone, Yuji Uchiha immediately activated Flying Thunder God. Whoosh! In a flash, he appeared, right next to Kakashi and the others. When Yuji Uchiha reappeared there, what greeted his eyes was Kakashi and his two companions were gathered around Yuji's wood-style clone, chatting with cheerful relief. But as soon as they saw Yuji materialize before them, they instantly realized this was the real Yuji. Yuji, you're amazing. Your clone saved us. Obito, brimming with joy, was about to greet Yuji with a raised hand. But the words died in his throat when he saw the two blood streaks trailing from Yuji's eyes. It was the first time he'd ever witnessed Yuji Uchiha in such a battered state. In Obito's memory, from the very first day he'd met Yuji, he had never seen him like this. No matter the enemy, Yuji Uchiha had always turned battle into effortless victory. He might not have emerged spotless from every fight, but never before had he looked this weary, blood on his face and exhaustion clear in his eyes. Seeing Yuji like this, remembering how, even before the battle, Yuji had created a clone just to ensure their safety, Obito's joy at Rin's rescue faded into a pang of sorrow. All right, Obito, wipe that look off your face. Remember, Yuji won. Kakashi, noticing the change in Obito's expression, immediately understood what was going through his mind. He clapped Obito on the shoulder and offered an explanation. Kakashi understood all too well the state Yuji Uchiha was in now. To wield a jutsu that summoned a giant towering over the land, colossal as a mountain. That sort of thing would leave anyone utterly drained. All the more so when the opponent could use the same technique. And, in terms of sheer size, even surpass Yuji. To face a foe of such caliber, to win, and somehow still keep everyone else safe at the same time. That intelligence, that mindset, that unwavering caution, combined with such overwhelming power, Yuji truly had become the perfect shinobi. Unlike the two boys who were awed by him, however, as a girl, and as someone who had just been rescued, Rin Noera walked straight up to Yuma and bowed deeply a 90-degree angle. Yuma-kun, thank you so much. She was well aware of how dire things had been. In that moment she was bound. If it hadn't been for Yuma's clone talisman stepping in, the outcome for her and the others would have been anything but good. What are you talking about, Rin? Seeing this, Yuma hurried over and gently helped Rin back to her feet. He then pointed to Kakashi and Obito and said, "We're all teammates, aren't we? This is just what friends do." Just then, as soon as Uchiha Yuma finished speaking, Rin's gaze shifted to Uchiha Obito, standing nearby. She lifted her head and, with a faint smile, said, "Well then, thank you for your kindness, Yuma-kun." With those words, she turned and walked over to stand by Obito's side. Seeing this, even someone as oblivious as Uchiha Yuma understood there must have been some significant change for Rin just now. Normally, the way Rin behaved, she would place herself between Kakashi and Obito, usually leaning a little closer to Kakashi. But this wasn't the time to analyze such things. He needed to dispel his clone first. After all, even though this time he'd only used Susanoo and not the power of would release, if anyone started asking questions, he'd have a hard time coming up with a good explanation. With that in mind, Uchiha Yuma looked over at his clone. The clone, moving in perfect sync with his real thoughts, nodded at Yuma and then slowly sank into the ground, planning to dissolve itself beneath the earth, out of sight from Kakashi and the others. That power, the would release. Until Tsunade figured out whatever could be learned from that batch of white Zetsu cells, it absolutely could not be revealed. After all, he belonged to the most elite lineage of the Hokage's inner circle. He had to keep a low profile and play things by the book. Would release would only have Tsunade's endorsement after research. Then, and only then, could he put that power on display. Sorting his thoughts, Uchiha Yuma turned his attention to Obito. Now that Obito had awakened his Sharingan, even if only at the Twin Tomo stage, Yuma was left marveling at his special potential. And a newly awakened Sharingan had raised Uchiha Obito's strength into the realm of an elite ninja. To Yuma, that was only natural. After all, in the original timeline, faced with a stone village jonin who could toy with both Kakashi and Obito, it was Obito, with his awakened Sharingan, who delivered an instant, decisive blow. What happened after that was simple. The moment Yuma's real body was entangled and unable to break free, Rin's talisman clone judged it was finally time to act, and did so on the spot. His would-release clone proved very reliable indeed. The moment it showed up, it deployed Susanoo right away. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, faced with a Susanoo towering dozens of meters high, were keenly aware of their own limitations. After all, Black Zetsu's combat strength was the result of Kagaya Otsutsuki's hasty creation. His power could not even begin to compare with his two older brothers. It was world apart. Dealing with ordinary natives of the shinobi world was manageable for him. But when facing a fully awakened Uchiha, a direct descendant of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, it was clear he was completely outmatched. On the spot, he concluded that this mission counted as a failure. Cautious as ever, Black Zetsu made a swift decision. He chose to withdraw immediately. So that's how it is. This guy really lives up to his crafty reputation through the ages. Yuma couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This level of vigilance, all for the sake of his mother, is truly hard to judge. After all, you could call him filial. He really is. But this filial devotion comes built upon mountains of countless corpses. While Minato's team was credited with repelling the attackers, they soon found a hidden spot to rest and recover. Yet the aftershocks of Yuma's battle with Madara left the nearby battlefields Iwagakure and Konoha Shinobi utterly speechless. For the IWNine stationed over 100 kilometers away, watching a 100-meter-high Susanoo clash was out of the question. Even so, among the thousands of IWNine deployed to this battlefield, there was no shortage of sensory-type shinobi. Iwagakure, after all, was a village that, because its individual ninja weren't particularly outstanding, placed a heavy emphasis on unity. Most Earth-style jutsu were performed in groups, drawing on combined strength. The same went for their sensory techniques. At this very moment, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, was walking toward the sensory squad's tent, his expression grim. In theory, with Iwagakure sending forces against both Kumogakure and Konoha, Inoki himself should have been on the front lines facing the cloud, especially since tens of thousands of troops have been deployed there, compared to just thousands at this location. But earlier intelligence had told him that the one he kept an eye on, Uchiha Yuma, was under the tutelage of Minato Namikaze. Not long ago, he had received word from this very IWA camp, sent directly to him back at the village, that the yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, had appeared on this very front. For Iwagakure, a village long accustomed to learning from Konoha since the founding of the shinobi villages. Inoki knew that if the teacher was present, the disciple couldn't be far behind. Paying even closer attention to Uchiha Yuma, he believed this front was the true pivot point of the war. So he comes straight to this battlefield. The more important he realized this place was, the more urgently he headed to the sensory squad when he heard that they had made a new discovery. Chapter 74. Inoki stepped into the sensory squad's tent, only to find his subordinates frozen in shock, their faces written with astonishment. Inoki's expression darkened immediately. What is going on with you all? How could you lose your composure like this? Dozens of sensory ninja, and every one of you wears a look that thoroughly disappoints me. Lord Tsuchikage, what we sensed about 100 kilometers away on this side is a chakra so terrifying it shakes the heart. One of the sensory ninja, a middle-aged man standing closer to Inoki, pointed in the direction where Uzumaki Yuma and Madara were fighting. This middle-aged ninja recalled the terrifying chakra response. He swallowed and continued, voice slightly tremulous. Those two chakra signatures aren't just cold and forbidding. The magnitude of their chakra is even greater than that of a tailed beast. That's why we immediately summoned you, Lord Tsuchikage. Hearing this, Inoki's face grew even more serious. Such powerful chakra, even more formidable than a tailed beast, accompanied by an aura that was icy and oppressive. For Inoki, this description was painfully familiar. Back when he and his own teacher had been forced to their knees by Uchiha Madara, this was precisely the sense that Madara had given them. The thought flashed through his mind. In this era, the Uchiha he was most concerned about was Uzumaki Yuma, who, as it happened, tended to stay near his own teacher, Namikaze Minato, which meant they were close by. You, immediately right now, give me the exact coordinates of that chakra signature. Yes, sir, Lord Tsuchikage. Meanwhile, at the Konoha encampment, Namikaze Minato and the representatives of the Ino Shikacho trio, this generation's Shika Narashikaku, found themselves similarly speechless at the sensory report. As the preeminent Shika of his generation, Narashikaku's intellect was beyond question. He lifted his eyes, cautious and deliberate, confirming with Namikaze Minato. Minato, if I'm not mistaken, that direction should be Canopy Bridge. And from the way those chakra signatures are colliding, is one of them your student, Uchiha Yuma? Shikaku was still finding it difficult to believe this remarkable Uchiha youth, a boy who had surpassed everyone's expectations. As a thinker, even in his childhood, he had understood. He knew why the Senju had vanished and why the Uchiha had declined. He also understood clearly why their own clans, the Ino, Nara, and Akimichi, had only grown stronger. It was all the will of the third Hokage. The influence of the Senju had simply been too overwhelming, so they had gradually disappeared. The Uchiha had been constrained because their Mangekyo's power was too unpredictable. But as for the Ino Shikacho, they had firmly aligned themselves with Hiruzen Sarutobi at the very outset of his reign. After all, the three clans had always enjoyed close ties since the Age of War. There was no reason, after coming to Konoha, to call for something extra, like making Hiruzen Sarutobi a witness to the so-called earring oath. After all, he fully understood. Everything was carried out according to Hiruzen Sarutobi's will. Only then did he understand why so many had been stunned by Uchiha Yuma, who, after Madara Uchiha's departure, had become the most renowned member of the Uchiha clan and was now being recognized by the Hokage's line. That Sarutobi Hiruzen would actually relax the restrictions on the Uchiha clan. This implied Uchiha Yuma had become so exceptional that even the Hokage himself had no choice but to yield. Now, seeing this report, he finally understood the true reason behind it all. Uchiha Yuma was a monster. 2 chakra signatures, each as powerful as the other. One of them must undoubtedly be Uchiha Yuma. At only 13, his chakra was already surpassing that of even the tailed beasts, coupled with the Mangekyo Sharingan, which had already become the talk of the village. As these thoughts settled in his mind, Narashikaku felt an overwhelming sense of awe. His potential for growth, the speed of his progress. There was no question that he was nothing short of extraordinary. For most ninja, at Yuma's age, genius would be the height of their praise. But Uchiha Yuma had already turned the idea of potential into a reality that far exceeded anyone's expectations. In this moment, what filled Shikaku's heart was the god of shinobi of a new era, or perhaps a new Shura, would once again descend upon Konoha. Lord Third Hokage's decision was truly wise. The village would rise to its peak once more. Hearing Shikaku's question and seeing the strange, ever-changing expression on his face, Minato Namikaze could only sigh inwardly. To be honest, even as Yuma's teacher, Minato found his student's current strength almost unbelievable. He had previously suspected that Yuma might one day surpass him, but now it was no longer a suspicion. It was the undeniable reality. After Yuma had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's long-dormant power, his strength had officially surpassed Minato's. And, indeed, everyone in Konoha's. He had become, without question, the strongest ninja in the village. Yet, when Minato thought of that other chakra signature, the one powerful enough to stand against Yuma, a shadow crossed his brow. Shikaku, Yuma is my student. His strength is not the issue. Minato's gaze grew serious. But we must give real attention to the other formidable force that stands against him. Hearing this, Shikaku's own brows knit in concern. Exactly. Yuma is your student, and no one in the village doubts his loyalty. The one we should focus on is whoever stands as his enemy. Only now, prompted by Minato, did Shikaku fully realize. No matter how strong Yuma became, he was Konoha's ninja through and through, heir to the Hokage's legacy. There was no ambiguity where his loyalties lay. With his abilities, it was only a matter of time, perhaps 10 or 20 years, before the Hokage's seat was his. But as for the other party involved in this impending battle, no matter what, that person could only harbor ill intentions toward Konoha. With this in mind, he turned to Minato with a grave expression and spoke in a low voice. Minato, use your Flying Thunder God to check out the situation over there. If Yuma is unharmed, then the mission to destroy Canopy Bridge should be all but certain. Once you confirm this, return with all possible speed, and we'll launch our attack right away. At these words, Minato's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands together with delight. Absolutely. Shikaku, wait for my signal. With that, in a blink, Minato's figure vanished from the spot. When Minato appeared beside Kakashi, the first thing that caught his eye was that all his students were there, and scathed, every one of them. Relief washed over him instantly. At that moment, Yuma and the others also noticed Minato's sudden arrival. Still, they weren't particularly surprised. After all, they all knew that the runes on Kakashi's Sword of Love were none other than their teacher's Flying Thunder God markings. I'm so glad to see you're all safe, but Minato gave his students a reassuring smile. Yuma, just now, who were you fighting? The one I just fought? Uchiha Madara. Yuma replied, clearing up Minato's confusion. Minato's eyes widened with shock at the answer. Uchiha Madara. By all accounts, wasn't he supposed to have been killed by the first Hokage? How could he still be? Disbelief clouded Minato's face. He knew better than anyone what kind of person Madara Uchiha was, a true core figure of Konoha. And yet, with such a dangerous ninja still alive, possessing so much power, it was nearly unthinkable. With this realization, Minato looked over at Yuma Uchiha, his heart pounding ever faster with astonishment. A single year, in just one short year, the young man before him, whom he once thought he could easily handle, had grown so much. He could now stand toe-to-toe with the Shura of the shinobi world. Even though Minato had already understood that Yuma's potential for growth was monstrous beyond belief, he still found all this surreal. In the past, no matter who Yuma faced, Minato had always felt that he could handle them just as well. But now, facing one of the strongest figures of his entire era, that notion was shattered by a powerful sense of reality. His student's power was no longer mere potential or speculation. He had truly surpassed his teacher. Chapter 75. However, as a true elite among elites, even Minato, shaken as he was by his disciple's strength, did not forget the purpose of his arrival. He immediately asked, "You've just fought off a formidable enemy. Are all of you still able to carry out the mission?" Minato-sensei, what's the situation at the front? As leader of the bridge demolition squad, Yuma got to his feet, not directly answering Minato's question, but instead throwing back one of his own. Upon hearing this rhetorical question, Minato Namikaze raised an eyebrow. Ever since I arrived, even when we faced the third Tsuchikage later on, the entire camp stabilized. At those words, Uchiha Yujin's gaze lowered slightly. Then, once you return, Sensei, let's launch a surprise attack on the Iwagakure main camp. In my sensory field, 100 kilometers away, an overwhelming chakra is heading out from the Iwagakure camp, leading a throng of shinobi right toward the place where I just fought. Yujin's words reached Minato's ears like a sudden flash of inspiration. That chakra, it has to be the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, Minato exclaimed, his expression brightening. While all their top fighters are heading out to see the aftermath of your battle with Uchiha Madara, I'll double back and raid their main camp. Exactly. And on my end, it'll be easy for me to destroy the Canopy Bridge while they're distracted. Seeing that Minato's thinking was fully in sync with his own, Uchiha Yujin nodded approvingly. In that case, you all stay on your mission. I'll head back and discuss our next move with Shikaku. Minato declared. No problem at all, Sensei. Everyone replied in unison. Inoki arrived at the scene of the battle between Yujin and Madara, a landscape left in utter ruin. He descended slowly from the sky, his face stricken with shock. As the wielder of the feared dust release, Inoki had spent a lifetime studying chakra itself. While his sensing ability might not match that of specialized sensor ninja in terms of range, when it came to discerning chakra at close quarters, not even they could compare to him. Extending a hand, he brushed his fingers over the shattered earth beneath his feet. A moment later, with a somber look, Inoki gazed toward the enormous footprints that gaped before him, as if giants had fought here. In that instant, his mind reached a clear conclusion. The atmosphere was thick, cold, oppressive, so chilling it seemed to freeze the very air. And all around, the land was ravaged, battlefield scars as if titans had clashed. Were both sides using Susanoo? Inoki murmured in a voice only he could hear, his eyes searching the distant sky. One of them was definitely Uchiha Yujin. But who was the other? He pondered and pondered, but the answer eluded him. Then, realization dawned. Did it truly matter which Uchiha it was? Either way, it was still someone from that infamous clan. With the pride their fighters bore, none would ever deign to side with a Wagakure. Still, it was Yujin who haunted his thoughts. Just a teenager, yet already awakening the power. To wield Susanoo with such force that it left the earth itself in ruins. What would become of the world when he came of age? At that moment, Inoki's mind seethed with schemes, every variation on how he could assassinate Uchiha Yujin and be rid of this threat. But after turning over every possibility, he could only slump inwardly, his ambition cooling. This boy Uchiha, who in just a year's time had made his name resound throughout the ninja world. He was no longer simply a genius. He was a monster who had fulfilled every ounce of his potential, and then surpassed it. The thought of a Uchiha monster from Konoha on the rise gnawed at Inoki's heart, making it throb with unease. Yet fate seemed unwilling to let his fears rest. Suddenly, an Iwnin came rushing toward him in a panic, calling out loudly, Lord Suchikage, we have a crisis. Hearing this, Inoki fixed the messenger with a sharp, penetrating gaze. He recognized this ninja, one specifically skilled in summoning techniques used for relaying urgent information. The ninja's anxious expression made it clear. This had to be dire news for a Wagakure. With a chill in his voice, Inoki demanded, Spit it out. What's the crisis? Lord Suchikage, the Canopy Bridge has been blown up. The messenger bowed in haste, speaking urgently. And Minato Namikaze is leading the Konoha forces straight at our main camp. Our troops in front have suffered heavy losses. What? Inoki was stunned, disbelief washing over his face. For a moment he was frozen, but then he snapped to action. At once, fall back and regroup. We cannot, under any circumstance, let Konoha push the front lines into the land of Earth. Yes, Lord Suchikage. Once the Canopy Bridge was destroyed and Iwa's main frontline encampment was overrun, Konoha's victory followed swiftly. On this battlefield, the news of Konoha's triumph soon spread to every corner of the ninja world. The 5 great shinobi villages were thrown into turmoil. For the other 4, a single thought dominated. If Konoha really succeeded in turning the tide at this front, they could then shift their forces to pick off the remaining 3 one by one. There was nothing to be done. Backed by the wealthiest nation in the world, and blessed with the deepest well of talented shinobi, Konoha possessed a strength that drove the other villages nearly mad with envy. As for the key figures who had turned the tide, the names of Minato Namikaze and his disciple, Yuma Uchiha, once again echoed across the entire world. Yet, while the other villages were reeling from Konoha's dramatic reversal, the shock within Konoha itself was for a different reason. Uchiha Yuma's intelligence report. Inside the Hokage Tower, in Hiruzen Sarutobi's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Aside from Danzo, who was still reflecting in seclusion, both Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado fixed Sarutobi with solemn looks. Hiruzen, Koharu said hesitantly, visibly shaken. The message from young Yuma was overwhelmingly shocking. Maybe we should go now and inspect the sealed lab, where Sensei once worked. Exactly. I feel the same way, Hamura chimed in urgently. The question of whether or not Madara Uchiha is truly dead is too important. We must see for ourselves. Listening to their words, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a wry amusement. These two, like Danzo, harbored a clear dislike for the Uchiha. Though, admittedly, not as extreme as Danzo. Usually as long as things around here. Good news about young Yuma Uchiha had come in. As soon as those two heard about it, They outright refused to come to his office. It was obvious. They simply didn't want to hear any good news about Yuma, who had managed to successfully get into the Hokage's inner circle with overwhelming strength. It was a classic case of willful ignorance, like covering one's ears to block out the bell they've stolen. And yet now, the two of them were impatiently eager to verify whether Uchiha Madara was truly dead. It seemed their issue wasn't with the Uchiha clan itself. Rather, it was a fear of the Uchiha's power. Still, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself took information concerning Madara Uchiha very seriously. He took a long drag on a cigarette, and then promptly responded to his two old friends standing before him. All right, let's go have a look. Without delay, the three of them, familiar with every turn and hallway, made their way to a sealed laboratory. When they opened the box-shaped containment within, it's gone. That's right. When we sealed this place, Tobirama-sensei's lab, we checked it thoroughly. Madara's corpse was definitely here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was an unreadable mix of emotions as he looked at the scene before him. Hearing his old friend's anxious exclamations, he sighed helplessly and said, I'll summon Yuma Uchiha back to Konoha. I want him to give us a full account of the situation regarding Madara. At this very moment, Sarutobi's feelings were complex beyond words. To recall Yuma Uchiha back to the village. Part of it was out of fear of Madara Uchiha. After all, as a young man, he'd witnessed it himself. Lord Hashirama and Madara Uchiha, breaking all ties with the village beyond its outskirts. He knew perfectly well, even if Madara was now aged, as long as he could move. According to Yuma's report, if Madara could still wield the Susanoo, spanning over 100 meters, he alone could stand against the entire village without breaking a sweat. And what was truly dangerous, even as one of Konoha's founders, Madara harbored a deep, genuine grudge against the village. That's why a rival with power equal to Madara, Yuma Uchiha, was absolutely indispensable. But there was another reason. He wanted to know why Madara, at his advanced age, still possessed such strength. At the same time, he wanted to assess for himself the current state of Yuma's mind and spirit. After all, to Konoha, raw power without the mental strength to match it was a truly dangerous prospect. Meanwhile, the person about to be summoned back to the village, Yuma Uchiha, at this moment, was sitting far from the main Konoha camp, deep within a forest. He sat cross-legged atop a tree, taking stock of the gains from his latest ordeal. When it came to his attributes, his second red ability, Indra, how to describe it? The moment he obtained this trait, after installing it and blowing up the canopy bridge, he was immediately blessed with a significant surge of luck. With that in mind, Yuma focused his attention on the status panel within his mind's eye. Host, Yuma Uchiha. Gender, male. Age, 13. Strength, Kage level. Trait, Indra, red. Fortune, 1 point. Child of time and space, gold. Genius, gold. Elusive fate, gold. Steel tempering, purple. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, purple. Uchiha style, purple. Affinity with natural energy, purple. Flying thunder god technique, purple. Otsutsuki, remnants, blue. Medical prodigy, blue. Seed of Chakra, blue. Weapon attributes, lightning imbue, blue. Undying leech, blue. Chakra mimicry, blue. Chakra absorption and integration, blue. Combat value, 170. The rest of the attributes haven't changed much, so let's set them aside for now. At present, the only red attribute on his panel has a unique function. It allowed the panel to manifest a certain energy related to it. Luck. Right after he completed the Canopy Bridge mission, the extraction system had sent him a message. Namely, the conversion of luck. Indeed, it's determined based on the subjective difficulty he experienced. But the system doesn't get absurdly generous. For instance, take the bridge demolition this time. Because Inoki and the other IWA shinobi were too focused on Yuma's previous battlefield, the defenses at Canopy Bridge were weakened. When he led Minato's team to blow up the bridge easily, they encountered no enemy shinobi resistance during the entire process. The challenge was laughably low, even if Yuma Uchiha hypnotized himself into believing that this mission's conclusion is tough. From a systems perspective, this task was far too easy for him. As a result, he only received 2 strands of luck for his efforts. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation towards these 2 threads of luck in his heart. But right now, as he looked at his panel, only the 100 combat value points gained from defeating the demon leech stared back at him. Something felt off. What's going on, system? By rights, didn't I defeat Uchiha Madara? So why am I only getting this meager reward in combat value? Mulling this over, Yuma immediately questioned the system in his mind. The extraction system replied to his query at once. What? Madara managed to trick me and made a smooth retreat. And because I didn't achieve an overwhelming victory, I get nothing in terms of combat value for this fight. Yuma felt a burst of helplessness. But thinking on it, it did make sense in his fight with Madara. He hadn't particularly gained the upper hand. Still, there was nothing he could do. Madara, after all, had awakened the Rinnegan and surpassed even Indra's reincarnation. With the power of all creation dwelling in him, he'd sacrificed a 3-tomo Sharingan to activate Izanagi, an ability that lasted far too long. Izanagi itself was, in essence, the ultimate genjutsu, turning all unfavorable fates into fleeting illusions. In other words, the art of defying destiny. His own ocular jutsu, Ikemokurin, when matched against this ninjutsu, was truly at a disadvantage. Not because the mechanics were inferior, but simply because his Sharingan, after all, was only at the Mangekyo stage. Even if, thanks to a certain trait, he would not go blind from overuse, the power his eyes could unleash still hadn't reached the level of the eternal Mangekyo. And Izanagi, this forbidden technique that demanded the sacrifice of one eye to activate it, was much like that ultimate attack mode in Boruto when the Nine Tails offered up everything it had. Its sheer power far surpassed the Mangekyo. That he, with Ikemokurin, could force lapses in his opponent's vigilance at this level was already an accomplishment, enough to let him snatch an advantage here and there. Yet there was still no guarantee he could kill him outright. It looks like if I want my eyes to be truly invincible, I'll have to increase the output of my ocular power. Uchiha Hiruzen pondered this in his heart, and at once decided on his next step. His gaze fell to the red trait. Indra, system, help me turn my fate into immense luck. Let the opportunity to ascend to the eternal Mangekyo arrive at my doorstep. A strange ripple surged from Hiruzen's body, spreading outward into the world. Watching those undulating waves, visible only to someone with the system, Uchiha Hiruzen felt a sudden clarity. He could sense that this ripple would affect the world, and by its workings, the chance to evolve his Mangekyo to an eternal Mangekyo would soon find him, born to him by that undeniable, unreasonable luck. So, let's see just what will happen. 3 days later, on the main road to Konoha, Uchiha Hiruzen looked at the man before him, Uchiha Yadai, and the police force members he led, along with the mist ninja about to be escorted to Konoha as prisoners. Hiruzen's heart couldn't help but tremble in shock. Among these mist ninja, bound for Konoha's cells by chance or fate, was a member of the Kagaya clan, and Hiruzen, who had extracted the Kagaya trait and merged it with the Otsutsuki trait, regarded the scene with a subtle, unreadable expression, then turned to ask Uchiha Yadai, Deputy Chief Yadai, why are you escorting these mist ninja to Konoha at this time? At Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Yadai's face became a touch resigned. It seems Hiruzen-kun isn't aware of our Hokage's policy. Generally, unless we're after something truly important, we keep captured ninja locked up, waiting for their villages to come and ransom them. At this, Yadai gave Hiruzen a firm pat on the shoulder, and continued with a sigh. After all, the reason the ninja villages fight so fiercely is for the commissions that come with each contract. So any measure that brings in revenue, well, as ninja, we'd hardly ever turn that down. With this, Uchiha Hiruzen immediately understood. Indeed, in his previous life, when he watched manga and anime, he always thought that the ninja reigned supreme over the world. But only after truly being reincarnated into this world did he realize it wasn't the ninja who pulled the strings behind everything. Rather, it was those powerful interest groups who controlled the distribution of missions, and the ruling class itself. However, Hiruzen didn't care much about any of that. Right now, his goal was singular, to obtain power above all else. As for changing the world, he would consider that only when he became truly invincible. At this very moment, faced with such uncanny coincidences, Hiruzen's feelings were rather complicated. It was only the 3rd day, and yet Kagaya's bones had already fallen into his hands. So, when it came to the essential Byakugan as his foundation, what kind of great luck would befall him next? He didn't have to wait long to find out. As he arrived at Konoha's main gate, he saw a welcoming crowd lining both sides of the path. By some extraordinary twist, among those greeting him, led by the 3rd Hokage himself, stood 2 members of the Hyuga clan. The moment Hiruzen saw the pair of young twins, he realized immediately they must be Hayashi and Hisashi, the 2 Hyuga brothers. So this is what it means to be lucky. Uchiha Hiruzen's mind was reeling with astonishment. This fortune, it truly was unbelievable luck. At this moment, he could really feel it. This was what it meant to be the protagonist of the world. Whatever he needed, fate would deliver. Right now, Uchiha Yuzen's mind was swimming from the overpowering effect of the red entry, Indra. After all, when the entire world revolves around you, who wouldn't feel dizzy? And so, in this dazed state, swept along by his absurd good fortune, Yuzen shook hands with those who came to greet him, led by the third Hokage. "Well done, Yuzen." Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped his hand, then patted his shoulder with a sense of gravitas. His gesture meant to encourage him. "For now, get a good rest. Tomorrow, come to my office and tell me everything you can about that man." As the most accomplished Hokage in the art of politics, every time a ninja returned from the battlefield with great achievements, he would arrange a scene like this, a triumphant, public welcome at the village gate. Because of this, there were many eyes and ears around. No matter how urgently Sarutobi wanted to know the intel regarding Uchiha Madara, he forced himself to hold back. For now, he simply gave Yuzen a careful reminder to come to his office the next day and make his report. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzen snapped out his haze. Concealing his actions, he used the system to extract an entry from Sarutobi Hiruzen, then straightened up, his expression earnest as he replied, "Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your concern. Tomorrow, I will be fully prepared with my report." As for this summons calling him back from the battlefield, Uchiha Yuma knew perfectly well in his heart. It was undoubtedly because of the battle with Uchiha Madara. Honestly, this wasn't something that could be kept a secret. Kakashi and his two teammates had all witnessed it. Two towering Susanoo avatars, each 100 meters tall. Anyone with their wits about them would realize at once that two powerful Uchihas were fighting. And in this generation, among Konoha's mighty Uchihas, there were only Yuma himself, and Uchiha Fugaku, whose name was just starting to spread as the Grim-Eyed, presently locked in battle against Kirigakure. As the Uchiha clan leader and commander on that front, it was impossible for him to appear on the battlefield against a Wagakure. Moreover, there was no intelligence indicating that Fugaku possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan, and without a Manjikyu Sharingan, it's simply impossible to unleash Susanoo. For that reason, Yuma had no choice but to reveal who he'd been fighting. Uchiha Madara. This piece of news, in fact, had its advantages. It would force the village leadership to take notice. Uchiha Madara, that infamous Shura of the ninja world, with old grudges against Konoha, was still alive. Afterwards, if any tailed beasts should appear, bearing 3 tomo in their eyes, well, at least people won't thoughtlessly dump all the blame squarely onto the Uchiha clan. After all, for Yuma, who had already begun building his power base within the clan, that was something he needed to avoid at all costs. As it so happened, Uchiha Madara was the perfect scapegoat to divert the attention of the village elite. Yet all these thoughts slipped from Yuma's mind the moment he finished shaking Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand and made his way over to the Hyuga brothers. Right now, none of them were truly that familiar with one another. So Yuma, harboring a tangle of emotions, exchanged polite, ceremonial handshakes and brief words with the Hyuga brothers. And just like that, the Byakugan keyword from the Hyuga clan was his. Once the light of that keyword was drawn into his system, Yuma's mind had already moved on. Fortunately, in the Leaf Village, the treatment given to returning heroes fresh from a battlefield was still quite decent. After playing their part in a welcoming political show, the third Hokage instructed the newly returned shinobi to go home and rest well, with statistics and reports left for the following day. And so, with a complex state of mind, Uchiha Yuma returned home. Bang! At the very instant his own front door slammed shut, he immediately leaped onto his bed and sat cross-legged. With a single thought, he called out, "System, merge Kagaya's bone and Hyuga's Byakugan into the Otsutsuki keyword now." He'd put the question to the system long ago, ever since obtaining the Kagaya clan's keyword, understanding that by integrating these two, which represent the line of Kagayaheim among the Otsutsuki, the final bloodline trait required only 100 battle points to unlock. It just so happened his remaining battle balance was exactly 170 points. Upon receiving the command, the system sprang into action, and before long, a new trait appeared before Yudo Uchiha's eyes. Otsutsuki Pseudo, purple, now almost a partial information-based life form. Your mastery over Chakra will become unparalleled. Effect: Chakra compilation. Your eye, flesh, blood, bones, and very roots, all 5 aspects, will be vastly enhanced. The moment he saw this new trait, Yudo Uchiha didn't hesitate. He installed it without a second thought. As soon as the trait's power began to take effect within him, Yudo felt an overwhelming transformation washing over his entire being. A strange, aching sensation suddenly surged in his eyes. But before he could fully process what was happening, That feeling was instantly drowned beneath a tremendous surge of life force welling up from within him. This sensation, Yudo gasped as the changes swept through his body. The rate I'm converting ocular power and the force I can wield both have changed dramatically. The life force pouring through him was wild and immense. That surging tide caused his eyes almost involuntarily to shift, their pattern blossoming into the intricate design of a mangekyo. Within moments, those patterns became even more complex. A matching but inverted design spun into being, overlapping the original. At this moment, Yudo Uchiha could sense how rapidly his chakra was being converted into ocular power, far faster than ever before. And it didn't stop there. Where once the channel for Mangekyo's ocular power was as narrow as a trickling pipe, now it had become a broad current, as if that small pipe had been replaced by a vast conduit. Sensing this, Yudo rose to his feet. He made his way to the washroom and gazed into the mirror. What he saw staring back was someone utterly transformed. Fixing his eyes, now emblazoned with the altered Sharingan, he murmured to his reflection, "So this is the form of my eternal eyes? Though it doesn't really matter. I can feel it. My ocular techniques have finally broken free of their shackles." Yudo Uchiha knew his own ocular powers well. Thanks to the relevant traits, he had long since shed any reservation in using them. Still, his powers, they stemmed from traits of crimson rarity. Because their abilities were so overwhelming, the output of his previous Mangekyo simply couldn't keep up with what the techniques demanded. It was like trying to run a car on alcohol. You'd never get the power that gasoline provides. However, the problem in this area has now been resolved. From now on, there will be no more unnecessary limitations when he uses the eye technique One-Eyed Link. But what about my appearance? Can I change back? He wondered, looking at the mirror. His own reflection stared back, his hair white as snow, his skin pale as jade, exuding an otherworldly aura. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. But as if the reason for his distress had been heard, there was a sudden, tearing sensation. Chakra began to stir and flow within his body. In an instant, Uchiha Yujin's appearance reverted to that of a handsome young man with black hair. Seeing this, Yujin raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. As he took in the changes within his body, his mind was also sorting through the information transmitted by the system. Otsutsuki, the keyword turning from blue to purple, was only natural. After all, it had absorbed several purple-tier keywords. And the reason it changed from fragmented to pseudo was because he had indeed become an Otsutsuki. But this kind of Otsutsuki. First, he had never eaten the fruit. Second, he had no horns. And lastly, he was patchwork together. It was an even sadder state than Kagaya's when she first arrived in the ninja world, before she even grew horns. The system told him that to turn from pseudo to true, he would need to upgrade the keyword Chakra Seed to the gold tier. Then, once both the Chakra Seed and the pseudo Otsutsuki keywords were upgraded to gold, the two could be fused. Only then would he become a true Otsutsuki. So only by possessing my own Chakra Seed and the ability to refine all things will I truly be an information being. The information given by the system allowed Uchiha Yujin to form a clear goal for what to pursue next. Namely, to begin gathering battle value. Upgrade the Otsutsuki keyword. After all, the system had told him long ago, defeating a Super Kage-level opponent would net him 10,000 battle points. Defeating a Sage of 6 paths level foe would bring 100,000 battle points. For him to upgrade and become what the system defined as a true Otsutsuki, a being on the level of the Sage of 6 paths. The cost in battle points would surely not be small. What's more, on this planet, known as the ninja world, all abilities revolve around the Otsutsuki bloodline. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yujin rubbed his brow. He could sense that his pineal gland seemed to have undergone some mysterious transformation. Thinking of the third eye at Kagaya's brow, Yujin began to wonder, could it be if he upgraded the Otsutsuki keyword to the gold tier, he too would grow an eye in his forehead? And, when the time comes, would it be a Byakugan or a Rinnegan? These were all things he would only learn after collecting more battle points and upgrading. For now, he needed to compose himself and get some proper rest. After dealing with the village leaders tomorrow, I'll head over to the training grounds to test and confirm the changes throughout my body, aside from the clear transformation of my Sharingan. I want to see just how much my physical abilities have improved in every other aspect. The next day, Yujin arrived early at the Hokage's office and explained everything regarding Uchiha Madara to the 3 senior leaders of Konoha, everyone present except for Shimura Danzo. In short, Uchiha Madara, indeed, looked very frail and old. At that moment, Yujin's expression turned grave. But his strength is not to be underestimated. Hearing this, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Hamura Mitokado, and Koharu Udatane exchanged glances, all quietly breathing a sigh of relief in their hearts. For those who had grown up in Konoha since childhood, Uchiha Madara was hardly a stranger. After all, back when the so-called Shura of the ninja world broke with the first Hokage, their fight not far from Konoha had left a massive chasm, the famous Valley of the End. Thousands of meters tall statues, the gigantic armored nine tails towering hundreds of meters into the air. It was impossible not to witness the battle scale. The ground-shaking, days-long clash between Madara and Hashirama was burned into their memories, and still remained vivid even now. To hear that Madara was still alive, there was no way they could claim to feel no fear. If Madara really did attack, and held back only half his strength, they had to admit, without Uchiha Yujin, the current Konoha, at best, could only hope to fight him to a draw, with both sides suffering heavy losses, perhaps. But hearing Yujin's report, and looking at the calm, young man before them, they realized Konoha had found, once again, a ninja capable of standing against Madara. You've done well, Yujin. Go home and get some good rest for a while. If anything comes up, we'll let you know. And as for the reward for the Canopy Bridge mission, once Kakashi and the others return, we'll settle it with you. Recognizing Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone of dismissal, Yujin took the cue to take his leave. He replied at once, "Understood, Lord Hokage. If you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave." Bang! As the office door closed behind him, Koharu turned her head, her expression complex, as she said to Sarutobi, "I have to hand it to you, Hiruzen. Your instincts are as sharp as ever." Her feelings were conflicted, though her views on the Uchiha weren't as extreme as Danzo's. They weren't much better, either. After all, when it came to the Uchiha, their emotions were notoriously unstable. And for a leader like her, what she hated most of all were unstable subordinates. And the Uchiha had that in spades. A year ago, when the news spread that Uchiha had become Minato's student, Koharu Udatane thought it was just Hiruzen's way of appeasing the Uchiha clan. But as that boy continued to grow at a pace she couldn't comprehend, she began to grow wary. And yet, that wariness vanished entirely the moment she heard he could duel Madara Uchiha, even an aged Madara, on equal footing. Power commands respect, especially when no one in the village could stand against such strength. Of course, she also took comfort in the thought that Hiruzen's foresight surpassed her own. He brought Uchiha, that prodigious monster, into the Hokage's inner circle before anyone else even considered it. If someone like that had been left to grow unchecked within the Uchiha, she simply couldn't imagine what kind of disaster might have unfolded. Mitokado Hamura, standing beside her, nodded in full agreement with Koharu's sentiments. "Indeed, it's thanks to your extraordinary vision, Hiruzen, that someone like Uchiha has not become a ticking time bomb for the village." Hamura truthfully couldn't fathom the despairing situation they might face had they not brought such a monster into their fold. Though Hiruzen remained outwardly calm at his colleague's praise, a quiet satisfaction bubbled up inside him. His judgment truly had outshined theirs. Of that, he was certain. After all, as one of Tobirama's many disciples, he was the only one to become Hokage. Still, right now, something far more pressing demanded his attention. Madara Uchiha was still alive. He'd called you back for the express purpose of having someone who could hold Madara at bay, to keep the village from being overrun. Now the threat was gone, but another problem arose. With this thought, Hiruzen spoke up. "I've decided to bring Danzo back into action. Let him call upon the root and scour the shinobi world for any trace of Madara Uchiha." At his words, both Koharu and Hamura fell silent for a moment, considering the proposal. No objections here. No matter how strong a person is, they still need to eat. As long as he eats, he'll interact with society. And every interaction leaves a trace we can follow. Seeing that his comrades offered no dissent, Hiruzen nodded in approval. "Someone summon Danzo." Leaving the inner council's decision about reactivating Danzo aside, Uchiha arrived at the Naka River Shrine. Passing beneath the torii gate, he sat cross-legged beneath the eaves, his expression composed. Now, he wanted to put himself to the test, to see just how far his physical transformation had actually gone. With that thought, Yu focused, centering his mind. At once, natural energy surged toward him, condensing rapidly. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. The natural energy within a kilometer of the Naka River Shrine. In an instant, he was engulfed, the power invading his very body. A harsh tearing sound rang out. Intense sage chakra surged all around him. This overwhelming force began to curl around his clothes. When Uchiha finally came to his senses, the traditional black Uchiha robe on his body had already transformed into a white robe adorned with tomo patterns. Is this a chakra mode? At this moment, Uchiha found the changes within his body almost impossible to believe. He could distinctly feel something different inside himself. The surge in blood, flesh, and bone. What exactly is happening here? The fusion of these three forged a formidable vitality, now over 3 times greater than before. Such tremendous vitality meant his chakra reserves had tripled as well. Now, just how much chakra did he possess? He had no idea. Still, he knew it certainly wouldn't be any less than Hashirama Senju's. Perhaps it even surpassed his. And with such an increase in chakra, naturally he could accommodate 3 times as much natural energy as before. So, the excessive sage chakra leaking out forms this robe of chakra around me. Yet Uchiha could sense these are not the only changes unfolding within him. At this thought, with a swift motion, he drew a kunai and drove it sharply into his own arm. Since the sage chakra-clad robe was shaped by his own will, it put up no resistance against the kunai. The blade pierced his flesh with a wet, splitting sound, but before any blood could even well up, you could perceive that the wound was already beginning to heal. Sensing this, he promptly pulled the kunai out. At that very instant, the wound closed completely in a heartbeat. What an outrageous healing ability. Witnessing this, Uchiha's expression grew serious. Such astonishing regenerative power brought to mind Madara Uchiha, transformed by the power of the Otsutsuki. At this very moment, Uchiha realized his own healing was now on par with Hashirama Senju's, or perhaps had even surpassed it. In my blood, that power to heal others and the strengthening of my bones. You looked at the white bone protruding from his palm. All of it has changed dramatically. Now, Uchiha had finally grasped the full extent of his transformation. In terms of power, the manifestation of the Eternal Eye had utterly revolutionized the way his ocular power could be released. With this boost, he could easily sense that summoning the perfect form of Susanoo would now come effortlessly to him. Relying on the power of his Sharingan alone, his strength had likely already stepped into the realm of the Super Kage. A thought flashed across his mind. He wanted to see how the system assessed his strength. Is it really as he suspected? Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 13. Strength, beyond Kage. Traits, Indra red. Fortune, 1 strand. Child of time and space gold. Genius gold. Destined phantom gold. Master of rapid ninjutsu gold. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan gold. False Otsutsuki purple. Uchiha style purple. Natural energy affinity purple. Flying Thunder God formula purple. Steel tempering purple. Medical prodigy blue. Seed of chakra blue. Weapon traits. Lightning imbued blue. Undying vampirism blue. Chakra mimicry blue. Chakra drain and assimilation blue. Combat value 70. However, when he noticed a new trait on the panel, that's where his attention lingered. Master of rapid ninjutsu gold. With this trait, your capacity to comprehend and master techniques is remarkably sharp. Effect. Sharply boosts your learning of chakra-based systems. Is this the trait I just obtained from Hiruzen Sarutobi? A boost to my ability to learn chakra systems. Just then, Yuma recalled the reputation of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor of ninjutsu. All those ocular techniques and divine arts, they're part of the chakra system too, right? I wonder if this trait works for those as well. I'll have to try it out later. He was deeply intrigued by the effect of this trait. The golden rating hinted at considerable power. If things were as he imagined, the breadth of his abilities was about to increase dramatically. Still, for now, his current combat framework was already refined. He had no need to worry further. What mattered most was that, by the system standards, his strength was now already beyond Kage level. As expected, my power has reached beyond Kage. And more importantly, my strength in this realm isn't inferior to that of Madara Uchiha wielding the Rinnegan. Indeed, at this very moment, Uchiha Yuma felt a surge of unshakable confidence. This domain beyond Kage, frankly speaking, its spectrum was astonishingly wide. Just stepping into this territory, you'd find someone like Nagato, who single-handedly swept through Konoha, defended by tens of thousands of ninja. In the upper ranks stood the likes of Madara Uchiha with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Hashirama Senju with the wood-release sage art. At the very pinnacle stood Madara after awakening the Rinnegan. With the Rinnegan awakened, Madara's might definitely surpass that of Hashirama Senju. However, Judging from how it played out in the original timeline, the essence of his life was still only at the realm beyond Kage. He never truly reached the level of the Six Paths. The hallmarks of the Six Paths realm were very clear. Either you possess, not the borrowed kind like Naruto's, but truth-seeking orbs that are truly your own. Either you manifest transformations like Obito and Madara after absorbing the 10 tails, displaying the signs of becoming an Otsutsuki. That's exactly why even Madara with Rinnegan only touches the realm of the Super Kage. So why is it that I, having only just awakened the Eternal Mangekyo, am already confident enough to put myself on the same level? The reason is simple. The Otsutsuki trait allows my body to far surpass Madara's in every way. Not to mention the enhanced power of Sage Mode. There's simply no way I'd be weaker than Madara, even with his Rinnegan. Besides, Madara's infamous eye technique, the Limbo, Border Jail, anyone using Sage Mode can sense its presence. Having sorted out the reality that my true strength is in the domain of Super Kage, Uchiha Yuma walked toward the security department, his stride light and cheerful. While Uchiha Yuma relished his new gains, and Konoha's upper echelons were on high alert in response to Madara's appearance, Black Zetsu felt somewhat troubled. Madara hadn't found a suitable successor. Instead, in his battle with Uchiha Yuma, he had burned through a portion of his own lifespan. This was a considerable blow to the so-called peace promised by the infinite Tsukuyomi. With this in mind, Black Zetsu shifted his gaze to the old man seated beneath the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Indeed, in Black Zetsu's eyes, at this very moment, beneath the massive statue, Uchiha Madara, gasping for breath, had truly become an old man. Lord Madara, what do we do now? There's no way Obito can be swayed anymore. At those words, Madara calmed his ragged breathing. He drew in a deep breath and, steadying himself, cast his eyes downward. As my will incarnate, you mustn't panic. After witnessing my Susanoo, it's true, Obito is beyond persuasion now. Even Madara couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness at this. After all, once someone sees my Susanoo towering over 100 meters tall, anyone with half a brain, the moment they lay eyes on me, will recall the day I nearly drove them all to annihilation. It was me, Uchiha Madara. But we did consider what to do if things went south. As he spoke, Madara drew a crystal orb from his robes. With his newly awakened, crimson Sharingan glowing eerily, he turned to Black Zetsu and spoke cryptically. Limited Tsukuyomi, a power we discovered by accident while researching the infinite Tsukuyomi. This is our salvation. At those words, Black Zetsu's eyes shone with sudden clarity. He blurted out, Lord Madara, do you mean you'll find a successor there? Exactly. Madara answered Black Zetsu with a rare calm. Limited Tsukuyomi, a byproduct of his research into the infinite Tsukuyomi. By channeling the demonic statue's primordial chakra into the crystal, a tomo-shaped pattern emerges, connecting across space and time. This crystal orb, now mirroring the world, will reveal a parallel reality, an inverse reflection of this world, a world that Madara had studied before. There is a version of myself and Hashirama with entirely reversed personalities. But, Lord Madara, the personalities of people in that world are all the opposite of those here. Do you have any candidates in mind? Black Zetsu asked with a hint of puzzlement, as he knew a bit about the people in that other world too. Their abilities were mostly comparable, but their personalities were almost completely reversed. Take Minato Namikaze as an example. In this world, he is courageous and dependable, but in that other world, he is merely someone with power, yet lacking the courage and sense of responsibility. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara let out a low, amused chuckle. That's precisely why it's so interesting. As for Uchiha Yujin, someone whose true character is still a mystery, we might as well leave him be. But Obito, surely in that other world, he must be someone shrouded in darkness, right? At this point, Black Zetsu caught on. That's right. Our original plan was to lure Obito onto our path, to immerse him in darkness. But if it's that world, then Obito would already be matured, the perfect inheritor, and we wouldn't even need to set things in motion. Exactly, Madara agreed, then gestured with his hand for something to come closer from behind. As if responding to Madara's call, the demonic statue of the Outer Path behind him extended a tendril, which pressed against the crystal orb. A low, resonant hum filled the air. The instant the demonic statue's chakra flowed into it, the crystal orb in Madara's hands burst into a vivid crimson glow. The red light from the orb swirled, weaving together image after image. One of them showed Minato Namikaze, whose eyes no longer held the same steadfast resolve. He arrived just in time at a prison, crafted from Earth-style techniques, saving all his students. Upon seeing this, the Tomo and Uchiha Madara's Sharingan spun rapidly. Drawing on the power of the demonic statue, he froze the scene within the crystal orb. Then Madara's gaze locked intently on a young man wearing a clan emblem, a fan with flames, on his attire. In terms of appearance, that youth was identical to the Uchiha Obito he knew, utterly indistinguishable. Yet, in the finer details, there were some subtle differences. For instance, this Uchiha Obito in the image wasn't wearing goggles. His Sharingan had already matured into the three-tomo state. His bearing was worlds apart from the Obito on this side. If the Obito here was a pure and gentle soul, bright as a child, then the one in the crystal's vision was a true Uchiha through and through. An obsessive intensity seeped deep into his very bones, so strong that Uchiha Madara could sense it, even through the image. This feeling looks like we have a truly mature heir here. Black Zetsu, who was watching from the side, caught sight of the scene as well, though a hint of hesitation colored his voice as he asked, "But in terms of talent, won't he be weaker than Obito from this world?" "Absolutely not. Haven't we already figured out everything about this world?" Uchiha Madara shot down Black Zetsu's doubts without hesitation. They're the same person. Aside from differences in personality and core disposition, a shinobi's natural ability doesn't change. "You're right," Black Zetsu replied, realization dawning. "Then, Lord Madara, shouldn't we bring this Uchiha Obito over right now? I worry that delaying might cause unforeseen problems." At those words, Madara nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the time is now." Echoing Black Zetsu's urgency, Madara directed his focus onto the crystal sphere in his hand, tightening his grip ever so slightly. A deep, resonant crack rang out. The chakra of the demonic statue of the outer path surged into the crystal sphere in a vast torrent. As this powerful, high-quality chakra poured in, crimson fractures veined the crystal, spreading rapidly across its surface. Before long, with a sharp shattering, the crystal sphere burst apart, scattering into glimmering fragments. Each shard glowed with a pure white radiance. Under Madara and Black Zetsu's intense, watchful gaze, those beams of light slowly converged and took shape, gradually forming the silhouette of a human figure. It did not take long before someone emerged before them, his features unmistakably identical to Obito. Slowly, this figure opened his eyes. As he took in the unfamiliar surroundings, his eyes widened with alarm. He swiftly activated his Sharingan and, with a steely expression, demanded, "Who are you people?" He was truly astonished. After all, as an elite among his clan, his strength was nothing to scoff at. But these two, whoever they were, had managed to transport him here, to this strange place, in an instant. That alone told him he was in real danger. "I am Uchiha Madara," and Madara began, his voice calm as he prepared to introduce himself to this Uchiha Obito. But before he could finish, Obito's stunned voice cut him off. "What? Peacekeeper Uchiha Madara? Wasn't he supposed to have died of old age? Who are you people, really? How dare you impersonate the hero of the Uchiha and make a mockery of me? Uchiha Dairen. Huh? Peacekeeper?" Madara's face was a mask of puzzlement as he pointed at himself. Hearing that nickname from the mouth of this Uchiha Obito, no, Uchiha Dairen, made Madara shift uncomfortably for the first time. Never, in all his imaginings of a world where personalities were reversed, had he thought of himself as a man of peace. Yet here he was, named the very opposite of his Shura epithet. "All right, Lord Madara, and you, Uchiha Dairen, perhaps we should just lay everything on the table, plainly and honestly." Black Zetsu spoke up at this moment, stepping forward to address the two of them directly. "That's right." Hearing these words, Madara Uchiha snapped out of his reverie, his eyes lowering as he spoke solemnly. "I almost let myself get sidetracked by you, kid. Now, listen carefully as I explain why you appeared so suddenly in this unfamiliar place." "I'm all ears," came the respectful reply. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Half a year ago, after successfully blowing up Canopy Bridge, Konoha gained an overwhelming advantage against Iwagakure in the war. Not long ago, Iwagakure could hold on no longer. They formally began peace negotiations with Konoha, making preparations to withdraw from the battlefield, hoping to save their strength to deal with the increasingly aggressive forces of Kymogakure. As for Kirigakure, for reasons unknown, it too began to ease the pressure it put on the coastline of the Land of Fire. Because of this, with the threat along the coast diminished, the Konoha leadership decided to recall Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku did not hesitate. Leaving part of the Uchiha Ninja Corps behind, just in case, he brought his loyal retainers back to Konoha. He felt an undeniable sense of urgency. During this period, news from within the clan had reached him time and again, news that was far from favorable. The so-called unfavorable news referred to how Uchiha Hiruzen had started to rapidly expand his influence within the police force. At first, Fugaku had been quite fond of this youth, who had always stood by his side. Even as Uchiha Hiruzen's strength grew more and more astonishing over the past year or so, Fugaku wasn't too concerned. After all, he had always been able to discern the character of this young man. No matter how slow-witted you might be, it was clear Hiruzen belonged to the orderly side. And a person who followed order would not, like those who reveled in chaos, become unruly just because they gained a bit of power. But when Uchiha Hiruzen did the unexpected, he killed Uchiha Setsuna and took over his political legacy. In the time Fugaku was away from the clan, Hiruzen massively expanded his authority. That's when Fugaku began to worry deeply. After all, the police force, it was the Uchiha clan's very source of power. And as clan leader, there was no way he could sit idly by as his authority was eroded. But back then, he had been stationed on the front lines and was unable to intervene. Now that the village had called him back, he was determined to confront Uchiha Hiruzen and demand a clear explanation. Was he concerned that Hiruzen's power now surpassed his own? Would meeting with Hiruzen in person put him at a disadvantage because he lacked sufficient strength? If this had been half a year ago, perhaps Fugaku would have hesitated at that thought. But after losing a dear friend within the clan, he also gained those eyes. The mighty power of the Mangekyo Sharingan filled Fugaku with unshakable confidence. With this newfound assurance, he led his subordinates forward. After receiving a warm, ceremonial welcome from the third Hokage himself, Fugaku strode confidently into the Uchiha clan grounds. Not long after, Fugaku Uchiha arrived at the police force headquarters and, upon entering his office, he summoned a young Uchiha with short black hair and a distinct mark on his forehead. With a sense of gravity, he entrusted him, saying, "Taika, I'd like you to go and invite Yuma here. Tell him I have something important to discuss." "Yes, Lord Fugaku." Uchiha Taika answered promptly and set out at once upon receiving his orders. With Taika gone and the office now empty, Fugaku sat down and wearily massaged his temples. He let out a heavy sigh, weighed down by all that was transpiring within the clan. The future path for his people. Where should they go from here? Meanwhile, back in Konoha, upon seeing the peaceful atmosphere enveloping the village, Fugaku's temperament, so easily caught between hope and worry, between determination and hesitation, overwhelmed him once again. At that moment, he could only wish that his upcoming conversation with Uchiha Yuma would proceed without any trouble at all. As for Yuma Uchiha, the one who had occupied Fugaku's thoughts so often of late, he was currently behind the Naka River Shrine, training in the hills, together with Obito and Shursui. Ever since Minato's team had completed the S-rank mission of destroying Kanabi Bridge, putting aside the astronomical reward, Minato's students found themselves with more than half a year of well-earned rest. And in that period, Yuma, who was steadily growing his influence within the Uchiha clan, was never going to ignore Obito and Shursui, both of whom had already demonstrated remarkable promise as depicted in the original tale. By rights, Shursui was descended from Uchiha Kagami, and Obito was actually related to Shursui. With that lineage, both of them should have been natural doves, believers in moderation within the clan. But in this world, there exists a bond that goes beyond blood ties or the village itself. It is the bond of true comradeship. As Obito's peer, the one who had faced mortal danger shoulder to shoulder with him, Yuma could now be considered closely bonded to Obito. It wasn't difficult for Yuma to draw both of these young men into his fold, though Obito was still far too naive to realize the deeper intentions at play. Just being together each day would allow the other Uchiha to form their own opinions. Guiding these two wasn't particularly challenging, given Obito's ability to become a Chunin at the age of 12, and all without ever having awakened his Sharingan. His mastery of general ninja skills needed little coaching or correction. Yuma focused only on teaching Obito the finer points of using the Sharingan. As for the little shrimp at his side, Uchiha Shursui, that was even simpler. Shursui was born in the 43rd year of the Hidden Leaf. Now, it's already the 49th year. At 6 years old, he's already considered quite formidable in terms of strength. In the original timeline, he was the one who, decades after the founding of the village, made the name Uchiha resound across the Hidden Leaf once more. With just his own reputation, he could influence the timing of an entire clan's coup. As for Shursui's natural talent, compared to Kakashi, he's not lacking in the slightest. Kakashi, at 6 years old, already possessed the strength of a Chunin. As a genius of the same level, Shursui, even without awakening his Sharingan, has already reached Chunin strength. That's precisely why Yuma can take it easy To have such strength at this age. Aside from a bit of naivety, Shirsue's mind is sharp in almost every other respect. And with someone like that, Yuma only needs to point things out once or twice. It's more than enough. The main reason they're training together here is so Yuma can get a bit more familiar to cultivate their relationship. Just then, a commotion from afar caught Yuma's attention, making him turn his head to look. Someone who just left Fugaka's office is heading this way. With Yuma's increasingly impressive sensory abilities, he had long since sensed Uchiha Fugaku's return to the village. Naturally, during the time Fugaku was away, Yuma had done quite a few things behind the scenes. Now, he was genuinely curious to see what Fugaku would do upon finding his authority eroded. To be honest, judging by Uchiha Yuma's consistently cautious nature, it wouldn't normally cross his mind to take such a spectator's pleasure in things. But people change. The moment Yuma realized that, with exceptions for the Sage of Six Paths and Ishiki Otsutsuki suddenly reappearing, he was at least on the surface the strongest person in the shinobi world. Upon coming to grips with that reality, Yuma's attitude shifted. Ishiki Otsutsuki aside, unless he resolved his lifespan issues, he wouldn't waste his life causing trouble for others. And as for the Sage of Six Paths, as long as you didn't break the order of the shinobi world he established, he basically wouldn't bother with you either. So, realizing he had become the strongest in the shinobi world, with no real threats to his life, Yuma naturally wanted to change up his approach. After all, he was still human. And as long as one is human, desires are inevitable. He hadn't fully transcended worldly matters yet. But in this period, he truly felt firsthand how wonderful it was to command a superhuman organization. At this stage, he genuinely wanted to take the power of the Uchiha clan fully into his own hands. Clap, clap, clap. Now that he noticed Fugaku had sent someone his way, Uchiha Yuma immediately stood up and clapped his hands at Obito and Shursui. Obito, Shursui, that's enough training for now. Let's pack up. What's going on, Yuma? Obito asked. It's nothing. I just sensed that someone is coming to see me. Hearing this, Obito, who was walking alongside Shursui, couldn't help but click his tongue with amazement. The Naka River Shrine is so far from the village, and yet Yuma can actually tell when someone's specifically looking for him. That's getting more and more unbelievable. He was still as astonished as ever by Yuma's extraordinary sensory powers. During this period back in the village, aside from his dates with Rin, Obito had spent almost all his spare time training here with Yuma. Because of this, after about half a year, he had made some noteworthy observations about Yuma's abilities. Uchiha Yuma's sensory perception seemed much more refined now compared to when they'd been on the Canopy Bridge mission. And that wasn't all. Obito had also uncovered some things that left him deeply shocked. Everyone knew that the Sharingan allowed one to see Chakra as it traveled through the body's meridians. As someone who trained alongside Yuma, Obito's own Sharingan had long noticed something peculiar. Every time Yuma refined Chakra, an immense and almost overwhelming torrent seemed to materialize from within him. An amount of chakra so vast, it felt as though one could drown in it. After seeing this for himself, Obito grew incredibly curious. Just how strong was his big brother Yuma? With that thought, and his natural tendency to speak his mind, Obito quickly sheathed his kunai, then turned to Yuma and asked, Yuma, how strong are you now, really? At that moment, Shursui, who'd walked over quietly, perked up his ears with clear interest. He, too, wanted to know the answer to that question. Ever since training with Yuma these past months, Shursui knew very well. The man in front of him possessed not only a terrifying amount of chakra, but could also transform it instantly into an overwhelming pressure, an aura so powerful it could crack the very ground of the training field. For Shursui, who was still at the level of a chunin, such might was simply beyond anything he'd even heard of. Seeing both Obito and Shursui staring at him, eyes burning with curiosity, eager to understand the true depth of his strength, Yuma couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. His power was at a level that even an explanation would be meaningless for Obito and Shursui, who hadn't yet touched the realm of the Kage. Still, faced with their hopeful gaze, Yuma couldn't bear to extinguish their enthusiasm. He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before replying. It's hard to say exactly, but you both know the Valley of the End, don't you? Familia. Shursui's expression lit up, and he took a step forward, calling out loudly to Yujin, those two immense statues over there. They are the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He paused, rubbing the back of his head with a hint of hesitation. But after a brief moment of contemplation, he pressed on, and the other is our clan's former patriarch, once revered and later reviled as the first rogue ninja of the Leaf, Uchiha Madara. This time, Shursui's tone was unmistakably subdued, lacking the earlier pride he had shown when introducing Hashirama. After all, to the Uchiha, this was hardly a moment of glory. Still, the truth about Uchiha Madara had never been swept under the rug by Konoha's leaders. The giant statues at the Valley of the End had in fact been commissioned by the village itself. Yujin didn't seem fazed by the subtle shift in Shusui's voice as he mentioned Madara. He listened patiently, allowing Shursui to finish. Then, with a gentle smile, Yujin added, "Yes, what you said about the statues is true, but what's even more important is that the Great Canyon itself was carved during the cataclysmic battle between Hashirama and Madara. The force of their clash alone reshaped the entire landscape." He paused, his eyes alight with a quiet confidence. "And now, I too, without relying on Earth release, can change the very land itself, using nothing but the power of the Sharingan." "What?" Obito couldn't help but cry out in shock. "Big brother Yujin, you're saying you can shift the terrain on such a massive scale using only the Sharingan?" Unlike Shursui, who had mostly trained within the clan and rarely left the village, Obito was someone who regularly ventured outside on missions. He understood, with perfect clarity, just how immense the Valley of the End's canyon truly was. That ravine stretched from the very base of the colossal statues all the way to the distant coastline, a transformation that ran for several hundred kilometers. And that was precisely why this chasm was known as the Valley of the End, the terminus, the conclusion. Such power over the shape of the natural world. In the eyes of those early shinobi, it was nothing short of divine. Now, hearing Yujin claim that he could achieve a similar feat with only the Sharingan left Obito utterly incredulous. Just with the Sharingan? Is that really possible? Then, doesn't this mean, big brother Yujin, that your power now exceeds even the first Hokage's? Overwhelmed by the revelation, Obito blurted out the question that gripped his heart. After all, as someone who fought alongside him in the same squad, Obito knew perfectly well. Uchiha Yujin's strength was not limited to the Sharingan alone. He had witnessed that ability known as Sage Mode, which could triple Yujin's power in an instant. And so, faced with this statement, Obito realized, if Yujin could shape the world with just his Sharingan, to be able to change the terrain on such a massive scale. And if you add Sage Mode to that mix, he simply couldn't begin to imagine just how powerful his eldest brother, Yushin, had become. No matter what, from what Obito was hearing now of Uchiha Yushin's explanations, and thinking back to what he'd witnessed on the battlefield, that Susanoo towering over 100 meters high, he felt certain Yushin's strength had already surpassed even the first Hokage, the so-called god of shinobi. Upon hearing this, Yushin didn't continue with any further detailed explanation. He turned his head toward the edge of the forest, where new figures had already begun to emerge. He smiled warmly and said, "I wouldn't dare claim I've surpassed the first Hokage, but I'm certainly not any weaker, that much I'll say. Anyway, looks like the person looking for me has arrived. If you have more questions, let's talk later." Eli. Yushin knew perfectly well just how strong he already was. Never mind the powerful mechanisms of his eye techniques. Just in terms of the power in his eternal Mangekyo alone, he could easily make his Susanoo rise to heights of 200 or 300 meters. And if he added the forces of Sage Art, and with style as well, shaping the land was all but effortless. And in these last 6 months, he'd never slacked off in training his body either. The skill forging of steel was always at work. With the help of the miraculous system, his physique had begun to unearth the same latent potential as members of the Otsutsuki clan, the kind of bodies that could traverse the stars themselves. The bodies of the Otsutsuki clan intrigued Yushin greatly. Kagaya, Mamashiki Urashiki, those three were barely even worth considering as fighters. Ishiki, on the other hand, had abilities that were honestly beyond all expectations. That guy in Boruto could shatter even a Rinnegan-level Susanoo with nothing but his bare fists, which was precisely why, in a half year since returning to Konoha, Yushin paid close attention to every change in his body during training. And in that persistent effort, he discovered just what made the Otsutsuki body so formidable. The Otsutsuki were not natives of the ninja world. They were an interstellar civilization. As such, their bodies were never subject to the same limitations as those born in the shinobi world. With a body like that, as long as you were willing to work for it, you could keep growing stronger without end. By now, Yushin didn't even need to breathe. With sensory abilities enhanced by Sage Mode, he realized his body had outgrown the effects of ordinary atmospheric radiation, which meant he can now survive in outer space. What mattered even more was that this ever-growing body had become truly astonishingly strong. At this point, even his fists, without any chakra added, could shatter a small hill. He was thoroughly satisfied with this. How could it not be? the growth curve of this body. In his view, it would only take a few years of training to forge physical strength that could rival the mightiest warriors from the world of pirates. And that wasn't all. This half year of staying in the village had allowed Hiruzen to perfectly digest the golden trait, phantom life, that he had previously obtained from Shursui. It was true that, like Madara and Sasuke, he possessed the straight Tomo Sharingan. And so, he never had much fondness for Genjutsu. But as for that trait, he had put in the effort to master it over this period. Now, when it came to illusions, his abilities had grown by leaps and bounds. With the power of the eternal Mangekyo and the added boost from his trait, he could now weave a unique Genjutsu realm, a domain that belonged to him alone. Within this space, thanks to his immense ocular power, wielded like a mighty sledgehammer, he could mold this Genjutsu world at will, controlling the perceptions of time inside it, just as Tsukuyomi did. At the same time, he could strike directly at the consciousness of any captive, just as Kotoe Mitsukami, the divine light, could. Now, as far as the path of a ninja was concerned, he had become a classic example. Master of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu alike, a flawless shinobi without weakness from any angle. These thoughts flashed through Hiruzen's mind in but an instant, like a ripple in the sea of his consciousness. In the real world, after he finished speaking to Obito, Hiruzen turned, striding boldly toward the young clansman approaching him. Chapter 83. Uchiha Fugaku had not waited long before, led by Tekka. Hiruzen arrived at his office. Lord Fugaku, Lord Hiruzen has arrived. I'll head back to my tasks now. Thank you for your efforts, Tekka. Pleased with Tekka's tact, Fugaku gratefully agreed to his departure. Thud. With a gentle thump, the door closed. Hiruzen turned his gaze to the stern-faced Fugaku. It's been a while, Lord Fugaku. You called me here. Do you have something important to discuss? Looking at Hiruzen's beaming smile, Fugaku found the harsh words he'd been ready to say stuck in his throat. Seeing Fugaku hesitate, words on the tip of his tongue, Hiruzen could only silently shake his head in resignation. Fugaku's character, after all, was something he knew all too well from the original story. In the original timeline, the way this man was so easily manipulated by the village showed just how spineless his foundation was. The clan meetings were held constantly, yet never produced a real plan. The mark of someone who plots endlessly but never decides. As the clan head, he truly didn't want a coup at heart, yet let the hardliners push him into the role of ringleader. Other than power itself, his qualities in every other aspect were, frankly, a complete mess. Now deep inside, he clearly resented the way Hiruzen had grown his own faction within the clan. But the moment Hiruzen gave a polite, smiling overture, Fugaku once again found himself unable to make any firm decision. Thinking of this, Yuma could only shake his head in quiet resignation. He had no interest in engaging in some kind of confrontation with this guy. Putting on a serious expression, he spoke bluntly, "Sigh, Lord Fugaku, here I am in person, and yet you find yourself a loss for words. Since that's the case, let's drop all pretenses and talk openly. Are you worried about my growing influence within the security department?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's furrowed brow finally relaxed. His heart, in this moment, was nothing short of conflicted. He felt both troubled and pleased at once. What troubled him was that it seemed his own character flaws had been seen through by this young man right in front of him. It made him wonder if his ability to lead was alarmingly lacking. Yet what pleased him was the fact that Yuma was speaking so frankly. That itself meant Yuma wasn't planning to deal with him as he once did Uchiha Shana, by settling things with force. It was true that, ever since gaining the Mangekyo Sharingan, issues of strength hardly seemed like anything to worry about anymore. Still, that wasn't his nature. He believed, if things could be resolved without a physical fight, that would always be the best outcome. That's right. After sorting out his tangled thoughts in an instant, Fugaku's face eased as he replied to Yuma, "As clan leader, it's only natural I'd feel uneasy about this, wouldn't you agree?" "You're absolutely right, Lord Fugaku," Yuma affirmed with a nod. "For a clan leader, it's only natural to be concerned when your authority is being undermined." "But then, Yuma-kun, why would you?" Fugaku's question trailed off. "Lord Fugaku, words are empty at this point," Yuma interrupted without waiting for him to finish. "Why don't we settle things with a contest first?" Having read the manga in his previous life, and now after everything he'd experienced as a member of the Uchiha in this one, Yuma was all too aware. For every Uchiha, unless you show the strength to make them fall silent, no amount of talking is going to matter. They simply won't listen. The same was surely true for both father and son. Fugaku, in all likelihood, was just like his son Sasuke. They both had that fair-weather stubbornness about them. And indeed, Fugaku's emotional state, as revealed to Yuma's senses, pulsed with supreme confidence and high spirits. For an Uchiha to brim with such absolute confidence, there could only be one reason. It must be the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. So as for what to do next, the answer was clear. He'd spar with Fugaku, who had awakened the Mangekyo, and reign in that arrogant pride rising in his heart. Only by putting that overconfidence in check would Fugaku be willing to listen to reason. More importantly, every Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan would experience a qualitative leap in power. The reason was simple. The ultimate Chakra of the Mangekyo would come into resonance with the Uchiha's physical body, which was, in essence, formed of Yang Chakra. He would stimulate the chakra of the Uchiha, causing it to surge dramatically. At the same time, the evolution of the Sharingan, its insight, ability to track motion, and proficiency in Jinjutsu would all receive a tremendous boost. Even more importantly, a unique ocular technique would be awakened. When all these factors come together, it means that an Uchiha, upon awakening these eyes, would naturally step into the ranks of the Kage. And as for himself, who happened to possess the entry extraction system, after sparring with a Kage-level opponent, he would even gain 1,000 combat points. Fugaku gazed at the handsome young man before him, completely unaware. Yuma's mind had already begun to calculate a two-birds-with-one-stone plan, hearing the suggestion to first spar and decide the victor before discussing business. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up with excitement. He couldn't have been more satisfied with this proposal. He had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan for some time now. With this power at his command, he was confident. No matter what challenge he faced, he would never lose. Then it's settled. Yuma-kun, do you have a place in mind for our match? How about the mountain behind Naka River Shrine? That would be perfect, an ideal place to start the clan meeting. Hearing Yuma's suggestion, Fugaku nodded in agreement. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the shrine, that entire area belongs solely to the Uchiha clan. No matter how big a commotion we cause, the village won't notice a thing. Exactly, that was precisely what Uchiha Yuma had in mind. As everyone knows, the Leaf Village was co-founded by the Senju of the forest and the Uchiha. No, Uchiha Yuma, thanks to the manga from his previous life, had a much deeper understanding. To put it more accurately, it was Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha who together created the Leaf Village. The place where the leaf was founded was developed around the ancestral Uchiha lands. And why was that? The reason is simple. That very spot was chosen when those two reincarnated brothers, after a skimming stone contest, discussed it atop what would later become the Hokage Rock before any faces were carved there. At the time, Madara was the type to give away family land without a second thought. Carried away by the dream and excitement, as the young clan leader he was, he waved his hand with grand generosity. He took the Uchiha homeland and laid its foundation for the entire Leaf Village. That's exactly why the Uchiha's 1,000-year-old shrine, the Naka River Shrine, ended up so close to the village. It's also why, before the calamity of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha grounds were at the very heart of the Leaf. Just think, even as victors, the Senju's territory wasn't at the center of the village. And because of that, after the Leaf was founded, when the Uchiha established their own barrier around their shrine, Tobirama Senju had nothing to say about it. Who would dare complain? After all, the very land beneath the Leaf Village was a gift from the Uchiha. You mean I can't even set up a barrier to protect my own shrine? It's precisely because I understand only the area around the Nanha River Shrine is covered by a barrier unique to the Uchiha. Only here can Fugaku and I truly let loose. Unleash the power of our Mangekyo Sharingan and spar freely. In the dense forest behind the Nanha River Shrine, in a sudden burst, Yuma and Fugaku appeared on the spot. So this is the Flying Thunder God technique of the Senju. Fugaku brushed off some imaginary dust from his hands, a note of admiration in his voice. It truly is an exceptional jutsu. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku maintained a calm expression. But after genuinely experiencing the Flying Thunder God technique firsthand, somewhere deep inside, he began to feel unsettled. There's truth in the saying, seeing is believing. No matter how many times the Flying Thunder God technique was described in the Uchiha's records, no matter how impressive it sounded, accounts of its ability to rival the Mangekyo and all that, Fugaku had always treated those tales as idle after-dinner conversation. But now, getting to experience it for himself, he realized this slippery, elusive technique was truly a pain to deal with. Thankfully, his own left eye's dojutsu gave Fugaku unshakable confidence. He was certain that as long as he possessed this power, whatever enemy he faced, he would never be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yuma paid no mind to Fugaku's praise. Lord Fugaku, let's cut the small talk. Yuma moved to stand opposite Fugaku, quickly forming the seal of confrontation with his hands. Now, then, let me show my respect through my fists. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, also forming the seal of confrontation. Yuma, come at me. Let me see just how fearsome the legendary Swift Yuma, whose name now resounds across the ninja world, has become. A sharp hum filled the air as Fugaku's words fell. Both their eyes snapped open with the Sharingan's crimson glow, gazing into each other's intricate, swirling patterns. Both men were nothing but vigilant. With a tremendous crash, the ground beneath their feet shattered instantly. A flurry of thunderous clashes echoed as, darting and weaving with Uchiha's elegant taijutsu, the two crossed blows again and again. Another explosion reverberated. An unexpected situation caught Fugaku off guard, and in Yuma's hand, the unmatched perceptiveness of his own Mangekyo caught it in a flash. He saw the way the very air around Yuma's fist warped, compressed by sheer force. His scarlet pupils shrank in alarm. A tremendous impact. Fugaku hurriedly dodged, just barely avoiding Yuma's punch. That fist slammed straight into the ground. And in an instant, the air twisted and compressed by Yuma's blow left a massive crater in the earth. Phew, that was close. Fugaku could only breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, his nerves stretched taut. He genuinely hadn't expected that Yuji Uchiha's steel fists could be this formidable. Originally, he wanted to test his own taijutsu skills in comparison. But now, seeing this, he'd better forget about it. If he were to get struck, even grazed, by those fists that seemed to bend the very air, he would be gravely injured and collapse instantly. Whoosh! Fugaku darted backward, trying to widen the distance between them. After all, in his eyes, Yuji Uchiha's taijutsu was far beyond anything ordinary. What's going on with your body? Uchiha Fugaku lowered his gaze and questioned in a deep voice, if my Sharingan didn't deceive me. That last punch, there was no chakra reinforcement, was there? That was what troubled Fugaku the most. Without chakra backing it, to cause such devastation to the ground, it was simply beyond belief. In Fugaku's understanding, no matter how powerful a ninja is, the human body is ultimately fragile. No matter how mighty, even a moment's carelessness, just a single kunai, could send any shinobi to the Pure Land. Yet those chakra-less fists truly left Fugaku shaken. Even the famed taijutsu of the Senju clan, those seemingly invincible iron fists, only had such overwhelming force due to chakra enhancement. Whether chakra or not, I have no obligation to explain myself, Yuji replied with a hint of resignation. After all, even a genin knows, for a ninja, every battle is a battle of information. Expecting me to divulge my abilities is out of the question. He really was resigned to it. Why do people always assume he would reveal how his abilities work during combat? Especially in this ninja world, where deception in battle is the norm. But then, as he watched Uchiha Fugaku leap back, eyeing him with utmost vigilance, Yuji's eternal patterns swirled faintly in his gaze. The corners of his mouth curled with the slightest mocking smile. Why put distance between us? Such a pointless gesture. Keeping your distance only matters when both sides are evenly matched, doesn't it? The words had barely left his lips when the power in Yuji's eyes began to bloom, the intricate patterns spinning. An ominous hum filled the air. In that crucial instant, Fugaku, without knowing why, was suddenly startled. In a flash, Yuji's figure was right before him. See, I can reach your heart with ease. With an arrogant smile, Yuji pressed his palm against Fugaku's chest, whose expression shifted from confusion to outright horror in a matter of moments. What was happening? Just now, had he fallen under a jinjutsu? This sensation of being unable to move at all. Is this the binding art of the golden shackles? Now, realizing that he had fallen under a jinjutsu and his body was completely immobilized, Fugaku Uchiha let out a horrified roar. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We all possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. So how is it you managed to trap me in an illusion? At these words, Yuma merely smiled, weary and indifferent. Feeling unconvinced? Then let's do it all over again. I'll show you just how vast the gap between Sharingan users can be. Sometimes, it's even greater than the gap between a man and a dog. With a subtle flick of his eyes, Yuma released the jutsu, binding Fugaku in place. The instant he regained control of his body, Fugaku staggered back in panic. Still widening the distance between them, he took a deep breath. I was careless just now. Next, I'll let you see the true power of my ocular jutsu. Oh really? Yuma's gaze swept over him with a disdainful smile. Then come at me. I'll let you realize just how laughable your arrogance is. For an Uchiha, this provocation struck at the very core of Fugaku's pride. The tomo patterns in his eyes spun rapidly. Immense ocular power began to blaze within his sockets. Red veins creeped across the white of his left eye. Blood trickled down his cheek, splattering softly against the ground. With a dull thud, Fugaku Uchiha collapsed to his knees, drained of strength. At that moment, with the air knocked out of him, Fugaku muttered in dazed despair. Why does my ocular art, 800 bikuni, only ever show me futures where I fail? Footsteps echoed softly as Yuma strode over to the kneeling Fugaku. Catching those whispered words, Yuma arched a brow in surprise. Oh, your ocular art lets you see the future? That's quite an extraordinary power. Hearing movement, the dispirited Fugaku lifted his head. What he saw was the twilight's glow cast Yuma's handsome features in a sacred, otherworldly radiance, as if veiled by divinity. That fiery scarlet eye blazed with splendid light in Fugaku's gaze. Staring up at this youth, whose presence felt almost godlike, Fugaku forced out a bitter query. How did you do it? Huh? Lord Fugaku, what are you talking about? How did you do it? If I can already see the future, there's no way I should have lost. As if he'd just heard the most amusing joke, Yuma burst out laughing. Ah, so, seeing the future makes you invincible. Yuma Uchiha's laughter rang out. Clan leader Fugaku, since you've entertained me so thoroughly with your joke, I'll make an exception this once, and share a sliver of my ocular art's secret with you. Yuma raised a hand, pointing to his own radiant scarlet eye, and in a voice soft as silk, he said, compared to your eyes that can foresee the future, my eyes that can determine the future seem to be even more exceptional, don't they? Determine the future? The moment he heard these words, Fugaku's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. To determine the future? There's no way such a ridiculous power exists. The disbelief in his voice was palpable. His own dojutsu could see glimpses of what was to come. That Uchiha Fugaku could understand. After all, legends have long spread across these lands. Of the sage toads of Mount Myaboku, and the priestesses of the land of demons. All beings said to possess the gift of foresight. Such abilities existed in the world, though they were undeniably rare. But the Mangekyo being able to determine fate itself? Now, that was something he could hardly bring himself to believe. Seeing the look of disbelief on Fugaku's face, Yuma only shrugged, a gesture of helplessness. He was not deceiving Fugaku. Once his own eyes had evolved into the eternal Mangekyo. With that immense surge of power, his dojutsu, Ikemokirin, truly could reduce the countless possibilities of the future into only a single, inevitable outcome. No longer was it like before when, at first glance, all seemed certain. But due to insufficient strength, it could only disrupt, not control, those beings more powerful than himself. Now, with the overwhelming might of the eternal Mangekyo, Yuma was confident that even those of sage-level power would find themselves restrained beneath his gaze. Yuma shut his Sharingan, calming the chakra stirring within him. He extended his hand toward Fugaku, who still knelt on the ground. Lord Fugaku, this is the reality you must accept, however unwilling. Don't you think it's time we have an honest conversation? At Yuma's words, Uchiha Fugaku thought for a moment before conceding. This match is yours, Yuma. Speak freely. Whatever you wish to say, I'm listening. Even in defeat, Uchiha Fugaku retained his composure and dignity. At that moment, hearing Fugaku's response, Yuma felt a flicker of hope in his heart. Lord Fugaku, I know full well that my recent maneuvers within the security force have not pleased you. Yuma chose his words carefully, then continued, but every action I've taken, I did for the sake of the Uchiha. For the Uchiha? Fugaku looked at Yuma in surprise. Honestly, it doesn't feel that way to me. Fugaku was taken aback by Yuma's brazen claim, scheming for power, and yet he could say it with such solemn conviction. Seeing the bewildered look on Fugaku's face, Yuma knew it was time to paint a vision of the future. Lord Fugaku, within the village. I'm counted among the Hokage's disciples, am I not? That's true. But what does that have to do with your recent behavior in the security force? You're well aware of my strength. Given my age, I have a good chance of becoming Hokage, don't I? At these words, Fugaku, who had been poised to retort, found his breath catching heavily in his chest. Hokage. That position had long become an obsession for the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Fugaku forced down the impatience stirring in his heart for the time being. You're right. Your strength ranks among the very best in the ninja world. Hearing Fugaku's acknowledgement, Yujin nodded and went on, but I'm still too young. For the fourth Hokage, It's practically impossible for me. But for the 5th or 6th, I still stand a good chance. When that time comes, as you know, a Hokage needs a loyal base of support. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi had the Sarutobi clan, and the 1st and 2nd Hokage had the Senju clan beside them. When I become Hokage, I too will need a clan's strength as my foundation. After listening to these words, Fugaku found them perfectly reasonable. After all, no matter how powerful one is alone, even legends like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha needed their clans behind them as their wings. So, Yujin, you mean to? Yes. Uchiha Yujin nodded, replying candidly, I'm still young, so I want to start cultivating my allies right from now. At this, Yujin turned, locking eyes with Fugaku, and spoke solemnly. If I recall correctly, Patriarch Fugaku, your son, Itachi, is about 2.5 years old. You mean? Since we've decided to join forces, to show my sincerity, why not let Itachi become my disciple? Yujin's words were honest. Since he intended to draw the Uchiha strength to his side, it was only fitting to offer his ally a token of reassurance. But that wasn't all. In fact, not long ago, Yujin had noticed his own attitude beginning to change. After one attains significant strength, one can't help but entertain ambitions. That's exactly what Uchiha Yujin felt. He knew he was no saint, but the education he'd received in his previous life left him dissatisfied with the distorted society of the ninja world. In this world, the son of a daimyo becomes a daimyo, the son of a Hokage is made Hokage, and the children of expendables remain expendables all their lives. He found his social order deeply repugnant. When his strength didn't yet rival the world, he had kept silent in the face of such injustice. The poor kept to themselves, after all. But now that he wielded real power, he could no longer tolerate what he saw. He wanted to change this world. And for that, he needed even greater strength. He also needed loyal supporters. In this very moment, having listened to all that Yujin had said, Fugaku nodded in agreement. Very well. From now on, should you need anything, Yujin, I promise to obey your command. Fugaku, after being bested, found himself oddly content with the outcome. At the very least, within the Uchiha clan, under his and Yuzin's combined influence, there would be only one voice. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzin's face lit up with delight. Don't worry, Fugaku. I promise I won't let you down. In a little while, I'll have a special gift for you. I think you'll really like it. What kind of gift? You'll know when the time comes, Fugaku. After settling matters with Uchiha Fugaku, Yuzin returned home and began to tally up the spoils from his battle with Fugaku. Having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku's overall strength was, by the system's assessment, at Kage level. That victory brought Yuzin a harvest of 1,000 combat points. Yuzin wasted no time putting those points to good use. He had already decided which skill he would upgrade. Glancing at his system panel, he willed, System, upgrade the Chakra Seed skill for me. The freshly earned 1,000 combat points vanished, and a revised skill entry appeared on his panel. Chakra Seed, purple, a unique source of chakra, a powerful secret of the Otsutsuki clan. Effects, simulates the 5 elements of yin and yang, allowing for combined transformations. Transformations would release, lava release, can be woven with Otsutsuki chakra to produce ingenious changes. Reading this, Yuzin immediately perked up, so it could be combined and altered with chakra in unexpected ways. The system even explained how to use this new power. Once an Otsutsuki has a unique source of chakra, they can refine chakra into pills or even shape chakra into weapons. Alchemy and weaponization, he mused with growing interest. But after his spar with Fugaku, it was already late into the night by the time he returned home. All he wanted now was a good night's rest. Tomorrow, he'd visit the Konoha hospital to see just how far Tsunade had progressed with her research on white Zetsu. After that, he'd take a closer look at his new abilities. Early the next morning, Yuzin cheerfully set off for the Konoha hospital. He was ready to check in with his partner, Tsunade. He was eager to see just how far the research on white Zetsu cells had come. If their progress bore fruit, and they achieved some results, he intended for Uchiha Fugaku to benefit first. After all, he knew well enough. When you promise someone a reward that may be a long time coming, you still ought to offer them some immediate, tangible benefit. Without incident, he strode into the familiar corridors of the Konoha hospital and found Tsunade without any trouble. So, this is the result of your last 6 months of research? Uchiha Yuzin asked with keen interest, gazing at the glass vessel before him. Inside, a small cluster of pale green, orb-like substance floated delicately. Within Yuma's powerful sensory perception, this autumn-colored orb radiated an incomparable vitality. Aside from its lack of sentience, the sheer force of its life energy already surpassed Tsunade, who stood right next to it. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuma's inquiry, Tsunade turned her head away from the computer screen in front of her, which was filled with streams of data. A faint crease appeared on her elegant brow as she spoke with a note of displeasure. "You impolite brat. You just interrupted my train of thought." Sorry. Yuma replied helplessly, facing Tsunade, whose eyes now bristled with a faint hostility. "I was just surprised by the surge of life force I sense from this thing. That's why I asked you." The sincere apology in Yuma's voice softened the furrow in Tsunade's brows. She set aside her notebook, walked over to Yuma's side, and fixed her gaze, grave and focused, on that pale green sphere. "This is a weapon, a truly dangerous one. Anyone equipped with it could." At this point, Tsunade bit her thumb thoughtfully. "Directly obtain would release, and gain the formidable life force of our Senju of the forest." These past 6 months felt as if she had been navigating through an unbelievable dream. Ever since this pesky Uchiha brat had brought her that bizarre corpse to study, it seemed as though her life's path had forked unexpectedly. She couldn't help it. The more she examined that strange, dismembered body, the more an icy dread crept through her veins. That corpse was far too sophisticated. So sophisticated, it was as if it had been engineered as a weapon from the outset. As a master healer, Tsunade was no stranger to experiments on the human body. Without such experience, how else could she have devised medical ninjutsu that worked at the cellular level? And precisely because of this background, the moment she realized that strange corpse was a pre-designed biological weapon, she pushed her research even further. But the deeper she dug, the more her composure began to crack. Under a microscope, she discovered that the origins of this bioweapon dated back at least 1,000 years. For more than a millennium, there had existed wood release, and a life force utterly akin to that of the Senju of the forest. Did this mean that her own Senju clan might also have been fashioned as a kind of bioweapon? A chill washed over Tsunade, and she could no longer hold back. She immediately shared this revelation with Uchiha Yuma. She had no choice. After all, this peculiar corpse had been captured by this infuriating brat. If she didn't tell him, he wouldn't offer any more information in return. And without further details, she couldn't truly analyze whether her suspicions were justified. And when Yuma finished listening to Tsunade's account, he found himself both astonished by her brilliance and bemused by her theories. He had certainly never misjudged Tsunade's skills as a researcher. Previously, Yujin had already noticed something. The medical techniques in this world, or rather, the ninja methods of medicine, were impressively modern. Such a modern medical system could only be built atop a vast foundation of anatomical research. After all, without anatomy, medical jutsu like technique of extracting disease could never have been developed. And as for the whole system of medical ninja in the shinobi world, not to say all the credit, but its true foundation was laid down by Tsunade. 70% of the achievement, at the very least, belonged to her. And here arises a question. If Tsunade made such great contributions to the medical ninja system, then when it comes to human experimentation, is she really any less formidable than Orochimaru? Now, his reasoning confirmed exactly this. Perhaps in other domains, Tsunade might not be as much of a polymath as Orochimaru. But if we're only talking about talent in the field of human research, she is certainly his equal. See, it had been only half a year since Tsunade was given a fragment of White Zetsu's remains. Yet she had already deduced even the duration of White Zetsu's existence. Just as Tsunade had verified, White Zetsu was a weapon created by Kaguya Otsutsuki. When she was sealed away, the darkness she spawned, Black Zetsu, had already quietly slipped away from the battlefield of its elder brother and mother, hiding a portion of White Zetsu far from prying eyes. Later, when Uchiha summoned the Geto statue, he thought he had created White Zetsu using Hashirama's cells from his own chest, not realizing that the role of Hashirama's cells was merely to adjust to make White Zetsu, this product, even more powerful. That was exactly why Uchiha Yujin found Tsunade's speculations so unintentionally amusing. Because truly, all of this was Madara's doing. It was his insistence on tempering White Zetsu with Hashirama's cells that led to White Zetsu's outward life force, so closely resembling that of the Senju of the forest. Even so, Yujin didn't elaborate this point too much. He simply offered a vague explanation. The Senju of the forest have survived for 1,000 years already. Looks like you don't have to worry about this issue anymore, do you? Besides, what interests me more is, what exactly can this weapon do? At that, Tsunade snapped out her thoughts. With a slight chuckle, she gave herself a light tap on the forehead. I really have been overthinking it these past days. Both the Senju and this thing have been around for more than 1,000 years. If there were any real problems, we'd have seen them by now. Realizing this, Tsunade gave a quiet, ironic laugh in her heart as well. All the visible senju had withered away until only she remained. Why should she worry about this at all? If the entire Senju clan had reached this state, and someone from 1,000 years ago truly laid a trap for them, then the only possible target left would be herself, and really, she wasn't the least bit afraid of that prospect. With her thoughts in order, Tsunade walked straight up to the glass container and adjusted the controls. A sharp hiss filled the air. The vessel opened amid a swirl of white mist. When the chilly white mist faded away, Tsunade seized the pale green orb in one swift motion. Didn't you want to know how this weapon works? Gripping the newly developed weapon, Tsunade flashed a confident smile and said, "Then keep your eyes wide open and watch closely." With a firm squeeze, Tsunade's hand tightened around the pale green sphere. In a sudden flurry, the sphere unraveled, transforming into streams of pale green ribbons that wrapped themselves around Tsunade's entire body in an instant. Moments later, before Yuma Uchiha's eyes, Tsunade's appearance began to change in an inexplicable way. The Tsunade now standing before Yuma was clad in a pale green bodysuit that had completely replaced her previous clothes. The jumpsuit clung to Tsunade's figure, stirring a rush of thoughts in Yuma's mind. But as his sensory abilities kicked in, he realized that beyond her appearance, the life force and chakra now emanating from Tsunade had undergone a staggering transformation. What is this? Yuma's eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly believe that the Tsunade who, just moments ago, hadn't registered as a threat in his sensory field. Now, his own nerves detected a subtle, yet undeniable sense of danger radiating from her. The feeling of threat was faint, but Yuma knew his own abilities well. For someone of his formidable strength, even among Kaga-level shinobi, to sense danger at all, this so-called colony armor was far more powerful than he'd anticipated. With that in mind, he turned to Tsunade and said, "Wasn't it said that this weapon can unleash would release? Let me see for myself, now that you've equipped it, just how powerful is the wood release of the forest's 1,000 hands." At this, Tsunade shot him a glare, clearly exasperated. "Kid, if you want to see the full might of wood release, then use Flying Raijin to take us outside." Hearing this, Yuma replied without hesitation, "No problem." Since they needed to test the wood release's true power, and since wood release was an exceptionally conspicuous technique, Yuma activated Flying Raijin and transported Tsunade to a place beyond the reach of the hidden leaf's detection barrier. The Valley of the End. Testing would release here, are we? Not a bad choice at all. Looking up at the statue of her grandfather, Tsunade let out a spirited sigh. Tsunade found Yuma's decision to bring her to the Valley of the End quite fitting. As Hashirama Senju's granddaughter, she knew the origins of this dramatic landscape better than anyone. To her, this canyon, carved by fierce combat, was nothing less than a badge of victory for the forest's 1,000 hands over the Uchiha. And now, this infuriating Uchiha brat was taking her here to test the wood release. She couldn't ask for a better stage. Meanwhile, Yuma stood nearby, unfazed by the fervor in Tsunade's eyes. She was simply excited. After all, Azura's chakra had reincarnated countless times, and now, among the senju of the forest, a wood style that would only appear once in decades or even centuries had been recreated before her eyes. "All right, Lady Tsunade, let's see the results of your research these past days." Yuma Uchiha waved his hand, indicating for Tsunade to show just how powerful wood style could become once she had this device equipped. He was genuinely curious about this. After all, Tsunade was the direct descendant of the senju of the forest, the beloved granddaughter of Hashirama Senju himself. In her eyes, wood style had to at least reach the power Hashirama displayed without the aid of Sage Mode. This was something Yuma cared deeply about. If Tsunade could indeed, just by wearing this external device, awaken a temporary wood style strong enough to rival that power, then perhaps with more advanced research, changes at the genetic level, for instance, what they could achieve would be simply extraordinary. At his urging, "What's the rush?" Tsunade shot him a glare, visibly annoyed. "You're an Uchiha. You hardly need me to introduce wood style. Before Konoha was founded, our clans were mortal enemies locked in stalemate for 1,000 years. Just watch and see." As she spoke, Tsunade's hands flashed through a rapid sequence of hand signs. The moment the last seal was formed, "Wood style, nativity of a world of trees," she called out. In an instant, enormous trees burst forth all along the riverbanks in the canyon. In no time at all, the empty ground had been transformed, forests spreading rapidly on both sides of the gorge. Incredible! Yuma Uchiha was genuinely awestruck by what Tsunade had accomplished. He knew this technique, nativity of a world of trees, himself. After all, Every few decades the Uchiha would face a beating, so by now, he was deeply familiar with it. And ever since he'd acquired Wood Style, thanks to the system's upgrade, he made a point to study it thoroughly. His own Wood Style? It had come about through merging system ability tags as his power advanced. His Wood Style, tag at the purple level, should, in theory, be a notch below Hashirama Senju's in terms of raw power. But his tag had long since evolved into the Otsutsuki rank. Scientifically speaking, that meant his genes had been perfected. Because of this, Yuma's Otsutsuki power was, compared to the Senju of the forest, even more complete. So even with just a purple tag from the Otsutsuki upgrades, the sheer power of his Wood Style should rival Hashirama's. But what had he just witnessed? Tsunade's nativity of a world of trees. By his estimate, it matched about 70% of his own strength. And yet, Tsunade's current Wood Style was all due to an external device. That was precisely why Yuma was so astonished. This set of prosthetic equipment produced such an overwhelming effect. Then, if Tsunade could develop a product that could completely integrate with the body and fill in genetic gaps, what a wondrous sight that would be. How about it? Pretty impressive, right? Tsunade withdrew her chakra, looking at Yuma with an expression of pride and self-assurance. When she saw that look of sheer astonishment on Yuma's face, she couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. After all, ever since she'd started dealing with this annoying brat, he always maintained an air of unshakable composure, as if nothing could rattle him. It's truly astounding. At this moment, Uchiha Yuma had already ramped up his sensory abilities to the maximum. But, apart from Wood Release, this must have other functions as well, doesn't it? He realized that this artificial symbiotic armor didn't just grant Tsunade the power to wield Wood Release. A surging, awe-inspiring vitality, Yang Release Chakra, was also boiling and circulating within her. Remembering how Yang Release Chakra could heal the body, he turned to Tsunade, voicing his suspicion. Tsunade frowned slightly at this. Yes, there are other abilities, but as for that, you'll have to find out for yourself when you get home. Seeing the way Tsunade furrowed her brow in irritation, Yuma immediately understood. Tsunade was still traumatized by the sight of blood. Asking her to test the Yang Release Chakra's healing function was obviously difficult for her. With a light smack to his forehead, Yuma bowed slightly to Tsunade, his tone filled with genuine apology. My apologies, forget what I just said. I'll experiment with the other functions myself when I go back. Do whatever you like. Tsunade had already removed the symbiotic armor and turned it back into a sphere, which she then handed to Uchiha Yuma. Taking hold of Tsunade's hard-won creation, Yuma paused in contemplation, then looked up at her and spoke with seriousness. Lady Tsunade, this product is truly remarkable. But with future development, do you think the symbiotic armor can eventually allow those special cells to directly merge with the body? You brat, do you realize what you're asking? Full integration. The average person couldn't possibly withstand the flood of vitality it would unleash on them. Still, Lady Tsunade, is it truly impossible for you? Don't even think about it. Isn't what you have already more than enough? If you want anything extra, you'll have to look elsewhere. I'd like to hire you, Lady Tsunade. Huh? You think a bit of filthy money can buy me off? 300 million Ryo per year. Before he even finished, Tsunade snapped, her hands clamping tightly onto his, a bright smile blooming on her face as she promised. Kid, say no more, consider it done. I'll make this a reality for you. I'm counting on you, Lady Tsunade. And unsurprisingly, Uchiha Yuma wasn't the least bit shocked by this result. Tsunade was in desperate need of money. It was a simple reason. She was an easy mark, and more than that, a well-known high-profile one. Unlike most ninja, Tsunade carried the noble status of princess, being the granddaughter of the legendary Hashirama Senju. And as a princess, who just happened to be a prime target for tricks and wagers, Tsunade always found herself short on cash. In some alternate worlds, she'd even used transformation jutsu to evade creditors, a testament to her pride and sense of shame. Because of this, Yuji Uchiha knew exactly the best way to negotiate with Tsunade. Just pay her. And not a small sum, either. It had to be an amount she couldn't turn down. 300 million Ryo. That was an offer Tsunade couldn't possibly refuse. To put it in perspective, before developing her hemophobia, Tsunade had only completed 95 S-rank missions, 418 A-rank missions, 467 B-rank missions, 236 C-rank missions, and just 40 D-rank missions. Everyone knew that a D-rank mission paid 5,000 Ryo, C-rank was 30,000, B-rank was 80,000, A-rank was 150,000, and S-rank paid 1,000,000 Ryo each. Even if, hypothetically, she kept all the rewards herself without splitting them with her teammates. Tsunade's lifetime earnings would only add up to about 202 million ryo. So when Yuji offered her a yearly pay of 300 million, there was no way she would refuse. As he expected, everything went exactly as Yuji had foreseen. Tsunade accepted the offer. After coordinating the next steps of their collaboration, Yuji brought Tsunade back to Konoha in a flash. Since the sun was still high in the sky, Yuji took the completed prototype, with clone suit version 1.0, and made his way to Fugaku's residence. After all, he had promised Fugaku a gift, and he wasn't one to go back on his word. In his own calculations, and through his keen senses, Yuji had determined that if a Mangekyo Sharingan user depleted their ocular power to the point it affected their vision, it would only take 3 months of wearing the version 1.0 with clone suit to restore their eyes and replenish their chakra. Given that Fugaku had clearly begun feeling the effects of overusing his ocular jutsu, his vision just starting to blur, Yuji was certain this gift would come as a welcome surprise. Even more importantly, it would serve as a persuasive tool to win Fugaku's support for his pending reforms in the police force. Why was he doing all this? First, with the reforms, the Uchiha would grow even stronger, which meant that as the man who guided them, Yuji's own power and influence would rise as well. Second, he was after wealth. With little business acumen himself, Yuji realized the best way to make a fortune was to leverage the police force. And why focus on the police force? Simple. The police force commanded immense authority. If he could just activate the full scope of their rightful powers, it would open the door to vast wealth and resources right at his fingertips. There was no way around it. He had already promised to give Tsunade 300 million ryo every year as research funding, and since he'd made that commitment, he had to follow through. Besides, scientific research really did require a great deal of money. This time, it was Tsunade who had dipped in her own gambling stash to cover costs. Surely, he couldn't rely on her to do this again in the future. Of course, in order to win over Fugaku's support, he took out a scroll while still on the road and spent quite some time sketching and outlining his ideas. Not long after finishing the project plan on the scroll, he strode into the heart of Konoha, returning to the Uchiha compound. Soon, by familiar paths, he arrived at Fugaku's residence. Accompanied by Makoto Uchiha, he made his way into the garden. Before the garden's tranquil water feature had dripped 10 times, Fugaku Uchiha appeared before him. Yujin-kun, what brings you here so early? No choice. Since I promised yesterday to present a gift to you, clan leader Fugaku, I'm not one to go back on my word. Take a look at this. Yujin Uchiha handed over the 1.0 would-release cultivation device in his hand. Seeing this, Fugaku, face full of suspicion, accepted the strange, pale green sphere, finding it rather peculiar in his eyes. Yujin-kun, what is this exactly? This. Yujin picked up a teacup, took a slow sip, and drawled, this is something that can restore the vision of Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Fugaku shot to his feet at the reply, astonishment written across his face. Yujin-kun, do you truly understand what you're saying? I do. Both as clan leader and as inheritor of Uchiha Satsuna's legacy, we are privy to all details regarding the Mangekyo. As high-ranking members in the clan, we both know, the more it's used, the quicker the darkness comes. These cursed eyes. Knowing this, Fugaku-san, did you think I wouldn't try to find a solution? As Yujin finished his explanation, Fugaku's shock only deepened. This was information he, as clan leader, knew all too well. After all, in a clan that revered power above all else, how could they not keep meticulous records, especially about the Mangekyo, this peerless force in their eyes? Not to mention, ever since he awakened these eyes, he'd used them extensively in battles against the mist, and again just yesterday, when sparring with Yujin. With each use draining his irrecoverable ocular power, he had indeed begun to experience the blurring of vision that described in the clan's records. Yet what truly shocked him was not this well-known fact. What astonished him was, the young man standing before him was so far-sighted, so prepared for contingencies, that he had already come up with a countermeasure to this crisis. But more than just making plans, he had actually produced results. That was the source of Fugaku's amazement. As the clan leader, even after awakening these eyes, he had never considered this possibility. After all, according to the clan's records, only those with a blood brother could retrieve the sealed light in their eyes. And since Fugaku had no such brother, such a thought had never even crossed his mind. But the boy standing before him now, if memory served, didn't seem to have any brothers either. Fugaku-san, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and channel your chakra. Test out what happens. Just as Fugaku's thoughts were drifting off, Yujin's words snapped him back to reality. Shaken from his musings, Fugaku quickly responded to the boy before him. Ah, pardon me. I'll try it right away. Following Yujin's instructions, Fugaku directed his chakra into the pale green orb in his hand. A sharp sound tore through the air. The device had been cleverly designed to adapt. As soon as Fugaku's chakra flowed in, it activated, shifting shape. In an instant, the bio-armor encased Uchiha Fugaku from head to toe. What is this? At that moment, Fugaku's face twisted, an expression of utter shock creeping over his features. Yujin-kun, what on earth is this thing? An intense, vibrant yang chakra surged through his body, and his eyes felt a strange, cooling sensation. All of it took him completely by surprise. Don't worry too much about what it is. What you need to know is that it can restore your sight. Uchiha Yujin replied with a beaming, almost mischievous smile. Almost at once, he offered another bit of advice. When you have a spare moment, you should head to the Shrine's back mountain and try out all those senju techniques the clan has copied over the years. Taking in Yujin's words, Uchiha Fugaku took several deep breaths to compose himself. With a single thought, he commanded the bio-armor to revert, and it shrank back into a simple orb in his palm. Seated now, he turned to Yujin and said, "This is incredible. You must have put in so much effort to develop something like this." Effort? You could say that. Actually, that brings me to a suggestion of my own. Something I'd like you, Fugaku-san, to consider, Yujin replied. As he spoke, he pulled out a scroll he had just written on his way over. The real headache wasn't the effort, it was the cost of developing the device. And what's more, I worked on it together with Lady Tsunade, and I've promised her a yearly payment of 300 million ryo. Even with all the resources at my disposal, it probably still won't be enough. That's why I hope to reform the police force to some degree. Reform the police force? Fugaku echoed in confusion, taking the scroll and unrolling it right away. With Fugaku now absorbed in reading the scroll, Yujin took his time, sipping tea and waiting patiently for him to finish. His plan was refreshingly simple. This meant letting the police force fully take over the grassroots organizations of Konoha. The Uchiha would completely replace these grassroots groups and collect taxes from Konoha civilians. In truth, after arriving in this world, Yuma realized something. No wonder this is a world from a Japanese manga. The social structure is exactly the same as in Japan. Konoha calls itself a village, but in reality, it is a huge city. And in such a city, local management at the grassroots level operates just like it does in Japan. It is actually run by Yakuza organizations. This sort of management, of course, is always accompanied by taxes collected in the shadows. His plan was simple. Let the police force take over completely, replace those Yakuza organizations, and collect the taxes themselves. At this very moment, Fugaku Uchiha looked at the proposal, his expression growing more and more shocked. He simply hadn't expected that the police force could be used this way. After reading through, he lifted his head to look at Yuma Uchiha, as if staring at something utterly monstrous. What do you think, Fugaku-san? Isn't this a brilliant plan? It is. If we really follow this plan, the clan's wealth would multiply. But what? But will the village leadership and the other shinobi clans really agree to this? At those words, Yuma Uchiha let out a dismissive snort. Fugaku-san, the police force has the authority of legal interpretation within the village, doesn't it? That's true, but the village can still intervene to some extent. Then there's no problem. No matter how much the village interferes, the police force will still get to enjoy a good share of these profits. When it came to Fugaku's habitual caution, always wanting to do great things, yet fearing for his own safety, Yuma simply ignored it, making the decision for him right then and there. After all, he knew very well this kind of profit meant a lot to the shinobi clans. But for the village, which received direct financial support from the Land of Fire, the share wasn't significant. After all, Konoha was a militarized city with a limited population. Even if the Uchiha took that bit of income, it hardly mattered. Since the village leadership didn't really care, and pressure from the other clans was manageable, Yuma couldn't see what there was to be afraid of for the Uchiha. No matter what they did, the Uchiha clan was never exactly welcome. So why worry? Yet even after hearing Yuma Uchiha's suggestion, Fugaku's mind was still not quite made up. Conflicted, he hesitated before finally voicing his concerns, his voice tinged with bitterness. But if we do this, our clan's already tough situation within the village will only become worse. There's no need to worry about the other clans. Since when have the Uchiha ever needed to care about anyone but the senju of the forest? Yuma Uchiha had no patience for Fugaku's hesitation and immediately cut off whatever more he was about to say. He simply voiced the thoughts he'd just had in his mind. Upon hearing this, Fugaku Uchiha finally came to his senses. That's true. With the police force wielding such power, it's no wonder the other clans resent us. We've taken these benefits for ourselves, whether they like it or not, they just have to swallow their objections. In that moment, awakened by Yuma's words, Fugaku saw things clearly. Looking at the leadership style the village's higher-ups have adopted these past years, their primary concern is stability. And as clan head, Fugaku fully understood the reason for their wariness toward the Uchiha. First, there was the legacy of the second Hokage. His students were duty-bound to carry it out. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was born into the Sarutobi clan. The Sarutobi clan, since ancient times, had always served as retainers to the Senju of the forest. A mere leader of a vassal ninja clan, elevated by Tobirama Senju himself. He became the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. If he didn't strictly enforce the second's directives, didn't keep the Uchiha in check, he probably wouldn't have kept the Hokage seat for long. The second reason was rooted in the nature of the Uchiha themselves. The Uchiha clan has always revered strength, and the power of their Sharingan was undeniable. Yet everything in this world is a double-edged sword. Yes, the Sharingan's power is great. But after years of research by the clan, one thing is nearly certain. One of the necessary conditions for awakening the Sharingan is emotional pain. He knew this truth all too well. During the recent war, the loss of his closest friend had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. This painful experience only deepened Fugaku's conviction. It is pain, and only pain, that gives birth to the Sharingan. But that same pain, once it awakens the Sharingan, leaves the Uchiha haunted by obsession. Uchiha consumed by obsession. What leader wouldn't be wary of that? As clan head, Fugaku understood this better than anyone. It was only after he became the Uchiha's leader that he realized why the Uchiha were so widely disliked. He himself led the clan, and just thinking about the dozens, hundreds of subordinates, tormented by that obsessive urge, gave him a pounding headache. If those obsessed ones ever reached a breaking point, even the thought sent a chill down his spine. Yet, as he gathered his thoughts and glanced at Yuma Uchiha, Fugaku's heart found its calm once more. Now that he understood the village's top priority was stability, and that this powerful young man before him had inherited every bit of Uchiha Shana's political legacy. If they stood united, the Uchiha would become more stable than ever. And a stable Uchiha, that's exactly what the village needs. Any leader in their right mind would see the same. A Uchiha clan that is stable, obedient, and can be directed as needed. That's something any Kage would welcome with open arms. After all, when it comes to Uchiha elites in battles between those of equal skill level, they have the power to take on two opponents at once. Once this power settles and can be fully controlled, it's something no one would ever willingly give up, especially when, standing before him, Uchiha Yujin himself was the very reason the village's higher-ups no longer harbored suspicions toward the Uchiha. This boy's strength was overwhelming, and yet, at the same time, he had been drawn into their system. After investing so much, after sinking so many costs into Yujin, the village authorities will surely turn a blind eye to any questionable actions from the Uchiha for now. And as for the other shinobi clans, honestly, if not for some lingering concern over the worsening reputation of the Uchiha in the village, Fugaku wouldn't bother with them at all. After all, other than the Senju of the forest, the Uchiha had never truly regarded any other shinobi clans as their equals. Even the Hyuga, in the eyes of the Uchiha, were merely another clan of the Blood Pond. They possessed ocular powers, but that was about it. Seeing the expression on Fugaku's face, Yujin instantly understood. The man had finally come to his senses. That cautious ambition of wanting to achieve great things while fretting over every personal risk had finally been set aside. Good. Fugaku-san, it seems you figured things out. Since the Foundation years, Konoha's political situation has now been stable for nearly 40 years. Because of that, every village policy revolves around one thing: stability. And this stability is an extreme, uncompromising kind of stability. The third Hokage, both in the original story and in reality, handled internal and external affairs with such caution that it resembled appeasement. Of course, Yujin didn't say that aloud. After all, calling it appeasement would have been a bit disrespectful to the third Hokage. And so, with everything sorted out at last, Fugaku immediately began discussing with Yujin the various matters concerning the upcoming reform of the military police force. Not long after, with a rough plan temporarily in place, both of them breathed a collective sigh of relief. From here on, I'll have to rely on you, Fugaku-san. As clan leader, it's better for you to take center stage. As for myself, I'll ensure the whole clan council throws their support firmly behind the reform. Yujin picked up his teacup and enjoyed a pleasant sip. Once this reform succeeded, the police force's revenue would soar. The tax profits of an underworld organization. For a clan like the Uchiha, declining for 20 or 30 years with barely over 1,000 members, would be truly significant. And as the head of a major faction, Yuzhin's share of the spoils would certainly not be small. Gritting his teeth, tightening his own belt, he'd still manage to supply Tsunade's annual 300 million ryo for her research budget. Relieved at easing his financial worries, he set his teacup down, and, with a pleased smile directed at Fugaku, who was still busily writing and sketching, Yuzhin spoke in a slow, measured tone. We agreed earlier that I'd take Fugaku-san's child as a disciple. If it's convenient, let's do it today. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku lifted his head. Yuma-kun, you truly are a man of your word. Please wait just a moment. I'll go summon Itachi right away. Yuma barely had to wait the time it takes to finish a cup of tea. Soon, Fugaku returned, leading a small child with a serious face, so young and yet already bearing solemn lines at the corners of his mouth. Together, they came to meet Uchiha Yuma. This is my son, Uchiha Itachi. He's just 2.5 years old. Fugaku introduced his son to Yuma with unmistakable pride. Fugaku could not have been more pleased with his little boy. Half a year ago, he'd already noticed that his son's mind, his intelligence, was far beyond ordinary children. Realizing he had a prodigy for a son made Fugaku unspeakably joyful. Curious after Fugaku's introduction, Yuma stepped forward to stand before young Itachi. He reached out and gently ruffled the boy's hair, all the while quietly asking his system to extract the most dazzling golden trait from him. Looking kindly at this calm, serious-faced child, Yuma spoke warmly. It's an honor to meet you, Itachi. Would you like to become my disciple? At those words, little Itachi's face grew solemn. With remarkable composure for one so young, he bowed respectfully. It would be my great honor to become Lord Yuma's disciple. He truly meant it from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he turned 1.5 and learned to think more deeply, Itachi had found that this man's name rang out over and over in his ears. His father praised him, his mother praised him, and even most of the children his own age all hoped to someday become like him. Curious, he'd once asked his father what this was all about. His father explained, it was because the man before him was incredibly strong. The idea that someone even his father admired would become his own teacher. Itachi would never refuse. After all, he would one day become a ninja himself. And for a ninja, power was indispensable. That was why, when a powerful figure like Uchiha Yuma offered to be his teacher, he saw no reason to turn it down. He understood the old saying, he who excels is fit to teach, even at just 2.5. Meanwhile, Yuma had no inkling of the thoughts swirling through this small child's mind, or how becoming his disciple meant so much to him. Hearing Itachi's earnest response, Yuma laughed in delight. Ha ha, rise, Itachi. Although I am now your teacher, I don't much care for those ancient master-disciple formalities. No need to burden yourself with all that ceremony. Yes, teacher Yuma. Itachi replied readily, rising to his feet. After returning to his seat, Yuzhin was filled with indescribable emotions. Taking this little one before him as his disciple gave him a tangled feeling. This youngster, his reputation in Yuzhin's previous world was anything but simple. There were those who admired him, and those who could hardly stand him. The reasons for admiration were plain enough. He was strikingly handsome and incredibly powerful. As for those who disliked him, the reason was equally straightforward. It was because this boy would, for the sake of what he believed was righteous, presumptuously decide the fate of his loved ones. If one were to say he was wrong, his actions were driven by a sense of supposed justice, to avoid the outbreak of war. But if one wished to defend him, it was impossible to ignore how cold and unfeeling his choices had been, even cutting off family ties without remorse. There was even a moment when he laid hands on women and children. By then, even the word righteously severing family bonds no longer covered it. Such a style bordered on the inhumane, filled with arrogance. His arrogance lay in the fact that he hadn't read enough, that he didn't yet understand the world at large. And yet he went ahead, willing to cause pain to those close and delight to his enemies. However, Yuzhin, having received a complete compulsory education, would never let information from a previous life, or the as-yet unrealized actions of the child before him, turn into prejudgment. He refused to believe that the boy was irredeemable trash, or that he should never interact with him, simply based on that. After all, what stood before him now was a child of just 2.5 years old. Yuzhin thought perhaps it was time to call upon the moral and civic lessons from those high school textbooks of his past life, and try teaching them to the precocious little philosopher before him. If he could guide him now, perhaps this imaginative child might just become a different person. So, after accepting Uchiha Itachi as a student and enjoying a joyful lunch with Fugaku's family, Yuzhin quietly took his leave from the clan leader's residence. Before long, he found himself in a narrow alleyway. Next, he wanted to test the changes in his own body. After upgrading the Chakra seed in his skill list, a strange sensation had begun to well up inside him as time passed. This sensation, the system clarified, was the weaponization of Chakra, a unique technique of the Otsutsuki clan. Given that he was now, for all intents and purposes, an Otsutsuki himself, and had awakened his own Chakra seed while raising the level of that skill, he could now unlock a unique Chakra weapon of his own. Naturally, Hiruzen was intrigued by how far this Chakra weapon could take him. After all, his current ninja blade was starting to lag behind his progression. That weapon was no longer much help in the battles to come, and his sixth sense told him that the coming storm would not be a small one, which was why he needed to find a convenient place to carry out his experiment. And as for such a place, he already had one in mind. With a swift and silent motion, he disappeared down the alley. He activated Flying Thunder God and arrived at one of the secret bases of the Uchiha clan in the Land of Fire. As an illustrious clan stretching back a millennium, the Uchiha have set up numerous secret bases throughout the shinobi world. In the original story, the site where Sasuke and Itachi confronted each other was one such Uchiha stronghold. This place is truly ideal for testing powerful jutsu. Uchiha Hiruzen mused, gazing around at the barren ground, the very earth itself a lifeless gray, and felt a tinge of sentiment. After discovering this base, he had swiftly left a Flying Thunder God seal here. The environment was exactly what had caught his attention. No sign of life, and the soil an ashen, deathly color, which meant no matter how recklessly you experimented here, it wouldn't matter at all. Following his instincts, Uchiha Hiruzen made his way to an empty clearing. He raised his hand, gathering a ball of chakra in his palm. With that same intuition, he injected a massive stream of chakra into his hand. A low, resonant hum filled the air. As the vast amount of chakra built up within Hiruzen's palm, his hair and skin began to take on an otherworldly, pale white hue. Suddenly, a crackling snap rang out. Right before his eyes, on the hand already tinged with Otsutsuki features, the dense ball of chakra began to writhe and pulse. Within moments, the chakra in his palm started to take on a tangible form. To his surprise, it solidified into wriggling, white masses that soon shaped themselves into a giant serpent, with 8 heads and 8 tails. Is this the second half of the Yamada technique? Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't expected that the strange resonance stirred by his bloodline would produce the latter stage of the Yamada technique. In other words, after forming a core obsession, it would transform into a massive corporeal serpent. That said, it makes sense. This technique is partly why it merged into the Otsutsuki trait, and given I've upgraded my chakra seed, this kind of change is to be expected. As the 8-headed, 8-tailed serpent appeared, a wave of information surged from his very bloodline. He realized this massive serpent, a fusion of chakra and living flesh, could be wielded as a weapon. Yet, Uchiha Hiruzen looked at it with a hint of distaste. I'm really not fond of weapons fashioned from flesh and blood. If it wasn't for the trait extraction system, I'd probably have just accepted it. But just now, I extracted a very intriguing trait from that kid, Uchiha Itachi. Remembering this, he glanced at the panel, at the trait he had taken from Uchiha Itachi. Spiritual Artifact, Gold. With this trait, you gain a weapon unlike any other. Effect: 10-Fist Sword, the Blade of Sealing. Yada Mirror, capable of deflecting all physical attacks. To use the spiritual artifact of this trait, it must be imbued with manifest chakra. No wonder that guy, Uchiha Itachi, his Susanu's weapons function so differently from the other Uchihas, he mused. You must understand, even Sasuke and Madara's Susanoo weapons didn't possess any special abilities. Seeing this entry, Hiruzen was instantly reminded of what set Uchiha Itachi apart from the rest. His Susanoo was imbued with unique spiritual tools. According to the original story, these 2 artifacts were even listed as separate items. But under the power of the system, they've been merged directly into usable entries. Every time he thought about the system's capabilities, Hiruzen couldn't help but marvel. This cheat code was simply too powerful. It was precisely because of this entry that Hiruzen now understood what he needed to do next. He wanted to see what would happen if the chakra weaponization inherited in the Otsutsuki bloodline was fused. With this entry, what sort of transformation would it bring? Hiruzen let out a thunderous shout, then, following the stirring of his bloodline, surged his chakra output. In an instant, the 8-headed, 8-tailed serpent before him vanished into thin air. What appeared in his hand was an ominous blade, its form crafted from several blood-dripping serpent tongues. Ugh, disgusting. Even though he knew all of this was merely chakra made manifest, not true flesh and blood. The sword, formed by these blood-soaked serpent tongues, was styled after an 8-sided Han sword. But this grotesque appearance truly made Hiruzen uneasy. There was nothing he could do. Just as he conjured the serpent, he tried to follow the prompting of his bloodline. When he attempted to weaponize it, the information surging through his bloodline made one thing clear. He was missing the horns and special eyes his lineage required. He couldn't fully control it at will and could only temporarily wield this incomplete, fleshy weapon. As for the information encoded within the Otsutsuki bloodline, Hiruzen never doubted it for a second. For the Otsutsuki, a stellar civilization, their use of information left others in the dust. Their karma, that strange means of revival, which compressed their chakra data into a packet to be decompressed upon taking over a new host, was proof enough. Because of this, he had no reason to question the messages arising from his bloodline. He truly lacked the horns and eyes. As for why his Sharingan didn't measure up, Hiruzen had a clear understanding. To the Otsutsuki, Rinnegan, Sharingan, none of these were essential. The Byakugan was the key. Look at all the Otsutsuki who've appeared, and you'll see. No matter what other powerful ocular abilities they possessed, the Byakugan was always indispensable. For Hiruzen, who hadn't yet fully awakened his Otsutsuki lineage, who still lacked the Byakugan, or rather, for the one whose Byakugan was still gestating in the pineal gland at his brow, he could only speculate. The Byakugan is the foundation of all eyes. Urashiki used the Byakugan to evolve it into the Rinnegan Sharingan hybrid. Ishiki used his Byakugan to awaken his dark eyes. And then, there's the Tensegan, which Momoshiki Otsutsuki values even more, all of which, like the Byakugan, evolved from a common origin. Even the native shinobi of this world know that the Byakugan is the foundation for all ocular jutsu. During the Chunin exams, Kakashi once said that, according to records, the Sharingan originated from the Byakugan. So in truth, the Byakugan is quite extraordinary. With gaps in his intelligence, Hiruzen Uchiha could only speculate along these lines. Still, that wasn't his immediate concern. What mattered now was using the help of the system's keywords to trigger a transformation in his weapon. After all, the thing in my hand is, in a sense, solidified chakra. With a determined look, Hiruzen activated his Sharingan, his gaze locked tightly on the ominous sword in his grip. A single thought echoed in his mind. System, install the spiritual weapon keyword. The system responded instantly, and the keyword was installed. The moment the keyword took effect, Hiruzen Uchiha felt a surge of power resonate from within his body, as if the energy of the keywords naturally wrapped itself around the greatsword in his hand. A vibrant hum reverberated through the air. As the energy of the keywords touched both flesh and steel, a message rose up from deep within his bloodline. This information surged up so strongly that Hiruzen couldn't help but shout out, "Pubeideti, amenoabari." A thunderous boom shook the space. Scarlet winds instantly coiled around the ominous sword in his grasp. The eerie rattle of scales echoed out as the sword's serpentine tongue fell away, revealing the divine steel blade hidden within. Once the scarlet winds enshrouded the sword completely, the Puei deity, Amno Ohabari, fully manifested. Hiruzen Uchiha held aloft the divine sword, now dyed crimson by the swirling wind, and marveled. So this is the power of the Otsutsuki, the Puei deity? According to the official texts, the Puei deity ability allows one to reshape the power of the Otsutsuki into infinitely transforming weapons, a true divine art. But, as the original story showed, few Otsutsuki ever bothered to learn it. Aside from flashy types like Momoshiki, only dutiful guardians like Kinshiki invested the effort to study and inherit this jutsu. The Puei deity is not a power derived from the eye itself, but an art that can be learned and passed down. Of course, for the supremely gifted and privileged among the Otsutsuki, unless they were personally inclined, few sought to master it. Even Ishiki Otsutsuki, whose taijutsu exceeded Momoshiki's, never bothered with it. But my own Puei deity, apart from the color, feels quite different from theirs. Hiruzen sensed the sword for a moment, uncertain. The sealing power and the keywords ought to work as well, right? That way, my chakra weapon would be even more formidable than Momoshiki's. After all, if memory served him right, the Puei deity, as wielded by that master-servant pair, Momoshiki and Kinshiki, it seems all it really offers is endless transformation and incredible durability. Other than that, it doesn't have any other features. No wonder those other highborn Otsutsuki never bother with this technique. Aside from the long-suffering guardians, who would enjoy charging to the front lines to hack at the natives with cold steel while harvesting a planet. Hiruzen's smile was bright as he gazed at the blood-red divine sword in his hand, raising it high. But mine is different. This weapon comes with special abilities. With that, Hiruzen swung the sword in his hand. A thunderous roar. In an instant, heaven and earth were shaken. Between the gray sky and earth, an ominous crimson gale suddenly swept across everything in its path, immense and boundless. Swish, swish, swish. The wild wind brushed evenly over everything on the ground. Wherever the wind's touch passed, it was as though all things vanished, dissolving into crimson gusts that whirled away, drawing the swirling clouds in their wake. Ha ha! Spectacular! Uchiha Hiruzen watched all of this unfold, utterly exhilarated by the sight of the scarlet wind's handiwork. If I'm not mistaken, the stuff that disappeared was corroded by chacrified wind, turning into the wind itself. There was no doubt. At this moment, Hiruzen recalled the technique his bargain apprentice, Uchiha Itachi, had used with the Totsuka blade not too long ago. That was when he transformed Orochimaru's massive serpent body into Chakra and sealed it within a gourd. And as for his own divine weapon, the Sword of Serpent's Tongue, after being altered by the power of its unique traits, it had become the Totsuka blade of legend. At the same time, the sword's sealing abilities had been faithfully inherited through these very traits. Once he had confirmed that the sealing power remained, inspiration suddenly flashed through Hiruzen's mind. What if I try this? Driven by impulse, and acting the moment the thought struck him, Hiruzen drew out a ninja sword that could no longer keep pace with him. This weapon bore only a few traits, just 4. Lightning Infusion, blue. Vampiric Immortality, blue. Chakra Mimicry, blue. Chakra Absorption and Integration, blue. The divine sword has already become the Totsuka blade, so what if I could fuse these traits with it? If that's possible, I'll never be bothered by weapon issues again. This mattered a lot to him. He knew very well that his divine sword's power, these unique spirit weapon traits, had been forcibly drawn out from the bloodline in his body. But now that this strength had been awakened, he hoped to amass even more. After all, if his idea succeeded, and he could merge the weapon's traits into the ever-changing divine sword, his weapon would become incomparably powerful. And with such a mighty weapon in hand, his own strength would undergo a phenomenal transformation. After all, from the power systems Hiruzen understood, whether in Eastern or Western mythology, weapons and magical artifacts are always crucial. In the world of the investiture of the gods, there's a vast chasm between immortals with magic artifacts and those without. And in Greek mythology, Zeus with lightning and Zeus without are practically two different deities. At this very moment, Hiruzen found clarity amidst the turmoil of his thoughts. With a single intention, he called out, "System, transfer the enchantments from the ninja blade to the technique of Bowie Shin." A deep, resonant hum filled the air. The brilliance of the ninja blade's enchantments began to pulse and glow. It did not disappoint Uchiha Hiruzen's expectations. The gleaming threads slowly lifted from the ninja blade and shot straight into the depths of his body. He burst out laughing, triumphant. Just as I'd hoped, the power of the enchantments hadn't been absorbed by his flesh. Instead, it flowed into that perpetual flicker of information within his bloodline. Bowie Shin. Once everything unfolded exactly as he envisioned, Hiruzen knew at last that his gamble had paid off. As a member of the advanced Otsutsuki clan, flesh and blood certainly held importance. But their true core lay in the information encoded within their chakra. Now, in his own body, the Bowie Shin, capable of weaponizing chakra, was itself a vessel of information. In Uchiha Hiruzen's heart, this sort of information, able to forge into divine techniques, was a kind of weapon. And a weapon was something that could be equipped with unique enchantments. At this very moment, as every particle of enchantment energy poured into the information that composed the Bowie Shin technique, a low, electric hum surged up behind Uchiha Hiruzen. He turned in surprise, just in time to witness a ring of crimson light unfurling in serpentine patterns behind his back. So that's how it is, he mused, gazing coolly at the red ring. He tossed aside the now mundane ninja blade and extended his free left hand. A vibrant hum filled the air, and as if in response to his gesture, a hammer of pulsing red light shot from the ring on his back. Crackling along the hammer's surface, arcs of electricity danced, the manifestation of the thunder affinity, blue, enchantment. Gazing at this tangible enchantment, Hiruzen couldn't help but experiment, hungry to discover the true extent of Bowie Shin's capabilities. With a mere thought, 3 more bizarrely shaped weapons sprang forth from the ring. He grasped each weapon, testing their properties one by one. Each experiment proved seamless. The enchantment's power could be freely equipped onto any weapon forged by the Bowie Shin technique. Not only that, the enchantments could even be combined. For example, the hammer he'd just created. He could attach the Thunder Affinity, blue, enchantment alone, or combine it with Undying Leech, blue, Chakra Mimicry, blue, and Chakra Absorption Infusion, blue. All three if he wished. They were all assembled into a single weapon, transformed by the divine art Powy God. After all, these attributes were embedded within the jutsu, Powy God itself. That's why every weapon forged by this art could be freely fitted with new attributes. However, a weapon conjured solely by the manifestation of Powy God would inevitably be weaker than something like the 10-handed sword, which was crafted purely through the power of a single attribute. I've tried out both Powy God and the 10-handed sword. As for the 8-span mirror, I don't think I need to test it. That mirror is mainly a defensive spiritual tool. But if I have Flying Thunder God on my side, and things come to the point where I need to defend myself, given its defensive power, I doubt it would be enough against enemies of that caliber. Once the experiment with the spiritual tool attribute taken from Itachi, and the power this attribute unleashed, Powy God, was complete, and once he had confirmed that attributes could indeed be installed onto the divine art itself, Yuma sheathed his ninja blade, his mood genuinely content as he returned to Konoha. Time slipped quietly by. In the blink of an eye, the third great ninja war was drawing to its close. After all, both Sunagakure and Iwagakure had already signed peace treaties with Konoha. Kirigakure, as ever, remained closed off and their forces on standby. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, ever since the death of the third Raikage not long ago, things had cooled down considerably. After all, they needed a new Raikage before the village could function properly again. Under such circumstances, even though the ninja world had not officially arrived at peace, these days brought a stretch of relative calm. This quieter period lasted for almost a year and a half. And in that time, Uchiha Yuma was anything but idle, mentoring his valued protégés, Obito and Shursui, instructing his student, Itachi, implementing reforms in the police force, liaising with the village leadership. These endless responsibilities kept him busy almost beyond measure. Still, his efforts were not without reward. Indeed, at that very moment, within the police force chief's office, Uchiha Yuma caught a glimpse of the balance in the account book and broke into a wide, delighted smile. It seems Yuma-kun is quite satisfied with these 600 million ryo. Fugaku, watching Yuma's happy expression, couldn't help but make a gentle jest. Though, given his formal nature, his teasing lacked a casual touch. Hearing Fugaku's words, Yuma quickly composed himself, and facing Uchiha Fugaku with a serious expression, replied, "How could I not be pleased? This amount of money far exceeds my expectations. It seems you were rather generous, Fugaku-san." According to custom, as the leader of another faction within the clan, once the funds were divided, he shouldn't have received so much. Even if it wasn't the 300 million ryo he'd previously guessed at, it shouldn't have exceeded 400 million, let alone this sum. Upon hearing this, Fugaku Uchiha couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "No, I didn't give you too much. Lord Yuma, you explained to me not long ago how this money would be used. The research on that Chakra implant capable of Mokuton would release is simply too important for the Uchiha clan. No matter what, we couldn't let you shoulder all the expense alone. Besides, if it weren't for your suggestion to reform the security department, the Uchiha would still be struggling, waiting around for meager village funding. We would never have so much money at our disposal now." At that, Yuma Uchiha gave a respectful nod, acknowledging Fugaku. "You flatter me. I merely proposed the general direction. The success of these reforms is thanks to all of Fugaku-san's hard work and leadership." Yuma could only marvel at the recent transformation within the security department. The Uchiha police force was always something of an anomaly in the village. Initially, he thought such reform would run into obstacles, or at the very least hit some resistance. But to his surprise, as soon as the security department became involved in Konohagakure's municipal management, every door opened to them with remarkable ease. It was simple, really. Now the security department could draft public security laws. That alone made an enormous difference. With judicial power in their hands, a full-fledged ninja force at their command, and on top of that, the authority to exercise force freely within the village. With all these privileges combined, Yuma observed that after the security department finished dealing with the underworld, they began, seamlessly and lawfully, to collect protection, taxes from the local businesses. And the most astonishing part? The security department was entirely justified in its actions. If something wasn't already legal, they simply drafted new ordinances to make it legal. Just like that, the Uchiha's income shot up by an incredible margin. After all, gambling parlors and other entertainment venues abounded in Konoha as well. In such establishments, it became only natural for the newly reformed security department to levy a tax or two. Yet, while Yuma remained sharp and sensitive to matters of money, Fugaku, as a traditionalist, barely noticed such concerns. For him, traditions and fundamentals reigned supreme. The thing he cared most about as a ninja was strength. So, when Yuma acknowledged his efforts in the reforms, Fugaku merely shrugged. With a faint, wry smile, he waved off the compliment and said, "Yuma, let's cut to the heart of the matter. That Chakra implant you gave us before, it was a prototype, right? What about the next generation, a more refined version? Do you have any idea when it will be ready?" That's what truly mattered to him. Frankly, ever since a year ago, when he realized that the implant could unleash the wood release, Fugaku had been utterly astounded by Yuma's prowess. He had every reason to be. Their clan's most hated, eternal rival's greatest power had finally fallen into Uchiha hands. To wield a power capable of rivaling the Sharingan. As the head of the Uchiha, Fugaku understood well what Mokutan meant to his people. Why was it that when Uchiha Madara, the clan leader from 2 generations back, wanted to lead his people away from Konoha, not a single person followed him? Did people really believe the entire Uchiha clan had suddenly become peace-loving? Considering how powerful the Uchiha were at their peak, with thousands of shinobi, there had to be at least a few who relished battle, right? Not to mention, given Madara's charisma, he should have had quite a few die-hard followers. But when Madara tried to take the Uchiha out of Konoha, not a single one went with him. Perhaps others didn't know the reason, but Fugaku, as the clan leader, certainly did. The truth was, every Uchiha in Konoha believed wood release was stronger than the Sharingan, and that Hashirama Senju was stronger than Madara Uchiha. There was simply no way around it. After all, before Konoha was founded, the entire Uchiha clan truly lost. If Madara hadn't lost, the very existence of Konoha would still be in question. It fits, really. The Uchiha were a pragmatic clan that revered strength above all. When faced with a foe they couldn't defeat, they became as docile as house cats. That's exactly why, when Madara left, not a single Uchiha chose to follow him. This was also why Fugaku was so utterly shaken by Yuma's ability to steal Senju's wood release. After all, this was the same power that Hashirama Senju had used to bring an end to the Warring States era. For someone to steal that strength, Fugaku could only sigh in awe. Yuma's methods were truly extraordinary. At the same time, he realized that developing this kind of thing would demand an enormous amount of money, since the cost would undoubtedly be immense. And since this creation could restore the Manjiku's eyesight, no matter what, Fugaku couldn't possibly let Yuma bear the expense alone. After all, Fugaku was very pleased with this would release implant that could restore vision. Granted, the recovery is slow, but having some hope is world apart from having none at all. Throughout 1,000 years of clan records, aside from a handful of rare exceptions, all Manjiku users could only regain their sight by sacrificing a sibling's Manjiku. And when it came to the odds of 2 brothers awakening Manjiku at the same time, well, let's not even talk about it. That's exactly why Fugaku, who was no fool, took this research project extremely seriously. Meanwhile, when Yuma heard Fugaku's question, he furrowed his brows and replied, "The next generation of the product might still take a while. Fugaku, please be patient. I need to go congratulate Master Minato, so I'll excuse myself for now." To be honest, even Yuma Uchiha himself didn't know how long the research would take. After all, he'd visited Tsunade's lab, and the progress wasn't exactly encouraging. The reason was simple. Tsunade had her principles. She refused to conduct experiments directly on humans. The work was still stuck at the animal trial stage, so naturally things were moving a bit slowly. But Yuma wasn't in any rush. With the system on his side, his eyes had already reached the realm of the eternal Mangekyo. Within the Uchiha clan, aside from Fugaku, even counting those who would one day awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, that would only be Obito, Shursui, Itachi, and Sasuke. But Sasuke had yet to be born, and the other 3 had not awakened their Mangekyo either. As for Fugaku, the only one currently in possession of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he already had the earliest version of the product, so there was no need to worry about issues with his eyes. For these reasons, Yuma felt no need to rush Tsunade to speed up her work. Right now, Uchiha Yuma truly had important things to attend to. He was heading out to join Minato's team for a celebration banquet. They were about to celebrate Minato Namikaze's nomination as a candidate for the 4th Hokage. Hearing Yuma's words of farewell, Fugaku nodded in deep understanding. Celebrating Minato's nomination as a candidate for the 4th Hokage. Is it? Go on, Yuma. I was planning to go myself, but the workload in the police force has skyrocketed lately. I really can't get away. Please, remember to apologize to your teacher on my behalf. And know that our entire clan will spare no effort to back Minato in this election. For Namikaze Minato, the Jonin team leader with whom he got along so well, entering the race for 4th Hokage filled Uchiha Fugaku with mixed feelings. In his mind, if Yuma had not become Minato's disciple, had he not become a member of the future Hokage circle, then, for the Uchiha clan, who had set their hearts on the Hokage's seat, he would undoubtedly have been forced into the candidacy for 4th Hokage. Whether or not he could win was another matter, but presenting the appearance of competing was an absolute necessity. But with Uchiha Yuma offering hope from among their own, and with Minato Namikaze likewise offering a real chance at Hokage, the Uchiha realized that if Minato became Hokage, Yuma would truly and openly become the Hokage's disciple. And then Yuma's chance of becoming the 5th Hokage would rise sharply. So they shifted their stance and began backing Minato wholeheartedly. After hearing Fugaku's words, Yuma, already at the door, turned and answered with a bright smile. "Don't worry, Fugaku-san, I'll be sure to relay your message to Sensei." With that, he quietly closed the door and strode away from the police force headquarters, making his way toward the Akimichi's barbecue restaurant. Lifting the curtain at the barbecue place, Uchiha Yuma quickly located the private room reserved for Minato's team. Upon entering, the familiar faces inside brought a smile to his own. "Sorry to keep you all waiting. I was tied up discussing clan matters with leader Fugaku." Before the others could respond to Yuma's greeting, Kushina Uzumaki, impatient as always, waved her hand dismissively. "We all know each other so well by now. Yujin, you rascal, still playing around with all these pointless formalities every day. Are you asking for a beating?" Seeing his master's wife, Kushina, raise her fist, Yujin hurriedly tried to explain, waving his hands in panic. No, I swear I don't mean anything by it. Please, Kushina-senpai, have mercy." Fine, I'll let you off this time." Seeing Yujin pleading for forgiveness, Kushina finally decided to let him go. As soon as she spared Yujin, Kushina slammed her palm on the table with a resounding thud, then raised the beer she'd been keeping at the ready. She called out loudly, "All right then, everyone, Team Minato, let the celebration for Minato's nomination as the 4th Hokage officially begin. Cheers!" At her call, everyone who had long been under the rule of the crimson-haired Kushina responded in unison, just like an echo. All of them raised their beers as well. "Cheers!" they all shouted in spirited chorus. But while Team Minato reveled in their joyous celebration, far away in the underground base of the Root Division, Danzo Shimura's mood was anything but pleasant. He was restless, hopelessly agitated, and the reason for his distress was painfully simple. The seat of Hokage, once again, seemed to be slipping further and further away from his grasp. Yet, at this critical moment, he could not afford to make any sudden moves. If he stirred up trouble now, his old comrade Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to step down, would no longer be able to protect him. It couldn't be helped. After regaining his position for just a year and a half, the power of Root had already shrunk significantly. Because of that, Danzo, now weakened, was forced to keep a low profile for a while. Danzo was no fool. He knew that all these years, his schemes and manipulations against the village clans had bred deep discontent. If, right after regaining his post, he started stirring the pot again, then those very clans who never wanted to see him rise to power in the first place would surely find a way to take him down. After all, the last time he was impeached, his mistakes were too glaring, leaving everyone with ample ammunition against him. With things as they were, if any of those clans chose to seize upon his old blunders, dragging out past grievances, down he would go once more. Yet, ironically, it was exactly these circumstances that left Shimura Danzo, who had lain low for over a year, utterly uneasy, do nothing, and all hope for the Hokage's chair would be gone for good. Yet to act recklessly now, he'd be thrown out at once, and the dream of becoming Hokage would vanish like so much mist. At this very moment, Danzo just felt completely numb. Wasn't this what they call blocked both ways with nowhere to go? No, there's still one last hope. Fidgeting in his restless anxiety, Danzo paced in circles before suddenly stopping, his eyes lighting up as if he remembered something. That's it. Orochimaru is still a candidate. With that thought, Danzo felt as if the clouds had parted. His mind was instantly clear and calm. Orochimaru is also one of the candidates for the 4th Hokage. In fact, in Konoha right now, the race for the Hokage position is basically between Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze. And Danzo, who watched Orochimaru grow up and later made him his right-hand man in Root, understands better than anyone the advantages Orochimaru holds in the village. At first glance, Orochimaru might seem almost inhuman, but that's only when he's fighting, caught up in the excitement of battle. In everyday life, Orochimaru is a quiet and aloof person, and with that cool composure comes a magnetic aura. It's this mysterious charisma that has earned Orochimaru a considerable following within Konoha. These supporters are the result of over 20 years of effort, the influence Orochimaru has carefully cultivated in the village. That kind of power cannot be underestimated. Back in the day, before Danzo had managed to pull Orochimaru into the shadows of Root, before he dragged him into the murky waters. Back then, when Orochimaru was still one of his strongest rivals for the Hokage seat, Danzo had harbored sinister thoughts. What if he pushed Orochimaru to the point of defecting from the village? What happened then? The conclusion he reached was that, even if Orochimaru were to leave, thanks to his years of hard work and his personal charm, there would still be plenty of die-hard loyalists left in Konoha. Just rehearsing that scenario in his mind had startled Danzo, giving him quite a scare. And that was why, at the time, he'd pestered Hiruzen, using every trick in the book, until Hiruzen finally agreed to send his most beloved disciple to become Danzo's assistant. Now, with sudden clarity, Danzo realized, if he supported someone as charismatic as Orochimaru to become the Hokage, and held evidence of Orochimaru's secrets in his grasp, wouldn't that make him the power behind the throne? A shadow above even the Hokage himself? If he could control such authority, perhaps after biding his time and waiting for the right moment, he could eventually push Orochimaru aside and become the fifth Hokage himself. The idea sent a surge of hot blood through Danzo's veins. The thought of becoming Hokage felt so tantalizingly within reach. Without hesitation, he jumped to his feet and strode quickly toward the wood-release laboratory within the Root headquarters, Orochimaru's domain. Familiar as ever, Danzo arrived at the laboratory doors. The Root shinobi station nearby, upon seeing Lord Danzo, all turned a blind eye, eyes cast downward, acting as though they'd seen nothing at all. With a bang, Danzo, impatient and brimming with excitement, flung open the door and strode inside. There, Orochimaru sat, still staring at his computer screen, apparently typing up some notes. Danzo wasted no time and said urgently, "Orochimaru, you've already prepared the guidelines for the 4th Hokage election, haven't you? Tell me about the process. I'll help you plan your strategy and maybe give you that extra edge to win." Orochimaru, who had already been irritated by Danzo's unceremonious intrusion, surprisingly felt a sense of calm wash over him at those words. He set down his notebook, slowly turned his expressionless face toward Danzo, and looked him straight in the eye. When Danzo's twisted, fanatic, and feverish expression entered his sight, Orochimaru knew immediately that the man before him had lost his mind. It was not a madness of reason, but a frenzy in thought. As the deputy head of the Root, he knew all too well what Shimura Danzo's lifelong wish, obsession, or perhaps his inner demons truly were: to become Hokage. And now, as this pathetic fellow pressed him to run for Hokage with such a wild look, did Orochimaru not understand what he was plotting? Wasn't it obvious? Danzo wanted Orochimaru to win the position, only to seize hold of some scandal that would allow him to turn Orochimaru into his puppet, a mere piece in his political game. Never mind whether the bid would succeed. Even if by some chance it did Danzo really believe he could control Orochimaru so easily? That was exactly why Orochimaru found Shimura Danzo so absurd. Just for the sake of becoming Hokage, his very mode of thinking had begun to warp. And from Orochimaru's perspective as a researcher, this twist was spiraling ever downward. But what would become of a madman whose thoughts had broken loose and gone awry, drifting further and further into darkness? Such a question was a fascinating topic for study, especially for someone like Orochimaru, who was no stranger to psychology. Driven by curiosity and research instincts, Orochimaru gazed coldly at Danzo and declared, "Danzo-senpai, you need to let it go. Forget about running for Hokage." Hearing this, Shimura Danzo, whose head was already filled with visions of Orochimaru becoming Hokage, Danzo holding power over him, orchestrating a coup, then seizing the position of 5th Hokage for himself, snapped back to reality. His eyes widened, and disbelief rang in his voice. "Orochimaru, what did you just say?" "I'm saying you should give up running for Hokage. There's no way we can beat Minato." Orochimaru folded his arms, responding to the incredulous Danzo with an amused smile. "Minato has the full support of the Uchiha. Or rather, with Uchiha Yuma as his disciple, no one can hope to outshine him in this election." Orochimaru wasn't lying. He genuinely believed this. He knew very well he harbored some desire for the Hokage title, but that was only when there was a real glimmer of hope. The moment Minato Namikaze declared his candidacy, Orochimaru ran the numbers in his mind, and the result was inescapable. There was no chance at all. The reason was clear. Uchiha Yuma, a ninja who had become a sensation in this war, gathering an immense following. His achievements, as the election approached its critical moment, would all be seen by the Jonin as Minato's advantage. There was no escaping it. After all, everyone knew Yuma was Minato's student. And who in the whole of Konoha hadn't heard that kid had already mastered the Flying Thunder God? In this way, all of Yu Uchiha's accomplishments during the war would only make the voting jonin believe that Minato had been an excellent mentor, nurturing tremendous fighting strength for the Hidden Leaf. On top of that, he was also well aware of the Uchiha's long-cherished ambitions, and those fellows who had suddenly grown rich recently would undoubtedly go to great lengths, sparing no expense to support Minato Namikaze. With all these factors at play, Orochimaru, who believed he was bound to lose, had long since given up on any hope for the position of Hokage. He simply wished to stay in the village, quietly conducting his research and pondering the ways to immortality. At this very moment, Danzo Shimura finally snapped back to his senses. He was indeed deeply fixated on his goal, but he hadn't lost all ability to judge the situation. That's right. When that boy was Minato's student, all his achievements essentially became points in Minato's favor. Facing such slim chances of victory, it made sense for Orochimaru to step away from the race, perfectly in line with that Viper's personality. With his thoughts finally a bit straighter, though still shrouded by despair, Danzo no longer cared about Orochimaru's reaction. Without delay, he left the laboratory and retreated to his secret chamber. His mind churned with a storm of ideas. It's all because of you, Uchiha. If it weren't for you, that damn brat, Orochimaru wouldn't have given up on the election. It's precisely because of the Uchiha's support that Orochimaru feels he can't compete with Minato in earning the ninja's backing. As Danzo's thoughts grew more twisted, he became ever more convinced that his failure to become Hokage was all due to this youngster, Yu Uchiha, and the entire Uchiha clan. Looks like I'll have to find a way to get rid of you all. To Danzo, Yu Uchiha's strength was already a concrete threat. The Mangekyo Sharingan, that mysterious ocular technique capable of cutting through anything, combined with the troublesome Flying Thunder God technique. And what Danzo had secretly uncovered, the power of Sage Mode. All of these abilities combined made Danzo realize attacking him head-on was simply out of the question. Killing the boy by force was impossible. He'd have to be clever and take a more indirect approach. If strength wasn't an option, then intelligence would have to do. After all, in Danzo's mind, no matter how mighty, a ninja was still a human being. And as long as you targeted a human, even Lord Hashirama himself had died. As Danzo's malice boiled over, a black and white silhouette watched him silently from the shadows of the room. A sinister figure, half light, half dark. Hif hif. Now's my chance to trip up the Hidden Leaf. Meanwhile, after the banquet ended, Yu Uchiha was making his way home. He suddenly sensed waves of hostility aimed directly at him, coming from the direction of the Forest of Death. HM? What is this? Ordinary ill will I can ignore, but this kind of hatred, as deep as a blood feud. Who could it possibly be? Sensing this malice directed at him, Yuma Uchiha immediately activated his sensory system, shifting from passive perception to a more proactive awareness. So many chakra signatures gathering around that malicious intent. Wait, is that Lord Orochimaru's chakra? As he picked up on the chakra reactions clustered around the source of the hostility, Yuma's mind worked quickly. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, realization dawning. It's you, Danzo Shimura. Once he understood where the malice was coming from, Yuma couldn't help but find the situation amusing. The reason was simple. Yuma had already fine-tuned his sensory system. If he hadn't, life would have become simply unbearable. Ever since the Otsutsuki traits had been integrated by the system, his ability to sense chakra had evolved, from needing to be actively focused to becoming passively attuned. But this change, for Yuma, was more of a nuisance than a blessing. By now, he was as good as an Otsutsuki himself, his sensory skills having surpassed the likes of the Senju of the Forest or the Uzumaki clan. In other words, not only could he perceive emotions far more keenly, but this perception was now always on. It was passive. Because of that, back when his abilities first shifted to being always on, Yuma found himself besieged by an overwhelming, near-infinite stream of ill will within the village. Even so, being well-educated, level-headed, and of generally sound moral compass, Yuma naturally had no intention of doing anything extreme or inhumane. After all, Yuma Uchiha knew all too well. No matter how powerful or remarkable a person is, it's impossible for everyone to like them. Even money has its haters. And in a big city like Konoha, where military culture runs deep, the population number is in the tens of thousands. With such a vast population, it was only natural that there would be plenty of people who disliked him. Understanding this truth, Yuma adjusted his sensory system so that only malice strong enough to pose a genuine threat to his life would register clearly. Now, Having actively detected that deadly hostility and deduced that it was Danzo Shimura plotting against him, Yuma felt nothing but disgust. As for this man, Yuma really had nothing more to say. To him, Danzo Shimura was nothing more than Hiruzen Sarutobi's scapegoat, his chamber pot, forever taking the blame. Yet, Danzo seemed not only undisturbed by this role, but took pride in it. He truly believed that his dedication to Konoha meant that once Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped down, he would be recognized for his achievements and become the next Hokage. Faced with Danzo's naive delusions, Yuma could only sneer and feel a deep sense of disdain. In his youth, Danzo Shimura could be considered both courageous and shrewd. After all, during that crucial battle, he genuinely volunteered to cover the retreat. He just spoke up a second later than Hiruzen Sarutobi. That single moment's hesitation cost him dearly. It set him forever a step behind, fated to dwell in Hiruzen's shadow. When Danzo's steps lagged, letting his close comrade take on the darkness in his stead, he lost his chance to ever become Hokage. The reason is simple. People change. When someone stands atop the hierarchy of power, wielding authority over the village's shadows, well, with time, the ceaseless corrosion of that darkness will change even the most upright soul. Eventually, anyone will be warped into something rotten to the core. And when you become that corrupted, do you really think your dear friend, the third Hokage, won't notice? It's precisely because he sees this so clearly that he pushed Danzo to become even deeper entangled in secrecy, to become the village's invisible root. That move pinned Danzo utterly, burying him beneath the surface so thoroughly that, as in the original story, even the Jonin barely knew he existed. In such a position, with barely any public support, how could he ever hope to be Hokage? He might as well be dreaming. But since Danzo has shown such malice toward me, there's no way I can let him off lightly. At this moment, Uchiha Hiruzen recalled one particular flaw in Danzo's character. Whenever the odds grow bleak, Danzo has an overwhelming tendency to go to extremes. In the original timeline, he was even willing to plot the assassination of the Hokage, just to seize power himself. If his target hadn't been his comrade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the only one who truly showed him any loyalty, he would have met a much swifter end for such reckless insubordination. Let's be honest, compared to the Uchiha, who only plotted rebellion without actually acting, Danzo was brazenly, openly treasonous, caught red-handed with all the evidence one could ask for. With this realization, confronted by how far Danzo was willing to go, Hiruzen felt an urgent desire to kill the man himself. The decision made, he wasted no words. Without delay, he set out toward the source of that malice, Danzo's base of operations, infiltrating silently with wooden release techniques. There are few counters to wooden release infiltration. It borders on unstoppable, at least among shinobi. If White Zetsu could do it, so could Hiruzen, who, after awakening as an Otsutsuki, wielded would release no less masterfully than Hashirama Senju himself. He slipped easily into the root base, and as he broke through a wall, the sight that greeted him brought him to a sudden halt. Well, the dutiful son himself, Black Zetsu. The unexpected presence gave Hiruzen pause, holding off his assassination attempt for the moment. He felt compelled to find out what these two were discussing. As for the risk of discovery, would master infiltrators like Black Zetsu or White Zetsu notice him? Uchiha Hiruzen wasn't concerned in the slightest. The reason is simple. Black Zetsu claims to be Kagaya's third child, but because his birth was so hurried, he possesses very little real power. He is fine intimidating the locals, but when it comes to facing someone like me, he's simply outmatched. After all, with my establishment as a legitimate Otsutsuki, my chakra control far surpasses his. And with chakra mastery greater than his, there's no way he'd ever notice my presence. Quietly lurking nearby, I, Yuma Uchiha, listened in on the conversation between Danzo and Black Zetsu without making a sound. It didn't take long. Their discussion quickly broke down. Danzo, ever suspicious by nature, wasted no time before turning on Black Zetsu. Watching these two tear into one another, I have to say, there's a certain satisfaction in seeing villains devour each other. Who would have thought Danzo could still summon the backbone to outright reject Black Zetsu's scheming? To be honest, even I didn't expect things to turn out quite like this. Black Zetsu tempted Danzo to join him in targeting both the Uchiha and Hiruzen Sarutobi, promising he could make Danzo the Hokage afterwards. But the moment Danzo heard the last part, his face changed. He turned on Black Zetsu right then and there, yelling for root ninjas to surround and kill him. Of course, this was all pointless against Black Zetsu, who simply taunted Danzo a few times and then disappeared underground with ease. And it was precisely after witnessing Black Zetsu's performance that a new idea occurred to me, making me abandon any plan to assassinate Danzo for now. I have bigger fish to fry. After all, these two groups both have a bone to pick with me. Perfect, because I like nothing more than to wipe them both out. As for dealing with Shimura Danzo, the best course isn't a simple assassination. That would be letting this repulsive man off too easily. He deserves to be utterly disgraced before he dies. But more importantly, I want to find Madara and kill him. That way, I can claim his Super Kage-level combat power for myself. After all, by my estimates, Madara's end should be approaching right around now. Minato-sensei is about to get married, and if Sasuke, who's a bit older than Naruto, is due to be born next year. Sasuke's birth marks roughly the time when Uchiha Madara meets his demise, doesn't it? Since he's fated to die, why not let him drop some golden loot before he goes for good? At this moment, Yuma Uchiha wants nothing more than to see Danzo's disgrace before death, and to reap the combat benefits from Madara's fall. Honestly, with Madara in his twilight years, half his body already in the grave, and not even his own eyes left, he's not much of a challenge for me now. If it were later, when he returns via Edo Tensei or full resurrection, taking him down would be a much steeper hill to climb. With this in mind, tempted by the promise of killing two birds with one stone, I made up my mind then and there. He didn't want to overthink things. Achieving two goals with one smooth move would probably require a bit of luck. Conveniently enough, didn't he just have a trait that could manipulate luck itself? With this thought, Yuma turned his gaze to the single red trait on his panel. Indra, red, fortune, 3 threads. Over these past 1.5 years, his activities had all been within the village. And inside the village, naturally, there had never been any major problems. No matter how subjectively Uchiha Yuma might categorize those minor issues as obstacles, so long as there were no real crises, he couldn't accrue any extra fortune. So after all this time, all he managed to gather was a pitiful 3 threads of fortune. Still, these 3 threads should be plenty to bring him the good luck necessary to fulfill his wishes. With a thought, his will stirred. As if in response to his intent, the trait on the panel gave a subtle quiver. In the blink of an eye, the suffix for fortune on the trait dropped instantly to 0. Those 3 threads unraveled into potent luck, aligning with Yuma's desires and beginning to shape the course of the world around him. At that very moment, Shimura Danzo, who was fuming over his failure to catch the mysterious intruder, suddenly found himself reconsidering his earlier rashness. Yes, he had been angry at Hiruzen on account of that person. But what choice did he have? In Danzo's worldview, it was one thing to harbor dark intentions toward Hiruzen himself, but he would never tolerate it if anyone else did. Now, Danzo regretted his earlier approach. He realized he should have played along, been more duplicitous. He should have worked with that person to deal with Uchiha Yuma and the entire Uchiha clan first, then turn his back on them later. At this moment, Danzo couldn't help thinking about that mysterious figure. Someone who had slipped past Konoha's perfect barrier undetected, who could so effortlessly invade his own core headquarters. It occurred to him that making use of such a person to handle dirty work would be far smoother. After all, Danzo had just been contemplating striking against Yuma and the Uchiha clan. As for winning in a straight fight, that was basically out of the question. Danzo had never for a moment entertained the illusion that he could defeat Uchiha Yuma with might alone, taking everything from him in a contest of force. He wasn't delusional. He knew all too well the heights of the Uchiha's power. In his younger days, it was his own good friend, Uchiha Kagami, who had saved him more than once with the power of those Sharingan eyes. No one knew better than he just how formidable the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan really was. To be honest, deep inside, he had always coveted that power. Next time, if I encounter someone against Konoha, I'll be more tactful in handling things, Danzo resolved, finally letting out a long, relieved breath. He thought that such a calculating enemy of Konoha would show up at his door sooner or later. As for this sudden surge of instinct, Danzo believed in it without question. Meanwhile, far beyond the hidden leaf, Black Zetsu couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. Danzo's refusal truly caught him off guard. After all his millennia of life, this wasn't the first time he'd met someone with a personality like this. People like that always presented a righteous facade to the world, while secretly hiding their own shameful motives. Try as he might, he just couldn't figure out which words of his had touched Danzo's sensitive nerve. It was then that, for reasons unknown, a new thought surged in Black Zetsu's mind. Perhaps he should persist in working with Danzo. Yes, my instincts are rarely wrong. That man cares solely about his own interests. If I continue to lure and manipulate Danzo, if I remain patient, I'm bound to succeed eventually. Still, Black Zetsu had to admit, their current power wasn't enough to face Uchiha Yujin. Uchiha Madara had grown far too old, so old that he could barely walk. And as for Obito from that parallel world, Uchiha Dairin, Other than having above-average visual prowess, he was really just at the usual Manjikyu Uchiha standard. Counting on those two alone to defeat Uchiha Yujin? Not even worth considering. Yet removing Uchiha Yujin was absolutely necessary. Long ago, ever since he noticed that kid's eyes, Black Zetsu had resolved to kill him. After discovering that Yujin's gaze was completely unaffected, he was struck by the urge to destroy him at any cost. There was simply no choice. A Uchiha this strong and this unusual, someone even more exceptional than Indra's reincarnations, posed a grave threat to his plan for unsealing Mother. At the very least, he would have to do as he did centuries ago, and seal him away just like that terrifying final weapon. In all his 1,000 years, peculiar Uchihas like this would pop up from time to time. Yet whenever one appeared, Black Zetsu would always deal with it. He had no other options. He simply couldn't let them be. In his eyes, such Uchihas couldn't possibly awaken the Rinnegan anyway. After all, if they weren't Indra's reincarnation, the chance of merging with Ashura's Chakra and awakening the Rinnegan was little more than a fairy tale. But when an Uchiha was explosively powerful and yet still couldn't awaken the Rinnegan, there was no telling what might happen. A stubborn, power-obsessed Uchiha. Even Black Zetsu found that frightening. The last time such an abnormal Uchiha appeared, a fearsome girl, Uchiha Mitsu was sealed away thanks to his own schemes. Otherwise, just with her power to brainwash minds in an instant, and her mother-like ability to drain chakra with her eyes, he truly couldn't figure out how the Senju of the forest and the Sarutobi clan had managed, in those days, to forcibly seal away such a monstrous being, or what power they had relied on to do so. As for this era, the abnormally gifted Uchiha, in his eyes, that referred to people like Uchiha Yujin and Obito, those who hadn't yet awakened the Mangekyo, but opened their eyes and already had 2 Tomo, so they barely counted as half of an extraordinary talent. In that case, there was nothing more to discuss. Any anomaly beyond their control must be eliminated. With this thought in mind, after 2 days of arduous travel, Black Zetsu finally returned to the base. Without hesitation, he approached Uchiha Madara, who was clinging to life by connecting tubes to the Geto statue, and voiced his wish to continue cooperating with Danzo. He pressed on with his counsel. Lord Madara, that's my thinking. Just as a levee 1,000 miles long can fail at a single ant's nest, as long as we can turn Shimura Danzo into an inside agent, then before you depart for the Pure Land, Lord Madara, you could use your last reserves of strength. And I believe you should be able to kill Uchiha Yujin. This was the conviction burning in Zetsu's mind right now. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara lowered his eyelids. He fixed his eyes on the half of his body that represented his will, and with a calm face spoke. In theory, you're not wrong. With the last remnants of my chakra, I could probably drag that brat, Uchiha Yujin, down to the Pure Land with me. But what if I fail? What if my body sustains damage, and I can't be revived perfectly? Madara understood the logic well. But for the sake of the grand plan for world peace, a plan as far-reaching as the infinite Tsukuyomi, the current situation had reached a crossroads. He truly never expected that a junior member of the Uchiha clan could force him into such a desperate corner. Had everything gone according to plan, he wouldn't still be here, barely clinging to life with the Geto statue's support. By now, he should have already found a successor, then departed for the Pure Land, waiting for his resurrection in peace. But precisely because of this abnormality, Uchiha Yujin, he now found himself, old and crippled, still racking his brains over what to do if the plan met with setbacks. There was nothing Madara could do about the situation. That kid was just too powerful. Uchiha Yujin, that arrogant brat, stood now as a powerhouse on the same level as himself and Hashirama. His strength utterly surpassed that of the ninja world's hundreds of thousands of mediocre shinobi. He wasn't even in the same dimension. Even the powerful successor he'd drawn from another world, Uchiha Obito, even though Obito possessed those astounding space-time ocular techniques, Madara still couldn't quite trust him. But hearing Madara's concerns, Black Zetsu offered a solution right away. Hey, Lord Madara, have you forgotten about Edo Tensei when it comes to your physical body? Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. As long as you leave behind a bit of your flesh, you can come back to life just as perfectly as before. Hearing Black Zetsu's explanation, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with insight. That's right, Edo Tensei is the answer. He loathed that jutsu, despised it really, but after deceiving that rat in the gutter with Izanagi and making his escape from Konoha, he made sure to help himself to it from that despicable man's laboratory before he left. He understood all too well. This jutsu was the wicked art that disturbed the peace of the dead. But then again, what did you expect? You could never count on someone as vile as that filthy scum to invent anything but sinister techniques. Yet precisely because he was so familiar with the jutsu, Madara knew that the Rinnegan rebirth, the pinnacle of the Rinnegan, could transform an Edo Tensei vessel directly into living flesh and blood. Having sorted through these thoughts, Madara let out a chilling laugh. Since this is my last dance, perhaps even the technique I hate can be put to use. With that, his fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of his chair. Click! Suddenly, a scroll bearing the character for I slid out from a hidden compartment in the floor. Black Zetsu's expression changed at the sight of the scroll. Lord Madara, could it be that you intend to use that jutsu? Exactly. Since it's my last dance, I'll take that brat down with me. There's no need to cling to the pride I once had as clan leader anymore. Picking up the scroll, Madara's expression grew complex. He was a man defined by his pride. It was precisely this pride that made him reluctant, as the Uchiha leader, to ever touch the technique documented in that scroll. But circumstances had changed. In this aged body, even burning through his remaining chakra, he barely had any strength left in reserve to face Yama Uchiha in battle. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Uchiha clan's secret technique passed down for generations. The transcription imprint, Black Zetsu observed calmly, staring at the scroll. At these words, Madara shot Black Zetsu a cold glance. You're right. As the embodiment of my will, you would know how fearsome this technique is, unlike the transcription seal, which only temporarily imprints the power of the Mangekyo onto another eye. Transcription imprint is the technique the Uchiha use to forge their ultimate weapon. It can sever a Mangekyo Sharingan's powers and engrave them wholly onto another pair of eyes. Of course, such a creation is an inhumane, wicked jutsu. For centuries, he had been the most outstanding leader in Uchiha history. Even after suffering betrayal at the hands of his own clan, Madara made sure to take this disastrous technique with him when he left Konoha, never allowing it to remain behind. Then Lord Madara, are you planning to? Black Zetsu echoed inquisitively, a hint of intrigue in his tone. Uchiha Madara didn't immediately answer. Instead, he unfurled the scroll in his hand, barely glancing at the jutsu inscribed within. After all, having once served as clan head, he knew this technique by heart. The true value of this scroll was not in the jutsu recorded upon it, but in what was sealed inside. It was common knowledge. Scrolls could record not only words, but also served as excellent vessels for space-time techniques. Madara's fingers skimmed past the passage of recorded ninjutsu and came to rest at the end of the scroll. At the very end, a huge eye character glimmered faintly, injecting his chakra into it. With a resounding poof, the air filled with smoke, and when it cleared, there in Madara's hand rested a jar filled with saline, inside of which floated a pair of eyes. That's right. Even though these eyes have lost their power, the structure of their ocular jutsu remains, Madara murmured, his gaze conflicted as he regarded the jar. I plan to transplant this dojutsu into my own eyes, then, through the almighty push of the awakened Rinnegan, transform these into true Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes must possess an extraordinary technique. Otherwise, even Lord Madara wouldn't bother using them. Would he? Black Zetsu ventured. Of course they're remarkable. The technique within these eyes, Amatsubame, is incredibly strong, Madara replied, a smile brightening his features. Without wasting another moment, he formed a rapid sequence of hand seals. Chakra flared and pulsed in the air. When Madara finally opened his eyes, complex patterns swirling within his gaze, he let out a quiet sigh of awe. The kaleidoscope's pattern has bloomed in my eyes once again. This time, I will surely triumph. Meanwhile, having invoked Indra, Hiruzen set aside the tangled affairs of Danzo and Madara. At last, he could teach with peace of mind his newly gained disciple Uchiha Itachi, alongside his younger clansmen, Obito and Shursui. But today's lesson was different from the usual calm and quiet. His ever-thoughtful disciple surprised him not long after they had begun. Sensei, you've always urged me to read more. Since becoming your student, I've spent the past year or so poring over the books in Father's study, Itachi began, his voice laced with earnest confusion. Lately, I stumbled upon these two books, and I find them completely baffling. With that, he held high two volumes, one bound in red, the other in green. Before his teacher could respond, Itachi pressed on, a puzzled expression on his face. After all, one of these books claims our clan is a clan of love, while the other depicts in vivid detail the darkness within us. I can't wrap my head around it. Still, I remember your advice. Never get lost in endless debates. So today, I'd like to ask you, Sensei, to clear up my confusion about the contradiction between these two books. Yujin Uchiha, the corners of his eyes twitching, held up the two books, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. When it came to this disciple of his, who always managed to make a short story long. He had truly run out of things to complain about. Regarding Itachi Uchiha, Yujin could only marvel and sigh. No wonder he's the reckless thinker of the Hokage universe, the unrivaled king of overthinking, and the most eccentric Uchiha of all. In all the time that had passed, what had given him the biggest headache wasn't teaching Itachi how to develop his ninja abilities, but figuring out how to answer his increasingly challenging questions. Hold on a minute. Let me take a look at these books first. See what they're actually about before we talk. Uchiha Yujin, already feeling a migraine coming on, opened the 2 tomes. At this very moment, his resentment toward Itachi's privileged upbringing reached new heights. The Uchiha clan had been a noble family for 1,000 years. Its wealth and knowledge ran deep. As clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha studied with a treasure trove. Every book that should and shouldn't be there, he had it. And that made things tricky. After Itachi had listened to his own clumsily recalled lessons on politics, Yujin sensed that the boy put great faith in his words. When Yujin suggested reading more, Itachi really did read seriously. No surprise, then, a little random reading led him to 2 books that seemed to contradict one another, and now he'd come to Yujin to get to the bottom of it. However, when Yujin opened the books, he immediately realized one of them was of absolutely no use to him whatsoever. The reason was glaringly apparent. That book was signed by Tobirama Senju. And as for Tobirama Senju, long-standing rival of the Uchiha, even after becoming their sovereign, the Hokage, he never let go of their feud. The contents of the book were nothing more than his speculative research on the Sharingan. Why such a book would be found in the clan head's collection, Yujin had no idea. But when his gaze shifted over to Shui, enlightenment dawned. There were indeed those in the Uchiha clan who had once been students of Tobirama Senju, so having such a book wasn't out of the ordinary. He skipped over that one entirely and turned to the next volume. With the Sharingan, reading was lightning fast. Before long, he had finished skimming through it. But then, as he spotted an entry about a certain character, Yujin's eyes flew wide open in shock. A girl codenamed the Ultimate Weapon? Are you serious? His surprise was not unwarranted. He knew exactly who this was. This was a character from a game, Uchiha Hikaru, a prodigious Uchiha girl with powers beyond the ordinary. The moment this character appeared in the text, Yujin Uchiha was utterly bewildered. How could he not be? Ever since awakening to his past life memories, he had constantly speculated about which storyline he'd ended up in. Was it the manga timeline or the anime timeline? In fact, to the present-day Uchiha Yuma, none of those options really mattered much. After all, his power was now unmatched. In this world, except for beings like the Otsutsuki who had arrived from beyond the stars. No one in the shinobi world, even discounting those who exist in the shadows, could rival him in strength. In this living world, he was truly invincible. However, the sudden emergence of this game character had reignited his curiosity about the world's timeline. He very much wanted to unearth this so-called ancestor to uncover the truth. Which timeline was he really in? Was it the one where, after the blessings of all living creatures on the planet, Kaguya gave birth to the brothers who would become the Sage of Six Paths? Or was it the timeline where the Emperor of the Homeland and Kaguya joined, bringing forth those same 2 brothers? And aside from that, Uchiha Hikari's ocular jutsu, the 8,000 spears, was not something he wished for anyone else to obtain. Given how she was portrayed in the game storyline, this girl was someone remarkably easy to find and sway. If events unfolded as they did in the game narrative, and someone from Konoha or the Uchiha clan, who bore her a grudge, managed to dig her up. If they were to secretly use the 8,000 spears to brainwash Konoha or the Uchiha clan, the mere thought of such a possibility was enough to give Yuma a splitting headache. It was precisely because of this that Yuma decided that this girl should be found by him and him alone. He would be the one to decide the path of her life. After all, an ocular jutsu with the power to manipulate minds on such a massive scale was far too terrifying. A power like that was no different from a weapon of mass destruction from his previous world. No matter what, it needed to be in his own hands. Even more crucially, if this Uchiha Hikari truly did exist, with her overpowered abilities, the stats she must carry would doubtless be exceptional. With those extraordinary attributes and settings, she absolutely had to be a red-tier character. With the prospect of securing a red-tier entry, Uchiha Yuma immediately grew somber. Lowering his gaze, he spoke to Uchiha Itachi in a serious tone. Itachi, I'll answer your questions later. For now, just tell me, does her father keep any more records like this in his study? The intelligence provided by Uchiha Itachi left Yuma rather disappointed. Within the Uchiha clan, the information about this so-called decisive weapon was pitifully sparse. All that was recorded was this. One day, she simply vanished from everyone's sight. But fortunately, Uchiha Yuma knew one thing. The clan might not know, but the Uchiha's age-old nemesis, the Senju of the forest, almost certainly did. And in Konoha, the only one still bearing the Senju name was none other than his own ally, Lady Tsunade. With that realization, Uchiha Yuma set off directly for Konoha Hospital. He walked confidently, as if he'd done this many times before, to the laboratory where Tsunade worked. When he arrived and noticed the Do Not Disturb sign hanging on the door, Uchiha Yuma gave a polite knock. Knock, knock, knock. With a creak of the door, a girl the same age as Kakashi and Obito pushed it open. The delicate-faced girl, cradling an adorable pink piglet in her arms, greeted Yuma with a familiar voice. You're here again, Yuma, cough, cough, big brother. Shizun-chan, were you just about to call me a sucker? Come in, Lord Tsunade happens to be free. Don't change the subject, Shizun-chan, that sucker just now. I heard it loud and clear. Don't ever underestimate the ears of an elite ninja. And, let me guess, did Tsunade just come back from the bar instead of the library? As Shizun opened the door, Yuma was immediately met with the sharp scent of alcohol. An uneasy feeling crept into his heart. He stiffly turned his neck to look at Shizun and Taunton, who were both sweating with nervous anxiety, and forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I clearly recall transferring 300 million Ryo just recently, didn't I? Shizun-chan, you kept it safe, yes? Haha, don't worry, Yuma, not a single. Shizun's face was beaded with cold sweat as she glanced at Yuma. Seeing his expression grow ever more serious and frightening, she could only let out a pitiful, squeaky yelp. Not a single Ryo left. What did you just say? Yuma's eyes went wide in disbelief. That was 300 million Ryo, not 300 million yen. In the shinobi world, Ryo is a solid currency. Each Ryo is worth 10 yen. And now, Tsunade had managed to lose a fortune like that in just a matter of days. All of it his money. Yuma could no longer sit still. Brushing right past Shizun's half-hearted attempt to stop him, he strode straight for the laboratory. My deepest apologies, Yuma. With practiced resignation, Shizun and Taunton threw themselves into a full formal apology, forehead pressed to the floor, toward their new creditor, Uchiha Yuma. And there sat Tsunade, not engrossed in research, but sprawled drunkenly on the sofa, swathed in the heady reek of alcohol. She just waved a hand nonchalantly and said, It's just a bit of money. That's a necessary loss for research. Don't sweat it. What? Necessary loss for research? You think I don't know your reputation? Golden Goose Tsunade, famous across all the shinobi lands for bleeding her benefactors dry. Yuma was truly shocked. In his previous life, he'd worked himself to the bone. In this life, even as a high-ranking Uchiha, ever since he invested in Tsunade's wood-style research, his own finances had become impossibly tight. Calculated across 2 lifetimes, Yuma had never in his life handled such an astronomical sum, much less lost it so swiftly. Still, he knew who was truly to blame. He hurried over to lift shamed Shizun and the little pig Taunton from their apology posture. Get up, Shizun, Taunton. This isn't your fault. After helping up the person who wasn't supposed to apologize, Yuma Uchiha turned around with a stern expression and said to Tsunade, What are you planning to do about the money? What about it? Didn't I say it was for research funding? Huh, in your dreams. You never invested that money at all. You gambled it all away, didn't you? TCH, you brat. So what do you want to do about it? At her words, Yuma could only sigh helplessly to himself. What could he possibly do to her? As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, known as the Princess of the Land of Fire and a legendary shinobi, what could he realistically do? Take out a loan in her name? He'd be dead, and in more ways than one, definitely doomed. Dismissing those chaotic thoughts, Yuma let out a resigned sigh. There's really nothing I can do, Tsunade-sensei. Forget about the money for now. The real reason I came today is to ask you for a favor. Oh, Tsunade relaxed a little upon hearing the topic shift away from money. All right, what is it you need from me? I want to look through the records of all the sealing grounds that the Senju of the forest have used over the past 1,000 years. Those documents should all be kept in the Senju estate, right? Upon hearing this, Tsunade didn't even bother to ask why the kid wanted those records. Instead, she channeled Chakra through her body, quickly dispelling any traces of alcohol from her system. She stood up. Come on, kid. Let's go. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Oomph. When there's a chance for reward, I'm Tsunade-sensei. But if there's nothing in it for you, then it's just Tsunade-senpai. Such a slippery brat. Haha, you're absolutely right, Tsunade-sensei. You little punk. Get ready for a beating. Boom. After some horsing around, the group finally arrived safely at the Grand Senju residence. And as it turned out, The records that Yuma was seeking were not difficult to find. After all, the Senju of the forest, a clan once at the very pinnacle of shinobi, were nothing like the barely educated ninjas so common in today's world. Moreover, both the Uchiha and the Senju had their origins in ninjutsu monastic traditions. They were descended from monks. And considering the shinobi world, which was almost indistinguishable from historical East Asia in its cultural flavor, their universal values dictated that anyone lacking in scholarly cultivation was simply unfit to inherit a legacy of ninja doctrine. That was precisely why documents regarding the locations of sealing grounds were considered important intelligence scrolls. Given how much importance ninja placed on information, Yuma was certain these records would be meticulously kept and never lost. And just as Yuma had expected, after Tsunade and Shizen led him into the Senju library, it didn't take long at all before Tsunade produced the very scroll he was looking for. Here, kid. This is a record of all the places our clan has ever sealed away troublesome enemies over the past 1,000 years. But tell me, what are you planning to do with it? Hoping to break out one of the dangerous folks sealed inside. Tsunade handed the scroll in her hand to Yuma, a trace of curiosity in her voice as she asked a question. Scrolls like this no longer held much importance for someone like Tsunade. As she glanced through the scroll just moments ago, by all accounts, it seemed to be a collection of sealed high-risk individuals. By reason, such a scroll should be considered a core family secret. It shouldn't be something for this young Uchiha boy to touch. After all, according to its records, everyone sealed within was a figure of extreme danger. Especially this brat before her. The fact that he, as an Uchiha himself, wished to know about a dangerous individual likely meant he was after another Uchiha. But with Tsunade, all that remained of the Senju of the forest, who was really left to worry about whether those in the scroll were dangerous or not. More importantly, she had great confidence in the boy standing before her. Since the one he intended to unseal was an Uchiha, with Yuma's formidable visual prowess, there was little doubt he could handle whatever would be released. So when Tsunade brought up her question, Yuma didn't try to hide anything. Tsunade, in his original timeline, had always displayed a personality that inspired trust. She was someone whose moral character could rival even that of Jiraiya, a noble figure in her own right. After all, if a doctor lacked integrity, no amount of skill would ever earn them respect among their peers. It's worth noting that Tsunade, as the face of Konoha, held great sway even among medical ninjas from rival villages. That, combined with their recent time spent together and Yuma's knowledge from his previous life, made him genuinely confident in Tsunade's character. Trusting her as he did, Yuma straightened his expression upon taking the scroll and began to lay out his intentions for the release. The situation is just as I said. The one I want to set free is this pitiful girl. Seeing how the boy before her withheld nothing, explaining everything with gravity and clarity, Tsunade felt deeply satisfied. After hearing Yuma's explanation, she waved her hand decisively. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's get going. The location noted in the scroll wasn't particularly remote. Yuma could easily understand this. After all, both the troublemaking antagonist in the previous life's game and the scientist forever hungry for funding had tracked down Uchiha Hikari's seal with similar intelligence scrolls, and without much effort at that. So, with Tsunade, Yuma, and Shizen, who carried Taunton, stepping into the wide-mouthed cave, they soon spotted the sealing marks. At the sight, Tsunade arched a brow and commented, "This seal, it's impressive, but oh, how foolish." Hearing this, Yu Uchiha looked at her with some surprise. "Lady Tsunade, this is a seal crafted by your very own ancestors. How can you speak of it that way? Why shouldn't I?" With a swift motion, Tsunade snatched the scroll from Yu's hands. Pointing at it with clear disdain on her face, she went on, "From the moment I unfurled this scroll, I thought it was ridiculously stupid. Now seeing the state of the seal here for myself, I'm not surprised at all. It's honestly idiotic to the extreme. Just tell us what's wrong already. Don't keep us guessing, Lady Tsunade." Yu urged her impatiently. Tsunade rolled her eyes in response. "Impatient, brat. Fine, I'll get to the point. This type of sealing technique, what it does is it actually halts the passage of time within the seal. Honestly, whose brilliant idea was that? When you seal an enemy away, you're supposed to keep them sealed until they die, right? But stopping time inside the seal, isn't that just making sure they stay alive, so it'll be easier for them to break free later? And to make it worse, the seal here isn't even hard to unlock." At this, Tsunade, clearly unimpressed by the seal, let Chakra blaze in her hand. She raised her chakra-charged hand high, then suddenly crouched down and slammed her palm onto the ground. A heavy, thunderous rumble echoed as the chakra surged into the seal, causing the runes to flicker with light. But before that flickering could last, Tsunade wove a few hand signs and smacked the ground again. With that impact, a sharp crackling sound raced out, and the runes of the seal dissolved completely. Seeing this, Yu Uchiha immediately activated his Sharingan. As for Tsunade's complaints, he kept his opinions to himself. After all, the origin of this seal lay with Tsunade's own clan, and, as an Uchiha, it wasn't really his place to comment. Besides, what they were doing now, from one angle, meant they stood to benefit. And since he would benefit, he certainly wasn't about to make snide remarks about the Senju ancestors of centuries past and their questionable decision-making. Right now, there was something more urgent. A newly released Uchiha, Mitsuru. If her strength proved overwhelming, he'd have to be extremely cautious. Who could know for sure what would become of a girl whose life had been filled with nothing but misery once she was unsealed? Would she go mad on the spot? After all, by Yu's count, among the Uchihas he knew capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, excluding Shursui, who was a fool, and Fugaku, who was just repressed. The rest always had a touch of obsession and madness in them. The power wielded by Uchiha Mitsu, the legendary 8,000 spears, when it comes to brainwashing, it's even more outrageous than Koto Amitsukami. Perhaps, in terms of precision, Koto Amitsukami is subtler, seeping quietly into a person's consciousness like a gentle spring rain nourishing the earth. But unlike Koto Amitsukami, which can only brainwash a single person before requiring a 10-year cooldown, the 8,000 spears can ensnare as many people as Mitsu can mark. The more she brands, the more she controls. Judging by its depiction in the game, anyone caught in Uchiha Mitsu's line of sight and marked, using a technique reminiscent of flying Raijin, is immediately at her mercy. She can then unleash 8,000 spears, taking ruthless command over anyone who has been branded. Worse still, this ocular jutsu is so formidable that even Naruto in his late stage, nearly godlike form, could fall under its sway. That's exactly why Yuma felt the 8,000 spears truly outclassed Koto Amitsukami. Moreover, beyond simply controlling the mind, anyone bearing her mark would also have their chakra siphoned off by the wielder of 8,000 spears. In the game, aided by newer gaming technology, Uchiha Mitsu managed to brand the majority of people across the world. She succeeded in much the same way as the infinite Tsukuyomi. She could devour the world's chakra and brainwash all of humanity. These two terrifying capabilities alone made Uchiha Mitsu nothing less than a miniature version of Kagaya Otsutsuki. And for this very reason, Yuma believed that one could never be too cautious around someone with such dangerous dojutsu, even if his own ocular power should, in theory, surpass hers, making him immune to her brainwashing. As the old saying goes, a wise man keeps away from danger. If even post-time-skip Naruto could be caught off guard, his wariness was only justified. For Uchiha Mitsu, time itself seemed to have frozen. Just a second before, her mind was filled with the memory of being sealed away, and the next, standing before her, was a handsome young Uchiha, smiling warmly. Was she rescued by her own kin? Realizing what had happened, Uchiha Mitsu felt a flush of embarrassment. She couldn't help it. At the very instant she was sealed, she had unleashed a tirade of curses upon the world, especially blaming her own clan. Under the circumstances, that moment of being sealed had truly pushed her past her limits. Back on the battlefield then, a bizarre and unfathomable surge of chakra had caused a breakdown in all her chakra pathways. Faced with that disastrous state, she was left utterly unable to muster a single ounce of chakra. Without her chakra, her ocular jutsu were nothing but wishful thinking. After all, for someone like her who possessed the 8,000 spears, ocular power was essentially a specialized form of chakra. With her chakra system crippled, she herself was left paralyzed, a sitting target. Otherwise, with her rewriting mark in place. In addition to her original bloodline ability, the 8,000 spears, she also possessed 3 other powerful dojutsu, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and Kagutsuchi. How could the despicable Senju of the forest, along with a handful of bumbling Surtobi clansmen, have possibly sealed her away so easily? Back then, when she realized her chakra was being affected, she could only guess it had something to do with her clan. There was nothing she could do about it. Once the Uchiha realized she had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, they began grooming her straight for the role of a decisive weapon. And then, within her body, an inexplicable, sinister chakra had emerged, spreading its influence throughout her. Faced with this, Hikaru Uchiha could only suspect the family had placed a transcription seal, jutsu, upon her eyes, granting her a range of dojutsu she never chose. But now, seeing the handsome young man before her, clad in garments adorned with the clan's iconic fan crest, she realized she had misjudged her own kin. After all, if someone truly meant you harm, they wouldn't be the ones to risk everything to save you, would they? Was it you who rescued me? Uchiha Hikaru asked, her expression composed, voice calm. At her words, Yuma Uchiha surveyed the beautiful girl standing before him, probably around his own age, not yet of her teens. That wild mane of inky black hair. Pardon him for using the word wild for a girl, but honestly, her hairstyle looked nearly identical to Madara Uchiha's. Thankfully, her delicate features made her look rather elegant, despite the unruly hair. That's right, my name is Yuma Uchiha. It was I, along with Lady Tsunade and Shizen, who unsealed you, Yuma said, introducing his companions. With a bright, reassuring smile, he extended a hand toward her. By this point, Yuma had already noticed the girl before him was remarkably composed, almost unbelievably so. A prodigy of such caliber surely must have some extraordinary talents or unique traits. No doubt, the qualities she possessed would greatly satisfy his curiosity. As for the idea that the girl before him had some cunning plan, deliberately letting herself be trapped, he scoffed at the notion. If she were truly that clever and calculating, she wouldn't have been manipulated into becoming a so-called ultimate weapon in the first place. And she certainly wouldn't have ended up sealed here. Honestly, if it were him, and he'd had access to a fearsome ocular jutsu like 8,000 spears in the Warring States period, the whole Uchiha clan could try molding him into their weapon. But if he didn't flip out and become the next Madara, that alone would be a miracle of basic education. Now that he'd analyzed the girl's character and realized she was, at heart, a gentle soul, Yuma knew he didn't need to be on guard. With his wariness set aside, he turned his attention to the real prize, the chance to learn from someone of such exceptional talent. For Hikaru Uchiha, this was the first time, ever since awakening her Mangekyo Sharingan, that a clan member had looked at her with anything but suspicion, a rare, genuinely positive encounter. In her memory, before she'd awakened the eyes of the curse, her family had actually treated her and her parents with kindness. Back then, life with her mother and father had been happy, almost idyllic. But from the moment she awakened those cursed eyes, everything changed. The clan began indoctrinating her, trying not only to remake her, but to make her forget even the name her parents had bestowed upon her. In short, at that time, her entire world was filled with nothing but malice. For all these reasons, right now, Uchiha Hikaru nervously gripped Yuzen's hand. My name is Hikaru. Thank you for saving me. And in Yuzen's eyes, the very instant their hands clasped, a red flash of light burst from the word tag. There was really nothing more to be said, for this was the third red word tag he had acquired since arriving in this world. Yuzen immediately spoke in his mind, addressing the system within his sea of consciousness. System, extract the red word tag. At the command of the system's great power, the red word tag was once again obtained by Uchiha Yuzen. When his mind gazed upon the panel, he saw that he had collected his third red word tag since coming to this world. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Manifestation of the Nation's Jade, red. This is the power of salvation manifested from the great landlord's 8,000 spears. Those touched by its power will become followers of the word tag's bearer. Effect. The bearer's chakra will possess the power of salvation. Anyone touched by this chakra, if their will is lacking, will be brainwashed and converted into a follower. Those who are converted, both in body and spirit, will be left completely defenseless, open to being savored and absorbed by the bearer. Reading these effects, Uchiha Yuzen was truly astonished. If he wasn't mistaken about the first effect, once he equipped this word tag, anyone touched by his chakra who lacked sufficient willpower would be converted into his follower. The second effect, it talked about savoring and absorbing those who had been converted. Was this not an utter devouring? The two together, weren't these the abilities of the 8,000 spears? No, that couldn't be right. If it were exactly like the 8,000 spears, the word tag's name would surely be 8,000 spears itself. Just as before, when he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, the system directly manifested such special skills as word tags. But since this one was different, there was a reason for it. Still, now was not the time to study this word tag in depth. The more pressing matter was handling the nervous girl right before him. As for whether the tag's Nation Jade was truly the same as 8,000 spears, he could always return and experiment on the prisoners in the police force's cells. Having sorted out his thoughts, Uchiha Yuzen nodded reassuringly to the anxious girl before him. Hikaru Uchiha, right? There's no need to be nervous. I'm going to tell you a few things now, so I hope you're prepared. Be prepared. Hikaru tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. She's already free from the seal. So what's next if not continuing the struggle with the Senju clan and the Sarutobi clan? Is there really any need for mental preparation for that? But as her handsome clansman before her revealed more and more information, Uchiha Hikari felt her thoughts from just minutes ago were laughably naive. She would, in fact, need to brace herself. At this very moment, Uchiha Hikari's eyes widened. She truly couldn't hide the shock stirring within. Just listen to what she'd heard. With her lips parting in disbelief, her voice trembled as she spoke. "You're really not messing with me? I've been sealed away for hundreds of years. The Uchiha and the Senju founded a village together, and then they made someone from the lowly Sarutobi clan the village leader." This revelation was completely beyond Hikari's imagination. In her world, the Uchiha and the Senju had been bitter enemies, locked in bloody conflict for centuries. Their mutual enmity had spanned generations, and their grudges were deep. There was simply no way the two sides could ever see eye to eye, much less form an alliance. And even if, by some miracle, they had joined forces, how could the leader of such a powerful alliance possibly come from? The Sarutobi clan? Surely it should have been someone from the Senju or the Uchiha, someone with real power and renown among ninja. Confronted by Hikari's incredulity, Uchiha Hiruzen responded calmly. The system of shinobi villages is nothing like the old clan times. When several powerful clans come together, the struggle for leadership, yes, strength matters, but even more important is earning the trust and approval of the majority. He offered this simplified explanation to the confused young woman before him. After all, she had lived in the Warring States era. Her understanding of the world was even more limited than the young ninja of the current era. No need to explain everything so clearly. Just then, Tsunade, who had been silently observing for a while, arched a brow. "All right, now that she's been freed, let's head back. No point standing around here, wasting time." Truth be told, Tsunade was rather unimpressed that the one sealed away turned out to be a cute girl. She'd been half expecting the Uchiha, who got themselves sealed by their own kin, to be some kind of major headache, so she'd come along out of curiosity. But after watching the girl named Uchiha Hikari for a while, Tsunade's interest waned. Perhaps the girl was powerful, but in terms of personality, she was just an ordinary teenager. Sensing this, Tsunade promptly urged Hiruzen to return to the village. She was starting to pine for Konoha's casinos. Is she from the Senju? Hikari had been focused entirely on Hiruzen since being released, but Tsunade's interjection finally drew some of her attention aside. Upon seeing that infuriating woman before her, a woman radiating an overwhelming sense of power, Uchiha Hikaru instantly frowned in displeasure. How vexing. How could someone be so imposing? Well now, young lady, how did you spot at first glance that I belong to the Senju clan? Tsunade crossed her arms, her gaze alight with curiosity as she asked the question. I've absorbed a lot of Senju chakra using my 8,000 spears, Uchiha Hikaru replied, glaring coldly at the formidable opponent standing before her. That's why I'm so familiar with Senju chakra. The moment I sense it, I know you're descended from the forest Senju. 8,000 spears? And what exactly is that? Tsunade asked, clear confusion in her voice. When it comes to the forest Senju, I have nothing more to say. The moment those harsh words left Uchiha Hikaru's lips, Tsunade's brow instantly furrowed. Known for her fiery temper, it was all too clear she was about to lose patience. Standing off to the side, Yuma couldn't help but feel a touch of resignation. He understood perfectly how things had gotten to this point. For Uchiha Hikaru, who had once been sealed away by the forest Senju, discovering Tsunade's heritage would certainly not inspire kindness. After all, because of that sealing technique, one powerful enough to halt the passage of time, her last memories were of clashing fiercely with both the Senju and Sarutobi clans. Now, faced with Tsunade, the living embodiment of the forest Senju, it was actually rather remarkable Hikaru hadn't already exploded with rage. To still be holding herself back was proof of her composure. With this in mind, Yuma quickly gathered his thoughts and stepped forward. He placed himself between the two, intercepting their increasingly hostile glares. Sighing, he did his best to mediate. For my sake, would you both please hold back for now? Let's return to the village and talk things over quietly. At Yuma's plea, both Tsunade and Uchiha Hikaru managed to rein in their temper, turning away with an icy huff. Seeing this, a weight lifted from Yuma's heart. No matter what else happened, the first priority was getting everyone safely back to Konoha. He believed wholeheartedly that once Hikaru experienced Konoha's atmosphere, a haven of peace so unlike the war-torn Warring States period, her long-standing vigilance would finally dissolve. Their journey back was smooth and uneventful, free from any confrontation or commotion. With the speed only ninja could muster, the group returned to the Hidden Leaf Village after a long day's travel. By coincidence, they arrived just after sunset, when the village was awash with the glow of lanterns. The sight of such prosperity and tranquility The sheer warmth and bustle of everyday life caught Uchiha Hikaru entirely off guard. She found herself utterly captivated by this world brimming with peaceful, joyful energy. Gifted with her powerful ocular jutsu, the 8,000 spears, Hikaru possessed a remarkable understanding of chakra. Her deep familiarity gave her keen insight, elevating her abilities of perception and awareness. At this moment, in her mind's eye, she could sense the very fabric of this city, woven together by tens of thousands of ninja. The realization left her utterly amazed. Tens of thousands of ninja, living together peacefully in a single city. She truly found it unbelievable. At that moment, Yuma reached out and gently patted the girl's head. Well, astonishing, isn't it? He knew quite well just how overwhelming this sight must be for someone from the Warring States period. After all, while the battles of that era weren't always the fiercest, they never ceased. Conflict loomed everywhere. Whether it was the sheer number of ninja, the density of the population, or the bright lights illuminating every corner of Konoha, all of it would surely leave someone like Uchiha Hikaru in awe, especially when, just a few centuries ago, people still lit their homes with candles. Hearing this, the girl nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly admitting, "It's incredible, all these ninja, and a lively yet peaceful atmosphere." She couldn't deny it. For someone from her era, peace itself was a rare and precious luxury, one that seemed almost unattainable. After all, everyone, no matter the era, yearns for a sense of harmony. Yuma exchanged a glance with Tsunade. Seeing their silent understanding, both finally breathed easy. In that instant, they truly set aside their misgivings toward this girl who had traversed the ages. After all, anyone who can embrace tranquility and harmony surely couldn't harbor any hatred for humanity or society itself. Reassured, Yuma immediately created a shadow clone to make arrangements for Uchiha Hikaru's accommodation. Meanwhile, his true self and Tsunade walked toward the Hokage's office. After all, discovering such a powerful ancestor and bringing her into the village warranted a report to their highest leader, no matter what. "You dug up someone sealed for centuries by the Senju clan? You two are out of your minds." Sarutobi Hiruzen grumbled, visibly vexed as he faced the pair. He truly hadn't expected Tsunade and this boy to cause such an uproar. As the third Hokage of Konoha, esteemed by many as the professor of ninjutsu, there was little he did not know. He understood the serious danger posed by someone who not only had been sealed away, but was also recorded in scrolls for posterity. Let's put it plainly. Anyone unremarkable wouldn't be sealed in such a way. Anyone who was must have been a force to be reckoned with. For the Senju clan, the very family that once reigned supreme among shinobi, only an opponent for whom they had no answer would be sealed through such underhanded means. Having witnessed the Senju's golden era himself, as a disciple of the second Hokage, he was keenly aware of how powerful they truly were. It's commonly known that Konoha's elite Uchiha Jonin handle their adversaries with ease. One-on-one, they hardly ever lose. One-on-two, they hold their ground. Only when outnumbered 3-1 do they risk defeat. And for the Senju, who once rivaled the Uchiha and stood as their greatest foes, it's clear, any opponent they found impossible to subdue had to be incredibly formidable. For this very reason, when it came to these two, they quietly went and dug up a figure so formidable that even the 1,000 hands of the forest had to yield, someone who could only be sealed away through cunning tricks. Naturally, he was not pleased at all. However, seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's disgruntled expression, Uchiha Hiruzen simply smiled and took a step forward. He addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi in a steady voice. "You wouldn't have forgotten Uchiha Madara, the one I fought before, have you, Lord Hokage?" "Oh, are you implying?" A thought seemed to strike Hiruzen Sarutobi. He raised an eyebrow in uncertainty and asked, "Is this to guard against Uchiha Madara?" "Exactly." Uchiha Hiruzen nodded gravely. "Uchiha Mitsu, according to our clan records, possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, and during his last battle, Uchiha Madara was already of advanced age. In the years since, he must be approaching the end of his life. We have to be wary that, before he breathes his last, he might launch a devastating act of revenge against Konoha." Half truth, half lie. It was true enough that Uchiha Madara could stage an attack on Konoha. The reason was simple. He had already activated the red inscription, the indomitable Indra's Fortune. Once triggered, that inscription worked almost like witchcraft. Its effects were so powerful that destiny itself seemed to favor him, making whatever he truly desired within reach, turning his will into reality. Back then, he had wanted to take down both Uchiha Madara and Danzo, so it was all but certain that, before Madara died, he would come looking for trouble. On top of that, his own mentor, Minato Namikaze, was running in the current Hokage election. There was no doubt, Minato was destined to become the fourth Hokage. If memory served, shortly after Minato assumed the title, Kushina Uzumaki would give birth to Naruto. And at that time, he'd also hoped to see Danzo's disgrace and eventual demise. So, logically speaking, with fortune on his side, as if blessed by the luck of an immortal ascendant, there was a real risk. If, under such twisted intentions, those two actually joined forces, it would be impossible not to guard against the calamity of the Nine Tails. After all, Kushina Uzumaki's childbirth would never escape the notice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, owing to their close bonds. By bringing Uchiha Mitsu out of obscurity now, he would not only gain a powerful inscription's abilities, but also a vital safeguard. If his suspicions were correct, it would be Madara, not Obito masked as Madara, who would attack Konoha. Even if he deeply trusted the power of the inscriptions, Yujin felt having a backup plan was just the prudent thing to do. After hearing Yujin's explanation, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was already at this age himself, and Uchiha Madara was now in his 80s. At such an age, that guy Madara must be close to the grave by now. If he refused to accept his fate and instead stirred up trouble for Konoha before passing on. With this thought, he felt more at ease about Tsunade and Uchiha Yuma's actions, digging up a Mangekyo Sharingan from the Senju clan's sealed land without permission. He simply pretended to make a fuss, then let the matter go lightly. A small fine would be enough as punishment, and the two of them could be dismissed. And just as Yuma had suspected, Shimura Danzo was now in contact with Black Zetsu once again. Hif. Who would have thought? You actually didn't turn down my proposal this time. Black Zetsu gave a sly chuckle. Last time you were much tougher, you know. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo shot Black Zetsu an icy, brooding look, completely unfazed by the taunt. He cut straight to the point and spoke in a frosty tone. No more nonsense. Tell me, do you have a way to deal with Uchiha Yuma? At Danzo's question, Black Zetsu pulled out a scroll from the black robe marked with red clouds. With a swift motion, he unrolled the scroll and slammed his hand down onto the ground. A sharp crack sounded, and a puff of smoke billowed up from the floor. When it cleared, two white Zetsus, utterly devoid of consciousness, lay stretched out before them. This is my method, using these as sacrifices to perform the reanimation jutsu. Even though this jutsu was originally developed by Tobirama Senju, primarily for extracting intelligence or combining with the mutual multiplication explosive tags, it can still bring the resurrected ninja back with about 60% of their original power. At this point, Black Zetsu noticed the gleam in Danzo's eyes and continued with a surge of excitement. And as someone who grew up in Konoha, you should know well just how terrifying Hashirama Senju's strength is, even at just 60%. Exactly, Lord Hashirama, the god of shinobi, even with only a fraction of his full power, he'd still be unmatched in today's world. For Danzo, who was 5 years old when the ninja villages were founded, he was deeply aware of just how formidable Tobirama Senju truly was. But you're telling me, with merely these strange bodies, you can use such an incomplete version of the reanimation jutsu to revive Lord Hashirama at half his original power? Danzo, whether as a senior figure in Konoha or as Tobirama's student, knew the ins and outs of that jutsu very well. In his view, it was an excellent technique for extracting information or combining with explosive tags, as his teacher Tobirama did. But as for restoring the dead to their pre-death strength, that was simply not its capability. At best, it could bring back 1 or 2/10 of their power. Anything more was impossible. In response to Shimura Danzo's skepticism, Black Zetsu let out a cold, dismissive laugh. Just perform the reanimation jutsu. If this thing can't do what you claim, I'll walk away without a second thought. Hearing this, Danzo, who had ruled Root for decades, wasted no time. He immediately formed a string of hand signs and activated the technique. Ninja art, reanimation jutsu. As the jutsu ignited, patches of impure earth transformed into sinister paper charms, swiftly enveloping the prone form of White Zetsu. It did not take long. Before Shimura Danzo and Black Zetsu, the Senju brothers' bodies began to restore themselves, regaining their physical forms. Still, as he witnessed this, Danzo's hands did not pause for even a moment. Thunk! He flicked out 2 talismanic seals, which flew straight into the bodies of the Senju brothers. What are those? Black Zetsu asked, a flicker of confusion in his voice. Those are control tags to erase the revived one's wills, Danzo replied coolly. After all, I have no intention of letting my old teacher, Tobirama, see me working alongside outsiders like this. So even you are capable of feeling shame. Stop wasting time. I want to test immediately if the revived Lord Hashirama really is more than half as strong as you claimed. With that, aided by the control tags, Danzo manipulated Senju Hashirama's body and summoned the power of the wood release. Boom, boom, boom. When that overwhelming wood style surged out, spreading with unstoppable momentum to cover several kilometers of land, Danzo could barely contain his excitement. We've won. Power like this, strong enough to defeat the Sharingan, will send Uchiha Yujin and his entire Wicked Clan straight to the Pure Land. Please, are we? Then, Black Zetsu stepped closer, his voice low as he addressed Danzo. When do you plan to make your move? At that, Danzo reigned in his excitement. Stroking his chin, he pondered in silence for a moment before replying. He raised his eyes to Black Zetsu and made a suggestion. If it's only about eliminating Uchiha Yujin, we could act right now. But I want to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan. For that, we'll move in 7 months' time. Why insist on that particular timing? Black Zetsu pressed, perplexed. Because the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will be giving birth around then. At that time, most of Leaf's power will be focused on guarding the Jinchuriki. Danzo's expression twisted, his voice turning sinister. That's when we'll gather all our might for a surprise attack, to completely eradicate the Uchiha. I see. Black Zetsu exclaimed, understanding dawning in his eyes. It's true. Striking then will be far easier. If we can even release the Nine-Tails, our plans will have an even greater advantage. As someone who often kept a close watch on the Hidden Leaf, he knew all too well that the shadowy man before him was a high-ranking elder and part of the complex web that bound Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Knowing the Jinchuriki's due date wasn't the least bit surprising for him. After all, the current generation's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the Leaf Village is still a woman of the Uzumaki clan. As soon as she becomes pregnant, it will have to be reported immediately to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage. And if Hiruzen knows, it's basically certain that Danzo Shimura will be in the loop as well. At this moment, thinking of someone as unique as Yuji Uchiha, Black Zetsu also found Danzo's proposal to be excellent. He was truly sick and tired of these special Uchiha constantly springing up out of nowhere. On top of that, Madara had brought back an heir from a parallel world. Uchiha Bido. That ocular jutsu of his called Kimui was simply outrageous. Now, with the Rinnegan in his grasp, his hope of unsealing his mother was within reach. In this situation, he no longer needed the Uchiha clan as the vessel for Indra's reincarnation. So, for a clan that always seemed to spawn new prodigies or strange abilities out of thin air, Black Zetsu figured it would just be better if they were all wiped out. For exactly this reason, he truly endorsed Danzo Shimura's idea. That settles it, then. We'll get in touch again when the time comes, Danzo said, seeing his counterpart agree to the proposal. He formed a few signs with his hands, enveloped the reanimated Senju brothers back inside their coffins, and let them slowly sink underground. At the sight, Black Zetsu nodded, signaling, "No problem. We'll be in touch." And with that, Black Zetsu too melted into the earth, disappearing from the scene. Time slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 7 months had passed since he'd returned to the Leaf Village with Mitsu Uchiha. Now, Yuji Uchiha stood atop the Hokage rock. He gazed at the completed statue of Minato, his expression grave. Just a moment ago, as if guided by some mysterious instinct, he'd found himself drawn here. He was no stranger to this feeling. It was the sensation of being shrouded in the incredible luck that came after activating his red attribute. Confident in the power of that attribute, he understood that the luck he'd triggered half a year ago, today, it would finally reach its climax. Going along with the sensation, Yuji Uchiha closed his eyes. His breathing fell in sync with a peculiar rhythm unique to him. A soft hum resonated. Sage mode activated. Empowered by sage energy, Yuji Uchiha's sensory perception was sharply heightened. With this newfound power, it didn't take him long to notice the thing lurking beneath his feet. Sensing something out of the ordinary, Yuji brought his hand crashing down to the ground. There was a deep, resounding boom. Would release, bolstered by a sage chakra, turned into thick green branches that lashed out, dragging a strange white creature up from the depths below. Well, looks like I'm toast. Even as he was yanked to the surface, the amorphous white Zetsu wasn't the least bit flustered. Grinning, he shot a cheeky look at Yuji and said, "Uchiha Yuma, do you know what the urge to relieve yourself feels like?" "Lord Madara and Lord Black Zetsu have never told me," White Zetsu asked, puzzled. Yuma paid him no mind, brushing off White Zetsu's confusion entirely. He knew all too well from the original work that creatures like White Zetsu, even the non-mass-produced ones, had a few screws loose. As for these mass-produced variants, there was even less point in trying. They only seemed interested in bizarre, irrelevant details. Decisive as ever, Yuma activated his Sharingan, the power in his eyes surging forth. Backed by the overwhelming strength of the eternal Mangekyo, his Jinjutsu snared White Zetsu's mind in an instant. It didn't take long. With the aid of the Sharingan's illusion, he extracted the bulk of White Zetsu's intelligence in record time. So that's it. They're planning to strike tonight, right when Kushina is in labor. When nearly all of Konoha's forces are focused on guarding the Jinchuriki. Danzo, conspiring with them, wants to launch a surprise attack on me and the Uchiha clan. Yuma wasn't surprised in the slightest by the notion of Shimura Danzo teaming up with Madara Uchiha. But still, he hadn't expected this. The sheer power of the system's abilities was downright outrageous. Just as Kushina Uzumaki was approaching labor, it had led him straight to White Zetsu, the very source of critical information, allowing him to catch him red-handed. But what is it with this group? Yuma wondered. Why do they bear such intense malice toward both me and the Uchiha clan? He found Danzo and Madara's utter disregard for Konoha's well-being, compared to their obsessive drive to eliminate him and the entire Uchiha clan, completely exasperating. And yet, reflecting on it further, Yuma realized that in the original timeline, the Akatsuki had waited over a decade before targeting the tailed beasts, biding their time until the moment was ripe. That fact in itself was a clue. As the masterminds lurking in the shadows, Madara, Uchiha, and Black Zetsu would want every aspect of their scheme to unfold according to their vision. In the original story, the Nine-Tails was supposed to be the last tailed beast absorbed by the demonic statue of the Outer Path, and since they hadn't even set those plans in motion yet, gathering the beast was far from a priority for them. Back in the original timeline, Obito's rampage with the Nine-Tails was pure revenge, an outburst of rage, nothing more. But here, it was almost certain Madara saw Yuma as a wild card, an anomaly beyond all their expectations. From the perspective of the puppet masters, especially someone like Madara Uchiha, waiting in the shadows for resurrection, any variable outside their control simply had to be eliminated, no matter what. After all, should he truly prove too unpredictable, then forget about infinite Tsukuyomi. They might not even be able to take that crucial first step, resurrection itself. But now, after stumbling on your plan thanks to nothing but my good luck, there's no way everything will go as you wish. With a sinister grin, Uchiha Yujin hoisted White Zetsu and immediately made his way toward the Hokage building. At this hour, dusk had just fallen, the twilight time where shadows lengthen and the world grows uncertain. Kushina Uzumaki was expected to give birth later that night. This meant that, as the leader of the village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would still be working inside the Hokage office. After all, with the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails about to go into labor, all affairs in Konoha needed to remain under the Hokage's direct control. As Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi truly couldn't leave his post. He would be staying inside the Hokage building, nowhere else. After coming down from the Hokage rock with White Zetsu in hand, Yujin leapt onto a nearby rooftop. He was just about to dash toward the Hokage office when a deafening crash shook the ground from beneath. A violent quake rippled through the village. In that moment, the enormous form of the nine-tailed fox materialized in the midst of Konoha. Its terrifying chakra radiated outward, thick and overbearing, pressing against everything around it, as if it were a force of nature turned tangible. What's going on? Yujin activated his Sharingan on instinct, surprise flashing across his face as he stared at the monstrous beast ahead. Wasn't my great fortune supposed to make everything go my way? How could something so unexpected happen? Logically, with the luck-boosting effect activated, every outcome should have followed his wishes. So why, just as he'd seized White Zetsu and was about to spill everything, had the Nine-Tails been unleashed? At once, he felt something was amiss. Had the ability betrayed him? Almost as if sensing his doubts, the system surged forward with a wave of information, flooding Yujin's mind. So that's how it is. The ability does tilt fate in my favor, but the amount of good fortune it generates is limited. With such little luck, it only managed to bring Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Madara together. If I want every single event to unfold precisely as I wish, I'd have to invest far more luck into it. The system's explanation left him momentarily exasperated, yet he found no arguments. In the end, it was simply a tool for enhancing his luck, not some true wish-granting power. It could boost his fortunes, but it would never make the world revolve entirely around him. Realizing this, Yujin steeled himself. Clearly, from now on, he could only rely on that ability for short-term goals. As for grander, longer-term ambitions, he needed to pour much more luck into the system. Right now, though, what mattered was resolving the immediate chaos. At this moment, Yujin took in everything before his eyes. the emergence of the Nine Tails, the turmoil sweeping through the village. He saw that, in the instant the beast had appeared, every soul in Konoha, ninja and civilian alike, stood frozen, gaping in shock at the spectacle that had shattered their world. In the face of such an unprecedented disaster, Konoha, the village long unshaken by war, suddenly felt paralyzed, its people thrown into confusion and panic. After all, since the founding of Konoha, nothing like this had ever happened. The fact that the Hidden Leaf Village, the very heart of all their strongholds, had come under attack. Whether it was during the Great Shinobi Wars when the four great ninja villages joined forces to besiege them, or in times when rogue ninja appeared. This village, Konoha, had never faced a situation like this. What's going on? That monster, and this terrifyingly powerful chakra, so intense it sends chills down my spine. What is it? Damn it, that must be the Nine Tails. What happened to Lady Kushina? Enough talking. That creature's mouth, it's gathering a tailed beast bomb. Stop it now. As the cries rang out from within the village, from civilians, regular shinobi, and even jonin, standing atop the Hokage residence, Hiruzen Sarutobi tore off his ceremonial cloak in one swift motion, revealing the sturdy battle armor he wore beneath, ready for combat. He exhaled deeply. To think something like this could happen, and those Sharingan eyes in the Nine Tails. What's going on? Don't overthink it, Hiruzen. Just stop the Nine Tails, or the entire village. Koryutane's face was so dark and foreboding it looked like a storm cloud, her gaze fixed on the ominous black orb forming in the beast's maw. Beside her, Hamura Mitokado wore an equally grim expression as he spoke. She's right. Hiruzen, for now, all that matters is getting through this. We'll deal with the rest later. At these words, Hiruzen began weaving hand signs, preparing a defensive jutsu to counter the tailed beast bomb. As a professor of ninjutsu, he understood all too well what would happen if such a technique detonated within the heart of the village. Even knowing the devastation it would bring, he had no choice but to act. Every bit of defense could reduce the damage. Every sacrifice made could save countless lives. Meanwhile, atop the Nine Tails head, Uchiha Madara and Obito watched the scene unfold with great interest, their eyes fixed on Minato Namikaze, whose face was a mask of tension. So, the yellow flash of this world, besides an admirable amount of courage, his abilities are only as Obito remarked, his tone bored as he swept his gaze over Minato. He wore a white mask and carried the Uchiha flame fan with a casual air. He had assumed that the Minato of this world would be somehow different, perhaps even exceptional. After all, in Obito's own world, Minato had been branded a coward, yet this one became Hokage. It was a notion that still struck him as absurd. But now, seeing it for himself, Minato was much the same. Brilliant with the Flying Thunder God technique, courageous to a fault, but otherwise nothing truly remarkable. Uninspiring people can only lead to uninspiring results. Obito turned away, deciding it was time to carry out his true mission, the eradication of the Uchiha clan. And perhaps while he was at it, he'd see for himself what kind of person the him of this world had become. With this in mind, Obito turned to Madara and said, "Since the Nine Tails is in hand, you take care of the rest. As for me, I'm going to wipe out the Uchiha clan now." With those words, the man in the white mask Sharingan eyes emitted a strange, rippling distortion. His form warped, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The disappearance of the white-masked man didn't trouble Minato Namikaze in the least. All his focus was now drawn to the figure standing before him, Uchiha Madara himself. The loss of the Nine Tails tore at his heart with anguish. That masked man had teamed up with Uchiha Madara, launching a surprise attack with space-time ninjutsu. In an instant, he had torn the Nine Tails right out of Kushina, who had not yet finished giving birth. Fortunately, in that critical moment, aside from a main midwife Lady Bawako, there was also Lady Tsunade present as a precaution. Tsunade had given him a promise that Kushina would not die, no matter what. It was this pledge that allowed Minato to set his mind at ease and face Uchiha Madara head-on. But when the Nine Tails began gathering a tailed beast bomb in its mouth, Minato's heart sank. Sensing imminent danger, his gaze sharpened. He spread open the kunai of ninja love in his hand. A resonant hum rang out. In an instant, the runes of the Flying Thunder God technique blazed across the sky, illuminating everything in a storm of sealing marks. The sky, now shrouded in runes, twisted and warped like a dark curtain, enveloping the Nine Tails and an area of 50 meters all around. As the black curtain continued to writhe, it seemed ready to twist the very fabric of space, pulling the Nine Tails away to some unknown and distant place. Ordinarily, Minato could send the Nine Tails away with a thought. but the memory of his beloved Kushina, knowing she would surely have perished had it not been for Tsunade, made him hesitate. What he wanted now was to take down both Uchiha Madara and the Nine Tails in one fell swoop. His newest technique, the Flying Thunder God Radiant Flash, Divine Severing Barrier, Fifth Form, was the essence of his confidence. With his space-time barrier, not only could he relocate the Nine Tails, but within its field, Minato could travel freely through space and time as if it were his own domain. After all, every inch of the barrier was inscribed with his runes, every rune a precise coordinate. Within this domain, Minato could move at will, meaning no attack would miss its mark. With accuracy like this, Minato was certain this aged Madara, weary and past his prime, could never hope to best him. He trusted his reflexes, sharp as lightning, more than anything. Why had he developed such a powerful technique? In truth, having a monstrous disciple kept him under constant pressure as a teacher. And now, as Hokage, he had his pride to think about. He couldn't let himself fall behind. He threw himself into the study of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, obsessively working until he developed this powerful space-time barrier. Armed with such a formidable technique, he was confident he could defeat Uchiha Madara. More importantly, he was furious. You couldn't blame him for his anger, nor for acting so unreasonably, so uncharacteristically for the fourth Hokage. After all, when it came to Kushina, reason always gave way to emotion in his heart. This time, fortunately, Lady Tsunade was here. Had anything really happened to Kushina, he might have recklessly followed her into death. In this moment, when Madara Uchiha saw that space-time barrier, his Sharingan eyes flew wide open. He turned, startled, and where before he had dismissed Minato Namikaze as unworthy of his attention, now Madara looked at him in a new light. With a hint of surprise and admiration, Madara muttered, "A remarkable young man. To think you could develop the Flying Thunder God technique into this kind of barrier. That fool Obito seriously underestimated you." He truly hadn't expected it. The jutsu of that sly Tobarama, which was once little more than a monkey's capering trick, had now evolved into something as grand as a giant space-time barrier. Realizing this, Madara knew he could not allow his opponent to continue casting his spells unimpeded. Around Madara, a massive blue arm, reaching skyward, materialized, within its grasp, a gigantic blue sword. The very moment Susanu's arm and its sword took shape, Madara's eyes flickered, and the three Tomo instantly wove themselves into the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The radiant pattern spun brilliantly. Dojutsu, Kodo Amatsukami activated. All at once, Minato saw a flash of blue lightning before his eyes. That light, before he even had a chance to react, ignored the very notion of time and space. From three directions at once, the enormous blue sword struck in overlapping blows. This attack surpassed mere speed, precision, even the illusionary. It twisted time and space itself beneath its overwhelming edge, manifesting a phenomenon of multidimensional distortion. With a tearing sound, Minato's space-time barrier and his very body were cleaved cleanly in two. In that same moment, Uzumaki Yujin's eyes took in everything. The Sharingan and the Nine Tails' own gaze, the tailed beast ball building in its jaws, the villagers' desperate defenses, and the sight of his master's body, cleaved in half. Now he understood completely. The village had reached the brink of life and death. The fate of Master Minato and the imminent threat of the fully transformed Kurama's tailed beast ball. These were no trifling matters. Collecting himself, Yujin swiftly struck down White Zetsu, then sealed the corpse away inside a scroll. Without hesitation, he unleashed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yujin Uchiha's gaze sharpened, his vast ocular power surging forth and crashing down on the rampaging beast before him. A resonating hum filled the air. In that instant, the Nine Tails, who had been gathering the chakra for a tailed beast bomb in its mouth, abruptly halted the process. With a swift whoosh, Uchiha's form flickered and appeared right beside the Nine Tails. For him, who had once, out of caution, carved flying thunder god seals across every inch of the Hidden Leaf Village, this was a simple feat. Now appearing at the Nine Tails' flank, Uchiha, a person bearing Minato Namikaze's Child of Space and Time attribute, displayed reactions that surpassed ordinary humans. Immediately, at a speed beyond which the white-haired elder standing on the Nine Tails' head could react, Yu forcefully pressed his hand onto the beast's body. A sharp slap rang out, followed by the sound of tearing fabric. In a split second, Yu, the Nine Tails, and the elder atop its head vanished from the Hidden Leaf Village. 10 kilometers away from the village, deep in the forest, there was a ripping sound, as the massive nine tails appeared out of thin air. Having used the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate the beast, Yu Uchiha leaped onto its back. He summoned his Susanoo, and with a monumental hand, caught the two severed halves of Minato Namikaze's body. A swirl of chakra drifted out, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a wood clone. Without wasting a second, Yu slashed open his own wrist and delivered his blood to Minato's barely conscious lips. My blood carries the power of the Uzumaki. Take Master Minato back to the village for healing. As for what comes next, Yu Uchiha's gaze shifted to the Nine Tails head. On that head, arms crossed, unhurried, and exuding utter disdain, Madara Uchiha waited, showing no intent to attack. Yu's eyes softened and his voice dropped into a low, steady tone. I will put an end to this myself. At his words, the wood clone calmly took Minato's body and, with a flicker of the Flying Thunder God, disappeared from the scene. Upon seeing this, Yu Uchiha drew in a deep breath, then fixed his gaze with sudden intensity. A surge of ocular power erupted. In that moment, Yu's eyes burned with ferocious energy. He intensified his output, tried to wrest control over the Nine Tails. Another hum shivered through the air. However, no matter how much he forced his ocular power, the Nine Tails remained unresponsive. All he succeeded in doing was holding the beast in its dazed state, scattering the chakra that had been prepared for another tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb was an instinctive technique for the tailed beasts, a skill so deeply rooted within them that it operated with utter stability. And yet, even the most stable of techniques will unravel without chakra to sustain it. At this moment, the white-haired elder perched atop the Nine Tails, Madara Uchiha, paid no heed to the vanished tailed beast bomb. For now, veins bulged at his temples, and the intricate patterns in his eyes spun swiftly, glittering with a mesmerizing light. This was the outward sign of his own escalating ocular power. At this moment, Madara Uchiha stood atop the Nine Tails, smiling at Hiruzen, a smile overflowing with murderous intent. You cocky brat. I never expected your Flying Thunder God would surpass even Tobirama's. I'll admit, my reflexes can't match yours. You managed to save the Leaf Village from the tailed beast bomb. But don't tell me you actually think your ocular power is enough to wrest control of the Nine Tails for me. The threat was spoken, yet Madara was inwardly more shocked than he let on. What stunned him most was not just the unbelievable swiftness of the boy before him, but also the fact that this Flying Thunder God technique was faster, far faster, than Tobirama Senju's. After all, just a moment ago, when Hiruzen teleported the Nine Tails with the Flying Thunder God, it wasn't as if Madara hadn't wanted to strike back. It was simply that the boy's speed defied belief. From the instant the Nine Tails' movements were disrupted by the ocular power, to the very moment the boy reappeared through his teleportation. All of it happened in the blink of an eye. It was so swift that even Madara's veteran reflexes couldn't keep pace. In the face of this, Madara had to admit, he felt his age. Indeed, he'd unleashed a forbidden technique, burning his chakra and sacrificing his lifespan to restore his body to 70% of its prime. Yet ultimately, his shock of white hair and the deep lines carved into his face were glaring reminders. He was no longer young. Even with the Rinnegan awakened, his body, still mortal, could not turn back time. With age catching up to him, even his enhanced reactions barely rivaled those of this cocky brat. But this was not the extent of his surprise. He could accept growing old. But in terms of ocular power, despite his control over the Nine Tails, this boy could still interfere. This was utterly beyond Madara's expectations. Since awakening the Rinnegan, the mighty power of the all-creation had taken root in his body. A force far stronger than that mysterious chakra, hidden deep within, that had always threatened to influence him from within. Now, although the eyes he possessed weren't originally his own, he had imprinted his ocular techniques into them. And by using this power, had forcibly pieced together a Mangekyo Sharingan once more. By all accounts, since the kid opposite him also bore a Mangekyo Sharingan, their ocular prowess should have been evenly matched. What's more, Madara himself had the advantage of incomparable experience. And yet, even under these circumstances, the boy could still interfere with Madara's control over the Nine Tails. That was truly astonishing. The contract with the Nine Tails rested in his hands. His ocular power enveloped the beast's mind. Even with all that, this boy could still challenge his domination. Could it be, Madara wondered, a look of amusement flickering across his face? Was this brat standing before him in possession of the eternal Mangekyo? The thought left Madara, shaking his head and chuckling quietly, his heart tinged with self-mockery. What am I thinking? Uchiha Yuma has been thoroughly investigated. He has no real brothers. Neither cousins nor distant relatives. None at all. A complete orphan, with no family left. There's absolutely no reason he should possess the eternal eye. I'm overthinking this. But when Uchiha Yuma heard Madara's words, he didn't care in the slightest. So long as these tailed beasts, these creatures capable of causing unthinkable carnage, were drawn away from densely populated areas, he would have nothing holding him back. A deep breath, Yuma inhaled sharply, devouring a torrent of natural energy in an instant. Wild and powerful sage chakra surged through him, saturating every fiber of his body. As the chakra transformed, it wove itself into a white, magatama-adorned cloak. White-haired and red-eyed, Uchiha Yuma stood his ground, unyielding. He reached out and, as if plucking it from thin air, summoned the crimson Tatsuka blade into his grip. His eyes lowered. He fixed Madara with a deathly cold gaze, as though staring straight through a corpse. Old man, if you're so desperate to meet the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land, I can grant you that wish. Madara's expression chilled at Yuma's words. He regarded Yuma, white hair, red eyes, clad in immaculate robe, carefully. He let out a derisive sneer. So, just wearing the trappings of sage mode gives you the audacity to boast like this? That outlandish look of yours must mean your sage mode is far from perfected. After all, the less a true sage transforms, the greater their power. Anyone who's faced Hashirama knows that much. Is that so? That's what you believe. Yuma scoffed inwardly at Madara's judgment on his sage mode. Well, I'll let you taste this imperfect sage mode of mine soon enough. This old relic, he considers himself the greatest puppet master of the ninja world. Yet all his life he's been under Black Zetsu's control, ignorant even of the Sage of Six Paths' true name. Of course, any secrets concerning the Otsutsuki clan would be kept from him as well. He wouldn't know a thing. Under the influence of his unique sage mode, Yuma naturally took on the visage of an Otsutsuki. Anyone wielding the Otsutsuki title could freely assume their appearance, after all. And with sage mode empowering him, donning a chakra cloak didn't cause the slightest change to his natural look. Yet this old fossil, Madara, wrongfully assumed his sage mode was flawed due to missing pieces of information. Yuma raised the divine sword in his hand, his eyes blazing, a cruel smile curling on his lips. He shouted, "Wave deity's might, full armament." A deep explosion, the chakra roared to life, swirling and boiling behind Yuma, taking the shape of a crimson halo. Blazing infernal winds burst from the ring, and in an instant dyed the fiery Tatsuka blade a fierce, blood-red hue. Old man, brace yourself. This is power beyond any mortal comprehension. In this very moment, calamity shall befall you and your kind. This divine blade, whose brilliance can seal and destroy all. Let your body be the vessel through which you fully experience its might. Yuma swung the ten-fist sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth seemed to flip on their heads. An endless, unimpeded, boundless, and ruthless gust of crimson wind. Wreathed in the shimmering, sealing radiance of divine light, it surged toward Madara Uchiha and the titanic beast beneath his feet. Ha 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 ha! Praise this divine power, old man. Pavii divine art. Among the Otsutsuki clan, this was a frequently employed divine technique. Though its raw destructive power was not unrivaled, it held a tremendous advantage. Its ability to transform without limits. It could take on 1,000 shapes and forms, adapting to the various energies woven into it. Now this very skill was not only imbued with the attribute, divine artifact Ten-Fist Sword, but had been empowered by Yuma Uchiha with the Senja, wind from the netherworld. As the sealing might of the Ten-Fist Sword merged with Pavii's boundless transformative nature, it became the wind, and then, with wind-style senjutsu, was further sped and spread. At once, it unfolded as a deluge, a divine, sealing wind, swift as lightning, sweeping everything in its path. At this instant, an utterly unexpected scene unfolded before Madara Uchiha's eyes. In truth, ever since Yuma Uchiha summoned that weapon, appearing to be made entirely of chakra, from his hand, Madara had already sensed something was amiss. Even shrunken in size, he recognized the blade's form. The Ten-Fist Sword, also called the Tatsuka blade, whatever name it bore, it belonged to the fabled Kusanagi lineage of the shinobi world. This sacred relic, he'd once sought to obtain it himself. For precisely that reason, he was deeply aware of this Kusanagi sword abilities, that power to seal all things. Yet now, who could possibly explain the spectacle unfolding before his very eyes? The Ten-Fist Sword, under control of this cocky youngster, was morphing into wind. Through the superlative insight granted by his Sharingan, Madara discerned it instantly. The sealing power was woven seamlessly into this ominous crimson wind. With every passing moment, the scene before him grew clearer. Dust motes suspended in the sky, the earth beneath the nine tails, matter from every direction. When touched by the gale, all of it was swept up and absorbed into the scarlet divine force. This was the detail he could not comprehend. Why would a sword with such a tangible presence undergo such a transformation in Yuma Uchiha's hands? Versatility and boundless shape-shifting. Surely those were not the abilities attributed to the Kusanagi sword, were they? But now, Madara forcibly cut off this tangle of perplexing thoughts. After all, this wind, imbued with sealing power and strengthened by the force of sage art chakra, had already rushed toward him with incredible speed. Oomph! You damn rat, don't think for a second that I'm truly powerless against you. Madara Uchiha's eyes glinted with a fierce light, the patterns in his Sharingan spinning rapidly as a terrifying force of ocular power burst forth. Boom! 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 In an instant, blue, tangible chakra materialized before everyone's eyes. Under Madara's command, it surged like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the nine tails. With the sound of joints locking into place, this chakra transformed into an imposing set of armor, shrouding the nine tails in its intimidating embrace. In that very moment, Madara Uchiha's signature move, majestic armor, Susanoo, beast tribulation, once again towered on the earth of the shinobi world. Madara's strategy was simple. Since the boy had transformed the sword of Totsuka into a sky-filling storm of sealing winds, then he himself would summon Susanoo, his ultimate defense, to shield both himself and the nine tails. After all, with his vast combat experience, Madara knew well that a sealing attack would first need to overcome Susanoo's shifting armor. Only after breaking that barrier could it reach him and the nine tails inside. To Madara, the Susanoo armor draped over the nine tails was a buffer. Whatever you break or seal, he could simply restore with more chakra. To most members of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo might be considered an exclusive secret technique for the Mangekyo Sharingan. But in Madara's eyes, it was merely the manifestation of chakra, specifically, chakra born of Yin release. And when it came to chakra, especially Yin release chakra, Madara had unwavering confidence. Don't forget, he was someone who could fight a chakra monster like Hashirama for days and nights on end. Kid, don't think just because you have a troublesome spiritual weapon that you can run your mouth. I'll show you what true Uchiha protection means. What the? Madara glared murderously at Hiruzen, but before he could even finish his cold threat, the scene before him changed utterly beyond expectation. When the wind laced with sealing power collided with his Susanoo. Boom! 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 A crimson divine gale, as swift as lightning, tore through Madara's Susanoo in an instant, shattering and sealing it without giving him a chance to react. The moment Susanoo was blown apart, Madara immediately tried to channel more chakra, hoping to restore his defenses. Yet wind, in whatever form, is always all-pervasive and impossible to contain. What's more, to make the wind spread even faster, Hiruzen had fused it with the art of wind release enhanced by sage techniques. So in that fleeting moment, when the armor of Madara Uchiha's Susanoo was blasted open, leaving a massive gash, it all happened right before his astonished eyes. In an instant, the force swept towards the towering body of the nine tails. The chakra that made up the beast's form was drawn away, following that crimson divine wind, and sealed into the sword hilt shaped like a gourd in Hiruzen's hand. Madara Uchiha, however, forced his battered Susanoo to unfurl its wings and soar, escaping to the heights where that scarlet gale could not reach. Face grim and dark, Madara muttered in disbelief. The ever-shifting wind of the sword of Totsuka is too fast. My Susanoo can't recover in time. It genuinely astounded him to see Hiruzen seal away the nine tails right before his eyes. But at least his eyes had evolved. He now possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. With his deeper understanding of chakra, these eyes were nearly as strong as the eternal Mangekyo. Now up in the sky, that blue giant, more than 200 meters tall and soaring overhead. It was the proof. As long as this destructive force remained at his side, and with the powerful ocular jutsu of his eyes, he would never lose, even if victory eluded him. After reclaiming the nine tails and resealing its power into his sword hilt, Hiruzen directed a cold and indifferent gaze toward Madara, who still struggled in his fully manifested Susanoo high in the sky. I never would have thought, Hiruzen sneered, eyes fixed on the towering Susanoo above, that now, even when I see the complete form of Susanoo, it no longer seems all that impressive. Disdain colored his voice. The technique of Susanoo, how to describe it? Even though he, too, could summon the full form and unleash a colossal warrior hundreds of meters high. Hiruzen simply never liked the jutsu. The reason was simple. It's too large, unwieldy in motion, and its defenses are spread too thin. More importantly, after awakening the mysterious godlike art, Boishin, Hiruzen felt techniques like suso, ones that simply turned chakra into physical form, were now obsolete. In this moment, Hiruzen had already decided to end the battle. After all, the Nine Tails was back in his grasp. Killing Madara Uchiha here would simply be the coup de grace. Besides, the idea of conquering a super Kage-class force like Madara and absorbing the immense battle energy that would come from such a victory was intoxicating. At this thought, Hiruzen's resolve crystallized. The power in his eyes ignited and flared, and he raised his free left hand. A resonant hum filled the air. Guided by the divine construction of Boishin, a chakra-forged sword, shaped like a Han-style blade, materialized in his grasp. This weapon, unlike others, Hiruzen left unembellished. No additional attributes infused. He simply imbued it with the ocular power of his animerecap. The platinum sword light unleashed by the eye technique instantly bathed the crimson Bowie divine weapon, transforming it into a blazing golden sword. Divine weapon of Bowie, heavenly animerecap sword. Construction complete. At this very moment, the feathers on Uchiha Hiruzen's robe quivered. A resonant hum filled the air. Under the extraordinary control the Otsutsuki possessed over chakra, he wove wind-style chakra together with senjutsu and formed a pair of wings. With a sweep of those wings, he soared high into the sky and, using his Sharingan, locked his gaze onto Uchiha Madara. His left eye trembled violently. Infinite eye technique activated. Now, unleashing his full power, blood tears streaming from his eye, Uchiha Hiruzen let out a chilling laugh at the nearly 300-meter-tall blue deity before him. The future is decided. Uchiha Madara, there's only one fate left for you, and that is death. With those words, Uchiha Hiruzen swept both hands, holding aloft one crimson, one golden, divine swords. In an instant, a crimson tempest and a radiant golden blade blazed across the night-shrouded forest canopy. With the force of annihilation, they surged toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, controlling Susanoo, showed no fear in the face of the raging storm and mighty sword light below, and met the assault head-on, undaunted. As for Hiruzen's eye technique that could sever anything, Madara, who now possessed this ocular power himself, had already found his answer. The technique that had previously sliced through the space-time barrier forged by Minato Namikaze and himself was called Kunito Katachi, a devastating right-eye technique. But now, what he was about to unleash was the overwhelming power residing in his left eye. Heavenly constancy. This ocular technique was truly beyond compare. Only after transplanting, engraving, and awakening it through the almighty power of Shinra Bansho did Madara understand why generations of Uchiha leaders had preserved this pair of eyes with such reverence. Even after their ocular power was exhausted, even when their light had faded, none of those Uchiha heads could bear to discard them. Heavenly constancy, heavens everlasting, represented the eternity of the heavens. The essence of this technique allowed the user to record their state at a chosen moment and then freeze that moment in time. And the time frozen this way would remain unchanged for all eternity. For this very reason, no matter how great an attack you unleashed, even if you wielded the power to destroy worlds, you could never obliterate the one whose time had been sealed. So long as the user's ocular power was not depleted, they simply could not die. For their timeline was forever anchored to a moment when they had not yet been harmed. Understanding the absolute might of this technique, Madara gained the confidence to stand against Hiruzen's blade that could sever all things. Now, Madara increased the output of his left eye's power, as blood tears traced down his cheeks. A surge of green light began to radiate over his Susanoo, which now reached nearly 300 meters high. So you really think that just because you possess an ocular jutsu capable of severing all things, you're invincible? Brat, let me teach you a lesson. In this world, there is no technique that is flawless, no art that cannot be countered. Tensigen, freeze time. With those words, Madara recorded the state of himself and his Susanoo. Then, with fearless determination, he charged headlong into the oncoming storm and sword light. A thunderous crash erupted. In an instant, the world lost its color. At this very moment, watching his own body slowly dissolve into ash in the sky, Uchiha Madara could only feel resignation. He hadn't expected that the power he believed to be absolute, his time-influencing ocular jutsu, the Tensigen, would be so easily overwhelmed by another jutsu, one also capable of manipulating time. Uchiha Yuya, this insufferable brat, is more cunning than I realized. To think the ability of his other eye also involves controlling time. What's even more troubling is that his ocular jutsu seems to be the direct counter to my Tensigen. Just now, the green light of the Tensigen, able to freeze time, had no doubt been infused into Susanoo. But when our powers collided, that kid's time-altering jutsu wiped away the Tensigen's green glow in an instant. My present was frozen, but it was defeated by a future that had already been sealed. Once the Tensigen's power was dispersed, I stood defenseless against that all-cleaving sword light and raging storm. Defeat was inevitable. But don't get too full of yourself, Uchiha Yuya. Next time, when I return from the Pure Land, reclaim my eyes, and become the second sage of 6 paths, you'll be the first I deal with. Out of the corner of his eye, Madara glanced at the young man below, brimming with confidence and pride. Muttering silently to himself, Madara, unwilling to accept defeat, descended into darkness and was drawn away to the Pure Land. Uchiha Yuya lifted his head, gazing at that figure, now reduced to ashes by sword light and storm, high above the sky. He scoffed. If it were the old me, I might have been helpless against your technique that freezes time. But now, the power of my eyes has far surpassed what it once was. Your defeat was written in the future I had already sealed. The Tensigen truly is an extraordinary jutsu. But unfortunately for you, when it comes to time, my ocular art, Ikemo Kyurin, holds even greater sway. Just as you said, there is no perfect technique that cannot be overcome. For Uchiha Yujin, who at this moment has already undergone Otsutsuki transformation, every word Uchiha Madara just uttered was heard loud and clear. With his extraordinary hearing, he had picked up on every nuance and discerned everything with razor-sharp clarity. There was no issue with freezing time. His own Ikemo Kyurin technique was quite similar. One stopped the present, the other froze the future. As it happened, his Ikemo Kyurin was born from a rare red keyword, giving him a command over time that even surpassed that of Tensei. Furthermore, his eyes were the eternal Mangekyo, while Madara's pair, whose origins were dubious at best, were nothing more than ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, with greater command of power and a larger wellspring of ocular strength. Victory was naturally his. As for his Anaji, a future that has already been locked in place cannot be rewritten by mere illusions. Not even illusions that can bend reality itself. The battle points that surged by 10,000 on his panel. This was proof enough. Putting away the sword of Chakra, imbued with the power of Animerecap, Yujin summoned the sealing wind, gathering every last ash of Madara's remains and sealing them into the hilt of his gourd blade. After all, ever since he mastered Edo Tensei, he wasn't naive. Against those who could literally rise from the Pure Land with a sit-up, it paid to be extra cautious. His plan was simple. Once this incident was over, he'd ask Tsunade to learn Edo Tensei from her granduncle, Tobarama Senju. Next, he'd revive Madara with Edo Tensei, thus occupying a precious slot for soul transference. And then, he would slam the coffin shut for good. He refused to believe that when a soul can only exist once, and had already been summoned by his own Edo Tensei, what else could Madara possibly do to resurrect himself? As Yujin ended the battle, elsewhere in the Hidden Leaf Village, all sides were gazing up at the sky, witnessing the golden-red sword light fading from the horizon. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop the Hokage Tower, flanked by his old comrades, Kohori Udatain and Hamura Midokado, both clad in full battle attire. In a deep, steady voice, he said, "That golden-red slash across the sky, I know that chakra well. It's young Yujin's. And I suppose that familiar blue-armored giant isn't a stranger to either of you." At those words, Hamura nodded in firm agreement. That nearly 300-meter-tall Susanoo, we all saw it, as children. After all, the Valley of the End isn't far from the village. But honestly, I never thought. This Yujin kid, he's only 14, isn't he? And at his age, he's already defeated Madara at full strength. It truly makes one shudder. At this moment, Midokado Hamura felt genuine fear toward Uchiha Yuma. Was this boy a monster? Was this truly the kind of power that a 14-year-old should possess? That nearly 300-meter-tall Susanoo. It showed that even if Uchiha Madara had grown old, his strength surely still rivaled 70 or 80% of his prime. After all, with a body of that size, even the smallest movement could shake the land and sky. But Uchiha Yuma had made his entrance, shifted the 9 tails away, and then made the blue giant vanish from the sky. All of that had happened in, 10 minutes, maybe a little more? And in such a short time, he had managed to swiftly defeat Madara, who at this age should still have spare strength left in his prime. This could only mean that Uchiha Yuma now existed on a level far beyond ordinary mortals. And deep inside these thoughts, this was exactly why Hamura felt afraid. After all, it's natural for mortals to tremble before God. As an old partner, Koharu Yutane glanced at Hamura, who seemed to want to say something but held back. Instantly, she understood what he was thinking. She let out a sigh, tinged with resignation. Don't worry. Regarding that kid, Yuma, after he became Minato's apprentice, I spent a long time analyzing him too. His current strength is truly intimidating, but we shouldn't be too afraid. From all his actions, he has proven himself to be someone who respects order and who is, at heart, kind. As a woman, Koharu observed Uchiha Yuma's character with an extra measure of care. She found that Yuma abided by codes that, in her eyes, spoke of a deep-seated kindness. It was for that reason, once she discovered this, that she was able to fully trust him. And in fact, she admired him deeply for it. Hearing Koharu's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but sigh in relief as well. Exactly. So by now, I imagine you all have no objections left regarding my decision to make Uchiha Yuma Minato's apprentice. At this moment, Sarutobi felt no small amount of pride about the whole affair. In those years past, he'd been astounded by Yuma's potential. He'd thought that, at most, the boy would grow to match Madara's level. But who would have dreamed that Yuma would break free from any normal pattern and become something truly extraordinary? He'd grown at a pace and along a curve that, in the blink of an eye, carried him from no more than a mid-level jonin to someone who, right now, had defeated the cause of Sarutobi's greatest unease over the past few years, an aging, yet still formidable, Madara. Hearing this, Koharu turned to look at Sarutobi, who wore a look of contentment. She couldn't help but shake her head with a soft laugh. In this regard, I fully support your decision, Hiruzen. From the very moment you brought Yuma in as Minato's apprentice, your judgment has once again proven itself impeccable. As for sheer presence, he still utterly outshines Danzo many times over. That's genuinely what she thought. From the perspective of an old colleague, if Danzo were to witness the power Uchiha Yuya now possesses, chances are his face would have already twisted in jealousy and anger. Perhaps the Danzo of the past might not have reacted so, but ever since taking control of Root and growing increasingly grim, it's exactly how he would respond. Her thoughts weren't far off. When Shimura Danzo, flanked by the reanimated Senja brothers, emerged from the Root base, he too caught sight of that fleeting storm of crimson gold sword light slicing across the sky. Danzo was born into the Shimura clan, a group with no particular bloodline talent or distinction among ninja. It was precisely because of this that to become a disciple of Senju Tobarama and to grow into a shinobi who could rival the Kage, Danzo's ninja skills were not to be underestimated. True, his strength had declined somewhat with age over the years. Yet, when it came to perception as a Win-style shinobi, even if he wasn't on par with professional sensory ninja, he'd still achieved a solid level of skill. At the very least, as the darkness of the shinobi and someone notoriously afraid of death, he devoted real effort to honing his sensory arts. Over so many years, even if he couldn't match those who specialized in perception, he could still discern, at least somewhat, the overwhelmingly powerful chakra visible now to the naked eye in the skies above. And as soon as he recognized it, his expression changed drastically. The chakra of Uchiha Yuya, a shinobi he regarded as a formidable thorn in his side, he remembered that sensation better than anyone. As for how he, Shimura Danzo, obtained Uchiha Yuya's chakra signature, given that they'd always been at odds. As a senior member of Konoha, all he needed to do was request it from the barrier division, and getting a record of that troublesome Uchiha's chakra was child's play. Now, seeing that young man radiating chakra, so powerful it seemed to alter the heavens, Danzo's face instantly darkened. He immediately took a step forward, leading the reanimated Senja brothers, moving even faster toward the Uchiha clan's district. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Uchiha district, in a near-deserted area, Uchiha Ren arrived, flame fan in hand, following a path he knew by heart to the home he shared with his grandmother. His routine was familiar. He reached beneath the flower pot by the door and retrieved the hidden key. Just as he was about to unlock the door, a voice rang out behind him, a voice startlingly similar to his own. No, it was exactly the same. That voice, edged with wary confusion, demanded, "Who are you? What are you doing at my house? And the key I left here, by all rights, only Rin and I should know about it. No one else should have any idea." Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Tairan, wearing a white mask, turned around. The moment he saw the himself of this world appear before his eyes, he frowned slightly. "You, why are you dressed so tackily?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" Obito immediately felt mocked and retorted at once. "How rude. Wearing a traditional robe and a white mask. Do you really think that makes you cool?" "Wait a second. A traditional robe, plus that mask used to hide his face." Realizing something was off, Obito's suspicions flared. In an instant, he activated his Sharingan. With the powerful insight of his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, Obito instantly noticed that the person before him also had the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes. Sensing the danger, he reached to his ninja pouch at his waist, drew a kunai, and looked at the stranger with utmost seriousness. "Who are you, really? A traitor?" Obito knew his head wasn't always the sharpest at times. But when it came to folks who wore masks to conceal themselves, even he could tell they meant trouble. What really unsettled him was that very same Sharingan swirling in the stranger's eyes. It was hard to believe there could be such sinister intentions lurking within his own Uchiha clan. More importantly, seeing how the other man had come straight to his door and even managed to find the hidden key, Obito quickly deduced. This man was here for him. And as Tyrone, facing Obito's watchful and guarded stance, let out a cold chuckle. "Who I am isn't important for you to know. All you need to understand is, I'm the one who came to kill you, to destroy the clan, to bring ruin." As a true Uchiha from his original world, naturally he would start with someone familiar. He'd originally planned for Grandma to pass away quietly and painlessly, but now another version of himself had gotten in the way. In that case, he might as well take care of himself first. With that thought, Tyron's Sharingan began to spin fiercely, and in an instant, the 3-tomo in his eyes twisted into a warped pattern. The Mangekyou Sharingan. Obito saw the change in his rival's eyes, and his expression darkened. He hadn't expected that the one causing him trouble would actually possess such eyes. To be honest, Uchiha Obito, prided himself on being a helpful and kind-hearted lad in the village since he was a child. How could he possibly have made enemies, let alone an enemy from his own clan possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan? It was precisely these thoughts that puzzled Obito. Just what was going on with this guy in front of him? Seeing Obito lost in contemplation, Uchiha Dairen immediately sensed an opportunity. Eager for a quick and decisive victory, he sprang forward, charging straight ahead. Obito, witnessing his opponent's reckless advance, let out a cold, dismissive chuckle. "No ninjutsu, no jinjutsu, and you dare underestimate me? You'll pay dearly for that arrogance." Obito was furious at being so blatantly looked down upon. Ever since his Sharingan had awakened, especially a year ago when it had naturally evolved to the level of 3-tomo, his power had transformed dramatically, a complete upheaval compared to before. In less than 2 seconds, Obito was already forming hand seals at dazzling speed, fiercely gathering fire-natured chakra in his mouth. A deafening explosion shook the air. Fire style, dragon flame, song technique. For blazing dragons, radiating scorching heat, surged forth from above, below, left, and right, converging on Obito's enemy from every direction. In his mind, this was a technique that, ever since it was created by the Uchiha clan, had boasted a perfect hit rate. Unless someone could withstand it head-on, Obito couldn't imagine any way to break free from its grasp. And as for the reckless opponent closing in on him, there was no doubt in Obito's mind. He would be consumed by the inescapable blaze. Yet, something wholly unexpected happened right before Obito's eyes. That mysterious figure in the white mask, sly and elusive, passed straight through the roaring dragons of fire. With an inhuman swiftness, the masked figure raised his hand and struck toward Obito. Obito was dumbfounded. He couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. His 3-tomo Sharingan granted him astonishing perceptiveness. Precisely because of this, in Obito's eyes, his opponent hadn't employed any sort of unusual taijutsu or substitution jutsu, nor had he fallen back on jinjutsu. Instead, in a manner completely beyond Obito's understanding, as if the man didn't even exist in this world, he slipped through the fire dragons utterly unharmed, entirely unaffected. Wait, could it be? Fixing his gaze on the other Sharingan, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Obito. That must be the power of his Mangekyou Sharingan, a doujitsu possessing space-time abilities, much like those wielded by Master Minato or Brother Hiruzen. Yet precisely because he understood this, a feeling of despair crept over Obito. Everyone knew, a ninja's battle is a battle of intelligence, a contest of deception. Without uncovering the true nature of his opponent's ocular jutsu, Obito had mistaken a head-on charge for a suicidal blunder. But in reality, by misjudging the situation, he launched a straight fire-style assault, without a moment's pause to test or probe. In that instant, without any forewarning, he had thrown himself into all-out ninjutsu. Now it was already too late to retreat. At this very moment, Uchiha Daren, having already leaped above Obito's head and now less than 3 meters away from him, gave a cold, mocking laugh. So green it's almost pitiful. In that case, just die. With those words, Dairen stretched out his hand toward Obito below, his palm twisting ever so slightly with a deadly spatial ripple. Obito was just about to be seized by that hand, swirling with distorted ripples. Suddenly, a clear, cold female voice rang out. Amaterasu! A roaring eruption. Dark flames surged, forming a towering wall that blocked Dairen's path. Dairen's eyes narrowed at the sight of this fire-black barricade. His Mangekyo Sharingan trembled. The ripple in his hand vanished as he passed straight through the curtain of black flames. But then, something utterly shocking happened. The black fire seemed to come alive, splitting into a dozen writhing tendrils, spiraling toward him to wrap him up. Your ability certainly is interesting, but before the power of Kagutsuchi, you'll have nowhere left to run. Who is this? Someone actually wielding the Mangekyo, and using both Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi, two legendary, troublesome techniques. Dairen's eyes widened, snapping toward the source of the voice. It was a young woman, her expression cool and composed. Those scarlet eyes, swirling with intricate patterns, regarded him icily. Meanwhile, Obito, quick on the uptake, sprang nimbly, darting and weaving before landing right beside the young woman. That was really close. Sister Hikari, I owe you one. If you hadn't shown up, I'd be toast. At his words, Uchiha Hikari shot him a glance. It's nothing. We're neighbors, aren't we? Helping each other is only natural. But this was a lie. Hikari truly didn't care what happened to Obito. She was only here because it had been arranged by the one known as Lord Hiruzen. Lord Hiruzen had told her that the boy before her possessed Sharingan talent nearly equal to her own. Indeed, when she first heard that he awakened his Sharingan with 2 Tomo right from the start, she was astonished. Such a leap in awakening. She had never heard of such a thing. According to Lord Hiruzen, a man named Uchimadara seemed to have his eyes set on this poor boy. That's why she was positioned as his neighbor, a precaution just in case. Hiruzen had taught her sage mode, warning her to stay alert for anyone watching Obito, especially in case someone lacking honor should sneak in from anywhere, even targeting Obito's grandmother. So she became his neighbor, planted as a safeguard. Grateful to Uchiha Hiruzen, Hikari did not resent this arrangement in the slightest. After all, Obito's grandmother. That gentle old woman was someone Hikari herself liked very much. So, hearing Hikari's response, Obito let out a deep, relieved sigh. For the cold, aloof girl before him, Yuma had already given him an introduction, a Uchiha powerhouse sealed by the 1,000 hands of the forest several centuries ago. He knew she was strong, but as for exactly how strong, Obito had never had a clear sense. But now, witnessing it with his own eyes, seeing those dozens of tentacles formed from surging, jet-black flames, he finally understood just how powerful this girl truly was. Staring at the villain tangled up in black fire's grasp, Obito grew frantic for his grandmother inside the house. He bit his lip and said, Miss Hikari, I'm going to check on my grandma first. Hearing the anxiety in Obito's voice, Uchiha Hikari couldn't help but sigh in mild exasperation. Obito, sometimes you need to use your head. If I'm here, it means I've already taken care of your grandmother. Are you really that dense? With us fighting like this outside, if your grandma was still in there, wouldn't she have already come out to see what's going on? Then what actually? Before Obito could finish, Hikari held up her hand in a stop gesture. Obviously, I sent a shadow clone in to get your grandma out of there. Besides, our opponent's about to go all out. You'd better step aside and keep your distance. At these words, Obito turned his gaze back to the hapless enemy, who was floundering in the clutches of black fire. He saw the man wearing a white mask. In the depths of his eye sockets, the Sharingan began to burn with an eerie, crimson radiance. As a member of the Uchiha, and now a skilled elite, Obito knew full well. That was the sign of someone pouring vast amounts of chakra into their dojutsu. Exactly. Right at this moment, Uchiha Taiman was ready to fight for his life. Others might not realize it, but Obito knew it only too well. His own Mangekyo ability, Kimui, could only be sustained for 5 minutes, whereas this terrifying girl before him, her Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi had already lasted over a minute, hadn't they? As the chosen heir, dragged over from a parallel world by the old fox Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Taiman had pored over those many Uchiha tomes brought out by Madara during his studies. Amaterasu, the eye technique that appeared time and again in those texts, was notorious for its staggering chakra drain, let alone the flexible, living tentacles of black flame currently binding him. That meant Kagutsuchi was being layered on top of Amaterasu the whole time. By all rights, if that little girl was burning through chakra with such reckless abandon, blood ought to be streaming down from her eyes by now. Then she'd go blind, wouldn't she? So how was it she looked so effortless, completely in control? Still, if he was seeing that composure from his opponent, now was the time to make her truly remain effortless, but only as a corpse. A shinobi must never be rigid in their thinking. You can't treat her like the Uchiha described in ancient texts, the kind who gradually lose their sight the more they use their ocular powers. You have to see her as someone much like yourself, an Uchiha augmented by white Zetsu cells with no risk of blindness. If Uchiha Hikaru could read minds, she would genuinely praise her opponent, a far cry from that fool Obito cowering off to the side. Her adversary is an incredibly clever person. Uchiha Hikaru has a crystal-clear understanding of her own strength. Why did she become the ultimate weapon that drove her clan to madness? The answer is simple. Her Mangekyo Sharingan will never lose its light. The reason is something she understands all too well. During her battle against the Senju of the forest, she unleashed her unique ocular technique, the 8,000 spears, absorbing a tremendous quantity of chakra from the Senju clan shinobi. Just how much did she absorb? She can't say. After all, the Uchiha and Senju lived close together, with only the Naka River dividing their territories. At such a short distance, their clashes with the Senju happened at an extraordinary frequency. And because of this, after she had absorbed more Senju than she could possibly count with the 8,000 spears, Uchiha Hikaru discovered that her chakra had inflated to rival the power of a tailed beast. Her once fading vision had, without her even noticing, become perfectly restored. Her ordinary sight was back, but the changes in her Sharingan were even more staggering. Both her output of ocular power and the construction of her Susanoo had been revolutionized beyond imagination. That's exactly why she was able to become their ultimate weapon. And it is this confidence that allowed Uchiha Hikaru, upon witnessing her opponent summon his own Susanoo, to spring forward without hesitation. So what if he had Susanoo? As long as she could close the distance and mark him, the battle would end in his miserable defeat. Of course, thinking is one thing. Uchiha Hikaru understood all too well that marking her opponent wouldn't be possible unless she first shattered his Susanoo. Let's see whose Susanoo reigns supreme. Channeling all her chakra, Uchiha Hikaru began to manifest her own blood-red, tangible chakra that surged around her. Momins latte. Blood-red and ghostly blue. Two giant warriors stood tall in the heart of Konoha, towering above the Uchiha clan's domain. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Uchiha Yuma, having already claimed victory, shed his Otsutsuki transformation. But as soon as the chilling chakra of Susanoo rose inside Konoha, he stopped dead in his tracks. Two Susanoo, and one of them is unfamiliar? What's going on? At this moment, faced with the scene unfolding within the clan compound, Uchiha Yuma was well and truly at a loss, unable to make heads or tails of the situation. When Uchiha Madara was killed by his own hand, and Obito hadn't been lured away, then just whose Susanoo chakra was this unfamiliar presence? Yujin found it completely baffling, so at once he fired up his sensory system to its fullest. Closing his eyes and focusing all his chakra perception around the Hidden Leaf Village, he identified an unexpectedly powerful chakra presence. What is that? Its chakra is so strong, only a little bit weaker than old Madara. Yujin snapped his eyes open and looked toward the Forest of Death. But this chakra has a heavy, deathly aura. Could it be? At that moment, Yujin remembered a particular jutsu, the Impure World Reincarnation. And around the source of the powerful chakra in the Forest of Death, there were two weaker chakra signatures. After a quick assessment, he decided to ignore the one that was weak and unfamiliar. But the other one, well, it's Udanzo. The instant he sensed who the chakra belonged to, Yujin sneered coldly. There was little doubt that this guy must have used the Impure World Reincarnation to bring back Hashirama Senju. Yujin might not know the specifics of how to perform the Impure World Reincarnation, but when it came to everything else about the technique, few were as well-versed as he was. Even Orochimaru couldn't match his familiarity at this stage. After all, as a jutsu that shone brightly in the original timeline, it was impossible for him not to have it memorized inside and out. Once he realized it was Shimura Danzo, accompanied by the reincarnated Hashirama, scheming in the shadows. Yujin immediately scanned for the flying thunder god markers nearest to that place within the Forest of Death. At that moment, He couldn't help feeling deeply grateful for his habit of leaving a flying thunder god seal wherever he went. There were plenty of training grounds throughout the Forest of Death, and since he often practiced there in the past, he had naturally left as many flying thunder god markers in the forest as he had throughout the village. Because of this, upon discovering several markers were right near Danzo's location, he instantly created a shadow clone. You go back to the village and notify everyone important who should know, he ordered. The newly formed wood clone raised an eyebrow. So you want to? Exactly. I want Danzo to be thoroughly discredited under everyone's watchful eyes. I imagine the look on his face will be priceless. With that, Hiruzen flickered from sight, vanishing on the spot. Appearing now within the Forest of Death, Hiruzen recalled the intensity of the chakra he had just sensed. Being only a bit weaker than old Madara also meant it was far from peak strength. But even at such a gap, this was still an extraordinary level of power. During this period, the impure world reincarnation jutsu, under normal circumstances, could only summon a fraction of the strength the dead once possessed in life. At most, it could be used for cannon fodder amidst explosive talismans or for collecting intelligence. After all, Orochimaru had not yet modified this technique, so the functionality to restore one's full living strength shouldn't have existed yet. Wait a second, wasn't Black Zetsu already working with Danzo? If the jutsu's strength isn't up to par, then the quality of the materials must be extraordinarily high. At that moment, Yuma Uchiha suddenly recalled how, in the original timeline, Orochimaru used White Zetsu to summon the four Kage. Their power was nearly indistinguishable from what they held in life. Officially, it's said that the impure world reincarnation is weaker than the original. But just look at Hashirama Senju. He went toe-to-toe with Madara Uchiha wielding the Rinnegan, matching him blow for blow. Even in the state of impure world reincarnation, granted, if their power really does drop a notch. But even Madara with the Rinnegan, if he reduced his power by a single tier, he'd still be as formidable as he was when he defected from a leaf. By all logical accounts, the Rinnegan far surpasses the eternal Mangekyo. And now, to let Hashirama Senju retain such strength with the still imperfect reanimation at this point in time, it must all come down to the materials. No doubt the unique properties of these special white Zetsu. Still, it doesn't really matter. This level of power is even less than what Madara showed just now. By all rights, this should be a swift and decisive battle. But if I want to drag Danzo's reputation through the mud, it looks like I'll need to prolong this fight. With his thoughts sorted, Yuma Uchiha immediately activated his Sharingan and dashed off toward Danzo's location. As for what was happening back in the Leaf Village, was he worried about Mitsu Uchiha's fight? Not in the slightest. He had absolute confidence in the strength of this frosty, aloof young lady, truly worthy of being called the ultimate weapon that could finally set the darkness within the Uchiha clan free. Gifted with Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, Yasaka, Magatama, and other ocular powers. To Yuma Uchiha, she was practically a little Kagaya, and, as the little Kagaya, her stats, barring the Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths brothers themselves, were unmatched by any of the Hidden World's natives. Even Indra and Azura paled in comparison. That's exactly why he didn't spare a thought for the girl's side of the fight. This was as close to a guaranteed victory as it gets. Moving quickly, Yuma Uchiha soon found himself standing before Shimura Danzo, and with him, the gray-eyed, crack-skinned brothers of the Senju clan. When it came to going up against an old-timer like this, Yuma Uchiha, as a shinobi, felt not the slightest hint of hesitation. Without hesitation, before Danzo Shimura even noticed his presence, he launched a direct assault forward. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A surge of powerful chakra transformed into a blazing firestorm, the roaring flames snaking swiftly outward, storming ahead with thunderous momentum. Danzo's ninja instincts were nothing short of exceptional. He was fully prepared for the incoming firestorm. With a mere thought, the controlled Senju brothers acted in perfect unison, both launching water-style techniques. Water-style, water formation pillar. Twice in quick succession. Much like the Uchiha, who predominantly wield fire chakra, the Senju were renowned for their affinity with earth and water chakra. Now, thanks to the pristine material provided by White Zetsu, even if these techniques weren't at their peak, he still wielded half the power he once had in his prime. And even half his power meant wielding half his original chakra reserves. A water formation pillar powered by such a massive amount of chakra, when combined with the water mastery of Tobirama Senju beside him, formed a colossal water sphere, so massive it resembled a meteor hurtling from the sky. The moment this watery meteor collided with the firestorm, it burst apart, and in an instant, The raging flames were smothered and extinguished. "Uchiha Yuma, you wicked Uchiha brat." Danzo's eyes gleamed with malice when he saw his attacker wielding fire style. "Today, I shall unite the strength of the two founding Hokage and put an end to you right here." At this moment, the boy before him had become, in Danzo's heart, an enemy with whom he shared a profound and irreconcilable hatred. It was him, the reason Danzo was impeached by the Jonin, the reason Root was forced to halt operations for over a year, the reason his dream of becoming Hokage drifted further and further away. It was him, the one who enabled the Uchiha to grow stronger, making their power much harder to seize for his own gain. It was him, the one who elevated Namake's Nagato's reputation, crushed Orochimaru's ambition to run for Hokage, and in turn shattered Danzo's schemes to control or become Hokage himself. It was him. His overwhelming strength forced Danzo into alliances with outsiders, forcing him to betray what he considered his own principles. The more Danzo dwelled on it, the angrier he became. In his mind, all of his woes could be traced back to this detestable boy before him. If only he didn't exist, would my life have become such a disaster? It's all Uchiha Yuma's fault. Why couldn't you just die for Konoha, as you should have? Why couldn't you Uchiha just bow your heads and be loyal hounds for Konoha? Hand over your bloodline abilities for me to control. It's utterly outrageous. But now, as the bearer of the Founder's power, I will overturn everything. All I need do is kill this accursed wretch right here. Everything comes full circle. Unaware of Shimura Danzo's twisted ambitions, since he lacked the ability to read minds, Yuma Uchiha's hands ignited with an eerie blue chakra. Within this chakra, there manifested streams of runes, flowing like coursing data. This was one of the abilities of the Otsutsuki entry, the art of chakra inscription. Yuma Uchiha had possessed this power for quite some time now. Through this ability, he discovered that as long as a technique was chakra-driven, he could influence it. After some study, Yuma confirmed that this was evidence of the Otsutsuki clan's absolute control over chakra. Because of this, the control seal tied to the kunai, driven by chakra and used in the impure world reincarnation, seemed trivial to him. In Yuma's eyes, breaking this control was a simple task. He gathered the chakra imbued with runes in his hand, and with a flick so swift Danzo didn't have time to react, he sent it flying. With a sharp snap, the ball of chakra split in two mid-air and struck the two Senju brothers in an instant. In that moment, with two swift whistles, the kunai seals embedded in their bodies were forcibly ejected. Freed from the controlling seals, the Senju brothers froze where they stood. Their eyes, suddenly regaining clarity, took in the forest surroundings. And when they caught sight of Yuma Uchiha, whose eyes bore intricate, ever-turning patterns, Tobarama's brows tightened. The Mangekyo Sharingan? Tobarama was taken aback. Just a moment ago, his last memory was dying by the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Yet now, as he opened his eyes, the very next thing he saw was, in his mind, the most repugnant sight, an Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. But being a man of intellect, and the inventor of the impure world reincarnation technique, he instantly began piecing together his current condition, seeing the cracked skin on his hand, and sensing not even a spark of vitality in his body. He realized the truth. Was I brought back with impure world reincarnation? Tobarama muttered wryly. After pioneering this technique, he'd lost count of all the monstrous things done with it. Using the dead as pawns for explosive tags, extracting information from corpses' minds, invading privacy, conducting all kinds of inhumane experiments. Never did he expect that the karmic boomerang would return so quickly. Now, it was his turn to be summoned back from the dead. At that moment, he heard the deep, resonant voice of his elder brother beside him. So, it's the impure world reincarnation after all. Didn't I warn you, Tobarama, not to invent these inhumane jutsu? And to think, the moment I open my eyes, I see such an outstanding descendant of the Uchiha. Hearing this, Tobarama Senju turned his head away in exasperation, casting a look at his elder brother. With a deep frown, he snapped impatiently, "Whatever jutsu I invent is none of your business, brother. Just keep your mouth shut. And as for this so-called remarkable junior you keep praising, I completely disagree." After awakening those eyes, he even possesses a chakra reserve that surpasses that trash Izuna. There's no doubt, this brat is every bit as twisted as Madara himself. When it came to the Uchiha, he was blatantly prejudiced. Even if it was his own student, Uchiha Kagami, he could barely stand him. It was only for the sake of maintaining stability in Konoha's political landscape, as a concession to appease the Uchiha clan members who hadn't fled with Madara, that Tobarama reluctantly decided to take on an Uchiha disciple. After all, he had lost more than one brother at the hands of the Uchiha, making it impossible for him to let go of that resentment. Honestly speaking, Tobirama Senju was simply a slightly shrewder shinobi, not some saint. He just couldn't do it. Hearing his younger brother's words, Hashirama Senju gave a weary sigh. Tobirama, why do you still hold so much prejudice against the Uchiha? You really shouldn't. Before Hashirama could finish, Uchiha Yujin, clearly having no patience for the brother's banter, cut him off with a voice devoid of interest. Ladies and gentlemen Hokage, now that you're free from control, kindly step aside. After all, I need to go find the real mastermind behind this jutsu, Shimura Danzo. That's right, old man Danzo, the moment he saw me breaking the Edo Tensei control seal. He bolted the second I was distracted, still locked in a standoff with the two Hokage. But I'd already sent a wood clone to tail him from underground. That old fox Danzo isn't getting away this time. What I'm really after with these words, though, is to provoke Tobirama Senju, to get him to attack me on his own. I want to see what it's like to really clash with the Senju brothers, when their minds are their own on the battlefield. More importantly, we've only matched jutsu so far. Now I want to take things up a notch with some straight-up taijutsu, to see if when our bodies physically clash, those brought back by Edo Tensei can obtain new abilities or keywords, and if so, whether being technically dead will affect the rewards I get. Upon hearing the challenge in Uchiha Yujin's voice, Tobirama's frown grew visibly sharper. When insolent brat, we're the first and second Hokage. Have you no respect at all? How dare you tell me and my brother to step aside for you? You truly are a wicked Uchiha. But that was a lie. He, Tobirama Senju, wanted nothing more than to kill this brat with a Mangekyo Sharingan, staring him down. The reason was simple. The moment he heard the boy in front of him say that the impure world reincarnation was instigated by Danzo, he immediately activated his Kagura's mind eye. There was no need for further discussion. In an instant, Tobirama sensed the familiar chakra of his own disciple behind him. And precisely because of this, his murderous intent toward the Uchiha boy intensified. After all, if his disciple, Shimura Danzo, was of sound mind, he would have risen to the center of the village's political stage, being a direct student of Tobirama, the second Hokage. Once Danzo had made it to the political core of the village, he'd be among the ruling elite. Betrayal at that level was unthinkable. After all, who becomes a ruler only to turn traitor? So, the cause for the current situation was painfully clear. The Uchiha clan was rebelling. Only then would his disciple dare to take such a monumental risk, summoning him and his elder brother back to life to fight the Uchiha. There was no getting around it. Tobirama knew all too well the limitations of impure world reincarnation. It only restored a fraction of a person's power from when they were alive. Not even 10%. Yet now, he found himself with about half his former power, and beside him, his older brother radiated with a torrent of chakra. They were at about half of their strength from life. For Danzo and Hiruzen to go so far with their research into Edo Tensei, the pressure from the Uchiha must have been tremendous. With this realization, Tobirama felt his thoughts fall into place. He spoke in a cold, decisive voice. Brother, there's nothing to discuss with a wicked Uchiha brat like this one. The power in his eyes and the amount of chakra he's wielding, they're practically on par with Madara himself. Given that we only have half our original strength, brother, there's no need to bother about principles. Let's take him down together. With that, Tobirama leapt forward. As he soared through the air, his hands swiftly formed the signs. Water release, exploding water shockwave. A massive surge of chakra gathered in his throat, and Tobirama unleashed a torrent of water onto the ground below, enough to form a vast lake. Now endowed with a body revived from the impure world reincarnation, he used chakra without restraint, increasing the scale even further. In the blink of an eye, what should have been a lake expanded into something worthy of being called a sea. Under Tobirama's control, the water rose into towering waves, surging toward the Uchiha boy like an unstoppable tidal force. As this unfolded, his elder brother Hashirama looked on in shock at his younger brother's merciless attack. Hashirama's hand was half raised, as if he wished to say something, but the words caught in his throat before he could speak. Ahead, the young Uchiha stood, drawing in and releasing intense natural energy. A clear, ringing voice echoed from the boy's lips. Sage art, wind of the netherworld. In that instant, a gale infused with the might of sage energy swept across the land at his command. Compared to the overwhelming storm, even Tobirama's water release technique seemed utterly powerless, as helpless as a frail girl in a typhoon. Once the technique was shattered, the water was instantly swept up by the raging sage wind. A terrifying, giant waterspout began to take form, swirling toward the two brothers with unstoppable force. Even though Hashirama knew that, in his state of Edo Tensei, such attacks could hardly harm him, he still couldn't risk losing face in front of the youngster. Nor would he let Tobirama lose his dignity. Without hesitation, he too drew in natural energy. Sage art would release wooden pillar wall. One after another, walls of iron-hard wood imbued with sage power sprang up, shielding him and Tobirama in a protective embrace. Within the circle of these magically strengthened barriers, Tobirama's mind reeled with shock. If he hadn't just seen it with his own eyes, he might not have believed it. That young Uchiha, did he just enter Sage mode? Chapter 114. Brother? Was that wind release a Sage art? An Uchiha using Sage mode? How is that even possible? The thought overwhelmed Tobirama, impossible to set aside. The Uchiha boy standing before him radiated ocular power through his Kagura mind's eye, a force at least on par with Madara. An Uchiha possessing ocular prowess equal to Madara, and able to wield Sage mode besides. To Tobirama, such a combination had already surpassed Madara's strength. But that wasn't all. The crucial point was that, by the looks of him, so untested, barely any fuzz on his upper lip, the boy couldn't be older than 15. 15, and already able to reach the heights achieved by his brother and Uchiha Madara, the highest echelon of the ninja world. If now, while his brother was still immortal under Edo Tensei, they did not risk everything to bring down this rebellious Uchiha, then, in the future, the Uchiha who defied them would make the position of Hokage his for the taking. At this thought, Tobirama felt thoroughly disgruntled. The very reason he interfered when his brother once considered handing the title of Hokage to Madara was an aversion toward the Uchiha that came from the depths of his heart. Otherwise, why, even after the founding of Konoha, did he dissect the corpses of Uchiha, clan shinobi? After all, what kind of leader would use already loyal comrades for his experiments, just to discover what mysterious chakra is produced in the brain when the Sharingan awakes? Thus, they come to the conclusion that the Uchiha are a clan cursed to both understand love and fear losing it. At this very moment, precisely because of the deep-seated hostility he held toward Uchiha Itachi, when he saw this kid before him, who not only possessed ocular power comparable to Madara's, but also wielded the strength of Sage mode, Tobirama Senju found himself unwilling to accept reality. He turned to his older brother and asked a question, feigning ignorance while already suspecting the answer. Hearing such disbelief in his younger brother's voice, Hashirama Senju braced one hand against the wooden rampart beside him and, his face grave, responded, "Face it, Tobirama. That Uchiha boy, what you sense in him is true Sage energy. That's the very proof of Sage mode. Besides, we're already dead, Tobirama. You really should restrain your animosity towards the Uchiha. Whatever is going on between him and Danzo, it's all internal strife within Konoha. No matter who wins, all the flesh stays in the same pot." Normally, Hashirama might come across as a bit clueless, but when it comes to matters of true importance, his calmness, decisiveness, and reason always rise to the fore. And to him, Konoha is the very line that cannot be crossed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so swiftly and decisively against Madara once he realized their bonds had fractured and Madara was walking a separate path. That's why, after discovering that Danzo Shimura had used the impure world reincarnation to summon them back to fight this terrifying Uchiha youth, he could only surmise. Could Konoha have fallen into civil strife? Having once fought Madara himself, Hashirama understood all too well just how fearsome the boy standing before them was. At that same age, if his memory served, Madara had still been the kind of kid who shrank in embarrassment if anyone stood behind him while he was relieving himself. Hashirama, too, had been immature then, racing Madara to see who could skip stones better across the water. But that's exactly why he understood. To see a youth standing here now, at the same age, already wielding eyes like Madara's and the added might of Sage mode, it made him indifferent to Konoha's internal power struggle. Because, whichever way this turned out, he could already see that this young Uchiha would emerge the victor. After all, in a ninja world, strength is the one true path to victory. That was why Tobirama's selective disregard for his own reason, driven by his bias against the Uchiha and moving first against this terrifying youth, left Hashirama at a loss for words. And that's also why he'd just try to offer a word of caution. Yet, Hashirama's advice failed to awaken any reason in Tobirama's heart. Stubborn as ever, Tobirama waited until his brother had finished speaking before letting out a snort and declaring coldly, "Brother, the body granted by impure world reincarnation is indestructible, and you've already regained at least half of your strength. With my flying thunder god technique supporting us, if we give it everything we've got, I swear we can kill that wicked brat. This was Tobarama Senju, drawing upon years of hardened experience and judgment. In his eyes, no matter how powerful someone might be in this world, even those like his elder brother who wield seal-less healing and possess extraordinary ninja abilities, they were all still flesh and blood, ordinary human beings. They were all vulnerable to mistakes, to openings that could be exploited, and could ultimately be cut down by a single well-placed kunai. After all, even his elder brother, even Tobarama Senju himself, could be killed if someone enhanced a kunai with wind-style chakra and launched a surprise attack to sever their heads. No matter how formidable seal-less healing might be, in the face of such a fatal blow, its power would become meaningless. As for the young Uchiha standing before him, his abilities, in Tobarama's estimation, were probably on par with his elder brother at the peak of his strength. All right, perhaps a bit stronger. But even so, Tobarama still believed there was a chance, however slim, to kill him. After all, thanks to his own immortal body granted by Edo Tensei, combined with Flying Thunder God and half of his brother's strength, he might just have a fighting chance. However, when it came to this plan of his, Hashirama Senju refused outright. That's impossible, Tobarama. You simply don't understand what kind of realm a ninja's power reaches at that level. Besides, with only half of my strength, even if I activate Sage Mode, my ability to draw upon natural energy is limited. You know as well as I do, Sage Mode's true power is directly related to the strength of one's chakra reserves. And in my current condition, facing this boy would only end in a crushing defeat. As the elder brother, he knew exactly what Tobarama was thinking. That was precisely why he would never agree to such a plan. One that, in his mind, not only had no hope of winning, but would also turn the boy into a dangerous enemy. After all, the opponent before them, a young Uchiha with Sage Mode and eyes that rivaled Madara's, seemed to him to be a fusion of both himself and Madara at their peaks. With only half of his own strength and no ability to enter Sage Mode, how could he possibly win? While Hashirama and his brother Tobarama were still discussing their strategy, Uchiha Yuya was far from idle. His powerful sensory abilities quickly detected that his clones, now spread throughout Konoha, had spotted a number of high-profile, chakra-rich individuals all rushing in this direction. It took him but a moment to deduce what had happened. His clones had completed the mission he had assigned them. That is, they had gathered all the notable figures of Konoha to this very spot, bringing them face-to-face with the ugly truths of what Danzo had done in the depths of Root. By exposing Danzo's disgraceful deeds, he aimed to utterly destroy his reputation, then claim the ultimate victory by not only defeating Danzo, but breaking his spirit as well. After all, for someone like Shimura Danzo, death would be far too merciful. Who knows? If he simply killed Danzo outright, the man might even die satisfied, comforted by the thought that he gave his life for Konoha, leaving this world without regret. The moment he thought of his clone about to bring everyone who needed to be brought, Uchiha Yuya felt that it was finally time to deal with the Senju brothers up ahead and claim every fruit of victory for himself. Gazing at the ironwood in front of him, which was now reinforced by Sage Art Chakra, Yuya sneered inwardly. The warm-up is over. Since you decided to hide in your turtle shell, let me see just what it feels like to smash a turtle shell to pieces. With that, Uchiha Yuya's expression sharpened. An intense blue chakra erupted around him, swirling like flames and swirling higher and higher. A resonant hum filled the air as chakra flames blazed in blue. And in the blink of an eye, they morphed into the blood-red aura of the Eight Gates formation. Uchiha Yuya had long wanted to unleash the Eight Gates to their fullest, just to see for himself the true extent of their power. Ever since he learned that the steel training attribute acquired from Might Guy worked much like a reward for tireless effort, granting progress as long as he kept training, he had never once grown slack in honing his body over these past years. After all, he was now a being capable of crossing the stars. And Otsutsuki's body was vastly different from the native people of the shinobi world. No, it was hardly within the same dimension. He had realized this ever since he synthesized and installed the Otsutsuki attribute long ago. Just as he had speculated, for this clan, the further you specialized in body techniques, the more incomparably powerful your physique would become. Take Ishiki Otsutsuki, for instance. His bare fist could shatter the perfect Susanoo wielded by Rinnegan bearing Sasuke with merely a couple of blows. This was a crucial distinction. It's not that kind of power like Otsutsuki Kagaya, dissolving Susanoo with a wave and the authority of chakra. It was pure physical force, crushing through with nothing but fists and kicks. Because of this, Uchiha Yuya, who had persevered in tempering his body, found his current physical strength to be on a completely different level. He had already tested the force of his own physical strikes. even if he could not yet rival what Ishiki Otsutsuki had achieved, destroying a perfect Susanoo with just a punch or two. He could nevertheless smash it apart with about 10 blows. Yuya judged that this level of destructive power already placed him on par with the monstrous beings in the world of pirates who specialized in physical might. And why did he possess such precise knowledge about his own fists, and how many hits it took to break Susanoo? The answer was simple. He'd experimented on none other than his own perfect Susanoo, and as a result, he had largely come to dislike using Susanoo himself. After unlocking the 8 Gates formation and igniting the blood-red steam, Yujin was convinced that his fists and feet would be even mightier. After all, someone like Might Guy, who couldn't even shatter Susanoo's body without the 8 Gates, could distort the very fabric of space when he unleashed the full power of the Gates with his fists and kicks. As for the strength of his own body at this level, Yujin himself wasn't sure what limits he could reach. And what about the risk of certain death after opening all 8 Gates? If someone like Naruto, only halfway there, could revive Might Guy's very life force, then now, having fused with the Otsutsuki lineage and its traits, his own vitality had already transcended the mortal realm, making such worries entirely unnecessary. Not to mention, the regenerative abilities of an Otsutsuki-level healing factor were not to be underestimated, calming his mind and cutting off all stray thoughts. The blood-red flames surged, enveloping all of heaven and earth. Uchiha Yujin raised his fist and threw forward a perfectly ordinary punch, free of any elaborate technique. A deafening roar shook the world. In the blink of an eye, the sky and earth lost all color. The sheer, terrifying force of his punch warped everything in front of him. Even the spatial fabric itself twisted under pressure. For a brief moment, the present reality of the ninja world, indeed, of this entire planet, struggled even to react or correct the warped phenomena. The residual shockwave from his fist, carrying a power beyond comprehension, rippled outward without restraint. This aftershock instantly smoothed and suppressed the phenomena that had been twisted by the punch, just as they threatened to engulf space itself. At that very moment, if the planet itself possessed consciousness, it would have bowed to Uchiha Yujin, grateful that he hadn't unleashed any actual techniques, but had simply thrown a truly ordinary punch. Yet even so, from a high vantage point, one could see it clearly. From the epicenter of Yujin's fist, the forest ahead had been blasted away in a massive fan-shaped pattern, a terrifying testament to the boy's power. This scar stretched for over 10 kilometers. All living things caught within its arc met a swift and merciful end, their fates sealed equally. The Senju brothers were no exception. Fortunately, as bodies resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, their undead forms were utterly unfazed by such pure physical destruction. And so, hardly making Yujin wait at all, the Senju brothers' reconstituted forms began to reappear at the very spot where they had just been obliterated. Before long, the brothers' heads were half restored, and, as their eyes and mouths took shape, they began to converse. Elder brother. Even though Senju Tobarama had no true bodily senses in this undead state, he could almost feel himself sweating profusely. The power that wiped us out so quickly, not even giving us a moment to react, is this really just a single punch? He gazed ahead at the youth, shrouded in a haze of blood-red steam, whose features were oddly calm, not menacing at all. At that moment, true despair took hold. This child standing before them. The power of his Sharingan rivaled that of Madara's. His Sage Mode was no less impressive than his elder brother's, and now his Taijutsu had even reached the level of the Crimson 8 Gates, without the slightest hint of madness distorting his expression. Anyone with half a mind would know, this kid standing before them was not going to die from opening the Crimson 8 Gates. After all, Tobarama Senju, who had just been awakened by a hard blow, had regained his senses and clear-headedness. He understood well that in a ninja world teeming with jutsu, as countless as the stars, there would certainly be a technique out there capable of counteracting the side effects of the 8 Gates formation. He'd heard rumors before, like the dark medical ninjutsu of the Sky Ninja Village, said to be able to bypass the consequences of the 8 Gates. But, in the end, those details hardly mattered. The child before them, at this moment, truly allowed Tobarama Senju to understand, in every sense, what it meant to embody the ultimate strength in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, flawless in every way from every angle. As for why he hadn't experienced the use jinjutsu himself and could still judge its power, the answer was simple. With such phenomenal ocular might, even illusions, when unleashed with real force, would be in a league of their own among all ninja. It was only after this true realization of just how formidable this young Uchiha was that despair set in. despair at the cold certainty that killing this boy was now nothing but a vanishing illusion. And with someone this powerful to lead the Uchiha, there was no chance that their clan would ever suffer imprisonment by the police force again. His personal crusade to weaken the Uchiha, his legacy, was now truly destined for ruin. Yet, unlike him, who now spiraled into despair and obsession over the Uchiha, Hashirama Senju felt something else: admiration and joy. To him, family ties had been clouds in the sky ever since the founding of Konoha. For the sake of the village, he had been willing to cut down his dearest kin. What, then, was a clan compared to bonds even more precious? That was precisely why the emergence of such a powerhouse in Konoha filled him with nothing but happiness. He admired the boy because, through his deep perception, he could tell that the youth possessed a life force so vibrant and overwhelming. He showed no ill effects from unlocking all the 8 gates, proof that his vitality outstripped even Hashirama's own. Confronted with someone who surpassed him in ninjutsu, senjutsu, taijutsu, and regenerative prowess, how could he not accept it? Meanwhile, paying no mind whatsoever to the Senju brothers' words, Uchiha Hiruzen flickered forward in a burst of speed. In a flash, he appeared before the two of them. Gazing at the 2 previous Hokage, who had only just reformed their heads, he made no pretense of respecting his elders. Instead, he simply reached out, grabbing the heads of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju in each hand. Without betraying any emotion, he carefully collected the abilities inscribed upon the Senju, intending to examine them once tonight's events were over. He sized up the brothers, each with a different look upon his face gripped firmly in his hands. With a contemptuous sweep of his gaze, he said, "Do you admit defeat? Don't get cocky, brat. I'm already dead. Don't think you can actually threaten me with this." Even now, Tobirama Senju, despite feeling utterly hopeless against this boy's strength, absolutely refused to yield, not even a little, in his words. First, showing weakness to a Uchiha was simply against his nature. After all, just as he said, he was already dead. At worst, if this kid didn't like him, he'd just return to the Pure Land. Second, the kid standing in front of him was far too young. As the second Hokage, he couldn't bring himself to lose face before someone so much as Junior. Lastly, his sensory system had picked up the familiar chakra of someone approaching. If he were to actually give in now, it would be a complete embarrassment. That just couldn't happen. But unlike Tobirama, his elder brother Hashirama had no concern for keeping up appearances. Now that his head had fully regenerated, Hashirama called out with unabashed shamelessness, "All right, you win. You win. Young man of the Uchiha clan, both Tobirama and I have surrendered. Could you take your hand away now? Big brother, how could you betray me like this? There's an old saying, you know, a wise man submits to circumstance, and a hero doesn't suffer losses in front of his eyes. There's no reason to be stubborn now. Just give in, Tobirama, like I did. Unforgivable. Don't you dare." Enough. Uchiha Hiruzen, impatient with the brothers' back-and-forth banter, cut them off with a sharp command. "Quiet down. We have company." With that, he released the 8 gates technique. The blood-red steam faded away, and Hiruzen, now completely unharmed and full of life, turned to look behind him. There he saw his shadow clone, accompanied by Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage, and his 2 young companions. But it didn't stop there. The respected leaders of Konoha's famous ninja clans, Hyuga, Inoshikecho, Inazuka, Aburame, everyone but the Uchiha themselves had all been gathered and brought over by the clone. Without missing a beat, Hiruzen let go of the 2 former Hokage's faces, giving them some face in front of the crowd. Then, just as he was about to check what new ability he'd gained, Hiruzen immediately created a duplicate of himself to greet the arrivals. As for the real Hiruzen Uchiha, he quickly turned inward, immersing his mind in the system interface. Just moments ago, when he'd grabbed the Senju brothers, he'd sent a command to the system deep within his heart to obtain the attribute most useful to himself. He was truly curious. Without Ashura's chakra, what kind of ability could Hashirama Senju possibly have that would be of value to him? Submerging into the system, he instantly saw that another scarlet title had appeared on his panel. God of Shinobi read, "The whole world of extraordinary beings sings your praises as the God of Shinobi. For all who have ever seen you, your name is as legendary as the Sage of 6 Paths himself." Effect: Divinity, Shinobi. As long as there are shinobi who genuinely revere or acknowledge you, you can use your own Otsutsuki level chakra to enhance their strength in the realm of ninja arts. Immortality. So long as there are those who still recognize your godlike existence within the world of ninja, death will never come for you. When a ninja, whose powers you have enhanced, dies, their soul will consume its own essence to return that borrowed power to you, multiplied many times over. When he saw this entry, he found himself utterly baffled. The title God of Ninja did indeed belong to Hashirama Senju, but he would never have expected the system could extract such a trait. Sensing Yuji's confusion, the trait extraction system immediately sent a surge of knowledge straight into his mind. So that's it. This world is unique, for here, actual gods do exist. And Hashirama Senju, for decades, has been acknowledged as the god of ninja by more than 100,000 shinobi on this planet. Through all those years, faith has woven itself thickly around him. So, it is only natural that such a divine trait as god of ninja should exist. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Yuji finally began to understand. This planet is truly extraordinary. There's the evil deity of the land of hot water, the grim reaper of the underworld, the priestess and monster of the land of demons, and then the three great holy lands, whose denizens are unmistakably supernatural. To be able to draw upon the power of divinity, nothing could be more normal here. Yet all that aside, what truly mattered was what the system had just explained. As for the ability of this trait, he now more or less grasped the idea. Other than that promise of immortality, which seems to strengthen my undying nature and make me even harder to kill, the rest of it, isn't it essentially making me the ninja world's version of Yawatch? When it came to this entry, he scarcely knew what to say. Its function was obvious at a glance. It was powerful, tremendously so, but required time to reach its full potential. After all, according to what was written, only after enhancing the power of those who worshipped him, and only upon their death, would their faith and strength be returned to him. Having sorted out the effect of this trait for now, Uchiha Yuji turned his attention to the entry for Tobirama Senju. He didn't expect much from whatever trait he might extract from the second Hokage. After all, the moment he'd commanded the system to select only those traits actually useful to him, he had realized that nothing on Tobirama Senju could possibly yield a golden entry for him. After all, the Senju bloodline, those wood-release genetics, were redundant. He was already well on his way to fully evolving into an Otsutsuki. And as for forbidden techniques, or ninjutsu development entries, Yuji found them largely beside the point. He finally understood why, in later arcs of Naruto, so many complained that the series was starting to resemble Dragon Ball. Why Boruto's fights were dismissed as mere superpower battles. Uchiha Yuji realized that, now that his own power had reached this level, the ninja arts and forbidden techniques that ninjas pride themselves on may indeed be diverse and abundant in function. But when it comes to battle, they have completely fallen behind the times. After all, if you can wipe out swathes of enemies with a single slash, punch, or kick, who would bother to study the 5 basic, elemental ninjutsu anymore? That's precisely why Uchiha Yuji realized that what he needs to focus on now are ocular powers, divine arts, and, above all, the use of weapon attributes. After this intense fight, he came to recognize that the true essence of the Kamui divine art lies in its ability to be imbued with attributes, with Kamui's capacity to load different weapon traits. And as he gathers more of these weapon attributes, Kamui itself. Not to mention, these weapon attributes can be upgraded as well. For that reason, once upgraded, these attributes will turn Kamui into a force that grants him all manner of treasures, sacred arms, and mystical tools, assembled from the most powerful elements. If every weapon attribute reached the highest, scarlet rank, then the weapons created through their combination would wield an unimaginable, tremendous force. And, as luck would have it, after his battle with both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he was able to absorb the battle energy gained from defeating 2 Kage-class powerhouses. Even with Hashirama at half strength and Madara at 70 or 80%, they were still Kage-level threats. Combined with Senju Tobirama, tagged along as a bonus, his total battle power, now displayed on his panel, is Battle Power 21,700. However, as for upgrading weapon attributes, and the effects of the enhanced entry from the God of Shinobi attribute, Yujin would have to wait until the dust settles. Only then, by examining each effect one by one, will he know just how far his strength has grown. While Yujin pondered these things, the Senju brothers, sensing which way the wind was blowing, played along perfectly with his clone, pinning the blame for the entire incident squarely on Danzo's head. With support from the 2 former Hokage, summoned from the Pure Land, Yujin's clone painted a vivid picture for everyone. How Shimura Danzo colluded with outsiders, plotted in secret, and stooped so low as to disturb the peace of past generations, just to exterminate him and betray the Uchiha clan. And a man like that, surely, there must be even greater darkness lurking within Root's base. Fortunately, Yujin was quick-witted. During the battle with the 2 former Hokage, he ordered his clone to discreetly follow Danzo's trail. Now, all they had to do was set out together. If they launched a surprise attack on Danzo's hideout, they could certainly capture him and allow Konoha to bask in the light once again. Everyone present in Konoha knew well that Shimura Danzo's darkness ran deep. However, due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's protection and his own necessity, people in the past could do nothing about him. Everyone simply played along in tacit understanding, letting all the blame and dirty accusations fall squarely on Danzo, Shimura's head. Even the slightest suspicion, as long as Yuma Uchiha voiced it, had to be pinned onto Danzo, whether it was true or not. At this very moment, this was exactly what everyone from Konoha present was thinking. As a clever man, Shikaka Nara had already understood on the way here that this time, Danzo was truly doomed. There was nothing to be done. What transpired today had shaken everybody in Konoha to their core. Just as the Nine Tails caused chaos and the fourth Hokage fell in battle, when everyone believed Konoha was finished, Yuma Uchiha not only saved the day, but with just a handful of punches and kicks, in under 10 minutes, he subdued both the Nine Tails and that mysterious masked man. Power of such magnitude Shikaku had only ever seen described in books. Those rare tomes about the god of shinobi and Madara Uchiha painted pictures of similar might. And more than that, at the very heart of Konoha, within the sea of roaring Uchiha flames unleashed by Fugaku Uchiha, amid that fearsome blood-red and deep-blue armored titan clashing in battle, he finally understood why the Uchiha clan had always been a mighty house for 1,000 years, and why the village had watched them so warily, always without fail. Especially as he walked here, he realized the blood-red warrior was their ally. When that crimson giant began to dominate the fight inside the barrier, Shikaka Nara knew at once. The Uchiha were truly in ascendance, and it was precisely for this reason that, when Yuma Uchiha's shadow clone came to summon him and the others, as well as the third Hokage, to bring Danzo Shimura to justice, everyone felt they could come here with peace of mind. After all, that titanic red Susanoo looming inside the village looked to be winning decisively. There was nothing to worry about on that front. It was this new generation's living god who truly commanded their attention now. Just as Shikaka Nara had reasoned to himself, someone like Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor of ninjutsu, could hardly be a fool. After hearing the account from Yuma Uchiha's clone and receiving testimony from 2 former Hokages, he grew somber and said earnestly, "I see. I never imagined Danzo would resort to this. How truly heartbreaking. In that case, let us move. Danzo must be brought to justice." To be honest, he hadn't wanted to treat Danzo this way. But one look at the devastation before him, and Hiruzen Sarutobi found his resolve waver, and he bowed to necessity. Even before he arrived, it was already clear. After that blinding storm of golden sword light, the battlefield still trembled with earth-shattering force. Before they had reached the scene, everyone, including Hiruzen, had underestimated what was happening here. After all, as a seasoned Hokage and the professor of ninjutsu, he knew well that once a ninja reached the Kage level of power, the destructive power unleashed upon the environment, the fatal force against humanity, both have reached realms that ordinary minds cannot begin to comprehend. As for devastation on this scale, convulsing earth and shattering mountains, even without considering his mastery of the 5 elements evasion, such results could merely be achieved through coordinated techniques. The Hidden Stone Village's secret art, explosion release, its sheer power of self-detonation is formidable enough to cause this kind of havoc. But, standing now on this battlefield, gazing at this land, ravaged as if trampled by some colossal titan, and farther ahead, those mountains and rivers, carved into a fan-shaped scar by some unfathomable attack. All these things forced him to bury, deep in his heart, any thoughts of sparing Danzo. In this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi could not help but feel immense relief. His past decision had been absolutely right. Had he allowed prejudice to drive Uchiha Yujin into the embrace of the Uchiha clan? After all, if this young man ever truly rose in rebellion, that would truly be the end of everything. For this very reason, Danzo, do not blame me. This is all for the good of Konoha. Now, as a member of Root, it is your turn to quell the wrath of the new god of shinobi. Make your sacrifice, and become nourishment for Konoha. Indeed, this is the very reason Root was established in the first place. As soon as she heard these words, Tsunade immediately shouted at Yujin's clone, "Enough talking. Take us to catch Danzo right now." He dared to use the impure world reincarnation and manipulate my 2 grandfathers. What audacity! Tsunade had never imagined her reunion with her grandfather would play out under such circumstances. She was seething with rage at all of this. Here, on this land, reverence for one's ancestors runs deep. Year after year, the people offer sacrifices to honor those who came before them, for good reason. And now, who could stay calm upon discovering that not just one, but both of their grandfathers have been disturbed from their peace in the Pure Land by a forbidden jutsu? Watching Tsunade's furious outburst, Hashirama wiped cold sweat from his brow, surprised at how fiery his granddaughter's temper had become as an adult. Maybe teaching her games of chance had been a mistake. If little Tsunade stayed unlucky like him, losing endlessly, perhaps that's where all this bad temper came from. Lost in his thoughts, Tsunade, oblivious to her grandfather's concerns, drilled her gaze into Eugen's clone as soon as her words were said. At this moment, Eugen's true body had sorted out his thoughts and stepped forward. With a thud, the lingering haze of smoke drifted away as his shadow clone vanished. He looked at everyone present, seeing just how anxiously their eyes were fixed on him. It made him shake his head and let out a wry chuckle. He knew full well that what drove these people to accommodate him now was not respect, but fear of his overwhelming strength. Still, once they were inside Danzo's root base and discovered all the things he had been up to, even Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the Hokage himself, will be shocked beyond measure by the lengths one's bonds and friendships could go. Everyone gather around. In a moment, I'll link all of our chakras together and then use the Flying Thunder God technique to launch a surprise assault. Eugen responded to Tsunade and beckoned everyone to come closer. He immediately closed his eyes, sensing the situation on Danzo's end. Oh, now that's quite the dramatic twist. Fascinating. His extraordinary sensory abilities allowed him to detect what was happening with Danzo, and something unexpectedly interesting had occurred. Without wasting any more time, as soon as everyone had drawn near, he manifested his chakra and began making contact with each person present. Once their chakras were all linked, there was a sharp, sudden sound, and every one of them vanished from sight, transported by the Flying Thunder God's markers. In a blink, they arrived at the entrance to Root. The group had barely found their footing when the sight before them left them stunned. There, Danzo was bound tightly with thick ropes, a white cloth stuffed in his mouth. So it was that Shimura Danzo could only writhe on the ground, eyes wide with helpless fury, desperately trying to speak but unable to utter a single intelligible word. Orochimaru? You actually... Hiruzen Tsurutobi stared at Orochimaru, who stood ahead beaming with satisfaction, momentarily lost for words. It was obvious just by looking. Danzo, after fleeing to the supposed safety of his stronghold, had promptly fallen right into Orochimaru's trap. On one hand, his dearest friend and lifelong comrade, Shimura Danzo. On the other, his most beloved, most talented student, Orochimaru. This turn of events truly left him feeling helpless. He'd intended to storm into Root, sternly chastising Danzo with righteousness. He never imagined that, just upon reaching Root's gate, he would be confronted by such a situation. Is there something you wanted to say to me, Sensei? Orochimaru smiled, looking toward his teacher, brimming with triumphant pride. Shimura Danzo. This man, once Orochimaru, sensed his thoughts had become corrupted and his resolve was faltering, became the subject of an experimental project tied to psychology. For this reason, Orochimaru had been keeping a very close eye on Danzo, and soon enough, he discovered that Danzo was conspiring with outsiders to annihilate Uchiha Eugen and the Uchiha clan as a whole. When he uncovered this, Orochimaru had been utterly astonished by Danzo's intentions. After all, anyone with a shred of sense knows that when those with wicked designs start scheming with you to eliminate someone both of you wish dead, what it truly means is the person you're targeting is simply too formidable for any of you to handle alone. So why is it, in such cases, you believe that banding together will let you succeed against someone that none of you, individually, can ever control? All the more since this person is Uchiha Eugen, a monster whose growth curve, from his perspective, is nothing short of unnatural. It's as if the Uchiha Eugen you want to defeat today has suddenly leapt to a whole new level of strength by tomorrow. In such a situation, if you try to use yesterday's strategies against an already evolved Uchiha Eugen, you stand no chance. Besides, as someone who has grown up in the Hidden Leaf Village since childhood, even though Orochimaru, at this stage, only cares about his quest for immortality, he still holds a deep affection for his village. What's more, after he finally let go of the ambition to become Hokage and devoted himself entirely to pursuing truth and eternal life, he took a careful look at the funding required for his every research project. Once he did the math, Orochimaru realized he absolutely had to remain in the Hidden Leaf. There was no other way, simply because the Leaf Village commands 60% of all mission revenue across the entire shinobi world. Coupled with government funding from the Land of Fire, the wealthiest nation, Only a village of this scale could possibly support his research on chakra. To put it plainly, the Leaf Village has money, and as one of the village's core figures, he could access those funds. That's why Orochimaru needed a peaceful, stable hidden Leaf Village. Danzo Shimura, someone he already deemed destined to fail in all his calculations. After Orochimaru finished his research on psychological corruption triggered by experiments, he began preparations to counter Danzo's machinations. Danzo, for his part, clung to control of the root organization by way of the cursed tongue eradication seal. But in Orochimaru's eyes, undoing it was just a matter of applying a bit of effort. So, over these past few months, Orochimaru steadily liberated ninja from the root, breaking the curse that bound their tongues. He welcomed them to his side, converting them to his followers, all while preparing for the day when Danzo, defeated and humiliated, would come running, and could then be captured, his downfall becoming Orochimaru's achievement in securing more funding. Of course, all the loose ends, the situations where blame ought to land squarely on Danzo's head, Orochimaru handled each one flawlessly. And sure enough, today, with everything in place, he seized the chance he'd prepared for. As the root members he'd rescued brought news that Danzo, battered and desperate, had returned to his base, Orochimaru didn't hesitate. It was effortless for him to capture Danzo, who, to Orochimaru, was little more than a broken remnant. Ahem ahem, Lord Orochimaru, you did an excellent job. Thank you for catching this traitor, who colluded with outsiders to commit treason against the Leaf. Uchiha Hiruzen paid no mind to the strange tension between master and student. He strode forward and showered Orochimaru with unreserved praise. In this moment, he regarded Orochimaru with newfound respect. From away the root shinobi obediently followed Orochimaru. It was clear that he had the entire root organization firmly under his control. This move, taking command of root and then seizing on Danzo's weakness to immediately turn him in for merit. It struck Hiruzen as both absurd and amusing. After all, in the original timeline, when Orochimaru's human experimentation came to light, he had, to some extent, fallen victim to Danzo's machinations as well. No trouble at all. Really, no trouble at all. As the deputy head of Root, this is my duty. After all, the very reason Root exists is to protect the Leaf from within the darkness. Orochimaru-senpai, you're far too modest. By the way, we would like to go check the Root base for any evidence of Danzo Shimura's crimes. I imagine that with you leading the way, this will go very smoothly. Understanding their intent with hardly a hint, Orochimaru immediately caught on and led the Konoha contingent toward the Root base. At the same time, Danzo, his entire body immobilized by the five-element seal, was dragged to his feet by Root shinobi. Silently, he followed the main group, heading deeper into the Root compound. Danzo, unable to move, stared wide-eyed, his scara veined with red, stricken with a hint of madness. He understood all too well. If what was hidden in the base were to be exposed to everyone here, his life would be finished. And with his life in shambles, the dream of becoming Hokage would be nothing but a fantasy. At that thought, rage and despair overwhelmed Danzo. He collapsed on the spot, unconscious. Oh dear, Danzo the Guerrilla, the great criminal Danzo has fainted. Leave him be. Just make sure to keep up with the higher-ups up ahead. Understood. Leaving aside Hiruzen leading the people of Konoha and the Senju brothers, with Orochimaru at the front, to search for evidence of Danzo's crimes. At this very moment, in the center of Konoha, inside the Uchiha compound, now sealed off by the Uchiha's Great Fire Formation, a fearsome barrier forged from the flames of Azura's prison. With a thunderous crash, the earth-shaking sound echoed as the ethereal blue Susanoo shattered instantly beneath the blade of its blood-red counterpart, reduced to gleaming fragments. The shockwave surged in every direction, but thanks to the Uchiha's formation, the impact was contained, sparing the village of any harm. In this instant, Uchiha Tobi plummeted from the sky, his Susanoo dispersing around him. His entire being was numb with disbelief. He had never imagined that he would be no match for that girl before him. After all, with White Zetsu's cells fused into his body and Madara Uchiha's relentless tutelage, his strength had reached unprecedented heights. Since he didn't have to worry about losing his Mangekyo Sharingan, he spared no expense when constructing his Susanoo. But the reality was his Susanoo had been utterly destroyed by the girl before him. Damn it, didn't White Zetsu and Black Zetsu always boast about their intelligence network? What is up with this girl? At this moment, Uchiha Bito found himself genuinely speechless at Zetsu's so-called information system. They had claimed that within the entire Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Hiruzen was worth keeping an eye on. As for the rest, even the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku they dismissed as insignificant. But now was not the time to start pointing fingers or assigning blame. Right now, Obito had collected his thoughts, and he was keenly aware of one crucial fact. The reason for using Susanoo. 1. To fend off those overwhelming black flames of Amaterasu, and 2. To use Susanoo to defeat this girl and then proceed with his plan to wipe out the Uchiha clan. But all of that, after watching his mighty Susanoo get smashed to pieces by that terrifying girl, had completely fallen apart. It was time to seriously consider retreat. With his mind made up and reasoning restored, Obito gazed deeply at the figure across from him. Still, before he retreated, he wanted at least to know his opponent's name. With a low and guarded voice, he asked, "Woman, what is your name?" His words, charged with chakra, carried clearly to Uchiha Hikari's ears. "Huh? You want to know my name? Then listen up and remember, wait, you're thinking about running away? Not a chance. Accept your fate." Uchiha Hikari originally intended to throw a few barbs his way, but the instincts honed as a weapon of war quickly alerted her. The man opposite wanted to flee. She'd seen this sort of thing far too many times before. Plenty of senju from the forest, once defeated by her and sensing they still had a shot at escape, would give her that same reaction, asking for her name. Realizing this, Hikari's eyes narrowed with a quiet menace. That unknown traitor standing before her. Yes, to Uchiha Hikari, Obito was nothing less than a traitor to their clan. After all, those unmistakable Mangekyo Sharingan and the Susanoo could not be faked. If he wanted to run, there truly wasn't much she could do to stop him. That power, the ocular jutsu that could ignore all attacks. In her estimation, her only viable option was to go on the offensive, using the undying black flames of Amaterasu for an unceasing barrage. Aside from that, there was simply no good way to deal with it, which meant, if he truly wished to avoid a prolonged clash, he could escape with ease. And yet, precisely because of this, right now, Uchiha Hikari's mind began to spin, already at work plotting her next move. After all, when she had taken on the task of protecting Obito's grandmother, she had pounded her chest before Hiruzen and boasted that not only could she keep the old woman safe, but she could also flawlessly capture and eliminate any enemy. If she were to let the opponent get away so effortlessly now, Uchiha Hikari would feel she had lost all face. And for someone from the Uchiha clan, reputation, sometimes it's more important than anything else. The young girl, her thoughts now clear, acted instantly and dismissed her Susanoo. Still suspended in the air, she took a deep breath. A resonating hum, a surge of natural energy was instantly drawn in by Hikari, and with her inhale, it merged into the Senjutsu chakra that coursed through her body. This was a technique she had only recently mastered after arriving in this era. Sage Mode. Uchiha Hikari was certainly no stranger to this jutsu. Among the Senju of the forest and their Uzumaki allies, every now and then you'd find one or two individuals blessed with this very power. She had crossed blades with such opponents before. However, her Sage Mode now was distinctly different from what those two clans wielded. When Uchiha Hiruzen had taught her, he had explained that this version was a Sage Mode unique to humanity, and after failing and refining the technique over and over, its Senjutsu power could be infused into Yin release. To this, Uchiha Hikari fully agreed, because when she was learning the Sage Mode, she tested its boundaries herself. It could indeed be layered atop, the ultimate form of Yin release, Susanoo. And as for someone whose eyes already held the marks of several ocular techniques, who wielded the 8,000 spears, a doujitsu capable of controlling chakra, someone who touched the very essence of chakra itself. For her, ocular power was nothing but a distinctive form of Yin release. That meant Sage Chakra could naturally be amplified through it. At that moment, the rat of an enemy across from her was wielding an infuriating ocular jutsu, robbing her of a chance to mark them with 8,000 spears. This meant the enemy could neither be controlled nor touched, if they truly wanted to escape. The old version of herself, honestly, would have had no way to stop them. But things were different now. Now, she had a plan. Uchiha Hikari widened her Mangekyo Sharingan, power surging through her pupils so fiercely that blood tears streamed down her face. This was the telltale mark of the Mangekyo Sharingan, pushed to its limit. Sage Art, Tsukuyami. As chakra cycled through her mind and formed a unique Yin release chakra, it gathered around her optic nerves. In that instant, the Senjutsu chakra swiftly entwined and augmented her technique. There and then, in this new age, the signature finishing move Uchiha Hikari had mastered finally broke free. Everyone knows that in this world, every Sage Mode can enhance any jutsu released with chakra. For a girl who had begun to grasp the true nature of chakra and realize that ocular powers were simply a form of special chakra, The techniques she unleashed through her eyes, once amplified by Sage Mode, gained exponentially more power. And as for that person across from her, did he really think that hiding his physical form away in a different dimension meant he was safe? Fool! How could someone from a clan blessed with such eyes fail to understand how sight truly works? Even if you take refuge in another dimension, as long as you're able to observe this world, it means you have already let this world's light filter into your secluded space. So long as that alternate dimension isn't completely severed from reality. If light can enter your eyes, then so can the illusions of the Sharingan take hold. With her sage-powered ocular techniques unleashed, the girl's heart surged with killing intent as she looked coldly at her opponent. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito felt every hair on his body stand on end. That terrifying girl, after saying just one sentence. His sixth sense was sending blaring alarms through his mind. He could hardly believe it. Heaven knows, ever since his Susanoo was smashed and in fear of that fearsome girl scorching him to death with Amaterasu, he had long since activated Kamui. By all logic, within his own dimension, he shouldn't be facing any lethal threat. So why, in this moment, did danger surge so intensely before him? He didn't have to wait for long. In an instant, he saw it. The frightening girl, enveloped in strange, ominous power, her Mangekyo Sharingan flared with a searing red light. A sudden, resonant thrum seemed to reverberate through everything. The world spun violently around him. When Uchiha Obito regained his senses, he found himself trapped inside a Genjutsu landscape of nothing but black and white. No, it's Tsukuyomi. Obito could hardly believe it. While wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, even with his eyes' formidable power and while hiding in his own dimension, he could still fall victim to an illusion. But, thanks to Madara's teachings, he understood. That terrifying girl would surely appear in this space momentarily. At once, he tried to gather his ocular energy to mount some resistance. But a familiar, raspy voice suddenly echoed throughout the space. "Obito, you fool. Wake up right now." What? That voice, he recognized it. The will of Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu. But how could Black Zetsu's voice carry into this enclosed dimension? Still, with Black Zetsu's warning, Obito became aware that something was wrong. Why hadn't that frightening Uchiha girl appeared in this illusion world? His mind flickered with realization. He was sharp enough to figure it out. No, I really do need to wake up right now. Damn it. Now, he remembered. He'd fallen under a Genjutsu, and when his opponent stopped appearing in this illusory space, their real intention could only be to manipulate his physical body. After all, the Sharingan's Genjutsu could directly control a person, especially with his own consciousness imprisoned in this illusory world. If the enemy controlled his body and made him walk into the Kamui dimension, everything would truly be lost. Clearing his thoughts, Obito gathered his ocular power, intent on breaking out of the illusion, but it seemed he lacked the strength. Damn it, what's going on? We both have the Mangekyo. Could her ocular power be stronger than mine? He hadn't managed to break free, and just as despair began to creep in, he sensed a mysterious chakra joining his own. What is this? The chakra felt oddly familiar. Black Zetsu. Knowing that help had arrived, he didn't bother questioning how the other had managed to reach into the Genjutsu-locked realm and assist him. At once, he intensified his ocular output, combining it with the strange chakra, and launched a fierce assault against the world crafted by Tsukuyomi. A thunderous crash. Cracks splintered through the illusions. The Tsukuyomi world shattered. Obito's consciousness snapped back to reality. He immediately saw that terrifying girl standing just ahead, not far from him. Her hand was already outstretched, only a meter or so away from touching him. As for his own body, just as he feared, it had already left the Kamui dimension. Black Zetsu, appearing from who knew where, transformed into an ink-black fluid to coil around his body. He must have just latched on, used his chakra to rouse Obito, and worked together to drag him out of the Tsukuyomi world. At this moment, everything unfolding before his eyes warned Obito that he was facing the gravest of dangers. After all, that extended hand held no aggressive chakra at all. Did it mean the opponent believed that as long as she touched him, victory would be hers? Having read Uchiha Madara's secret writings, Obito knew well that Mangekyo Sharingan techniques often defied all logic. His own Kamui was proof of that, wasn't it? So, perhaps the opponent possessed some ocular power that guaranteed his defeat with a single touch. No, that didn't add up. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Kotoamatsukami, those already 3 ocular powers. Was her eye holding even more? Unbelievable. But none of that mattered now. He needed to escape this deadly predicament before anything else. If she wanted to touch him, he'd just have to run. Resolute, Obito poured a torrent of fire-release-infused chakra into the Uchiwa fan in his hand. Then, in one swift motion, he hurled the blazing Uchiwa fan directly at the girl ahead. With a deafening bang. What a cunning fellow! Uchiha Hikaru's face shifted as he saw the flaming Uchiha fan tossed his way, the blaze on it roaring to new life. The Uchiha fan. Who among the Uchihas could fail to recognize it? This was the clan leader's token. And more than that, everyone knew the fan's peculiar power. When struck by chakra attacks, it would reflect them with multiplied might. Any Uchiha with sense could discern this. Indeed, the rat before him. He deliberately channeled offensive fire-release chakra into the fan as he threw it over. As a result, the fan, now coming his way, carried flames that had swelled several times over. If he didn't let go, he'd risk getting his entire arm burned off. Despicable rat. Cursing inwardly, Hikaru quickly withdrew his hand, pulling it back from the oncoming fan just in time. He unfurled the massive armored arm of Susanoo, grabbing the fan securely. A thunderous boom echoed. Gripped tightly in that giant hand, the fan's flames erupted ever more fiercely. Witnessing this, Black Zetsu called out urgently, "Take your people and retreat. Madara's side has already failed. There's no need to keep tangling with this human weapon any longer. After all, if you get caught by this terrifying force, it's all over." Hearing this, Uchiha Obito felt a chill run through him. He hadn't expected his suspicions to be so right. This girl really did have another dojutsu, and not just any technique, but one you couldn't touch. 4 kinds of ocular powers? That's utterly absurd. Still, judging by what Black Zetsu said, he must know more about this girl. Something to ask about once they got away. Black Zetsu, hold on. As the words left his lips, his Sharingan twisted space itself. Wielder of both Kimui eyes, he vanished from sight in an instant. At that moment, the girl, having just extinguished the fan's savage flames, realized her enemies had fled by means of space-time jutsu. She could only let out a helpless sigh. Unable to perform any space-time ninjutsu herself, she simply tidied up the Uchiha fan. She would go inform clan leader Fugaku, who had maintained the Uchiha fire barrier, that there was no longer any need to keep up the jutsu. While Uchiha Hikaru secured victory and claimed the flaming fan as her prize, Yuma's side was embroiled in their own drama. Upon infiltrating the root base, Danzo Shimura's deranged secrets were laid bare before them. Damn it, isn't this the secret technique of our Inoshikicho clan alliance? Shikaku Nara's eyes were ablaze with anger as he looked at the scrolls. There was no helping it, having your clan's secret technique stolen. Even someone as clear-headed and brilliant as Shikaku couldn't remain composed. It was a matter of principle, after all. The village itself forbade snatching away the secret techniques or bloodline limits of the ninja clans. And besides, this wasn't even a bloodline limit. It was a secret technique. Secret techniques, for a reason. Once a secret technique is exposed and studied by many, it ceases to be a secret. Shimura Danzo is practically digging at the very foundation of clans like the Inoshikicho, whose core strength lies in their hereditary jutsu. Hokage-sama, at a time like this, we demand an explanation from you. The name Root is pretty clever, isn't it? Is this so-called Root organization created solely to dig up the roots of our shinobi clans? Faced with Shikaku Nara's question, Hiruzen Sarutobi was at a loss for how to respond. He took a heavy drag from his pipe, just as he was about to reply. From another Root laboratory up ahead, the furious voice of Tsunade rang out once again. Well, this must be a wood-release experiment, right? And are those Sharingans in those containers? Just what is Danzo up to? At this, alarm bells rang in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind. This can't be good. Hadn't he already ordered the wood-release experiments to stop? Damn it. Still, that's not the worst part. The real problem. How had Danzo started studying the Sharingan behind his back? Uneasy, Hiruzen Sarutobi strode quickly toward the laboratory where the disturbance was coming from. For now, he would temporarily leave Tsunade and the Senja brothers, whose faces were dark with anger, to their own devices. Some matters were urgent, others less so. As a student, Tsunade could be pacified. As for the Senja brothers, they were already dead. If there was blame, it was his own failure to properly supervise his subordinates. But Uchiha Yuma, someone with the power to blow all of Konoha sky high on the spot, was the most dangerous one here. After all, in Sarutobi's understanding, no matter how close you were to the Hokage, no matter how deep your bonds as master and apprentice, if someone discovered that there were designs on their clan's Kekii Genkai, so long as the ninja in question was of sound mind, they would definitely be furious. After all, it's the very foundation of their existence. How could anyone allow others to steal it away? The same held true for the Sarutobi clan. If anyone so much as laid a finger on their summoning scroll of the monkey clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi would fight with everything he had. Yuma, calm yourself. As for what happens to Danzo, I'll let you decide. And as for these rude experiments, I had no knowledge of them either. The blame is mine for failing to keep a tight rein on things, and, as Hokage, I will ensure that proper compensation is given to any clans that have suffered. At this very moment, the third Hokage, whose hair had not yet turned completely white, rushed to perform crisis management for Uchiha Yuma and the assembled clans. No matter what, he needed to stabilize the situation, particularly the side with the most power. If Konoha were to explode from within, the whole village would go up in flames. Of course, the interests of the clans had to be taken into account as well. If trust crumbled, leading the entire village would become impossible. What's more, despite the lower intensity of war in the present ninja world, but the third great ninja war isn't over yet. The strong have fallen. Faith is gone. If the Hidden Leaf Village loses its spirit, there's truly no saving it. For Hiruzen Sarutobi, his bond with Danzo Shimura was indeed something he treasured deeply. However, when weighed against the fate of the entire village, that bond had to take a step back. So, Danzo, I can only ask you to bear this hardship. The root of the leaf exists to support the entire village. Endure a little more, carry the burden on your back. From the bottom of my heart, I will be grateful to you. As for the Shimura clan, even though I am now just the previous Hokage, I will make sure they are cared for. Thinking thus, Hiruzen's gaze dimmed as he looked at Danzo, bound and escorted by the side. Bloodshot veins filled Danzo Shimura's eyes. Even now, with his mouth covered, he seemed completely unhinged, letting out muffled, desperate cries without pause. In this very moment, Danzo knew all too well the weight behind Hiruzen's chosen words, his final judgment, and how he had so cleanly cut himself away, leaving Danzo to shoulder all the blame, sold out without a shred of mercy. It was total abandonment, making Danzo the true scapegoat left to shoulder all the filth. Deep down, Danzo understood. The root had been established to safeguard the reputation of the Hokage, to ensure the Hokage's hands stayed clean. But he simply couldn't accept it, because he still hungered for the position of Hokage, still dreamed of unifying the ninja world. A low, agonized wail rattled out from him, raw, crazed, unable to suppress the pain of dreams and ambitions slipping away. Beside him, Tobirama Senju had felt indifferent about all this from the start. After all, this was the very method he'd employed during his own time in power. A disciple becoming like his teacher. That, to him, was only natural. And yet, Danzo's pitiful state left him feeling deeply embarrassed in front of the Uchiha youth. Angrily, he barked, "What a disgrace! Quiet down immediately." With that, he performed the soul calming jutsu. This technique, it could be cast from a distance, soothing the soul of one at the verge of death. If it could stabilize a soul, it could surely steady one's thoughts. As its creator, Tobirama made the necessary hand signs, and at once, Danzo fell utterly silent. Seeing this, Yuma Uchiha gave a slight shake of his head, a wry smile on his lips. Enough. When the village has settled down, the evidence against Danzo will be thoroughly discussed by everyone in the Hokage's conference hall. For now, the most important thing is to rescue the villagers and ninja who were used as test subjects. As for Yuma himself, when it came to the pair of Sharingan eyes floating in that saline-filled jar, he honestly couldn't have cared less. First of all, he was someone who had awakened past life wisdom. Knowing exactly what kind of person Danzo was, he had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility that there might be Uchiha clansmen captured by Root, taken as test subjects. But to his surprise, the situation was somewhat better than expected. None of the clansmen had been captured. Only a pair of eyes had been taken. This, of course, didn't prove Danzo was being honest. It just meant that, thanks to his own rise to power, Danzo wouldn't dare to stir up trouble unless he'd completely lost his senses. After all, the Uchiha were different from the other clans within Konoha. Other clans, like the Aburame, when faced with Danzo's threats, could only swallow their anger and keep silent. But the Uchiha, if they realized Danzo was after their Sharingan, there would be an explosive reaction, without a doubt. And when that happened, he himself would know right away, and Danzo would find himself caught up in the blast. That would be the end of Danzo, once and for all. Therefore, Uchiha Hiruzen, who felt it didn't really matter if Danzo had only managed to get hold of the pair of eyes, reassured the crowd, especially calming the third Hokage's mood. Standing nearby, Senju Hashirama, who had heard Hiruzen's words and clearly agreed, nodded along and immediately echoed him. Yes, Hiruzen's right. Let's focus on rescuing the innocent people first. Compared to the obsessions over bloodline limits or secret techniques, he was far more concerned about the villagers and shinobi who had suffered through human experimentation. On hearing this, everyone present could see. When the number 1 and number 2 strongest shinobi in the village both took this stance, it was clear what needed to be done. They immediately set out to search for and rescue those unfortunate souls subjected to Danzo's experiments. And so, a night of breathtaking turmoil finally came to an end. When Hiruzen saw that the village leadership was still gathering evidence of Danzo's crimes, while also searching for survivors who had been taken as test subjects, he thought, after all, Danzo's trial would only be in a few days. Wanting to check on his own clan situation, Hiruzen decided to take inventory and then use the Flying Thunder God technique to flicker back to the Uchiha compound. Guided by his chakra sense, he quickly made his way to where Uchiha Hikaru and Fugaku were. On the plaza outside the police force headquarters, many Uchiha, under Fugaku's direction, were rushing busily about. As Konoha's police force, it was their duty at a time like this to maintain strict control over the village. Otherwise, if real chaos broke out, the village leadership, the other clans, and the ordinary villagers would have ample reason to criticize the Uchiha for their incompetence. That was something the Uchiha, constantly speaking of their clan's pride, could never tolerate. So, seeing how busy Fugaku was, Hiruzen chose not to disturb him. Whatever he needed to discuss could wait until the captain had a free moment. Instead, he quickly made his way to a young girl standing in the distance and asked her in a serious tone, "The enemy who wielded the Mangekyou Sharingan and unleashed Susanoo, have they been dealt with?" As for that mysterious Uchiha stranger who appeared out of nowhere, Hiruzen truly had no idea where Madara had found him. This matter left him completely perplexed, because, from what Uchiha Hiruzen knew of the original story, at this point in time, and even along future timelines, none of the Uchihas capable of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan had ever been abducted. Could it be that Madara simply picked a random nobody from the clan, deliberately set things up, and made him awaken his Mangekyou? That thought had never even crossed Hiruzen's mind. After all, unlocking the Mangekyou required both talent and fate. It wasn't something just any Uchiha could achieve, even through intense, crushing pain. That much was unquestionable. If the Mangekyou Sharingan could be obtained just from emotional suffering, the Uchiha wouldn't be such rare possessors. There'd be Mangekyou users everywhere. After all, the method of unlocking the eyes through emotional pain was explained clearly in the manga by Itachi. This fact was always well known to the clan's upper echelons, which was precisely why Uchiha Hiruzen was so concerned about this unknown Mangekyou bearer. At this moment, all he truly wanted to know was whether Uchiha Hikari had managed to kill that man. But as soon as Hiruzen asked, Hikari shook her head helplessly. "That guy wasn't especially strong," she said, "but his ocular jutsu was just too troublesome. He managed to get away." Hearing this, Hiruzen was surprised. Just how troublesome could such a jutsu be that even this girl, who seemed almost superhuman in his eyes, found it hard to deal with? "That masked man, the one with the white mask, his power is a space-time technique," Hikari explained. "His ability makes it as if he doesn't really exist in this world. What we see is just a projection from another dimension. No matter what attack we use, it just passes right through him. We can't hurt him at all." With those words, the scene struck Hiruzen with a strange sense of familiarity. Stroking his chin, he asked, puzzled, "When he warps space, does the jutsu make space swell and twist, as if a spiral is forming?" "HM? Yes, exactly. Hiruzen, how did you know?" Hikari asked in surprise. "I have a clone stationed in Konoha," Hiruzen replied offhandedly, his mind a jumble of questions. It was too far away to see things clearly, though. With that, he used a convenient lie to dismiss Hikari's suspicions. Now that he'd heard the full story, Hiruzen finally understood. The mysterious Mangekyou Sharingan user's power was none other than Kamui. But that made no sense. After all, the foolish Obito had no way of ever being lured away by Madara now. Not since Hiruzen had changed his fate. He was now in a happy relationship with Rin Noara, and with such a high level of personal happiness, it was practically impossible for him to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. How could this be? While Hiruzen Uchiha's mind was still swirling with questions, Mitsu Uchiha suddenly clenched her right hand into a fist and struck her left palm, as if a light bulb went on above her head. "I almost forgot. I have something to give you." With that, she spun around and dashed into the headquarters of the security division. Pulled back from his tangled thoughts by Mitsu's words, Hiruzen had no chance to ask what was going on. Before he could react, the girl came running out again, holding something that seemed both familiar and vaguely strange to him. It was familiar because, if memory served, he'd seen that enormous fan somewhere in the Naruto manga back in his previous life. Yet it was unfamiliar too, because, having crossed from the two-dimensional world into the three-dimensional, he couldn't be sure it was the same thing. After all, the Uchiha clan had made many imitations of the flame fan over the years, but none retained the legendary artifact's power to rebound attacks. Still, Yujin recalled that Mitsu had just been fighting with an enemy, so perhaps she'd seized it from her opponent. So, when Mitsu came rushing up, he hesitated a moment before asking, "What's this?" "This is the flame fan, an artifact passed down in the Uchiha clan for given the timeline here, for more than 1,000 years. It has the power to reflect our enemy's attacks. I just wrested it from the hands of an enemy, a rogue clansman I'd never seen before." Well now, that's something truly impressive. Upon confirming that it was indeed the flame fan, Yujin readily took it from her. After all these days, with Yujin Uchiha eager to use the divine technique, Boishin, to shift his entire fighting style, the prospect of a weapon's special trait was more than enticing. Accepting the weapon, Yujin quietly absorbed the purple glinting trait from within it, then said with great satisfaction, "This artifact, lost for decades after the Uchiha founded Konoha, has finally been reclaimed from the enemy by Mitsu. That couldn't have been easy, thank you." And truly, he had every reason to be satisfied. On the panel only he could see, a new trait had appeared. Spirit Tree Rebound, Violet. An exclusive trait of Spirit Tree artifacts. Weapons with this trait can absorb chakra, then reflect any chakra-based attack back at the sender with incredible force. If the reflected attack is converted to wind nature, its power is multiplied exponentially. Effect: absorbs and rebounds chakra-based jutsu. If the reflected attack is transformed into wind nature, the repulsion is doubled in strength. This was an extraordinarily powerful trait. From Yujin Uchiha's point of view, it was essentially a humble version of the supreme spirit of the High Emperors. After all, the supreme spirit of the High Emperors was, it can absorb all chakra-based attack techniques and reflect them back several times more powerful. As for the trait gained on the Uchiha Flame Fan, although it can only double the effect when converted to wind style, for Yujin, that was already more than enough. Because this was a trait, and traits, in his case, could be upgraded. Uchiha Yujin's praise brought Uchiha Hikari much delight. With a radiant smile, she nodded and said, "It's simply my duty. It's not tiring at all." Just then, having finished overseeing various matters of the security department, walked over. He looked serene as he nodded to the two of them. "Yujin, Hikari, Senior Hikari, thank you both for driving away the enemy." At that moment, Uchiha Fuyue felt truly moved as he looked at the young man and woman before him. This prodigy, Yujin, who had grown up right under his nose, never ceased to astonish him. Tonight, he had first sent a clone to warn him, ensuring the security department could be prepared in advance. Because of this, Fuyue was able to promptly arrange for the evacuation of their clansmen and organize the village's defenses. As a result, the casualties among clansmen and villagers were virtually zero. That was a tremendous success. After all, it proved the necessity of having a security department. Look, thanks to the efforts of the Uchiha, Konoha had achieved 0 casualties tonight. That alone was enough for the Uchiha to be proud for a long time. As for property damage, to be honest, before the Ninetales had a chance to wreak much havoc, it was already transferred away, so the civilian losses were minor. However, the Uchiha district, which became the battlefield of Hikari and that mysterious Uchiha, suffered far greater losses. But nobody could be blamed for that. Fuyue felt deeply grateful to Uchiha Yujin for all of this. And then, when Yujin went on to defeat the Ninetales and its controller, Fuyue was not overly surprised. As someone who also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and served as the clan leader, Fuyue understood well the Sharingan's power to suppress tailed beasts. Thus, the Ninetales' defeat seemed perfectly reasonable. As for its controller, in his view, anyone faced with Yujin's eye technique, which could determine the outcome of the future, would stand little chance of victory. After all, with a fate of defeat locked in by such a terrifying power, victory would slip invariably from their grasp. And then there was this so-called ancestor of the Uchiha, a weapon of decisive war from hundreds of years ago. That truly left Fuyue stunned. He had never imagined that a weapon for the final battle would genuinely turn out to be a superweapon. As the initiator of the Uchiha's flame array, Fuyue had observed the whole clash from the sidelines, and it had opened his eyes. The terrifyingly talented Uchiha Hikari had unleashed Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi, and Tsukuyomi, 3 great ocular techniques in succession. This feat alone utterly astonished Fuyue. He had studied the transcription seal technique himself, especially after Yujin Uchiha uncovered this young girl, carefully leafing through the clan's existing records. The specifics of the jutsu were nowhere to be found. Whether it was simply lost to time or had been taken decades ago by the first rogue ninja of the Hidden Leaf, Madara Uchiha, no one could say. Still, even if the technique itself was gone, the records and miscellaneous notes remained. That was why, after diving into those accounts, he found himself truly astonished by the girl, capable as she was of bearing multiple powerful techniques through her eyes alone. Such an extraordinary talent was almost unthinkable, a prodigy bordering on the supernatural. But then he considered it further. Both of these so-called monsters now stood as sources of power for the Uchiha clan, and a deep satisfaction settled in his heart. After languishing in decline for decades, the Uchiha were finally standing tall again at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. And all of it was happening under his leadership. He imagined the clan records of the future, in which his own name, Fugaku Uchiha, would no doubt receive generous praise, and the thought filled him with pride. After all, with the exception of saints, who doesn't take pleasure in recognition and a good reputation? Yujin, off to the side, could guess nothing of Fugaku's inward musings. But when he caught sight of Fugaku's easy, barely suppressed smile, Yujin felt his own tension melt away. After all, his rush back to the village had been motivated by the fear that their enemies might inflict irreparable harm on the village and the clan. If it really came to that, Yujin Uchiha knew he would be tormented by guilt. He couldn't help but recall, just a few months ago, he could have easily dispatched Danzo in secret. But he'd hesitated for personal reasons. To see Danzo fall from grace publicly, to reap some battle merit from Madara Uchiha, he had triggered the Indra trait instead. This had led to an unexpected turn of events. Madara and Danzo joining forces, bringing about the chaos of today, a scenario that even he hadn't foreseen. Originally, he had believed that his extraordinary luck would allow everything to unfold according to his will. But today, he realized there were things he truly failed to anticipate. So, if the village and the clan had suffered grievous losses due to his selfishness, then, as someone with a sound education and a clear conscience, Yujin would have felt deeply unsettled. But in this moment, watching Fugaku's relaxed expression, he realized that the losses must not have been so severe. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yujin's voice lightened as he asked, "Fugaku-san, how are things in the village and the clan? Thanks to your prompt arrival. Well, your clones, in any case." The guard was able to respond quickly, which spared Konoha from suffering greater losses. They've just completed a rough head count of casualties. Aside from those injured in the first moments when the Nine Tails appeared, there haven't been any further fatalities since then. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yujin nodded in agreement and said, "That's good to hear. Thank you for your hard work, Fugaku-san. I won't trouble you any longer. As for me, I need to go back and get some rest." At the same time, deep down, Uchiha Yujin resolved that the next time he used the Indra entry, he must invest a great amount of good fortune into it. After all, in his mind, this time things had gone awry in unexpected ways. Probably because he didn't invest enough luck. If the luck invested is too meager, the resulting fortune isn't strong enough to truly tip the scales. At most, it just barely ensures the primary goal is met. So it's only natural that some minor, unpredictable risks still slipped through the cracks. Cutting off his tangled thoughts, Yujin nodded to Fugaku and Hikari in farewell, then vanished in an instant with the Flying Thunder God technique. As for dealing with the Nine Tails, that would all have to wait until Minato-sensei had recovered. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, dawn broke on the following day. The uproar in Konoha last night had truly shaken the entire shinobi world to its core. Ever since its founding, the Hidden Leaf, renowned as the greatest of all ninja villages, had endured 3 ninja world wars. Throughout these wars, even including the third one, still unresolved, not once had the fighting ever breached the village itself, nor suffered loss of a single home or person within the Hidden Leaf. That's exactly why the chaos of last night in Konoha was so staggering. The Nine Tails rampage set the stage, followed by the rise of 2 towering giants in the Uchiha compound, and the fierce, earth-shattering clash outside the village that was so intense it upended the very landscape. All these events sent the spies within Konoha into a panic. In haste, they used summoning techniques to instantly transmit every scrap of intelligence back to their own villages, their messenger animals traveling through space itself. Regarding these reports, Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand, didn't much mind. Having surrendered early, they were already allies of Konoha. All they could do was sigh and marvel, how incredibly strong. And then they turned to kickstarting the campaign to elect their 4th Kazekage. After all, it was only because their Kazekage had died in this war that they were the first to surrender. Meanwhile, in Awagakure, the stone village, the Tsuchikage Inoki, upon receiving these reports, let out a bitter chuckle. Heaven hardly favors IW, does it? This Uchiha Yujin dealt with the Nine Tails all on his own. He's already on par with Uchiha Madara at his peak, wouldn't you say? The more Inoki pondered, the more bitterness welled up inside him. If Konoha now has such a formidable force, and another Uchiha powerhouse as well, it seems I've run out of options. In that moment, Inoki, minds clouded with bitterness, thought of a certain organization that was beginning to emerge in the Land of Rain. The Akatsuki of the Rain Country. Inoki had hired them a few times before for certain covert missions. Jobs he couldn't risk the other hidden villages realizing were orchestrated by Wagakure. But then again, that's only to be expected from a ninja village. Under normal circumstances, when you have enough manpower, you would never hire another ninja organization. I mean, let's be honest, why did the major ninja villages gang up on Konoha in the first place? Wasn't it all because of disputes over mission assignments? All of them were already stretched thin, who would have the extra money to hire outside help. Besides, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, Iwagakure has tens of thousands of mouths to feed. The financial pressure is unimaginable. So, when it came to the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, he had simply stopped paying attention. There was no thought of hiring them again. But this defeat in the recent war knocked Iwagakure's morale down to unprecedented lows. The will of stone was shattered all at once. This created a wave of despair and listlessness among the lower and middle ranks of ninja. On top of that, the battles at Canopy Bridge and the siege against the Third Raikage had cost the lives of many jonin, leaving the village with a shortage of high-level strength. But in Inoki's eyes, all of this could be fixed. It was only a matter of time. However, the incident involving Konoha, the rapid rise of Uchiha Yuma, and that new wielder of Susanoo, these things put Inoki on edge. Iwagakure had to take action. If Konoha's military strength kept ballooning, how long could Iwagakure's good days possibly last? At this point, though, their fighting strength was sorely lacking. So why not employ Akatsuki for the long term? After all, their capabilities. Having already hired Akatsuki several times, Inoki had come to trust them. Clearing his thoughts, Inoki immediately summoned the ANBU. Make sure this letter is delivered to the Akatsuki securely and without issue. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. As Inoki went into high gear, preparing to deepen collaboration with the Akatsuki. Elsewhere, the newly inaugurated Fourth Raikage, was poring over intelligence reports, deep in thought. Truth be told, none of the great powers in the ninja world had much strength left to wage war. By all logic, everyone should have just found a pretext, a convenient excuse, and ended this conflict already. But the Fourth Raikage, having just become Raikage, he couldn't afford to let up. This was a chance to make a name for himself, to silence the old guard who still doubted him. No way he was going to stop and miss that opportunity. He was all set to move troops to the border without delay. But the moment that intelligence from Konoha arrived, he paused to consider. Uchiha Yuma, a ninja famed for his instant body technique, had defeated the Nine Tails in only 10 minutes or so. For context, A's own father, a warrior able to fight more than 10,000 Adoyuanin for 3 days and 3 nights, still had to give it his all to bring down the 8 Tails. Everyone knew the Nine Tails was the strongest of all the tailed beasts. Uchiha Yuji, who could swiftly defeat the Nine Tails, was even stronger than his own late father and the Third Raikage. To put it in perspective, someone of this caliber could definitely stand against tens of thousands of their own village's ninja. And then, there was Minato Namikaze, who managed to defeat both him and Killer Bee. Damn it, that Uchiha brat, he must be only about 15, right? He's a real monster. Forget it. Konoha is at the height of its power right now. I'll wait patiently for a while. Just you wait. I swear I'll make the Hidden Cloud Village the #1 in the ninja world, and Konoha will end up beneath our feet. At this moment, the Fourth Raikage and leader of the new generation, silently vowed to himself that he would surpass Konoha. That's why the Hidden Cloud Village still had much to do. They needed to keep striving to obtain jutsu, secret arts, and kekiai genkai from smaller factions. Meanwhile, unlike the other hidden villages that were quick to react, Kirigakure continued its tradition of isolation. No matter what news arrived, there was never any visible response. Within Konoha, the ninja clans, who were far more informed than the foreign spies and truly understood what had happened, were thrown into complete upheaval. The true extent of Uchiha Yuji's power was something no one had ever quite grasped before. After all, no matter how powerful rumors made him out to be, there were always those who hadn't witnessed it firsthand. His legend had always lived on in hearsay. But tonight, this was an event that unfolded right here in the village, right under their very noses. It made them realize what true, godlike power really was. So this was what it meant for an Uchiha's bloodline limit, when fully awakened, to rival the gods among shinobi. That overwhelming force, enough to reshape the very land itself, and the battle that sent waves of chakra so intense that even those with no sensory abilities could feel it. This drove home for everyone that a ninja's strength could exist on an entirely different plane of reality. And then, there was also that young woman fighting another Uchiha renegade right in the Uchiha district. She was so formidable it defied belief. The Uchiha, they've really risen to power now. Narashikaku, who had summoned his allies, Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, early that morning to discuss the previous night's events, couldn't help but express his amazement. Yeah, with their growing military strength, surging wealth, and the downfall of their political adversary Danzo Shimura. Yamanaka, Inoichi, spoke heavily, recounting the Uchiha's transformation in recent years. He felt a shiver run through his heart. How many years had it been? In just a handful of years, the Uchiha had gone from being down and out to thriving once more. Not long ago, they had only their police force to cling to, barely managing to survive on the remnants of old glory like insects clinging to life at the end of autumn. Indeed, to the members of the Inoshikicho trio, the Uchiha had, after decades of decline, existed precariously, kept under strict watch by hostile leaders, not unlike grasshoppers after the first frost, just barely clinging on. He was clearly on the verge of collapse, yet from time to time, he would still leap out, provoking displeasure in others. But all of this, everything mentioned above, in just the past few years, it has all been dramatically reversed. All of it changed after you Uchiha rose to power. As Yamanaka high-pondered in silence without finishing his thought, Choza Akimichi picked up the thread. Even I've noticed this shift. I'd expect those of you, even sharper than I am, to be well aware of it too. That's right. And that's even when you Uchiha hasn't fully aligned himself with the Uchiha clan, Narashikaku replied. The more he learned of the young man, the more profoundly he was shaken. Even so, the balance of power has already been overturned. I'm sure you understand why it's happening. We know. Yamanaka high nodded in agreement, responding to Shikaku. How could they not? It was all because you Uchiha's strength was utterly overwhelming, so far beyond what anyone could have imagined. Everything he'd done before had already left everyone marveling. But what took place last night, the event where he subdued the Nine Tails in barely 10 minutes, left people in utter loss for words. That was the Nine Tails. The chakra of that tailed beast was as boundless and mighty as the deep ocean itself. And this creature, together with its controller, was defeated in less than 10 minutes, as quickly as a gust sweeping through dry leaves. That's why. Hi, you understand what to do with the interrogation of Roots Ninja and Danzo Shimura, don't you? Don't worry, Shikaku, Hai replied. When the time comes and the interrogation is done, I'll make sure the information revealed suits the god's intent. Meanwhile, at the center of all this discussion, Yu Uchiha was sitting quietly atop the Torii gate of the Nanko River Shrine. He was reviewing what he'd gained the night before. He had already studied the items tagged to Hashirama Senju and the Flaming War Fan. He was well aware of the points he'd earned in battle. Yet, amid the chaos, he had neglected to pay much attention to the entry linked to Tobarama Senju. Now that he finally had a moment's peace, he was eager to examine it more closely, to see if it would prove valuable. It was time to decide which trait to upgrade next. With that thought, Yu triggered his interface, and instantly, the panel surfaced within his mind. Host, Yu Uchiha. Gender, male. Age, 15. Strength, beyond Kage level. Traits, Indra Red. Fate, 6 charges. God of Shinobi Red. Kagemitsu Red. Child of Time and Space Gold. Genius Gold. Phantom Destiny Gold. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan Gold. Sacred Relic Gold. Rapid Ninjutsu Mastery Gold. Otsutsuki. Imitation Purple. Seed of Chakra Purple. Uchiha Style Purple. Natural Energy Affinity Purple. Flying Thunder God Inscription Purple. Steel Tempering Purple. Swordsmanship Prodigy Purple. Medical Genius Blue. Weapon Attributes Spirit Tree Rebound Purple. Thunder Imbued Blue. Undying Vampirism Blue. Chakra Assimilation Blue. Chakra Absorption and Assimilation Blue. Combat Power 21,700. With the addition of the God of Ninja attribute, there were 3 red grade skills altogether. As for Indra, there's not much else to mention. Having made it through this event, he ended up with 6 strands of destiny, a sizable gain by any measure. After all, with the conversion of 3 strands of fate into good fortune, he could just barely manage tasks that spanned longer periods, accomplishing them through sheer persistence and a bit of luck. Take this time, for instance. He wanted both to see Danzo ruined, his reputation in tatters, and to claim the combat points earned by defeating Uchiha Madara in battle. Since he managed to get by with 3 strands of fortune, Now, with these 6 transformed into luck, there's no need to force things. So, after this event, his plan was to save up the 6 strands of fortune for now, to accumulate even more before investing it all into something he truly wished to achieve. And then there was the red grade ability he obtained from Uchiha Hikaru, the manifest jewel. Frankly speaking, if he were a person driven entirely by desire, without any boundaries, this skill alone would let him sweep the entire ninja world with ease. But as for this skill, he had already decided. Only once he'd truly grown, when he no longer had to concern himself with the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother, would he use it to sway the secular world. As for using it to manipulate ninjas, there was really no need. With the enhancement of his golden fate of illusion trait, the Sharingan's Jinjutsu alone was more than enough. True, it didn't offer the silk-like smoothness of Koto Emetsukami, nor the sheer numerical advantage of the Manifest Jewel or Yasaka Magatama. But with strong enough ocular prowess, controlling a single ninja with the Sharingan was hardly difficult. After all, wasn't Uchiha Madara able to keep the 3rd Mizukage under his control for so many years? It came easily to him. So, when it came to the Manifest Jewel, he planned, after uniting all the ninjas, to employ it when he finally turned his attention to the mundane, everyday world. As it stands, though, the wise move was to keep strengthening his foundations. After all, this world is not to be underestimated. Kagaya Otsutsuki, along with all those future Otsutsuki upheavals, proved just how unique this planet truly is. So unique, in fact, that even a being like Otsutsuki Shirbai, who had already ascended, left certain things behind on this planet. After ascending, instead of leaving some legacy to his clan, he left only a discarded husk on a planet he'd never even set foot on. If there wasn't something fishy going on, Uchiha Yujin wouldn't believe it for a second. Yet, at this moment, given that his own strength could be considered the greatest among all ninja, though he was far from truly unbeatable, he chose not to dwell or investigate further for now. His plan was simple. Once the system recognized his abilities as reaching the 6 Paths level, surpassing the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother, becoming truly unrivaled on this planet, he would begin searching for whatever made this star unique. That's why, when it came to the Shingoku Jade, he decided to wait until he could sweep away all opposition with ease. Only then would he use it to exercise broad control over the mortal elites. After all, the powerful couldn't all be wiped out in one stroke. He'd need to wait until his own followers had cultivated a sufficient number of administrators, then proceed with the purge. As he skimmed past the Shingoku Jade attribute, his gaze fell upon the god of shinobi entry, something he pondered deeply in the past. It was an attribute for expanding one's influence. He planned to use it on Obito and Shursui after some time, to see if he could help them awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. The attribute he obtained from Tobarama Senju, on the other hand, was related to swordsmanship, a genuine surprise. But thinking it over, it actually made perfect sense. After all, the instruction he'd given the attribute extraction system was to select anything useful for himself. Of all Tobarama's skills, these were most relevant. As for bloodline limits, he had no need of them. When it came to ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, well, in the later stages of Naruto, the top-tier battles had basically gone full Dragon Ball. For good reason. Regular elemental jutsu and common forbidden techniques were of little use at his level. They simply weren't worth extracting. But now, wielding the divine power of Pavi, a craft capable of infinite transformation, Tobarama's skill with the sword had become something he truly needed. Swordsmanship Prodigy, Purple, a manifestation of supreme talent in swordsmanship. In your hands, sword and blade are like extensions of your own body. Effect dramatically enhances swordsmanship talent. The attribute was straightforward and powerful. It gave a massive boost to his swordsmanship skills. Whether it was the might of his strikes, his ability to learn, innovate, and comprehend swordsmanship, all saw enormous improvement. Not bad. The second Hokage's talent with the sword is truly a cut above the rest. Carefully savoring the effects of this attribute, Uchiha Yujin realized its strength was no exaggeration. No wonder the second Hokage went to such lengths to create the Sword of Raijin, a unique ninja tool. The combination of water and lightning release makes for a ruthless edge. Add top-tier swordsmanship and the Flying Thunder God technique. No wonder he was able to defeat Uchiha Izuna, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan. With this new attribute in hand, he imagined that the weapons he fashioned using his mastery of pressure force would soon become even more intuitive to wield. In comparison, the attribute he acquired from the third Hokage, Fast Ninjutsu Mastery Gold, Uchiha Yuma truly wasn't sure how to judge this one. If it had been in a world without bloodline powers, it would surely be a first-class attribute, undeniably powerful. Unfortunately, the world he was in placed extraordinary emphasis on bloodlines. So, all he could say was that this attribute was best applied to studying the almighty ace in the world of shinobi arts, the sealing technique. The thought of sealing techniques immediately brought to mind the Uzumaki clan, along with Kushina and Minato Namikaze. Alright, once I've finished upgrading, I'll go pay a visit to Minato-sensei and his wife. While returning to Ninetales, I can also bring up learning about sealing techniques with them. After all, in this world, sealing techniques are truly formidable. In Yuma's opinion, the power of sealing in this world rivaled even the abilities of the Otsutsuki's divine arts. Now, it's time to strengthen and upgrade my attributes. There's nothing more to consider. System, upgrade the Otsutsuki and Chakra seed attributes. Yuma had long made up his mind. After this battle, these were the attributes he needed to advance. Although he'd already taken on the Otsutsuki form, he felt as though he was stuck in an awkward in-between state. Ever since he'd synthesized the Otsutsuki attribute, the pineal gland at his brow had been quietly nurturing a third eye. Yet the process was excruciatingly slow. So much time had passed, and still there was no sign of progress. That's why, having finally amassed enough battle value, Yuma's patience had run out. He couldn't stand waiting any longer. He was determined to power up both attributes immediately to see what would emerge from this evolving bloodline, a third eye at last. Would it become the Byakugan or the Rinnegan? At the same time, he yearned for a complete Otsutsuki bloodline, instead of being stuck with that pesky pseudo-label on his attribute. After all, in a world where the shine of bloodlines is everything, true and false are worlds apart. He was eager to see how much stronger he'd become after this upgrade. As Yuma's command rang out, 20,000 battle points instantly transformed into an unfathomable power, surging into the attribute panel. And the points spent did not disappoint Yuma's expectations. The pseudo-Otsutsuki was now made real, and the Chakra seed, too, reached a new stage of evolution. Otsutsuki Gold. You are now a complete informational life form. All you lack are energy and the related informational laws. Effect. Chakra compilation is greatly enhanced. In the domains of eyes, flesh, blood, bone, and root, you have achieved transdimensional amplification. Source of Chakra Gold. A complete, self-owned source of chakra. The only thing you still need is to replenish your energy. Effects. Simulate all phenomena of existence. When combined with the chakra compilation, enables the activation of the sacrificial alchemy. The fake character behind the Otsutsuki entry is gone now, and as for the effects, the description for the chakra compilation ability now highlights a much greater amplification. The second effects explanation has changed too. It's upgraded from greatly enhanced to transcendent amplification. Looking at the display panel, Yuma Uchiha immediately felt a surge of excitement at the newly revealed entry descriptions. What used to be the seed of chakra entry had now transformed into the source of chakra. Even the detailed effect explanations have been altered. Yet these entries could only be experienced once installed. With this thought, Yuma Uchiha wasted no time in issuing an order to the system. Install the entry. The instant the entry took effect, before his body could fully reshape itself, Yuma Uchiha's hair turned stark white, while his skin grew as smooth and radiant as pure jade. But that was just the beginning. A thin, crimson crack suddenly appeared at the center of his forehead. A deep, resonating hum filled the air. As the crack opened, a black membranous sphere came into view, manifesting a pale blue eye within. What's this? The moment that I emerged, Yuma's vision was utterly transformed. His perspective now soared, widening and stretching farther than ever before. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, every single detail of the landscape was revealed to him with crystal clarity. It's in color, not in black and white. This is the pure eye. The abrupt change in perception instantly made Yuma realize that this third eye was neither the Rinnegan as he once thought, nor the Byakugan, or rather it was the upgraded form of the Byakugan, the pure eye. This eye was truly extraordinary. So much so that even Tsumi Otsutsuki, a god among his kind, and Momoshiki, that haughty young master of the Otsutsuki, had both remarked on the tremendous significance of these eyes. Of course it's special. I can see the very pathways of space itself. Right now, within this expanded sensory field, Yuma perceived the strange, tunnel-like channels of space within 100 kilometers around him. Wait, my eyes! Still marveling at the pure eye, Yuma had little time to reflect before noticing yet another change. His own Sharingan eyes were shifting as well. Within his body, streams of chakra capable of simulating all existence surged toward his eye sockets. The Sharingan in his sockets began transforming rapidly. Mighty ocular power surged and blazed, dissolving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's pattern in an instant. Those disintegrating lines then reassembled within his eye sockets, reforming into a series of concentric ripples that now covered the entirety of the orb. My very own Rinnegan has finally awakened. Thanks to the pure eye, Uchiha Hiruzen didn't even need a mirror to see the transformation in his eyes. It simply revealed itself to him, clear as day. The evolution to the Rinnegan took him by surprise. He'd originally thought he would have to upgrade his Otsutsuki trait all the way to the red tier before such a change could be triggered. But then he reconsidered. For the Otsutsuki clan, the Rinnegan wasn't rare at all. Even Urashiki had his before touching any chakra fruit. Now that he had fully evolved into a true Otsutsuki, it only made sense that his Sharingan would ascend into the Rinnegan. After all, the Otsutsuki had never lacked for unique eyes. The only thing they'd ever been short on were chakra fruits harvested from worlds. Sensing so many changes within himself at once, Hiruzen's heart grew heavy. He carefully focused on the system's detailed explanations and tried to grasp every nuance of what was happening inside his body. Once he truly calmed his mind, he started to glean the system's revelations. First, his ability to weave and manipulate chakra had increased dramatically. This power, combined with his own unique chakra source, enabled him to use a secret spirit transferring technique, a technique called karma. Now, he could record his current state using chakra, so that in a true life and death crisis, he could easily use a trace of chakra to overwrite the recorded consciousness onto a suitable vessel and decompress, reviving himself. Next, beyond standard moves like simulating all creation, his command over chakra had reached a new zenith. Crucially, he could now activate every Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world. Aside from Kekkei Mora, the highest echelon, his control over chakra had truly reached heights ordinary mortals could never dream of. And with this chakra manipulation, he could instantly refine foreign chakra into elixirs, consume them, and further strengthen himself. There were also radical physical enhancements beyond the usual scope, a huge spike in chakra reserves. He could feel his chakra output had more than doubled. Yet all this extra chakra hardly mattered to him now. As long as it was sufficient, it was enough. After all, once a ninja crosses into the Super Kage class, running out of chakra is no longer a concern. Uchiha Madara had fought Hashirama Senju for days on end to prove this point. And Hiruzen knew perfectly well, unless he met someone even stronger than himself, chakra would never be his bottleneck. There's no need to worry about chakra reserve for now. Just don't end up as drained as Sasuke was in the Naruto era. What matters most is the Rinnegan power I've just unlocked. It's actually this ability. The power of the Rinnegan makes itself known the instant it awakens. This was something Hiruzen already understood. In the manga, as soon as Sasuke upgraded his eyes, he instinctively used a manhwarecap. For Hiruzen, it was the same. When the Rinnegan opened, the knowledge of his ocular power immediately crystallized in his mind. The ocular power of his Rinnegan was known as Susanoo Mikoto. Its ability was the theft of powers. Regardless of whether it was ninjutsu, forbidden jutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, ocular jutsu, or even divine arts, Susanoo Mikoto could steal them all. And for the one whose ability was stolen, no matter how intimately acquainted with the technique, no matter how deeply it was etched into their bloodline or soul, it would simply vanish, erased from memory, as if it had never existed. As long as Uchiha Hiruzen, the wielder of Susanoo Mikoto, did not wish to return what he had taken, then the stolen ability, no matter how hard the original owner tried, could never be relearned. Even if the original possessor were to die, the power stolen would remain utterly unaffected in his hands. Of course, such a potent jutsu came with its own restrictions. The constraint was this. Susanoo Mikoto could only store 3 stolen abilities at a time. When all 3 slots were filled, unless Hiruzen chose to return one of them and make space by giving it back to its original owner, he could not steal another new ability. What a marvelous ocular power. With this, I will stand invincible. Uchiha Hiruzen was more than satisfied with the abilities of his Rinnegan. In the absence of entries similar to the eyes of the divine realm, every time he awakened an ocular technique with his Rinnegan, it always came down to a gamble. If luck was on his side, he could get something as powerful as the time-bending ocular jutsu of Otsutsuki Urashiki. If not, he might end up with something like Uchiha Sasuke's manhwareccap, a technique that, when compared with the Flying Thunder God, held no advantage. Sure, at first glance, the Flying Thunder God seemed less flexible than a manhwarecap, but its range was vast. It could also be used to form barriers, lending it even greater versatility. When all was weighed, a manhwarecap's applicability wasn't much greater than the Flying Thunder God after all. For a Rinnegan technique to offer nothing more than that would be a pitiful disappointment. For this reason alone, Uchiha Hiruzen found himself particularly pleased with Susanoo Mikoto. With this ocular power, if he encountered an opponent with a superior eye technique, divine art, or special ability, he could simply think, "Your power is formidable, but from now on, it belongs to me." It could only be described as the ultimate act of usurpation. Having more or less unraveled the mysteries of his eyes, Hiruzen then raised his hand. He stared at his palm, a somewhat grave expression on his face. "As for the changes in my blood, they've basically amplified my regenerative power, transforming an already impressive healing into something nearly miraculous, capable of mending flesh, reanimating the dead, and knitting shattered bone together. But as for the shift in my bones, I never expected to inherit this as well." As he spoke, a sliver of gray bone surfaced in the center of his palm. This bone radiated with a chilling aura of decay, as if it were truly the bone of the dead. Uchiha Hiruzen recognized exactly what this was: Kaguya Otsutsuki's ultimate move, an attack so fearsome that even life forms at the Six Paths level, or beings like herself who surpassed that threshold, dare not cross its path, was known as the all-killing Ash Bones. From Hiruzen's perspective, this power ranked among the most formidable techniques he had ever encountered. After all, it was a jutsu that even the truly immortal Kaguya herself would never touch. Excellent. Now that both the pure eye and the Rinnegan are awakened, with all their associated ocular techniques and attacks of overwhelming destructive force, I just need time to experiment and shape a complete battle system for myself. Next, it's time to upgrade my weapon traits. After all, that's what truly lies at my core. Indeed, even now, with the pure eye and Rinnegan, these two unparalleled eyes fully activated, Hiruzen knew all too well. His deepest core would always be the trait extraction system. It would always come down to the traits themselves. With that thought, streams of information from the system interface flowed into his mind. Host, Uchiha Hiruzen. Gender, male. Age, 15. Strength, 6 paths. Traits, Indra, red. Fortune, 6 stacks. Pure eye, red. Rinnegan, red. God of Shinobi, red. Nation revealing orb, red. Otsutsuki, gold. Chakra, sea, gold. Child of space-time, gold. Genius, gold. Fated phantom, gold. Spiritual weapon, gold. High-speed ninjutsu mastery, gold. Uchiha style, purple. Natural energy affinity, purple. Flying thunder god technique, purple. Steel training, purple. Swordsmanship prodigy, purple. Medical genius, blue. Weapon traits, spirit tree rebound, purple. Thunder imbue, blue. Vampiric immortality, blue. Chakra mimicry, blue. Chakra absorption and assimilation, blue. Combat power, 1700. Among the new traits listed on the interface, the appearance of the Rinnegan, in red, was expected. However, the recent awakening of the pure eye had caught him by surprise. Back when he'd first awakened his ancestral wisdom, he'd obtained the Uchiha, purple, trait from Fugaku, which directly triggered the emergence and enhancement of his Sharingan. The description for the pure eye, like all the system's notations, was notably straightforward. Pure eye, red. The celestial eye that pierces all. Possess it, and all will be within your grasp. Effects: 360-degree transcendent vision, clairvoyance, telescopic sight, and insight. Perception beyond space and time. Intimidating pressure. Note: as your bloodline evolves, your eyes may even gain mastery over fate itself and exert dominion over others. The trait's description left little to comment on. These were, after all, the abilities that the Byakugan was famed for. Its power to perceive across space and time was the true essence of the pure eye. And, as annotated below, with further bloodline evolution, one could even come to decipher destiny and rule those around them. It seems to be the kind of ability possessed by the Peach-style clan, the power to foresee the future. As for manipulating others, it's essentially the same technique Kaguya Otsutsuki used, casting illusions to control her youngest son, Himura Otsutsuki. According to the new standards of power, I'm now at the 6 paths level. With this upgrade in my Otsutsuki bloodline, unlocking the pure eye and the Rinnegan, the combination of these three makes reaching the 6 paths level perfectly natural. There are still 1,700 battle points left. Yuma glanced at his remaining score, then looked over the line of blue weapon traits on his panel. Alright, let's upgrade the Thunder Affinity trait. Among the weapon traits available for upgrade, Yuma felt he didn't have much of a choice. After all, the weapon traits currently apply to his ultimate technique, Shinjutsu, Poison. Traits like Undying Bloodsucking, blue, and Chakra Mimicry, blue, weren't really necessary. As for Chakra Absorption and Integration, blue, Ever since he unlocked the Rinnegan and acquired the eye technique sealing, absorption seal, it was no longer a matter of urgency. Therefore, the only viable upgrade was Thunder Affinity, Blue. With a decisive thought, he let the system process the upgrade. A new trait emerged, Thunder Enshroud, Purple. Your weapon will be wreathed in thunder. Effect. By channeling Chakra, you can summon vast quantities of natural lightning out of thin air. With the boost of lightning nature Chakra, the thunder damage is greatly amplified. As expected of an upgraded trait. Previously, I could only call forth a spark or two of lightning, providing standard lightning-infused attacks. But now, I can directly summon natural lightning, and the lightning nature further enhances the damage. In other words, once my weapon is enchanted with this trait, I can unleash Sasuke's lightning release. Kirin technique at will. He was more than satisfied with the effect. He understood well that real lightning and chakra-simulated lightning were fundamentally different. Chakra-generated lightning could never match the speed of actual bolts from the sky. The lightning release. Kirin technique summons genuine lightning, which means the attack travels at the true speed of a lightning strike. At that velocity, it's virtually impossible for anyone to evade an attack imbued with this trait. I've digested part of my gains for now. Next, it's time to return the Nine Tails. With that thought, Yuma immediately set off toward the Konoha hospital. It was finally time to address the matter of the Nine Tails, and to meet the protagonist of this world, Naruto Uzumaki. With practiced ease, Uchiha Yuma arrived at Konoha Hospital, climbed to the second floor, and pushed open the door to one of the patient rooms. The first thing that caught his eye was Tsunade, standing beside the bed, notebook in hand, recording something diligently. Minato Namikaze sat by the bedside, peeling an orange for his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, but all of Kushina's attention was lovingly devoted to the baby in her arms. At the sound of the door opening, everyone's attention shifted, eyes turning toward the newcomer. When they saw it was Yuto Uchiha, all their faces lit up with joy. Minato instantly stood up, gratitude shining on his face as he stepped forward to greet Yuto, clapping him warmly on the shoulder. He then took a step back, and with deep sincerity, bowed low to Yuto and Tsunade. Yuto, this time, I truly owe you my life. If it hadn't been for you, I would have died right there and then. And if it wasn't for that special medical device developed by Lady Tsunade, Kushina wouldn't have survived either. If that had happened, our whole family. Tonight's events had left Minato deeply grateful to his disciple. Earlier, when he was gravely wounded, if Yuto hadn't come to his rescue, there would have been no hope for him. Thinking back to that moment, he couldn't help but recall the miracle of Yuto's blood. Its extraordinary healing power had him up and about the very next day, as if nothing had happened. It was truly astonishing, and Tsunade's life-saving invention for Kushina had been equally miraculous. Wood release, a bloodline ability long thought lost in the hidden leaf, had been brought back to life by Tsunade, a true descendant of the Senju of the forest. Thanks to the boundless life force bestowed by Wood release, Kushina, his beloved, had been granted a second chance. Otherwise, according to all the research in the shinobi world, anyone who lost their tailed beast never lived long thereafter. That's why all three, Minato, Kushina, and their child, were only alive today because of Tsunade and his disciple. In Minato's eyes, it was entirely thanks to Yuto and Lady Tsunade. Seeing this, Yuto quickly helped Minato stand up, smiling. I deeply appreciate your gratitude, sensei, but please, there's no need for such formality. As your student, it's only right I do what I can to save you. Off to the side, Tsunade closed her notebook, where she'd been jotting down data, and spoke in her usual brisk tone. Minato, you're making things far too formal. For one, our relationship has always been pretty good. And besides, as Hokage of the Leaf, if you were in danger, the village's ninja have a duty to come to your aid. She then gestured toward Yuto, adding, as for the wood release prosthesis, I know you must be very curious as Hokage. But to be honest, you'd better ask your own student about that. If it hadn't been for what he gave me, I'd never have managed to develop it. Upon hearing this, Minato gave Yuto a look of genuine surprise. Before he could ask, however, Yuto immediately cut in with a smile. Sensei, we can talk about the wood release prosthesis in a little while. The important question now is, with the Nine Tails sealed inside the spiritual vessel by me, what should we do with it next? Frankly, he had no use for the Nine Tails. His own chakra reserves were already vast beyond measure, more than he could ever need. No matter how powerful the Nine Tails might be in battle, its presence would add nothing to his own strength. With the powers of the Otsutsuki, his formidable ocular abilities, and the capacity to equip various enhancing attributes thanks to the divine system, he had little interest in using Susanoo. And if a Uchiha has no need for Susanoo, then there's no reason for him to hold onto a tailed beast. After all, when it comes to overwhelming weaker foes, tailed beasts are impressive. But matched against shinobi on the same level, their help is marginal at best. Everyone present, having heard the news about the Nine Tails, turned their attention to Hiruzen. The Nine Tails, that hateful fox. How about sealing it inside me again? Kushina Uzumaki suggested, gently setting the sleeping little blonde boy, Naruto Uzumaki, to one side. Her suggestion, however, was instantly met with opposition from both Minato Namikaze and Tsunade. I can't allow that, Kushina. Your life force just isn't strong enough to withstand another sealing of the Nine Tails. Minato refused, his expression brooking no argument. That's right, as your primary doctor, I need to make this absolutely clear. Even though you survived the last extraction of the Nine Tails thanks to the protection of the wood-style clone, your life was spared, yes, but your chakra reserves and the remnant of your life force have been greatly diminished. After suffering the extraction of a tailed beast once, there's simply not enough left to go through that again. Tsunade-sama is absolutely right. Think of your child, Kushina. You can't afford to act recklessly any longer, another voice added. As he heard their repeated concern for Kushina's life force, Hiruzen immediately activated his own powerful sensory abilities. Having become a true Otsutsuki and attained powers approaching the Sage of Six Paths, Hiruzen's sensory perception had reached mythic levels. As for the range of his senses, to put it in perspective, compared to Tobirama Senju, who, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, could sense chakra from more than 1,000 miles away, even detecting Madara Uchiha from the Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen's capabilities far surpassed that, his range easily over 10,000 miles, possibly even more. And that was without ever having pushed his sensory powers to the absolute limit. Still, Hiruzen had a hunch. If he truly tapped into Sage mode and focused, sensing the entire planet at once was likely within his grasp. With that breadth of perception came an equally staggering precision. Sure enough, in that moment, he clearly sensed the vital force within Kushina Uzumaki. And instantly, Hiruzen understood why Tsunade and Minato opposed, making her the Nine Tails Jinchuriki again. The vitality of Kushina Uzumaki's body had been drastically depleted. Now, even with the life force remaining, she could easily live into her 70s or 80s without any issue. However, it's important to remember that the Uzumaki clan has always been known for their longevity. As the princess of her clan, carefully chosen to come to Konoha as a Jinchuriki, Kushina's vitality, if untouched, could have allowed her to surpass 100 years of life. To make matters worse, the toll on her life force had already reduced her chakra reserves from a vast ocean to nothing more than a gentle stream. If Kakashi were the standard for comparison, Kushina Uzumaki now possessed only about one Kakashi's worth of chakra. With so little chakra, even considering sealing the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, was simply out of the question. Uchiha Hyugen understood this completely. After all, in the original story, even someone like Naruto Uzumaki, practically overflowing with chakra, had to devote a large portion just to keep the Nine Tails in check. At this moment, Kushina Uzumaki, left with barely a fraction of chakra, would be unable to reinforce the seal. If she tried, the Nine Tails would break free the moment it so much as rebelled. With these thoughts clear in his mind, Uchiha Hyugen felt rather helpless. This was truly a troublesome situation, and he couldn't just keep the Nine Tails locked up forever, could he? After all, the Nine Tails had been imprisoned by humans for decades. By now, its temper had grown unbearably foul. Hyugen certainly didn't have the patience to play games of redemption with it. He was the last person willing to waste his warmth on ice-cold rejection. Letting out a resigned sigh, he turned to the three beside him and said, since Kushina-senpai can no longer seal the Nine Tails, how should we handle this problem? Tsunade, standing to the side, also felt her head ache. Hyugen and I should probably stay out of this one. Minato, as the fourth Hokage of Konoha, this is for you to decide. Stabilized by her words, Minato Namikaze now fell silent, lost in deep thought. First, he looked at his beloved Kushina Uzumaki. Then, his gaze shifted to their son, sleeping peacefully off to the side. The protagonist of Jiraiya's novel also floated through his mind. In that instant, Minato's resolve crystallized. Then we'll seal the Nine Tails inside Naruto. This was Minato's hope for his son. After all, the name Naruto itself had come from the hero of Jiraiya-sensei's story. Besides, at this moment, only his own child in Konoha could serve as a vessel for the Nine Tails. The land of whirlpools had been destroyed for decades. In Konoha, only Kushina and Naruto remained as descendants of the Uzumaki clan. More importantly, Minato had learned all the Uzumaki sealing techniques from his wife. He was confident that with his own ability, The sealed Nine Tails would have no chance of harming Naruto at all. Uchiha Hiruzen, who had been listening from the side, suddenly felt a spark of excitement in his heart. He was 100% in favor of sealing the Nine Tails inside Naruto. First of all, since Naruto is the reincarnation of Ajura, with the power of the Nine Tails, his growth would be much smoother. At the very least, Hiruzen was already clear about the trajectory from the original story. Once Naruto matured fully, his strength would be enough to bring down even Otsutsuki elites like Ishiki in a mutual destruction. That's an enormous power. For Uchiha Hiruzen, this was excellent news. After all, a star-faring faction like the Otsutsuki most likely has no shortage of members. The Otsutsuki clan is a technologically advanced race. There's no rule that says the stronger they are, the lower their birth rate. Whether it's Otsutsuki Kagaya or Otsutsuki Hagoromo, their ability to reproduce is just like any normal human. Lady Kagaya herself gave birth to 2 sons in her lifetime. And then there's the branch clans that formed inside the moon, where the Otsutsuki bloodline remained thick and unbroken. All of these prove the point. Now, here's the problem. If they reproduce like ordinary humans, and every member is effectively immortal, that's a real cause for alarm. After all, if you look at the original story, when a clan set out to search for their missing kin, Ishiki and Kagaya, the passage of time is counted not in years, but in millennia. So you can imagine how long this clan has existed in the universe, at least 10,000 years, if not more. With tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years to multiply, it's impossible that their entire clan consists of the few members shown in the original story. That's exactly why Hiruzen desperately needed Naruto's power once he grew to his full potential. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. However, Uchiha Hiruzen's perspective was quite different from Kushina Uzumaki's. Upon hearing this suggestion, Kushina reacted instantly, her temper flaring. What? You want to seal a monster like the Nine Tails inside Naruto? Don't even think about it. Minato Namikaze. Have you lost your mind? That's your own son. Have you forgotten? Back when we trained together, the Nine Tails rampages nearly killed both of us. At that moment, even when faced with Kushina's fiery, almost explosive anger, Minato Namikaze remained calm as he explained himself to his wife. He shared his thoughts and laid out the realities Konoha faced in a gentle, patient tone. Off to the side, Tsunade and Hiruzen merely listened quietly, staying out of the conversation. After all, when it comes to their child, it's really a family matter, and, as outsiders, it's best not to offer any unsolicited advice. Listening to her beloved husband's explanation, Kushina slowly regained her composure. After calmly listening to the explanation, she also understood that, at present, there was simply no suitable candidate for the Jinchuriki in the village. After all, everything that happened that day came far too suddenly. Moreover, just as her beloved Minato had said, with the current sealing techniques, the Nine Tails could be sealed away directly, and it wouldn't be able to affect their child. Once her thoughts cleared, Kushina Uzumaki immediately mustered the resolve of the Hokage's wife and agreed outright. Then it's settled. Naruto will become the Jinchuriki. With you and me watching over the process, the Nine Tails won't be able to stir up trouble. With Kushina's decision made, Minato let out a sigh of relief, turned around, and addressed Uchiha Yuma. Yuma, I'll have to trouble you with moving the Nine Tails into Naruto's body. Hearing this, Yuma nodded, walked to the bedside, and gazed at the little blonde-haired Naruto, his curiosity evident as he asked. So this child is named Naruto. Is his surname Uzumaki or Nami? Before Yuma could finish, Kushina cut in fiercely with a growl. Uzumaki. This child's surname is Uzumaki. Even if his hair is completely blonde and he didn't inherit my red hair, he's still an Uzumaki. His full name, Uzumaki Naruto. Yuma couldn't help but chuckle at Kushina's emphatic tone as she introduced the boy's name. All right, Uzumaki Naruto. Once again, I wish you a future where you'll master the power of the tailed beast. With that, a sweeping motion of his hand brought forth an orange-red spiritual artifact, the fabled Sword of Totsuka. The spiritual artifact, known as the Sword of Totsuka, also called the Grasscutter Blade, is a legendary sealing sword. As a member of a sealing clan, Kushina instantly recognized this gourd-shaped spiritual weapon as soon as it appeared. She was filled with admiration. This young man before her was growing more formidable by the day. His strength was rising at a monstrous pace, and the treasures he'd acquired were truly awe-inspiring. It was common knowledge. The Grasscutter Blade's fame was widespread throughout the shinobi world. Many had sought it, but none had found it. Yet here, her beloved's disciple produced it as if it were nothing. Nearby, Tsunade, upon seeing the sealing sword, was quick to react. With genuine amazement, she exclaimed, I used to wonder where you had sealed the Nine Tails away. Who would have thought it was inside this spiritual vessel? You really are something, Yuma. The spiritual artifact, which had lain dormant for so many years without being found, now sat in this youngster's hands. It was truly beyond her expectations. Unlike the astonished women, Minato Namikaze was less affected by the revelation. When it came to Yuma, the protege who had shocked him numb with wonder time and again, if producing a legendary sealing sword was all he did, it was hardly a surprise anymore. Even at a time like this, he wouldn't be surprised if someone suddenly pulled out one of the Sage of Six Paths legendary treasures. Yujin, you send the Nine Tails into Naruto's body. I'll take care of sealing it. Upon hearing this, Yujin nodded to show his understanding. He gently picked up Naruto, then placed the gourd-shaped spiritual vessel atop Naruto's belly. The very instant the vessel touched Naruto, a bright red entry, no less dazzling than the one he'd seen with Madara Uchiha, flared before Yujin's eyes. But this was the pivotal moment to seal the Nine Tails. Yujin decided to save his curiosity about the new entry for later. For now, every ounce of his focus stayed on the task at hand. With a single thought, the Nine Tails chakra surged forth. Like a tidal wave, it rushed toward Naruto's belly. Under Uchiha Yujin's flawless control, deep, resonant vibrations filled the air. The Nine Tails, powerless to resist, couldn't even muster a word of protest. Its chakra poured completely into Naruto's body, overwhelming him. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze, standing nearby, immediately pressed his palm upon Naruto's stomach. He furrowed his brow and called out in a clear voice, 8 trigram seal. As soon as his words fell, the sealing formula blazed across Naruto's belly. When the markings appeared, the Nine Tails, now inside Naruto and no longer under Yujin suppression, immediately began to struggle. Naruto, disturbed by the turmoil inside, awoke crying, his tiny body racked with discomfort. With a pulse like a thunderclap, a shimmering blue aura of chakra, radiantly his own, flared up from Naruto's body. At the same time, wisps of the Nine Tails crimson chakra seeped out as well. At the sight, both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki tensed in worry. Yet everything remained within Minato's predictions. It was, at this stage, a normal reaction. So long as the 8 trigrams seal held firm, the Nine Tails outburst would soon be suppressed by Naruto's own chakra. Even so, as a father, Minato hated seeing his son in distress. Having his trusted apprentice, Uchiha Yujin, present was what allowed him to take the risk of sealing the Nine Tails right here in the infirmary. After all, after the chaos of that night, everyone in Konoha now knew the truth. The Sharingan could control the Nine Tails. And his own disciple, who had defeated the man who once controlled the beast, clearly possessed ocular powers greater than anyone else alive. For this reason, Minato turned to his loyal student and called out, I know Naruto will be fine, but as a father, I can't ignore it when my child is crying like this. Yujin, use your Sharingan to calm the Nine Tails. You should be able to do it. At his words, Uchiha Yujin's eyes blossomed into the Tritomo Sharingan, ready to act. Focusing his ocular power in the blink of an eye, Yujin's consciousness arrived in a space that resembled an underground sewer. What greeted his eyes was this. Inside the iron-barred gate, the Nine Tails sat cross-legged, refining chakra, and then releasing it, saturating the space with a flood of its fiery red chakra. Then, with a single thought, the Nine Tails stirred that crimson energy, making it rage restlessly. Witnessing this, Uchiha Yujin's eyes flickered. The Three Tomo in his Sharingan spun, morphing seamlessly into the Mangekyo, its patterns twisting. With a tearing sound, steered by his ocular power, the Nine Tails chakra instantly withdrew, returning to the confines of its sealed prison. Nine Tails, settle down now. Throwing a tantrum at a little kid really doesn't prove much, Yujin said, his tone calm but firm. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails immediately ceased its turbulent display, uncrossed its legs, and approached the iron bars. Its gaze widened as it gave Yujin a cold, toothy grin. You humans have locked me away for so many years. Don't I deserve at least a little venting? As expected, to have a real conversation with you, I still must, Yujin began, and, as he did, his eternal Mangekyo met the Nine Tails' glare directly. Make you afraid, for starters? The instant his words fell, his ocular power surged. In that moment, before the Nine Tails could even react, Yujin's power seized control. Now that the beast was quiet, Yujin could only shake his head in exasperation. Most tailed beasts were reasonable enough, but the Nine Tails and the One Tail were especially rebellious, both with a towering sense of pride, acting as if nothing in heaven or earth could tie them down. Unless forced to submit, obedience was out of the question. They were, by nature, incredibly difficult to reason with. With another slight shake of his head, Yujin released his control. As the Tomo faded from the Nine Tails' eyes, the beast shuddered, snapping back to itself. Damn you, Uchiha. You fiend. You actually dared to control me? Oh, not calm yet, Kurama. Yujin raised his head, frowning as he saw the nine tails still bristling in outrage. Don't think for a moment I'll ever submit. And how do you even know my name? You'd better fess. Kurama's snarl was abruptly cut off, the words dying in its throat as it caught sight of what lay before him. Staring the beast in the eye, Yujin's own were now rimmed with rings, brilliant blue ripple patterns swirling across his sclera. And just as the legendary Rinnegan appeared, Kurama fell instantly silent. The Rinnegan? Impossible. Are you the reincarnation of Indra? As a tailed beast, Kurama knew one thing well. The Sage of Six Paths would never die. It was absurd. Really, even the tailed beasts themselves could not perish. So why would the one who created them simply cease to exist? So, the only answer was clear. The youth standing before him, Rinnegan eyes aglow, was none other than Indra reincarnate. After all, these two brothers reincarnate every few decades and stir up trouble. It knows this all too well. But wait, that doesn't add up. Yesterday, that Uchiha Madara character used me. Indra shouldn't have reincarnated yet. So what's going on here? The Nine Tails, still considerably quick-witted, immediately recalled how it was just manipulated by Uchiha Madara yesterday, and found itself thoroughly confused. Could this person in front of me be the old man himself, come down to earth as a human? But probably not. The old man was always a rigid sort, generally quite averse to using power to interfere in the mortal world. Still, whatever the situation may be, when it comes to the Rinnegan, I should avoid taking any unnecessary losses. Having lived so many years, the Nine Tails well understood the wisdom of knowing when to yield. Watching the now calm expression of Kurama before him, Uchiha Yujin nodded with evident satisfaction. He approached the iron bars, giving the massive fox head a friendly pat, watching with amusement as Kurama forced a welcoming smile despite its restrained anger. Feeling slightly entertained by this, Yujin instructed the system to extract suitable entries from Kurama. Then, Yujin spoke to Kurama. All right, you, with your ability to sense good and evil, should have realized by now that I mean you no harm. There's no need to keep up this act. My Rinnegan is an atavistic awakening from my bloodline. It has nothing to do with Indra, so you don't have to worry about it. I'll only say this once. While you remain in this kid's body, keep yourself quiet. Understood. I will keep to myself, Kurama replied. Always a fox that would return respect with even greater respect. In Kurama's mind, any bearer of the Rinnegan who could still reason calmly with him deserved to be treated with courtesy in return. After all, if things really went sideways, all it would take is a single glare from those eyes, and his fate would be even more miserable than when he was under the Sharingan's control. This, Kurama firmly believed without any doubt. As for being told not to worry about the Rinnegan, well, that much made sense. After all, that was the other party's secret. Being a seasoned old fox, Kurama knew better than to let curiosity get the best of him. Seeing Kurama so cooperative, Uchiha Yujin made ready to leave. Just as he was about to step out, Yujin turned back, smiling warmly. Almost forgot, Kurama, from now on, look out for this kid, will you? He's Ashura's reincarnation. With that, Yujin reached out and touched the surface of the water on the sealed chamber's floor. Ripples spread across the water, gradually revealing the figure of a simple, honest man clad in the traditional robes of ancient shinobi. Wait, Ashura's reincarnation. Seeing this, Kurama immediately felt a headache coming on. Over the last 1,000 years, except for the very first generation, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura had rarely caused him much trouble. Aside from being deeply annoyed by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama decades ago, it actually never cared much about the reincarnations of those two brothers. But now, as it came to realize the truth, it found itself drawn into yet another cycle of strife between the next generation of these reincarnated siblings. Having already suffered greatly at the hands of both Madara and Hashirama, Kurama felt a pounding headache rise up all at once. Witnessing this, Yujin couldn't help but find it rather amusing, and so he promptly left the space that belonged to Naruto's consciousness. As soon as Uchiha Yujin exited Naruto's spiritual world, he was met by Minato and Kushina, whose faces were clouded with worry. Without any delay, he spoke up. The problem with the Nine Tails has been resolved. From now on, Naruto can grow up in peace, free from the beast's influence. He meant every word, for in his eyes, now that Kurama knew Naruto Uzumaki was the reincarnation of Ashura, it was almost certain that things wouldn't unfold as they had in the original story. Naruto would no longer suffer disruptions in his chakra, nor appear to be lacking talent in ninjutsu. After all, these tailed beasts fully understood the tangled grudges of the Sage of Six Paths family. And Yujin recalled from the anime in his previous life, Kurama had teamed up with Azura to confront Indra. That went to show that back in the Ninshu era, Kurama had essentially taken Azura's side. As for the old grudge between Kurama and the previous Azura reincarnation, Senju Hashirama, from Yujin's perspective, if Kurama were the vindictive type, he never would have chosen to sacrifice himself for Naruto during the battle against Ishiki Otsutsuki in the original storyline. It was precisely this understanding that gave Uchiha Yujin the confidence to state his conclusion. Upon hearing Yujin's words, Minato and Kushina released a long, relieved sigh. Tsunade, standing nearby and seeing that things had finally been settled, didn't hesitate a moment. She took Yujin by the arm, bid Minato and Kushina their farewells, and brought him straight out of the hospital room. The two of them stepped out together, locked in silent understanding, and made their way deep into the laboratories of Konoha Hospital. Once there, Tsunade led Yujin into a refrigerated room, where she pulled out a row of dark green vials from one of the cold storage units. Catching sight of those vials, Uchiha Yujin raised his brows and asked hesitantly, "Tsunade-senpai, is this?" He had his suspicions about what those vials might be. If his guess proved right, it could mean enormous benefits for himself in the future. That's right, just as you've guessed. This isn't an artificial Mokuton graft that functions like a weapon. It's something that truly changes the body itself, something that can give a person the Senju clan's forest bloodline limit. Hearing this, and seeing Tsunade's furrowed brow, Yuma Uchiha shook his head with a wry smile. "Lady Tsunade, let me be frank. As for specific information regarding the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, surely, as a direct descendant of the Senju of the forest, there's no one who knows it better than you. Does using the Mangekyo Sharingan really cause blindness?" "That's right. This, what I have here, can resolve the hidden dangers of the Mangekyo. I can guarantee the secrets of the wood release, Kekii Genkai, will never leak outside." "Ah, at this point, you might as well take it." Tsunade, hearing Yuma's words, couldn't help but recall the Senju clan, now all but vanished. She sighed helplessly. As long as there's still Konoha's ninja, it doesn't matter anymore who possesses the Senju's Kekii Genkai. This was the helpless reality Tsunade faced. The disappearance of the Senju of the forest had left her indifferent to strictly guarding her clan's bloodline limit. Taking the vials she handed over, Yuma counted. There were exactly 5, neatly aligned. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. And as for funding, the annual 300 million Ryo will keep coming, as always." With that, he gave Tsunade a slight bow, then vanished in a flash. After all, Yuma Uchiha knew very well. Even if the white Zetsu he provided was the main research material, in the ninja world, such actions would still be seen as scheming after another clan's Kekii Genkai. Tsunade was generous and magnanimous, and as someone with a sense of morality, Yuma preferred to keep things above board. Even when the final product, those medicines that could resolve all the Mangekyo dangers for his clan, were in his hands, he would never burn bridges after crossing them. The annual 300 million Ryo in research funding would continue without fail. In his mind, this was simply buying the right to use would release. Now he could use it with an easy conscience. Time slipped by quietly, and before he knew it, night had fallen. At this moment, Yuma sat in his own room, gazing at the screen before him. He studied the new trait entries he'd gained from Naruto Uzumaki and from the entity of Nine Tails. First, from Naruto, he'd acquired a red grade trait. Azura, red, named for the god Azura. By bearing this name, you seize command over your own fate. Effect: defy destiny. Acts or powers meant to bind your destiny will, through myriad unforeseen twists, always fail to touch you. Should you face the one called Indra, you will temporarily gain the ability to command fate itself, a power usable solely in connection with Azura. Heavy particle mode, gold, the Nine Tails ultimate technique, simulates the power of solar fission. By fusing masses of light particles into heavy particles, you can release your chakra through fission, resulting in wholly new chakra. Effect: vastly amplifies strength, speed, and sensory perception. Chakra generates waves of radiation, corroding the enemy's body. Note: if you do not possess resurrection abilities with this mode, then you will face true death. There's not much to say about Naruto's trait. Defy fate is exactly as it sounds. From now on, nothing like destiny or fate will ever affect him again. He will always find ways to narrowly escape, no matter how unexpected. This effect instantly put Yuma Uchiha at ease. So this is a manifestation of Naruto's unpredictability? Though, I suppose it's the system that's amplified this power. But with this ability, I'll never have to worry again, whether it's the prophecies of the Toad Sages or the omniscience and omnipotence of Otsutsuki Shirbai. Yuma knew very well why. Even after reaching the power level of the Sage of Six Paths, he still hesitated to become the ultimate ancestor. The truth is, in this world, there's simply too many who can influence destiny and the future. Some of them might not be able to defeat you head-on in battle, but working the shadows, they could quietly shroud you in fate's net, leading you unwittingly toward defeat. Totemaru had already shown this to Yuma in the anime. And then there's Boruto, a world where, logically, Otsutsuki Shirbai's physical form shouldn't even exist in the ninja realm. And yet, he possesses both omniscience and omnipotence. On top of that, Yuma felt this planet's waters run far too deep. Just look at those Otsutsuki who crashed and burned. Kagaya, blessed by all of humanity and mother of all Chakra, ended up betrayed by her own children. Mama Shiki, who could see the future, still failed to foresee his own defeat. Urashiki, with dominion over time, didn't even get the chance to use his karma mark. Even Ishiki, the millennia-old turtle and supreme master of hiding, dubbed the patron saint of survival. By the end, he lost all his cunning and charged in recklessly. Considering all this, it's hard to believe there's no influence of fate at play in the ninja world. For Yuma, the moment he learned of Naruto's anti-fate trait, he finally felt relieved. As for the second effect of Naruto's trait, which specifically targets Indra, Yuma didn't give it much thought. After all, at this point in time, the only one worthy of being called Ashura is Naruto Uzumaki himself. According to the main timeline, looking at Naruto's progress and growth. By then, who knows how much stronger Yuma himself would have become. He wouldn't even need this trait to defeat him easily. Besides, who's to say they'll even be enemies at that point? As for the Nine Tails trait, it's even more straightforward. It's just its ultimate move, heavy particle mode. This ability allows one to simulate nuclear fission with chakra, causing explosive surges and overdrawing even greater power. To put it simply, it's another form of the 8 inner gates formation and the heavenly demon liberation technique. Except this is a chakra-based version. And since chakra is an energy capable of mimicking all things in creation, achieving this is hardly anything strange. As for this ability, unless you possess the power to revive yourself instantly, or can instantly return to a fully restored state, or unless you truly find yourself in a desperate life or death situation, it's something you'll almost never need. Once Yujin understood the effect of this newly acquired ability, he settled down to rest with peace of mind. The next morning, Uchiha Yujin used the ninja cats to notify Obito and Shursui, asking them to gather at the Naka River Shrine. He didn't have to wait long. Hardly had he arrived when, for once, Obito and Shursui showed up right behind him, entering the shrine without being late. So, when Yujin saw them step through the torii gates, he couldn't help but remark in surprise. Well, Obito, you brought Shursui along this time, and you actually aren't late. T-Sage, Yujin and I was late before because I genuinely had to help people. Obito protested, a little miffed. But today, after what happened 2 days ago, the whole police force is still on high alert. The streets are empty. Nobody needs my help. Obito clearly felt misunderstood. He'd always had his reasons for being late. So when Yujin teased him, he had to defend himself. Standing beside him, Shursui listened to the brief exchange before taking a step forward. Bowing slightly to Yujin, he asked, "Senpai, is there a reason you called Obito and me here today?" The tale of Uchiha Yujin's overwhelming display of power 2 days ago was still the talk of the village. Because of that, Shursui felt genuine awe, a heartfelt admiration for Yujin, who had reversed the course of disaster and protected the village from great loss. So this time, he suspected there was an important reason behind Yujin's invitation, and he didn't want, well, his rather slow-witted brother Obito to waste time with small talk. So he went straight to the heart of his own curiosity. Yujin smiled softly and said, "That's right. The reason I called you two over is simple. I want you both to awaken a new power." Yujin and I. On hearing this, Obito was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean, awaken a new power?" Shursui, too, looked puzzled, but since Obito had already voiced the question on his mind, he simply waited patiently for Yujin's explanation. Obito, in that battle a few days ago, Yujin fixed his serious gaze on Obito and said gravely, "Did you feel your own powerlessness?" He was referring to that unfamiliar wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan on that day. Over the last couple of days, he had pieced things together through his conversations with Uchiha Hikaru. After a thorough exchange with Hikaru, Yujin had confirmed that the stranger's ocular ability was, without a doubt, Kimui. And that's where things got interesting. In the original story, the only possessor of Kimui was the very Obito sitting in front of him. So where could that other guy have possibly obtained Kimui? Fortunately, with a flexible mind not yet dulled by routine, Uchiha Yujin immediately remembered. This world was much more malleable with its concepts of time, space, and reality. With the right technique, such as a powerful Otsutsuki relic, the plow, or with fortuitous locations and luck, like the Dragon Vein in the land of Rorin, or Tintin bathe in the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi, you could traverse into a parallel timeline, or even travel through time itself. Thinking it through back then, Yujin recalled how, in the original timeline, Obito had so effortlessly produced an infinite Tsukuyomi using merely a crystal ball, causing protectors from parallel worlds to swap places. In that instant, he realized the Obito with Kamui was most likely from that parallel world, brought here by the power of the limited Tsukuyomi. Understanding the cause, Uchiha Yujin at once grasped what the appearance of another Kamui really meant. After all, aside from some differences in personality, people from that world had almost the exact same powers as those in this world. The only real variation lay in the magnitude of their strengths. For example, where Naruto's Rinnegan was formidable, in that world, Uzumaki Mayu could unleash a vastly more powerful, Grand Rinnegan. But in contrast, his Nine Tails techniques, the Nine Masks of Kabura, were astonishingly weak. His Nine Tails form couldn't even defeat a salamander. Having made sense of all this, it was precisely why Yujin, after acquiring the coveted title God of Shinobi, immediately sought to empower his side's Obito. After all, Kamui was a jutsu that simply defied reason. Among space-time dojutsu, its superiority far surpassed Sasuke's Rinnegan abilities or even Minato Jikara. In Konoha, only he and Minato Namikaze could hope to counter it if encountered and emerge victorious. For anyone else, it would almost certainly spell disaster. Which is why Yujin now wanted Obito to achieve a breakthrough and see if he could awaken Kamui as well. At the same time, he intended to test a theory, to see if the true nature of the Sharingan's ocular powers is in fact a reflection of one's inner heart. You can't blame him for his doubts. During the Warring States period, Tobirama Senju had witnessed both Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi. Whether the wielders of these two jutsu were Uchiha Izuna or not, he couldn't say. After all, the original manga never revealed any information about their ocular powers. But really, does it matter if it was him or someone else? The crucial point is, as long as some Uchiha possesses these two ocular techniques, that's all that matters. And so, the question arises, if there was indeed such a Uchiha in possession of both Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi, and if you follow the logic of the eye that reflects the heart, could it be that the emotional state that awakened those eyes was the same as Sasuke Uchiha's? He was deeply curious. Now that he had become an Otsutsuki and held supreme authority over Chakra, he was capable of verifying whether these unique ocular chakras were truly the reflection of one's heart. Chapter 133. Hearing Yuma Uchiha's words, Obito was instantly reminded of that earlier encounter, the time a malicious man came right to his own doorstep. He had felt utterly powerless back then, and if it hadn't been for Elder Hikari driving the intruder away, Obito couldn't even imagine. What would he have done if his grandmother, the one who had raised him since he was a child, the only family he had left, were to die? What would become of him then? Big brother Yuma, I really hate that feeling of helplessness from that day. And precisely because of that, you're going to nag me again. If there's any way to make us stronger, just go ahead and use it. I truly believe you'd never harm us. Obito knew full well. His own mind was hardly what you'd call sharp. Even on the Konoha ninja cards, the intelligence rating for him was a mere 2 out of 5. Still, even for someone as slow-witted as he was, it was obvious. If Yuma, with his godlike power, truly meant them harm, he'd hardly go to such lengths. Besides, after all these years spent with Yuma, he genuinely accepted him as his big brother. Right beside him, Shursui Uchiha, ever perceptive, nodded in agreement. That's right. I trust big brother Yuma as well. If he can make us stronger, all the better. If I have any doubts about that, then I'm not worthy of calling myself an Uchiha. As a renowned prodigy of the Uchiha, Shursui never turned down any chance to increase his power. Why did he trust Yuma so much? It was simple. Yuma Uchiha had watched over him from childhood. He was an elder of the clan, and in Shursui's eyes, what elder would ever harm his juniors? Hearing this, Yuma felt heartened. He immediately invoked the god of shinobi trait to sense their intentions. He confirmed his own judgment. According to the trait, both of them truly admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Excellent. Then, accept this gift from me. With that, Yuma brought chakra together in both hands. When the blue chakra flared up in his hand, surging like a blue wave of energy, Yuma immediately intended to follow the guidance of the entry, channeling his divine power to bestow even greater strength upon Obito and Shursui. But just as he prepared to act, the system of extracted entries suddenly burst forth with light in his sea of consciousness. This radiance overflowed with a rush of information. In a single instant, Yuma understood. When he invoked the god of shinobi entry to empower ninjas who held a spirit of reverence for him, he could actually grant them the very skills he possessed. The bestowed ability would not vanish from his own repertoire, but he could only give away one at a time. It would be as if pouring wisdom straight into their minds, allowing them to instantly master it. And that was not all. So long as they shared the Otsutsuki bloodline, he could even awaken deeper layers within their lineage, enhancing the power of their bloodline tremendously. Of course, these were secondary. What truly mattered was, he could bestow upon others any entry he himself no longer required. However, any entry he granted would flow out from himself, essentially meaning it would be lost to him forever. Doesn't this mean I can perfectly transmit all the techniques I know? And I can even directly awaken the latent powers of the Otsutsuki blood within Obito and Shursui. Aren't they both descendants of the Otsutsuki after all? Most crucially, this new ability lets me pass on any entry I gain that's still stuck at a mundane level and useless to me. No more letting it gather dust. Thinking these things to himself, Yuma felt entirely reassured by the system's timely revelation. For now he knew exactly how to strengthen the two before him, Obito and Shursui, since both regarded him with such reverence. There was no need for hesitation. He must give them the greatest enhancement he could offer. In terms of skills or techniques, the Sage Mode was a must. This power amplified all of one's abilities across the board, many times over. As for their bloodlines, he had always intended for the two of them to awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan. When it came to entries, there was only one currently in his possession that he no longer needed, the entry he had acquired from the third Hokage, Swift Ninjutsu Mastery Gold. He would grant this entry to Obito. Shursui was a genius on another level. He had little need for such aid. And as for Obito, in this world, without the triple boost from his darkened state, his efficiency in learning ninjutsu would certainly not reach the genius level of the original timeline. More importantly, Yuma's bond with Obito was stronger. It was Obito who gave him his very first capital, the red entry that granted a powerful dojutsu. All these thoughts flashed through Yuma's mind in that brief instant. With his resolve now firm, having made his decision, the orb of chakra in his hand was now imbued with the power of the inscription, specifically for Obito. Snap! X2. As Yuji Uchiha pressed the chakra, he held onto Obito and Shursui. A deep hum resonated twice. Immediately, something remarkable happened to these two young Uchihas. The transformation that appeared was a unique Sage Mode, one Yuji had developed through his own trial and error, something exclusive to him, or perhaps exclusive to humanity. This human Sage Mode didn't alter their physical appearance, nor did it paint their faces with any distinctive markings. After all, this was the Sage power belonging solely to humans. What is this power? It's incredible. Obito stared in disbelief at his own hands. At this moment, he felt he could do anything. Wait, my eyes. Before he could even savor this surge of Sage power, ripples began to spread across his vision. Meanwhile, Shursui, who had remained calm even after sensing his own awakening in a Sage Mode, suddenly turned pale, because in that instant, a monumental change had occurred in his eyes as well. This special Ein release, it's actually catalyzing a change in our eyes. Right at that moment, Yuji Uchiha unleashed the full capacity of his sensory abilities, sharpening his perception to the finest detail. He wanted to sense the exact nature of their ocular power as their eyes awakened, and then to ask Obito and Shursui exactly what their dojutsu abilities were. Because at this moment, anyone could guess, the state of mind these two had while awakening their powers was nothing like the original story. After all, according to the original timeline, Obito awakened Kamui because of Rin's death, driven by his desire to escape reality and create a world where Rin still existed. And Shursui Uchiha, tormented by the conflict between his clan and the village, awakened the mind-controlling Kotoeme Tsukumi, yearning for a way to transform both the clan and the village leadership. Yuji didn't have to wait long. Moments later, the transformation in Obito's and Shursui's eyes was plain to see. The patterns in their eyes were just as described in the original series, unchanged down to the last detail. Nonetheless, based on the patterns he saw and the ocular energy he sensed, Yuji mused aloud. So what are your dojutsu abilities? Tell me. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Among the Uchiha, such powers were often shared with those close to them without reservation, just like Itachi and Shursui did in the original world. Besides, these two admired him deeply, and with those who looked up to them, The Uchiha were always more open-hearted. As expected, when Obito and Shursui finished describing their ocular abilities, snap! Uchiha Yuma covered his face and burst into hearty laughter. Ahaha, so that's how it is. This is the secret behind the Sharingan's eye techniques and the true, unique reason for the ninja world. At this very moment, having learned about the eye techniques of Obito and Shursui, of Kamui and Kotoe Mitsukami, Uchiha Yuma sensed the instant when these ocular powers were formed, how a special in release interacted with the world. At last, he had uncovered the secret of the ninja world. He finally understood. He finally understood why the life force of this planet was so strong. So strong that even after being harvested once by the divine tree, it had still managed to flourish and thrive. At the same time, he also pieced together why Otsutsuki Shirbai, who had already ascended as a god, could somehow, in Boruto's story, quite carelessly, leave behind his now useless mortal vessel. Lose it to this very world. Damn it. Why didn't he lose it back on his own homeworld? Why here, of all places, on the very same planet that Otsutsuki Momoshiki had spent 1,000 years searching for? After all, according to the information from the original story, before Momoshiki's arrival, this planet only had Ishiki and Kagaya, and Otsutsuki Shirbai had already transcended long ago. But now, all this confusion dissolved the moment Yuma saw through how Mangekyo Sharingan forms its ocular techniques, as well as when he peered into the secrets of heaven and earth with the pure eye behind his headband. Just now, when he activated his sensory system, he had secretly opened his pure eye hidden beneath his forehead protector. That's right, Yuma's forehead protector was tied across his brow. Precisely because of this, with his senses fully extended and the power of the pure eye enhancing his perception and insight, he saw through the secrets of this entire heaven and earth. Uchiha Yuma now knew that the planet of the ninja world itself is a conscious, living being. Before the divine tree arrived, it reached out with its will, its spiritual tendrils, what called the gods. Naturally, when the divine tree descended, the strongest native force, the planet's own tendrils, the gods, fought back. After all, even the monsters of the three great sage regions knew enough to resist. How could the gods, wielders of the greatest power, not do the same? Of course, they were all eventually subdued by Otsutsuki Ishiki and fed to the divine tree. Having devoured so many gods and produced chakra fruit nurtured with so much divinity, the result was certainly overwhelming power. Power so immense that Kagaya, meant to be a loyal guardian, was consumed with greed and betrayed Otsutsuki Ishiki, choosing to take the fruit for herself. But this, too, is only natural. After all, to ascend and become an Otsutsuki god is not just about eating the fruit or simply accumulating energy. The key lies in the laws and planetary information interwoven within the chakra fruit. And it's for this very reason that a living, conscious planet could stretch out its tendrils and resist, that the ninja world is what it is. That's what makes it so remarkable. The proof lies in what the purified eye can see. Part of this planet's dragon vein has already started to transform into chakra. The land of Rorin is a perfect example. After all, if it wasn't sentient, how could it possibly shift the natural energy flowing through its own veins into chakra without anyone noticing? Why would it bother converting to chakra at all? Isn't it because Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed away, and the Sage of Six Paths returned chakra to the world? Now, the very consciousness of the planet no longer feigns indifference. It's openly trying to reclaim the energy that was siphoned away and draw it back into itself. It wants to pull this foreign power, chakra, back into the planet's own cycle of energy. What's even clearer is this. It's precisely because the planet is alive and aware that it guides the prayers and blessings of all living beings, leading to Kagaya's miraculous conception and childbirth. After all, without the planet's conscious guidance, who else could channel the collective wishes of all life into reality? That's why the Sharingan's ocular powers are so dazzling and varied. Some are mighty, some are weak. The truth is, awakening an ocular power is like drawing from a divine lottery, a pool left behind by the gods absorbed by the god tree. If your luck is good, you might draw Kamui or Kotoe Mitsukami, powers fit for legends. If not, no matter how much you yearn for strength in your heart, you'll only awaken something like remote manipulation, some useless, throwaway jutsu. As for powers like Amaterasu, they're practically out of reach. Thinking back to the moment when Obito and Shursui awakened their Mangekyo, that instant when their unique in-release chakra interacted with the world, that's the very moment ocular powers are formed. So, the Uchiha's ocular power is basically determined the moment they first unlock their Sharingan. Obito's uncrushed half, his body and his eye, stand as living proof. If Kamui hadn't manifested ahead of time, Obito's would have surely been crushed under that jagged slab of rock. What's more, the frequency of abilities like Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Kagutsuchi appearing is downright absurd. They appeared so often in ancient times that the Uchiha clan barely treasured them, even prying them out to give to someone like Uchiha Hikaru without a second thought. That alone says enough about how ridiculously common these ocular powers were. You certainly can't claim that every Uchiha who awakened them all share the same exact spirit, can you? In this moment, Yujin finally sees the truth. He understands that it's because of the vast divinity still lingering on this planet, and the fierce, untapped vitality the shinobi world continues to possess, that a being like Otsutsuki Z, having ascended, will be drawn to covet this world. It is right, then, that Obito's perplexed voice disrupts Yujin's train of thought. Brother Yujin, what's so special about the shinobi world? And what exactly is the secret of a Sharingan? And these changes happening to us, what do they really mean? Hearing Obito's confusion, Shursui was equally stunned and blurted out. That's right, Yuma. This is just unbelievable. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, the divine power of our clan. Obito and I actually awakened it so easily, just with your help. And this sage mode that amplifies all our abilities. What in the world is going on here? Obito and Shursui exchanged a look of utter shock when they saw the eyes in each other's sockets, so completely different from the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, and sensed the clear and vibrant flow of sage chakra within themselves. For a moment, they were so taken aback that they couldn't find any words. Obito might not have the sharpest mind, but he knew the basics, and his common sense told him clearly. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan is not something easily acquired. Throughout all these years in Konoha, aside from the village's first rogue ninja, former Uchiha clan leader, the so-called demon of the ninja world, Madara Uchiha, and a handful of Mangekyo Sharingan that had surfaced during clan conflicts before the Second Shinobi World War. For more than 20 years, Yuma Uchiha was the only one known to have unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just think about it. Ever since the Senju clan's decline, the Uchiha had risen as the unchallenged #1 noble family in the ninja world, with command of the police force, a department allowed to bear arms. Their standing forces alone boasted nearly 1,000 ninjas. Yet in all this time, with such a military presence, only one pair of Mangekyo Sharingan had appeared in over 2 decades. That alone shows just how difficult it is to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. And now, in this very moment, Yuma claimed he could boost their power. And then, with nothing more than letting chakra flow from his hand and gently placing it upon them, Obito and Shursui both awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was mind-boggling, a true miracle. And that wasn't all. Yuma's chakra seemed to impart even more. Information flowed into their minds, revealing that this sage mode could amplify all their strengths by more than 3-fold. It was truly astonishing. It meant triple power, triple speed, triple perception, reaction, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu. A force that elevated every skill and sense to at least 3 times its original potential. Even more intriguing was the new presence now planted in the sea of their consciousness. What exactly was this rapid ninjutsu mastery goal? Was it a power to accelerate ninjutsu learning? A technique? A dojutsu? Beside the awestruck Obito, Shursui, who managed to keep a bit calmer, was equally overwhelmed. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, sage mode bestowed, every incredible feat. Yuma seemed to accomplish it all with just a casual touch. It was truly inconceivable. This is the divine power of the Uchiha, the sage mode that triples one's strength. To Uchiha Shursui, everything seemed incredible. In his mind, didn't this mean that with Brother Yujin's help, every Uchiha could easily awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and obtain such power? This sage mode, which multiplies their strength. If that were true, wouldn't every member of the Uchiha clan possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, and everyone's power would rival that of the Kage? Shursui, devoted both to his clan and the village, couldn't help but consider another thought. If Brother Yujin became Hokage and used this astonishing power so that every leaf ninja, well, even if they couldn't all gain a Kekkei Genkai, just the strength of this so-called sage mode alone would make them all formidable shinobi. In that case, could the Hidden Leaf Village really unify the ninja world? It seemed almost possible. While Obito and Shursui's words of shock still hung in the air, Yujin, roused from his thoughts, composed himself with a serious expression and responded in a low voice. That's not for you to worry about. This is my unique ability. Just treat it as my personal eye technique. Anyway, since you've already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and mastered the Sage Mode I taught you, focus on getting used to this surge of power. Don't overthink things that don't matter. More importantly, don't let it go to your head and start thinking you're invincible. At this moment, what Yujin said was both truth and deception. If you insisted on analyzing it, it was really quite a perfunctory explanation. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain everything. If he truly laid it all out, he'd risk exposing his core secret, the entry extraction system. On this point, he harbored no doubt. After all, he was a ninja awakened to wisdom, raised by the strictest shinobi education from the very beginning. To Yujin, ninjas were powerful, incredibly powerful. Their focus on intelligence made them unparalleled when it came to gathering information. And if he were to reveal anything unnecessary, there was always a risk they'd figure out more than he wished. Fortunately, in the eyes of other ninjas, who often didn't grasp the true depths of power, it seemed perfectly reasonable for the Uchiha clan's techniques to accomplish something like this. That was why Yujin chose not to explain too much to Obito and Shursui. Upon hearing Yujin's advice, Obito and Shursui, feeling no hint of evasiveness, nodded in complete agreement and understanding. Don't worry, for Rin's sake, there's no way I'll let my guard down. Rest assured, brother Yujin, neither Obito nor I will let power go to our heads. Watching his two obedient younger brothers, Yujin nodded in satisfaction, then took out the dark green reagent he had prepared earlier and handed it over to Obito and Shursui. You two should use this as soon as you get home. It will prevent any further side effects from affecting your eyes. And by the way, don't panic if you awaken the power of wood release. Tsunade has already given her formal consent, and I actually paid for the right to use it. Given the extraordinary talent these two displayed, especially Obito, who could seamlessly perform the art of grafting the moment he was entangled by white Zetsu, he realized they might awaken would release not long after using the serum. He decided to explain everything in advance, lest they suspect his intentions and mistake him for something he's not, a villain who loves to spy on the other ninja clans in the village, especially the Senju of the forest, historic rivals of the Uchiha, coveting their unique bloodline abilities. Upon hearing Yujin's words, both Obito and Shursui widened their eyes in surprise. Would release? A boost to our ocular powers? Obito and Shursui were thoroughly confused. Listening to Big Brother Yujin, it seemed that using this serum would not only bring about the wood release bloodline limit, but would also enhance their eyes. Wait, this was already outrageous enough, but the most astonishing detail was, what did you mean by buying the right to use wood release from Lady Tsunade? Shursui blurted out, incredulous. To him, that notion was simply beyond belief. Since when could a bloodline limit be bought and sold? And besides, just how strapped for cash was Lady Tsunade if she was willing to sell her family's precious inheritance? Yujin had no desire to slowly explain any further. Wasn't it perfectly normal for the Golden Goose to be short on money? As for why he framed it this way, wasn't it only because he didn't want the two of them to suspect he was up to no good? Besides, he'd really paid for it, 300 million ryo a year, not 300 million yen. The thought of the enormous sum he'd shelled out just to acquire the power of wood release made his tone especially serious. In any case, go home and put your newfound powers to good use. Whether it's the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sage Mode, wood release, or Obito's special, that thing in your mind, practice every technique you can. Yes, Big Brother Yujin, they chorused. Hearing their crisp, eager reply, Yujin immediately activated Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight. Another day passed. Today, it was the third day since the Ninetales attack and Danzo's rebellion, the very day Danzo was to stand trial. So, early in the morning, Uchiha Yujin strode cheerfully toward the Hokage's office. He entered the Jonin meeting room. This was where Danzo's judgment would take place. Entering with the rest of the Jonin, Yujin followed the guides and made his way to his seat. What a coincidence! I'm right next to you, Kakashi. It's not really a coincidence. As both of us are students of Lord Minato, it's only natural that we sit here. Hearing this, Uchiha Yojin glanced around the meeting room and realized that what Kakashi said was true. Ninjas from every faction were seated in an orderly manner. The members of each ninja clan sat together with their own. The commoners gathered with one another. And within Konoha, his and Kakashi's political standing was, first and foremost, as disciples of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Only after that came their identities as Uchiha and Hitaki. After settling into their seats, the two had barely exchanged a few words. When their teacher, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, entered, accompanied by the senior leaders of Konoha, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Kofuru Yuditane, Hamura Mitokado, and behind them, bound hand and foot by two members of the ANBU and looking very much like a prisoner, walked Shimura Danzo. Despite being escorted in, Shimura Danzo's clothes and appearance remained unscathed. After all, unless one is locked away in somewhere as notorious as the Hozuki Castle in the Land of Grass, most ninja villages uphold a baseline of dignity for their high-ranking members, at least before the trial is settled. This principle, no punishment before judgment for the nobility, was observed. Shimura Danzo, as an elder of Hidden Leaf and longtime leader of the Root Division, was seen by Konoha's leadership as someone who, even if not always credited for success, had certainly put in the hard work. After all, Danzo handled the dirty, secretive missions for the village, earning the moniker the Shadow of the Shinobi. Because of this, the conditions of his detention over the past days had actually been quite decent in terms of material comfort. In spirit, however, he appeared noticeably listless and drained. But to Uchiha Yojin, this was only to be expected. Wasn't it simply because he himself had become too strong that Shimura Danzo resorted to colluding with outside forces? It was Danzo's desire to counter someone as powerful as him that led Danzo onto the path of wrongdoing. By that logic, in order to appease someone so formidable, the village's approach towards Shimura Danzo, who, in this incident, had plotted against him, would be uncompromising in the investigation. When it came to interrogation, every available method would surely be employed. After all, Yojin was keenly aware of just how formidable his own strength was. Owing to his experiences from his previous life, he understood how dangerously deep the waters ran in this world. Even reaching the level of the Six Paths, there would still be greater heights to climb. Yet, in all honesty, he could not claim to be the strongest alive. After all, when you looked at the stats, even above the Six Paths, there existed beings on the level of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Although Kagaya's record in battle may have seemed less than impressive, in sheer power, Hagoromo Otsutsuki had told Naruto and Sasuke himself, in the original timeline, that his mother, the rabbit goddess, was unrivaled by anyone else. That included even himself, who had ruled over the underworld for 1,000 years. And Kagaya was not alone. In terms of sheer strength, even Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki surpassed him as well. After all, they were all members of the Otsutsuki clan. He was just like Kagaya when she first arrived in the ninja world, still without horns. Don't be fooled by how, with the help of his attributes, he seems both powerful and gifted with formidable eye techniques. But the truth is, as a ninja, in terms of combat experience and tactics, he's far more versatile than those Otsutsuki who prefer brute strength, lobbing enormous stones without the slightest subtlety or real battle sense. However, if we're talking sheer stats, he simply can't compare to most of the Otsutsuki. Not to mention, there are still the Sage Brothers, masters of the Yin soil arts, and even the godlike Otsutsuki Shurbai. Yet, in the eyes of the Konoha villagers, who have no idea about these hidden truths, he, Yuma Uchiha, just 15 years old, is considered the strongest in the ninja world. You must remember, Konoha Village has only been around for a few decades, so the elders in their 50s or 60s know very well what it means to be called the strongest in the ninja world. After all, back in the day, the battles between the so-called strongest in the ninja world just outside the village unleashed such devastation. The heavens and earth would tremble, and to call them gods would not be an exaggeration. Because of this, the idea of showing proper respect to the reigning champion in the ninja world makes letting Danzo suffer look like a bargain from the villagers' perspective. What's more, Danzo really has been up to some dirty work. The intelligence passed on by Inoichi Yamanaka was shocking, to say the least. So here, at the head of the Jonin Assembly Room, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze finished reading through every interrogated detail. Then he frowned and turned to Danzo, demanding, "Shimura Danzo, regarding the details that were forced out of you during interrogation. For example, threatening the families of Konoha's outstanding ninja and coercing your own comrades into your service, and plotting to seize the bloodlines and secret arts of the Senju, Uchiha, Aburame, Yamanaka, Kurama, and other clans. Concerning these criminal acts within the village, do you have anything to say for yourself?" In fact, this report had already been heavily redacted. After all, it was to be read aloud in the Jonin Assembly, and possibly posted on the village announcement board. It wouldn't do to leave every detail unfiltered and exposed. Otherwise, if all the intelligence were revealed, and word reached spies from other ninja villages, the consequences for Konoha could be disastrous, to say nothing of if every unsavory deed Danzo ever committed were publicized in full detail. The impact on village unity would be catastrophic. After all, Minato had now served as Hokage for a good while. Even if, due to his inexperience, the 3rd Hokage hadn't stepped down completely, Minato understood that the true role of Hokage is to unite most of the village behind you. If you can't keep people together, your team will fall apart. And a disjointed team, anyone with half a brain could guess, would have no fighting spirit at all. Therefore, their approach to dealing with Danzo was to ensure Uchiha Yuma was satisfied, but without causing any harm to the unity within the village. As for how his own disciple felt, Minato understood Yuma's intentions better than anyone. As the strongest in the ninja world, when Yuma fought Shimura Danzo, yet didn't kill him outright, wasn't it clear that he wanted Danzo not to die so easily? This became all the more obvious to Minato after Yamanaka Hai extracted the images from Danzo's mind. After reviewing those memories, Minato saw it plainly. In their reanimated forms, even the first and second Hokage were no real obstacle to Yuma in that moment. After all, Yuma's composure during the fight was so effortless. He moved with an almost leisurely elegance. That bearing alone told Minato everything he needed to know. His clever, sometimes calculating disciple had no intention to end Danzo swiftly. He wanted Danzo to be utterly disgraced. So, to ruin Danzo's reputation, it wasn't necessary to reveal every detail of how he brutally harmed his comrades in Konoha. It was enough to bring out the evidence of how he had hurt his comrades. Because to injure and to brutalize, there's a world of difference between the two. Brutalizing means cruel injury, while hurting is simply hurting. And should the full truth of a village leader brutally harming his comrades ever come to light, it wouldn't be so bad for the ninja clans. They already had some notion of Danzo's darkness. But for the more than 80% of the population who were civilians and civilian-born ninja, it would spark complete disillusionment and a loss of trust. So it was enough just to make use of the hurting one's comrades' evidence, make a show of it, and sentence Danzo to death. In this way, Yuma would be properly answered. After all, as Yuma's teacher for many years, Minato had spent plenty of time with him. He knew all too well. His disciple wasn't the sort who would act out of control just because of his power. On the contrary, through their conversations, Minato discovered that this unofficial disciple's grasp of politics, his wisdom, and his perception surpassed most ninja by a long shot. And most ninja included himself, Namake's Minato, the fourth Hokage. With that in mind, all the problems that Minato and the others could foresee, Yuma would have seen them too. And after hearing this report, Yuma was satisfied. That's right, he had already seen through the intentions of the village leadership, and he fully agreed. He understood and approved of their decision not to voice those divisive, harmful truths. Besides, as an Uchiha, even if Yuma hadn't spent time in the police force, he knew even this much evidence was already more than enough for a death sentence for Danzo. And to die bearing the reputation of someone who had harmed his own comrades, one could imagine how bitter that would be for Danzo. After all, this man had once dreamed, day and night, of becoming Hokage. With this thought, Yuma cast a merciless gaze toward the center of the conference room, where Shimura Danzo remained silent, his head bowed. His sensory abilities had already detected the roiling emotions within Danzo's heart. Emotions that, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, could barely be contained any longer. Pain, regret, denial, defiance, jealousy, arrogance. Such delightful emotions. Let's see, Shimura Danzo, what kind of disgrace will you reveal this time? Yuma didn't have to wait long. Under the weight of question after question, Danzo slowly lifted his head. His expression was, at least on the surface, still relatively calm. But in his eyes, within the bloodshot whites, now crowded with crimson veins, there was but a glint of madness. What do you mean? What do I have to say? Danzo's indifferent mask twisted in an instant, contorting into a demonic scowl. What are these so-called crimes I'm accused of committing in the village? You people have no idea. Everything I did as the one commanding root, every last action, was for the sake of holding Konoha aloft. If that's the case, then all those villagers, ninja, and clans who rest safely beneath the sheltering canopy of Konoha, beneath the shade of its mighty boughs, why shouldn't they obediently offer everything for my use? For the greater good, for the Hokage, for the sake of Konoha, how can you call what I've done a crime? Danzo's rant, wild and manic, echoed throughout the conference room. Yet as his words hung in the air, not a single person present could accept them. Obediently offer everything? And what nonsense was Danzo spouting now? So, as long as it was done for the greater good, for the Hokage, for Konoha, anything could be justified, even crime? Yuma Uchiha, for one, felt nothing but disdain for those who claimed so-called righteousness to excuse their misdeeds. It reminded him of a time not so long ago when another nation, under the guise of greater good, arrogantly violated others with a mask of pious villainy. He immediately sat up straighter, his eyes meeting Danzo's as he jeered. You talk a good game, better than you can sing. But if this is how you see the world, Shimura Danzo, why didn't you sacrifice yourself for your so-called greater good? The moment Yuma's words fell, the chamber burst with voices of agreement. And none spoke louder than Yamanaka Haichi, the very man who had interrogated Danzo. He rose to his feet, righteous fire in his voice as he denounced Danzo. Stop trying to squirm your way out. I interrogated you myself. I know full well. Everything you did was for your own gain. And another thing, your actions in coveting the bloodline limits and secret techniques of others. Aren't those outright crimes? If your intentions were truly for the sake of a leaf, then just come out and say it. Who among us wouldn't support you? But that's not what this is about. Isn't it because you wanted to wield that power however you pleased, to treat everyone as slaves, as mere tools for your own ends, that you did all of this? Inoichi Yamanaka had no choice. He was the man who had personally questioned Danzo Shimura's mind. He understood. If they didn't let Danzo die here today, then he and the entire Inoshikicho clans would soon be facing unprecedented trouble. So, when Uchiha Hiruzen, the strongest in the leaf, no, the strongest in the entire shinobi world, had spoken, he stood up at once. With unyielding words, he rebutted each of Danzo's excuses. After all, as the current head of the Yamanaka clan and the captain of the interrogation squad, the trust placed in his words by the Konoha Jonin here was certain to be high. More importantly, he couldn't possibly let this chance to distinguish himself before the number one shinobi slipped through his fingers. And as soon as Inoichi finished speaking, everyone in the room came to their senses. Immediately, the crowd began raining harsh condemnations down on Danzo Shimura. That's right, you. It's obvious you're driven by selfish greed. Everything you did was for yourself. How dare you claim it was all for the village? Danzo Shimura, as the so-called darkness of the shinobi, you shrouded our village in shadows. Even now, you refuse to admit your crimes. You're utterly unforgivable. Exactly. The will of fire teaches us to be selfless and brave, but the first Hokage's will of fire was never about reducing people to expendable tools. In an instant, the conference room was thrown into chaos by this chorus of indignation. Seeing the tumult, Minato Namikaze, the current Hokage, seated on his dais, slammed his hand hard against the table. Bang! 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 Everyone quiet down. The moment Minato's powerful, chakra-infused voice rang out, the entire hall fell silent. Once things had calmed, Minato turned sharply to face Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura, you stand accused. Justice lives in the hearts of the people, even if you deny any wrongdoing. Your actions have been weighed not just by the regulations of our security department, but by the standards in everyone's hearts. Both have found you guilty. Therefore, before Minato could finish his verdict, Danzo erupted in a frenzy, cutting him off. What right do any of you have to pass judgment on me? I've done more for Konoha, shed more sweat and blood, than all of you put together. Especially you, Hiruzen. Do you really think being Hokage would have been so comfortable without me? And you too, Koharu and Hamura. How dare you stand above me, pointing fingers and giving orders, when all you've ever been are useless wine sacks hanging on to our coattails, seated in high office and not an ounce of gratitude. Go on, say something. I order you now. Bang. That's enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his hand down on the table, his voice chilling. Danzo, you've lost your mind. There's nothing more to discuss. Guards, take Danzo. Hiruzen, how dare you? Danzo, as the third Hokage, why would I ever hesitate? Guards, remove Danzo, whose mind has lost its hold. As for his crimes, they have been established. Take him away and carry out the punishment by poison. With a swish and a rustle, two masked ANBU emerged instantly, sealing Danzo's mouth with a warding strip. They marched him toward the entrance, Danzo still struggling wildly in their grasp. At that moment, Danzo fought with all his might, outraged to discover that at the very end of his life, Hiruzen would still use the title of Hokage to strike at him, to drive the knife even deeper. The bitterness was unbearable. If only, all those years ago, I had been a step faster than you, Hiruzen. It would be you in chains now, not me. As Danzo was led past Yuna, he cast a venomous, hate-filled glare at this despised Uchiha child. Danzo understood with biting clarity, as the first high-ranking Konoha official ever publicly tried and sentenced. His name would be forever recorded in the village's annals, not to mention the countless dark deeds that would stain his legacy for eternity. There was no escaping infamy. As long as the Hidden Leaf village endured, so too would his disgrace. To this, Shimura Danzo's heart seethed, and the boy in front of him he saw as unspeakably evil. If Yuna Uchiha were truly a demon, Why not just assassinate me in shadows? With power like his, no one would ever know. But instead, Yuna, sensing every ounce of that intense animosity from Danzo, responded instantly. He sent a subtle Jinjutsu ripple, carrying the reason behind his actions right to Danzo's mind. Isn't it obvious? The strong exist to humiliate the weak, especially those weaklings who disgust me, like you. A cruel falsehood. Yuna never really thought that. He just wanted to wound Danzo one last time. And it worked, immediately and spectacularly. Danzo's bloodshot eyes widened further, his whole body trembling as the guards dragged him away. Seeing this, and knowing the trial had ended, Yuna offered a silent, respectful nod toward his teacher, Minato, and then turned and left the chamber. Time flew swiftly, and the chaos of that night, before you knew it, had already become an episode from 3 years ago. Now, in the 54th year of Konoha, the war in the shinobi world, though not entirely over yet, the entire world has at last entered a rare period of peace. Of course, to call it peace might be putting things a little too kindly. Cloud Village is still off, doing its own thing, shouting provocations at Konoha from afar. But as for Yujin now, these matters hardly concern him anymore. He navigated the familiar path to a secret laboratory. There, facing the pale silhouette, he asked, Orochimaru-senpai, is the thing finished? At his words, in the dim light of the lab, Orochimaru turned, replying with a cool detachment. Yujin-kun, the modification to that jutsu is done. The scroll is on the table. Take it yourself. He gestured toward the table beside him, his tone stern as he added. And then, please leave quietly. Don't disrupt my experiments. Yujin Uchiha had no comment for Orochimaru's sharpness. He walked to the table at Orochimaru's side, picked up the scroll, and left the laboratory behind. Why, you may wonder, did he suddenly end up working with Orochimaru? The reason was simple enough. Tsunade had thrown down her tools and refused to continue her research work. The urge to gamble had struck her again, and together with Shizen, she had already left Konoha, conducting what she called a holy pilgrimage across every casino in the shinobi world. In her own words, I get 300 million yen from you every year. If I don't go out and have some fun, wouldn't I be letting myself down? Research day in, day out. Do you take me for a beast of burden? Dream on, you brat from the Uchiha. I quit. I'm off to pursue my true calling. And so, Yujin found himself without Tsunade. After searching through all of Konoha, he realized his only option was to go to Orochimaru. As for money, having already promised Tsunade an annual tribute of 300 million, he had no choice but to offer up white Zetsu cells to hire Orochimaru. What did Yujin want from Orochimaru? The matter was straightforward. He wanted to modify the reanimation jutsu, not just a simple buff or power-up. He could handle improving a technique strength on his own. After all, he had the genius perk. What he needed was to make reanimation jutsu more than just a summoning from the Pure Land. He wanted the level of control that would allow him to summon someone from any period of their life. This was something only his calculation-boosted mind could conceptualize, but he lacked the necessary creative spark. Kakashi's genius attribute might grant brilliance in battle, and even in jutsu development. After all, Chidori Raikiri was no accident. But when it came to deeply altering a jutsu that defied the laws of life and death itself, a certain creative insight was still missing. As for Orochimaru, he was exactly the kind of person who possessed such intellect. Why was this particular version of the impure world reincarnation needed? The answer was simple. He coveted the ocular jutsu that Uchiha Madara had wielded during their battle, the fabled Tenjo Kairitsu, with the original impure world reincarnation. He had tried before, but he could only summon the Madara who possessed the Rinnegan. No matter what, those eyes just wouldn't appear. But soon, I'll finally possess that technique representing the present. With this thought, Yuma arrived at the back of the Nanha River Shrine, quickly unfurled the scroll, and began to scan its contents. Having already studied the previous version of Impure World Reincarnation, learning this revised one was no challenge. It took him only a short while. Once he had mastered the technique, he immediately pulled out another scroll. A dull pop resounded. As the smoke cleared, a lifeless body of a white Zetsu lay on the ground. He had captured this white Zetsu on the outskirts of Konoha. To Yuma, this seemed perfectly ordinary. After all, as the heart of the shinobi world, the very center starring our main characters, Konoha was the most powerful village among the 5 great ninja villages. Black Zetsu would never abandon surveillance here. And with his exceptional sensory abilities, capturing this one was almost effortless. Without wasting another moment, Yuma retrieved the ashen remains of Uchiha Madara's body, what was left after being sealed by the Totsuka blade. Chakra rippled through his hands, and the ritual was instantly set in motion. Impure world reincarnation, revised, activated. Fragments of death-charged paper fluttered wildly, swiftly wrapping white Zetsu's body below. When the deathly scraps finally faded away, the old Madara, clad in the armor of his era, the same elder Yuma once battled, stood revived upon this ground. But the dullness in his eyes revealed he was utterly incapable of resisting Yuma's will. Excellent. Now, unleash the ocular jutsu that embodies constancy itself. A resonant hum vibrated in the air. The Mangekyo Sharingan's design unfolded, pupils blooming with formidable power. Tenjo Kairitsu, activated. In that instant, emerald light burst forth, symbolic of constancy in the heavens, guided by Yuma's manipulation. Brilliantly, the power reappeared in Madara's reincarnated form. This is the moment. A sharp crack split the silent tension. A torrent of ocular energy surged. Yuma's own eyes transformed into vibrant blue Rinnegan. Ocular Jutsu, Susanoo, unleashed. Chakra stirred the air, setting off a mysterious resonance. Guided by this wave, he finally grasped Tenjo Kairitsu. At last, that coveted eye technique was his. And with it, Yuma could hardly resist testing out this newfound might. Channeling the power into his gaze. Tenjo Kairitsu, activated. Record the present state of my body. Overwrite it. Tenjo Kairitsu. The power of constancy immortalized Uchiha Yuma's condition in this very moment, committing it to an eternal record. When the power of permanence had finished overriding everything, Yujin raised his own hand, marveling aloud. Incredible. Isn't this the power to manipulate time and the world itself? It's like creating a save point for my own body. Of course, came the answer. Even if the world were to be destroyed, my own body wouldn't suffer the slightest harm. Unless someone uses powers rooted in causality or abilities on the same level as time manipulation, then mere brute force means nothing before this ocular jutsu. Once he understood this, Yujin could no longer contain his excitement. He burst into laughter. Ha! Now, both the present and the future are in the palm of my hand. No one under heaven can defeat me. Indeed, Yujin could now proclaim himself invincible, unbeatable in this world, without the slightest hint of hesitation. After all, in his eyes, there was no reason to fear so-called energy output types like Kaguya and her son anymore. If Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Lord of the Underworld for 1,000 years, didn't have some new trick up his sleeve, even if Yujin couldn't win, he certainly wouldn't lose. Of course, being invincible in this world didn't mean he was invincible in the universe. Beyond the heavens, those young masters of the Otsutsuki clan, if any of them possessed truly outrageous ocular powers, well, there'd be nothing he could do. After all, some of them were omniscient and omnipotent. Time, space, these were their playthings, and some sky-defying ocular arts among them seemed only to be expected. Yet now, after using his Rinnegan's Susanoo Mikoto to steal the heaven-defying Tenkuryu eye technique for himself, the dark green glow surrounding Edo Madara faded away at once. Having finished his ocular jutsu experiment and deactivated his Rinnegan, Yujin immediately noticed this change. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and mused. So, this is what happens. The so-called erasure occurs once one's ocular technique is stolen. In that moment, Yujin was truly filled with awe. Abilities or techniques stolen in this way would cause the original host to forget them utterly. They would vanish, and there would be no way to relearn them. More than that, even if the original host died, it wouldn't change a thing. The power's transfer was absolute. That was what struck Yujin most. Susanoo Mikoto. What a fitting name for the ultimate usurper of powers. As for this Rinnegan ocular jutsu, Susanoo Mikoto, he was more than satisfied. To steal all of an enemy's abilities and make them forget they ever had them. In his eyes, this was the ultimate power. After all, every supreme being in this world possesses one central, incomparable strength. Their overwhelming might depends on that core ability. Take Otsutsuki Kaguya, for example. Should he ever face her in battle, all he'd have to do is unleash his Susanoo no Mikoto. If someone were to seize Aim no Minakanushi's technique, the power to create a small world, they would not only take it, but cause its existence to be completely forgotten. Just think about it for a moment. Kaguya's fighting style relied heavily on her mastery over these pocket dimensions. Losing such an ability would be catastrophic. To give another example, take Obito's Kimui. If I managed to steal that technique for myself, his entire invincible combat strategy would unravel in an instant, and he'd surely face a devastating defeat. And that's not even considering Susanoo Mikoto's 3 slots for stolen powers. To me, Those are essentially 3 divine techniques, or rather, 3 ocular abilities ready to be filled. At present, I've already acquired Tanjiro's power, which represents the present. Next, I need to search for a power tied to the past, an ocular technique, or some godlike ability, to steal for myself. But even if I find none, that only means I can still freely choose from a wealth of overwhelmingly powerful techniques and ocular abilities described in the original story. What's more, Susanoo no Mikoto's technique comes with another feature. If I'm dissatisfied with a stolen power, I can simply return it. This means my options remain astonishingly flexible. At this moment, Uchiha Yuma already has a clear plan in mind for which powers to steal with Susanoo no Mikoto. As for an ability representing the past, Yuma has already settled on his target. That would be Urashiki Otsutsuki's Time Rewind technique. This power allows the user to rewind from the present moment back to a few seconds prior, experiencing the enemy's moves repeatedly in order to analyze them thoroughly and find the most reliable way to counter. In short, aside from being unable to rewind himself, he can reverse time for the outside world. It's an indescribably powerful ability. Yet, even with such a cheat-like power, Urashiki still got defeated by the likes of Jiraiya, who was only Kage level at the time, a 13-year-old Boruto, and a weakened Sasuke. Both Urashiki and Kagaya, these supreme Otsutsukis with the flashiest stats on paper, could truly be called rivals vying for supremacy, dragons among men. With the past slot chosen, the remaining Susanoo no Mikoto slots can be kept open for tactical flexibility. After all, using Susanoo no Mikoto as a strategic ocular jutsu gives a clear battlefield advantage. Just imagine when the opponent is about to unleash their trump card, and you suddenly activate Susanoo no Mikoto. Even the thought of that makes Yuma smirk at how insidiously effective that tactic would be. With his ideas straightened out and having secured the ocular power he most desired, Yuma didn't immediately release the Edo Tensei, but sealed it away in a coffin, locking the casket inside a scroll. Only after finishing all this did he let out a cold chuckle. Let's see, in a state where Edo Tensei can't bring you back, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve to return to the land of the living? As for Uchiha Madara, in Yuma's view, a member of the law-abiding camp, he really shouldn't be jumping out to stir up trouble and act as the instigator of chaos in a ninja world anymore. If you're dead, then just let yourself be dead. Don't jump back into the world as a sacrificial offering for Kagaya's resurrection. That kind of clownish display, it's better not to see it again. Speaking of the Rinnegan, over these past years, the path of Deva, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, the human path, the Naraka path, the Azura path, and even the outer path, which governs life and death. He had, over time, mastered them all one by one. Nothing remarkable to say about it, except for the Deva path's powers of repulsion and attraction, the hungry ghost path's control over Chakra, and of course, the outer path's dominion over life and death. The rest of the eye techniques, at this point, were more or less useless to him. The reason was simple. Those other techniques all required coordination with puppet avatars, evolving into specialized skills, the kind you could take or leave. But the Deva path's might and the hungry ghost path's power, even a mighty Otsutsuki, favored those abilities. As for the outer path's manipulation of life and death, those self-serving immortals, they hardly cared at all. Once he dealt with Madara Uchiha and confirmed the fruits of his ocular powers, as dusk hung in the air, while it was still neither fully dark nor bright, he tidied everything up, then strolled away at an easy pace, leaving the mysterious scene and heading for home. Returning to the village, he made his way to Ichiraku Ramen, planning to treat himself to a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, a little tribute to his hungry belly. Once he ordered and sat down to wait, he immediately noticed a familiar face pushing aside the ramen shop's curtain. "Yo, Yujin, long time no see." Kakashi, with his lazy, half-lidded eyes, greeted him. "You're here at Ichiraku, too, today?" Hearing this, Yujin returned a smile and replied, "Back from training, feeling hungry, just had to come get a bowl of hand-pulled noodles from Big Tree." "Training? Huh," Kakashi said with a hint of nostalgia, settling in and placing his own order. "It feels like it's been forever since we trained together, hasn't it?" "Yes, ever since the Minato squad disbanded, we haven't found much time to train side by side," Yujin replied. To Uchiha Yujin, this felt perfectly natural. The reason was simple. Obito and Rin both made Jonin a couple of years ago. Obito, needless to say, as an Uchiha, even without revealing the secret of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was already an undercover elite with just his 3-tomo Sharingan. Well-deserved to be a Jonin. In Rin no era, even if her combat strength seemed lacking. In the Leaf Village, she was the quintessential third member, medical ninja on a 3-person squad. and the kind of genius who could perform an eye transplantation on the battlefield. At present, Rin, now a jonin in the medical field, has already begun to shine at Konoha Hospital. As for Minato's team, now that all its members have become jonin, they could be considered to have truly graduated. Naturally, this meant they no longer trained together as a team. With the team disbanded, the moments they cultivated together inevitably became fewer. So, just as Yuya was about to respond further to Kakashi, pondering what to say next, a commotion from outside interrupted his train of thought. The racket outside drew Yuya's attention. His curiosity piqued, he glanced out the window. What's going on? It's nearly dusk, so why is the village suddenly livened up? Yuya, don't tell me you haven't heard about this. At Kakashi's words, Yuya raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What's going on? Is this something I ought to know? Sighing helplessly, Kakashi replied. No idea what keeps you so busy all day. Tonight, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud is here to sign the peace treaty. Oh, the Cloud is coming to sign the peace treaty? So that's what's happening. Realization dawned on Yuya, and everything clicked into place. The so-called peace treaty between the Hidden Cloud and Konoha wasn't this just as in the original story. The so-called peace treaty was merely a front. The Hidden Cloud's true intention was to steal the Byakugan. At that thought, Yuya fell momentarily silent. During these years of peace, his own strength hadn't seen dramatic improvement. It wasn't that his combat prowess didn't grow, but rather that progress on his panel, his innate abilities, was no longer the meteoric rise it once had been. After all, without the gains from actual combat, his special abilities could no longer make such leaps and bounds. And now, within Konoha, there were hardly any special traits left for him to acquire that would boost his power significantly. There was nothing for it. The system hadn't granted him the ability to stack abilities upon each other. Even if he could stack them, piling up mundane abilities wouldn't lead to any earth-shattering transformation in his strength. After all, when it comes to 6 paths level power, the thresholds are simply immense. If you're only looking at raw stats and not actual skill, then Uchiha Madara, wielding the Rinnegan, is essentially the gatekeeper of 6 paths level power. Just as Limbo, Border Jail technique alone could reduce anyone below 6 paths level to nothing more than grass before a storm. That includes Hashira Senju in Sage Mode, during the 4th Great Ninja War on the original timeline. Didn't he end up floored after just a few exchanges with Madara, once Madara was revived and made full use of the Rinnegan? Limbo, Border Jail is a truly formidable dojutsu. And if Madara is the threshold, then those like Momoshiki, after consuming Kinshiki, sit at the pinnacle of 6 paths tier power. Their presence, chakra, and abilities are overwhelmingly strong. The ability to see the future, manipulate energy, deflect techniques, when granted such powers. As far as stats go, Momoshiki is only a step below Kagaya Otsutsuki, who stands above even the 6 paths. And though it's easy to dismiss her as clumsy or inept, that's only because she never had time to master anything. Just look at what happened after she became Boruto's cheat code. She obediently learned the skills of mortals and became devastatingly powerful. Yet, precisely because the strength gap at the 6 paths level is so vast, Yuma's own growth has stagnated over these past few years. Looking past raw skill and focusing just on the stats, Yuma now possesses the pure eye, the Rinnegan, and a physical body akin to that of the Otsutsuki gods. But it's exactly for this reason that his strength has hit a bottleneck. This world is fundamentally unfair. When it comes to supernatural power, everything is decided by bloodline. After all, the chakra system of this world is built on the extraordinary foundation of Otsutsuki blood. Naturally, most of the powerful abilities Yuichi Uchiha has gathered, the ones that grant instant strength, are all bloodline related. Any ability outside a bloodline inheritance is technical in nature. The true power lies in the use, not just the stats. Because of this, Yuma has felt trapped by his stagnant stats these past few years. Yet at this very moment, upon hearing of the arrival of the envoys from the Hidden Cloud, his eyes immediately sparkled. From his perspective, the Hidden Cloud, a village with a strong militaristic bent, is nothing if not aggressively expansionist. At this moment, they've come to sign a so-called peace treaty. He suspects that, just like in the original timeline, they must have ulterior motives. Namely, they're after the Byakugan. In that case, he will do everything in his power to foil their plans. This way, the Hidden Cloud brutes will inevitably cause the peace talks to collapse. That would, in turn, intensify the war, allowing him the chance to apply for the front line and clash with the Cloud forces head-on. Or rather, to harvest them, and that's how his combat points would skyrocket. With this in mind, Yuma immediately and quietly splits off a shadow clone. He intends to have it lie in wait near the Hyuga compound. If the hidden cloud ninjas really try something, he'll personally teach them a lesson. With Yuma's current strength, doing all this is far beyond what Kakashi would ever detect. No sooner had the clones slipped out of the ramen shop than Yuma's order arrived at the counter. Lifting the steaming bowl and stirring the noodles gently, he responded to Kakashi in a rather perfunctory tone. Kakashi, once the peace treaty is signed, this long and terrible war should finally see true peace, don't you think? Yes, Kakashi sighed, feeling a rare trace of sentimentality. The Third Great Ninja War will finally come to an end. The duration of this war had truly exceeded everyone's expectations. In Kakashi's eyes, this was the moment the hidden cloud, after years of mustering troops at the border without gaining any real advantage, was finally forced to make a deal. They began to show signs of wavering, which was why they came to sign a peace treaty with Konoha in the first place. As for what Kakashi said, Hiruzen neither confirmed nor denied. This time, if Kimogakure were as greedy for the Byakugan as in the original story, he, who needed battle achievements, would not allow the war to end so easily. On the other hand, if Kimogakure earnestly agreed to the peace treaty, then with his proper moral compass, he certainly wouldn't spark a war just for the sake of gaining more combat merit. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a whole day had gone by since Kimogakure's envoys arrived in Konoha for peace talks. That evening, after finishing their exchange with Konoha's top officials and returning to the quarters arranged by the village, the Kimogakure ninja immediately began acting in a furtive, suspicious manner. One of the middle-aged shinobi turned to the squad leader, a jonin with his forehead protector tied askew, and asked, "Lord Sammy, are we moving tonight?" At these words, the ninja called Sammy frowned and replied in a serious tone. "After communicating with our spy inside Konoha and scouting the defenses of the Hyuga compound, we have a clear understanding of their security. Tonight, we must succeed. Failure is not an option. No, if, by any chance, we do fail, remember to stand your ground. Only by taking from Konoha can Kimogakure surpass them." On this point, Sammy, a seasoned jonin, saw the situation for what it was. Despite appearances, the arms race, the fact that Kimogakure actually had more standing shinobi than Konoha, when it came to true foundations, Kimogakure's lack of strong bloodline limits left them lagging behind. Without prominent clans with advanced bloodline techniques or secret arts, Kimogakure's elite forces were always a step behind Konoha. What's more, seizing bloodline limits and secret techniques from other villages had always been part of Kimogakure's agenda. So in his eyes, to surpass Konoha, they had to plunder from Konoha. Besides, Sammy was well aware of the Fourth Raikage's current dilemma. Because of his father's death, the Third Raikage, Lord I ascended to power in a hurry. With such a hasty succession, he needed meritorious deeds to quell the elders' doubts within the village. Exactly for that reason, the purpose of this peace talk was simply because the Raikage needed a striking achievement, and the mission given to Sammy was to seize the Byakugan. After all, the Byakugan, a bloodline that had cost every shinobi village dearly in times of war, was a treasure any leader in their right mind would covet. That's why, no matter what, he had to get his hands on the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. He had to ensure that the Raikage's list of accomplishments gleamed with this feat. Sammy moved swiftly. Thanks to meticulous preparation, he easily evaded the Hyuga clan's watchful eyes. Having infiltrated the mansion, he barely exerted any effort before he had managed to seize Hinata Hyuga, heiress of a Hyuga main family. He slung the unconscious Hinata over his shoulder and had just leapt over the perimeter wall. But as he was about to make his escape, a hand landed firmly on his shoulder. "Hey there, that's the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter, isn't it? What exactly do you think you're doing?" At the sound of this voice, Sammy broke out in a cold sweat. He never imagined that, just as he made it over the wall, he'd be caught in the act by a leaf shinobi. What's more, before that hand touched him, a jonin, hadn't sensed a thing. Didn't that mean, if the person had wanted to kill him, a kunai could have slit his throat long before he realized what was happening? The gulf in strength was simply overwhelming. What should I do? With sweat pouring down his face, Sammy caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of the Hyuga heiress, still unconscious. Heart pounding, he steeled himself, ready to gather Chakra into his palm for a desperate move. But, what's happening? Why can't I move? It's simple, really. I already took control of your Chakra. Finishing these words, Uchiha Yuma stepped into view. He studied Sammy with idle curiosity and said, "I don't know where you got the nerve to think you could waltz into the leaf and walk out with the Hyuga clan's heiress. But when I recall how you folks from the Hidden Cloud tried the same stunt with Lady Kushina all those years ago, it starts to make sense." This, Yuma thought, was truly beyond comprehension. Decades ago, when it came to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Hidden Cloud actually managed to get what they wanted. If not for Minato Namake's concern for the girl, things could have ended very differently for the Cloud. But this attempt to kidnap Hinata struck Yuma as even more ludicrous. Having stationed his clone here in advance, he'd watched every move this man made, from the moment of infiltration right through to grabbing Hinata. That's why he found all of this so unbelievable. Were all those Byakugan in the Hyuga clan blind? A clan leader's residence is always under guard by the branch family. And yet, with all those Byakugan able to see almost everything, none of the branch family spotted this infiltrator. It was simply fantastical. And yet, thinking back to Kushina's ordeal, and now this with Hinata, Yuma, possessor of Azura's power, one who bends destiny, he could sense something was amiss. It seems this world is truly shrouded in fate. The Toad Sage's prophecies from Mount Myaboku, the oracle of the Shrine Maiden from the Land of Demons, and the course of Naruto's own destiny all point to this. Yuma mused quietly in his heart. As someone who possesses the anti-fate attribute, after witnessing the Hyuga clan's collective display of foolishness today, Yuma immediately sensed that something was off. At this moment, Yuma could truly smell the scent of fate hovering in the air. However, with his unique ability to counter the force of destiny, he wasn't particularly concerned by this sense of inevitability. Right now, there were far more pressing matters at hand. Hinata Hyuga, and dealing with the man before him. After sorting out his thoughts, Yuma's shadow clone approached and gently took Hinata Hyuga from the hands of the stranger, a man who, except for his mouth and eyes, had become completely immobilized. The instant Samui caught sight of Yuma's face, his eyes widened with utter disbelief. He shouted, "It's you, Yuma the Flash. Why would an Uchiha like you show up near the Hyuga estate?" He simply couldn't have imagined that the person who would ruin his carefully laid plans would be none other than Yuma Uchiha, that famed and formidable ninja of the shinobi world, and a renowned powerhouse, lurking near the Hyuga residence? Heavens above, who could have predicted such a twist? Samui's questions, however, were met with nothing but indifference from Yuma Uchiha. Without bothering to respond, Yuma silently called upon the attribute extraction system in his mind, collecting Hinata's golden attribute with a mere thought. Then, he lifted his gaze, arched a brow, and said with calm authority, "As a high-ranking member of the Uchiha, I happen to hold a minor position in the police force. And as an active patroller, I don't see any problem with me making my rounds here, do you? Wouldn't you say so, Lord Hayashi?" As he spoke, Yuma turned to look at Hayashi Hyuga, who had just arrived on the scene. Hayashi, hearing Yuma's words, spoke up in approval. "An Uchiha on patrol around here is perfectly routine. Now, might I trouble you to return my daughter?" Truth be told, Hayashi never expected that tonight of all nights, he would be thrust into such a whirlwind of events. He had been quietly practicing the tea ceremony not far from the estate earlier, enjoying a peaceful evening. Then, on a sudden impulse, he activated his Byakugan to check on his beloved daughter Hinata and see how she was sleeping. What he saw chilled him to the bone. His precious daughter was being abducted before his very eyes. There had been no time for hesitation. He sprang to his feet, determined to block the Cloud Shinobi's escape and save his child. But when Hayashi caught up, he was stunned to see his precious daughter being rescued by none other than Yuma Uchiha, Konoha's acknowledged strongest shinobi. His heart instantly relaxed with relief. Hinata was safe. But just as quickly, his worries returned. How could the Hyuga, a clan famed for their Byakugan, fail to detect the infiltration of spy? It was almost too ludicrous to believe. Also, why did Yuma Uchiha just happen to show up here of all places? Yet, considering his incomparable strength, Hayashi could only bury that doubt deep in his heart. For now, getting his precious daughter back was all that mattered. Having heard Hayashi's cautious request, Yuma Uchiha handed Hinata back to him. "Here, take her, and in the future, keep a closer eye on your daughter. Her Byakugan is extraordinarily powerful." "Thank you, Lord Yuma. I'm truly relieved that Hinata is unharmed." Yuma watched as Hayashi carefully gathered Hinata into his arms, then turned his attention to the Cloud Ninja, whose expression was now dark and inscrutable. With his remarkable sensory abilities, even able to detect subtle emotions, Yuma had already sensed the shadow of doubt in Hayashi's heart. However, Yuma decided he'd wait until they reached the Hokage's office to address that suspicion, finding a fitting excuse to bring it up. For now, the priority was the Cloud Ninja in front of them. This individual essentially held the key to the outbreak of war. As that thought flashed across Yuma's mind, his eyes narrowed. His Sharingan spun, 3 Tomo whirling as he cast a Genjutsu, seizing control of the Cloud Ninja. "Let's go, Hayashi. We need to have a word with the higher-ups about the Cloud's little schemes. It seems they don't care for peace talks after all." "No problem. Allow me to have my attendants look after my daughter, and then I'll accompany you, my lord." "That's fine, but let's move quickly." It didn't take long. Once his attendants arrived and Hinata was safely settled, Hayashi, together with his younger brother Hisashi, followed Yuma Uchiha. They made their way toward the Hokage's office. Unlike the anxious Hayashi and Hisashi, Yuma walked with calm purpose. Thanks to Flying Thunder God, his real body had already taken over the situation. It was a known fact that his clones could earn new traits, something he'd confirmed long ago. Now, the trait he'd just obtained from Hinata Hyuga left him thoroughly satisfied. Princess of the Byakugan Gold. This title can only be attained by wielders of the purest Byakugan. The bearer's Byakugan now rivals that of the average Otsutsuki, standing as a true foundation of divine sight. Effects. Possesses a 360-degree, far-seeing, penetrating, and insightful vision that surpasses all limitations. Intimidation. Illusion. In this very moment, Yuma Uchiha's attention was completely riveted by the new feature among the trait's effects, illusion. This was an ability he'd never possessed before. Remembering his own Tensigen, he glanced immediately at his trait panel. Tensigen, red, the all-seeing celestial eye, piercing through all things. With it, you shall grasp everything. Effects. Possesses a 360-degree, far-seeing, penetrating, and insightful vision that surpasses all limitations. Perception beyond space and time. Intimidation. Jinjutsu is it? Noticing the entry Hinata Hyuga had extracted, Yushin Uchiha saw that it included the power of Jinjutsu. At that moment, Yushin immediately recalled how Kagaya Otsutsuki once controlled her second son, Hamura Otsutsuki. The power she had used was none other than Jinjutsu itself. Now, having obtained this very entry, Yushin asked the system within his sea of consciousness, somewhat helplessly, "Can I actually install this entry?" He couldn't help but worry. The Byakugan entry seemed to conflict with his own Pure Eye entry. After all, the Pure Eye was an advanced evolution of the Byakugan. Yushin truly had no idea whether it was even possible to install both. Yet, he couldn't help but crave the Jinjutsu ability held by the Byakugan. After all, this particular power of illusion, in Kagaya's hands, could control a newly blessed Hamura Otsutsuki from the moment he was born. And Hamura's strength, after being rescued by his elder brother, was so great that he could immediately fight his own mother, matching a sage of 6 pads level opponent for months on end. With such a Jinjutsu ability tied to the Byakugan, Yushin truly wished to use it to perfect his Pure Eye. After all, he knew well, if his Pure Eye was to acquire the entire range of Byakugan abilities, completing what remained, seeing into the future, piercing through the fate of others, invoking a godlike intangibility, and now, the Jinjutsu he had just discovered, would all require evolving his Otsutsuki bloodline entry to the red tier. At this moment, if he could merge the Jinjutsu power from the Byakugan princess's entry into his own, that would save him a great deal of effort. Almost as if responding to Yushin's thoughts, his inner system transmitted a new message to his mind. It is indeed possible to shatter the princess of Byakugan's entry and integrate it into the Pure Eye, but it will cost 10,000 battle points. Understanding this message, Yushin's heart raced. Battle points. In recent years, while nurturing his 2 younger followers, Obito and Shursui, as well as his disciple, Itachi, he had engaged them in countless practice bouts, steadily racking up a significant sum of battle points. Of course, Itachi was still too young. At only 6 years old, he was barely Chunin level, so the points earned were hardly worth mentioning. But Obito and Shursui, both wielders of the Mangekyo Sharingan, were true Kage-class powerhouses. Winning a single match against either would yield 1,000 battle points. Through years of relentless sparring, even though Obito and Shursui, being so powerful, were often dispatched by Minato Namikaze on missions outside the village, Yushin still managed to catch them for enough duels to amass quite a fortune in battle points. Thinking of this, Yushin turned his attention to his status panel. Host, Yushin Uchiha. Gender, male. Age, 19. Strength, 6 paths. Attributes. Indra, red. Fortune, 9 threads. Azura, red. Pure Eyes, red. Rinnegan, red. God of Ninja, red. Manifestation of Yasakani Jewel, red. Otsutsuki gold. Seed of Chakra, gold. Child of Space and Time, gold. Genius, gold. Phantom Life, gold. Spiritual Tool, gold. Heavy Particle Mode, gold. Princess of Byakugan, gold. Uchiha Style, purple. Natural Energy Affinity, purple. Flying Thunder God Formula, purple. Training of Steel, purple. Sword Talent, purple. Medical Genius, blue. Weapon Attributes, Thunder Entwined, purple. Spirit Tree Rebound. Undying Bloodsucker, blue. Chakra Mimicry, blue. Chakra Absorption and Fusion, blue. Combat Power, 16,170. Because of the way the months are counted, he's now considered 19 years old. But that's not the main point. What truly matters here is his harvest of combat power. Originally, he intended to keep accumulating combat power. After all, at this point, there are very few attributes on his panel that actually need an upgrade. The Uchiha style, natural energy, flying thunder god, and swordsmanship attributes are all technical variations. And honestly, when it comes to these techniques, especially after obtaining the divine might of Bowie and gaining the ability to channel the power of attributes, they're no longer the top priority for upgrades. After all, in terms of teleportation, there isn't much practical difference between the purple level and gold level flying thunder god techniques. At the end of the day, both are still coordinate-based movement abilities. If there's any real improvement, it would be in the development of barrier techniques. This was something Hiruzen discovered after witnessing his own teacher take the flying thunder god to even greater heights. During that battle against Madara Uchiha, the domain-style spatial barrier that was unleashed served as proof of this evolution. As for swordsmanship, Uchiha style, and sage techniques, from Hiruzen's perspective, whose powers center around ocular abilities and divine skills, when his combat power was still low, it was wiser to stockpile what he had as a precaution for emergencies. Moving on to weapon attributes, since Bowie's divine power constructs weapons directly out of chakra. If a weapon is damaged, it can simply be rebuilt. In that sense, durability is never a pressing concern. As for chakra mimicry, that's even less of an issue, given that Bowie itself is endlessly adaptable. Then there's chakra absorption and fusion. To be honest, as someone who possesses the Rinnegan and comes from the Otsutsuki clan, he is the last person who would actually need it. Among the weapon attributes, the only two that are purple grade, since their power is already sufficient. There's no urgent need to upgrade them either, at least not for now. The same logic applies. Better to hold on to these resources for when emergencies arise. And so, now that he's decided to complete his Byakugan-related abilities, it's a stroke of luck that he has over 10,000 combat points at hand. After all, in this bloodline-centric world, the abilities of the eyes are the true foundation of one's power. Because of this, there was really nothing to hesitate about. Uchiha Hiruzen immediately spent 10,000 combat points. System, merge the illusion technique effect from the white-eyed princess entry into the pure eyes. A low, resonant hum echoed out. Under the might of the system, the princess's white eyes shattered. The illusionary ability was infused into the pure eyes. At that moment, the effect of the pure eyes changed. Pure eyes read, "The heavenly eyes that pierce through all. Whoever possesses them, possesses everything." Effects provide an unparalleled 360-degree vision, perfectly combining clairvoyance, telescopic sight, and insight. Pierce through the fabric of space and time. Exert overwhelming pressure. Command illusionary techniques. Excellent, the abilities of the White Eyes series are finally being completed. Hiruzen thought to himself, quite satisfied with the result. He sensed with keen intuition that once he completed the White Eyes series of abilities, his own bloodline would show remarkable advancement. However, by the time Hiruzen and the Hyuga brothers arrived at the entrance of the Hokage's office, he broke off from his thoughts. Refocusing his mind, he realized the next step was to reveal the intentions of the hidden cloud. Then, with the cloud's ambassador in their hands, he intended to manipulate the situation, to either pressure the village into declaring war on Hidden Cloud, or provoke Hidden Cloud into attacking first. In either case, Konoha would claim self-defense. As the student of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and a man of considerable standing in Konoha, Hiruzen, accompanied by the Hyuga brothers, walked resolutely toward the Hokage's office. The surrounding ANBU members, knowing their place, did not interfere in the slightest. Thus, as Hiruzen and the Hyuga brothers strode in, dragging the limp Samui behind them, they pushed open the office doors to find Minato Namikaze and the Elder Council, led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, still engrossed in their work. When the sound of the doors rang out, they looked up from their paperwork, startled by the sight of Hiruzen holding the fallen cloud shinobi, Samui. "What's going on here, Hiruzen?" Minato looked from Samui in Yuzen's grasp to the Hyuga brothers, clearly puzzled. This cloud ambassador attempted to kidnap the Hyuga clan's heiress, Hinata Hyuga. Uchiha Hiruzen wasted no time in getting to the point, lifting Samui and explaining directly. "And with my sensory abilities, which you know well, Sensei, I immediately picked up that something was wrong and captured this fellow on the spot." Barely had Hiruzen finished speaking when the Hyuga brothers began voicing their own statements. "That's right, Hokage-sama. These cloud ninja harbored ill intent, but thanks to Lord Hiruzen, their plot has been foiled. The village must demand an explanation for Cloud's attempt to steal our bloodline limit. Just as my brother Hizashi said, Hokage-sama, if it weren't for Lord Hiruzen, My little girl might not have survived today. At this moment, Minato Namikaze had more or less worked out the cause behind all of this. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Those Cloud Shinobi, old habits die hard. Back when he was still a boy, they had tried this very same ploy with Kushina. Had he not already set his heart on her, who knows, Konoha might have carelessly lost the Nine Tails right then and there. And now, they're at it again. This time, their eyes are on the leaf. No, their target is actually the most formidable sensory bloodline in the entire shinobi world. The Byakugan. This is simply too much to tolerate. Blazing with anger, Minato turned to his most prized student, Yujin Uchiha, and said, Yujin, take this Sumoi envoy from the cloud and deliver him to the intelligence division for proper interrogation. As for whatever response comes next from the Cloud Village, there's no need for us to concern ourselves any further. Minato had every reason to be furious. The current fourth Raikage was an old rival of his. No, to put it more accurately, he was a defeated opponent from earlier days. After the loss of the formidable third Raikage, even counting the fourth Raikage himself, his brother, and their 8 tails Jinchuriki, the entire Cloud Village has, at best, 2 shinobi of Kage-level strength. Konoha, on the other hand, has Minato, the third Hokage, the legendary 3 Sannin, led by Jiraiya, plus the unmatched talent of Yujin. That's a clear count of 6 top-tier combatants, each on par with the tailed beast. 2 against 6. Where do they find the nerve to face Konoha insincerely in these peace talks, and still scheme behind the scenes? Minato, it seems the Cloud have no real intention of negotiating at all, came the gravelly voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former Hokage and chief elder, as he exhaled a slow stream of smoke, his brows knit in worry. First, take all the Cloud envoys into custody and interrogate each of them. We'll send an official protest to demand their apology, courtesy, before arms. Also, quietly reinforce our troops near the land of hot water, just in case. In all the years Sarutobi had governed Konoha, even if his political acumen had never led to great feats, he had, at the very least, served well as a defender of his city. It came naturally. He could still sense the scent of danger on the air when it mattered. After all, with the Cloud's brash reputation in the shinobi world, running roughshod over others and flaunting their greed for bloodlines and secret techniques, the Hidden Leaf simply could not afford to let its guard down. Besides, Sarutobi had long been disgusted with these Cloud shinobi. Even now, he still bristled at the memory of what they'd done to Uzumaki Kushina all those years ago. After all, these 9-tailed beasts were distributed by Lord Hashirama. Not to put too fine a point on it, let's say his kindness got the better of his judgment. And now, even with 2-tailed beasts in their possession, the Cloud is still not satisfied. Now they've set their sights on Konoha itself. Back in the day, the reason nobody made a move on the tailed beast for so many years was because he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, never saw the need for any special precautions. Frankly, if it hadn't been for Minato stepping in and turning the tide at the last moment when the Cloud struck, Hiruzen's own political career would have been left with an indelible black mark. So now, with the Cloud falling back on their old tricks yet again, this time doing it under the guise of peace talks, making their moves right under Konoha's nose, there really were no words for this kind of audacity. But Hiruzen Sarutobi, confident in Konoha's current strength, felt it was high time to teach the Cloud a serious lesson. Moreover, Hiruzen cast a sideways glance at Yujin Uchiha, silently thinking to himself, the strongest ninja of this entire generation emerged from the Uchiha clan, and he belongs to Konoha. If this doesn't justify putting the other villages in their place, what does? When those present heard the old Hokage speak with such resolve, an electric current seemed to stab through their hearts. Especially Yujin Uchiha. He had never expected Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, in the original timeline, turned more and more dovish as Konoha declined and stuck steadfastly to appeasement, to now show the hawkish resolve of a battle-hardened leader. First diplomacy, then if that failed, force, and now, the direct order to mobilize Konoha's forces. Add to this the move to detain all the Cloud's envoys outright, followed by the pretense of asking questions after the fact. It couldn't be more transparent. This was pure provocation aimed straight at the Cloud. Given the Cloud's brazen behavior, it was obvious to anyone with sense in that room what was really going on. There was no intention to negotiate peace. The Cloud merely hunted for a chance to snatch another bloodline limit. Or, more likely, hoped to provoke a dispute and escalate it into a full-scale war. And with the Cloud's notoriously aggressive temper, war was all but inevitable. There were no other options on the table. Thinking of that, and knowing that war meant opportunities for battle points, Yujin couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and volunteered to the Konoha leadership. Teacher Minato, third Hokage, since we're mobilizing, let me lead the Uchiha forces to the front. We Uchiha will be the sword and shield of Konoha. We'll show the cloud what true strength is. Yujin spoke these words from the heart. Firstly, full-scale war meant a windfall of battle points. For him, nothing could be more important. Secondly, over these years, with the god of shinobi title supporting him, the Uchiha clan members who admired Yujin had all grown much stronger. Yujin felt the time had come for the entire shinobi world to see. This was a renewed understanding not only of the Uchiha's power, but also of the formidable foundations that supported the Hidden Leaf. More importantly, he wanted these Uchihas, who had become immensely powerful through their admiration of him, to send a clear message to all the political factions within the village. His core base was truly formidable, while everyone present was still mulling over Uchiha Yujin's proposal. His mentor, Minato Namikaze, made a swift and decisive call. We'll proceed as discussed. Yujin will lead a contingent of the Uchiha's fighting force, joining up with the units assigned by the village. When you reach the land of hot springs, do not take any rash actions. We need to see how the Cloud Village responds. After all, those brutes from the Cloud have no sense of shame, but we do. Whatever comes next, let's make the village's instructions our guiding principle for this operation. Minato's thinking was straightforward. The posture of the Cloud was taking aligned entirely with what the third Hokage had warned. Chances were, they had little real intention of peace talks. Given that, their best move was to brace for the worst and seize the initiative. Courtesy first, force if necessary. As for the whereabouts of the courtesy, the Cloud's envoy and their messages, the speed of communication back to their leaders, was well within their control. After all, the Hidden Leaf was not like those uncivilized mountain folk of the Cloud. Here, reputation still mattered. They had to maintain just cause, never wage an unjust war. Therefore, in this situation, with the timing, justification, and perhaps most crucially, strength all on their side, Minato was already considering how they'd negotiate the treaty after victory. He couldn't help it, knowing full well just how overwhelming his disciples' power was. Minato simply couldn't imagine any scenario where, with every advantage, they might lose. And when those present heard the Hokage's decisive words, everyone nodded in unison. Yes, sir, especially the Hyuga brothers, Hayashi and Hisashi, who felt a wave of relief settle in their hearts. Because, judging by this, there was no way the village would ever sell out the interests of the noble clans in exchange for some hollow notion of peace. What's more, understanding exactly why the village was making these decisions, the Hyuga brothers couldn't help but glance sidelong at Yujin. Having led the Hyuga clan for many years, and raised under the constant influence of their father before his retirement, they knew very well that in the old days, the village had not spared a single thought or empathy for the great clans. The disappearance of the Senju, the decline of the Uchiha, all this was more than enough to illustrate just how little the village cared for the noble families. During this incident, everyone initially assumed that the village would once again use the situation as an excuse to make trouble for the Hyuga clan, targeting Hayashi and Hisashi in particular. But it was clear to all, it was Uchiha Yujin's strength and his unstoppable rise that had compelled the village to change its ways. Yet, they could not deny that, over the years, the power of the village had indeed grown stronger. This, too, was a contributing factor. Having earned the gratitude of the Hyuga brothers, Yujin accepted his orders and vanished from the spot with a flash, using the Flying Thunder God technique. He teleported straight back to the clan grounds. Taking a few quick steps forward, he arrived at the security division's headquarters, a place he knew like the back of his hand, and made his way to Uchiha Fugaka's office. Before he could speak, after pushing open the door, Fugaka's questioning voice rang out. Yujin, what on earth happened in the village? I saw you and the Hyuga brothers go to see the Hokage together just now. The territory of the Uchiha sat at the very heart of Konoha, and even more so, the security division's main building was situated right in the center of the Uchiha compound. As for the Hokage's office, being the political core of the Hidden Leaf, it, too, was located at the very center of the village. Because of this, everything at the Hokage's office had played out within Fugaka's line of sight just moments ago. All of this left Uchiha Fugaku feeling a swirl of emotions. In the past, people wondered why the security division headquarters was built so close to the Hokage's office. No member of the Uchiha clan was foolish enough to miss the reason. It was for the Hokage's convenience in keeping a watchful eye on the security division. Of course, no one would say this outright. Officially, it was simply presented as a sign of the alliance and shared governance between the Senju and the Uchiha, joint stewardship of Konoha. But that explanation, Fugaka knew all too well that it was only after the rise of the formidable man standing before him that this justification truly held water. It's nothing much. The village is preparing to go to war against the hidden cloud. They're planning to bring the third great ninja war to an end. Yujin replied easily to Fugaku's question, then continued, his expression turning serious. The reason I came to see you is simple. The village has agreed to let me lead the Uchiha forces in a battle. Hearing this, Fugaku's demeanor grew somber as well. I imagine you already have your roster in mind, Yujin. He did not raise the question of whether, as clan leader, he should offer additional support. And that was because, over these past years, thanks to Uchiha Yujin, by means still unclear to Fugaku, the strength of their clan had grown to a level that even he found daunting. The power of sage techniques alone could triple their abilities, and that was only part of the picture. Even regarding the Sharingan. Somehow, they'd managed to force the eyes open in those without talent, turn a single Tomo into two into three. Fortunately, most hadn't leapt from 3 Tomo straight to the Manjikyu. At present, as far as he knows in his capacity as clan leader, there have only been 3 people who have evolved from the 3 Tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito, Shursui, and of course his own eldest son, Itachi Uchiha. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Uchiha Yuzin nodded seriously in agreement. That's right, I already have someone in mind. You don't need to worry about that, Fugaku-san. I just wanted to let you know that I'll be bringing Itachi along. There was never any real question about his choice. These past years, his core supporters had always been those Uchiha who admired him, who had submitted willingly to his leadership. And once the trait of God of Shinobi appeared on his destiny, strengthened further over these few years, his base of supporters, and the explosion of their power and numbers, had undergone a complete transformation. Within the Uchiha clan, almost half of all shinobi had become his devotees. That figure hovered around 500 strong. Consider this. The Uchihas had declined for many years now, their numbers pitifully low, reduced to barely 2,000. Once you subtract those unfit for shinobi work, or those who married into the clan and changed their surname, the shinobi population of the Uchiha barely reached 1,000. Before Yuzin's rise, these 1,000, as a result of the village adhering to the second Hokage's old policies, had always been confined and watched within the police force. Aside from some skirmishes with Kirigakure during the Third Shinobi War, they weren't permitted to take on missions outside the village at all. With so little real stimulation or opportunity, fewer than 100 of these 1,000 had even awakened their Sharingan. Clan assemblies in the Great Hall of the Naka River Shrine rarely ever filled up the seats. It was precisely because they had fallen so far into decline that, just as in the original story, the combined efforts of Root and the cooperation of Itachi and Obito were enough to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan in a single night, right under the noses of Konoha's other clans, without anyone noticing a thing. But now, that situation was nothing but a distant memory. Yuzin had long since bestowed the God of Shinobi trait on all 500 of his loyal followers, strengthening them from top to bottom. By now, the power of his forces was, quite honestly, enough to terrify even the greatest of ninja armies. There was no way they could be called weak. Yuzin knew full well that, with his enhancements, almost as if he was giving out divine gifts. First among them stood Uchiha Mitsuru, a monstrous talent. Combined with Sage Mode, his strength had reached heights only those of the Six Paths tier could hope to match, unless such titans decided to make trouble. He stood utterly invincible. Then came the Mangekyo Sharingan users, Obito, Shursui, and Itachi. No explanation needed. With their original abilities now fortified by Sage Mode, unique, with no side effects, and astonishing endurance, their powers now easily brushed the threshold of the Kage of Kages. Especially Obito, with the power of Kimui in his hands, unless you possess space-time ninjutsu or jinjutsu that surpasses even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if your stats are superior to his. When facing Obito, victory simply isn't an option. As for Shursui, it goes without saying. The restrictions of Kodoe Mitsukami, ever since he used that jade-green potion developed from white Zetsu cells, have pretty much vanished, with those shackles removed from Kodoe Mitsukami. Frankly, if Yuma didn't know Shursui was a truly honest man, he'd have wanted to take him out first. This jutsu is just too overpowered. If your ocular power isn't stronger, or even if you're on equal footing, your subconscious will still be rewritten by this technique. Let alone, with Kodoe Mitsukami being bolstered by an attack even stronger than Tsukuyami, and these so-called ultimate Jinjutsu eyes, under such enhancements, Shursui is utterly fearsome. A regular Kage wouldn't last long. In a matter of moments, their minds would haze, and a Kanai would finish the job. Even among the gatekeepers of the Super Kage tier, someone like Pain, judging by how he fared against the Great Toad Sage's illusions in the original story. wouldn't fare much better against Sure Sway. By now, he's pretty much a rock-solid super Kaga-level powerhouse. And then there's his discount apprentice, Uchiha Itachi. Because of his young age, his power only just matches that of a Kage. It can't be helped. He's only 7, and the mechanics of his eye techniques aren't just underwhelming, they're outright awkward. After all, Itachi's ocular jutsus are something else entirely. Amaterasu, for example, without the support of Kagetsuchi, when used against an opponent of the same tier, as long as they keep an eye on his line of sight, a Kage-level shinobi would have no problem dodging it in time. As for Tsukuyami, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, when used against non-Uchiha opponents, it's virtually indistinguishable from using golden binding chains. They're equally inescapable. But if you pit it against another Mangekyo-wielding Uchiha of the same level, to be honest, if your rival has the hooked Sharingan, it won't do you much good. And if it's the straight Tomo type, no one in their right mind would meet your gaze. Rather, they just hit back with overwhelming ocular power and crush you outright. Truthfully, if not for the Sage Mode bestowed upon him by Yuma, even with innate talent, at just 7 years old, even if Itachi awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the idea of him reaching Kage level would be pure fantasy. After all, while the Uchiha bloodline does descend directly from the Otsutsuki, once that blood is no longer truly divine, you still have to respect the laws of the world. As mortals, even with Mangekyo Sharingan, you can't just leapfrog your way into becoming a Kage-level powerhouse overnight. There are real, physiological limits in the way. And now, these top-tier Uchiha, every last one of them can be counted among the shinobi who serve directly under him. These top-tier users of the Sharingan, in Yujin's eyes, setting aside Hikari, who was on a whole other level, were all forces capable of holding their own against thousands. As for the remaining Uchiha, those who hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, among these 500, those who initially possessed the 3-Tomo Sharingan didn't suddenly leap to the status of Mangekyo users. After all, the potential to awaken one's eyes has always been a limiting factor. Both Madara, Obito, and Itachi have all spoken of this in no uncertain terms. Otherwise, Madara would not have kept such a close eye on Obito. Truly, if not for his own appearance, among the present generation of Uchiha, only Obito would have held the innate potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, if every Uchiha could unlock their eyes so easily, then the clan, well-versed as they are in the pain of awakening, would never have found themselves in the state of collapse as seen in the original world line. Still, even though these bearers of the 3-Tomo Sharingan haven't unlocked Mangekyo, their ocular power has surged tremendously. The increase in power, it's as though those who already possess the Mangekyo Sharingan are now able to maintain their eyes at the strength of the 3-Tomo with ease. Then, tallying up those who evolve from 2-Tomo to 3-Tomo as well, this means that, within these 500, there are as many as 150 who have awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. And it must be said, for Uchiha who possess the 3-Tomo, given a little time and experience, they invariably become elite Jonin. As the saying goes, when facing an Uchiha with the Sharingan, 1-on-1 you run, 2-on-1 you struggle, and only 3-on-1 is victory assured. Which means, these 150 Uchiha elites easily command the force of 300 elite Jonin. No, that's not even the whole of it. Yujin couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, remembering that every one of these Uchiha had received Sage Mode from him. With this unique gift, possessed only by humans, if Sage Mode were unleashed and their strength multiplied threefold again, their combined might can no longer be described with mere numbers like 150 elite Jonin. And when you factor in those with more modest potential, those whose eyes only reached 2-Tomo, or could barely be awakened at all, once bestowed Sage Mode, each and every one of them now ranks among the strongest of the Jonin. With all of that power completely under his command, in his view, the coming war with the Hidden Cloud will be nothing short of a landslide victory, as Uchiha Yujin calculated the power amassed under his banner. Off to the side, Uchiha Fugaku, hearing that Yujin planned to bring his beloved son Itachi to the coming war against Hidden Cloud, unhesitatingly gave his full support. If you're taking Itachi with you, I'm all for it. Just, will we truly be marching to war against the Hidden Cloud this time? Almost forgot. Here's what happened. Only then did Yujin remember. He'd been busy talking with Fugaku about launching a campaign, but hadn't explained the reason behind it. He swiftly recounted everything. How the envoy from the Hidden Cloud tried to kidnap Hinata Hyuga, how he dealt with the crisis, and the subsequent reaction from the village's higher-ups. After listening to the explanation, Fugaku frowned deeply. Indeed, judging by these moves from the Hidden Cloud village, they never intended to negotiate peace when they came. These barbarians, there's hardly an apt word for them. Yujin let out a cold, dismissive laugh at that. No matter. This time, we'll hit them so hard they won't dare act up again. Break their backbones, and they'll learn to behave. His mind was already set. In this coming operation against the Hidden Cloud, he was going to pull no punches. After all, since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, any major turmoil would have to wait another decade, until the era of Shippuden. That was far too long a stretch. If he didn't seize this chance, under the banner of war, to harvest a trove of combat experience, it would truly be a wasted opportunity. After all, it wasn't as if he were some demon. He didn't want to run amok in a senseless slaughter. Relying only on casual sparring to accumulate battle prowess would be an endless, sluggish process. Once his thoughts were sorted and he'd finished his briefing with Fugaku, Uchiha Yujin immediately began assembling his men right there at the police force headquarters. Within the department, Yujin's command was absolute. His trusted followers acted as messengers, spreading news of the rally to his entire faction. He didn't have to wait long. Shortly after, the time it takes to savor a cup of tea, members of Yujin's Uchiha faction began arriving one after another, gathering on the plaza before the police force building. Seeing row upon row of loyal followers standing at attention, Uchiha Yujin nodded in deep satisfaction. To wield such power, and to break free from a lone wolf's path in this world. In this very moment, he truly felt that his wings had grown strong. Why gather the shinobi army at the police force headquarters instead of outside Konoha's gates? The answer was simple. Within the village, having an independent armed force, with the authority to expand it at will, was a privilege reserved for the Uchiha as founding members of the Leaf. After all, if the Uchiha were to always rally their forces at the Konoha gates when mobilizing, wouldn't that only mean complete submission, nothing more than faithful watchdogs for the Senju of the forest? For proud Uchiha, that was utterly unacceptable. Even when Madara Uchiha agreed to co-found the village after his defeat, he would never have allowed the Uchiha forces to mobilize from anywhere but their own clan shrine. Besides, back in those days, the bond between Madara and Hashirama ran so deep, even Mito Uzumaki would have felt a pang of envy. Because of this, gaining such a small privilege comes as easily as reaching out one's hand, barely an effort at all. In truth, according to tradition, for the Uchiha clan, who have upheld the customs of the shinobi way for 1,000 years, when the time comes to mobilize an army of ninja, they should first gather at the Nakano Shrine to pray to their ancestors for guidance. Yet, this is a privilege reserved exclusively for the head of the clan. Currently, Uchiha Yuma is only one of the elders. Even though his power is enough to awe the entire clan, he lacks the legitimate authority to convene the shinobi forces at the Nakano Shrine. Therefore, gathering them in front of the police headquarters plaza is the best option. With 500 people assembled on the plaza, their ranks may not seem overwhelming in number. But every Uchiha summoned here knows perfectly well why they have been called together. After all, it doesn't take a genius to understand. Such a mobilization can only mean one thing. The Uchiha are about to go to war. And when it comes to war, the Uchiha may not welcome it, but they have never known fear. At this moment, Uchiha Inoha, quick to read the situation, acts decisively as soon as the troops have fully gathered. He rushes out in front of Yuma and uses an earth release technique to construct a raised platform. Lord Yuma, please take the stage and address us. Seeing this, Yuma offers Inoha an approving pat on the shoulder, signaling him to return to the ranks before climbing up onto the platform. Standing above, Uchiha Yuma surveys the sea of familiar faces and suddenly raises his voice. Comrades, do you know why I've gathered you all here? It can't be a coincidence, answers Uchiha Itachi, the clan's sharpest mind and Yuma's former student. The Cloud emissaries barely arrived in the village, and now you're calling us to muster. Are we preparing to move against them? Upon hearing this, Yuma, standing on the high platform, laid out for everyone the entire scheme. How the Cloud's envoy attempted to steal the Byakugan. He summed up his words. All signs point to one thing. The Cloud had no intention of genuine peace talks. If they truly sought peace, their emissaries would never have resorted to petty tricks like this behind our backs. An immediate stir rippled through the assembled Uchiha below. That's right. What kind of peace treaty negotiation begins with trying to steal one of the Leaf's greatest bloodline limits? Shursui replied, his voice cool as still water. It's time they learned why Konoha is the strongest village of all. To Shursui, if it is peace they claim to seek, they must show real sincerity. This sort of duplicitous behavior he simply cannot stand. What's more, Shursui loves his clan, but he also loves the village dearly. When it comes to the Cloud mistreating Konoha, looking down on them so brazenly, he feels it's high time they were taught a lesson. At this thought, Shui glanced around at the surrounding clansmen, clearly sensing the powerful aura emanating from his kin. In his heart, he harbored boundless admiration for Uchiha Hiruzen, a respect so deep it reached his very core. As a textbook example of Uchiha strength, Shui understood all too well just how formidable an Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan could be. And it was precisely because of this that Hiruzen's ability to bestow blessings, which in turn roused the latent potential of his kin, and his teaching of the mighty sage mode technique, left Shui utterly stunned. It was nothing short of a miracle. To awaken the Sharingan in those without talent and elevate the gifted to new heights, for a clan with inherited power, this was truly miraculous. And beyond that, he could grant Sage Mode to everyone he had blessed. As for what Sage Mode truly represented, Shui, as a top-tier Uchiha who had studied most of the clan's archives, knew it all too well. This power had been passed down within the ninja world, yet was kept secret within the 3 legendary summoning realms. Their long-standing rival, the Senju of the Forest, happened to possess the summoning contract for Shikatsu Forest. Naturally, throughout their 1,000-year history, many Senju warriors had mastered sage arts. Therefore, among the Uchiha, there were extensive records regarding this power. It was because of this deep understanding of just how mighty and exceedingly rare this power was, that Shui's respect for Hiruzen ran so deep. At that very moment, Hiruzen responded to Shui's words. "That's right. That's exactly why I've called you all together. Since they refuse to negotiate, we won't play the fool. The village plans for me to lead the clan's forces, along with a segment of Konoha's military, to assemble at the border of the land of hot water, just in case." As he finished speaking, a glint of cold determination flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. After a brief pause, his tone became icy as he continued. "And just as you said, Shui, when the time is right, we'll march straight into the land of lightning. We'll show Kumogakure exactly why Konoha holds its place as the foremost hidden village. We'll make them understand what it means to recognize their own limits, to remain in the place that suits them best. Sometimes, that is the wisest choice." Down below, Obito immediately responded, "That's right. It's high time those barbarians from Hidden Cloud learned that Konoha is not to be trifled with." Obito's thoughts were simple. He loved everything about the village. If Kumogakure had no intention of peace and sought to harm them, then Konoha would simply fight back until their enemies were utterly defeated. As for Uchiha Itachi, standing to the side, there was little need to elaborate. For him, war fought in the name of justice was worth every measure of support. What's more, he had only respect and admiration for his clan's unconventional teacher. Whether it was the empowering blessings or the wisdom he imparted, Itachi trusted and followed him without reservation. Inside the police headquarters, Fugaku Uchiha gazed through the window at everything unfolding below. With a helpless sigh, he murmured, "What a terrifying ninja! That ability to inspire such rapid growth in strength has rallied an unprecedented force around him. Combined with his own invincible power, is there anyone left in this world who could possibly stand against him?" In Fugaku's eyes, this power was almost limitless. Just how powerful it truly was others might not know. But as the leader of the Uchiha clan and a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan himself, how could he not understand? More than 100 Uchiha had reached the 3-tomo Sharingan state, a level of ocular might usually reserved for Mangekyo users. There were even those among them who faced no risk of blindness. And then there was Hikaru Uchiha himself, a true weapon of decisive battle. In Fugaku's view, this was a force capable of conquering any of the 4 great ninja villages at will. As he was lost in these thoughts, below him, Yuma Uchiha had already assembled his troops. With a single command, the army set out for the land of hot water. On the march toward their destination, Yuma and Minato Namikaze stayed in close contact via the Flying Thunder God technique. By monitoring the pace of their advance, Minato could judge the perfect moment to open negotiations with the Hidden Cloud. After several days, as Yuma's forces arrived, and, under the direction of the village elders, merged with the main army already stationed in the land of hot water, Minato made his move without hesitation, sending a formal message to the Hidden Cloud village. When Cloud envoys arrived in the Leaf to discuss peace, they secretly attempted to steal the Byakugan bloodline. What were the Hidden Cloud leaders thinking? Thanks to the swift feet of ninja, Minato's letter reached the Hidden Cloud within 2 days. Faced with this turn of events, the upper echelons of the Hidden Cloud immediately convened to discuss their response. In the Raikage's office of the Hidden Cloud village, 4th Raikage rumbled in discontent. Sammy botched the job and actually let herself get caught. Why didn't she choose death over capture? Glancing over the message, he added with annoyance. Still, no matter, it gives me a perfect excuse to start a war. The Hidden Cloud leadership had always been mentally prepared for the possibility that any envoy sent into Leaf territory might be captured, or even executed. After all, not even the most naive would believe that a single Jonin and a handful of subordinates could steal the Byakugan bloodline from the heart of Konoha. There were simply too many powerful Leaf shinobi, especially with Yuma and Minato both present, famous as the Flash and a master of instantaneous movement. With both men defending the village, there was almost no chance of anyone escaping their grasp. And no one understood this more clearly than the fourth Raikage himself, who had once crossed blades with Minato. The Flying Thunder God was incomparably fast, faster than any could hope to match, not even counting the formidable pair who wielded the technique. Out of the countless ninjas in the Hidden Leaf village, to kidnap a main branch member of the Hyuga clan and bring them all the way back to the Hidden Cloud village. Even if the Raikage himself led the operation, it wouldn't necessarily guarantee success. Fully aware of this fact, the Hidden Cloud village leadership, no, more accurately, fourth Raikage's real intention had always been to stir up trouble and expand the war even further. After all, he had seized power in haste and made little name for himself in combat. When it came time to implement policies within the village, he was met with constant resistance. There was nothing he could do about it. Without achievements on the battlefield and lacking prestige, he naturally found himself constrained by the village elders at every turn. And just when he had finally managed to seize even a measure of control within the village, a critical problem arose. In the war-torn ninja world, aside from the standoff between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, fighting in other regions was rapidly coming to an end. For the fourth Raikage, this was anything but good news. Because once the war ended, he could only hope to slowly claw power back from the hands of the village elders, biding his time. But that snail's pace was far too slow for his ambition. He couldn't wait even a moment longer. Besides, ever since its founding, the Hidden Cloud had always respected strength and measured worth by victories in battle. It just so happened that he took pride in his own might, and so planned to earn his achievements at Konoha's expense. Once he secured a military victory, his prestige would soar, and with it, he could grasp all authority within the Hidden Cloud in his own hands. And now, this letter from the Hidden Leaf village, supposedly holding them accountable. In his eyes, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he turned to his waiting aide, Tutai, who stood anticipating his orders. In a deep voice, he said, Tutai, send out a notice to everyone in the village. Konoha is holding our envoy Samui, whom we sent to sign a peace treaty, as their prisoner. It seems the Leaf has no intention of negotiating. Tell everyone to prepare for all-out war with Konoha. Lord Raikage, that excuse might fool the regular villagers, but the likes of Nagato and the major ninja clans won't be so easily deceived, Tutai replied calmly, offering his assessment. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage, simply waved his hand dismissively. As long as the commoners and the rank-and-file ninja buy it, that's all that matters. As for those old foxes in the village, they won't stop me. Of course, they won't help me either. But as long as they don't get in the way, my strength will bring me everything I want. With lightning released chakra mode at his command, his confidence knew no bounds. That immense power, it was the very reason he had become Raikage. In his mind, with an invincible body for defense, he could crush any ninja of equal standing. And as for Minato Namikaze, who had bested him before, his lightning-released chakra mode had long since surpassed what had been back in those days. In his eyes, Namikaze Minato, who only had the Flying Thunder God technique but lacked any truly lethal means of attack, was nothing more than an agile monkey darting around. He simply couldn't break through his defenses. His father had once battled 10,000 elite ninjas for days on end. Now, with the lightning chakra mode forming an impenetrable shield, he too was invincible. With such power coursing through him, there was no chance he would ever taste defeat. So then, Lord Raikage, is the imprisonment of Lady Samui being used as a pretext to declare war on Konoha? That's right. Even if she isn't dead, Samui makes for the perfect excuse. After all, in the eyes of everyone in the ninja world, our Hidden Cloud is seen as a land of barbarians. So, when barbarians like us are genuinely trying to discuss peace, yet your Konoha village detains our envoy for peace talks, it can only mean one thing. You want war. If you want war, then war is what you'll get. As for the rumor that we were seeking the Byakugan's bloodline limit from Konoha, we'll just act like it never existed and ignore it entirely. Then I shall go and convey Lord Raikage's orders right away. Tutai nodded, seeing reason in this logic. Their hidden cloud village had long been looked down upon and branded as barbarians by the rest of the ninja world. If barbarians are the ones launching the war, all that's needed is a plausible justification. As for the rest, he felt absolutely certain that their hidden cloud, destined for victory, had nothing to worry about at all. Thus, at this late stage, just as the Third Great Ninja War was drawing to its close, Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha were about to enter into a fierce confrontation. At the very moment Hidden Cloud's declaration of war reached Konoha, in a flash of the Flying Thunder God, Namake's Minato delivered the marching orders directly into Yuji's hands. Lord Jiraiya, it looks like we're clear to launch our attack. Uchiha Yuji waved the orders, sent via Minato's teleportation, at Jiraiya. Yuji truly hadn't expected it. The commander of the 6,000-strong ninja force assembled in the land of hot water was none other than the renowned Jiraiya himself. But in the next instant, Yuji's keen mind quickly put the pieces together. At this critical moment, the only commander the current Hokage, Namake's Minato, would entrust so completely could only be his own mentor, Jiraiya. After all, this was the inaugural battle of Minato's reign as Hokage. He had no choice but to win, and to win magnificently. So on this front, there was now his esteemed mentor, Jiraiya, and his own proud disciple, himself, Uchiha Yuji. There could be nothing more fitting. As for Jiraiya, who had just been addressed, he glanced at the surface of the envelope, marked with the blade of love and shinobi flying thunder god seal, his expression twitching with embarrassment. He couldn't help but feel it was rather shameful. A self-proclaimed literary master, Jiraiya found himself, when it came to his own student, faced with the non-mainstream, hopelessly naive way Minato named things, utterly at a loss. It seems Minato has made up his mind. In that case, let's push the battle line forward. Jiraiya's expression grew resolute, and he immediately made his decision. In his view, since the village had already orchestrated the timing of their moves with such precision, a swift and sudden strike was undoubtedly the most logical next step. No wonder the village sent Lord Jiraiya to command this battle. His strategic thinking is truly seasoned. I'll go lead the Uchiha forces into action. Considering Jiraiya was his teacher's mentor, Yuma offered genuine praise before preparing to set off and organize his troops. Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled as he agreed. Then let's have the Uchiha forces act as our vanguard. I'm counting on you, Yuma. It's no trouble at all, Lord Jiraiya. Having the Uchiha at the front suits me perfectly. With that, Yuma turned away, a surge of spirit lighting up his face. Becoming the vanguard, this was welcome news for him. Now, he'd be able to claim every enemy that appeared before his eyes without hesitation. This would allow him to maximize the gains from battle. As he watched Yuma leave to carry out his orders, Jiraiya's thoughts turned to the formidable Uchiha within their ranks for this campaign. He was genuinely awed by the strength of the Uchiha who had been brought to this battlefield. Among them, there were over 100 whose overwhelming presence continued to draw his focus. At that level, Jiraiya believed they were already strong enough to trade blows with someone like him. And as for his own power, Jiraiya knew, without any false modesty, that he stood unchallenged among the nearly 100,000 shinobi of the ninja world. Those 100-odd Uchiha were nearly all strong enough to fight him head-on. In his mind, it was all thanks to the transformation brought about by Uchiha Yuma. After all, before Yuma's meteoric rise, he knew exactly what kind of state the Uchiha had been in. That's precisely why he felt such admiration for Minato's disciple and his ability to inspire growth among his clan. Having received his orders, Uchiha Yuma wasted no time springing into action. As a ninja, every move was carried out with maximum efficiency. Soon after, with Yuma at the helm, the Uchiha force surged forward like an arrow released from the bow, unstoppable, cutting a straight path toward the Kumogakure encampment in the land of hot water. Seeing the camp ahead, Uchiha Yuma's gaze sharpened. With his keen powers of perception, he quickly sensed there weren't many shinobi stationed there. He realized this was all part of Konoha's stratagem. The whole plan pivoted on exploiting the time gap, launching a surprise attack immediately after Kumo declared war with a force already standing ready. The reason for the thin defenses at this outpost became clear to him. Most of the Kumo forces were likely still en route. Because of this, and with his pressing need to gain battle experience, Yuma quickly devised a plan. His brow furrowed sharply as he turned to the girl beside him and the others, declaring, "Light, take everyone and move back a little. I'm about to erase that enemy camp in one swift strike." Upon hearing Uchiha Yujin's warning, Uchiha Hikari responded with calm composure, nodding, "All right, Yujin, do whatever you must. With me here, no need to worry about the attack reaching anyone else." Hikari understood Yujin's intent to truly unleash his power. and she supported his decision completely. As a Uchiha, and especially as a powerful one, when you have such strength, sometimes it must be set free. There's nothing more natural. Collateral damage from a fight? That too was simply a reality. She could summon the fully armored Susanoo herself, an avatar mighty enough to slice through mountains. Without someone guarding the periphery, even friendly forces might be swept away. Hearing Hikari's reply, Yujin gave a satisfied nod. He began to gather chakra into his eyes. A solemn hum filled the air. The eternal pattern within his eyes glimmered, awash with a light that spoke of power beyond compare, his ocular might trembling at the edge of release. Suddenly, streak after streak of crimson rings, shaped from the technique of divine might, flared into existence behind him. As these divine rings spread out in the sky at Yujin's command, he raised his voice. Rise! With a tearing rush, the rings ascended rapidly, expanding ever wider as streams of chakra flowed into them. In mere moments, under the vast, surging tide of chakra radiating from Yujin, the blazing red circle hung overhead like a sacred ring of divine retribution, its scarlet glow shining in the heavens. So intense was that crimson light, that even the sun's brilliance seemed pushed aside, forced to retreat from the sky. Gazing up at the ring, his expression a mix of fervor and excitement, Yujin announced, Now then, let's see how this goes. Divine might, infinite armament. With a mere thought, countless weapons suddenly appeared within the scarlet ring, too many to number. Fixing his gaze on the main cloud encampment ahead, Yujin snapped his fingers lightly. A sharp, resounding snap split the air. And then boom, boom, boom. An endless rain of weapons poured down, like heavenly swords of punishment, thundering down upon the enemy camp. At the very instant Yujin unleashed this move, the cloud encampment plunged into chaos. As a main battlefield outpost, every type of ninja was stationed there. Inevitably, the staggering chakra unleashed by divine might could not go unnoticed. And so, the sensory ninjas, faces pale with shock, looked up at the sky and shouted in utter despair. Everyone run! This insane amount of chakra, and that technique blanketing the whole sky. We're all doomed. There's no need to say it. We all know this thing is nothing to mess with. Damn it, is this some kind of joint jutsu from the leaf? How have I never heard of it? In any case, just run. Sensing danger, everyone immediately showed their own skills. Those who could use earth-style melted into the ground. Those who couldn't relied on lightning-style chakra, channeling it through their bodies to boost their speed and escape. Yet, all of these attempts were nothing but futile struggles. When that rain of weapons descended with lightning-fast speed before anyone could react, the Cloud Ninja met a fate of equal annihilation. Any attempt to flee was completely meaningless. With Uchiha Yujin's extraordinary sensory abilities, no matter how far you try to run, if you remained within his perception, you couldn't escape. He could easily control the storm of weapons formed by Powei's technique, guiding them with unimaginable speed, never letting a target out of reach. After all, the very essence of lightning infused. The lightning bestowed upon the weapons wasn't chakra imitation. It was true, natural lightning. With this power enhancing every weapon crafted by the Powei art, their speed was unparalleled. That's why those Cloud Ninja who tried to flee by sheer speed were the first to fall. Even those who slipped into the earth using Earth style didn't fare much better. After all, if they didn't leave Yujin's sensory range, burrowing underground only meant the end just arrived a moment slower than for their companions who tried to use lightning speed to escape. There was no help for it. Weapons forged by the Powei art were indescribably sharp. They surpassed any ninja tool known throughout the shinobi world. After all, this divine technique came from a civilization of the stars, the very jutsu of the Otsutsuki clan. If the weapons produced by such an art couldn't outperform anything on the surface, it would be the greatest joke imaginable. Empowered with such sharpness and unleashed in an endless barrage. Even those who hid beneath the ground quickly realized they were merely prolonging the inevitable. Damn it, what kind of jutsu is this? It can even chase us down here, cried a Cloud Ninja who tried to escape via Earth style, staring in despair at the ground torn apart by crimson blades. With a sickening thud, a Naginata found its mark, bringing his desperate flight to an abrupt end. In the distance, all the Uchiha watched the scene in awe, their gazes drawn upward to the crimson rings stretching across the heavens. So this is the true power of Master Yujin. Uchiha Itachi stared ahead, momentarily stunned by the unstoppable rain of weapons pursuing and cutting down every enemy. He had always known his teacher, Uchiha Yujin, was powerful, but just how powerful? Itachi had never truly understood until now. They only knew that even those like Brother Obito and Brother Shursui, both of whom possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan just like himself, were no match for Master Yujin. However, from Itachi's perspective, this was no surprise at all. Yet at this very moment, regarding Uchiha Yujin, his own teacher, Itachi truly understood just how powerful he was. Jutsu that covered kilometers of sky, and a chakra so vast and overwhelming that even the tailed beasts would pale in comparison. And that utterly calm demeanor as he slaughtered the army of shinobi. It had to be said, this wasn't an army of 2,000 or 3,000 ordinary samurai, but 2,000 or 3,000 skilled ninja. So this must be the reason everyone in the village always says Master Yujin's power far exceeds that of any Kage. Itachi murmured in awe. Hearing Itachi's wonder, Obito, standing nearby, calmly shook his head and replied, "As students of Brother Yujin, we must never doubt our teacher's strength. I realized years ago that Brother Yujin had already surpassed the power of the Kage level." Obito gazed up at the gigantic ring looming in the sky, and with a faint smile, continued, "If Brother Yujin truly unleashed that Susanoo of his, as mighty as a mountain, it would be even more astonishing than what we're seeing now. I just don't know why he rarely uses that technique these days." Having witnessed Yujin's miraculous growth over the years, and recalling the time Yujin deployed that Susanoo during the Canopy Bridge mission, Obito found nothing surprising about what Yujin was now capable of. Brother Obito, if he actually used Susanoo, then those words Brother Yujin just said to Elder Guang about keeping us safe from the aftershocks of battle would become a real concern. Shursui replied with a composed expression. He glanced at the battlefield ahead, where the Cloud Ninjas had been annihilated, and added soberly, "After all, Master still asked Elder Guang to watch over us, even when using such precise and deadly abilities. If he went all out with Susanoo, with that absolute godlike power slashing across the land, even those of us who also possess Susanoo should be able to imagine the consequences." It was precisely because of this. Shursui truly admired and revered Uchiha Yujin from the bottom of his heart. A strong man who still spared a thought for ordinary people. Such a person was, in Shursui's eyes, truly rare. The power he wielded, in Shursui's mind, had already surpassed that of the real god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. However, from the records of his clan about the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, once he was fully engaged in battle, whenever he unleashed those awe-inspiring jutsu, he cared little for the ordinary clansfolk around him. To possess power, and to wield it freely without ever overstepping the bounds, that was true mastery. This was the true reason why Uchiha Shursui accepted and recognized everything about Yuma from the bottom of his heart. All right, let's not keep singing Yuma's praises. He's already wiped out every enemy here. Let's head over to Uchiha Hikaru said from the sidelines, sounding rather exasperated. Honestly, what did it even mean, asking me to protect everyone from the fallout in a situation like this? The girl was visibly unhappy. She'd been planning to put her own skills on display, but judging from Uchiha Yuma's overwhelming performance, there was really no room for that. On top of that, he'd gone through the motions of telling her to look after her clansmen, making sure no one got caught up in the aftermath of his battles. But looking at what actually happened, how could attacks that could actively track and target the enemy possibly result in friendly fire by accident? Thinking back on what he'd just said, it was clearly a trick to placate her. Still, even as she silently grumbled to herself, she couldn't deny that she was deeply impressed by Uchiha Yuma's ability to launch attacks so accurately that they could track targets. After all, that level of assault, she herself could manage it if she really unleashed her full power. And, in fact, she could do it with ease. After all, she could also activate the third power and the complete form of the Susanoo. Yet what stumped her was pulling off such deadly precision. As someone who had been trained to be a trump card in battle, she understood full well that this required an immense range and a supernaturally sharp perception. Usually, it was the Senju and Uzumaki clans who were known for such gifts. That never surprised her. But for a Uchiha to possess that kind of power, she just couldn't figure it out. There was of course that potion, the one capable of granting the Senju's bloodline limit to others. She knew very well that particular elixir allowed the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan to remain unsealed and functional. And at the same time, it conferred a modest ability with style. But that was the limit. For such intricate and wide-reaching sensory skills, there was simply nothing in that potion that could grant them. She was quite certain of this, and for an obvious reason. As one who possessed the 8,000 Spears ocular technique and had absorbed chakra from countless Senju shinobi, she herself had attained those same observable signs. Yet, all it amounted to was preventing her Mangekyo from being sealed into darkness and amplifying her ocular power significantly. Actual enhancement of sensory skills? She'd seen nothing of the sort. Puzzled, she joined the rest of the Uchiha as they made their way to Yuma. Yuma, since you're clearly capable of such precise, pinpoint strikes, why did you say what you did to me earlier? Uchiha Hikaru wasted no time in questioning him. From the look of things, his instructions moments ago had apparently been entirely unnecessary. At the question, Yuma, having just dismissed the aura of his mighty deity, could only reply with a helpless sigh. I can't help it. It was only halfway through that I remembered. My perception has grown so refined, I really could target every strike with deadly precision. Only then did he change his fighting style and use this technique to end the battle. That was a lie. Uchiha Yujin's true motive was to earn more battle points. If he let this group, if the Uchiha, who had grown too powerful under his own guidance, join the fight, the amount of battle points he could gain would drop sharply. See now, after wiping out these roughly 2,000 to 3,000 cloud ninjas by himself, the battle points on his panel, which had previously stood at 6,170, had already soared to 14,640. About this number, the kill log within the system made it all abundantly clear. In that camp, he had killed 30 Jonin, 300 Chunin, and more than 2,000 genin who served as the backbone of their force. According to the system's rating for battle point acquisition, 1 point for every genin, 10 for each chunin, 100 for every jonin, 1,000 for a kage, 10,000 for a super kage, and 100,000 for a sage of 6 paths level opponent. Staring at his dashboard, watching the battle points skyrocket, Uchiha Yujin couldn't help but feel a tremendous surge of satisfaction. Yet, even after slaying such a vast number of ninjas, this was all the battle points he'd gained. Yujin couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration as well. But thinking about it, this was to be expected. The 5 great ninja villages, on average, each possess somewhere between 10 to 20,000 ninjas. Yet, out of this 10,000 strong force, 90% were genin, 9.5% were chunin, and a mere 0.5% were jonin. In other words, in a village with over 10,000 ninjas, the number of jonin, including special jonin at most, would barely reach a few hundred. And this was precisely why Yujin now felt a sense of helplessness. After all, in the original story's timeline of the 4th Great Ninja War, Konohamaru's ninja registration number is 12,707, which means Konoha's regular ninja force numbered about 13,000. If you divide that by 4, since ninja teams are typically made up of 4, you get the estimated number of chunin. Divide by 4 again, and you get the rough count of jonin. Of course, this is a rough estimate. In reality, the actual number of jonin in any village is even scarcer than this simple calculation suggests. After all, even special jonin are considered elites in the world of shinobi. To stand out from tens of thousands of ninjas, that's true strength. As for talents of that level, given the population of any ninja village, cultivating such individuals is incredibly difficult. That's exactly why a single jonin ends up becoming the very pillar that supports their village. So, after all that math, it makes perfect sense that of the nearly 3,000 ninjas in this camp, only 30 were jonin and a bit over 300 were chunin. However, now Yuma has come to realize that unless he were to suddenly lose all sense and sanity and go on a brutal, indiscriminate massacre everywhere he went, things would never reach that point. This time, he struck down over 2,000 cloud shinobi only because this unruly horde had become unbearably troublesome. Yuma wanted them to taste real pain. It was for that very purpose. Otherwise, his usual approach was simply to defeat, capture, interrogate them for information, and then lock them away in the Hozuki fortress of the Land of Grass, leaving Cloud Village to pay a ransom if they wanted their people back. After all, as far as ninja grudges go, to the more politically savvy leaders of each great ninja village, such things are seldom taken too seriously. At the end of the day, ninja are fundamentally mercenaries, paid by their employers, carrying out their employer's will. The so-called wars among shinobi, in essence, are just a byproduct of economic downturns, when the noble lords begin to cut back on the number of shinobi they hire. And within the villages themselves, there's still so many mouths to feed. In this way, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages are left with little choice but to turn their aggression toward each other. After all, first, they can transfer domestic tensions outward. Second, they can trim the population, leaving fewer to feed. And third, by flexing their might, they urge wealthy patrons to send their money sooner. And this, too, is why Hozuki Fortress could become the unified prison of the shinobi world. At this moment, Uchiha Yuma has already calculated that unless he is willing to break all moral boundaries, otherwise, the gains in battle point from conflict will never be quite as ideal as he wishes. For someone like Yuma, who possesses a sound sense of right and wrong and immortality. This should never be the case. After all, with everlasting life on his side, he can simply hone his skills and slowly accumulate battle points over time. There's no need for such short-sighted, self-destructive methods. For that reason, the moment he realized battle point rewards would fall short of his expectations, Yuma's mind shifted to the idea of items. If memory serves him right, the Sage of Six Paths ninja tools, the legendary but currently degraded versions like the Crimson Gourd, Golden Canopy Rope, Seven-Star Sword, Basho Fan, and Amber Purifying Bottle. They're all in Cloud Village's possession, aren't they? If he could obtain these items and upgrade them to Crimson Tier. As for the authentic, true God-class power wielded in legend, Yuma wouldn't dare entertain such grand ambitions, since the upgrade cost and battle points alone would be astronomical. But even just upgrading to red grade, those current shoddy versions of a ninja tools, shouldn't it be possible to at least turn them into true treasure-class artifacts? Thinking of the awe-inspiring power these items hold in myth, Uchiha Yuma felt his heart burn with excitement. And with that, he immediately continued, saying, "Hikari, enough with the questions. Let's keep moving toward the Land of Lightning. When we reach the next battlefield, I'll let you all take part. Since the battle points won't be bountiful, this is as good a time as any to let his subordinates temper themselves in real combat." In the battles that followed, Uchiha planned to take down both the Raikage and the Jonin himself, if possible. As for the rest, he decided to leave them to his fellow Uchiha underlings to handle. Hearing this, Hikaru Uchiha simply shrugged and replied, "You're the leader. You make the call." Hikaru had realized by now that whatever had just happened was definitely some kind of experiment. But as someone who had only recently arrived in the new era, she still carried some vestiges of the ancient ninja code. She understood her place as a subordinate. As long as the goal was achieved, a ninja didn't need to concern herself with the leader's methods. In her eyes, a ninja was simply a hired fighter. Unless commissioned to solve a mystery, there was no need to harbor a burning curiosity about the mission. Having received their orders, Hikaru and all the other Uchiha ninja wasted no time. They immediately began advancing toward the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 4th Raikage, who was leading his army toward the Land of Hot Water, received shocking news. Every last ninja there had been wiped out. After all, the combat training of these ninja was formidable. Among the Kumoga Cure forces stationed in the Land of Hot Water, a few who could use summoning techniques made up their minds when they realized defeat was inevitable. They quickly steeled themselves for sacrifice, jotted down critical intelligence, and sent the information back to their village with their summoned creatures. It was precisely because of this. I received the report in time, and he roared in fury. "Damn you, Konoha, and those Uchiha. I swear, I will take their heads and offer them as tribute to the more than 2,000 comrades we lost."